On the very first day of his traverse, he stumbled into the realm of One-Punch Man. Li Pu, caressing the visage of his new form, gazed into the mirror at his chiseled, handsome face and chuckled. All those hundreds of traverse plans were not in vain. Yet upon turning to the window, he found the street outside eerily deserted at 6:30 in the evening wasn't this typically rush hour. He switched on the television, where the rotund and balding host Chuan Sang was proclaiming Z-City boasts exceptional public safety, with virtually no monsters to speak of. Utter nonsense, Li Pu exclaimed, fully aware that this locale was home to Saitama, a place teeming with bizarre creatures. The news further reported that the world was divided into 26 cities, labeled A to Z, with the Hero Association urging the populace to remain vigilant and to contribute donations. Is this a hasty decision or what? Li Pu's lips twitched. This naming convention seemed to have been conceived on a whim. Once his phone was charged, he powered it on to discover a message that had failed to send. It's all gone. Everything is gone. I can only rot in the wasteland. Was the original owner an official? And had he despaired to the point of venturing into the wasteland? A chill ran down Li Pu's spine. The wasteland was Saitama's territory, a veritable den of monsters. Suddenly, a thud sound echoed from outside, as if something were battering against the door. Li Pu hastily turned off the television, holding his breath. The street was devoid of life. Where could that sound be coming from? Was it a monster? Or perhaps a member of the Hero Association? His fingers brushed against the fruit knife on the table, his heart racing. On his very first day of traversing, he found himself in such a predicament. Should he burst out and confront a heathen? Or should he hide and play dead? The banging grew louder, the doorframe trembling with each thud. Li Pu focused intently on the doorknob, suddenly recalling that Saitama frequently passed through Z-City while grocery shopping. What if he opened the door now, only to come face-to-face with the bald powerhouse? This guy is definitely suffering from severe internet depression, he mused. Scrolling through his phone, he stumbled upon the original owner's record of purchasing sleeping pills, with an empty bottle lying in the trash. Was this truly the reason for such despair? He shook his head at him. As long as he possessed life, he would never relinquish hope. He dialed the Hero Association, suppressing his voice as he shouted, "There's a monster in the Z-City wasteland, towering dozens of meters high. Its eyes resemble eggs, and it can emit light waves. Please save me." After hanging up, he chuckled to himself. So, what if he reported a false alarm? It was certainly preferable to remaining in this den of monsters should Saitama engage in battle with one. The residual force could obliterate him. System, Lord God, Grandpa, Li Pu shouted for a considerable time, yet not a hint of his golden finger appeared. Could it be that I must embark on a mundane journey? Suddenly, with a resounding bang, a gigantic groundhog burst forth from the floor, its head nearly grazing the ceiling. I'm the mightiest monster. Li Pu lifted his coffee cup. You're joking. The Ultraman monsters surpass you. They can wield the Z-Pelia light wave. Preposterous. The groundhog retorted, incensed, and took the coffee from him, engaging in a heated debate over who truly held the title of the strongest monster. The door was battered open, and Spring Mustache and Golden Ball stepped in, both bewildered by the scene before them. A class rank 33, Spring Mustache. Rank 29, Golden Ball. Li Pu greeted them with a smile that a flash of sword light sliced through the air, leaving 3 gashes on the groundhog, while the golden orb's slingshot accurately struck its hind. Leg, curse you! You are mocking me! The groundhog roared. Li Pu shrugged. No one understands how to toy with monsters better than I do. The spring-bearded man's lips twitched. No need for coffee. Just as he was about to inquire further, the ground trembled and a deafening roar echoed from afar. The golden orb's expression shifted. It's a dragon-class monster, stronger than previously reported. Li Pu's heart sank as the false alarm turned into reality. The spring-bearded man drew his sword. You should hide. But Li Pu, gazing at the billowing smoke outside, suddenly recalled someone. Saitama was supposed to visit the supermarket today for discounted vegetables. Could he be passing by? The groundhog continued to struggle, the tremors approaching ever closer. Should he follow the heroes into hiding or take a gamble and dash out to find Saitama? The spring-bearded man had already rushed outside, while the golden orb shouted, "Quick, find a place to hide." Yet, Li Pu remained fixated on his phone as a message from the Hero Association popped up. Upon verification, your false alarm report will place you on the watch list. He cursed inwardly now. The tremors had reached the doorstep. A massive figure adorned with eyes blocked the sunlight. Li Pu swallowed hard. Was this truly a dragon-class monster? Or, Saitama? Sir, you're merely an ordinary person. How can you hold your ground against a tiger-class monster for so long? The spring-bearded man stared at Li Pu, astonished. Li Pu replied earnestly, Working for the government is dreadfully dull. I aspire to be a hero out of sheer interest. And no sooner had he spoken than a pale blue screen suddenly appeared before him. Hero system loading complete. Save the world infected by primal darkness. Li Pu felt a surge of delight. Indeed, I have not been forsaken by fate. The screen revealed that primal darkness would empower the forces of evil while weakening the forces of good, resulting in a chaotic timeline. In simpler terms, it's a hellish mode, he mused, browsing the exchange list and directly opting for the cellular vitality of the groundhog monster that a wave of power coursed through him, elevating his combat strength from 5 to 8. He felt capable of defeating 3 versions of his former self. Next month, Z-City is recruiting heroes. You might consider it, the spring-bearded man suggested. Care for cappuccino? Li Pu warmly invited. The golden orb tugged at the spring-bearded man, urging, no, we have a mission. Unbeknownst to them, Li Pu had just used the system to scan the groundhog beneath them. Prairie dog monster, combat strength 23, peak wolf class. Li Pu clicked his tongue. This creature was already so formidable without reaching tiger class. He was still too weak. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated outside, shaking the very foundations of the house. System alert. High energy reaction detected nearby. Suspected primal darkness infected organism. Li Pu's heart raced. Was it a dragon class monster? Or perhaps a hero tainted by primal darkness? The spring-bearded man and the golden orb had already dashed outside, the sounds of swordplay and slingshots echoing from a distance. Should he follow them? He left, fearing that with his combat power of 8, he would merely be a sacrificial lamb. Choosing not to venture forth, he reasoned that should the heroes falter, remaining behind would only lead to his demise. Li Pu fixated on the system panel as the exchange list refreshed abruptly. Saitama's training method fragment requires 10,000 hero points. His eyes lit up. This was a miraculous technique. But how could he possibly amass 10,000 points? The sounds of battle outside grew ever closer, and dust began to fall from the walls. The system detected. Unknown entity. Combat power unaccessible. Primordial darkness infection level at 90. Li Pu felt a cramp in his calf. Even the system could not ascertain its nature. What sort of monstrosity was this? The agonized screams of Spring Mustache echoed in from outside. With gritted teeth, he seized a fruit knife from the table. Should he hide in the wardrobe or make a desperate dash outside? Suddenly, the door burst open and a blood-soaked figure stumbled in. Golden Ball. Run! It's coming! Golden Ball pointed toward the door, his eyes wide with terror. Li Pu glanced up to see a shadow, covered in tentacles, blocking the entrance, with a sinister red glow emanating from within. Could they possibly contend with such a creature? At that moment, his system alerted him. Saitama's presence detected, approaching. WTF, Saitama is gone. Li Pu stared at his phone screen, his hands trembling. News report stated that 3 years prior, the crab monster had gone berserk, severely injuring Saitama, whose body had then vanished in a burst of light. Without the bald demon king, can this world even survive? He hastily checked the hero rankings. Fortunately, aside from Genos, who had yet to debut, all other Shrank heroes remained. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Main quest, become a Shrank hero. Side quest, defeat 3 tiger-level monsters. Li Pu cursed under his breath. Tiger-level monsters possessed a combat power of at least 25, while he had a mere 8. Wasn't this tantamount to handing them his head? A week later, he resigned from his job and set off toward the wilderness. A drone led the way, but as it entered this region, it malfunctioned. Chuckled, for the evolution home lay within. Li Pu took out a wind-up toy car and slipped a note inside. Dr. Genos, I have something of interest for you to... As the toy car reached the doorstep, the main door swung open. The clone guided him into the reception room, where Dr. Genos' projection fixed its gaze upon him. How did you find out about the evolution home? Li Pu took a sip of his drink, indifferent to any potential toxins. The unknown is far more intriguing, is it not, Doctor? Genos frowned. What do you have? Li Pu produced a USB drive. I know what the primordial darkness is and how to combat the monsters it has tainted. The projection's eyes suddenly brightened. This was a secret even the Hero Association was unaware of. Without warning, the base alarm blared. Tiger-level monster detected. Li Pu raised an eyebrow. This was fortuitous. Doctor. Genos sneered. Did you bring it here? Do you not desire the experimental specimen delivered to you? Li Pu rose to his feet. Assist me in dealing with it, and I shall share half of the contents from the USB drive with you. A peculiar creature burst through the wall, a flying squirrel humanoid, boasting a combat power of 30. Li Pu retrieved the electric baton he had secretly stashed away, an acquisition made with the entirety of his former savings. The clone of Dr. Kino's rushed forward, unleashing a laser beam that struck the creature, but was deflected. Its wings possess a metallic texture. The clone exclaimed, Ipu fixated on the creature's wings, suddenly recalling that the system's exchange list featured precise throw of the golden sphere, available for a mere 100 hero points. Yet he found himself with only 100 points. Redeeming the skill would leave him with nothing. Should he gamble on acquiring the skill, or observe the clone engage in battle? The creature flapped its wings, sending 2 clones flying, and charged directly at Lipu. He sidestepped, the electric baton making contact with the creature's leg, sparks flying. Yet the creature remained unfazed. Dr. Kinas' voice echoed. Its cells exhibit electrical resistance. A jolt of concern surged through Lipu. What was he to do? Suddenly, he noticed a vulnerable spot beneath the creature's wingspan area devoid of metallic covering. Should he command the clone to attack, or dare to advance himself? The creature lunged again, its claws mere meters from him. Gritting his teeth, Lipu hurled the USB drive towards Kinas' projection. Catch! What was he intending to do? Was he aiming to divert the creature's attention, or did he harbor an alternative strategy? No, Dr. Kino's valuable items do not come easily. Lipu wagged his finger. You wouldn't just allow me to glimpse your prized Azura stag beetle, would you? Dr. Kinas' projection's pupils dilated. How did this fellow know of his crowning achievement? What do you seek in terms of sincerity? Allow me to examine your defective specimens and conduct some experiments. Lipu grinned slyly, like a cunning fox. The clone activated the cryogenic chamber, revealing 3 bizarre creatures frozen within it. Lipu selected 1,000 cuts, and the mechanical arm unleashed blades, swiftly reducing the dog-like creature to shreds. You have slain a tiger-level creature, earning 347 hero points. Dr. Kinas' lips twitched. That was an experimental subject worth millions of yen. Alas, my hand trembled. Lipu then pressed powerful corrosion, causing the shrimp-like creature to dissolve into a puddle of pus. You have acquired 423 hero points. His fingers moved with such rapidity that they left a blur, and he pressed ultimate virus, resulting in the rhino creature bursting into writhing fragments of flesh. Side quest completed, earning 2,000 hero points. The system abruptly warned. Suspicion of point manipulation detected. Future earnings may be forfeited. Lipu reveled inwardly, while outwardly he lamented, the quality of your defective specimens is exceedingly poor. Dr. Kinas' expression darkened, resembling a boiled egg. Just as he was about to initiate a barrage of firepower, Lipu produced a pale blue cell that still pulsated. This specimen could significantly enhance your defective creations. Instantly, Dr. Kinos forgot his anger, lunging forward to examine it. The biological activity is remarkably high. It can mutate rapidly. The clone fed cells to the wolf-level turtle monster, causing it to instantly grow larger, its back bristling with sharp spikes. Detection complete. Turtle monster, combat power 46, peak tiger level. Genos trembled with excitement. You were right. This is astounding. Lip observed the 3,214 hero points in the system and smiled truly. The benefits of the evolution house were bountiful. Suddenly, the base shook and an alarm blared. Dragon-level energy response detected. Gina's face paled. It's a primal, dark, contaminated monster. 10 times stronger than before. Lip's heart sank. He was barely capable of handling peak tiger-level threats, let alone dragon-level, which would surely spell his demise. Where is your Azura unicorn beetle? He asked urgently. Gino shook his head. It's not finished. Activating it would lead to chaos. A monster burst through the ceiling, an octopus creature covered in eyes, its suckers oozing black liquid. Its combat power, unquantifiable. The system's alarm pierced the air. Lip snatched the laser gun from the table, which he had just borrowed from Genos. Gino shouted, run to the 3rd underground level. There's a protective shield there. The octopus tentacles slammed down, tearing through the alloy walls of the living room as if they were paper. Lip dashed toward the elevator, only to find the clones ensnared by the tentacles, instantly dissolved by the black liquid. Should he flee or assist Genos in rescuing the clones? He glanced at the system exchange list. Gina's emergency escape pod access required 5,000 points, but he only had 3,214. The tentacles were now inches away, exuding a foul stench. Lip suddenly hurled the laser gun toward Genos. Cover me. What was he planning? Was he going to activate the unfinished Azura unicorn beetle, or did he have another scheme? The tentacles coiled around his ankle, the black liquid beginning to corrode his pants. All right, you continue your research. I shall not disturb you any longer, Doctor. Lip slipped away with the box Genos had given him. The evolution house was indeed splendid, but remaining there was perilous. Any random monster within could easily overpower him. Upon returning to his rented room, he hastily opened the box. Biological agent Mige 3 Blue. Enhances physical abilities, no side effects. The system had validated it. Lip tilted his head back and downed it, a surge of warmth coursing through him. Even his bones fell to flame. The panel refreshed. Overall combat power, 24 early tiger level. Charisma, 11 slightly above average. He was elated, opening the skills menu to upgrade steadfast will to green, instantly feeling a surge of clarity and enhanced mental fortitude. 3 days later, while sipping salted delight milk tea on the street, Lip was suddenly jolted by a scream. A wild boar monster was ramming into a phone booth, where a woman's cries echoed. Combat power 21, weaker than me. He clenched his fists, having slain a dozen monsters over the past few days. He was no longer the novice he once was. Bang! Li Pu delivered a powerful punch to the belly of the wild boar, causing the creature to squeal in pain and turn to charge at him. He remained steadfast, retaliating with a swift blow to the creature's head, the sound of cracking bones resonating clearly. Boom! He followed up with a kick, rendering the wild boar utterly motionless. Gained 313 hero points. As the system notification faded, applause erupted around him. Someone recognized him, exclaiming, "It's that handsome guy who often battles monsters." Just as Li Pu basked in his triumph, an icy chill swept over him. A system alert appeared. High-energy reaction detected. Suspected primordial dark contaminated dragon-class monster. He looked up to see a figure on the rooftop in the distance, shrouded in black smoke indeed. It was the octopus monster he had encountered at the evolution house. How to find this place? Panic gripped Li Pu. The creature's combat power was utterly unpredictable. The octopus monster's tentacles suddenly elongated, smashing nearby billboards into shards. Bystanders screamed and fled, but Li Pu could not abandon them. There were still people in the phone booth. He prepared to rush over to rescue them. He witnessed the tentacle curl towards the booth at an alarming speed. "Stop right there." Li Pu picked up a steel pipe and hurled it, only to have it swatted aside by the tentacle. The appendage was already pressing against the booth's glass, poised to pull the occupants out. Desperation surged within him. He recalled that he had 2,958 hero points in the exchange list. There was precisely the precise throw of the golden orb green available for just 500 points. Should he exchange them? If he did, he could strike the tentacle accurately and save the person, but he would be left with insufficient points to acquire stronger skills. If he hesitated, the people inside the booth would undoubtedly suffer. The tentacle pierced through the glass, and Li Pu could see the terrified face of a woman within. He gritted his teeth, about to utilize his points, when suddenly a flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing the tentacle. Spring mustache descended from above, declaring, "We meet again, Mr. Li Pu." The golden orb leaped into action, aiming its slingshot at the octopus monster. "This time, you won't escape." The octopus monster let out a furious roar, its black smoke thickening, and the remaining tentacles straightened, whipping toward them like lashes. Li Pu glanced at his point total, and an idea struck him. Should he assist the heroes in battling the monster, or seize the opportunity to flee? The sword light from Spring Mustache was ensnared by the tentacles, and the golden orb's slingshot was on the verge of collapse. The octopus monster's gaze locked onto Li Pu, seemingly recognizing him as the disruptor from the evolution house. Its thickest tentacle, tainted with dark liquid, surged toward Li Pu. "Sigh, there are indeed more and more strange people lately, but the hero force in our city Z is far from enough." A branch supervisor lamented, "This person?" He picked up an exaggerated record. Li Pu, a former government employee, killed 3 tiger-level monsters and 8 wolf-level monsters within 3 days. Each battle was resolved in just a few minutes, and he did it quite easily. His performance has surpassed most B-level heroes, and we speculate that his combat power may be comparable to that of A-level heroes. Let's keep an eye on this Li Pu. Perhaps we can recruit such a powerful hero into the association. After all, it's not just tiger-level and wolf-level monsters that are increasing. Li Pu returned home with a smile. With his enhanced perception after evolution, he confirmed that someone had just been watching him, but there was no malice. Bring it on. The more attention, the better. After all, my main quest relies on you audience members. Li Pu took out his phone and calculated the days. There were 3 weeks until the Hero Association selection in Z City, and the current time was roughly before the vaccine man appeared. He still couldn't understand how this king became an S-class hero. Li Pu shook his head. This wasn't something he needed to think about right now, although he remained confident that he could save the world at hellish difficulty. The thought of dragon-level threats being everywhere and the scene of pineapple coming down from the sky still made him a little apprehensive. Lip opened the redemption list, and after a few days of development, various eye-watering skills had appeared in the list. Rugged skin, white, 200 hero points description, increases your physical defense. Perhaps stronger after going bald? Stinky feet, white, 100 hero points description, makes your feet stink unbearable. Crawl like a dog, White, 100 hero points description. Increases crawling speed. Blood spray technique. Green, 350 hero points description. Boost your combat power by spraying a large mouthful of fake blood. Increasing by 20 on the original basis and looking very tragic. Duration is 30 minutes. Cooldown time is 1 day. Can be used continuously. And the cooldown time will stack accordingly. After using it 3 times in a row, it cannot be used anymore. Spring Mustache's swordsmanship. Green, 300 hero points description. The swordsmanship practiced for many years by Spring Mustache, although he mainly relies on his strength and speed in combat. Golden Ball's ball. White, 100 hero points description. None. Lip looked at these ridiculous skills and could only say that the world is full of wonders. In the end, he only exchanged for the tough skin, thick flesh, and blood-spouting technique. As for the swordsmanship, it wasn't that he didn't want to learn, but he deeply understood one principle. I am destined to become stronger quickly, and having specific weapons would actually limit me. Like teacher Saitama, his strength is constantly surging, and weapons are not a boost for him, but rather a burden. For someone who can become infinitely stronger, relying solely on his fists might be the better choice. Lip also decided to take the path of physical sanctification, so swordsmanship was not suitable for him. In addition to the cell vitality, blue, that could not be improved in a short time, Lip upgraded his toughness from green to blue, along with the blood spray technique to blue, spending a total of 2,500 hero points. After reaching blue level, the blood spray technique could enhance combat power by 30 based on the original level, which made Lip very satisfied with such a powerful increase. Overall combat power, 41 points, reaching 52 points after activating blood spray technique. Combat power rank, F, high tier tiger level, special bonus. Your various attributes slightly increase after reaching this rank. Well, although there is still some distance from the monsters in S rank, at least there is hope. Lip planned to continue hunting weaker monsters to make up for his pitiful wallet of just over 500 hero points. Killing an ordinary wolf-level monster only yields 10 to 20 hero points, while the tiger level typically only gives a few hundred points. Money is easy to spend, but hard to earn. The ancients do not deceive me. I wonder how many hero points a ghost-level monster gives. While Lip was contemplating, he took some necessary equipment and tools to prepare to go out, when suddenly his phone received a text message. Dear citizens of Z City, a ghost-level monster has appeared near the central area of Z City, possessing the ability to destroy an entire city. Please stay indoors, and those outside should be extremely cautious. The Hero Association has dispatched several B and A level heroes, so there is no need to worry. Oh no, this is a foreboding. However, I'm also looking forward to an exhilarating battle. Lip put on a specially made black cloak, and a gust of wind outside made it flutter. A storm is about to rise. In the southeastern suburbs of Z City, B-level hero Hell Blizzard is in position. A-level hero Poison Sting is in position. And A-level hero Lightning Max is in position. Dozens of heroes have gathered here, with 2 A-level heroes standing out, while Hell Blizzard leads her Blizzard team to earn achievements. They looked at the smoke in the distance, somewhat dissatisfied, as the ghost-level monster detected by the association was a giant brown bear. Although a ghost-level monster usually requires multiple A-level or more than 10 B-level heroes, their configuration could already take on 2 ghost-level monsters. TCH, you B-level heroes just assist well. And watch how I, Lightning Max, defeat it. Max, relying on his speed, charged ahead, and Poison Sting rushed up as well. Seeing the 2 A-level heroes looking down on her Blizzard team, a flicker of anger crossed Hell Blizzard's eyes. But she desperately needed achievements to prove herself to her S-level sister, so this credit must not be given up. Don't let them steal the credit from the Blizzard team. Kill, follow me. Hell Blizzard waved her delicate hand, and more than 10 B-level heroes quickly surrounded the brown bear monster, planning to take it down first. The brown bear monster was smashing a police car with great delight, and upon seeing so many people charging at it, it laughed instead of getting angry. Oh, just some S-level folks come to challenge me. Brown bear, truly looking for death. With a roar, it smashed the police car away, unleashing unmatched brute force that struck Lightning Max, sending him flying back even faster than when he charged in, almost leading to a GG. The brown bear monster's claws suddenly elongated, and it clawed at Poison Sting's bamboo shoot, forcing even Poison Sting, with his powerful A-level physique, to stagger back several steps. This brown bear monster is tough to fight. He felt a sense of dread and shifted to a defensive stance. Truly a powerful monster close to God level. This guy really can boast. Roar. Bamboo shoot. Poison Sting shouted as he charged forward, throwing chaotic punches at the brown bear monster, nearly causing it to become self-conscious. Meanwhile, Hell Blizzard was delighted to see the two A-level heroes struggling to hold on and made a gesture, causing several B-level heroes to jump up and throw a large net around the brown bear monster. Hell Blizzard then tightened it with her superpower, temporarily immobilizing the brown bear monster, which roared in anger. Poison Sting took the opportunity to engage it in combat, but could only barely control the situation while gradually injuring the brown bear monster. Just when Hell Blizzard thought they were about to succeed, a sudden sound of rushing wind came from behind. She instinctively activated her telekinetic shield. Although she was firmly an A-level hero, she still couldn't block this surprise attack. Her body was thrown away, and a sudden heavy blow caused her to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. It was a black vulture monster that had been lying in wait for a long time. I've been waiting for a long time. Its immense strength and ghostly speed indicated it was also a ghost-level monster. However, Hell Blizzard smiled, thinking, did the association really send so many people for no reason? At that moment, a strong light burst forth from beneath the vulture's feet, and an A-level hero from the Blizzard team was controlling a remote control in his hand. They had brought the latest light explosion bomb, made by S-level hero Child Emperor, capable of dealing heavy damage to ghost-level monsters. Caught off guard, the vulture monster let out a scream, its fur burning badly, looking like a chicken rolling on the ground. Several B-level heroes quickly took out a binding net again to control this monster, preparing to kill it. Hell Blizzard was gasping for breath. Although they were well prepared, the strength of the ghost-level monsters was beyond imagination. The people present were either busy controlling the situation or were already heavily injured. At this moment, one B-level hero, struggling to control the two heavily injured ghost-level monsters with a net, screamed as his arm was severed, the cross-section almost smooth, and it took a while for blood to gush out. Didn't he expect it? I'm a mantis monster too. You heroes are going to have a delightful death under my scythe today. The tiny mantis monster was hiding behind the neck of the vulture monster. It seemed absurd that a mantis could hide in such a bare spot. Any hero attempting to resist was quickly severed of their limbs in a very short time. This mantis monster's level was clearly not far from ghost level. 3 ghost level monsters. How could there be 3 ghost level monsters appearing? Seeing this, Hell Blizzard's face showed despair. It's over. This time, I will either die at the hands of the monsters or be scolded by my sister when she arrives. For Hell Blizzard, being disdained by her sister for her efforts was even less acceptable than death. The mantis monster clearly recognized that the first B-level hero, Hell Blizzard, was the leader, and it grinned sinisterly, planning to kill her first for fun before releasing its 2 trap buddies. The wind from the scythe lifted Hell Blizzard's hair, reflecting her beautiful eyes that had lost their shine. Bang! An arm blocked the scythe, and the mantis monster was terrified to find that it could not overpower the suddenly appearing man in black before it with its newly acquired ghost-level power. Oh, you official heroes really came early. I've been on the road for a long time, but at least I'm not late. The newcomer was Lip, who had secretly spat out a mouthful of blood earlier, raising his combat power to 53 points. Now his power had surpassed that of the ghost-level mantis monster. Overall combat power, 65, 41, 12, 12, combat power rank, E, beginner ghost level, F segment special effect, chosen 1, slightly enhances the host's various attributes. E segment special effect, fighting spirit. The host's combat power will increase when fighting against enemies with similar or superior strength, based on the difference in ranks, not counting bonuses. It increases by 10 for the same rank, by 30 for 1 rank higher, by 90 for 2 ranks higher, and so on, which can be accumulated with other enhancement effects. It's not advisable to use buffs that go beyond 2 levels. Those who understand will naturally understand. He was originally at F rank, facing the praying mantis monster with only 51 points of combat power. After a surge of 30 points, and then an additional 30 increase, his power reached 62 points, easily overpowering the creature. This talent is truly monstrous. It's practically a blessing for me when facing hellish difficulty enemies. Li Pu's hands moved swiftly, but his mind was racing with thoughts on how to utilize this talent creatively. The praying mantis monster's proud sharp sides could only leave a few shallow scratches on Li Pu, who had tough skin blue. But with his powerful cell activity, blue, and rapid recovery, the marks vanished in no time. Under such circumstances, the praying mantis monster was almost pinned down and beaten, with Li Pu delivering a brutal combo that nearly knocked it out. Even so, because Li Pu had not systematically learned any techniques, he couldn't find a way to finish it off immediately. Beside him, the bloodied Fubuki used her last bit of strength to help the incredibly handsome man in black control the praying mantis monster for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Li Pu delivered a powerful kick, sending it back to the embrace of nature. You have killed a ghost-level monster and gained 3,113 hero points. Although ghost-level enemies are indeed much harder to deal with than tiger-level ones, the rewards are truly enticing. Li Pu felt a thrill of satisfaction. Fubuki stood by, staring blankly at this unfamiliar man who could suppress and even defeat ghost-level monsters single-handedly, yet had never entered the Hero Association. Looking into his deep, sharp eyes, she saw his almost tangible will, strong will green. He was a nameless, unambitious hero. She formed a judgment in her heart. What are you thinking? Behind you. Fubuki was shocked to see the man rushing toward her, his black trench coat brushing against her delicate face. The vulture monster, knowing it was doomed, planned to drag this leading woman of the hero into hell with it. It burned its body to break free from the web of restraints that the B-rank heroes were struggling to hold, but was intercepted by Li Pu, who had significantly enhanced speed, blocking this almost full-force strike. A mouthful of blood was spat out, as Li Pu was infuriated by this foolish woman. Despite being one of the seemingly most intelligent members of the Hero Association, just stared at him dumbly. Little did she know, it was her own charm that caused the trouble. You have killed a ghost-level monster and gained 3,456 hero points. With one punch, he turned the vulture monster into a headless chicken, then coldly looked at her while clutching his chest. B-rank hell Fubuki, if it weren't for me, just now, you would have truly gone to hell. Fubuki's face was covered in blood, almost hiding the faint blush on her cheeks. She lowered her head and, in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, apologized. I'm sorry. Lip didn't bother with her for now. Over there, the A-level hero Poison Sting and a group of B-level heroes were originally able to suppress the ghost-level brown bear monster. However, as the strongest among the three monsters, seeing the other two partners being taken down, its eyes turned red, and its fur transformed into spikes, initiating the second phase of the low-health boss fight. I want you heroes to accompany them to the grave. Feel the power of this great bear. The suddenly enlarged massive bear paw slammed down on Poison Sting's gun, sending both him and the weapon into the ground. The brown bear monster broke free from its restraints, causing the surrounding B-level heroes to stumble and fall. It locked onto the powerful man who had just killed two ghost-level monsters, roared, shattered a large section of the floor, and jumped high, the enormous black shadow almost covering Lip entirely. When Rip approached, he had already taken out his custom gloves, the red design reminding him of the world's strongest man. With a serious punch, Rip smashed the ground with a powerful strike aimed at the gigantic shadow. Bang! The massive shock wave overturned everyone and everything present. The poisonous stinger had just emerged from the ground, and with a bruised face, it unfortunately crashed face first into the ground, unable to get up for a while. Cough, cough. Truly powerful. A hero like you can still remain nameless. The brown bear monster's arm was broken, and its chest was nearly pierced through by this powerful punch, slowly collapsing to the ground and causing the ground to shake. You have killed a ghost-level monster and earned 4,003 hero points. You too. I enjoyed the fight. Thank you. Rip took a deep look at the monster. He had just scanned its data. With a terrifying combat power of 88 points, it was almost at the intermediate ghost level. If it weren't for the previous heavy damage dealt by those association heroes, it would have been difficult to take it down. Although Li Pu appeared calm on the surface, he was secretly moving his numb wrist. Ouch, it really hurt. Fighting a stronger opponent, especially one that was already injured, still required Li Pu to rely on those red boxing gloves to face the brown bear monster head-on. Just 2 days ago, when Dr. Kinos discovered that the monster cells were related to the limiter he had been desperately pursuing, he was overjoyed and gifted Li Pu one of his previous research results as a gesture of goodwill and gratitude. Red boxing gloves, blue. Description: amplifies your strength in direct combat, but only doubles the power in your punches. Speed and endurance are not enhanced, making it suitable only for brute force fighters. TSK. As expected, if you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. It's common sense that those who come prepared have more martial virtue. Li Pu shook his head, turned around, and pulled the unfortunate A-rank hero Poison Sting out from the ground. This unlucky kid had already fainted, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. Lip looked around the scene. Although several heroes were seriously injured, as long as they were sent to the hospital in time, there shouldn't be any major issues. The heroes who could still move came to thank the black-clad figure who had come to their aid. Just when Lip thought things were about to settle down, and he was preparing to count his gains and head home, a gust of wind howled in, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. Was it these useless freaks who hurt my sister? A petite green figure rushed in, and anyone could feel the anger in her words. What are you useless guys doing? The trembling tornado, the second ranked S-class hero, known as the strongest weapon of the association. Inside her seemingly cute and petite body lies the power to destroy this world. The storm was gathering. What does it look like when such an almost invincible superpower gets angry? A few B-class heroes wanted to explain, but with a slight lift of her small hand, they were all slammed against the wall. They had no resistance at all, as if a newborn baby was facing this incredibly vast world for the first time. Sister, no, it's not their fault. Fubuki, covered in blood, had new tear marks on her face. The person she feared the most was right in front of her, and yet she could do nothing. The unmatched power, fueled by anger, scattered the houses in the entire suburb, making the end of the world seem imminent. Hey, have you had enough? This somewhat foolish woman and these heroes were injured while fighting against the monsters. What right do you have to blame them? Even Lip, whose combat power had greatly increased, found it hard to remain unaffected in such strong winds. Although he knew exactly who this seemingly little girl was and what kind of power she possessed, he was not intimidated and pushed back because, in his view, these heroes were merely doing their duty. No one is obligated to protect Fubuki, and blaming them for it was absurd. The terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped Li Pu, almost rendering him immobile. Oh, who are you? Under the gaze of those green eyes, Li Pu felt an unprecedented sense of threat. Just a citizen of City Z. Well, perhaps a hero out of curiosity. Li Pu gently brushed the dust off his trench coat with his heavy hands and looked up, refusing to back down. Sister, please don't hurt him. He saved us, I beg you. Fubuki pleaded urgently. In an instant, she couldn't understand why her proud self would plead so humbly for a stranger in front of her sister. Was it because he saved everyone? Or perhaps because he took a hit for her? Or maybe he spoke up in front of her sister, whom no one dared to defy? Or was it something else entirely that she was unaware of? Upon hearing this, tornadoes, surrounding winds calmed slightly, but she felt disdain from this seemingly handsome man who dared to question her. Therefore, she did not intend to let this guy off easily. You were just teaching me how to do things? She looked down at Li Pu from above, a flash of green light in her eyes, intending to teach him a lesson. A tremendous mental pressure hit Li Pu, almost making his head explode. System, analyze her. Due to the significant gap in power between the two, this analysis only obtained partial information. Trembling tornado gender. Age, 28 overall combat power. Combat power rank. Skills. Wow, this is even less informative than what I can see with my eyes. Li Pu cursed wildly in his heart. Although he didn't display Tornado's combat power, he roughly inferred from his own combat power enhancement that it was truly outrageous. Comprehensive combat power, 385, 41x, 100, 810, 30. Combat power rank, D. Monsters from peak ghost level to mid-tier dragon level or most S-class heroes. The rank bonuses are as follows. F rank special effect, chosen one. Slightly enhances the host's various qualities. E rank special effect, fighting spirit. When the host fights against enemies with similar or greater strength. The combat power will be boosted based on the rank difference, not counting the rank before bonuses. An increase of 10 for the same rank, 30 for one rank higher, 90 for 2 ranks higher, and so on, which can be algebraically accumulated with other enhancement effects. Only at 4 ranks higher can it boost 810. This guy is really brave, but what's the use? This buff can at most help you keep your corpse intact. D rank special effect, bloodlock. If you receive fatal damage, you will enter an invincible state for 5 seconds, during which all damage, control, and negative effects are ineffective against you. This effect has a cooldown of 1 day. Wow, this woman's combat power is B rank? It's a full 4 ranks higher than my original F rank. Li Pu understood long ago that while this E rank special effect seems powerful, in actual cross-rank challenges, the enhanced combat power might not even be a fraction of others. It's only useful when fighting at the same level or slightly higher. A man cannot say he can't. He can't fall at this woman's feet. Li Pu bit his tongue, choosing the path of a hero, and he understood that a hero would never yield to anyone. As the mental pressure became increasingly terrifying, even though he didn't collapse under the temporary combat power enhancement, his brain felt like it was being crushed by a hydraulic press, making it hard to think. In desperation, he recklessly clicked on the determined will, green, skill in his skill panel. This was the only skill that could resist mental attacks and telekinetic pressure. Leveled up, You consumed 1,200 hero points to enhance this skill. Not enough again. Li Pu felt a massive wall rapidly constructing in his mind. But this level was still not enough to withstand the storm. You consumed 4,800 hero points to enhance this skill. Total hero points consumed, 6,000. Enhancing determined will, green, to determined will, purple. Determined will, purple, description, a growth skill that can effectively resist mental and telekinetic attacks derived from mental attacks, and provides a significant boost to cultivation and various qualities. The host can now use willpower to intimidate enemies, and your will carry a hero effect, making all creatures that see you feel that you are a hero. Current hero points, 5,084 points. Did the money I just earned get spent? But at least I preserved my dignity. Li Pu finally felt free to move under the pressure of Tornado, showcasing the strength of the purple level skill. He tried the derived skill of will projection, and immediately everyone present felt a strange aura spreading from Li Pu. It was an aura exclusive to heroes. Tornado's anger had long since subsided, but her curiosity about this man had only intensified. Although she had just performed a normal level mental shock, anyone below dragon level monsters or S-class heroes would basically be killed instantly. Yet Li Pu not only remained composed on the surface under a shockwave, but also exuded such a powerful heroic aura. This aura she had only seen in one man, the S-class 7th-ranked king, known as the strongest man on Earth, whose imperial engine could intimidate dragon-level monsters with his presence alone. He is not a bad guy, Tornado thought to herself, but she would never admit her acknowledgement. At that moment, the association notified Tornado that a rare dragon-level disaster had erupted in City J, which gave her an out. If I don't know where this guy came from, his strength seems just average, right? Maintaining her tsundere attitude, Tornado used her powers to lift her sister into the sky. I have a mission today. Let me see you again next time and see how many moves you can take from me. By the way, what is your name? The two sisters asked in unison, then stared wide-eyed at each other. Li Pu. He lightly shook off the dust from his black coat, waved casually, and prepared to leave, leaving behind a profile like a crowned jade. In the air, Tornado took a deep look at Li Pu, while Fubuki showed a complex expression. We will meet again. Tornado's crisp voice echoed in Fubuki's ear. Fubuki lowered her head, unable to see her expression, letting her sister take her back to the A-City Hero headquarters for treatment. Meanwhile, Li Pu saw an ambulance arriving in the distance, helping to lift several severely injured heroes, including Lightning Max, who had been knocked out at the start and had been slacking off, and the poor Poison Sting. Under the admiring gazes of everyone, Li Pu slowly departed. This battle had greatly benefited Li Pu, not only from the over 10,000 hero points gained from taking down 3 ghost-level monsters, though after feeding them to skills, only 5,084 points remained, but also from his insights into combat. It could be said that he felt his combat power had increased somewhat just from this high-intensity battle, as his body's potential was further released. He just didn't know when he would encounter the so-called limiter, or for someone like him. It was as if there was no limiter at all, like Saitama. More importantly, he saw the special effects of the subsequent ranks, especially E and D ranks, which allowed for more tactical combinations. With these two powerful skills, Li Pu would dare to challenge even dragon level now. In terms of ordinary skills, Blood Spurt was indeed useful. Without it stacking to E rank to trigger special effects, his combat power could not possibly exceed 300, closely chasing S-class lower-tier heroes. Determined Will, purple, was Li Pu's first purple-level skill, and it seemed it could still be enhanced, with tremendous potential. The effects it carried were also extraordinary, significantly improving Li Pu's mental shortcomings, making it a skill that would remain useful even in the later stages. However, the next upgrade would require a whopping 400 hero points. In terms of physical abilities, Tough Skin, blue, and Cellular Activity, blue, were Li Pu's left and right arms. These foundational physical skills were his basic foundation. Without basic combat power, even the highest bonuses would be useless. The helplessness he felt when facing Tornado just proved this. Coincidentally, Cellular Activity needed 5,000 points to upgrade. Li Pu gritted his teeth and clicked it. You spent 5,000 hero points to enhance Cellular Activity, blue, to Cellular Activity, purple. The hero points required for the next level is 15,000 points. An indescribable sense of comfort surged through Li Pu's entire body like a tide, making him involuntarily moan in pleasure. Every time he grew stronger, every enhancement was so wonderful. It was a unique, beautiful scenery on Li Pu's path to becoming the strongest hero who could save the world. Cellular Activity, purple, description, significantly enhances various physical indicators and grants powerful self-healing abilities and physical defense, making it an excellent ability that can comprehensively enhance combat power, with the added effect of increasing certain charm. Lip was pleasantly surprised by the latest enhancement effect. I really don't want to become more handsome. Yet my hand honestly clicked on the panel. Character, Lip gender. Male age. 18 charm. 13. Unreasonably good looks. Overall combat power. 101 combat rank. E mid-level ghost or upper A-class hero level. Special bonuses. Skills. Cell activation. Purple. Strong will. Purple. Blood spouting technique. Blue. Tough skin. Blue. Higher education. White. Cooking. White. Items. Red boxing gloves. Blue. Mobile phone. White. 14. 122 yen. White. Black leather jacket. White. Hero points. 84 points. It's like going back to square one. I still need to work hard. In this world without Saitama-sensei, it's needless to say that it is already shrouded in the shadow of world destruction. So this speed of becoming stronger is still not enough. Every time Li Pu returns home, he starts organizing information about this world, combining his past life memories to deduce that the arrival of the vaccine people will be in about a month and a half, marking the beginning of the plot. The powerful monsters that follow will emerge like fish crossing a river. The main storyline task, the beginning of the hero, becoming an S-class hero, is a must, which is also the reason why Li Pu deliberately engages in heroic activities and searches for powerful monsters. Because only by gaining fame, like Genos, can the subsequent Z-City hero selection become much easier. And there is also a chance to be directly recruited as an S-class hero by defeating powerful monsters, just like King in the previous life anime. This dual preparation has long been planned by Li Pu. In the end, Li Pu identified the most prominent issue at this stage. He has power but lacks skill. In the past, when facing some mindless low-level monsters, Li Pu could rely on his combat experience to overcome them. But when facing stronger enemies, he still feels insufficient. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the luxury of being like the bald hero who doesn't need technique. Li Pu sighed, although he doesn't plan to find a weapon, as that would limit him. Learning a martial art is still necessary. A side task has been activated. Learn at least one martial art and do not use hero points to cultivate it to green level or above. Note: this martial art must have the potential to reach green level or above. Reward depends on the degree of completion. The system really doesn't adhere to martial ethics. Although he knows being suspicious of the system is useless, Li Pu still has to complain a bit. However, the emergence of the task has indeed helped him make up his mind. Learning martial arts in Z-City doesn't even require searching. The best martial arts in the One-Punch world are probably in Z-City: the Flowing Rock Smash Fist and the Whirlwind Iron Fist. One is the signature skill of the S-Class third-ranked Silver Fong, while the other is his brother's martial art. These two, using their human bodies, performed a combination technique that heavily injured the Centipede Elder, one of the top dragon-level monsters in the anime. Silver Fong's original disciple, Geru, even defeated the S-Class hero Tank Top Master using the Flowing Rock Smash Fist without breaking his limiter, different potential limits that every being has too many times. It can be said that learning this is bound to lead to a bright future. Li Pu tidied up some information about the One-Punch world and returned a few necessary messages before organizing his belongings, putting on his beloved black leather jacket, and heading to a dojo on a mountain outside the city of Z. He thought it would be a good opportunity to take a break and recharge. After all, enduring high-intensity battles for so many days was a bit tough. In his previous life, Li Pu was just an ordinary person, and even with a big heart, it was hard to relax in a world full of strange beings. After all, even heroes can't always be on a 996 schedule. As he walked along the way, stopping occasionally and humming a tune while enjoying the flowers and plants by the roadside, Li Pu was quite willing to earn some extra cash when a few reckless monsters jumped out. "Oh, is that Li Pu? Keep it up, hero of Z-City." Occasionally, he met some elderly people on the road, most of whom recognized this hero who had recently defeated many monsters in Z-City and greeted him warmly. It can be said that after a period of effort, his reputation was gradually spreading. Your world reputation has reached 1723 points. Reputation points will be calculated periodically. Your reputation is now somewhat well known, with a conversion coefficient of x1. 5. You have earned open parenthesis 1723 minus 123 close parenthesis times 1. 5 for a total of 2,400 hero points. Li Pu knew that his previous exploits of defeating 3 ghost-level monsters had spread, giving him a certain level of fame in this world. He felt that this reputation would be very useful in the future. Currently, the conversion rate is low, but once it increases, the benefits would surely be terrifying. Li Pu quietly noted this in his little notebook. At the headquarters of the Hero Association in City A, the high-level official Shichi was holding his forehead as he dealt with the complex affairs of the association. Recently, the pressure on the association had been increasing, and they were severely understaffed, forcing them to expedite the recruitment of heroes to join the association. Monsters were becoming more numerous. What was going on? He shook his distinctive large nose. Mr. Shichi, an important observation report has come from City Z. A metallic robot delivered an envelope, and Shichi nodded in satisfaction. These S-rank heroes were indeed reliable, and the 6th S-rank hero, the Metal Knight, was the creator of the association building and the many technological products inside it. Li Pu has a record of defeating tiger-level monsters with a single punch and was a key force in the recent battle against 3 ghost-level monsters, killing all 3. The trembling tornado arrived but failed to land a hit, while the target easily took Tornado's attack, suspected to be hiding even more powerful strength. The City Z Hero Association branch speculated that he possessed the power of an S-rank hero and reported this to the headquarters. Oh, another powerful newcomer? If even Tornado couldn't make him flustered, he must be very impressive, Shichi exclaimed. That guy is just lucky. The next time I see him, I could take him down with a single move. Tornado had previously defeated a dragon-level disaster monster and sent Fubuki for treatment before returning to the Hero Association headquarters. Upon seeing Shichi discussing this newcomer, her pride flared up. Since even Miss Tornado has said so, this report must be true. Well, let us recruit him into the association in due time. Shichi had long figured out the temper of the strongest member of the association and knew that they had struck gold this time, laughing heartily. Tornado ignored him, picking up her height-increasing children's milk and began to drink. Meanwhile, Li Pu casually punched a tiger-level monster into an indescribable form, yawning. It seemed that after a long period of high-intensity labor, he had caught a cold. After climbing an endless series of steps, a simple dojo quietly lay on the mountain, and Li Pu approached at a leisurely pace. After all, elegance never goes out of style, smirking. An old man was sitting at the entrance, hunched over and sipping tea. Li Pu recognized this wrinkled, white-haired elder immediately, the 3rd S rank, Mr. Silverfong. If you mean the title of the Hero Association, then that is indeed me. The old man savored the fragrance of the tea, but here, I am just the master of this martial arts dojo. However, you, young man, are quite remarkable. As the old man's slightly narrowed gaze fell on Li Pu, his body instinctively went into alarm mode. Danger! It felt as if a fierce tiger with sharp fangs was staring at him, although the pressure was not as strong as Tornado's. The old man was one of the strongest individuals Li Pu had encountered so far. If it weren't for his firm will, purple, he wouldn't have been able to remain calm in front of this senior in the hero world. Such strong willpower, such heroic beliefs, TSK. The young people these days are truly impressive. I can rest easy now, the old man, Bongu, praised him with a smile. And only then did Li Pu feel the prickling sensation on his back disappear. Senor, Yuyist, I actually have a request. Oh, what kind of matter would bring you to seek this old man, half buried in the ground? Please accept me as your disciple. I want to learn your flowing rock-smashing fist. Li Pu said solemnly. Bongu fell silent for a long time, seemingly lost in thought. What do you want to learn the flowing rock-smashing fist for? To become the strongest hero, to defeat all disasters, and save collapsing buildings. Li Pu did not make up lies to deceive the old man, as that would be futile. He laid out his purpose straightforwardly. Oh, a hero who saves the world? Bongu slowly stood up, just talking big one to-do. Here, that's the deal. Young man, I see potential in you. If you can take one of my attacks, I will accept you as my disciple. How about that? Li Pu was quite speechless at this suddenly pretentious old man. When you took in disciples before, I didn't see you requiring them to take a punch from you. You, young gem, still need some polishing. Bongu gathered strength on the spot, and the visible blue energy wave shattered the fabric of his right arm. A long howl could be faintly heard. Don't blame me for being too harsh, but this world needs stronger heroes to emerge, Bongu thought to himself. Flowing rock-smashing fist. Li Pu saw the old man coming directly with a tough approach, already wearing red gloves, blue. When facing a powerful enemy like Bongu, he directly spat out blood to create a disturbance, combining it with the special effect of his E-tier battle intent, effectively raising his strength to a level where he could instantly kill his ordinary self. Combat power 222, 101x, 100, 90, 30. Combat power tier E, half of the boost. It has reached the level of a high-tier ghost. Li Pu had just detected the old man, and, as expected, he was a pile of question marks like Tornado. However, judging by the 90 increase in battle intent, this old man was assessed by the system to be a C rank. Compared to Tornado's B rank, that wasn't too far off. Plus, his original rank had already reached E rank, so he was only fighting 2 ranks higher. And the boost wasn't as astonishing as the 810 when he fought 4 ranks higher last time. Focus on defense. Li Pu shouted out a simple technique he developed by learning from his teacher Saitama. It was basically crossing his arms in front of him while activating the power amplification of his gloves. Bang! A tremendous force penetrated his defense like flowing water. Even with his amplified strength close to that of a dragon-level monster, he couldn't completely withstand this force. And 2 drops of real blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Huh, he withstood it? Bangu didn't hold back too much. Even his top disciple, Guru, wouldn't be able to take that punch at this stage and would surely be knocked out. Although he had learned from the Hero Association's report a couple of days ago that Li Pu had the formidable strength to kill demon-level monsters, that was only against some weaker ones among them. This punch should have dealt considerable damage even to a peak demon-level monster. Did he underestimate this young man? Bangu thought to himself he was already prepared to hold back, but he didn't expect Li Pu to completely take it. Disciple Li Pu, paying respects to my master. Li Pu knelt on one knee. Although he wanted nothing more than to give this thick-skinned old man a good beating, he still seriously performed the apprenticeship ceremony. He looked up online for the sake of his livelihood. Haha, old man, I accept you. Come in. Bangu laughed heartily as he walked into the dojo, but to Li Pu, the old man's back looked so lewd. Li Pu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and followed the old man into the dojo. Inside, the dojo was almost empty. It was pitiful that the old man Bangu, a master in the martial arts world, had fallen to such a state. Only in the corner was a disciple sweeping the floor. When he saw Bangu return with a stranger, he immediately became interested. Where'd you come from? Lanzi. Don't be rude. This is my new disciple, named Li Pu, Bangu said as he turned to Li Pu. I will go get the introductory manual for the flowing rock fragmented fist. You can familiarize yourself with the place for now. Li Pu nodded, sat down on the spot, and closed his eyes, just recovering from the internal injury caused by the old man's punch. When Chalanzi heard that this was his junior brother and saw his master going back to the room to get something, he excitedly said, as the elder brother, it is only natural for me to give you some guidance first. Li Pu didn't even raise his eyelids and said, please enlighten me. Lanzi saw that Li Pu was ignoring him and immediately became furious, launching an attack with the flowing water rock shattering fist. Then he clutched his hand and rolled on the ground. Although Lanzi was a reckless youth, his strength was not weak, possessing the power of a tiger-level, F-class, fighter. However, even ghost-level monsters wouldn't dare to say they could break through Li Pu's defense. Li Pu could sit there and let him attack all day without any issues. At this moment, Bangu came out holding a book that was old and peeling. Seeing this, he shook his head. Although Lanzi was reckless by nature, he was the only one willing to stay when the top experts of the dojo were defeated by the traitor and his senior disciple, Hungry Wolf, and the other disciples were scared away. Li Pu's strength was very strong, so Lanzi should not use his seniority to make things difficult. Rolling on the ground, Lanzi's eyes widened when he heard this. The last time his master praised someone for being strong, it was another S-class hero, King. Could it be that this Li Pu also had the strength of an S-class hero? Bangu handed over a secret manual that had been passed down for many years to Li Pu. At this point, Li Pu had already healed his internal injuries with his inhuman self-healing ability and, with Bangu's keen perception, felt that he had returned to his peak. Bangu couldn't help but shake his head, secretly thinking of him as a little monster. The techniques of the flowing water rock shattering fist were all in this book. The old man had no ambition, only seeking to ensure the continuity of his teachings. Bangu had no idea of cherishing his own treasures. Besides, having just tested Li Pu, he roughly knew what kind of person he was, so he directly explained his ultimate skills to Li Pu in detail. While listening to the old man explain the key points, Li Pu casually flipped through the manual, the pages moving rapidly. Seeing this, Bangu advised him, don't be overambitious. If you study diligently, perhaps with your talent, you could master it in half a month. That would already be considered genius. Back in my day, I took 3 days to get started, Bangu said proudly, but soon saw Li Pu close the book, slowly stand up, and punch the screen. The screen didn't budge at all, but a teapot below it flew up. You have learned the flowing water rock shattering fist, white, on your own. Please continue to work hard, and at least cultivate this fist technique to green to complete the side quest. The power flowed like water. This was the entry level. The old man almost bit his own tongue, and Lanzi, who was nearby, was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. You, go train by the waterfall in the back mountain, and come find me when you've mastered it. Bangu quickly turned away to prevent his disciples from seeing his embarrassment and then displayed the speed of a martial arts master, disappearing from sight. Senior Li Pu, please give me more instructions in the future. I, your junior Lanzi, sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. T. Lanzi immediately knelt down in a traditional bow. It's fine. I just came to relax and learn a bit. Li Pu was always the type who wouldn't attack unless provoked, and if someone attacked him, he'd deal with them directly. He waved his hand, accepting T. Lanzi as his junior. With a firm will and the special effect of the purple F-class qualification bonus, Li Pu thought as he walked, recalling how he learned the flowing water rock-shattering fist. It was almost as if the technique drilled itself into his mind, requiring no effort or thought. His body just knew it. This was like T. Lanzi running towards the finish line on two legs, Bongu speeding towards the finish line in a Mercedes, while Li Pu remained still, and the finish line was racing towards him at superliminal speed. High-level skills were indeed impressive. Unfortunately, as time went on, the points required for upgrades became outrageous. The 10,000 points from 3 ghost-level monsters were just over half of the 15,000 points needed to upgrade cell activity, purple. Current hero points, 2782. This was the somewhat depleted state of Li Pu's wallet after a significant power boost. With no skills to upgrade for the time being, he planned to browse Taobao. The exchange list is as follows, showing a maximum of 5 items. The skills of the creatures you recently battled will refresh over time. And typically, a creature will drop only 1 skill or item. Hair spike, green, 350 hero points. Description: hardens all body hair into spikes to attack enemies. The prerequisite is to sacrifice a head of shiny black hair, or perhaps use hair from other parts. Super dive, blue, 1200 hero points. Description: greatly increases diving speed and boosts the damage of this dive attack by 80. Prerequisite: requires a pair of wings. Choosing to become a birdman might be a good option. Meteor fall, orange, 18,000 hero points. Description: manipulate a meteor that happens to appear to destroy everything in sight. Prerequisite: psychokinesis, orange. The meteor will deliver light and heat to the enemies, letting them feel the warmth. Secretion attack, white, 50 hero points. Description: launch a ball of secretion from your respiratory tract or nostrils as a throwing attack, greatly increasing the level of disgust, potentially causing enemies to lose their fighting ability. Body of tempering, purple, 5,000 hero points. Description: a body that has undergone countless battles and training, possessing incredible power and rich combat experience. The first 2 are skills dropped by ghost-level monsters, and the prerequisites are not worth looking at. The fourth was dropped by a wolf-level monster, which is somewhat comparable to the snotty hero in the original work. Lip feels that he has overdrawn his luck a bit recently, and now his luck is like that of a gacha player, fluctuating up and down. The third one is clearly summoned by a tornado. Although it's tempting, unfortunately, there are no prerequisite skills. This is the first time Lip has seen an orange-level skill, and its effect is incredibly powerful. It's a deadly move that can instantly kill most dragon-level monsters if it hits. However, Lip does not intend to practice psychokinesis as his current combat system has already taken shape, inheriting the will of his teacher Saitama, and he has moved on from physical combat power. The fifth one seems to have been created by that old man. This one must be obtained. Upon seeing this skill, Lip drooled directly. It perfectly matches his combat system, but unfortunately, he can't afford it at the moment. Lip still plans to complete the side quests first, so he should have enough hero points. He walks towards the waterfall in the back mountain, preparing to quietly cultivate the flowing rock-shattering fist and become stronger. Sometimes, it's necessary to calm down and recharge oneself. The babbling water gushes out from the spring, first meandering quietly, then suddenly roaring as it flows down, fiercely hammering a man sitting under the waterfall. This man, with black hair and black eyes, has long hair cascading over his shoulders and is bare-chested, leaving countless women speechless. He is closing his eyes, feeling the true essence of the flowing water. And he is Lip. Li Pu has been meditating under this waterfall for 2 weeks. During these 2 weeks, other than eating and using the restroom, he has done everything, including drinking water and sleeping, under this silver waterfall. With his extraordinary physique, he finds sleeping under the immense water pressure quite comfortable. At first, the first meal he had was cooked by his little brother Chalanzi, but he could only manage to get through it thanks to his strong immunity. Frustrated, Li Pu directly spent 300,100 hero points to upgrade his cooking skill to blue. While practicing his punches every day, he caught 2 fish. He cooked the fatter one for himself and gave the smaller one to the old man and the silly little brother. The taste was so good that not only was Li Pu very satisfied, but it also made the old man and Chalanzi come to the waterfall every meal with cooking tools and seasonings, eagerly waiting to eat. Good, Li Pu. Taking you in was truly the wisest choice of my life, the old man Bangu said, finishing the grilled fish in a whirlwind and laughing heartily a few times. However, His laughter gradually faded, and he fell silent. He had once taken a child like this, who showed even greater talent than him, but in the end, that had become the pain of his life. Meanwhile, the big silly Chalanzi was too focused on eating fish to notice that something was off with his master. Li Pu silently pushed his portion of grilled fish over to the old man, then took a deep breath. I should, probably have already entered the inner circle. Huh? What did you say? Enter the inner circle? Don't joke around. That at least takes a year. Bangu was interrupted from his memories, his eyes widening, and the grilled fish in his hand had somehow fallen to the ground. Li Pu, you didn't deceive me, did you? Li Pu casually punched the ground, and water flowed. Blue ripples crawled across the earth like snakes, then surged upward along the waterfall, reaching the peak. With a sound of rock shattering, the ripples instantly exploded, sending debris flying, and the waterfall became even more turbulent. Old Bang's mouth hung wide open. This was not just entering the hall. It could even be said to be a breakthrough compared to the original water flow rock shatter fist. Am I about to produce another master of the water flow rock shatter fist? Bang murmured to himself. Lip was quite satisfied with his training results. In just 2 weeks, he had brought the flowing rock-shattered fist to the blue level, and according to his own feeling, he was probably not far from the purple level. He estimated that the old man Bang Gu had probably been stuck at the orange level for many years. Given this speed, he could not be considered anything less than terrifying. At that moment, someone outside the dojo shouted, "Bang Gu, you rascal, come out." Despite the shock of Bang Gu and his disciple, Lip's eyes sharpened. Although the old man was shameless, he had indeed imparted knowledge and skills to him, and not just anyone could call him by his name. Li Pu erupted with a white gust of air and instantly arrived at the door, only to realize that he had misjudged the situation slightly, as the person standing in front of the door was someone he recognized. Bongu's brother, the whirlwind-cut Iron Fist Master. Bongpu. Oh, so you're the new disciple mentioned in Bongu's letter? The Mediterranean old man looked Li Pu up and down, stroking his goatee, and said, "Although I have to admit Bongu has taken a good disciple, it is really infuriating that he made me come all this way without explaining why." At that moment, Bongu also arrived. Upon seeing his brother, he smiled a bit sheepishly. "Onaizen, long time no see." Stop pretending here. What exactly did you call me for?" A glint of cunning flashed in Bongpu's eyes. "This is my new disciple, and I would like you to check on his progress with the flowing rock-shattering fist." "All right, you always trouble me, your brother." Bongpu shook his head helplessly and gestured for Li Pu to enter the dojo. The two exchanged formalities for sparring, and then stepped back a bit. "So, young man, I'm going to make my move now." Bongpu took a stance that was completely different from Bongu's. "Since you've just been learning for 2 weeks, I won't bully you. I will hold back my strength." Bongu's expression changed between peculiar and amused as he realized that his brother was probably going to suffer a big loss. Li Pu realized that he was also a martial arts master and immediately decided not to hold back. With a mouthful of fake accident blood in his mouth, his combat power soared again. Comprehensive combat power 253, 115x, 1009030, combat rank E, Ghost Peak. Bang Pu should also be a sea-level powerhouse, although he was probably just at the beginning of the sea-level range, but he still had to give his all to deal with it. Flowing water rock, shattering, fist tornado. Iron-cutting fist. Bang Pu's fist momentum was like a gale, but with the enhanced combat power activated. Li Pu was almost swept back like floating duckweed in water by a punch that Bang Pu barely used any strength on. Bang! A human-shaped hole appeared in the wall, and the scene fell into silence for a moment. Cough, cough. This flowing water rock shattering fist has passed. It has passed. No need for further assessment. Although Bang Pu wouldn't be injured, his old face couldn't hold up anymore, and he found an excuse to go to the restroom, displaying the speed that a martial arts master should have, just like old Bangu. Meanwhile, Li Pu remained motionless, showing a thoughtful expression. After a while, his hands began to glide like Bang Pu's starting stance. The wind rose inexplicably. Then, following the trajectory of the wind, he gripped his fist horizontally and unleashed a domineering punch, creating a loud explosion in the air. You have independently learned the tornado iron-cutting fist, white. Bang Pu, who had just returned after managing his facial expression, reacted the same way as when old Bang Gu's disciples saw him master it in 3 minutes. Seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Old Bang Gu, you already have a disciple. Why not let him learn my tornado iron-cutting fist? Bang Pu tugged at his beard and smiled as he took out a manual. Little friend, you are destined to learn my tornado iron-cutting fist. Old Bang Gu stepped forward with a forced smile. Isn't this inappropriate? Oni-san? Li Pu has already performed the apprenticeship ceremony. and unless he withdraws himself, he will forever be the heir of my flowing water rock-shattering fist. If he learns your tornado, iron-cutting fist, it only proves that your fist technique is too simple and can be seen through at a glance. Is this how you respect your brother? Bang Poo's anger was once again provoked, and Bangu was not to be outdone, with red and blue auras swirling around them, ready to erupt into a fierce battle. Seeing this, Li Pu could only express his attitude. I have only worshipped Master Bangu in this life, and I hope Uncle can forgive me. Upon hearing this, Bangu smiled and softened his demeanor, while Bangpu did not become furious, but also calmed down. He did not retract Li Pu's skill in the Whirlwind Iron Fist, but instead handed the secret manual to Li Pu. He said solemnly, "Young man, you are the most talented person I have ever seen. I do not demand anything else from you, only that one day you can carry forward the unique skills of the two of us brothers and use them for a just cause. Please." This elderly man, who had passed his 70s, even bowed deeply, and Li Pu quickly returned the gesture. I will use this power for the cause of heroes. I truly feel the will of both my master and uncle. Li Pu did not mind making a promise to these two old men. After all, he was on the path to becoming a hero who saves the world. The clash of wills caused Li Pu's heroic aura to naturally expand, a powerful and pure momentum enveloping the entire dojo, declaring this man's determination. Ha ha ha, Bangu, your insight is truly sharp. I am very happy for you, Bangpu said, revealing a heartfelt smile, perhaps happy not only for his brother and himself, but also for something greater, higher, and deeper. After enjoying a grilled fish, Bangpu left after carefully pointing out some key points of cultivation to Li Pu, who then once again entered his quiet state of training. Time passed unnoticed during his cultivation. Li Pu sat under the waterfall for another week. Perhaps it was because he had a high innate talent for boxing, or perhaps the benefits of multiple talents were truly significant, but he had just successfully upgraded the flowing rock-shattering fist to purple without any surprises. However, further training beyond that was extremely difficult even for him. Indeed, it was not easy to master a master-level boxing technique, Li Pu lamented, as he could not temporarily see the path after fully mastering the flowing rock-shattering fist. Every martial arts master must completely walk their own path to make further progress in martial arts. You have already formed the outline of your own path in such a short time. That is unprecedented. Old Bangu had quietly appeared beside Li Pu at some point. Although he felt gratified, he couldn't help but curse inwardly that this was a little monster. Still too slow. Too slow, Li Pu shook his head. You're not satisfied with mastering a top-level boxing technique in 3 weeks? The old man Bangu was already stunned into numbness. Everything about this was too fantastical and absurd for him, an elderly person. Seeing that Li Pu was still not satisfied, he suddenly became furious and said, "You little brat. You should know that it took me a whole cough." The old man quickly hit the brakes, avoiding self-humiliation, and awkwardly changed the subject. Anyway, you should take your time to settle down in this phase. Don't progress too quickly. It will be beneficial for you later, you little brat. Saying this, old Bangu vanished in the blink of an eye, once again demonstrating what master speed looked like. Stinky old man, both bad at fighting and loves to play, huh? Li Pu muttered, opening his panel and discovering that the portion of energy he spent practicing the Whirlwind Iron Fist this week had also reached green level, which is quite good. Rising from the turbulent waters, Li Pu stretched lazily, his whole body creaking like bells and drums. He lightly threw a punch, and blue ripples spread across the entire waterfall. The water from the flowing stream seemed to reverse, as if defying the gravity of the earth, causing the waterfall to flow backward according to his will. This level of boxing technique should give the opponent a big surprise in actual combat, Li Pu said with satisfaction. He put on his clothes to cover his iron-like physique and set off for the dojo. Bangu seemed to know something as he sat in the main seat of the dojo, quietly waiting for Li Pu to arrive. I'm going down the mountain, old man, to participate in the Hero Association selection in City Z. If being a hero is your path, then go ahead and do it. Both master and disciple tacitly did not say anything more. Li Pu bowed and then went down the mountain. At the selection venue for the Hero Association in City Z, countless people wanting to become glamorous professional heroes were waiting here, although very few among them would eventually become heroes. Li Pu put on his black trench coat, and his looks, which even the gods would envy, stood out among the uneven candidates like a crane among chickens, or rather, like an elephant among ants. This attracted a lot of eager gazes, most of which came from young girls, with a small number from women of other age groups, and some others. Li Pu's senses were locked onto by a multitude of predatory gazes, and he had no choice but to activate his aura. Suddenly, all those stares shifted. Such a strong presence, it could create this immense sense of pressure, just like King, who ranked 7th in S-Class. I could feel that the man in front of me seemed like a born hero, as if the world was calling out to him. That ridiculously handsome older brother must be the recent shining star of Z-City. He is going to become a professional hero. A man who is both handsome and powerful must be able to become an A-Class hero, right? A-Class. You underestimate this man. I saw him defeat 3 demon-level disasters in a row last time. The aura of Lip makes it hard for people to think of him as anything but a powerful hero. It can be said that after becoming a professional hero, he naturally gains his own fan club. The selection process of the Hero Association is very strict. Each participant must pass both a physical fitness test and a written exam, each worth 50 points. A total score of 70 points is required to become a C-Class hero, 80 points for B-Class, 90 points for A-Class. And a perfect score can directly qualify one to become an S-Class hero, although this is nearly impossible. Lipu nodded. He was already aware of these rules. In the anime, Saitama broke the Hero Association's record in the physical test, but only scored a miserable 20 points in the written exam, being rated as a C-Class hero. This incident highlights the importance of not being one-sided in skills. Lipu didn't have such worries. In his previous life, he was a top student who had attended a 985 university. Although he eventually became a recluse, without such an educational background, he wouldn't have had higher education. He could still write articles, so it could be said that he had a firm grasp of the written exam portion. Coupled with his popularity, achievements, and strength, securing the position of an S-Class hero was practically a foregone conclusion. Lipson loosened his collar. The efforts of the past 3 weeks were about to pay off. He clicked to submit the side quest. It was detected that the host already possessed the flowing rock fragment fist, purple, and the whirlwind/iron fist, green. You far exceed the task requirements. Learn at least 1 martial art and reach green. Now, settling rewards. You have earned 163 hero points and a skill that can be developed. Lip was overjoyed. The rewards for the side quests were quite abundant. With the refresh time for the exchange list approaching, he quickly acquired the skills he desired. He spent 5,000 hero points to obtain the refined body. And a massive amount of training experience flooded into Lip's mind, making his body feel as if it had been honed countless times, becoming increasingly solid and tough. He spent 1,500 hero points to obtain Weakness Insight, Blue. Weakness Insight, Blue is skill understood by the Old Man Bomb after decades of hard training and combat. It grants a certain probability of hitting the enemy's weak point during battles, currently providing a 27 damage bonus. The latter skill was just unlocked from Bomb, and its effect left Lip very satisfied. The side quest also rewarded him with another skill, and Lip didn't know whether to laugh or cry after reading it. Extreme Fist Path, no rank, description, greatly enhances your understanding of fist techniques while significantly weakening your weapon proficiency, superpower proficiency, and all self-taught skill proficiencies except for physical techniques. It also doubles the power of your punches. Note, one thought becomes a god, another thought becomes a mere mortal. This means I can't avoid becoming like Saitama. Lip looked at this skill speechless, although the effect was incredibly powerful and greatly enhanced his combat ability. The side effect was that he would likely have to bind himself to a melee identity. He first held a mouthful of collision blood, boosting his combat power by 30. Then, he noticed a remarkable change in his combat power compared to before. Combat power, 212, 163 by 130, combat power rank, E equivalent to the level of a low-level monster, current hero points. 1145 not bad, the original combat power has increased. Now, just activating the blood spray technique could make him stronger than Genos when he first debuted. It should be noted that Lip's true strength lies in his ability to unleash punches with multiple times the power against formidable enemies. Lip estimated that he could easily take on a low-level dragon monster now. The first item was lateral jumps, and Lip immediately executed them with afterimages. Although there were only 3 or 4, they still stunned many judges and spectators. He was still far from Sonic's 10 Shadow Burial at supersonic speed. Lip shook his head and continued with the next item. The second item was a 1,500-meter run. Lip lapped the second-place competitor 3 times on a 400-meter track. The guy almost thought he was running backward. Weightlifting, shot put, vertical jumps, and even whack-a-mole were completed quickly by Lip with overwhelming advantages, breaking the records of the Z-City Hero Association. As for the headquarters records, he was unsure. After all, not every powerful hero excels in physical fitness, and not every S-Class hero has S-Class levels upon entering. Lip's teacher, Bang, was only ranked 77th in B class when he first joined the Hero Association. In the final boxing test, Lip took a deep breath, rock smash. He unleashed his full power. If he were facing a demon-level monster, that punch would probably turn it into meat paste. In the original story, Saitama's punch on the punching power tester broke through 2 walls and embedded itself in the wall. Although Saitama's punch couldn't even be considered an ordinary punch, it was just him acting casually. On the other hand, Lip's testing machine went bang, 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 breaking through 4 specially set alloy walls of the association, piercing through the venue, and even the staff ran for a while before they found the remnants of it. Li Pu felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected that the combination of the red boxing gloves, blue, doubling the damage, and the extreme fist path resulting in a total of 4 times the punch damage could be so powerful. That day, for some reason, thousands of people showed up for the hero selection in City Z, but only a few dozen actually completed the tests, while the others quietly withdrew midway. The written test asked for opinions on the world's political systems, which was quite a rare question in the Hero Association's question bank. Most of those who remained for the written test were scratching their heads, and it was estimated that their scores would be as dismal as those of the original character. Saitama. After some time of understanding, Li Pu realized that the relationships between the 24 cities in the One-Punch world are somewhat similar to that of Confederation, with not particularly close connections among them. Lip directly borrowed from his memory of certain laws from the time of the United States or the Confederation, elaborating on the pros and cons of both the Confederation and the Federation. As for whether the government officials would listen, that was not his concern. However, such an article would undoubtedly be quite stunning at this time. Finally, it was done, and he was just waiting for the results. Although it was almost impossible for anything to go wrong, Lip still felt a bit nervous, as this was his first main quest, and it was related to whether he could traverse different worlds to become stronger more efficiently. Just when Lip was bored watching the sparse participants walking out, a loud explosion suddenly erupted in his ears. Boom! A huge fireball appeared behind him, and a massive creature, dozens of meters tall, emerged from the middle of the road, instantly shaking all the vehicles on the highway. Vehicles close to the gigantic monster were even flipped into the air, and almost everyone present had not yet realized what it was when it had already caused immense destruction to City Z. Li Pu was the first to realize that this was an incredibly powerful monster. He leaped into the air to catch a small car that was suspended in mid-air, and then within a very short time, he caught another one. Hurry and save the people. This monster is extremely powerful. Quickly evacuate the surrounding area. No. Citizens of City Z. Li Pu took a deep breath and looked at the creature covered in black fur. Although it was large, it was clear that it was a rodent. I am the king of groundhogs. My son died here, and I want all the humans here to accompany him in death. Li Pu awkwardly realized that this gigantic groundhog monster seemed to be the father of the tiger-level monster he encountered 3 weeks ago. It wasn't me who killed him. It was clearly that Spring Whisker. Why are you seeking revenge in Z City? Li Pu thought to himself. Children, charge. With a wave of the Groundhog King's hand, hundreds of groundhogs appeared, 2 of which were over 10 meters long, while the smaller ones were still several meters long. Similar to the tiger-level groundhog Li Pu had seen at first, the rest were at least the size of a large dog. Alert! Alert! Z City is under invasion by a large number of monsters, including 1 dragon-level monster, 2 ghost-level monsters, dozens of tiger-level monsters, and hundreds of wolf-level monsters. The association has dispatched the nearest heroes for rescue. Please do not panic and quickly hide or evacuate. Aha! You damn heroes, feel the fear. A ghost-level groundhog monster over 10 meters long locked its gaze on Li Pu and charged forward, kicking up clouds of dust. Lip took a step back, briefly gathering strength, causing the floor beneath him to crack in layers. The blue fist shadow directly shattered the groundhog monster. You have killed a ghost-level monster and earned 3,838 hero points. With just 1 punch, he killed a ghost-level monster. This not only stunned the Groundhog King who was watching the show, but also excited the professional and non-professional heroes present. The ghost-level monster was instantly killed by Mr. Lip. Everyone, let's go together. And that dragon-level monster, which is a powerful creature that even an S-level hero might not be able to defeat, but if it's Mr. Lip, he can definitely delay or even defeat it, right? Li Pu shook off a few drops of blood from his face, watching as the king of the groundhogs continued to roar, completely unaware of the severity of the situation. He was still some distance away from another ghost-level monster, and he threw a punch into the air. Waves of blue and red rippled out. carrying a heart-pounding energy that flew through the air at high speed and accurately hit the ghost-level groundhog, under the force of 4 times his punch's power. Even after losing much of its strength in the air, the powerful force still pierced through the head of the ghost-level groundhog monster, killing it on the spot. You have killed a ghost-level monster and earned 4,233 hero points. The king of the groundhogs initially thought there were no S-level heroes present and considered letting his minions wipe this place out. But he never expected this man to be so powerful, killing 2 of his generals with just 2 punches. His rage nearly suffocated everyone present, and dark clouds quickly gathered in the sky, forming a pitch-black beast that roared silently. "Come to me and die." At this moment, he finally unleashed the strength expected of a dragon-level monster. With a swipe of his claws, a massive thundercloud unleashed a bolt that instantly struck Li Pu, who had just enhanced his strength with a newly acquired 1,000 forging body, purple, leaving him feeling slightly numb. This guy seemed quite formidable. He would have to go all out for a life-and-death battle. Li Pu's expression grew serious as he focused on detecting the strongest monster he had encountered since his arrival. King of the Groundhog's Charm, 1 overall combat power, 353 rank. The initial stage dragon-level monster. Skills, Thunderbolt, purple. Cell activity, orange. My current combat power was still some distance away from him. It wasn't enough. I needed to be stronger. Li Pu directly spent the newly acquired hero points on Blood Spray, blue. You have upgraded Blood Spray, blue, to Blood Spray, purple, spending a total of 4,000 hero points. The combat power increased from 30 to 70. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling new strength surging within him. An idea struck him. He pretended that he had already exhausted a lot of power fighting 2 ghost-level monsters and had suffered new injuries, gasping for breath. "This kid has killed both of my sons in quick succession. He must be out of stamina," thought the king of marmots, squinting his eyes. He swung his giant claw with 9/10 of his strength, intending to completely kill Li Pu. The tremendous force created a pit over 3 meters deep in the ground, with dust flying everywhere. Even an S-class hero, except for the top few, would suffer severe injuries and be on the brink of death after taking this punch. Now, even if he had some strength left, he should be dead by now, right? However, reality proved to be different from expectations. Amid the astonished gaze of the dragon-level monster and the surprised shouts from the crowd, Li Pu actually stood up slowly, pushing his fist out of the big pit. "Is this all you've got?" "I'm a bit disappointed." Li Pu shook his head. Lip didn't look like he had suffered a heavy blow at all. Instead, his strength had become even more powerful, to the point where he could compete with a dragon-level monster in terms of physical prowess. What is going on with this human? The king of groundhogs watched Lip with a look of astonishment, wondering how a guy who hadn't become a professional hero could stand toe-to-toe with a dragon-level monster like itself. Li Pu didn't care about its feelings. Since it had given up its long-range advantage to engage in close combat, Li Pu didn't mind sending it on its way. He leaped onto its claw and, taking advantage of its old strength being depleted and new strength not yet born, he punched directly at its heart. The unstoppable immense force penetrated through the thick outer skin and tough muscle tissue of the king of groundhogs, reaching its relatively weak heart. It spat out a large mouthful of real blood. Such exquisite martial arts, combined with powerful force, had already twisted its internal organs into chaos. If it weren't for its powerful life force as a dragon-level monster, this moment of negligence could have costed its life. "I still underestimated you, but the king of groundhogs, am not a mere plaything." It erupted with a powerful aura once again, causing its body to swell by a third, crashing down with great force to force Li Pu away from its vital spot. Then it pointed a claw at the sky, and instantly, a purple light danced erratically in the clouds, transforming into a massive thunderbolt that merged into its claw. "Little bug, to die under my ultimate move is your fortune." A hint of pleasure flashed in its blood-red eyes. It held nothing back against this human. It wasn't a mindless monster, even if the opponent was unknown. Once they possessed strength worthy of its attention, it would still go all out. Groundhog Thunderstorm. The power of thunder extended from its claw, forming a gigantic thunderclaw that covered the sky, causing all the heroes present to change their expressions dramatically. Such a monster, even a new Star City Z would have trouble dealing with, right? We must believe in Lord Li Pu. A hero like him will definitely not lose to this monster. Li Pu's heart was as calm as water. Indeed, this groundhog-like monster was quite strong for someone at the early dragon level, and long-range attacks were his weak point. However, with several enhancements to his skills, his combat power was now on par with it, and he was even stronger in a head-on confrontation. Eagles do not break their wings in thunderstorms. And wolf packs do not retreat in darkness. Li Pu stepped forward, with blue light in his left hand and red light in his right. He was simultaneously brewing the flowing rock-shattering fist and the whirlwind iron fist. The path of the extreme fist greatly enhanced Li Pu's already strong talent for martial arts. And, at this moment, he was even able to use two different fist techniques at the same time, flowing water carried by a whirlwind, breaking rocks, and severing gold. If the Bongu brothers were present, they would be amazed to find that Li Pu had executed the combined technique Explosive Chi and Sky-Shattering Fist, which they could only perform together. In the original work, it could shatter the tough skin of the dragon-level Elder Centipede, known for its powerful defenses. Although the Explosive Chi and Sky-Shattering Fist Li Pu unleashed alone was not as strong. It was more than enough to deal with a freshly entered dragon-level opponent whose strength was not comparable to the Elder Centipede. Boom! The massive red and blue shockwave collided with the purple lightning in the air, and the resulting shockwave destroyed a large number of buildings. Fortunately, the Hero Association would take responsibility. Otherwise, Li Pu really couldn't afford the damages. The lightning was gradually worn away by the unmatched power of his fist. Even though it twisted and turned like a venomous snake, it could only dissipate unwillingly between heaven and earth. The power of the fist still surged, striking the heart of the dragon-level monster, creating another huge hole in its already injured body. The injured Groundhog King had its ultimate move completely shattered by a fair hit, and now not only was its body heavily damaged, but its spirit was also filled with the desire to retreat. This is impossible. I must be in poor condition today. Otherwise, how could I lose to a child like you? Although the Groundhog King kept talking, it was already preparing to flee. Li Pu was indeed powerful in a direct confrontation, but it was impossible to kill it, as it could burrow underground. Once I recover, I will return and not only skin you alive, but also flatten Z City. It completely disregarded its dignity as a dragon-level monster and directly burrowed back into the hole it came from. At this point, Li Pu was a bit anxious. Although he could defeat this dragon-level monster in a direct fight, he couldn't catch up with it now that it was determined to escape. But at that moment, the association's reinforcements arrived. A helicopter hovered high in the sky, and before Li Pu could see who was coming to support, a scream came from the groundhog's hole. To Li Pu's astonishment, a layer of earth the size of half a football field was pulled out like paper, along with the fleeing Groundhog King. A bunch of useless people. It takes me to deal with such low-level monsters. I really don't know how Shichi manages the association. A green figure flew out of the helicopter, ignoring the Groundhog King's pleas for mercy. With a flick of her small hand, the earth layer along with the dragon-level monster was compressed into a small ball of extremely high density, then exploded. The Groundhog King, a remarkably powerful dragon-level monster, was forever bound to the soil under such great power. The system detected that the host's output percentage in killing the dragon-level monster reached a certain level, and now, according to the ratio, hero points are awarded. Your output percentage is 56.1, gaining 8,134 hero points. However, Li Pu was not in the mood to pay attention to the system prompt. He was staring at the strongest hero of the association in the sky, the S-Class Tornado, whom he had met before. Unbeknownst to him, Tornado was also staring at him. Tornado's delicate little face showed no expression, and her green pupils were focused on the man in a black windbreaker, who had surprised her a bit. After hearing that a dragon-level monster appeared in Z City at the association's headquarters in the city, she put down her specially supplied milk and immediately set out. Although most dragon-level monsters were as fragile as bugs in the hands of the association's ultimate weapon, for this world, they could potentially cause catastrophic destruction. Thus, she was prepared for the possibility of Z City being largely destroyed, but upon arrival, she saw that the guy was fighting the dragon-level monster back and forth, and even gaining the upper hand, which stirred some waves in her heart. This man probably really has S-Class strength. Compared to the useless ones the association raises, he can be considered a noteworthy force. Tornado thought to herself, but her mouth was full of arrogance as she said, "Hey, the guy down there. How useless do you have to be to still not deal with such a rat after so long?" Really embarrassing. Not only did Li Pu feel a black line upon hearing this, but even the other heroes present looked embarrassed. Tornado had effectively scolded everyone there. And the Groundhog King spirit in heaven was also thinking, "You are the rat. Your whole family are rats." Tornado slowly floated over. Her proud little hands crossed over her most barren area, and her petite figure clashed with her 28-year-old mature age. "Forget it. I don't want to talk about you anymore. Although you dealt the final blow to this dragon-level monster, you did contribute to the citizens of Z City, so I won't blame you for stealing some of my achievements." Li Pu waved his hand, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. Hearing this, Tornado's pride was almost broken. Last time I let you go. This time I will definitely teach you a harsh lesson. Tornado, please forgive my disciple. The old man will provide you with someone who is not. Two beams of red and blue light rushed over, belonging to the two martial arts masters, Li Pu's so-called masters Bongu and Bongpu. They had rushed over after hearing the association's warning, but since their dojo was nearby, they were just a bit slower than Tornado, who had taken a helicopter. Bongu was also somewhat speechless. Although his disciple was strong and had a very good character, he was a bit too straightforward in his speech. Faced with Tornado, who could crush him at any moment, he still didn't change his style. However, as a hero, he actually appreciated Li Pu's fearless attitude towards power. Tornado closed her eyelids and turned her little face away. Even the highly respected S-Class 3 Silver Fong of the association could only silence Tornado. But she still showed no good face to Li Pu, who was completely unafraid of her. Disciple, if the old man didn't miss from a distance just now, you just used both the whirlwind iron fist and the flowing rock-shattering fist at the same time? Bongu turned to Li Pu, and although his face remained calm, he was clearly not at peace as he stroked his beard. Li Pudian nodded as his disciple faced the enemy, and in a moment of inspiration during the final battle, he simultaneously unleashed two styles of fist techniques, unexpectedly merging them together, greatly increasing their power and severely injuring the dragon-level monster. Not bad. You have half of my former style, the old man said with a smile. This move is the combined secret technique of my flowing rock-shattering fist and whirlwind cutting iron fist. I'm quite pleased that you could learn it, you old fool. Hearing this, Bongu was beaming, but Bongpu next to him almost lost his balance from the boasting. Lip did not expose the old man's bragging, but simply asked for the name of the move. The exploding air-splitting fist, that's its name. Lip, if you can comprehend this punch on your own, you're not far from the realm of a grandmaster. You must practice diligently and not waste your decent talent in martial arts. The old man said this seriously at first, but his voice grew weaker as he continued. Ahem. Brother, since my disciple is fine, let's head back. The grilled fish left by my disciple hasn't been eaten yet. Bongpu couldn't hold back anymore. Hearing his brother brag made his old face turn as red as an apple. Indeed, the grilled fish is very important. Bongu also disregarded the awkward excuse and fled with his brother, not forgetting to privately remind the association staff a few things before leaving. Seeing Bongu leave, Tornado no longer troubled Lip and prepared to head back herself. After all, her special high-protein milk hadn't been finished yet. The air of the flowing rock-shattering fist can't even defeat a big rat. You only deserve to clean up the remaining little rats with this trash. The tiger-level, wolf-level groundhog monster. Tornado glanced at Lip one last time and muttered to herself that she must teach this guy a lesson during the association's annual hot spring trip. She then boarded the helicopter and returned to the headquarters in City A. The hot spring trip, isn't that a benefit only S-Class heroes get? Lip's body, now at the biological limit of the 5 senses, naturally heard Tornado's final mumble. He couldn't help but smile. Leaving several heroes pursuing the remaining monsters and the association staff cleaning up the battlefield in a daze, both men and women among them. It seems my S-Class status is secure. Even this proud individual recognizes me. I can look forward to the main quest now. Lip put away his somewhat damaged red boxing gloves after a fierce battle. Although it was an excellent blue equipment produced by the Evolution Home, it was still a challenge for it to perform effectively in such high-intensity combat. Lip planned to take it to Dr. Kino's for repairs and see if there were any other good items from his decades of research. With a shake of his trench coat, he joined in the cleanup of the terrified Tiger-class and Wolf-class mole people, and immediately the battlefield turned into a one-sided slaughter with the screams of the monsters. This couldn't be blamed on Lip for shamelessly bullying these weak monsters. The main concern was to prevent further losses to the association. There are no hero points to earn from worthless beings. Upon returning to his new home in downtown Z City, Lip slowly relaxed his body while casually turning on the television. Recently, the suburbs of Z City had been invaded by a large number of monsters, including 1 dragon-class monster and 2 ghost-class monsters, which had been dealt with by the Hero Association and enthusiastic citizens working together. The main heroes involved included Mr. Lip, the star of Z City, who performed outstandingly, single-handedly killing 2 ghost-class monsters, severely injuring the dragon-class monster, and together with the 2 S-Class heroes, the trembling Miss Tornado who arrived shortly after, killing the dragon-class monster. It was reported that Mr. Lip had already participated in the Hero Association's professional hero selection, and many speculated that he might become an A-class hero or even higher as soon as he joined the association. While casually eating the fruits he brought back from the dojo, Lip opened his panel to check his gains. Your world reputation has reached 5,723 points. Reputation points will be calculated periodically. Your reputation is now outstanding, with a conversion coefficient of x2. You have gained open parenthesis 5,723 minus 1,723 close parenthesis times 2, a total of 8,000 hero points. You have a total of 21,213 hero points. Striking it rich, Lip is very satisfied with his current savings. Although his hero points were almost depleted during the Great Battle, he managed to earn some points from defeating dragon-level monsters and later from beating the water rat, which has made his wallet swell again. Character: Lip. Gender: male. Age: 18. Charm: 14, above the ordinary human limit. Overall combat power: 234 combat power rank. Upper tier ghost level or top tier a level hero or lower tier S level. Special bonus: upon reaching this rank, your various attributes will slightly improve. Note: even within the same segment, the difference in combat power can be significant, and combat power rises exponentially. So the host must be very cautious. Skills: cell activation, purple; tough skin, blue; steadfast will, purple; higher education, white; cooking, blue; body tempering, purple; weakness, insight, blue; blood spitting technique, purple; flowing rock crushing fist, purple; whirlwind iron fist, blue; path of the extreme fist, no rank. Items: red gloves, blue; mobile phone, white. 180. 325, white. Has the fist technique been honed and upgraded? It feels great to become stronger. Li Pu relaxed his mind and took a good rest for a few days. He was in the middle of a beautiful dream when suddenly his senses alerted him to a few people standing outside the door, causing him to sit up instantly. However, sensing that these individuals harbored no ill intentions, Li Pu decided not to press a concealed button nearby. He had been very careful to set up some good defenses inside and outside the house to prevent enemy attacks. Knock, knock, knock. The door was being knocked on. We are staff from the Hero Association. Please open the door, Mr. Li Pu. The association has a message regarding your appointment. Lip checked carefully and confirmed there were no issues before opening the door. A staff member in a suit was holding a certificate folder. Mr. Lip, we apologize for the delay in issuing your test results due to the unexpected attack during the hero test last time. Li Pu took the certificate bag and directly pulled out the recognition certificate. The letters were twisted and curved, and unlike Saitama-sensei, who only has one curve, it has two bends. Li Pu has been recognized as an S-class hero by the association. He only nodded slightly, seemingly indifferent, and what he was really thinking remains unknown. Several staff members were quite impressed to see him remain unfazed despite becoming an S-class hero. The leading staff member quickly explained. First of all, congratulations to Mr. Li Pu on becoming an S-class hero recognized by the association. Moreover, due to your contributions before becoming a professional hero, your ranking has been adjusted from 17th to 16th in the S-class, with the 17th position now held by the sexy prisoner. Additionally, the association appreciates your involvement in the dragon-level monster incident and has used a significant portion of the reward to purchase a house for you in City A, with the remaining amount transferred to your card. Please check it. Lip nodded again and mentioned how his savings on the panel had suddenly increased so much, and he even owned a property in City A, feeling quite pleased. This is the headquarters communicator, which can contact the headquarters without barriers in most environments. Any tasks will also be notified to you through the communicator, and we hope you can continue to contribute to humanity as a professional hero. The staff clearly had heard many of his deeds and respected him greatly, all bowing to him, which made Lip feel a bit embarrassed. After accepting the communicator, Lip sent off a few staff members, played with the device for a while, and then put it away. He took out his phone to check his lovely little vault. Confirming the amount in his savings and the location of his property, Lip was satisfied and intended to continue sleeping, but unexpectedly, his phone suddenly exploded with a bunch of messages, leaving him quite helpless after reading the content. All of them were messages from his fans. Lip rubbed his forehead. Since becoming an S-class hero, his exposure had significantly increased, especially in City Z, where local fan groups accounted for almost half of the total population. His hero fan club had smoothly emerged, particularly because of his exceptional looks, which had attracted countless fans almost instantly. And he was now close to surpassing the popularity of the #1 mass sweetheart. What a sin. Lip quickly deleted all those messages and set his phone to do not disturb, to avoid being harassed 24/7 by fans, whether male or female, who had ulterior motives towards him. However, these were minor issues Lip didn't mind. What he cared about was his main storyline task. as it related to his future development trajectory. Main task: the beginning of a hero. 13. Become an S-class hero. Main task detected as completed, with good completion. Now rewards are being issued, randomly drawing one skill, purple or above. Li Pu's eyes lit up. This completion reward was indeed good. Although he was already very wealthy, a skill above purple was still precious to him. Currently in the random world, he completed a random task, the Naruto world. Naruto is great. The power ceiling is very high, so let's get something good. Randomly generating skills. Random completion. You have obtained the skill 8 Gates of Duinjia, modified, orange. Seeing this result, Li Pu was very satisfied. Everyone knows how powerful the 8 gates are. Just knock on Grandma Li's door and open it. That's it. Moreover, the system indicated that opening the 8 gates, modified, does not require chakra, which he was very pleased with. Otherwise, he would have to find ways to acquire chakra skills. However, the system continuously gave him explosive skills, leading to a serious discrepancy between his actual combat power and his paper combat power. The 8 gates of Duinjia, modified, are divided into 8 gates: opening gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, death gate, view gate, shock gate, and closing gate. After the system modification, the host can develop or practice to increase the number of gates opened and create corresponding skills. It seems that practicing physical skills should also be prioritized in the future. Each gate opened should significantly enhance my strength. However, the closing gate should not be opened recklessly. Li Pu recalled the storyline of Naruto, and the most memorable part was when Guy almost kicked out the ending, which encapsulated his youth. You have gained one opportunity to traverse worlds. After using it, you will instantly and randomly traverse to a world tainted by the original darkness, and after completing certain tasks, you can choose to return to your original world. In the future, when encountering overwhelming enemies, I can use this shameless traversing technique. Also, what exactly is the original darkness? With both gains and questions, Li Pu planned to quickly go out and visit his dear Dr. Genos to take advantage of some benefits. In a certain hidden valley on the outskirts of City Z, Lip had come once before, so this time he was naturally familiar with the route and knocked urgently at the main door. This guy, does he not know that such loud knocking is only done by the dead? Dr. Kinos, who was in the middle of an experiment and couldn't spare a hand, wore an angry expression. If it weren't for the decent items he brought last time, I would definitely have lost my temper. Seeing the master angry, the muscular armored gorilla quickly reminded him, "Master, please calm down." Not to mention that Lip has an organization behind him capable of producing such advanced biological technology. He himself possesses dragon-level combat power and has recently become an S-class hero, making quite a name for himself. We should be cautious around him. Fine. I also know that we should see what this guy wants. After all, we are still in cooperative phase. Dr. Kinos quickly reined in his emotions, and since both he and the clone were occupied, he had the muscular gorilla greet the guest instead. The huge alloy door of the evolution house slowly opened with a clang, revealing a dark tunnel. Lip was wondering why no one came out to greet him as he slowly walked in by himself. Dr. Kinos is too petty. Just because I knocked a little harder, not even the attendant is welcoming me. "Mr. Lip, I'm here." It was only when a muscular gorilla, perfectly blended with the darkness, spoke and revealed its snow-white teeth that Lip noticed someone was there to greet him, and he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh, I see. Sorry to trouble you to lead the way." The man and the gorilla walked down the corridor, and soon they arrived at the reception hall he had visited before. Lip looked around and immediately noticed something strange. Were Dr. Kinos and his clone. "Doctor? He's busy, but you can tell me what you need, and I will inform the doctor," the armored gorilla explained. Actually, there's nothing much. Just wanted to talk about the boxing gloves the doctor gave me." Bang! A thunderous roar came from not far away, and the ground shook as if a significant earthquake had occurred. What's going on? Lip was puzzled. The evolution house was quite concealed, and he had only found this place using methods to locate electromagnetic blind spots. Moreover, its defenses were decent, so normally it should be difficult to suffer such an attack from the outside. Could it be from inside? Before he could finish his thought, the titanium alloy wall beside him suddenly shattered, and several bloody and mangled corpses were violently thrown out through the hole. Lipulima stood up, his expression serious. "The clone of Dr. Kinos is dead, and without a doubt, this must be your trump card, the Azura unicorn beetle. Just like the information we have on your organization, it is indeed unruly." The panicked muscular gorilla beside him couldn't help but agree in astonishment. "Your organization is truly powerful, and I apologize for the inconvenience." At that moment, a slightly urgent voice from the broadcast came through. "Mr. Lip, please come quickly with my subordinates. Due to some experimental negligence, One of the specimens is now out of control. If you can help me contain it, there will be a reward. And I am also willing to cooperate more deeply with your organization. Lip was not pretentious. He pulled his strength, which was only at the initial stage of the ghost level, and with a few leaps, he arrived at the source of the sound. Although the Azura rhinoceros was very powerful, in its normal state, it only had the strength of a mid-tier dragon level. After going berserk, it should have the strength of a high-tier dragon. With my current combat power combined with the berserk state, I should still be able to fight it in its normal state. Lip quickly calculated in his mind. What worried him was that if it truly went berserk, he would have to spend all his hero points, and he still wanted to save them to learn the meteor strike from Tornado. Lip chuckled self-deprecatingly, then shook his head. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. If it came to that, he wouldn't take any risks. His life was always more important than external matters. The sound of gunfire was coming from the clone of Dr. Kinos. As he got closer, he saw the bloodied clones of Dr. Kinos everywhere. And even a few familiar monsters from anime like the Lion King and the Mole had unfortunately turned into piles of flesh, either splattered on the walls or embedded in the ground. Mr. Lip, I'm truly sorry. During this time, we became fascinated with the monster cells you provided last time. And while trying to load some of its characteristics into the experimental Azura rhinoceros, problems arose. Now its murderous instincts can no longer be suppressed. A bloodstained clone of Kinos hurriedly explained and expressed its apologies to Lip. Goodness, this is still the butterfly effect's fault. However, Lip didn't dare to voice that out loud. He just responded a couple of times and pulled out his already damaged gauntlets, preparing to join the battle. Before him, the Azura rhinoceros with its eerie purple eyes was rampaging and destroying everything around. Since this was just a regular holding area and not the specially designed combat space of Dr. Kinos from the anime, the surrounding passages had been wrecked, exposing the intricate underground network of the Evolution House. I am a monster. What right do mere humans have to command me? I want to kill. Slaughtering a city must be quite fun. Ha ha ha. Its fat lips uttered words that would terrify ordinary people. But for Lip, who heard monsters boast daily, it was nothing special. Many monsters could boast much better than it. Didn't he see the god of the 18th Order claiming he could smash the bald man's head? Oh, quite the bravado, want to fight me? Lip loosened his tie and jacket. He had come dressed quite formally today, and he felt a bit pained thinking about how this expensive outfit might get damaged. He would have to get Kinos to reimburse him later. A little shorty? The massive rhinoceros turned its small, green bean-like eyes to lock onto Lip. There was a bit of danger, but it should not be stronger than him. At this moment, it still had a bit of rationality. Realizing that Lip had the qualifications to fight it, but he posed no immediate threat to its life. So it went wild. I thought that useless Kinos called for some help, but you're just a bit better than that defective Lion King. Are you polite, Lion King? Oh, come and try, and you'll find out. Lipu detected the information of this guy with one click. Azura Unicorn Beetle, normal state, charm, 0. 8 comprehensive combat power, for 98 rank. D, mid-level dragon class monster, skills, primal instinct, purple, cell activity, orange, monster cell, fusion state? Oh no. No wonder it entered a killing state early. The intervention of this monster cell made it harder to control this technological creation. It needs to be resolved quickly. With this in mind, Lipu no longer hesitated and directly opened the first gate of the 8 gates. Open. The first gate of the 8 gates, modified, was activated, enhancing the host's stamina, strength, etc., with a current total combat power increase of 20. Then he spat blood onto the unicorn beetle's face, leaving everyone puzzled while he had already entered the best state. Comprehensive combat power, 514. 8, 234x, 100, 30, 70, 20. The combination of god-level talent, blood-spitting technique, and an enhancement from the 8 gates made Lipu's combat power visibly swell, even steadily surpassing the unicorn beetle in its normal state. You foul insect have angered me. This blood damage is not significant, but the insult is extremely strong. Its ugly face twisted into a knot, and it punched through the sound barrier, rushing towards Lipu like a demon. Then it flew back at a speed even faster than before. After great difficulty pulling its limbs out from the wall, it looked at Lipu with eyes filled with suspicion. What a powerful aura. Could it be that it was hiding its strength before? This bug seems to be unable to defeat me. Lip blew the smoke rising from his gauntlet. This thing was completely damaged. A blue item could not withstand a dragon-level battle for too long. The effect of this punch was a sudden burst of power, catching the stag beetle off guard due to its previous perception of its own paper-thin strength. Now, Lip found it difficult to deal a heavy blow again. Is this all the strength you have? Lip didn't give it a chance to catch its breath. He directly clenched his fists, and an aura emerged. The red and blue spirals swirled and intertwined like fish. In an instant, a punch was thrown. The punch was like a flying dragon's shadow, breaking through the sky with thunder, sending the stag beetle's body flying like a puppet, crashing through several layers of thick steel walls before stopping, with green blood splattering everywhere. The enhanced explosive airburst fist could be said to be Lip's ultimate move at this moment. Under full power, the recently injured azure stag beetle naturally couldn't withstand it, and its horn was shattered. Stop. I'm not fighting you anymore. The stag beetle, which had been clouded by its killing instincts, finally regained some clarity. Mainly, it was still unsure whether it could truly perceive Lip's full strength. After all, it was normal for an S-class hero to have hidden cards. Lip, I really don't have anything left. Seeing this, Li Pu calmly withdrew the completely damaged gloves. Since the objective had been achieved, there was no need to stubbornly continue with this thing, just like Saitama in the original work, making it so angry that it directly entered its demonic mode. All right, considering Dr. Kino's face, I'll let it go today. After all, you are quite strong. The stag beetle, seeing the way out, became less defiant and straightforwardly let a few of Kino's clones take it to the nutrient chamber for hibernation. Phew, finally, I don't have to use my hero points. The upcoming plot is not short of powerful dragon-level monsters, so it's better to save up, though I will use them when necessary. Li Pu thought to himself, then smiled wickedly. Dr. Kino's, is it time to settle the payment? Dr. Kino's walked over with a face of constipation. This time, Mr. Li Pu indeed helped a lot, so I will naturally fulfill any request. I wonder what kind of reward Mr. Li Pu desires? Well, it's nothing much. I just want you to fix this gauntlet. It's a bit fragile. Lip took out the blue-level gauntlet, which had already developed several large holes, revealing its intricate structure. Dr. Kino's took it and immediately changed his expression. My masterpiece. How many battles did you fight with it to make it look like this? Although it was just a byproduct of my research on the combination of biology and mechanics. It took me several years of hard work. Lip smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had indeed participated in quite a few battles recently, and even the best equipment couldn't withstand such wear and tear. Although Dr. Kino's gaze seemed to want to swallow him whole, Lip had helped him after all, and as a partner, the top scientist wouldn't go back on his word. He immediately instructed several clones to use some precious technology and rare materials to expedite the repair of the gauntlet. All right, I will repair this gauntlet. Do you have any other requests? Although Dr. Kino's tone gradually returned to calm, his face, which smiled without real warmth, made Lip instinctively feel uneasy. Seeing this, Lip quickly brought up his next request to avoid Dr. Kino's changing his mind. Doctor, do you have any auxiliary products that are more suitable for me? They don't need to be as good as the gauntlet. Dr. Kino's expression darkened again. It seemed that dealing with this bastard was necessary. However, with Kino's composure, he acquiesced. I do have something suitable for you, but not much. Right now, I can only give you one. As he spoke, he gestured for a clone to open a large warehouse. White steam slowly emerged, revealing a huge device filled with high-tech features. This is a comprehensive simulator, a result I borrowed from the research of Bofei, the original name of S-Class Hero Metal Knight, many years ago, which can adjust the gravitational multiplier to a certain extent. Li Pu's eyes were filled with brilliance, which was just right for his physical training. Dr. Kino's waved his hand and continued. In addition to gravity simulation, there are also simulations of water pressure environments, vacuum environments, and other multiple states. Oh wow, Li Pu could finally say goodbye to his daily wet training under the waterfall. He made a quick decision. This is it, I'm quite satisfied. However, Dr. Kino's smirked cunningly. Don't be in a hurry, such a sophisticated device. You probably won't be able to handle it by yourself. I can help you transport it to the location you need for free and install it with one click, so you can use it directly. Lip detected the tone immediately, and, isn't this a bit too polite? Kino's, smiling, replied, not at all. I've just hit a bit of a bottleneck in my recent research, and I'm not sure what to do. Huh, is this what you call free? Lip inwardly cursed the shamelessness of this old man. Dr. Kino's had seemingly rejuvenated. If it didn't give this old fox some benefits, he might face unexpected trouble during his next training session. Thus, Lip resolutely said, I trust Dr. Kino's research capabilities. I just happen to have some materials. With that, Lip reluctantly opened the refreshed exchange panel, preparing to find a high-end item from the system to appease this guy. The exchange list is as follows. Displaying a maximum of 5 items. The skills of the creatures you've recently battled will refresh over time, and generally, a creature can only refresh one skill or item 1. Digging, blue. 1400 hero points description. A hereditary skill of the Groundhog clan. perfected to the point of being able to dig through anything in the hands of the Groundhog King. 2. Blood of the Shura modified. Purple, 6,000 hero points description. Once activated, the user's IQ is reset to 0, with a significant increase in the desire to kill. And combat power dramatically rises as IQ decreases. After modification by a hero, the influence of the desire to kill has been removed. However, due to grade restrictions, the issue of IQ decline remains unresolved. 3. Groundhog Whip, purple, 4,000 hero points description. This is the most valuable part of a certain dragon-level monster, yet also the least valuable. 4. Earth Affinity, blue, 1,500 hero points description. As a child of the Earth, your movement speed on the ground increases by 15, and the speed of health and energy recovery rises by 15. Mother Earth will always be your most reliable support. 5. Meteor Fall, orange, 18,000 hero points description. Manipulate a coincidentally appearing meteor to destroy everything in sight. Prerequisite: telekinesis, orange. The meteor will deliver light and heat to enemies, allowing them to truly feel the warmth. Upon seeing the blood of the Shura, Lip smiled. This was something he could take from the people and use for the people. With a thought, he spent 6,000 hero points to transform the blood of the Shura into a bottle of purplish-red liquid, which he carefully stowed in his pocket. This was a necessary expenditure for maintaining relationships, and Lip was not truly stingy. He took it out and waved it in front of Dr. Kinos. And under his curious gaze, Lip said solemnly, "Dr. Kinos, I just observed your experimental subject. While its strength is quite impressive, it seems to have some flaws in its personality." Exactly, Lip continued. If it weren't for my inability to solve this issue and my reluctance to part with such a precious experimental subject, I wouldn't have allowed such a city-slaying madman to remain. Dr. Kino sighed, noting that he was only researching how to break biological limits, not intending to use these experimental subjects to threaten humanity. This bottle of blood of the Shura might be useful for you. Its effects are quite similar to that of the rhinoceros beetle's ultimate move, and it can eliminate the interference of the desire to kill. You can study it yourself. Kinos first examined it before nodding to signal his assistant to store it in a refrigerated box. He wasn't worried at all about Lip lying, and considering he had infiltrated his evolution house to this extent, even calculating what he needed, there was no need to deceive him with such a systematic product. Instead, it made him more wary of Lip's organization, the name of which he wouldn't even utter, and he secretly resolved to maintain a good cooperative relationship. Mr. Lip is truly generous. I am very satisfied with this cooperation. I will send a transport vehicle to help you deliver that comprehensive simulator. And once the boxing gloves are repaired, I will also send them to your designated location. If there are any future cooperation projects, please take care of Evolution House. Thank you. Lipu nodded and asked him to deliver the items to the dojo on the mountain. It was impossible for Kinos to send them directly to his safe house, and Master Kalanzi and the others could also experience the feeling of high-tech assisted cultivation. After Lip left, Kinos let out a sigh of relief, finally getting rid of this pest. Nothing good ever came when this guy showed up. To his surprise, it seemed that everyone knew about my evolution house. Dr. Kinos frowned. What organization could it be? The Machine God? Or the recently emerged Monster Association? It's hard to guess. However, one thing is certain. There must be a traitor here. Otherwise, how could so much confidential information be leaked? I need to find the traitor. How dare they leak information? Humph. Dr. Kinos' expression darkened completely as he turned to the staff, especially focusing on the muscle-armored gorilla who seemed to be idling around. It seemed like it had been going out the most lately. Putting aside how Dr. Kinos would catch a non-existent traitor in the evolution house, Lip, who just came out of the evolution house, also breathed a sigh of relief. Getting benefits always comes with a price, Lip murmured to himself. However, exchanging it for what he needed most was not a loss. The 8 Gates was his first orange skill, and practicing it well was definitely worthwhile. Also, the rhinoceros beetle actually hinted to Dr. Kinos before leaving that thing was very dangerous, hoping he would handle it with caution. I wonder if he understood my meaning. Lipu shook his head, not wanting to think too much and focusing on preparing for his next task. If you remember correctly, it was around this time in the original story that the plot began. Dragon-level monsters were about to emerge one after another, but he was no longer the ordinary person he had been when he first arrived in this world. Main quest started. The beginning of Heroes. 23. Requirement: become the first S-rank hero. Side quest started. The original darkness approaches requirement. In this world where the original darkness is still in its initial stage, kill 10 creatures that have been corrupted by the original darkness. Wow, it's finally here, the main storyline of the second chapter of this world. It really seems simple at first glance, but upon closer thought, it becomes quite troublesome. Le plus honnête. The main storyline seemed fine at first glance. But considering the current situation of the Hero Association, this task could be said to be as challenging as when he first looked at the initial main task. It is well known that although the rankings of the Hero Association are somewhat inflated, the S-rank heroes are indeed exceptionally strong, mostly relying on their own abilities, except for King. The last-ranked Sexy Prisoner and the Vestige Master can easily handle ordinary Ghost-level threats, and can be considered as Ghost Peak or Dragon Initial. As for the heroes ranked slightly higher, aren't they all capable of soloing Dragon-level threats? What made Li Pu even more frustrated is that this task means he has to compete for rankings with his master, Silver Fong, who is ranked 3rd in S rank, and that terrifying woman ranked 2nd. Setting aside his master's C-rank strength, it's just a matter of master-disciple loyalty. The Trembling Tornado, who is an underdeveloped legal lowly, is recognized by the system as B rank, and without hacks, she is a terrifying existence 3 ranks above him, to become the number 1 in S rank. Even if he has enough achievements, he will inevitably have to face that woman. With his current strength, not to mention if Tornado throws a meteorite, even if she just tosses a building, he estimates he would be done for. Li Pu felt a chill run down his back at the thought. As for the S-rank first place in the explosion, it seemed like there was still no news when he crossed over, and he didn't know where to start looking. In any case, the main storyline task could be summed up in one word: trap. Li Pu was too lazy to complain about the system's hellish difficulty tasks. He would take it slow. On the contrary, the side quests seemed elusive, but he had a bit of a clue. Although Li Pu had never seen the original dark-infected creatures, he had been paying attention after the system mentioned them multiple times, and he later found some clues. 3 years ago, the crab monster that fought against the ordinary Saitama must have been infected by the original darkness. See Chapter 3, Otherwise. How could the timeline have changed so abruptly? That's right. The system had hinted at this before. The hint stated that the original darkness could infect the multiverse's time and timelines, leading to some unpredictable malignant changes. Host, please be careful. See Chapter 3. Lip clapped his hands and then began to ponder. So the original invader won't be hard to find. We just need to look at where the original plot was disrupted, and we can basically find a shadow. The key to this task is the unfolding of the original plot that follows. For a moment, whether it was an illusion or something else, Lip felt that the clouds in the sky had darkened by 3 points. A system said that the world of the original dark initial infection had been destroyed to this extent, and the road ahead would be even more difficult. In the suburbs of Z City, at the Mountain Dojo, under the waterfall at the back of the mountain, Lip is directing the driverless transport vehicle sent by Dr. Kinos to dismantle and install the comprehensive simulator step by step. Truly an impressive mechanical creation. However, when Lip got the manual, he was overwhelmed because it had a staggering 300 pages. Then, things got even more daunting when the transport vehicle's intelligence reminded him that this was just the table of contents, and that Dr. Kinos had thoughtfully sent another small truck to deliver the complete manual later. Ultimately, Lip decided to let it help him directly adjust the preset mode, saving his poor brain, which had a higher education, white, non-upgradable, from the strain. He couldn't let anyone know he was a slip-through of a 9-year compulsory education system. Once everything was set up, Lip tried it out for a bit and couldn't help but marvel at the technology. The simulated multiple gravity environment was incredibly realistic, and the sweet, intelligent voice prompted him about his current status, assisting him in training more efficiently. It was simply considerate to the max. Li Pu made such a big fuss here. Just after finishing the pickled fish left by Li Pu, Bangu and his apprentice came over upon hearing the noise. Master, what is this? The apprentice, Chalon Zi, didn't have any particularly strong feelings. He was just curious about what his junior brother had brought back. I don't know either, the old man replied honestly this time. However, after trying it out, he immediately became unserious. Well, the simulator works quite well. Since you, Li Pu's beloved disciple, have the heart to show filial piety, I won't refuse. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already closed the training chamber door, leaving the 2 apprentices waiting for quite a while before he came out. It's indeed quite good. I have already checked it. It is very helpful for cultivation. After all, Bangu is a martial arts master and still cares about his reputation. So he decided to let Li Pu, the one who brought the device back, determine its usage. In terms of caring for his disciples, Bangu is indeed one of the best masters in the punch world, but he almost lost his reputation due to his rebellious disciple, the Hungry Wolf. Li Pu clasped his hands together and said, "This was given to me by a friend of mine. During this time, I might need to use it frequently for training in martial arts. However, I plan to donate this training aid to the dojo in the future, as it can help cultivate disciples. After all, I won't need it myself anymore, so I might as well repay the old man's teachings, Li Pu thought silently to himself. Bangu didn't expect Li Pu to be so generous. He instinctively frowned slightly, and his originally stooped body straightened a bit as he was about to refuse. Then, as if he thought of something, he shook his head and smiled. Then I'll accept this favor. He then slowly stroked his beard and said solemnly, Old man knows that you are now an S-rank hero of the Hero Association. Your strength, character, and talent far exceed that of ordinary people, but I still have to say a word of caution. If you encounter a rebellious disciple of mine, a hungry wolf. Bangu's expression became somewhat unnatural as he said this, and his wrinkled hands tightened slightly. Be sure to be careful, and do not be careless. Also, if possible, kill him. Lip stared blankly at the silent old man. Silver fangs? Perhaps, but now he looked more like a failed, melancholic father. In the city that operated as usual, most of the passengers on the train were numbly staring at the screens in their hands, either for their 996 jobs or for their 007, like studies. In this world, ordinary people were not only exploited by capital and caught up in competition with their peers, but also had to worry about the threats posed by monsters. It was hard to say which was more unacceptable for people, or perhaps they had to accept both. Bang! Flames erupted alongside a huge cloud of smoke. And for a moment, the already numb crowd was stunned in fear. After a while, someone shouted, A monster has appeared, run! Some people began to flee quickly, while others continued with their business. Compared to the unknown threats from monsters, the threats of daily life were more lethal to them. At the headquarters of the City Hero Association, alarms echoed throughout the building, and many staff members rushed back and forth with anxious expressions. The Central Command personnel shouted for everyone to intensify their assessment of the disaster level. If the association's intelligence capabilities were stronger, they would know that this disaster was clearly a dragon-level threat that had not been encountered in the past 6 months to a year. Dragon level was already the conventional highest level of disaster in the One-Punch world. Generally speaking, even ordinary S-level heroes would not dare to confront a dragon-level monster alone. Even if they won, any injuries would be a huge loss for the association. Moreover, as the frequency of monster appearances increased, every S-level hero was an indispensable asset to the association, which often had grievances it could not express. Do we understand the current situation? A scruffy supervisor asked seriously. There are reports that Lightning Max and Smiling Superman are on their way. A sweet-looking association staff member quickly responded. Hopefully, this disaster can be weathered smoothly. The association needs manpower everywhere, the supervisor sighed. Meanwhile, the A-level heroes Lightning Max and Smiling Superman, whom the association had high hopes for, were already lying among the ruins, unaware of their fate, further highlighting the ferocity and strength of the attacking monster. With the power of a dragon-level monster, even 10 or more A-level heroes might not be able to win, let alone hold it off. Another series of massive explosions occurred. Several streets disappeared into thin air, and in the enormous pit, there were no living beings left, except for a purple figure. The dragon-level monster, Vaccine Man, who resembled a Dark Lord, casually clenched his hands, instantly forming several blue orbs of light that whistled away, claiming countless lives in this hellish scene. Earlier, as soon as Lip heard the alarm from the communicator provided by the association, he immediately exited the gravity simulation room. With a puff of white steam, the metallic door slowly opened, revealing Lip's strong and slightly sweaty body. My physique is stronger than most ghost-level monsters that rely on physical abilities. Even so, training under 10 times gravity is still somewhat challenging for me, but the results are excellent. I've successfully progressed to the second gate of the 8 gates, revised. Li Pu slightly stimulated the acupoint on his head, and a faint green light immediately appeared around him. The second gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, modified the rest gate, has been opened, lifting the physical fatigue limit and over-extracting the body's energy to restore stamina, offsetting the fatigue caused by the energy consumption speed of opening the gate. The host's overall combat power has increased by 40. The modified 8 gates retain some of the original characteristics, but the values are quite regular. It doesn't mean that combat power skyrockets with each gate open, but even so, the enhancement for Li Pu is visibly apparent. However, time is still not enough. If it weren't for the Great Fist Path giving me a significant boost in physical techniques and boxing, I wouldn't have been able to open the second gate so quickly. Dr. Kinos, after confirming that the blood of Azura could indeed solve the side effects of the killing desire, immediately expedited the repair of the boxing gloves and reinforced them before sending them to Li Pu, whom he sees as a major benefactor. Thus, Li Pu's current state can be said to be unprecedentedly good. Restraining his immense power, Li Pu immediately rushed at full speed to City A, preparing to confront Vaccine Man, the earliest villain to appear in the original work. He knocked down all the heroes that came, and Vaccine Man rampantly created destruction. Coincidentally, there were no S-class heroes available to come, so it could be said that if left unchecked, he could soon turn City A into a wasteland. Ha! Humans who shamelessly destroy the Earth are nothing but this. He laughed maniacally, even casually shooting down the Association's drones with a laser, which is likely the reason why the Association attributed the credit for taking down the dragon-level monster to King, who was closest at the time. Amidst countless red and black ruins, a little girl was helplessly searching for her parents, who had long perished. Vaccine Man showed no mercy upon seeing this. One of his hands suddenly bulged with muscles, intending to crush the little girl into meat paste. Flowing water, rock, shattering fist. A wave of blue fist energy struck precisely from behind, hitting Vaccine Man's purple head and forcing him back a few steps. However, those few steps gave Li Pu the opportunity to transform his fist into a palm and send the little girl away. The flowing palm force caused no harm to the girl. Instead, under Li Pu's nearly masterful control, she flew to a hillside hundreds of meters away, maximizing the prevention of her being affected by the battle's aftermath. Lip knew in advance about the arrival of the vaccine people and rushed over at full speed. Yet he almost didn't make it in time. One can imagine how fast the bald guy playing games on TV must be. Lip looked at the Vaccine Man, his expression slightly serious. This strange person was stronger than he had imagined. He hurriedly spat out a mouthful of old blood, opened the 8 gates, and casually placed his hands behind his back. Vaccine Man charm. 3 overall combat power. 601 rank. D. Mid-level dragon class monster. Skills. Source of plague. Orange. Non-human entity. Purple. Energy bomb. Purple. What made Lip most wary was the source of plague, this orange level skill, because it was completely unmentioned in the original work. It's all the bald guy's fault. Every time he punches, he turns his opponent into dust, which leaves many monsters' abilities unknown to me. Lip felt somewhat speechless. Compared to Lip, Vaccine Man, although not as surprised, was slightly intrigued. Oh, compared to those previous useless ones, you seem to have some strength. What is your background? Li Pu instantly became displeased. Who do you think you are? What does looking like this have to do with purple sweet potatoes? Shut up, you pest. Humans repeatedly destroy the environment and waste resources, which has led to my existence. The Vaccine Man. The Vaccine Man, in rage, had bloodshot eyes. The Earth is a living organism, and you humans are nothing but pathogens that corrode its life. Lip was touched by this statement and thought of something. To eliminate humanity and the disastrous civilization it has spawned, I was born in accordance with the consciousness of the Earth. It roared with a twisted face. Spikes emerging from its body, its form constantly enlarging, fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth, resembling a malevolent spirit. Trash like you, indeed should be dealt with by me, the Earth's apostle. You've said too much. Lip knew this guy liked to ramble, and had secretly been building up his momentum while it spoke. The hands that had been hidden behind him were now revealed, and they were charged with the power of the explosive wave fist. Li Pu is not someone who loves to talk nonsense. He immediately unleashed his ultimate move with a bang. This punch, infused with the essence of extreme martial arts and enhanced by 4 times the power of his red boxing gloves, combined with his current combat strength of 535, was truly earth-shattering. Half of City A was stunned by the power of this punch. Countless citizens hid in their shelters, trembling in fear of being targeted by such a powerful monster. The Hero Association building was shaking, and many thought a new dragon-level monster had appeared. Some timid female staff even started to sob. Commands were issued one after another, and the higher-ups even considered relocating the Hero Association headquarters at this critical moment when there was little high-level combat power available. They had been unable to contact King nearby to save lives. Until news arrived that a B-level hero was watching from a distance, it turned out that it was not a new dragon-level monster, but the newly promoted S-level hero Li Pu. Instantly, the association erupted in cheers. Li Pu didn't expect that his punch would be so outrageous. The street in front of him was torn open, creating a massive trench with a diameter of several meters and a length of over 100 meters. The spiraling ripples even twisted the steel bars in the ground. The enormous body of the Vaccine Man, after swelling up, was forcefully sent crashing into a building that was already in ruins, and after a moment of shaking, it collapsed under the overwhelming weight. Seeing the scene, Li Pu became secretly vigilant. The Vaccine Man was not so easy to deal with, although it seemed like just a single punch from the bald man for him. Aside from a few high-level monsters and god-level mosquitoes, who wasn't just one punch. Lip picked up a nearby street lamp and, empowered by the strength to cut through iron, hurled it into the ruins. This strike shattered the sound barrier and shot towards the position of the vaccine man like lightning. Bang! A hand, swollen with bulging muscles, barely broke through some flesh and absorbed this deadly blow that would kill anyone who touched it. Dragon level, not a sign of weakness. The vaccine man, looking like a malevolent spirit, indeed got back up. Although the wounds on his body were terrifying, they were slowly healing, indicating that Lip's ultimate move was not a life-threatening injury for him. Cough, cough. How dare a mere human attack me, the great apostle of Earth? I will make you and your filthy kind pay the price. It quickly conjured several energy balls in its hand and shot them out. Li Puyun executed the flowing rock-shattering fist with agile footwork, dodging effortlessly while ignoring the explosions behind him and quickly closing in on the vaccine man. The old man Bangino once said that the essence of the flowing rock-shattering fist lies in flowing like water, using softness to overcome hardness, sometimes playing with the opponent like water, and at times delivering a thunderous strike that shatters stone and pierces gold. At this moment, Li Pu was maximizing the strengths of the flowing rock-shattering fist, engaging in close combat with the vaccine man, preventing him from using long-range skills. Bang! Bang! Although the vaccine man occasionally hit Li Pu, he still took more punches due to Li Pu's storm-like assaults on his already injured body. Humans think they can defeat the embodiment of Earth's with a mere set of trashy martial arts? Look, this guy even dares to distract himself by talking during the fight. Without hesitation, Li Pu activated weakness insight. See Chapter 13. And the next strike landed squarely on its mouth, a shattering rock blow. Spit. It coughed out a large mouthful of green blood. The vaccine man's mouth was nearly smashed to bits, and its unsightly tusks were nowhere to be found, leaving it dizzy and vulnerable to another round of Li Pu's beating. Seeing itself repeatedly suffering heavy blows, the vaccine man's hatred reached its peak. A deep, melancholic darkness arose within its heart. Lipton felt something was off and quickly accelerated his already furious attack speed. This is the power that Earth gives me. The vaccine man's skin silently turned dark, and his eyes became completely blood red as he unleashed punches and kicks. Lipton was surprised to find that the monster before him had skin that was indestructible. What once could inflict wounds now felt like mere scraping. This is the rhythm of becoming masterly. The system detected the original dark erosion target. Vaccine man, original dark erosion state, charm, 0. 5 overall combat power, 999 tier. D, incredibly close to dragon level upper tier monster, skills, original dark power, orange, source of plague, orange, non-human organism, purple, energy bomb, purple. Is this the erosion of the original dark? Although he had predicted it in his heart, Lipton was still taken aback by the specific changes. The original dark power is likely the source of the vaccine man's sudden increase in strength by more than double. It seems that the culprit behind Saitama, who was still an ordinary person at the time, not being able to defeat the tiger-level crab monster, has been found. This is truly absurd. Lipton instinctively shook his head, not realizing who the truly absurd one was. Humans, did you enjoy hitting me before? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Feel the Earth's disgust towards you bacteria. The vaccine man fixed his gaze on Lipton, a terrifying green light gathering in his mouth. Play descends. The green smoke rapidly expanded, instantly filling the surrounding area for dozens of meters, and even the ground gradually turned a ghastly green, as if the steel and concrete were about to melt in this green smoke. Li Pu's heart was filled with alarm, and he immediately wanted to escape. But the now stronger vaccine man suddenly disappeared, causing Li Pu's pupils to constrict. Bang! Li Pu received the same treatment as the previous vaccine person, with his entire body plunged into ground, leaving only his 2 legs twitching outside. Not only was his body externally damaged, but Li Pu's keen observational skills horrifically discovered that there were countless tiny green particles, like dust, invading his organs. This won't do. If this goes on, I'll be done for in no time. Does this vaccine person really think I'm easy to manipulate? Li Pu gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain all over his body, and shouted in his heart, "Damn it, is this a cheat? System, give me some points." At that moment, hero points, 15, 213 points. You spent 15,000 hero points to upgrade cellular vitality, purple, to cellular vitality, orange. This excellent skill, which provides an all-around boost, is the foundation of Li Pu's combat system. Many powerful monsters possess this skill, and once it reaches the orange level, the significant enhancement it brings to the physical body can elevate one's pure physical strength to the level of a dragon-class monster. It's really expensive, but it's totally worth it. Lip couldn't help but smile. The use of hero points was just right. It felt great to hit the enemy like this in a life-and-death battle. His previous combat power in a bear state was 234, and now it had directly broken through the degrade barrier to reach 397 points. One could only say that 15,000 hero points are indeed worth 15,000 points. The more you invest, the more you get in return. At that moment, his total combat power was 953. 397x 100 3070 for 0. Huh. Why has this kid's momentum suddenly become so strong? The dark force had merely amplified the greatest desires within the vaccine man's heart. His hatred for Lip and for humanity, but it hadn't driven him mad. No matter how strong you are, I will definitely crush you first. Then I will completely wipe out this filthy race of humanity. It laughed maniacally, gathering an energy ball, preparing to take advantage of Lip being hit by its ultimate move to annihilate him. After gaining the support of cellular activity, orange, Lipu felt that the green dust inside him was temporarily suppressed by his significantly enhanced physical abilities, which made him extremely delighted. However, he knew this was only temporary. The force of the plague was rapidly eroding his body in the surrounding green environment. If he didn't act quickly, he would inevitably lose. At this moment, Lipu was facing the toughest battle of his life, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death. But ever since he crossed over, he had gradually prepared himself for this. Don't underestimate the belief of an S-class hero. With his unwavering will, purple, Lipu roared and caught the incoming energy balls with his relatively unimportant left hand, which instantly exploded and disappeared. Enduring the excruciating pain, Lipu charged up a punch with his right hand, seizing the brief moment of the vaccine man's spellcasting paralysis to unleash a weak point insight, instantly shattering the unprotected left side of his massive body. Damn, this human must be a madman. The vaccine man was filled with rage, as no one would have expected Lipu to adopt such a reckless fighting style, trading injuries for injuries, and he ended up suffering a huge loss. Lip didn't care about its thoughts, taking advantage of its illness to go for its life. With a spinning kick, he struck his right leg against its right arm with a heavy impact, sending shockwaves that shattered all the nearby glass. Is this kid crazy? I don't believe he can withstand the pain of his severed limbs. The vaccine man was overjoyed and directly grabbed Lip's leg with his remaining right arm, using all his strength to pull him down. Suddenly, who knew that Lip had already infused his leg with a destructive force, causing it to explode. Lip's blood splattered all over the vaccine man's face, temporarily blinding him. Lip sneered. The path to becoming a hero is destined to be accompanied by pain. How can mere bodily pain withstand the heart towards the path? Other bodily losses are secondary. Lip was risking his life to create another opportunity for himself. With a surge of power from his waist, his right fist, enhanced by gloves, aimed for the vulnerable head of the blind vaccine man. Despicable human, I won't bang. The punch, aimed at life from death, did not disappoint Lip's expectations, directly exploding the head of the vaccine man, who couldn't react immediately after going blind. The moment of annihilating the vaccine man had finally arrived. Lip, having lost a hand and a foot, was barely holding on with sheer willpower, panting heavily, nearly fainting. Yet, he still forced himself to stare at the vaccine man's remains, not daring to look away, fearing it might come back to life. Having killed the dragon-level monster vaccine man, you have gained 19,782 hero points. Side quest progress, 110. Until the system notification rang out. Lip finally allowed the excruciating pain and blood loss to take him into unconsciousness. Not knowing how long it had been, Lip slowly woke up, feeling a bit uncomfortable in the surrounding pure white environment. But it was very comfortable. He had been taken to the hospital. He quickly checked his condition, which was very important at any time. Then he discovered both good news and bad news. Good news, with cellular vitality, orange, under careful care, he had regrown a hand and a foot, no longer needing to be a strange creature with one hand and one foot. Bad news. Due to excessive blood loss at the time, he was unconscious and unable to suppress the infiltration of the green powder within him. Now, under his perception, his internal organs were filled with this stuff, and even though his injuries had stopped, he couldn't disperse them. Is this the price of fighting a powerful monster among the dragon level? Lip couldn't help but sigh. This hellish difficulty was indeed quite unforgiving. At this moment, a nurse on duty outside noticed he was awake and had already called for the doctor. Hello, esteemed S-class hero, Mr. Lip, the man of one hit. Your powerful vitality is truly astonishing. As you can see, with injuries that would have killed an ordinary person, You only fell into a coma for 2 days and have completely healed, even regrowing your limbs. In my years of medical experience, I find it unbelievable. The senior doctor in the VIP ward kept expressing his amazement. What astonishes me even more is the extreme toxin in your body. I have never seen such a potent toxin. Even when treating you, I almost lost my life the moment I came into contact with your body. If it weren't for the hero lady who rescued you using her superpower to open the shield. Li Pu suddenly felt some of his doubts lifted upon hearing keywords like heroine, superpower, and shield. However, he became a bit suspicious. Could it be that terrifying woman, Tornado? In fact, Li Pu was overthinking. Tornado had been joyfully slaughtering the pitiful and helpless dragon-level monsters in a far-off city these past few days and had no time to return to City A. It's me. A crisp voice sounded. A slender figure slowly walked in from outside the door, with short green hair and tight black clothing that accentuated her alluring curves. Who else could it be but Hellish Blizzard, Tornado's sister? On that day, during the battle with the Vaccine Man, there were several A-level heroes who had been casually knocked away as witnesses. Generally, no hero would dare to approach, except for Hellish Blizzard, a B-level hero eager to prove herself. It was her report that informed the association that the truth of the battle in City A was not the simultaneous appearance of 2 dragon-level monsters, but rather Li Pu single-handedly turning the tide. Blizzard bit her lip, and at that moment, a complex look appeared in her emerald green eyes as she gazed at Li Pu. She had wanted to see if she could defeat the monster that had killed several A-level heroes and become famous. However, when she actually witnessed the terrifying monster's power, she was too scared to step forward. That monster, like her sister, possessed a strength that left her unable to resist. As she watched the monster about to kill a girl, fear gripped her heart, and the contrast filled her with despair. Just when she was about to fight to the death, she saw the man save the girl with a thunderous force, followed by an astonishing punch that shook half of City A and left her mind in chaos. Later, as Li Pu and the dragon-level monster who called himself Vaccine Man fought more fiercely and desperately, she found herself unable to intervene, merely watching as Li Pu fought to the death against that monster, who stood for a while on a mutilated leg before collapsing. She hurried over, wanting to help the man who had defended the name of a hero with his life, only to discover he was poisoned. Using her superpower, she floated Li Pu and the girl who had narrowly escaped away together. Putting aside her thoughts, with her exceptional intellect, Blizzard returned to her composed demeanor, instantly transforming back into the leader of the Blizzard group. Congratulations on becoming an S-level hero, Mr. Li Pu, the One-Punch Man. It is the association's fortune to have someone like you as an S-level hero. We also appreciate your tremendous contribution to the protection of City A. Blizzard spoke with the demeanor of a strong woman, her tone neither humble nor arrogant. In fact, she had initially wanted to recruit Li Pu into the Blizzard group. But now that she knew his strength was so formidable and that he had become an S-level hero, she quickly abandoned that thought, merely expressing gratitude from the association and discussing the follow-up arrangements regarding the Vaccine Man incident. Rip listened to the soothing voice, feeling quite pleased. However, compared to the association's gratitude, he was more concerned about 2 other things. How was that little girl? And what was the story behind the title One-Punch Man? Facing Rip's rapid-fire questions, Fubuki was a bit surprised, but responded in an orderly manner. I didn't expect you, as a powerful S-class hero, to care so much about ordinary people. The girl has been taken to the hospital for treatment and is now out of danger. She has just lost her parents, so she's not doing well mentally. I've been accompanying her these past 2 days. After pausing, she continued when she saw Rip nod. Additionally, your title was decided by a meeting of the association's higher-ups. The reason is, Mr. Rip's strength is formidable, and he has often quickly resolved opponents in past battles, earning the reputation of defeating enemies with a single punch. In this dragon-level monster incident, Mr. Rip's one punch caused earthquake-like destruction, hence the title One-Punch Man was given to you. One-Punch Man? If only Saitama-sensei didn't instantly kill monsters every time, and had a weighty witness like Fubuki, a pillar of the association, to back him up, that title would suit him better. Li Pu's face showed a hint of melancholy, making Fubuki think he was dissatisfied, so she asked cautiously, of course. If you're not satisfied, you can let me know, and I will inform the association to make another decision. No need for that. I must thank you for your help this time. Li Pu waved his hand. This time, Fubuki had indeed helped him, so he chose not to dwell on her momentary lapse during the battle against the monster. Well then, Mr. Li Pu, please take good care of your injuries, especially the severe poison in your body. The doctor and I have no way to help. Perhaps seeking assistance from the association later will yield results. Fubuki nodded in acknowledgement and intended to leave first. Yes, I will be careful. Thank you for your care these past few days. And I also want to thank you on behalf of that little girl. Lipu politely saw Fubuki off and then began to think about what he should do next. Fubuki walked out the door normally, glanced back at Lipu, who had removed the bandages and changed back into his favorite black coat, then closed the door normally and entrusted the doctor with some usual matters. It wasn't until she was far from Lipu's hospital room that her footsteps quickened slightly. And once she left the hospital, her pace quickened even more, becoming lighter. If one had to say what Fubuki resembled at that moment, it would be like a little deer that had just drunk refreshing and sweet spring water, bouncing around joyfully. After getting up from the hospital bed, Lipu first went to the little girl he had saved earlier. Looking at the girl, who was peacefully sleeping with a few tears stained still in the corners of her eyes, Lipu stood silently for a long time. Perhaps the darkness had not only infected certain individuals, but the entire world. He allocated nearly 1,000,000 yen from the Hero Association for the girl's treatment, due to his contributions, and contacted the association to ensure they would handle the aftermath properly. After receiving a positive response, Lipu left the hospital room with somewhat heavy steps. He had done everything he could for now. Even with the power to easily destroy a city, there were still some things he had no strength to resist. Lipu is not someone who will dwell on a particular emotion for long. He found a quiet place and began to focus on reviewing the previous battle. Although he won, it was still somewhat risky. Even though he had a trump card, knowing he had a D-level talent that could lock his health to save his life, and that he could teleport away at any time, he still faced the risk of serious injury. Lipu summarized that he had almost no ranged attack methods, which led him to either dodge the enemy's remote energy balls or endure them directly during the fight against the vaccine people, which was indeed a significant disadvantage. Finding a ranged attack method needed to be prioritized. Additionally, there was the issue of the poison. This time, it was entirely due to his good choice in upgrading skills. If he hadn't upgraded cellular activity, orange, but had chosen other skills instead, he might have been unable to suppress the poison in his body, let alone the current situation where he was suffering greatly from it. Lipu felt it again, a deep anxiety showing between his brows and eyes. This poison had inflicted a debuff on him, and it was continuously worsening. Status: afflicted by disease, current overall combat power decreased by 18. And due to the deepening of the toxin, this ratio would increase by 2 every day. If this wasn't resolved soon, it would lead to serious problems. Speaking of which, if even I can't withstand this lethal poison, how did those ordinary doctors and nurses manage to come into contact with my body, help me change clothes, and withstand it? Alright, it seems only Fubuki can use telekinesis to help me. Thinking of this, Lipu couldn't help but feel a little flushed, but he quickly stopped his thoughts. Ahem, first, I need to find a way to detoxify. He immediately went to handle his discharge procedures, as he couldn't think of any guaranteed method to detoxify at the moment, so he decided to return to City Z for a look. Lip was keen to test how the debuff affected his current speed, running all the way, a habit he picked up from the old man Bang. After all, he didn't know why Bang always made excuses to leave quickly after giving him a couple of pointers. Over time, Lip learned how to make a quick getaway. At this moment, the sunset was about to fall, casting a few streaks of blood-red light onto the bustling streets of City A. While Lip was enjoying the local scenery and weaving through the heavy traffic, suddenly, a white-haired figure flashed by the roadside, catching the attention of the highly alert Lip. Lip's intuition kicked in, and he turned his head to look back, only to see a man with white hair styled like wolf ears glancing around suspiciously. His gaze was wolf-like, and his demeanor was fierce. A hungry wolf? How did I run into him? Lip was quite surprised, but then he remembered that the story was just beginning. At this point, the hungry wolf was probably someone even a few A-class heroes teaming up couldn't handle. So he quickly walked toward his senior brother, ready to engage in a classic tale of camaraderie. Although the hungry wolf had not yet fully developed, he was still bold enough to scout for prey in the hero-heavy City A, showing he had some skills. He sensed a mixed gaze of curiosity and great malice approaching him like a beast. The hungry wolf was also quite cunning. While walking nonchalantly, he suddenly summoned a blue cyclone in his hand. When the person got closer, he struck with lightning speed, only to have his attack caught. The hungry wolf was filled with astonishment. His ambush was easily intercepted. Previously, he had stealthily hunted several B-class heroes, and it was rare for them not to be injured after a punch. He stared intently at the man in front of him, who was even more handsome than he was, and immediately recognized him from Lip's highly distinctive appearance. A black windbreaker, very cool, exceptionally powerful. You're the S-class hero who hunted a dragon-level monster a couple of days ago. The One-Punch Man? Lip? Upon hearing this, Lip felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected the hungry wolf to know him better than he knew himself. He hadn't even had time to ask about his latest ranking, while the hungry wolf had already gotten the news before him. Indeed, speaking of which, I'm still your junior brother. How about we practice together, senior brother? Lip, who initially only intended to handle business formally, suddenly became energized after assessing the hungry wolf. Hungry wolf charm, 9, quite handsome. Overall combat power, 202 rank. Mid-tier ghost level skills, flowing rock-shattering fist blue, beast instinct blue, thermal purple. Restriction release blue. The hungry wolf's strength was as expected, fairly decent, but still not enough in Lip's eyes. Even with debuffs, he could easily handle him. However, one thing caught Lip's attention: the restriction. What is a restriction? It can be said that the biggest opportunity and the foundational setting in the world of One-Punch Man is the restriction. Due to species differences and power disparities among individuals, there exists a limit that cannot be eliminated no matter how much effort is put in. The purpose of this limit is to allow various beings to grow within the bounds of their species' survival consciousness and rationality. And this growth limit is referred to as a restriction. Heroes like the Trembling Tornado, who are S-class, can be considered to have innate huge talents, which means they have a broader restriction. In contrast, humans have become monsters due to various external factors, such as transformation desires, environmental triggers, scientific modification, etc., essentially reset their restrictions, becoming beings of other species. The only character in the comics who has maintained his human form and successfully released his own restriction is the protagonist Saitama. However, many also believe that the hungry wolf has broken his restriction. It's just that his restriction doesn't open all at once like Saitama's. Instead, he needs to break through his limits through repeated hunts and brushes with death. Therefore, the hungry wolf's breaking of his restriction can be understood as a low-tier version of Saitama. Nevertheless, even so, the hungry wolf's potential, due to the release of his restriction, far exceeds that of the vast majority of people. Although Li Pu feels that he has a system and that the human limiter might not work on him, if he could really obtain the of this god-level growth skill, he wouldn't mind. Moreover, the research value of the hungry wolf is quite good. If it really comes to that, Dr. Kino's core research is about limiters, and he would surely be pleased to see such a perfect specimen like the hungry wolf. After all, Li Pu is not a devil. The hungry wolf felt a chill down his spine under Li Pu's unabashed gaze, and his beast-like instincts roared, warning him to escape from this man quickly, or something terrifying would happen. He didn't dare to think about what Li Pu wanted from him, and immediately leaped backward to flee. Little hungry wolf, still trying to run? Bring it on. Li Pu slightly curved the corners of his mouth, and, in the blink of an eye, leaped in front of the hungry wolf. The hungry wolf did not dare to be careless and directly unleashed the flowing rock-crushing fist, hoping to suppress Li Pu with his decent martial arts skills. However, he ended up getting beaten badly. Who knew how long it had been since Li Pu started practicing? The flowing rock-crushing fist was already a few notches above his own, carrying a hint of that damned old man's flavor. The hungry wolf was bruised and battered, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and this time, the lone wolf, was the one being hunted. Yet, he staggered to his feet. And when he looked at Li Pu again, his eyes were filled with a burning fighting spirit and an extreme coldness. Come again, you guy. It would be more appropriate to refer to it as it now, fully unleashed its innate nature, getting down on all fours like a wolf, locking onto the powerful prey before it with all its senses. Is it about a breakthrough on the spot? Li Pu was curious to see the specific process of the limiter being released, but he didn't get cocky and directly took off his gloves from inside his trench coat and put them on. Oh, whoa. The hungry wolf let out a beast-like whimper and lunged forward. Li Pu ruthlessly punched it back against the wall, causing cracks to spread. However, it used the wall to propel itself and charged at its opponent with even greater speed. It had become significantly faster and was determined to strike hard. Li Pu directly used the Cyclone/Iron Fist. His powerful offensive was indeed suitable for a showdown with this hungry wolf. Before long, the hungry wolf was covered in wounds, its body stained with blood, and its mind was becoming unclear from the beating Li Pu gave it. Yet its fighting spirit was even more vigorous. Heroes, you ridiculous and hypocritical bunch. The hungry wolf's eyes turned red in an instant, and a fierce aura unique to him emerged. When he was young, the hungry wolf had also thought about becoming a hero because heroes were always admired. He believed he would become a hero, but he was wrong. As a child, he was reclusive and not good with words, leading to him being ostracized by other kids. Every time there was a hero role-playing game, he was always forced to play the monster, enduring all the bullying and baseless insults from the heroes. Gradually, in such a hellish life, the hungry wolf changed. He still stared at the glamorous heroes on TV every day, but what remained in his heart was no longer yearning, but hatred and destruction. There was little light of hope in his eyes, more a dead silence of darkness. A monster quietly grew in the hungry wolf's heart, slowly overlapping with his shadow, perfectly mirroring his movements, gradually preparing to crawl out from his shadow. However, due to the appearance of an old man, that monster was temporarily locked within the body of the young hungry wolf, but it was unwilling to remain silent. If the hungry wolf's betrayal caused blood to flow in Bongu's heart, then for the hungry wolf himself, this was another attack from the monster in his shadow. And this time it succeeded. The monster in the shadow gradually began to merge with the hungry wolf. If the monster could defeat the hero, then I will be a monster that can hunt heroes. Ha 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 ha. Lipu was somewhat astonished by the various changes in the hungry wolf. After a detection, the hungry wolf's power had dramatically changed. Hungry wolf, limiter release state, charm, 10, more handsome to many people. Overall combat power, 300 rank. D, just reached dragon level, skills, flowing rock-shattering fist, blue. Beast instinct, blue, strong will, purple, limiter release, purple. As expected, the limiter level has increased, changing from blue to purple. And the combat power has almost risen by 1 tier. Lip is known as real name Lemon, and this upgrade speed is almost like cheating. Alright, that's enough. It's time to take the cute little hungry wolf for some beneficial scientific research. Lipu unleashed his full power, a green aura erupting from the acupuncture point on his head as he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Even with the talent level not high enough to match the hungry wolf, his combat power, just over 900, was sufficient to knock the once mighty hungry wolf completely unconscious. TSK. Why did you have to go through some suffering? Although he didn't plan to kill the hungry wolf directly, Lipu also had no intention of letting him go. He would take him to the evolution house later and let the doctor take good care of the hungry wolf. In fact, this care was genuine. Given the doctor's fervent attitude towards perfect materials, the hungry wolf's quality of life would likely see a significant improvement. Who knows? He might even gain some weight in a couple of days. However, during the blood draws and physical examinations, the hungry wolf might have to endure some minor discomfort. If the hungry wolf were still conscious and aware of his fate, he would surely curse Lipu for his brotherly betrayal. But Lipu didn't really care. There are 3 other reasons why Lip did not kill the hungry wolf. First, if he really killed it, the old man would not be clapping with joy, but would only shed tears in silence. This is not what Lip wanted to see. Second, Lip himself sympathized with the hungry wolf's plight. Its nature had not completely perished. It just had extreme ideas. He could not simply eliminate it as a monster, but he also could not let it grow unchecked. It would be more reliable to leave it to Dr. Kinos to suppress, and at worst, he could use a sedative to keep the hungry wolf asleep. Perhaps it would live better in dreams. Third, Lip was uncertain whether the next panel refresh would remove the limiter. Previously, he had learned that defeating enemies could also have a chance to unlock skills, and even if it didn't happen this time, he could always have a chance by hitting the hungry wolf a few more times. In summary, Lip was in a good mood, carrying the wild hungry wolf that nature had bestowed upon him, humming a little tune as he continued towards Z City. On the other side, at the evolution house, Dr. Kinos was focused on his research. Wonderful. The nature of this Ashura blood means that with it, the Ashura mode of the Ashura stag beetle is not only stronger, but also no longer has the side effects of a week of slaughter. The evolutionary path I am studying is indeed the right one. Dr. Kinos was filled with ambition, but in his moment of pride, he suddenly thought of that man, Lip, who, despite being a pure human, possessed such strength. This made Dr. Kinos doubt whether the path of artificial evolution was truly the right one. Meanwhile, our monitors detected that the mosquito woman, released a long time ago, was no longer satisfied with sucking the blood of animals in the deep mountains and was approaching Z City, where humans resided. A clone came up to report. Dr. Kinos frowned, then was suddenly alarmed. This is bad. Given that guy's personality, he would definitely start a massacre. Lip, with his surface identity as an S-class hero, would surely not let the mosquito woman go. It doesn't matter if she dies, but we must not allow any rift to form between Lip and us. A cold sweat dripped down Dr. Kinos' face. Although he was not a good person, he had only been experimenting on animals. He had previously entertained the thought of experimenting on humans, but it was just a thought. If Lip were to confirm that he had harmful intentions toward humanity, it would inevitably lead to a breakdown in cooperation. He waved his hand decisively. 03, 021, 099, you clones. Hurry to Z City and make sure to stop the mosquito woman before she destroys the town. Li Pu hurriedly arrived at Z City, carrying the unconscious hungry wolf. It was early summer, and the hot weather was not only irritating, but also brought swarms of mosquitoes that bit and disturbed people's peace. Even Li Pu found it bothersome. So he wrapped himself tighter in his trench coat, not caring about the sweat, and then ripped off Hungry Wolf's already tattered clothes, revealing his scarred and blood-clotted robust body. This way, the mosquitoes would go for the unconscious Hungry Wolf, and Li Pu smiled with satisfaction, giving himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. In the suburbs of Z City, a vast swarm of mosquitoes swept through the streets, but thanks to the timely warning from the Hero Association about the impending disaster, people had mostly fled, leaving only a hapless thief who planned to take advantage of the chaos. Ha! It's really laughable. How can mere mosquitoes kill a person? The Hero Association should at least be logical when scamming money. An unremarkable but swaggering thief laughed loudly as he had just taken advantage of the deserted shops to steal freely and was now feeling quite pleased with himself. Before he could finish his sentence, the distant swarm of mosquitoes noticed a food source swaggering along and thought, what a good opportunity. They surged forward, and amidst the thief's screams and curses, drained him dry. Not long after the swarm left, a new visitor appeared on the eerily silent street. Step, step, step. A handsome cyborg followed the trail, his expression cold. The metallic feel of his cybernetic enhancements and flashy earrings showcased his identity as the demon cyborg Genos. I've been tracking you for a long time, monster, Genos said emotionlessly, suddenly accelerating his thrusters, emitting bright orange flames, and charging towards the mosquito swarm. Upon arrival, Genos saw the swarm's controller, the demon-level disaster mosquito girl, coldly laughing while conversing with a group of identical clones in lab coats. I am already a powerful demon-level monster. What right does that waste of space Genos have to command me? We created you. Don't be ungrateful. Now stop your predatory behavior. The clones of Dr. Genus were caught off guard by how quickly Mosquito Girl had become uncontrollable and found themselves in a predicament. Mosquito Girl revealed a sinister expression. I, the Noble One, cannot be commanded by mere humans. You will also become my nourishment. Without hesitation, she commanded the swarm to drain the clones to death amidst their terrified gazes. Back at Dr. Genus's base, he noticed that all communication with the clones had been lost, and his expression turned grim. However, he wasn't worried about Li Pu seeking revenge after killing Mosquito Girl. Rather, he cursed inwardly, thinking that Li Pu would definitely come to him for compensation, and he would suffer a huge financial loss again. In the suburbs of Z City, Mosquito Girl was laughing uncontrollably. As noble as I am, I will soon slaughter the human city and become renowned as a dragon-level disaster. Ha! But unexpectedly, a large fireball suddenly struck from behind. Burning, a huge blaze erupted, and soon the mosquitoes fell like dumplings. However, Mosquito Girl, wrapped in the mosquito swarm, was unharmed. Oh, a mere cyborg dares to provoke me. The noble and perfectly evolved one, unaware of your own death. Mosquito Girl's eerily beautiful face turned furious, and she swiftly flew to Genos, intending to kill this metallic head in one blow. Slap! Just as she anticipated, Mosquito Girl tore off one of Genos' arms, and she was overjoyed. Is that all? You're not as noble as I thought. Oh, is that so? Genos remained aloof, holding the severed lower legs of Mosquito Girl in his other hand. Only then did she realize this, and was filled with rage, her expression darkening to the point of almost dripping water. You must be exterminated. Burning cannon. Genos had no idea how many monsters he had slain or how many evil organizations he had destroyed. This time, he was determined to win. Mosquito Girl charged out of the flames with several charred marks on her body. You have angered this queen. She emitted a series of ultrasonic waves, commanding the mosquito swarm to gather around her rapidly. As Li Pu just arrived nearby, he saw a massive swarm of mosquitoes gathering in one direction. Knowing that he had encountered the Mosquito Woman, a notorious villain in the original work, he felt compelled to eliminate her. He checked on Hungry Wolf and gave him a punch, then continued on. Genos saw the mosquito swarm enveloping the Mosquito Woman and immediately powered up his incineration cannon to maximum. In an instant, several streets around were scorched red-hot by the high temperature. The pressure difference caused by the temperature change uprooted road signs and trees, lifting them into the air. The mosquito swarm was also incinerated into charcoal by this attack. Genos took a moment to catch his breath. This was the best he could do for now. Fortunately, he detected no other humans within a 500-meter radius. Huh, how come there are two? It was indeed Li Pu in his Hungry Wolf branded backpack. But Li Pu had wrapped himself tightly in a trench coat, so Genos didn't recognize him at the moment. Ah, what a powerful physique, what an intoxicating sense of strength. I no longer need these weak mosquitoes. I am invincible now. The mosquito woman emerged unscathed from the last remnants of smoke. Her injuries healed, and she had become even stronger, drenched in blood red. Genos's pupils constricted, and he shouted for the guy over there to run. He then fearlessly charged forward, with his propulsion system operating at full load, emitting orange flames. Whoosh! Genos's full-force attack unexpectedly only struck empty air. A seductive figure appeared silently behind him, too slow. The mosquito woman casually slashed, severing Genos's waist and exposing a large amount of mechanical structure and energy core. She then kicked down heavily, and Genos flew to the ground like a piece of torn cloth. I completely underestimated her. It seems I'm going to be destroyed today. But I cannot let this monster escape, so I can only self-destruct. I'm sorry, Doctor, for whom I have fought so hard. The energy core emitted a series of blue lights, and Genos, knowing there was no chance of survival, planned to give the mosquito woman a final blow, even if it probably wouldn't kill her. Hey, you're not taking me seriously, are you? Li Pu had just stored the precious material of Hungry Wolf in a trash can when he saw Genos was about to be finished. This is a treasure for the association. How could it be lost here? Although Genos only had the strength of a mid-level ghost at this point, in terms of potential, no one in the Hero Association could compare to him, as he could become infinitely stronger just by spending money to upgrade his parts. After all, he is a funding warrior. Oh, just as I was about to kill an ignorant kid, another one pops up? Fine, I'll send you on your way first. The mosquito woman, now full of mysterious confidence, flew directly towards Li Pu, preparing to use him as a snack. Mosquito woman, charm, 10, fury control welfare, overall combat power, 294, ghost peak, rank, E strongest here among ghosts, skills, blood-sucking, purple, blood-filling, purple, exoskeleton, purple. This kind of monster might stand a chance against the battle god Genos, but encountering Li Pu is just bad luck, like opening the door for misfortune. Since the blood-spitting technique was on cooldown, Li Pu only opened 8 gates. Facing the mosquito woman, he showed no mercy, instantly combining his red and blue chi into one. Boom! Air-splitting fist. Crack! With just one punch, the mosquito woman was smashed into a pile of blood that splattered on the building and on the astonished face of Genos. Genos's face was covered in blood and sparking circuits, but none of that could hide his shocked expression. My completely defenseless enemy was easily taken down with a single punch by this man whose origins I don't even know. You have killed a ghost-level monster. You have earned 7,042 hero points. Li Pu didn't expect that this mosquito girl was as fragile as a piece of tofu in his hands, and the softest kind at that. With a snap, she shattered. Why didn't Dr. Kinos control this mosquito girl? Knowing that I am a hero, he still let such a dangerous freak to humanity go free. I need to settle the score with him later. Dr. Kinos, just as Li Pu seemed about to leave, the almost immobile Genos quickly mustered the strength to raise his head and shouted, "Please don't go. What is your name? I want to be your disciple." Lip glanced at him slightly. His face, covered in cracks, displayed an indescribable determination. He nodded, lifted his hood, revealing the unremarkable face of the newly crowned #1 on the most popular heroes list. Lip, my name is Lip, but there's no need for a master-apprentice relationship. I'm not at the level to be your master yet. Genos, however, took the opportunity. Are you the rank S-Class 14 One-Punch Man? Please accept me. I will come to find you, master. Lip knew his personality and didn't try to persuade him any further. However, considering his pitiful appearance, he should first have Dr. Kusno fix him up before discussing anything else. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Immediately, Lip quickly grabbed the Wolf brand handbag from the trash can, shook off the dirt from his body with a punch, and then ran towards the evolution house without looking back, leaving behind a cold silhouette for the still-dazed Genos. Having arrived at the evolution house with ease, Lip thought to himself that this was already the 3rd time he had come to the doctor for favors. However, Lip felt no psychological burden, although Dr. Genos was not purely evil. He didn't regard ordinary life during his experiments and had conducted quite a few animal tests. If Lip didn't intervene, he might have actually started conducting unethical human experiments. He had already been recognized as a VIP by the security system, and the door opened directly for him. As soon as Lip walked into the reception room, he was greeted by a scene that made him chuckle. The armored gorilla was making takoyaki, completely lacking the imposing demeanor of a level 3 combatant from the evolution house. Who knows what happened that made it return to its old profession from the original work? Why are you cooking? Lip asked, slightly surprised. Woo woo woo, Lord Lip, I don't know what happened to the doctor. After you left last time, he suddenly conducted a thorough investigation in the lab and became very cold towards me, assigning me to make takoyaki. It's so unfair. The armored gorilla was truly aggrieved, nearly shedding tears. Lip thought for a moment and understood the situation. I had revealed to the doctor that I knew some of their secrets when I was confronting him. And now the doctor must think they're a mole. The high-ranking armored gorilla can only take the blame. This is my butterfly effect at work. Although I was already feeling a bit embarrassingly amused inside, Lip maintained a poker face, pretending nothing had happened. I will talk to the doctor. Thank you so much, Mr. Lip. The armored gorilla was still deeply grateful to the culprit who had made it to cook. And even though Lip had thickened his skin quite a bit since arriving in this world, he hurriedly left to avoid actually laughing out loud. Mr. Lip's presence truly brings glory to my humble abode. Dr. Kino's was already waiting early, clearly having anticipated this. Upon entering the lab and seeing Dr. Kino's in person, Lip immediately put on a warm smile. Doctor, on my way here, I encountered your subordinate, the mosquito woman. This guy is quite evil. If it weren't for a passing righteous reformer who saved me, we would have fought for a long time, and I nearly lost my life before finally taking her down. Now, I fear I would have been a dry corpse. Dr. Kino's nearly twisted his nose in anger upon hearing this. This guy could take down a normal rhinoceros beetle in 2 moves, and yet he claims to have struggled against a mosquito woman and a dried corpse? Who knows if the mosquito woman even left behind a complete corpse? However, he was at fault in this matter, so he could only force a smile. Mr. Lip, this is the fault of my evolution house. I sincerely apologize. Our evolution house will fully bear your loss. Saying this, he signaled to the clone to give Lip 10 million yen on the spot. Although Lip was not interested in money, he knew that Dr. Kino's would definitely understand that he was about to incur a significant cost. So he stopped being polite. Doctor, I am very satisfied with that boxing glove of yours. It's truly top-notch. However, I have 2 hands, and the glove is only 1. You see, I will expedite the creation of another one for Mr. Lip. Dr. Kino's felt as if he had been stabbed in the abdomen. That thing was incredibly expensive, not to mention the vast amounts of biological and mechanical integration technology. Just the materials alone could cost over 100 million yen. If it weren't for the fact that the bizarre cells Lip had initially provided were very helpful for his research on artificial evolution, he wouldn't have given away this masterpiece of his from decades ago. Now this guy was taking advantage and asking for another one, completely disregarding the greatness of Dr. Kino's. Yet he still complied, all while forcing a smile. Li Pu didn't expect the doctor to be so straightforward, and he felt embarrassed to continue taking advantage of him. Instead, he decided to conduct a proper transaction with the doctor. He pointed to the unconscious hungry wolf and said, Doctor, I know you are very interested in human evolution. I brought you a treasure. This kid seems to be able to continuously break his own limits in battle. Oh, breaking human limits by himself? You mean the limiter was broken without external force? The doctor, ignoring his heartache, became instantly excited and exclaimed, Let me take a look. He grabbed the hungry wolf and used a bunch of instruments on him, occasionally patting here and there, much like someone checking if a fruit is ripe or if it's an unripe egg. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. The more he examined, the more excited he was. The doctor completely ignored Li Pu, muttering to himself, Amazing physique. The metabolic rate of the old cells from days ago is completely different from that of the new cells now. So perfect, so beautiful. This is what I've been looking for. After a while, he turned to Li Pu seriously and said, Mr. Li Pu, whatever requirements you and your organization have in the future, the House of Evolution will do its best to meet them. You've really helped me this time. He waved his hand, and several clones began to operate nearby. Li Pu watched as they typed hundreds of lines of code and passed dozens of verification procedures before a sealed metal box popped up from an inconspicuous spot on the floor. Dr. Kino's carefully opened the box, revealing a small, colorful vial containing about 100 milliliters of mysterious and beautiful liquid. This is the culmination of my life's work. The Immortality No. 1 Serum. It can extend human life by about 500 years and help a person return to a body state of around 18 years old, maintaining their appearance unchanged until death. A person only needs to take 20 milliliters for it to take effect, taking more won't help. He pushed the box towards Li Pu and said, Now I present this to you as a thank you, Mr. Li Pu, for your generosity this time. The experimental subject you provided is of great significance to me. Lip did not refuse and directly took the box, using the matching pipette and measuring cylinder inside to accurately extract 20 milliliters and drink it all at once. At the same time, He secretly spat out some blood and activated his perception ability to the best of his ability. After a while, with his perception ability enhanced to a cellular level through multiple enhancements, he sensed the changes in his body. Many of his cells' telomeres had lengthened several times. This meant that the number of times his cells could divide had significantly increased, which indeed extended his lifespan considerably. What surprised him even more was that the potion seemed to have a consciousness of its own, disdaining his old toxic organs. Utilizing Lip's immune system and powerful regeneration ability, it completely replaced all the old organs containing lethal toxins. It also miraculously neutralized the remaining toxins, helping Lip remove the debuff status. Although this consumed a large number of cell division counts, the extra lifespan he gained was estimated to be around 400 years, which was a trade-off for detoxification at the cost of life. However, for Lip, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, as he had no real losses. Wow, Dr. Kinos is truly talented. This immortality number 1 would be a priceless treasure, even in the world of cultivation. Lip inspected the results, satisfied, carefully closed the box, and put it away. This visit to the doctor was indeed a bountiful one. Dr. Kinos was truly a good partner for Lip. He also wanted to thank the doctor for his generosity, so he decided not to disturb the doctor's research. However, he still wanted to remind him, Doctor, be careful when researching the hungry wolf. Don't let it break free from its restraints, and try not to torment it. Let it be a bit more comfortable, after all. It is my junior. Seeing the doctor nod, Lip also talked to him about the armored gorilla as a way to alleviate his slight guilt towards the gorilla. He wasn't sure if the doctor was really listening, as he was already deeply engrossed in the magnificent body of the hungry wolf. For a genius scientist like him, nothing was more attractive than finding a path forward in research. Lip had left the evolution house and was preparing to return to the dojo to continue his training and enhance himself. Upon arriving at the dojo, Lip first hinted to his master that he had a method to extend life, but was outright rejected. According to him, he had no intention of living forever. Having experienced life naturally and founded the flowing stone shatter fist, he only wanted to leave in the most natural way. Seeing the old man bang, who rejected the idea of immortality with a smile, Lip felt a mix of emotions. Although he didn't care about such things, he understood how stubborn the old man was and couldn't persuade him further. Bang even reminded Lip not to seek out his Uncle Bongpu, as his thoughts were basically the same as Bang's. Two old men as stubborn as hardstones. Lip shook his head in regret. As for Kalanzi, he hadn't yet reached the point of owing such a precious potion, so she could only be ruthlessly forgotten. Lipu no longer thought too much and walked straight toward the simulator, planning to practice the 8 gates at a depth of 100 meters. Before starting his training, Lipu noticed that the refresh time for his exchange panel was about to expire, so he quickly selected a skill that he was very interested in. Earth Affinity, Blue, 1500 hero points description. As a child of the Earth, your movement speed on the ground increases by 15. And your recovery speed for health and energy rises by 15. Mother Earth is always your most reliable support. You have exchange for Earth Affinity, Blue, current hero points. 25557. Although this skill's effect is not particularly outstanding, its durability is a strong point, especially useful when Lipu is traveling or escaping. Checking the exchange panel again as it refreshed, Lipu quickly looked to see how his luck was this time. The exchange list is as follows. Displaying a maximum of 5 items. Every period of time will refresh the abilities of the creatures you have recently battled in a visualized form vampirism. Purple, 5,000 hero points description. Absorb blood to harm enemies or recover yourself. Of course, you can also absorb the residual blood of certain items, as long as you are not caught. Prerequisite. Requires a mosquito-like mouthpart or the ability to command a swarm of mosquitoes to serve you. Exoskeleton, purple, 5,700 hero points description. Greatly increases external defensive capabilities and reduces certain attractiveness. Prerequisite. Your race must be an insect race. Non-human entity, purple, 7,200 hero points description. Greatly enhances various physical attributes while significantly increasing hatred toward humans. Prerequisite. Your race must be a non-human entity. Apostle true form, purple, 5,500 hero points description. After use, your body size increases by 2 to 3 times, and physical abilities rise to a certain extent, while charm decreases significantly, causing a large mental shock to enemies with insufficient willpower. Prerequisite. Obtain affirmation from the will of Earth or a deity. Energy bomb, purple, 6,000 hero points description. Accumulate energy within your body, transforming it into a controllable energy sphere with considerable damage. No prerequisites. As long as your body's energy level is sufficient to activate it. Li Pu's expression darkened when he saw the first few pulls. He had excitedly spent 648 to draw cards, only to end up with all our cards. It wasn't until the last skill appeared that his expression improved a bit. The earlier pulls were not only ineffective, but also made Li Pu feel like he was losing his mind. Only the last one, which was also from the vaccine character, turned out to be decent. Lip exchanged the last skill and thought about how his body would often get damaged during the fierce battle with the vaccine man. He planned to enhance his external defense. You have exchange for energy bomb, purple, and due to the influence of the skill extreme, fistway. The actual exchange price is double the original, now 12,000. Oh, I forgot about this. Although the bonuses from extreme, fistway to qualification and punching power are really great, the downside is that Lip basically can't learn other systems, and even if he does, the cost will rise significantly like it is now. However, the lack of long-range capability is a hard flaw. Lip gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." You have spent 800 hero points to upgrade Tough Skin, blue, to Tough Skin, purple. Remaining hero points, 757 points. After upgrading this basic ability skill that had been around for a long time, Lip's outer skin became incredibly hard after a wave of wriggling, gradually giving off a feeling similar to super alloy blacklight. Lip also felt that his strength had significantly increased. Current overall combat power, 478, just entering the dragon. Lip felt the new power coursing through him and casually fired a few energy balls, flattening several small mountains and fully showcasing his terrifying destructive capability. Before his master discovered the misdeeds he had done, Lip quickly dove into the simulation room, opened the water pressure simulator, and began training in the 8 gates of Duanjia. He planned to quietly cultivate for a while Lip was focused on his training. However, turbulent currents were stirring within the Hero Association. A City Hero Association headquarters, this is the landmark building of a city, where passers-by often gazed with envy or admiration at the heroes coming and going within. Professional heroes in this world are even more sought after than idols, and some heroes themselves are idols, such as the A-rank hero, Mass Sweetheart. As for S-rank heroes like Lip, who possessed both strength and looks, they were akin to a landslide in the hero community, skyrocketing to popularity as soon as they debuted, drawing curious glances from everyone towards this man. After some time, Lip's previous exploits became widely known, even causing quite a stir within the association. Most B and C-rank heroes praised Lip as he never looked down on them during previous missions, unlike some higher-rank heroes who acted aloof. Particularly, the heroes of the Blizzard group became Lip's staunch fans after he bravely defeated 3 demon-level monsters, daring to speak up under Tornado's pressure. Strangely, even their leader, Tornado, seemed to tacitly approve of her subordinates' admiration for Lip. However, the scene was different among the higher-ranked heroes. Some A-rank heroes benefited from the Vaccine Man incident due to Lip, sharing a bit of the credit, albeit just for taking a beating. This group held a favorable view of Lip. Yet, another faction of A-rank heroes was less approving of him. For instance, A-rank's top hero, Master Sweetheart, openly questioned Lip, claiming he would personally verify whether Lip truly deserved to be an S-rank hero. Other A-rank heroes, such as the 2nd-ranked Ki Temple, the 3rd-ranked Kimitachi, and the 4th-ranked Samurai Drill, who were all disciples of the S-rank 4th hero, Atomic Samurai, also had their grievances against Lip. This could be understood, as Lip had taken Bang as his master, who ranked just above Atomic Samurai. Logically, their disciples' rankings should be somewhat similar. However, with Lip becoming an S-rank hero, these high-ranking disciples naturally felt dissatisfied and expressed their desire to compete against Lip to see if the successor of the flowing rock-shattering fist was truly that strong. The reactions among S-rank heroes varied. They had long been at the top of the hero hierarchy and were not particularly concerned about the emergence of newcomers, and most feeling a bit curious. Thus, most S-rank heroes took a spectator stance, simply welcoming Lip's joining of the association or remaining indifferent. However, there were a few who had special thoughts about Lip. The 2nd-ranked Tornado, the 4th-ranked Atomic Samurai, the 7th-ranked King, and the last-ranked Sexy Prisoner. Setting aside Sexy Prisoner's little thoughts for now, the others had their opinions. When Tornado learned that Lip had become an S-rank hero and had killed a dragon-level monster to vindicate himself, she merely scoffed, as if she had known all along, mumbling that she would have to deal with this audacious guy. Atomic Samurai, while practicing swordsmanship upon hearing of Lip's ascension to S-rank, listened to his disciple recount the man's exploits while honing his atomic slash. Each time he drew his sword, an apple was sliced into pieces, scattering in the wind. By the time his disciple finished speaking, an entire basket of apples had vanished. Atomic Samurai slowly sheathed his sword, closed his eyes, and exhaled. It seems Bang has taken a good disciple. But whether he has the strength to work alongside me remains to be seen. Indeed, both master and disciple seem to have similar thought processes, only thinking about having a duel with Lip. The 7th-ranked king, the Saitama summoner from the original story, had been rated as S-rank solely by riding on Saitama's coattails. Lip had previously doubted how King could still become an S-class hero after Saitama was gone. But if he saw King in this moment, he would probably realize King had just killed a dragon-level monster effortlessly, drawing cheers from the crowd. No wonder he is the strongest man on Earth. Even the newly promoted S-class hero, One-Punch Man, would find it hard to compete with Mr. King. Hearing this, King first smiled friendly at the crowd, eliciting another round of cheers, then jumped down from the enormous corpse of the dragon-level monster and hurried away. No one knew that after he entered a small alley, his entire body turned pitch black. Even his eyeballs completely blackened, resembling the state of the vaccine man after being infected by the original darkness. But the powerful aura surrounding him, along with his bug-like strength, indicated that his infection by the original darkness was far from a simple beginning. 3 years had passed since then, and a new change had emerged. Lip, I want to destroy him. A low, intermittent voice emanated from King's throat, and soon the darkness that clung to him slowly receded like a tide, transforming him back into the imposing King as he walked out. Li Pu is still unaware of the changes happening outside. He is fully focused on his training, planning to elevate his physical skills to the next level, while also practicing new skills and striving to find his own path as a master in boxing. After 2 weeks of diligent training without stepping outside, Li Pu barely opened the 3rd gate, the life gate. The effect of the 8 gates, modified, has now become the 8 gates of Duanjia, modified, with the 3rd gate, the life gate, opened. When the life gate is activated, the host's blood flow will become extremely fast, and the body will turn red. Both strength and speed will see significant improvements. However, the burden on the body increases further. And after system correction and data analysis of skill effects, the current enhancement to combat power is 60. Li Pu didn't really mind the burden of the earlier gates. After all, he had many passive skills and an incredibly strong body, which allowed him to completely ignore it. However, for the later gates, he estimated he couldn't be reckless anymore. The 8 gates, modified, produced by the system were much easier to practice compared to the original work. Thanks to Li Pu's powerful foundational strength, his frighteningly high talent, and good supporting equipment, none of which could be lacking for rapid progress. However, he hadn't had time to practice the skills that accompanied the 8 gates before, but now, through a period of high-intensity training and guidance from a system, he finally mastered Kai's front lotus and rear lotus techniques. If one day I could open the 8th gate, that would be great, and I could kick Knight Kai with it and fulfill a wish, haha. Li Pu was quite happy thinking about it. However, he still hadn't found the opportunity to advance to the Grandmaster level in martial arts, and he wasn't frustrated. After all, not all good things in the world could be his. The following would just take patience. Moreover, if he really became a Grandmaster in just a few months of studying martial arts, where would that leave the old man Bongu's face? One day, Li Pu was planning to relax a bit and go to the city to buy some materials to make a hot pot, tempting T. Lanzi and his master. However, just as he stepped out of the dojo, Li Pu exclaimed that he was unlucky. He saw Genos standing straight at the entrance of the dojo, as if he had been waiting for him to come out, and then he directly bowed, saying, "Mr. Li Pu, I am here to become your disciple. Please accept me as your student." Lip turned around and left. "My own master is paralyzed, and I'm in a hurry to take care of him. So I'm leaving first. Goodbye." "Bongu, teacher Lip, you saved me. I must take you as my master. Your master is my ancestral teacher, if he is paralyzed. Please let me, Genos, take care of him." Lip wished he could slap himself twice. If that old man found out, he would be done for. "I'm just joking, Genos. I'm really not qualified to be your teacher. Please find someone better." Genos stubbornly shook his head and then began a lengthy monologue from the original work that nearly drove Lip to the brink of collapse. "No, Mr. Lip saved my life, and Genos will follow you no matter what. My life was also saved by Dr. Kasuno, and I must repay his kindness. Since I was 15 years old, 50,000 words omitted. In short, please accept me. I want to become strong like you." Goodness, if I don't accept him today, it would be like taking a monk as a master, and I would have to hear this every day. "Fine, I can take you as my disciple. But I have one request. From now on, keep your speech under 20 words. "All right, master." "No problem, master. Genos is really grateful to you. You are truly a noble person." Seeing you reminds Genos of what Dr. Kusuno said to me back then. 100,000 words omitted. Li Pu could no longer hold back and directly asked him, "Do you want to become stronger?" Only then did Genos stop his endless chatter. "Yes, I do. Then I will assign you 3 tasks. Complete 2 out of the 3, and I will reveal my secrets to becoming stronger." Upon hearing this, Genos's mechanical eyes immediately lit up. "No problem. No matter how difficult, I will accomplish it." "All right, listen carefully. The first task, become an S-class hero." Genos nodded, indicating he could handle this task. Given his combat performance, looks, and written exam abilities, achieving the last position in S-class was not difficult. And the original work indeed confirmed this. Don't get too excited. The second task, after becoming an S-class hero, enter the top 3 of S-class. It will be best to challenge someone slightly stronger than you, like Tornado, as it will help you become stronger. Genos instinctively felt something was off, but since his master had spoken, he boldly agreed. Lip leisurely mentioned the third task, to defeat a guy named Boros. However, this task is not urgent. I'll tell you when we encounter this person. Genos nodded thoughtfully. He had never heard of anyone named Boros, and figured that even if he were strong, he couldn't be that powerful. If you can really complete 2 of the tasks, I will share the secret of how I became so strong at such a young age with you. Until then, you are just my named disciple, understand? Yes, master. I will go and complete your tasks right now. Genos, lacking social experience, did not understand the malice of human nature, and thus adorably took off to prepare for the association test. The world has become peaceful. Lip let out a breath and continued to stroll leisurely towards the city, thinking he should treat himself well after making hot pot today. It seemed that the hot pot base in F City was relatively cheap, so he decided to go there. Why should we work 9 to 5? Why should we pay for food when we have nothing to do? Shouldn't those who are willing to work do so, while those that don't want to work just enjoy life? A bald man was shouting seriously on the street, and a group of bald followers behind him echoed in agreement, creating quite a spectacle. However, no one paid them any attention, which was somewhat embarrassing. The bald leader was starting to lose his composure and shouted, "Let's go. Protest with me, Hammerhead. Let those rich people know our strength. Let's start by tearing down the richest family in this city, the Xenial family." Then Hammerhead led his followers to demolish buildings, and this group of bald men walking down the street was indeed a unique sight. People not only weren't afraid, but even started taking photos and posting them on social media. Upon reaching their target, Hammerhead's mechanical fist on his combat suit suddenly powered up, and with just one punch, he brought down the building. Haha, this newly developed combat suit is really useful. It was worth all the trouble I took to steal it from that organization. Hammerhead laughed proudly. However, the leader's smile froze when he realized they had the wrong apartment. The Xenial house was still ahead. The leader couldn't lash out since he was the one who acted, so he had to secretly take note of this ungrateful subordinate's mistake and quickly change the subject. Everyone makes mistakes. The key is to recognize and correct them, right? That's right. Then let's move on. On the roadside, a little girl helplessly looked at the balloon stuck in the tree, softly sobbing, until a bicycle and its owner appeared. The big brother in the green hat gently took down the balloon and handed it to the little girl. She wiped her tears and recognized that this big brother was actually the unlicensed rider from C grade, immediately cheering up. The unlicensed rider just smiled slightly, sensing the commotion ahead, and thoughtfully said, "B grade wanted criminal, Hammerhead and the Taoyuan group. Okay, let me, the unlicensed rider, take care of them." He then hopped on his bicycle and continued forward. Meanwhile, the Taoyuan group, equipped with combat suits, had significantly increased combat power and looked down on ordinary police officers, immediately flipping over police cars and continuing their rampage in the streets. If Lip saw this, he would certainly be envious, as these combat suits clearly appear to be at least green-level quality, and Hammerhead's suit, which boosted him from an ordinary person to ghost-level strength, might even be blue-level equipment. As an ordinary person, the unlicensed rider was quite strong. He rode without getting out of breath. When he saw the group of thugs, filled with righteous indignation, he slowly parked his bike and set the brake, showing his care for the bicycle. Then he took a fighting stance. The righteous cyclist, the unlicensed rider, is here. Immediately, the crowd around him cheered, "Great, it's the unlicensed rider. With the unlicensed rider here, we can relax." Hearing the shouts of his fans, the unlicensed rider felt confident. "I'm on it." Then he threw a punch, knocking one thug unconscious, while nearby citizens quickly called for an ambulance. In the mansion of the wealthy Xenial family, panic ensued. What should I do? The Taoyuan group is coming to demolish my house. The wealthy Xenial was very anxious. Thinking to escape, the house was lost, but staying meant losing face. You are very fortunate that this happened while we were signing a contract. A purple-black shadow suddenly appeared on the windowsill. The wealthy Xenial and his butler looked delighted. Great, it's Sonic. How could I forget him? With Mr. Sonic here, we're sure to be fine. Sonic, also known as the Speedster Sonic, was a modern ninja from an ancient ninja village. He arrogantly said, the Tao Yuan group. A bunch of thugs in new combat suits have met me, Sonic. Hee, a strange light flashed in his eyes. You only need to consider how to deal with the mountain of corpses. Boss, after passing through this forest, that golden poop-shaped building ahead is the wealthy Xenial's house. Not bad. Let's keep going. However, as the Tao Yuan group just entered the woods, strange things began to happen. Suddenly, the head of one Tao Yuan member fell off. A scene comparable to a horror movie that stunned the others. Boss Hammerhead was the first to react. It seems someone is ambushing us. Get him. Take him out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. A masked ninja quietly emerged from the shadows, smiling oddly at the dozens of enemies, and then charged forward like a ghost. Sonic was indeed very strong in terms of speed, and the members of the Tao Yuan group often didn't even see how he struck before their vision changed. It turned into a view of rolling in the air, and before they could even wonder, their consciousness sank into darkness. In just a few breaths, the Tao Yuan group members were mostly dead or injured. Hammerhead saw this scene and felt deep fear at first, then suddenly exploded in anger. You wealthy man's lapdog. You think you can scare me? Who fights back with lofty ideals? Impossible. He hammered the ground with his hands, causing the ground around him to tremble under the power of his combat suit, finally temporarily stopping Sonic's assault. Seeing that Sonic had momentarily stopped, his eyes turned red, and he picked up a huge rock to smash. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous boulders forced Sonic to the end of the passage he had created. One flying boulder even smashed the golden poop on top of the wealthy Xenial's building, showing just how much the combat suit had boosted Hammerhead. Sonic dodged easily, glancing over and smiling slightly, arranging the rocks in two neat rows. You clearly think I won't see through your scheme? Provoking me like this is really exciting. Sonic's mouth curved into a huge arc, realizing he was getting carried away. He quickly covered his mouth. Since you want to limit my speed, I'll just break through from the front. With the ground deeply pressed down, Sonic instantly broke the sound barrier, making Hammerhead, who was originally confident, narrow his eyes. So fast, but victory will ultimately belong to me. Hammerhead grabbed a large tree he had prepared earlier, the massive branches covering the entire passage, crushing. This time you're dead. Hammerhead gasped for breath, feeling a bit relieved. Ding! A shuriken hit him squarely in the back of the head, and Hammerhead fell straight down. Apparently, Sonic's ghostly figure had crept up behind him without him noticing, delivering a fatal blow. Is this all you've got? How boring. Sonic shook his head and took out his phone. Hello, this is Sonic. I've taken care of it. Yes, Hammerhead's corpse is here too. Where's the body? Sonic turned his head to check his spoils, only to be surprised to find that the corpse was gone. The corpse he was concerned about was currently running for its life, with a shuriken embedded 3 inches deep in its head. A normal person would have been dead by now, but the one with the hammerhead seemed to be just fine. Fortunately, I have exceptional talent, and my skull is much thicker than average. Otherwise, I would have been done for this time. The hammerhead, having survived, gratefully thanked his incredibly awesome mother for giving him such resilience. Now I have to hide from my pursuers, but unfortunately, I have no money to escape. There's a guy ahead carrying a huge pile of stuff. He looks kind of cool. He must be a rich man, so I decided to rob him. Robbery. Hand over the hot pot base and all your money. Goodness, the poor guy being robbed was Li Pu, who was quite speechless, thinking that he could encounter a robber just by going out to buy something to eat. However, when he clearly saw the hammerhead's outfit, his eyes instantly lit up like hundreds of what light bulbs. Wow, that battlesuit is really nice. You must be Hammerhead, right? I declare, you have been robbed by me, Li Pu. Seeing this person daring to shout about robbing him, the hammerhead sneered coldly. How dare you? Then he just squatted down obediently, covering his head to accept the robbery. Why? Because he recognized that this man was actually an S-rank hero. Why is an S-rank hero out here buying hot pot base? Shouldn't he be living a superior life, being served by 100 beauties every day? The hammerhead silently roared in his heart, but he honestly stripped himself bare and respectfully offered his battle suit with both hands. Well, nice attitude, considering the suit. Don't cause trouble in the future, go work hard instead. Li Pu had just bought some food, and with the battle gear gifted by nature, he was in a good mood. He decided to let the young man go, as there should be a limit to hating the rich. What kind of performance art was this guy doing? Watching the bare-bottom nail hammer leave, Li Pu also planned to head back to the dojo to avoid any more trouble. Li Pu just turned his head and instantly sensed a high-speed moving object. As a cold glimmer approached, he instinctively threw a punch. Bang! A large black rat crashed through a dozen trees before finally stopping. Li Pu focused his eyes and realized that this black rat was none other than Sonic. Cough cough. How did you find me? Never mind, that's not important. What's important is that you actually noticed me. Sonic, ignoring his injuries, began to laugh nervously. Why is it this guy? In the original story, he's just as troublesome as Genos. Li Pu's good mood vanished. He was afraid of such troublesome characters. And now it seemed he would be entangled with him again. I come from the home of ninjas and have been practicing secret techniques. How about you see through my moves? My pride absolutely cannot allow this. What a joke. You just want to use me to practice your moves. Judging by that innocent smile of yours. Sonic, with his back to Li Pu, heard this and a genuinely innocent smile flashed across his face. He then stomped the ground, creating a sonic boom, and transformed into countless shadows scattering in all directions. In an instant, the forest was darkened, filled with ghostly figures. With such speed and such a shockwave, you can't see my movements, can you? Ha ha. Lip thinks that the villains in the One-Punch world are quite interesting. All average guys, right? Detect him system. Sonic the Hedgehog speed. 8 overall combat power. 297. Demon level peak. Skills. Ninjutsu. 10 shadows burial. Purple. Ninjutsu. Shadow transformation. Purple. Ninjutsu. Windblade kick. Blue. Relying purely on speed to reach dragon level. Not bad, but unfortunately, the gap in raw strength is too large. If his overall combat power were similar to mine, Lip might not even be able to see Sonic's movements clearly. That's the benefit of mastering one aspect to the extreme. The downside is that when his overall strength is far inferior to Lip, who doesn't even activate his explosive skills, the outcome could be very tragic. Your speed is good, but it's just good. Li Pu's powerful perception in martial arts is not only subtle, but also extraordinarily broad. He directly locked onto Sonic, catching him off guard. Not good, I've been seen through. Eat my wind blade kick. Sonic's face twisted in rage. But he made a grave mistake by executing this move from high position, leaving his center wide open. Lip also wanted to use the ninjutsu Rillianua to deal with him, but without bandages, he decided to go for a direct punch. Unexpectedly, Sonic came right at him, and Lip's ultra-fast strike was so powerful that it even created sparks from the friction with the air, and he couldn't stop it. Thus, in Lip's astonished gaze and Sonic's terrified expression, his lower body's vital point met Lip's fist. That day, the entire F-City heard a scream that was utterly horrifying. Especially the men, upon hearing that scream, felt a shiver run through their bodies. As if something important had left them, Li Pu quickly withdrew his fist to avoid getting anything dirty on his hands. Sonic, who was standing nearby, had a frozen expression of horror for quite a while before he snapped back to reality, covering his mouth and jumping back 2 steps. Why you? Today Sonic, have lost. I will go back and train my ultimate ninja techniques in my ninja village. Next time, I will definitely defeat you with my ultimate ninja techniques. Sonic's hands and legs were still trembling, and he was making threats with the most cowardly expression, truly sharing a trait with Tornado. What is your name? I will come to find you once my skills are perfected. I did not change my name, nor my surname. I am Genos. Taking advantage of the fact that Sonic didn't recognize him while he was on a mission, Li Pu hurriedly had his apprentice take the blame, hoping to deceive him for another day. All right, Genos, Sonic, will definitely focus on my training behind closed doors until I can defeat you. Sonic believed that such a powerful opponent wouldn't be scared of him, so he had no doubts. Now, Sonic truly wouldn't investigate his identity until he found little Genos. Lip nodded in satisfaction, watching Sonic go into a bulletproof stance, and within a few breaths, he completely disappeared. After all, if Lip really wanted to chase, he wouldn't be able to catch up. As for the ninjas coming out of the hidden village, they certainly had some skill in running and hiding. Li Pu no longer dared to stay outside for long. Who knew what kind of trouble would arise if he lingered? He immediately activated the 8 gates and blood escape technique, sprinting home at full speed, leaving behind afterimages. On the other side, the hammerhead, running frantically, kept pleading to a shadow. Big brother, please spare me. 2 strange figures emerged from the shadow, one of whom ignored Hammerhead's cries and ruthlessly struck him on the back of the head. Seeing him fall motionless, the 2 oddly shaped robots began to communicate. This fool. If it weren't for the organization testing the power of the new combat suit, did he really think he could sneak out under the organization's nose? Ridiculous. What about the body? No need to worry about him. Let's go. Once the 2 robots had left, Hammerhead didn't dare to move an inch. tears streaming down his face. "It's all thanks to you, Mom, for making my head so hard. Otherwise, I would have really lost my life. I will never dare to cause trouble again. I'm going to find a job right away." Li Pu returned to the dojo without any incidents. This time, no one jumped out at him. He first put away his battle suit and contacted the doctor to bring back the suit for research next time he came to deliver the boxing gloves. He had already identified it as a piece of blue equipment with very balanced attributes, which he believed to be quite valuable. Then Li Pu hurried to do the real task of the day, making hot pot. In the small courtyard, the aroma wafted all around. What was that smell? So fragrant? The first disciple, Cha Lanzi, who was still doing his evening training, couldn't resist it any longer, showing no sign of the steadfast will of a martial artist. His master, Bangu, saw this and was about to scold him. "Cha Lanzi, how can you be swayed by something so trivial? As practitioners, we cannot be tempted by even the greatest allure. We must remain steadfast even in the face of death." However, Bangu also caught a whiff of that unparalleled fragrance and immediately stood up. "This smell, Cha Lanzi, must be your junior brother experimenting with a new dish again. All right, I declare that today's training ends here. After all, practicing should also be balanced with rest and relaxation. It smells so good. Cha Lanzi, master." The two hurried over to Li Pu and found him manipulating a strange pot, which had two different sections, one clear and one red, with ingredients bubbling inside, emitting the previously enticing aroma. Cha Lanzi couldn't hold back. "Good junior brother, what is this?" "It's a yin-yang pot. The clear soup is best for beginners, but those with a bit of courage usually choose the red side." Li Pu's eyes inevitably showed a sly glint. Indeed, the master and disciple were mysteriously confident. Having been eating simple tea and rice, they suddenly began clamoring for something spicy. Li Pu naturally had no objections and even took the time to explain how to gather ingredients and prepare the sauces. This world also had hot pot, but with Li Pu's formidable cooking skills at the blue level, the ingredients he carefully selected and processed were exceptionally delicious. "Ugh, I can't take it anymore. It's so spicy, but it's too good to resist," said one disciple. "This hot pot is truly amazing. I've heard from others that hot pot isn't this good." Tilanzi's mouth was already red. She would grab a dish and then drink 2 sips of water, resembling Li Pu on his first hot pot experience. The old man, on the other hand, said nothing and just kept eating. Li Pu had brought dozens of pounds of ingredients, and the old man had already consumed a small portion of it, showing no signs of stopping. Indeed, a master is often a reflection of their disciple. Li Pu was also unwilling to fall behind, indulging in a feast. Although his skills were fairly decent, under the extremely spicy base he had specially prepared, he could only manage to eat a couple of bites of vegetables and take a sip of water. His tolerance for spicy food was only equivalent to that of 4 Tilanzi, and he was mocked by his supposedly impressive master and the Tilanzi. "Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? I'm looking for S-rank hero Mr. Li Pu." A rhythmic knocking sound came from the dojo entrance, followed by a graceful voice that made Li Pu raise his eyebrows. Wasn't that the voice of Hell Blizzard? Why was she here at the dojo? As he opened the door to let her in, it was clear that Blizzard wanted to say something, but upon catching a whiff of the increasingly strong aroma, she was momentarily stunned, forgetting what she was about to say. To make matters worse, it was mealtime, and it was evident that Blizzard hadn't eaten anything during her travels, causing her stomach to grumble embarrassingly. This made the noble young lady's ears turn from pink to bright red in an instant. "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Li Pu. I actually came here to let us eat first, so that certain gluttons don't overeat and choke themselves to death." As he spoke, Li Pu shot a glare at his 2 starving companions, who were acting like they had been reincarnated as starving ghosts. However, they completely ignored him and claimed the beef balls he had just cooked. Blizzard never expected Li Pu to insist that she eat first. When she saw her old senior, Silver Fangs, also eating, she felt she couldn't refuse and simply sat down. The hot pot for 3 became a hot pot for 4, and the competition instantly intensified. The newcomer, Blizzard, who appeared timid, turned out to be the one among the 4 who could handle spicy food the best, not needing to drink any water, leaving the others in shock. Tilanzi, who had a big appetite, was frustrated that he couldn't keep up with his junior brother in eating spicy food, and now he couldn't even compete with a pretty girl. In a fit of desperation, he brought out the alcohol he had secretly hidden and challenged Li Pu to see who couldn't handle it. Master Bangu instinctively wanted to scold him, but thinking about his previous actions, he could only turn a blind eye. Hot pot paired with beer intensified the atmosphere, and even Blizzard, who usually didn't drink, had 2 small cups, turning her complexion as red as the clouds at sunset. "Li Pu, ISNT this person hell Blizzard, Tornado's sister? Why is she here looking for you? Old man Bongu, having had a bit to drink, finally asked this question. Old senior, I'm here to deliver medicine to Mr. Li Pu. Last time he rescued City A and defeated a dragon-level monster, he was poisoned. I went to the association to find a way to detoxify him. I asked many heroes and logistics personnel, and it was only after S-Rank Tong Di helped develop a medicine that I thought might alleviate the severe poison in him. Blizzard was also getting into the eating, and only then did she remember the main issue. However, this was also because Li Pu's aura was clearly very stable, making her subconsciously forget about the poisoning. She quickly took out the experimental medicine developed by Tong Di. Mr. Li Pu, your health is important. I don't know if this medicine will work, but during this time, I found out that Tong Di had some confidence in it. If it doesn't work, I can still. Lip stared at the slightly drunk woman for a while, not knowing what to think. No need, I've already recovered. But I still thank Miss Fubuki. From a distance, the tea-loving Lanzi, who was directly drunk, couldn't help but exclaim, "What a thoughtful person, Miss Fubuki." Upon hearing that Lip had already detoxified, Fubuki's eyes sparkled with a hint of brightness, but she quickly concealed it well and said very normally, "Congratulations, Mr. Lip." Old Bang, who had initially heard that Lip was poisoned in the dormitory and was quite worried, later burst into laughter. I knew my apprentice was the smartest. How can mere weirdos stop him? Lip, come have a drink with me. After a few rounds of drinks, they exchanged cups. However, for a while afterward, Fubuki didn't say much, just casually accompanied Lip and the others in eating and drinking, but her demeanor was much more relaxed, clearly feeling at ease. It was getting late, and the crescent moon was almost at its zenith. Lip noticed that the guys were basically losing consciousness, and even he felt a bit dizzy, so he decided to let Blowing Snow go back first. After Blowing Snow left, at Lip's request, she called several members of the Blowing Snow team to come pick them up. When they saw their boss in such a state, they were all taken aback. One guy even bluntly stated that being drunk outside was very dangerous, especially not knowing where to spend the night. Lip agreed wholeheartedly, believing that both boys and girls needed to protect themselves outside. However, for some reason, a few days later, this guy was sent to work at a mine in the outskirts of Z-City due to a small incident that made Blowing Snow furious. After sending off Blowing Snow, Lip enjoyed himself with the two guys who were completely wasted until midnight. Finally, swaying, Lip casually tossed the unconscious Kalanzi under a chair and helped the equally tipsy old man back to the room. Unknowingly or not, Bongu let out a burp and said, "Lip, did you encounter a hungry wolf before?" Lip suddenly became much clearer after hearing this, and fell into silence for a long time. Finally, he replied, "I encountered him and fought. I won." Bongu suddenly turned around. "What did you say? You killed the hungry wolf?" Hearing the old man's complex tone, Lip sighed. "I didn't kill him, but I didn't let him go either. I sent him to a place to be punished. He won't have the chance to commit evil again." Bongu's muscles slowly relaxed, but under the moonlight, his shadow seemed to be shorter and more hunched. "That's good. I don't have to do it myself." He gently peeled Lip's hand away. "I'm not tired anymore. I'm going to sit somewhere for a while. You can rest first, my disciple." The old man Li Pu watched as the elder walked away, disappearing into the moonlight. He couldn't convince him of anything. The elder's feelings towards the hungry wolf were different from those he had for the other disciples. Such matters could only be contemplated by the old man himself. As a disciple, all he could do was refrain from killing the hungry wolf and ensure that Dr. Kino's was well fed and taken care of, while also keeping him restricted. There was no conversation throughout the night. Li Pu woke up in the training pod. He had many grievances in his heart last night, so he decided to set the gravity to 5 times and have a comfortable night's sleep. T. Lanzi, still half asleep, came over, yawned, and informed Li Pu that the master had gone back to the hall to practice boxing. Only then did Li Pu feel relieved. He thought about the hungry wolf and planned to talk to the doctor to prevent the hungry wolf from suffering too much under the doctor's hands. However, just as he descended the mountain, Li Pu felt a violent wave throughout his body, like seismic waves coming from a great distance. But it should be noted that in the world of One Punch Man, earthquakes occur far less frequently than powerful monsters. He quickly took out the association's communicator to check, and his face instantly changed. A suspected demon-level giant monster had appeared in City D. Damn, I was just wondering where the giant brother went. And here it is. The giant brother can be said to be somewhat of a bug in One Punch Man. In terms of strength, he is not weaker than an ordinary dragon-level monster. Yet he is only rated as demon level. It can be said that the association's intelligence system is really terrible. A 270-meter giant that can destroy City D with its palm wind, and even its corpse falling can destroy City B, is actually only rated as demon level? Li Pu subconsciously looked up at the mountain. Master Bongu probably hadn't fully recovered his mood today and had been considering retirement lately. He couldn't let his master go fight to the death now. It had to be him to step up again. The giant brother, TSK, 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 the guy who was just knocked out by Saitama with one punch, was probably going to be a tough battle. Genos was very happy today because he had passed the Hero Association's assessment and officially became an S-Class hero. He was about to share this good news with his master, Li Pu, to show his determination to become stronger. At that moment, a loud noise came from the distance, and a huge monster suddenly appeared in the center of D-City, making Genos realize that this was his chance to make a name for himself. He could show his master his determination. Little Genos had just become an S-Class hero and had already forgotten the pain of being easily defeated by the demon-level monster Mosquito Girl. Now that he had become an S-Class hero like his master and upgraded his equipment, he thought the gap between him and his master should be smaller. Although his master was not interested in fame and fortune and did not challenge those S-Class heroes ahead of him, like Tornado, who were no match for his master to improve his ranking, since his master wanted him to be among the top 3 S-Class heroes. This small demon-level monster was definitely in the bag for Genos. As Genos' thoughts raced, he activated his accelerator, and instantly, an orange flame soared into the sky. Faka was a very talented biologist and pharmacist, but he also had a wildly crazy brain. He intended to conquer the world and have the whole world recognize him as the greatest scientist. However, the future world conqueror Faka also had troubles. It was all because of a damn fan club for someone named Li Pu that had been holding events downstairs for the past 2 weeks, making him afraid to conduct illegal experiments openly, causing a great potion that should have been completed long ago to only just be finished now. Thinking of this, a strong displeasure appeared on Faka's face, but was soon replaced by joy. Brother, my strongest potion, the King of Biceps, has been successfully developed. Drink it, and you will be the strongest in the world. Compared to his smart and cunning yet physically weak brother, the younger brother was a typical representative of someone with developed limbs and a simple mind. Day after day, year after year of monotonous training left him with nothing but the obsession of becoming the strongest man in the world and trust in his smart brother. Without hesitation, he gulped down the colorful, suspicious potion. The immense pain came crashing down like an avalanche, as every cell was forcibly pulled apart and reassembled, proliferating. But during this torment, the younger brother was pleasantly surprised to find his body growing stronger and larger. Soon, he broke through the laboratory, and before long, he was towering over buildings, his knees no longer reachable. When he came to his senses, he found himself towering above the clouds. With the power to destroy the world surging within him, he bent down and found his brother, who was barely alive under the rubble of the buildings that had collapsed from his transformation shockwave, gently placing him on his shoulder. My dear brother, from now on, I have the strongest brain, you have the strongest body, and together we will dominate the world. Strongest? I'm the strongest. The giant brother's expression gradually turned mad as he stepped forward, leaving a giant pit where his foot landed, dozens of meters wide. With a casual wave of his hand, the massive punch's wind turned most of D-City into ruins, like an unstoppable natural disaster. What does it mean to be a giant nearly 300 meters tall, assuming an average human height of 8 meters and weight of 75 kilograms? With the giant brother standing at 270 meters tall, his volume would be 3 million times that of an ordinary human, and his mass would exceed a terrifying 1,000,000 tons due to the enhanced density of his muscles. It can be said that in other aspects, even if he was lacking, his destructive power could easily surpass most dragon-level monsters. Not to mention that the giant brother moved with remarkable agility, completely devoid of the clumsiness usually associated with giants. The giant brother continued to walk, reveling in the delightful sensation of power and the thrill of looking down on all beings, almost unable to stop. The only thing keeping him somewhat rational was probably his brother's commands. Brother, continue the destruction and let these humans know our might. The giant brother nodded, preparing to punch the city into oblivion. Burning cannon. Boom! A fireball hit his face. However, a fireball capable of destroying a building only made the giant brother feel as if a mosquito had bitten him. He looked up and saw a mechanical mosquito, no bigger than his thumb, hovering in the air. Monster, I am S-Class hero number 18, Genos. Today, I will defeat you, Genos declared with righteousness. His hometown had been destroyed by such evil beings who had gained power. The giant brother was a bit puzzled. What was this mosquito saying? Forget it, he thought. Just squish it first. He reached out with a hand the size of a football field to grab Genos. Although little Genos was reckless, he knew this monster was dangerous and quickly dodged, but the sheer force of the wind from the giant's movement slammed him to the ground. Little Genos hurriedly crawled out of the dust, only to find the surroundings were pitch black. Why was it so dark? Looking up, his pupils dilated as he saw the giant brother's foot right above his face. Boom! The massive tremor caused all surrounding buildings to collapse. In a giant pit dozens of meters deep appeared where Genos was standing, caught between the giant brother's foot. Is this it for me? This bug? Or is it more interesting to continue destroying the world? The giant brother had never cared about Genos' appearance. An S-class hero? To him, it was like a newborn baby. Bang! Another fireball, stubbornly fired from Genos, hit the giant brother's knee. Even if he died, he absolutely could not allow a monster like you to rampage freely. Genos, covered in electric sparks and riddled with cracks, was still alive. His body modification above 95 ensured that as long as his main modules were intact, he would not die. The giant brother slightly turned his head, but his brother Faka looked down on him. A mere hero could never be a match for my greatest masterpiece. Brother, finish him off. The giant brother nodded and prepared to use a third of his strength to completely crush this ant. As he watched the enormous shadow descend from the sky, Genos felt a moment of daze. Am I going to die? I haven't even officially become Master Lipu's disciple. I haven't avenged my parents. I haven't become stronger. He had completely let his guard down, only letting down the doctor and bang. The giant brother was genuinely surprised this time. His world's strongest punch had actually been blocked. A tremendous force emanated from a fist, causing the giant brother to take 2 steps back, and a figure surrounded by intertwined blue and red energy stood there quietly. Lipu, who had come up not daring to underestimate the situation, fully equipped with skills. Current overall combat power, 1242. 8, 478x, 100, 70, 30, 60. Little Genos, what's going on? Is this something you can handle? Teacher Genos was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy as he shouted, saved by the teacher again. Genos had previously been saved by the doctor, then by the teacher, and now once again saved by the teacher. Genos was truly the following 5,000 words emitted. All right, no need for a speech. You quickly recover and get ready to fight again. Lip felt a sudden headache. It was already this time, and little Jay's chattiness hadn't changed. He disregarded Genos, who was busy disassembling his arms and legs for repairs, and turned to the giant brother with a stern expression. You call yourself the world's strongest? Don't be ridiculous. Giant brother charm. 3 overall combat power. 1302, dragon level monster. Rank, C, an outstanding among dragon level, but still far from the peak. Skills, king of biceps, red. Strong physique, orange. Exoskeleton, purple, goodness. Lip was shocked. This giant brother had only 3 abilities materialize from the system, and all 3 were related to the potions developed by his brother, yet he still achieved AC rating, making him no weakling among dragon-level monsters. This Fakao, claiming to be the world's #1 brain, was not just boasting. He was indeed one of the top scientists in the One-Punch Man world. Because of this, Lip's killing intent grew heavier. He never cared about ordinary cases in society, as those people, no matter what, could not pose a significant threat to the world. But Fakao and Giant Brother were different. With just a small mistake, they could bring about even greater disasters. Fakao sensed Lip's immense killing intent and instantly turned pale, even dampening his pants a little, as if being targeted by a ferocious beast. The mental pressure from Lip's purple level was something an ordinary person like him could not withstand. Another hero, yet another hero. How dare you heroes stand in the way of my dream to rule the world? How can you understand? I won't let you obstruct me. Aha! Fakao's madness intensified, and finally, his obsession with power reached its peak. Darkness, like an abyss, surged forth, enveloping Fakao from the bottom up. Lip instantly became serious. The original darkness is once again attaching itself to a living being. Is it obsession or some kind of emotion? Lip pondered briefly, but knew that the most important thing right now was to eliminate this fiend. Without further thought, he took action. The immense energy within him was quickly extracted, and several energy balls appeared in Lip's hands. He also had ranged attacks. The energy balls shot out like lightning, aiming to hit Fakao, who had darkened but was not very strong. Smash! The giant brother, with agility that belied his massive physique, swiftly blocked Lip's attack with his palm. My clever brother anticipated this. He told me to be on guard against those who would attack him. And I kept my eyes open. Lip had a smile that was not quite a smile. Take another look, your brother. Are you sure he's really that good? The giant brother instinctively turned his head, and there was nothing wrong with his brother on his shoulder, just a bit darker, which was not good. He was trying to attract my attention. Even the giant brother, who was usually slow, reacted at this moment, but unfortunately, Lip had already vanished into thin air in an instant. Anger and embarrassment surfaced in the giant brother's eyes. This guy who was teasing him had to die. He looked down at the ground. This flea was different from the mosquito just now. It couldn't fly, only jump around. So he just needed to find him on the ground. However, there was no trace of him on the ground, only a mosquito with broken legs. When did this mechanical mosquito lose its legs? Oh, I'm right here. I'll take this life of yours first for these fallen victims. A scream came from his shoulder, and the giant brother was startled. When he looked again, his dark-skinned brother had turned into a pile of mosaics. And behind the flea Lip, who couldn't he fly? With the power legs of Mosquito Genos, floating him up. Side quest. Eliminate the original dark invading creature. 210. Phew. Thankfully this thing is as clumsy as the groundhog monster I saw for the first time. I can play some tactics and take out his evil brother first, but then I'll have to face the rampaging giant brother. I'm going to kill you. The giant brother swung his fists madly at the sky, almost creating a huge wind pressure comparable to the pressure difference of a hurricane, even with little Genos's power legs. Lip was at a disadvantage in such a straightforward physical suppression, being blown around. This guy had a red tier core ability called King of Biceps. This was the first time Lip had seen a red tier ability. Previously, when he was with the Detection Master in Tornado, he couldn't see their powerful abilities due to his low combat power. But today he saw it, and indeed it was perverse, granting the giant brother an enormous size and corresponding strong combat power. Master S' flowing rock-shattering fist probably also reached red tier, just like this giant brother, where a single core ability could reach C-rank system rating. I really shouldn't be too pleased with my own skills. Lip shook his head. He thought the flowing rock-shattering fist, purple, was already very strong, but now it seemed that, like the hungry wolf, he hadn't mastered it yet. Facing off against the old man Bang, he could only expect to be beaten up. Because of this, he yearned even more for the path of martial arts. If there were higher levels above the red level, what would that scene be like? The giant brother casually picked up a building and used it as a weapon to smash down on Lip, who was like a flea. However, because Lip practiced the flowing rock-shattering fist, even though the giant brother overwhelmed Lip in terms of strength, he couldn't hit him, achieving nothing. Lipu also wouldn't let his giant brother take the lead, as he clearly understands that being large has its advantages, while being small also has its benefits. Lip directly communicated with Genos, asking him to take him to the shoulder of the giant brother. When the giant brother reached out with his palm to grab him, Lip swiftly flew to the other shoulder, dodging another hand. The giant brother had crossed his arms, leaving his center wide open. Compared to Lip, the giant brother was still not fast enough, and his control over his body was far inferior. After all, Lip had mastered Bang's slippery footwork very well. At this moment, Lip faced the giant brother and prepared a powerful air-splitting punch. The giant brother had no way to defend against the flea's attack. Bang! Two fangs as large as iron gates flew out with a spray of blood, and the giant brother's head was knocked back, causing his body to stagger twice, creating a tremor on the ground comparable to a small earthquake. I just want to be the strongest. Why? The giant brother, filled with regret and anger, was tactically unable to compete with Lip. Even with 1,000,000 tons of strength, he couldn't exert it. This despair deepened his obsession with becoming the strongest until he reached a critical point. Ugh, I will not fall before becoming the world's strongest. Just like his brother, the giant brother's exoskeleton turned pitch black and grew countless barbs. With a roar, the already enormous giant brother grew even taller, approaching 500 meters, which was terrifying. Wow, this is huge. Lip was speechless. It didn't take much effort to kill an ordinary person infected by the original Dark, but what about the giant brother, who already had over 1,000 combat power? Giant brother, initial infection of original Dark, charm, 1. 3 overall combat power, 1901, dragon level monster, rank, C, among the elite of dragon level, slightly closer to dragon peak, skills, original Dark power, orange, king of biceps, red, strong body, orange, exoskeleton, purple. Indeed, every creature that was initially modified by the original Dark would significantly enhance their original strength, right? This is troublesome. Although Lip's strength had greatly increased before, the gap between him and the giant brother was now estimated to be several times his. The result of combat power index growth. He had to fight hard again. Lip felt speechless. Although he spared no effort in enhancing himself, the enemies he encountered were becoming stronger, further enhanced under the intervention of the original dark, truly hellish difficulty. The darkened version of the brother monster, like a hellish demon, not only troubled Lip, but also made the Hero Association finally realize what they were facing. They hurriedly adjusted the brother monster to dragon level and urgently notified nearby heroes below S rank not to go to their deaths. Upon learning that Genos, who had accompanied Lip, was severely injured and dying after just one attack from the brother monster, the association concluded that this dragon-level monster was not even a match for ordinary S-ranked heroes. And heroes lacking damage capability against such a giant enemy were completely helpless. Thus, they dispatched. Meanwhile, Lip had long since gotten off the brother monster, and the black barbs growing all over him felt strange, making Lip's heart race. Lip didn't dare to stay on him for too long, but as soon as he touched the body of the monster brother, he fell into a complete disadvantage. The wind from the monster brother's punches was enough to tear his body apart, leaving him in a dilemma. "Come, sacrifice your life for my brother." A deep and eerie voice came from its mouth, and suddenly it clapped its hands like swatting a bug. The massive displacement of air created an immense wind pressure that actually pulled Lip towards it. The giant brother seized the opportunity to grab Lip, and the tremendous force shattered Genos's legs on Lip's back into pieces, leaving him almost powerless to resist. Although the outer skin was just a bloody mess from the barbs, Lip's internal organs were almost crushed to near destruction by this incomprehensible pure strength that was many times greater than his own. Almost crushed. Lip spat out a mouthful of black blood mixed with bits of his organs, but he laughed. "Huh, I killed your brother. This hatred has long reached the point of drinking his blood and eating his flesh, yet you only want to kill me. How ridiculous. No, what am I saying?" Lip suddenly realized he had spoken wrongly and quickly shut his mouth, but the giant brother had already heard him. It was overjoyed, being non-human. It didn't care about human ethics and morals. It grinned viciously. "Good, I'll eat you raw, let you die in my stomach." It stopped using force and directly swallowed Lip in one gulp, even chewing a bit, feeling that Lip still had a last breath and swallowing it down directly. It didn't think much of Lip being on the brink of death. But wasn't so? Seeing the little Lip in front of it made it lose its mind. No, it never had such a thing. Despite being sent into its belly, Lip, instead of panicking, burst into laughter. Lip actually had anticipated this and had prepared his excuses in advance. He tricked the giant brother into eating him, and even if that didn't work, he could still teleport away. After being nearly crushed by the giant brother's teeth, Lip lost both of his legs, and countless organs were damaged. Just as the giant brother perceived, Lip was already on the brink of death, likely to die from a stomach injury, unable to create any significant turmoil. However, Lip had an unreasonable life-saving skill, a talent that locked his health for 5 seconds upon reaching D rank. What could 5 seconds do for a dragon-level destruction force? In the giant brother's powerless stomach, Lip's face was as cold as frost, but the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. "It's my turn now, you guy." "Ugh, hi." The giant brother's previously proud smile instantly froze, and its expression twisted in extreme agony, as if its massive body were enduring a mountain of knives and a sea of flames. Lip didn't do much. He just smashed the stomach wall with a punch, then pierced the giant brother's lung with another punch, and finally, with a bit of energy, delivered his strongest air-splitting punch to the heart, causing it to explode like a watermelon. In the last moments of locking the blood, he used a bit of leftover fuel from Genos's broken leg thruster to burn all the major bleeding points on his body, stopping the blood loss and preventing death. After escaping the strong acid of the stomach and no longer in danger of losing his life, he quietly waited in a certain part of the giant brother's body for the enemy's demise. Although the giant brother's body was gigantic and infected with the original darkness, its internal structure was still the same as a human's. Without a heart, how could one live? Detected that the host killed a dragon-level monster, gaining 29,777 hero points. Without a heart, one cannot live. The immensely powerful giant brother bled to death from his 7 orifices, his massive body falling straight back. And it seemed that City B would also be destroyed. Suddenly, the giant brother's corpse floated up, controlled by a green telekinetic force, preventing it from falling. The only superpower user in the One-Punch world capable of controlling such a massive object was the trembling tornado. With skin as white as snow and a waist as slender as a willow, but with a flat demeanor, Tornado silently watched the giant brother's corpse, slowly placing it on an open space in the outskirts of City D. She descended slowly, but her gaze remained unfocused. as her mind was still stuck on the scene where Lip was chewed and swallowed by the monster, which seemed almost certain death. Even if Lip fought valiantly to slay the monster, the hero who saved countless people with his own strength was gone, which inevitably saddened Tornado, who had previously been quite displeased with Lip. Lip, you guys are still worthy of the title of S-Class Hero. I admit you could be my opponent now, but let us settle it in the next life. Tornado silently thought, and then noticed something crawling slowly behind her. Genos, who had no legs and his body was almost shattered. The cyborg couldn't believe his mechanical eyes, but the evidence was right before him. Teacher, how could he have saved me when I was at death's door? Clearly so powerful. And yet that powerful monster he was fighting suddenly became much stronger. Teacher, he fought to protect us. As he spoke, Genos' voice system seemed to malfunction, unable to complete a sentence. Tornado listened in a daze, feeling emotional at the sight, as Lip stood up when others needed him the most, just like how she had once been. A look of sorrow appeared on his cracked face. Teacher, Genos will inherit your will and continue to fight against the monsters. 20,000 words omitted. Cough, cough. I'm not dead yet. Stop reciting eulogies. Little Genos, please, if you keep talking, I'll really die. A weak voice came from inside the giant brother, instantly invigorating Genos and Tornado. Tornado extended her small hand, and immediately, a 100-meter-long gash opened in the chest and abdomen of the giant brother, revealing the chaotic yet still handsome Lip inside. Tornado's lips, resembling cherry blossoms, broke into a radiant smile, but then she thought of something and immediately changed back to her aloof expression. Humph, useless guy. Getting beaten up by such a monster and still looking so disheveled. Those fools at the association really have nothing better to do than to rank you as an S-Class. Lip was too weak to retaliate against the insults, planning to find a way to regain his dignity later. However, little Jia was not pleased. How can you say that about the teacher? The teacher is completely incomparable to someone like you. Before she could finish her words, poor little Jia was directly embedded into the wall by the frowning Tornado. You're just a little girl, right? I'll show you what a little girl is. Finally, Lip could no longer hold on. His willpower reached its limit in yet another painful moment of disability, and he completely lost consciousness. Lip woke up again several days later. The fight with his giant brother lasted much longer and was more intense than in the original story, which further amplified the impact of this event. Lip has also become more famous in the hero circle. Many heroes who were originally somewhat dissatisfied with him have shown great respect after hearing about his fearless battle to the death. A typical representative is the A-Class hero, Sweetheart Mask, who even rallied his fan club to cheer for Lip's recovery. Sweetheart Mask is known to be a very stubborn person, but precisely because of this, after confirming that Lip is a true hero, he spares no effort in supporting him. It's still the same White Room. It seems this is the hospital specifically designated for professional heroes to recuperate. Compared to his previous severe injuries, Lip's recovery ability has improved again. His 2 broken legs have grown back with ease, and even the senior doctors are impressed by his recovery. Li Pu skillfully tore off the bandage and checked to confirm that there was nothing wrong with his body. He was about to make a run for it when he unexpectedly ran into Genos, who had updated his parts and was much better than him. Teacher, you finally woke up. Little Genos, who had taken multiple beatings, finally understood the importance of saying less. Little Jin, I fainted for a few days. What happened? Genos first brought a cup of tea, carefully blowing on it before handing it to Li Pu. Report, teacher, you were unconscious for 4 days. During this time, I reported the dragon-level monster incident to the association, which recognized your contributions as the greatest. Your ranking has now risen to 11th place, and I have also benefited from your glory, ranking 17th in S-Class now. Little Genos paused, seemingly a bit scared. Many people came to visit you in the past few days. There was that small, shivering Tornado who murmured something after looking at you. Like I will definitely teach you a lesson next time before leaving. Also, Master Bang and Uncle Bonpu came to check on you. After confirming you were fine, they went back to eat hot pot. Li Pu felt a headache coming on at the mention of those 2 old men. Then there was Hellish Blizzard from B-Class, who seemed to visit 2 or 3 times and stayed the longest. Other A-Class and B-Class heroes also came to visit you. They were all people who had helped you in previous missions. Thank you for your hard work. Li Pu calmly nodded, then thought of something more important. I want to ask, where did the corpse of that giant monster go? Genos paused for a moment before replying, according to Tornado. It seems that the S-Class Metal Knight sent robots to recover the monster's remains for research. It appears he also took away the vaccine monster last time. Li Pu nodded and then fell in a deep thought. What does Bofei want with these two corpses infected by the original darkness? Bofei, known as the Metal Knight, is a scientist who is solely focused on developing more powerful weapons. Anyone walking around under the title of Metal Knight is just one of his robots. He has never appeared in person. However, his level of genius is probably on par with Fakao, Kusuno, and Kino's, making him one of the 4 high-quality men in the world of One Punch. This guy Bofei is definitely not a good person, and with what happened to Xiao Jie, I need to keep an eye on him taking these corpses. Lips thought for a moment, but at that moment Dr. Kino's called him, asking him to get the boxing gloves and saying that there had been some progress in the research. After learning about it, Lip did not hesitate and went to Dr. Kino's house, bringing along Little J this time, as Little J could fly and serve as his vehicle. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Evolution House, he let Little J continue with the task of fighting monsters while he entered with ease. He saw the armored gorilla who came to greet him, but this time the gorilla still had a sullen expression. What's wrong with you? I mentioned you to the doctor last time, Lip said knowingly. The gorilla looked miserable and said, sigh, Mr. Lip, I don't know why, but after you spoke well of me to the doctor, he has become even more distant. Now all the dirty and tiring work in the Evolution House is done by me. Boo-hoo. As he spoke, the armored gorilla actually squeezed out 2 tears and pointed to the pot, broom, mop, and toilet brush he was carrying on his back. Sigh. How could the doctor do this? Let me talk to him again for you. Lip's face was full of regret, but he couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. It was clear that the doctor was even more suspicious of the gorilla being a spy sent by Lip's organization because Lip had spoken well of the gorilla. However, this had nothing to do with Lip. He had said nothing but good things about the doctor, so how could he be blamed for it? The armored gorilla clearly wasn't that foolish and quickly shook its head, saying no, Lord Lip, please scold me more in front of the doctor. At that moment, a clone of Dr. Kino's came out, and the armored gorilla immediately stood at attention and began to sweep the floor. Its skilled demeanor made Lip feel a twinge of guilt. Mr. Lip, this way please, your gloves have been customized. Lip nodded and followed him to Dr. Kino's research lab. As soon as he entered, he saw another pair of gauntlets identical to his right-hand one. He put them on to try them out, and Lip was instantly thrilled. This pair of gauntlets enhanced both his left and right hands, making his body more coordinated, which was great for a martial artist. Not bad. I'm very satisfied. Do you still offer repairs? The clone of Dr. Kino's was sweating profusely, cursing Lip in his heart for not knowing how difficult it was to repair this thing. Didn't he see that creating a new one took several weeks and countless resources? In fact, Lip had no choice. The gauntlets were indeed good, with a clever structure and unreasonable technology that could double the strength of someone as powerful as him. However, the more intense the battle, the faster they wore out. His right-hand gauntlet was already on the verge of breaking again. For someone at Lip's level, blue-grade items could only be treated as consumables. Much like the Victory Team's aircraft in Ultraman, they were impressive but consumed a lot. The clone of Kino's hesitated for a moment and then informed Lip that the doctor had made significant progress in researching the materials he brought. Lip was curious and wanted to see how the hungry wolf was living, so he put away his boxing gloves and continued walking into a secret passage. At the end of the passage was a huge, brightly lit room. Upon entering, the first thing that caught his eye was a man with his upper body bare, gorging himself in a gigantic glass container. That figure was nothing but a hungry wolf that had gained a couple of extra pounds, right? Wow, it really was tough on the master. Lip looked at the hungry wolf, now a plump wolf, speechless, having thought that the doctor was mistreating him. Fortunately, although the hungry wolf had been well fed, he had not been tamed. His animal instincts made him notice the man who had captured him the moment Lip entered. His face was filled with shock and bits of donut. It's you? A hint of fear appeared in the hungry wolf's eyes, quickly turning into malice. He was utterly powerless against this man, having been caught here to live a life of eating and sleeping like a pig, only to be studied. What terrified him even more was that the doctor intended to find a genetically superior human woman to pair with him after a while. Could this be tolerated by him? The hungry wolf, who aspired to be a hunting hero, could he endure it? Perhaps he really could. Regardless, his will would never be dulled by the pleasures of this place. He had to escape and hunt down the man who had humiliated him. However, feeling that the man's power was even stronger than last time, the hungry wolf's expression fell, and he tightened the shackles that limited the doctor's strength a bit more. It seemed that donuts and takoyaki were indeed more suitable for him. Lip saw that the hungry wolf was living quite well, so he didn't bother with him and walked straight to the busy doctor at the experiment table. You're just in time. Great works always need someone to appreciate them. Doctor. Kino's paused his work, took out a syringe of blue potion from the side, and pointed it at Lip. This is called breakthrough number 1. A result I obtained from studying the cells of this guy, called Hungry Wolf. Although it doesn't have any ability to instantly make someone stronger, it can help break a limiter once. Seeing Lip's surprised expression, the doctor felt very pleased and continued. However, due to the incorporation of a lot of my previous biotechnologies, the production of this thing is extremely rare, if they're always raw materials. He glanced at the bored Hungry Wolf reading a novel. It would take about 3 years for 1 vial. Even though the doctor said this, Lip was still very surprised. Dr. Kinos kept giving him surprises. "Doctor, can I take a look?" "Sure, I can give you a vial." "Thank you very much." Saying this, Lip picked up the vial of sky blue potion, which was an achievement even more impressive than restoring youth. Although the doctor had been researching for many years, the fact that he could produce results so quickly with the key materials fully proved his talent. This time, the doctor was quite generous. After all, the benefits he received were definitely not just this little bit, so Lip didn't expose him. Breakthrough number 1, orange, description, an extremely precious raw material. A masterpiece of highly sophisticated technology, mixed with animal hair, blood, a certain mysterious high-level energy, and a large number of auxiliary compounds, can allow carbon-based life forms to break their physical limits once and only once. Due to issues with raw material supply and production processes, it may take more than 2.5 years to produce a dose sufficient for human use. "What a big profit!" Lip exclaimed. Although this potion couldn't break limiters continuously like the Hungry Wolf's limiter removal, it was still a consumable product, and its high quality was not surprising. It's like comparing a growth-type whiteboard weapon to a golden weapon dropped by a boss. The value of the two cannot be generalized. Lip had tested the system and found no issues. After consulting with the doctor and learning that there were basically no contraindications for the injection, he directly proceeded to try it out. In an instant, a feeling of swelling numbness filled Lip's limbs and reached his blood vessels and nerve endings. Lip did not feel this was a form of torture. Rather, it felt somewhat refreshing. What surprised him even more was that a peculiar energy was floating around him, then surged straight into his brain. Although he already knew this thing was harmless, Lip's body was still a bit tense. He instantly deduced that this was a form of mental energy, though he was unsure of its purpose. Of course, he would soon find out. The deepest emotions in his heart were forcibly brought to the surface, many of which Lip himself could barely remember. There was the fear he felt when he first saw a tiger as a child, the anger from having his phone confiscated by his parents, and the desire he experienced during puberty when he first encountered certain indescribable things. Colorful and bizarre, each was an essential dye that painted Lip's existence as a life form, the cornerstone of his being. Ultimately, this energy locked onto his deepest thought and emotion of becoming a hero. It was the cheer he felt watching Ultraman thrillingly defeat monsters at a red light, the cool transformation of Kamen Rider, and that line from Spider-Man. "With great power comes great responsibility," which he perhaps didn't fully agree with but had etched in his heart. Although he was brought to this world by the system, which prodded him to become a hero and save others, didn't he and the system have their own beliefs? It was impossible. Lip was born to do this. As this belief amplified in Lip's heart, a ring of golden flames appeared in his eyes, which was the final barrier he needed to break the limiter, a powerful belief. The system detected that the host was breaking the current limiter. Due to the existence of the system, the host had no limiter. This effect would be transformed into a tangible form. Transformation in progress. Transformation completed. The host's martial potential was once again enhanced, and his physical strength was slightly improved. The flowing rock-shattering fist, purple, upgraded to flowing rock-shattering fist, orange. In an instant, Lip felt an indescribable change in his body, as if some shackles that had always weighed him down were broken. However, with the system's prompt, he couldn't determine whether this shackle truly existed or had long been eliminated by the system. At the same time, he gained new insights into his boxing technique, officially stepping into the realm of master, though he still couldn't compare to the ancient man from the country who had immersed himself in mastery for years. The significant upgrade of the flowing rock-shattering fist indicated that he had now infused his own burning belief into his boxing technique, which was his path. The fist strikes from the heart. Every punch he threw would simultaneously inflict a double blow to the enemy, both spiritually and physically, truly achieving double damage. The orange, level-flowing rock-shattering fist, perfectly fused with his belief, probably had the power of more than half of the previous explosive aircrack fist with just one casual move. Of course, the power of the fusion technique would also increase as the flowing rock-shattering fist strengthened. Lip pondered for a moment. feeling that his path was somewhat similar to that of the sexy prisoner, and he suddenly felt a chill. The sexy prisoner also infused belief into his combos, transforming from someone who couldn't even compete with Aquaman to being able to fight dragon-level opponents later on, demonstrating the strength of this path to enhance power. Current overall combat power, 601, dragon level. His strength had improved significantly, but Lip did not relax. He had long stepped into dragon-level combat power, but the gap between dragon levels was vast, spanning several grades across the system's ratings. His current strength was still insufficient to roam freely in the world of One Punch Man. He thanked the doctor this time, saying, "Doctor, if I have any projects, I'll definitely come to you first to collaborate." Lip said a few polite words as usual, preparing to leave. "Well, thank you, Mr. Lip. But may I ask, it seems that your organization only has one person?" Dr. Kino smiled, but his words startled Lip. Dr. Kino's was so clever that the so-called organization Lip fabricated, even if it occasionally produced some high-value products, besides the picked-up Hungry Wolf, could not withstand scrutiny. He should have uncovered some problems by now. In fact, he had been secretly investigating the Monster Association and the Mechanized God, other large organizations that might possess such power, but they all seemed incompatible with Lip, leading him to understand that Lip had likely been deceiving him. Lip's expression remained unchanged. "Doctor, you're joking. With my strength and resources, does it matter how many people my organization has?" The doctor smiled slightly. "Mr. Lip is right. With Mr. Lip's abilities, potential, and status, it is our honor to collaborate with you at the Evolution Home." In fact, for the doctor, whether he was being deceived was not important. He had gained a lot from the collaboration and solved many of his own research problems. He was actually pleased that Lip didn't have an organization behind him. "All right, the doctor understands my meaning, so I can relax. But you better keep a close watch, Hungry Wolf Doctor, and don't mistreat me. I still have to train, so I'll take my leave now." Lip meaningfully tapped the doctor a few times, turned around, waved his hand, and left the Evolution Home, where he had taken advantage 4 times. Knowing each other well is actually a good thing, reducing some suspicion, as long as Lip is strong enough and has great potential. His relationship with the Evolution Home will only become closer. Li Pu returned to the dojo. Old Bangu gave him a few words of advice, telling him not to push himself so hard, and then he didn't say much more. He still had a lot of faith in his disciple. Lip also told the master about the current situation of the Hungry Wolf. While the master couldn't help but smile bitterly, Lip felt that the old man had relaxed a lot, and even the momentum of his boxing practice had transformed from stagnant water back to the original vigorous flow. Li Pu defeated the corrupted monster brother, and his strength was quite impressive. However, he always knew that there were greater threats in the world of One Punch Man, such as the openly visible Boros, the secretly operating Monster Association, and the elusive gods. Therefore, he dared not take everything lightly. It all boiled down to 2 words: get stronger. Li Pu dared not slack off and continue to practice. Only with strength in hand could he have the capital to realize his beliefs and paths. Without strength, no matter how much he thought, it would be useless. This time, he eagerly dove into the training simulator, directly opting for 20 times gravity to continue honing his body. At the same time, he opened the system panel, contemplating how to become stronger. It is worth mentioning that during his last upgrade, Li Pu discovered that the blood-spouting technique, this divine skill, actually showed it could not be upgraded once it reached purple, just like higher education, white. Similarly, the 8 gates of Duinja, modified, orange, also could not be upgraded. However, this is quite reasonable. If such skills had no limits or too high of a limit, it would be ridiculous. The focus should definitely be on his foundational strength. No matter how high the amplification, if the base is too low, it would still be in vain. Just in time for the refresh of the exchange panel, Li Pu directly opened it to see if there were any good items he wanted this time. The exchange list is as follows. Showing a maximum of 5 items, the skills of the creatures you have recently battled will refresh after a certain period. Exoskeleton. Purple. 5,700 hero points. Description. Greatly enhances external defensive capabilities while reducing some attractiveness. Prerequisite. Your race must have insectoid traits or possess some insectoid genes. Ninjutsu. 10 Shadow Burial. Purple. 5,300 hero points. Description. Sonic's unique skill. Creates 9 identical shadows at extremely high speed for a short time to confuse the opponent, allowing for an attack from any of the shadows. Ninjutsu. Shadow Escape. Purple. 4,600 hero points. Description. A technique passed down from ancient ninja villages, allows one to traverse between shadows and effectively hide their figure, making it an excellent choice for assassins, though one can only stare blankly when there are no shadows. Ninjutsu. Wind Blade Kick, Blue, 1300 hero points description. A foot technique passed down from ancient ninja villages, characterized by a rapid descent akin to splitting mountains. But with obvious drawbacks, once the technique is seen through, one will be in a precarious position, so it should be used with caution. King of Biceps, Red, 60,000 hero points description. Super, giant transformation, greatly enhances combat power based on original physical fitness, slightly reduces intelligence, and increases desires. The system has reverted this ability to potion form, and it cannot extract components from the original monster's body. Goodness, a bunch of Sonic and Giant Brother skills have refreshed. But aside from Exoskeleton and Wind Blade Kick, which are quite good, I am really tempted by the last one, King of Biceps. Lifting wants Sonic skills, after all. No one can have too many skills focused on stealth and survival. Then there's the potion that Giant Brother took, truly worthy of being red level. The effects are undeniable. A normally strong person directly gains terrifying abilities after taking it. If Lipting were to take the King of Biceps, with his martial arts and original physical condition, he could at least have a chance to go toe-to-toe with King Orochi, and who knows, he might even have a 50-50 chance against Boros. The downside is that he might be mistaken for a freak, and he's poor. He can't afford red-level skills. He thought he was rich after killing Giant Brother and gaining over 30,000 hero points, but reality slapped him in the face. It's the system that profits as the middleman. Lip has been in One Punch for so long that he has made some guesses about the combat power of those well-known figures. Wong Dash is probably a Dragon Peak, with strength fluctuating between C and B level as recognized by the system. As for Tornado, there's no doubt she's a pure B level. Boros, when armored, is estimated to be similar to Wong Dash, and when he activates Meteor Release, he might even approach a level. Of course, you have to actually confront them to know the specific data. However, at Lip's current level, even if he goes all out, it would be tough to handle the Centipede Elder. He still needs to strengthen himself quickly, especially since there's the chaotic thing called Original Darkness waiting for him ahead, which could disrupt the timeline. Li Pu quickly made a choice. You have redeemed the ninjutsu, 10 Shadows Burial. You have redeemed the ninjutsu, Shadow Escape. Current hero points, 28. 634 points. Lip was infused with system training, and waves of ninja training experiences surged into his mind, allowing him to master these 2 ninjutsu techniques, further reducing his shortcomings. However, Lip planned to save the remaining hero points because it was better not to spend them if he didn't encounter suitable skills. Keeping them could have miraculous effects in life and death battles, such as in the fight against the Vaccine Man. Now, Lip's stats were much more luxurious compared to when he first arrived. While he may not be able to save the world, he had gained some initial capital for resistance. Character, Lip gender, male age, 19 charm, 14, an unattainable height for humans. Overall combat power, 641 combat power rank. D among dragons. Note, even within the same segment. The differences in combat power can be significant, and combat power increases exponentially, so the host must pay attention. Skills, only showing purple rank and above. And certain direct derivative skills are not displayed. Cell Vitality. Orange, 8 Gates of Duanjia, modified. Orange, Flowing Rock Shattering Fist. Orange, Tough Skin and Flesh. Purple, Steadfast Will. Purple, Body of Forged Steel. Purple, Blood Spray Technique. Purple, Extreme Fist Path, no rank. Energy Explosive Bomb. Purple, Ninjutsu. 10 Shadows Burial. Purple, Ninjutsu. Shadow Duanjia. Purple, items. Red Boxing Gloves X2. Blue, Comprehensive Training Simulator. Purple, Mobile Phone. White, Yen 18. 200, 388. White, in terms of the number of skills, it was already quite luxurious, though the high-level skills were a bit lacking. Lip decided to stick to an elite route. Having too many skills was not as useful as having 1 or 2 very high-level ones. As for the increase in assets, this was due to the Hero Association support. After all, the Giant Brother could easily destroy a city. If it weren't for Lip, the losses would exceed 8 million yen, possibly even 80 billion. Lip felt the association was quite stingy. Li Pu seized every moment to train, familiarizing himself with his body and strength. Of course, he would occasionally go fishing or prepare hot pot for his master and others to relax his pace, and overall, life was going quite well. At the same time, Li Pu was acutely aware that a greater threat was approaching, so he never let his guard down and remained highly attentive to various intelligence and developments, especially the impending massive meteorite. However, there were times when he could be less tense. Such as on this day, when the association urgently reported that the A-Class Spring Mustache and A-Class Golden Ball had been defeated by a monster attack in the front section of the Z-City No Man's Land, with preliminary assessments indicating it was a monster of Tiger level or above. Therefore, the association called on high-level heroes nearby for rescue. Seeing this opportunity, Li Pu immediately used the shadow escape technique he had just learned and arrived at the front section of Z-City No Man's Land within minutes. From a distance, he saw Spring Mustache and Golden Ball entangled in a large bundle of dark purple objects, struggling desperately, but it was evidently futile, as this monster had already reached the ghost level, not something A-Class heroes could easily handle. Liu took a look and couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this the thing from the original work where the poor Saitama made soup? However, Li Pu was used to fighting those powerful dragon-level guys every day, so he instinctively used all his strength. Who knew this ghost-level seaweed monster was so fragile? With a punch infused with Li Pu's will, it was reduced to seaweed scraps, the kind that would be too fine even for seaweed soup. The two people entangled by its extending seaweed were merely affected and fell against the wall with a bang. Instantly unconscious, Lip smiled awkwardly, not expecting that this ghost-level monster was so weak that it turned to ash with just a casual hit. He couldn't really blame himself. After making a call to the association to inform them that he had dealt with the situation and to send reliable heroes to take these two away, Lip began to scroll through the news out of boredom. Suddenly, a piece of news shocked him. According to astronomers, a massive meteorite is about to strike Earth. Scientists claim that the capture of this meteorite by the blue planet's gravity is an extremely low probability event. What? The meteorite is coming? According to astronomers' calculations, there's about half an hour until the meteorite falls. Unable to criticize the association's slow intelligence system, Lip looked surprised. It was such a coincidence that it coincided with the original plot of the meteorite. This meteorite, classified as a dragon-level disaster by the association, is not comparable to the small meteorite that the tornado lucked into. Its immense destructive power is enough to flatten Z-City and several surrounding cities. With a meteorite of this magnitude, Old Bang is helpless, the new weapon of the Metal Knight is useless, and poor Genos doesn't stand a chance either. It could be said that if Lip mishandles this crisis, while he might be able to teleport away, everyone around him would be doomed. Lip Yulaima called the association, urging them to take the incident seriously and quickly evacuate the crowd. After all, even if they could destroy the meteorite, the fragments could still devastate City Z, resulting in countless casualties. Ordinary people in the One-Punch world have always lived such an insecure life. Hello, Mr. Lipple, the S-Class hero One-Punch Man. The association takes your opinion very seriously and is already in contact with Miss Tornado and other capable S-Class heroes who can rush over. Heroes of other ranks are also on standby. Not every S-Class hero can handle something like that, and we definitely shouldn't let lower-rank heroes make unnecessary sacrifices. Lip said in a deep voice that the association quickly agreed, but also mentioned that there were still some heroes in Z-City, hoping Lip could take care of them, including the previously defeated heroes Spring Mustache and Golden Ball, as well as some other heroes who were rushing over. Lip suddenly remembered that he had called someone to take away the Spring Beard and the Golden Ball, and couldn't help but feel regretful. These people have been tricked by him. Why are you here? At that moment, a familiar and pleasant voice came from behind. Lip put away the communicator and was surprised to find that it was actually Fubuki and her team. What a coincidence. She just happened to receive this task. If something goes wrong, won't her sister just crush my hand? Lip felt a wave of pressure. With Fubuki here, even running outside of City Z wouldn't help him escape. When Fubuki saw that it was a task issued by Lip, she was a bit surprised. Just as she was about to say a few words to him, he interrupted her decisively. The meteorite of a dragon-level disaster is coming. City Z might be destroyed. Miss Fubuki, please assist the citizens of City Z in evacuating as soon as possible. At the very least, they should move farther away from the impact site to increase their chances of survival. At this point, Lip's expression turned a bit grave. After all, he and his master might not be able to resolve this disaster. However, at such a time, as a hero, he must not back down. Fubuki was stunned for a while upon hearing this, processing the huge amount of information. Her lips moved a few times, but she didn't say anything, just nodded, and then led two severely injured A-rank heroes and her team to help with the evacuation. Upon seeing this, Li Pu did not linger any longer and quickly used Shadow Escape to rush to the Association branch in the center of Z-City. There are 24 minutes left until the meteorite falls. Li Pu arrived, and both the Master and Genos were present, all with serious expressions. Clearly, as S-Class heroes, They understood the weight of the association's classification of dragon-level disasters better than the people below, who often favored low disaster ratings. Master, aren't you leaving? Lipu first looked at the old man. If Bongu stayed, he would have almost no means to deal with natural disasters like meteorites. I've already let Sharanko leave. As for myself, I'm old, Lipu. When one gets old, one doesn't want to move. Bongu, with a hunchback and hands behind him, had a hint of a smile on his wrinkled face. Besides, I'm also an S-class of the association. Do young people underestimate me like this? Lip couldn't help but smile at this, and no longer try to persuade him. He increasingly felt that accepting Old Bang as a master might not be so bad after all. Although Genos had endured quite a beating, he was still full of confidence. Teacher, we might be able to destroy this meteorite. Lipu smiled and said, Xiao Jie, you can fly. Why not give it a try? So, Genos sprang into action, orange flames surging as he propelled himself into the sky. In high-speed flight, he decisively unleashed his ultimate move, power at full capacity. Burning cannon. A massive burst of fire erupted on the surface of the meteorite, but had almost no effect on the already red-hot surface. This huge gap left Genos momentarily stunned. Indeed, the temperature of the meteorite had already reached thousands to tens of thousands of degrees as it approached the atmosphere. And this little bit of heat from Xiao Jie was hardly impactful. Another robot zoomed in, snapping Genos back to reality. He quickly asked, Who are you? Are you here to help us? The robot scanned him and replied with a red glow in its eyes. I am Metal Knight, just testing a new weapon. Not here to help you. Upon hearing this, Genos was instantly furious, but the other party was objectively there to help, and he couldn't voice his feelings for the moment. However, it was clear that Metal Knight's new weapon was also ineffective. Dozens of special high-explosive or armor-piercing rounds were unable to do anything to the massive meteorite. Another failure. The power is still insufficient. Further improvements are needed. After saying this, the Metal Knight robot no longer lingered and coldly left the Doomsday City. As Genos landed and witnessed this scene, he could no longer hold back. Someone like that can be a hero? Teacher, you were right. I will definitely become one of the top 3 S-class heroes and deal with such scum properly. Lipu shook his head. Xiao Jie had a great idea. But right now, he was no match for the Metal Knight, and there was no need to tell him about the Metal Knight's matters. Otherwise, it would only harm Xiao Jie, seeing that even 2 S-class heroes couldn't pose any threat to the meteorite. The people in Z City who were being urgently evacuated became even more panicked, with cries, shouts, and chaos everywhere. Even the heroes present, including Blowing Snow and others helping out, began to feel afraid. Only because of a code of conduct called heroism did they refrain from showing their fear. But they fell silent, quietly watching the remaining S-class heroes, wondering what would happen if they really couldn't destroy the meteorite. In Lipu's pupils, the meteorite was growing larger and larger. He sighed inwardly, realizing that he would have to use the one and only chance to traverse. Since he didn't know if time would remain relatively still after the traversal, he felt anxious. Even if he did manage to cross over, it was possible that the remaining people in this crisis would not be able to escape either. Beep. A significant world line shift caused by the original darkness is about to occur, and the host cannot resist certain effects caused by the original darkness, which could lead to massive disruptions in the world and completely disturb its progression. Preventing such destruction is one of the core purposes of this system. A special mission has now appeared, during which the host will acquire a temporary skill that will change their ability to face the significant world line shift brought about by the original darkness from unable to resist to difficult to resist. Mission rewards, to be determined based on the situation. Temporary skill, Iron Chain Link modified. Rank, you can designate a target as a link object, and any external attacks you receive will appear on the target with tenfold effect. Lip looked at his small frame, then at the meteorite that Genos couldn't leave a scratch on despite giving it his all, and suddenly felt a bit flustered. He had fought against flesh and blood monsters with injuries, but now he had to compare his toughness with a meteorite, not to mention the difficulty of this damn task. Lip was quite surprised that the system actually intervened. This indicated that if Lip were to cross over and leave at this moment, the destruction of Z City and the nearby cities, as well as the casualties of several S-class heroes and Hellish Blizzard, would be almost inevitable. This would have an extremely adverse impact on the One-Punch Man world. So the system still wanted to give Lip a chance to resolve such a world-altering event. Of course, if he couldn't accomplish it, Lip would have no choice but to run away. Lipu looked around. The only ones capable of dealing damage were Bang and Genos. But even if their damage was multiplied by 10, it wouldn't be enough to completely blow up the meteor. Not enough. Lipu was a bit anxious. The enormous meteorite was already larger than the moon visible on a regular night. At that moment, a green light appeared in an instant, enveloping a small portion of the meteorite's surface. Rip was startled and looked up at the gradually darkening sky. Is a tornado coming? Oomph. I heard that Fubuki is here too. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered to come. The usually proud tornado was no exception this time, starting to vent her frustration immediately. How could the association let her help that guy, Rip? She couldn't stand this kind of humiliation. She needed to give Seiki a piece of her mind when she got back. The meteor was of such a magnitude that Tornado's delicate face was initially filled with displeasure. But when she attempted to use her nearly boundless superpower to control the meteor, her eyes widened. She never expected the meteor to be this large, and its speed was beyond extraordinary. Although her superpower was strong enough to effectively slow down the meteor, she was simply too late. Before she could reduce the meteor to a safe speed, it would crash to the ground, destroying everything in its path. There was no time left. Even I can't completely control it. I can only try to use my power to evacuate most people. The usually arrogant Tornado, at this critical moment, stopped exaggerating and seriously told everyone that she had arrived too late and could no longer fully control the meteor. Even Bang sighed, and even young Genos, seeing the monster that was Tornado, thought it was hopeless and figured that evacuating one person would be better than nothing. The other heroes from the association, including Fubuki, were incredulous. How could Tornado, powerful enough to be considered a natural disaster, not be able to handle this dragon-level catastrophe? However, Rip stood up. He looked around and spread his hands. I still have a way, but I need everyone's cooperation. Whatever I say, you must do. You must listen to me, or everything will be in vain. Everyone exchanged glances. If even Tornado couldn't solve it, could Rip really handle such a disaster? Bang was the first to respond. I have no problem, Kid Rip. Just give your orders. Genos also immediately stated, Teacher, whatever you require, I will definitely execute it. Although Tornado was quite unhappy that Rip was directing her again, in the face of disaster, she simply huffed and nodded her head. Lip looked at these guys who had just agreed and immediately stopped hiding. Please attack me with all your strength, especially you, Tornado. Give it your all. As soon as this was said, it stunned those who had just agreed. Master Bang was still silent, just staring at Lip, hoping for an explanation. Genos, on the other hand, exploded. Teacher, how can I go all out against you? Even Tornado thought Lip was messing with her, and with a flick of her eyelashes, she said extremely displeased, If you want to die, just wait for the meteor to fall. I don't want to get my hands dirty killing you, you bastard. Lip did not argue, but said in a deep and resonant voice, The roads are completely blocked. Even if we do our utmost to rescue, there are still tens of thousands of people scattered throughout the city who cannot evacuate. If you, as heroes, want to save these people, then listen to me. He even directly used his unwavering will skill, projecting an aura that allowed these people to sense his determination. Li Pu rarely speaks in such a forceful manner, but this time he certainly cannot let these people slack off. Otherwise, it will be the ordinary people below who cannot escape the consequences, along with some heroes in these cities. Seeing Li Pu's insistence, the few S-class heroes no longer said anything, with only Tornado still mumbling something softly. Seeing this, Lip directly marked the meteorite, and immediately a phantom chain linked the minuscule Lip and the massive meteorite. He saw that the meteorite had grown large enough to occupy half the sky, and without daring to wait any longer, he activated several amplification skills and shouted, Attack me, fire! Although a few of them hesitated for a moment, they were not the type to hesitate for long. Bongu muttered something, then immediately unleashed a flow rock fist on Lip that was beyond his reach, impacting his body, mind, and all senses. Poof! Lip immediately spat out blood, feeling worse than if he had been hit by a giant's iron fist. Such a powerful old man was indeed an S rank with 3 silver fangs. Genos also interjected his ultimate move amidst the old man's storm-like attacks, following the command he originally did not want to execute, launching a full-force attack on Lip. Teacher, please don't be in any danger. Although he silently prayed this, Genos knew he couldn't hold back at this moment. Full power, burning cannon. The surface of Li Pu's skin turned char-black, and Shao Jia's parts probably upgraded again. In terms of power alone, it was almost reaching the destructive force of a dragon level. Tornado's attack was simple and unadorned, but with just a squeeze of her small hand. It felt to Li Pu like a tsunami wave crashing towards him. The green light completely affected Li Pu, crushing his internal organs like a mountain. At the same time, the illusory chain on Li Pu's body also erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Massive energy surged towards the sky, heading for that meteorite. Boom! An enormous shadow of a fist appeared on the surface of the meteorite, with each strike creating a small pit, which was something even the Metal Knight's missiles couldn't achieve before. The colossal flames were no longer the minor disturbances that Genos had previously caused, continuously eroding the surface of the meteorite. Even stronger was the green light, representing superpowers, which, like the grip of Pangu, caused the entire meteorite to crack extensively under the tremendous weight of millions of tons. Poof! Li Pu spat out several mouthfuls of dark blood. Although he suffered such a blow, he was still a powerful force of over 1,000 after his berserk state, and he was merely heavily injured. This was still not enough to break the meteorite that was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Especially Tornado, Li Pu could sense that among the three, she was holding back the most. A B-class superpower user with ample time could easily stop the meteorite, and killing him would be simple. Even now, she was only using about 50% of her strength. Tornado, haven't you developed properly? Is this all the strength you have? Li Pu, in order to complete his mission, couldn't care too much. Not wanting to waste time persuading Tornado, he directly used his most risky but effective move. Sure enough, in an instant, the green light surged dramatically. Lip's body burst open in several places, his eardrums ruptured, and he couldn't even hear Long Wan cursing at him anymore. Li Pu fell into a near-death state, yet he smiled. A massive green light shot up from the chain, linking Li Pu to the meteor, completely tearing apart the clouds. The meteor in the sky seemed to suffer from a nuclear fusion impact, unable to withstand it any longer, and exploded with a loud bang. Especially when the Association announced a dragon-level disaster and even the S-Class heroes were struggling against Tornado. Countless eyes around the world were focused on this scene. The meteor exploded like fireworks, shocking everyone present. Even more astonishing was that someone from the Blizzard group had brought a camera, faithfully recording the moment, allowing people around the globe to see it online. Instantly, the world was in an uproar, with countless people in shock. Such power? My apprentice truly has astonishing means. Old Bangu was also stunned, and he made a certain decision in his heart. At the same time, the recently enraged Tornado calmed down again. But instead of looking at the exploded meteor, she fixed her gaze on Li Pu, who was covered in blood from her earlier attack. Tornado felt a bit complicated, although Li Pu had requested this himself. And even though she had seen how strong his survival ability was last time, could this guy really not die from such a powerful attack? Little Jack rushed over. Teacher, you can't just... Cough, cough. Are you going to curse me to death again? Li Pu's lips moved a couple of times before he finally managed to catch his breath. Tornado, that old woman, was indeed so ruthless. His near-death skill was directly triggered. If it weren't for the 5-second lifelock skill, Li Pu wouldn't dare to play like this. Seeing that Li Pu was fine, Genos quickly helped him up to prepare for treatment. Old Bangu also relaxed and laughed heartily, while Tornado, who had just wanted to crush Li Pu to pieces, slowly descended, looked at his injuries, and then turned her head to look at the scenery. Lip coughed a couple of times, and after his life was saved by the bloodlocking skill, he finally felt a bit better thanks to his recovery ability. He immediately said to those bastards who had hit him so hard, "Aren't you going to hurry up and intercept the meteorite fragments?" Xiao Jie and the old man had no objections, so they went ahead after seeing that Lip was fine. Only Tornado, casually using her telekinesis to control some meteorite fragments, looked down at the lying Lip and shouted, "You really have a strong life. Just now, I went all out and you didn't die. Since you managed to deal with the meteorite under my command, I'll let you off this time." Lip listened to this and just smiled. Long Wan, this old, proud, and face-conscious one, still doesn't understand who will take the hit and earn the credit this time. When I go back, I will tell the Association about your contributions, you bastard. As for now, if you don't go to the hospital like this, even a wolf-level monster could kill you. Last time, it was me who took you to the hospital. No, it's better for me to just praise myself. How dare you still act like this towards me? Lip felt a headache coming on again as he listened. How could this old woman Tornado be as chatty as Genos? He silently resolved that when he became strong enough that day, he would humiliate this woman by shutting her up for good. With a bug-level superpower like Tornado and the bonus of Hellish Blizzard, most of the debris was intercepted and a small portion fell into the no man's land. Originally, aside from the Monster Association, Saitama, and his former self, there weren't many who would stay in that cursed place. As a result, Lip's mission this time could be considered a great success, especially in terms of casualties. With Tornado's help, it was significantly lower than in the original story. The special mission had been completed, and now it was time to distribute rewards. Completion was checked at a very high level, and you received the reward. Iron Chain Modified, Purple. Iron Chain, modified. Purple, you can designate a target within your line of sight, linking you to that target. Any damage you receive will be proportionally inflicted on the opponent, and the effect lasts for 3 minutes. The system really delivered this time. This is just a weakened version of the skill I just had. Even so, this skill is still a divine technique, equivalent to a 100 damage reflection armor, but unfortunately, it has a time limit. Lip wiped the blood from his face, looking quite happy. Tornado had already called for the association's rescue personnel to take him away. This time, Lip was conscious, so Tornado didn't intervene personally. After the association announced that the disaster was resolved and the meteor had just exploded, some of the people who had evacuated hesitated and began to return. These individuals also thanked Lip and the other heroes, including some low-level heroes who were just along for the ride, especially seeing Lip in such a miserable state. Everyone understood who had really put in the effort and expressed their gratitude. If it weren't for Mr. Lip, we would have probably perished. Someone praised him. The hero I admire the most is Mr. Lip. He is an S-class hero, and his strength is far beyond what we can imagine. The C-class hero, Vest Tiger, was especially eager to flatter Lip, which surprised him. In the original story, this guy mocked teacher Saitama coldly. So why was he suddenly praising Lip? The reason was obvious: status. In the original story, Saitama was merely a low-ranking C-class hero at this time, and someone like Vest Tiger, who looked down on the weak and flattered the strong, naturally disdained him. In contrast, Lip was an S-class hero, and the huge difference in status made such a petty person involuntarily flatter him. This was also one of the benefits of Lip becoming famous as a hero. With fame, many things would indeed resolve themselves. Being a hero didn't have to mean being unknown. Sometimes, fame was a significant boost to heroic activities, which was a different perspective from Lip's and Saitama's views on heroism. Watching this kind of person flatter him, Lip smiled indifferently. Although he didn't mind being famous, he wouldn't let it burden him or forget his original intentions. If one day he would be misunderstood, envied, or mocked like Saitama, he would also just laugh it off, receiving global acclaim without feeling pressured, and global sorrow without feeling disheartened. With his mindset unchanged, fame would naturally work in his favor. Just like a monk wrote, "The body is the Bodhi tree. The heart is like a bright mirror stand, always diligently polishing it, lest it be stained with dust." Thus, Lip could grow in strength without losing his direction and not forget his original intentions when his fame soared. Strong will, purple, due to your long-term self-torture, battles, and reflections. Your mindset has improved and has now upgraded to strong will, orange. Oh, an unexpected gain, not bad. Even the system acknowledges my humility? Lip joked to himself, clearly in a good mood. Lipu was quickly sent to the VIP ward he often frequented, where the attending doctors were already familiar with him. They would chat with Lipu whenever they had time, and even they knew that he had shattered the meteorite alongside a group of S-class heroes. Indeed, this operation had stirred quite a wave around the world, and within the association, Lipu was rewarded and promoted to the 9th rank among S-class heroes. Genos also managed to rise to the 16th rank. His fan club became even more fervent, painting the shattered meteorite emblem on their faces, and many female fans even wanted to rush into the hospital just to catch a glimpse of him. Thankfully, this was firmly refused by Hellish Blizzard, who was returning with injured patients at the same time. Lipu was quite satisfied with this woman's response. She really knew how to handle things. As Lipu happily enjoyed a meal prepared by a master chef in the luxurious VIP suite, comparable to his own cooking skills, he watched the news showcasing his heroic deeds. He received another benefit. Your world reputation has reached 15,723 points. Reputation points will be calculated periodically. Your reputation is now well known, with a conversion factor of x3. You have gained 15,723 to 5,723 x3, a total of 30,000 hero points. You currently have 58,762 hero points. Is this what they call good luck that can't be stopped? Lipu looked at his bulging wallet and couldn't help but sigh that the meteorite was indeed his lucky star, although it was he who had shattered his own lucky star. With Lipu hospitalized, the repair work in Z-City quickly commenced. The engineering team from the One-Punch world was no stranger to such tasks and was much more efficient at reconstruction than the original Earth. Completing a floor every 3 days was just the beginning. Building an entire building in 3 days could still be a challenge, which was also a reflection of their skewed technological tree. Lipu's physique has become increasingly abnormal. In the past, when he was on the verge of death, he would lie in bed for 5 days or 3 days. Now, he can quickly get up from bed in just 1 day and greet the young and beautiful nurse who intends to take advantage of him. before running away under her resentful gaze. What kind of nurse is that, who can train under high gravity for 24 hours a day, even while sleeping? Lip is a disciplined person. It's not a good look to be beaten to the brink of death every day without making the most of his time to grow stronger. Being a hero in a light novel is definitely better than being a tragic hero, so he needs to become powerful enough to treat all enemies like mosquitoes. Of course, this refers to ordinary mosquitoes, not the one that bit Saitama. Just as Lip was contemplating whether to focus on gravity training or water pressure training at the dojo, he felt a slight shift in the air, noticing that the angle of sunlight seemed to have changed a bit. He clearly sensed that the shadow behind him had shifted slightly. Having mastered the ninja art of shadow movement, he immediately knew that a ninja had arrived. Oh, interesting. Is it Sonic? A guy wrapped in bandages appeared, with faint scorch marks on his head. It's the aloof ninja Sonic, dressed in a purple-black ninja outfit. The dark mask couldn't hide his current desire. Sonic couldn't control his smile as he said, "Ah, S-class hero Lip, you're truly a strange person. A powerful individual like you would actually report your disciple's identity, causing me to have an unclear fight with that metallic head." His smile became even more sinister. "Although I got a bit hurt, in front of my perfected ninja art, a mere robot is no match." He was left with nothing but his head. Ah, he really believes his name is Genos. Lip silently mourned for his disciple who had put him in this situation for a second. "However, I eventually found you. It's also my fault for not keeping up with the latest news. I can only imagine how wonderful it would be to defeat you with my strongest ninja art after shattering a meteor. Haha." Sonic's complexion flushed as if he had reached his peak, and he suddenly disappeared from Lip's sight, followed by hundreds of blurry shadows. "Taste my ultimate ninja art. 10 Shadow Burial modified into 100 Shadow Concealment, developed despite the injuries to my body." Hundreds of Sonics seemed to speak at once, with waves of eerie laughter, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Lip was a bit surprised. This Sonic really is a talent. Last time he almost crippled him, and now he has managed to upgrade the 10 Shadows Burial skill by 1 level in such a short time. According to the system's assessment, this is already at the orange level. This little brat, it looks like he will have to shed some blood to deal with him today. Li Pu was too lazy to let him show off, and now that he was wealthy, he directly upgraded his ninjutsu, Shadow 10 Burial, with a wave of his hand. You spent 500 hero points to upgrade this skill. Ninjutsu Shadow 10 Conceal, purple, has been upgraded to Ninjutsu Shadow 100 Conceal, orange. This Sonic move is indeed powerful. The speed of Shadow 10 and Shadow 100 is not even on the same level. Sonic laughed maniacally while launching attacks from any shadow, initially making it hard for Li Pu to keep up. However, things changed slightly after Li Pu shamelessly spent points. "Is this it? ISNT, this a ninjutsu that even a dog can do?" Li Pu casually mocked him a couple of times, secretly spat out some blood, opened the 8 gates. And in an instant, his base attributes far surpassed Sonic Egg K. Instantly, hundreds of Li Pus appeared, not just around 100, because his speed was now even faster than Sonic Egg. "No way." Sonic Egg's arrogant expression froze, looking in disbelief as the Li Pus surrounded the Sonic Eggs. "This is impossible. How could you learn my ultimate ninjutsu? I refuse to accept this." The Sonic Eggs rushed in with red eyes, and it immediately erupted into what seemed like a war, the scene becoming extremely chaotic. To be specific, it was too chaotic to describe. Just see for yourselves. Dust swirled everywhere. Countless trees snapped, accompanied by muffled groans. Before long, Li Pu once again had a Sonic Egg bag in his hand. So disobedient. A ninja should endure when being hit, yet he had to come back for another beating. Lip yawned, casually knocking out the Sony Egg, which had a face full of defiance, and then stuffed it into a non-recyclable trash bin before calling the police to take it away. Such remnants of the ninja era had no place for Lip to utilize, and even if he sent it to the doctor would disdain it. It would be better to let the Sony Egg go to prison to make soap. Although there was a bit of a mishap. Lip returned smoothly to the Flowing Rock Fist dojo, greeted the old man, and resumed his tense yet leisurely training life. Of course, he wasn't just a training fanatic. Sometimes he would also prepare hot pot himself and enjoy it with the old man and Kalanzi. After all, good food is also a joy in life. And even heroes can have their own hobbies. After assembling his body, Little J also came to the dojo to train together. He didn't resent Lip for making him take the blame. Instead, he supported his master's laziness. "Master, you did the right thing. Such a guy shouldn't have the chance to challenge you. It should be taken on by me as your disciple. Although I'm incompetent and lost to this guy, causing you to lose face, I'm truly sorry. Overall, I bear a great responsibility, The following is omitted, 5,000 words. Seeing Xiao Jia so remorseful, Lip's face turned a little red, and he simply let him stay. Although Xiao Jia is a cyborg, he still has a sense of taste and is very curious about Lip's unique hot pot, wanting to try his teacher skills. This way, there would be one more person to enjoy hot pot together. Of course, Li Pu had no objections. It was quite fulfilling for others to acknowledge that the food he made was delicious. What's even more surprising is that occasionally, Blowing Snow would come back to eat, claiming she was tired of the five-star restaurants outside. Well, Li Pu couldn't refute that, so he could only pinch his nose and let this woman have some of the base broth. Thus, Li Pu's oddly growing hot pot group became increasingly larger. As the days went by, Li Pu's strength also grew. During his daily training, he intentionally avoided using hero points to upgrade or exchange for new skills. So he wouldn't become overly reliant on the system and would have time to familiarize himself with his skills, striving to gain maximum control over his own power. Currently, Li Pu's training in the flowing rock-shattering fist had reached a bottleneck. After all, that old man had spent decades progressing from the initial master stage to this almost indescribable level, and it wasn't reasonable to expect Li Pu to reach it all at once. Therefore, he focused most of his energy on the training of the Whirlwind Iron Fist, which had successfully upgraded from blue to purple, marking a decent improvement. After an intense physical training session, he also unlocked the fourth gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, modified the injury gate. As the fourth gate of this powerful, forbidden technique, it brought a significant boost. Unlocking the fourth gate provided a 90 strength increase, a notable leap compared to the 60 from the third gate. However, correspondingly, from the fourth gate onwards, it would cause much greater harm to his body. Li Pu estimated that after opening the injury gate, he could maintain it for about half a day without suffering serious bodily harm, and then he would need to rest for a day or two to sustain such duration. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine that while the combat power increase from the 8 gates would be fierce, the time Li Pu could maintain it would greatly shorten. Perhaps after opening the death gate corresponding to the heart meridian, Li Pu would only have that fleeting 5 seconds of his innate skill, Bloodlock. Was this the rhythm of becoming a barbarian king? To live as a coward for a lifetime, or to be a real man for 5 seconds? Li Pu thought with a wicked sense of humor, and certainly, he would choose to be a real man for a lifetime. Li Pu had just finished a cycle of training and was planning to try making ice cream hot pot today when the communicator suddenly rang. A large number of anomalous individuals have appeared in City J. I repeat, a large number of anomalous individuals have appeared in City J. Most of them are Tiger level, with one Ghost level individual who has already defeated many nearby heroes. Please be cautious, everyone in the association. After Li Pu watched, he called over Genos, who was wearing an apron and cleaning the dojo. This guy had also received unanimous praise from the old man Bang and Sharenko, taking care of all the chores in the dojo. Hey, little Genos, can I borrow your legs for a bit? Genos. It must be said that Genos's mechanical legs are really useful. Before Li Pu could fly, they were the best means of transportation in his mind, akin to a little electric scooter in the sky. With a brainwave control system installed on his mechanical legs, Li Pu soared through the air at supersonic speeds, the icy winds slicing through his sleeves. Yet he couldn't help but feel very happy about this business trip. After all, who wouldn't be happy with free transportation? In J City, the vast blue sea stretched endlessly, merging with the sky, creating a tranquil scene. However, amidst the gentle waves, a large number of uninvited guests appeared, the Sea Tribe. These bizarre-looking creatures, which could walk on 2 legs, refer to themselves as the Sea Tribe, here to exterminate humans and occupy the land that humans did not deserve. Many tourists fainted on the spot, not so much from the Sea Tribe's childish intimidation, but because these creatures were simply too ugly. No one looked in the deep sea anyway, so they could grow however they liked, but coming ashore to scare people was just wrong. Fortunately, although these monsters were indeed stronger than ordinary humans, they were not very strong compared to high-level heroes, only at the Tiger level. When the A-level hero Poison Sting arrived, he was still able to fight them back and forth. After a tough battle, Poison Sting finally managed to defeat these Tiger-level sea monsters, holding up his beloved weapon, the bamboo shoot. Despite being bruised and battered, he laughed heartily atop the pile of monster corpses. These near-god-level monsters are no match for me. I, Poison Sting, am the strongest hero. Before he could enjoy the cheers and applause from the crowd, a gigantic hand suddenly grabbed him, and a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing in like a shark. With just one punch, Poison Sting's head was driven straight into the stone slab. Oh, is this what humans call a hero? How utterly boring. An abstract-looking fishman appeared, wearing floral shorts and sporting a strange blush on its face. Its body was smaller than those terrifying tiger-level monsters, but its aura far surpassed them. I, the Deep Sea King, have come to exterminate humans and reclaim the land that belongs to our deep sea tribe. It casually spat out a few mouths of acidic liquid, instantly corroding massive gaps in many buildings. Seeing the hero defeated, people were instantly terrified and rushed to the shelters in panic. The Deep Sea King didn't care at all. To conquer the land, it was only natural to let these humans spread their fear before annihilating them all in one go, thus showcasing its might as the Deep Sea King. A ghost-level monster has appeared in J City. Citizens are advised to head to the nearest shelter. The association is gathering heroes for rescue. The Deep Sea King grinned menacingly, revealing its sharp teeth. This is getting more interesting. It glanced up at the sky, laughing even more terrifyingly. The sky was becoming increasingly dark, as if a black curtain had covered the heavens. The wet floor mixed with blood, and the streets, devoid of humans, were eerily silent, with the howling wind whistling through the rusted railings. Tick-tock, tick-tock was the sound of raindrops, following the direction in which the crowd fled. Its expression twisted with pleasure. That direction, the unforgettable taste of fear. The Deep Sea King inhaled deeply, a look of ecstasy on its face, its mouth curling into a huge arc, sharp teeth ready to emerge. A human shelter, killing all the humans inside, should make these humans even more afraid, right? Ha ha ha. Zing. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky like a meteor, leaving a small charred mark on the back of the Deep Sea King's green, oily hair. TSK, TSK, TSK. A-level hero Lightning Max. 1T let you get away that easily. This lightning kick won't feel good, will it? A stylish boy with blonde hair suddenly appeared leaning against the railing, confidently teasing the Deep Sea King, clearly also a formidable hero. The Deep Sea King's head twisted 180 degrees, causing Lightning Max's previously relaxed smile to freeze instantly. So itchy the Deep Sea King licked its tongue against its sharp teeth, grinning malevolently as it lunged at Lightning Max. The main course isn't ready yet, so I'll use you to fill my stomach first. The sudden gale thrust Lightning Max back to reality. The immense pressure forced him to unleash the fastest speed he had ever achieved in his life. Bang! A large pit appeared where he had just stood, and the iron railing was twisted into a spiral. However, Lightning Max reappeared behind the Deep Sea King, kicking its head sideways, causing its crown to darken slightly. But the Deep Sea King was unfazed, merely turning its head back to glare at Max with a sinister grin. Oh, you've got some skills, huh? But that's because I've greatly weakened on land. It's too dry, too dry. Max's consecutive attacks had no effect, and hearing the enemy say it hadn't used its full strength, he instantly wore a mocking expression. This is impossible. How can you be this strong? Drip! A raindrop hit Lightning Max's face, causing him to instinctively wipe it with his hand, and he froze, staring blankly at the sky. It's raining. The feeling of the sea, how wonderful. Indeed, I, the Deep Sea King, am destined to unify the land, ranking first among the 4 kings. The Deep Sea King's muscles bulged, its form becoming increasingly oppressive, its claws and teeth chilling to behold, as if a single touch could lead to death. In an instant it moved. Lightning Max's eyes widened, but he could see nothing clearly, only feeling alarm bells ringing in his heart. He rushed away like lightning, attempting to shake off the monster, appearing hundreds of meters away in just a few seconds. Hoo-hoo! I refuse to believe there's a monster faster than me. Lightning Mux! That's impossible. Max gasped, the deep sense of heart palpitations not subsiding. Little rabbit, I've found you. A devilish voice suddenly appeared behind the A-level hero, making him shiver all over. No, this is impossible. One palm after another. The Deep Sea King casually smashed Lightning Max along with the concrete wall into an indescribable mass, leaving only Max's legs still twitching outside, clearly in a desperate situation. In fact, such things are commonplace in the world of One Punch Man. The ghost-level Deep Sea King, especially after the rain, gradually becomes stronger. While it doesn't reach dragon level, it is certainly not something 1 or 2 A-level heroes can handle. A-level sounds nice and is indeed the backbone of the association. But tiger-level monsters are what they should be dealing with. I'll just kill you first to let me feel a bit of pleasure. The Deep Sea King had had enough fun, coalescing its palm into a fist, muscles bulging, ready to finish off this hero. But Lightning Max was a very suave man. So, I feel the pain of the lovely boys. You monster cannot be forgiven. In the astonished gaze of the Deep Sea King, A robust man in prison garb with shackles suddenly seized its arm, appearing much stronger than the so-called L-level heroes before. S-level hero sexy prisoner. Maybe the last S-level, but I absolutely want to allow you to harm the cute boys in the association. Who is this guy? Although the Deep Sea King is a bit annoyed, his inherently combative genes make him somewhat interested in this newly appeared opponent. Upon learning that the cute boys in the association are in danger, I had no choice but to break out of prison. It was a desperate situation. The sexy prisoner flexed his muscular chest, not caring about how Sonic, who had also been brought out during the jailbreak, felt at that moment. He smiled mysteriously at the fallen Lightning Max. So I need to deal with you quickly and get back to my little boyfriends in prison. Let me take you down with half my strength, you strange guy with the aura of a strong man. He gathered his strength, and his muscles immediately bulged, causing his heart-patterned sweater, especially in front, to burst open. The sexy prisoner was momentarily stunned. My boyfriend knitted that sweater. The little bit of strongman demeanor he had just moments ago vanished, and he fell to his knees, crying. What on earth is going on here? The Deep Sea King, who had been waiting for him to strike, was left dumbfounded, as was Sonic, who had been cared for by the sexy prisoner in prison. It's all because of you. You strange guy. I want you to pay for this. The sexy prisoner didn't care who ruined the sweater. That was unimportant. What mattered was that this strange guy in front of him must die. Looking at the inexplicably strong body of the prisoner, the Deep Sea King licked his lips. Oh, you look like a delicious piece of meat. I'm definitely going for you. In a flash, a green shadow appeared right in front of the sexy prisoner. Bang! The sexy prisoner's face was directly punched, his teeth flying out. Slap! The Deep Sea King also took a heavy punch, his scales shattering in several places. That hurt a bit. You're not bad either. That hurt a bit. In their first clash, it seemed that both sides were evenly matched. However, the sexy prisoner clearly felt that this guy's strange strength was unusually great, as if he hadn't even used his full power, while he himself was already going all out of anger after his sweater burst. No, I can't let this go on. The boys over there are still in danger. Especially Sonic-chan is watching nearby. I can only use that move now. Determined, the sexy prisoner shouted loudly, and under the puzzled gaze of the Deep Sea King, he began to transform. A rainbow of light enveloped him, and suddenly, 2 pure white wings appeared on his back. In his angel form, the sexy prisoner shouted, "Take my furious angel punches." Like a machine gun, he unleashed a barrage of punches on every inch of the Deep Sea King's skin and muscles. In an instant, countless wounds appeared on the Deep Sea King's body. Even Sonic, who was watching, felt the power of the S-class hero. Your moves are good, and the damage is decent. But the Deep Sea King's neck slowly twisted back from a bent angle, and his injuries began to rapidly heal, causing the sexy prisoner in angel form to be astonished once again. My strongest move has no effect. The rain fell harder, the raindrops silently dripping onto the sexy prisoner's incredulous face, also landing on the Deep Sea King's body, merging into his skin, rapidly healing his injuries. You can't just keep hitting like that. A punch, like a ghost, struck the sexy prisoner's abdomen, causing him unbearable pain, followed by an endless barrage of full power strikes. Each punch was several times stronger than the sexy prisoner's, leaving him in disbelief. The Deep Sea King grew more excited. After taking so many hits, not only had his injuries fully healed, but his strength also significantly increased in this timely rain, making his appearance even more ferocious. Each punch he threw was filled with murderous intent. Such fists wouldn't be as weak and powerless as yours. He was thoroughly enjoying himself, while the sexy prisoner was left battered and lying on the ground, unaware of his fate, just like his little cuties. The Deep Sea King exhaled a refreshing fishy breath, looking at Sonic, who had been standing still in the back, with white mist emerging from his sharp nostrils. Who are you? Do you want to resist the rule of me, the Deep Sea King? Sonic stared at him, thoughtfully considering the recent battle. The sexy S-class hero is not weak, but this fish monster is clearly stronger. However, both of them are strength types, and I can easily crush them with my speed. The advantage is mine. How can I lose? Sonic grinned, but then he recalled that man he thought he could defeat with his ultimate ninjutsu, who had repeatedly humiliated him, causing his expression to turn unnatural. The Deep Sea King didn't care what Sonic was thinking. Seeing him not respond, his expression darkened, and he directly shot out his snake-like tongue, instantly reaching Sonic. Gotcha, he thought, but there was no delicious meat sensation on his tongue. Instead, a shadow of a prisoner quickly pressed his mouth shut, causing the Deep Sea King to bite his own tongue. The Deep Sea King exploded in rage, wanting to crush this little guy to pieces. His punches were even faster and stronger than when he hit the sexy prisoner, yet not a single punch landed, giving him a surreal feeling. Useless, your speed is simply too slow. The ninja Sonic, will undoubtedly crush you, a salted fish in the trench. Sonic easily dodged every strike, feeling the thrill of toying with someone using his proud speed again, making him crave that wonderful feeling that he had lost and regained. My speed exceeds the speed of sound, leaving behind afterimages. Your punches can only hit the afterimages. How pathetic. Sonic's ultimate technique, the 10 Shadow Burial, forced the Deep Sea King to continually strike at empty air, while Sonic effortlessly dodged the raindrops in the downpour. In Sonic's eyes, whether it was the Deep Sea King or the raindrops, they were both too slow. It's raining harder. The Deep Sea King muttered something incomprehensible, his pupils transforming from nearly human round pupils to yellow vertical ones, and his face became more fish-like. Sonic thought something was wrong and instantly teleported dozens of meters away to a building. But before he could catch his breath, he heard that haunting voice again. Your meat looks really delicious. The thick tongue swept across Sonic's face, licking away the cold sweat. And those humans in the shelter will surely make for a great feast. I'll take you as an appetizer first. Hee hee. At this moment, Sonic was like a startled bird. The Deep Sea King, drenched in rain, seemed to have enhanced his physical abilities dramatically, actually able to rival his speed. However, Sonic quickly calmed down and directly used the upgraded version of the 10 Shadow Burial, the 100 Shadow Burial, a technique he had mastered through countless humiliations. The effect was indeed remarkable. The Deep Sea King faced a significantly increased number of identical-looking Sonics and was immediately put in a difficult position. But he didn't have to struggle for long. He directly used his sharp claws to split the building in two, forcing Sonic's true form out. Hee hee, now there's nowhere for your delicious meat to hide. Huh? Gone? The Deep Sea King was somewhat surprised to find that all the clones had vanished, leaving only a piece of clothing with a hint of Sonic's egg sent behind. A wave of smoke suddenly mingled with the heavy rain, causing it to lose even more of its senses. Sonic actually had no intention of getting entangled with the increasingly powerful Deep Sea King. This time he truly understood the core of being a ninja. I just broke out of prison, and I'm not fully equipped yet. Once I return and train in seclusion to master the ultimate ninja techniques, I'll come back to take your head. The essence is encapsulated in one word: endure, survive. Sonic, completely naked, dashed through the rain, plotting how to take revenge. Being humiliated continuously, how could he let his ninja reputation be so easily tarnished? Well, it really was. A beam of yellow light shot through the air, and the orange flames suddenly halted, evaporating a considerable amount of moisture. Sonic locked eyes with this sudden arrival, and his face was filled with surprise. Is it you, metalhead crossdresser? The newcomer was Genos, who had switched to a spare pair of legs to fly over. He couldn't keep letting his teacher do all the hard work, grinding. As a disciple, that would be quite improper. As for Wily Pooh, who had flown away first, didn't come over, that's another sad story. Eschew this damn weather. I will make you disappear later. Li Pooh sneezed slightly as he was studying the navigation on his phone to head to City J, since neither he nor the original body had any memory of visiting this city. Well, the navigation said to follow the mid-ocean ridge, so he decided to go ahead. Lip looked at the vast ocean beneath him, flying with full confidence. This navigation system was said to never get lost or take detours. It couldn't possibly let him down, right? It shouldn't, right? Without mentioning how Lip struggled against the sea. On the other side, Sonic and Genos, seeing their enemy, were ready to fight again. This ninja has things to do, so I'll let you off this time, you bastard. The two disdainfully said at the same time, as if they were performing a comedy routine. One used shadow movement to flee, while the other increased power and flew towards the high-energy reaction source. Sonic was in a hurry to go home and put on pants, while Genos was eager to fight monsters. The two of them didn't end up fighting on the street, but if they did, it would probably be evenly matched. Genos hurriedly flew towards the J-City shelter, and from a distance, his pupils constricted. The multi-layered alloy walls of the shelter could not stop that monster. It was going to get in. He quickly accelerated his flight. Ah, so many delicious scents. There are humans everywhere, huh? Deep Sea King was interrupted several times and was very displeased, so he followed the scent straight to the shelter. With his gradually increasing strength, the shelter built by J-City taxpayers was no different from paper. He broke through with one punch, revealing those small and terrified figures. It's a monster. How could this happen? Are we going to die? Where are the heroes? I usually donate so much money. Why haven't they come to protect me? The screams, cries, and curses in the shelter rose and fell, making Deep Sea King feel even better. He narrowed his yellow pupils, clearly pleased with the pitiful state of humans facing death. Wail. Suffer. Poor humans. The land will eventually be ruled by me, Deep Sea King. Thunder rumbled. The sky was as dark as night, and the heavy rain poured down like a giant beast clawing at this fragile shelter. Facing such a terrifying monster, there were a few heroes inside the shelter. But the highest rank was just the last of the A rank, Snakebite Fist Snake. So many A rank and even S rank heroes had fallen to this monster. What use were these low-level heroes? What should we do? So many powerful heroes have fallen, and we B rank and C rank are completely no match for this guy. Snakebite Fist Snake looked grimly at the huge, fish-headed monster that was approaching step by step, his hands unconsciously clenching. He was a martial artist, not world-renowned, but in his own city, he was quite well known. Once, he had relied on his snakebite fist to desperately defeat several rampaging tiger-level monsters and ultimately earned the title of A-rank hero. That day was the proudest day of his life, but it was also the beginning of his nightmare. He was not like those S-rank monsters, with innate qualities that could not be compared. He was not like the earlier A-rank, the Atomic Samurai S disciple, who had a good master and a great legacy. The best of this generation of snakebite fist was just himself. Countless times he had been surpassed by those with better qualifications or stronger legacies. Repeatedly at the bottom among A ranks, and his heart was no longer as calm as it once was. He was looked down upon by heroes of the same rank, and even ridiculed in secret by B rank and C rank guys. Even the monsters underestimated him because he was the last of the A ranks. And all of this had nearly driven him to collapse. In the end, the one who had originally adhered to the way of martial arts had to rely on suppressing A-rank newcomers to maintain his last bit of pathetic pride, simply because he had once been the brightest one. Snake was undoubtedly a tragedy, but how many snakes were there in the vast hero association? Perhaps I'm a bastard, but I'm also a hero. Snake's eyes erupted with the last bit of his persistence, a bit of his bottom line, which was the original dream he had when he became a hero. He casually took off his coat and strode towards the monster, fiercely pulling out the starting stance of Snakebite Fist, and with his most desperate voice shouted, "You bastard, if you want to pass, you have to ask me first." A-rank hero Snakebite Fist Snake. Snake might not be a good person, but at this moment, he did not betray his former self as a hero. His unwilling will made everyone present deeply feel it. The surrounding B-rank and even C-rank heroes also stood up one after another, posing either comically or formally, as if they were naive and inexperienced in their first heroic act, bringing out their most original stance to face the enemy. In the real world, no one can always behave like a hero. They can also be afraid of death like ordinary people, hide from disasters that are beyond their strength, have their unheroic sides, and be afraid of the dark in the childhood night. But it's such a moment, in this damn situation, when belief collided with the instinct to survive. They chose to live like heroes. I too am a hero. You bastard. They roared as they charged towards their beliefs. When Genos arrived, those heroes had already fallen, their lives unknown, but none of them had their backs turned to Deep Sea King. Deep Sea King shook his claws in slight dissatisfaction. TSK, these so-called heroes are really annoying, clearly having no power to contend with me, yet still coming forward to die. With one claw down, he was about to end the lives of these bothersome guys, but a ball of extreme high-temperature fire struck his back, interrupting him. This isn't a place for scum like you to run wild. S-rank hero Genos will definitely stop you. After further modifications, Genos' firepower had clearly increased, and he secretly vowed that he would never again allow the tragic situation of being careless. Cheers erupted from the crowd. In fact, as the heroes stood up one after another, the original panic of the people gradually disappeared. Perhaps this was the only consolation in the despairing reality of the one-punch world. Continuously interrupted, Deep Sea King was completely enraged. Enough already. You insects obstructing my dominion over the land. It directly spat out a huge acidic liquid, causing the cheering crowd to gasp in surprise. The acid actually corroded the specially made alloy walls completely, and Genos' nickname was the Devil Cyborg. The acid posed no significant threat to him. However, the more cautious Genos already had a plan. He shot a fireball while shouting, "Fish-paste monster, eat my strongest burning cannon." Deep Sea King became interested. I've never eaten metal. I wonder if it might taste good. Then it spat out several mouthfuls of acidic liquid. The acid and fireballs collided in midair, exploding instantly and consuming each other completely. Only the huge black smoke of burnt protein remained. A warning flashed in his mind. Even though Deep Sea King had been through many battles, he still didn't know how cunning humans could be. As the black smoke spread, the situation Deep Sea King expected where Genos would be unable to contend did not occur. Instead, it was he who had become somewhat careless this time. Machine gun fist. Before he could realize, Deep Sea King's head and back were struck hard. He couldn't even figure out how this robot had appeared. At the moment the black smoke spread, Genos briefly shut down his energy core to prevent Deep Sea King from sensing him, relying only on the residual flames from his thrusters to quietly glide behind it for a fatal strike. People can grow, whether they're a sexy prisoner, a hungry wolf, or an overly confident hero, all have the potential to advance further, and that is a kind of talent, breaking one's limits. Maintaining elegance and restraint in the face of pressure or pain may allow one to touch that layer of restriction. After fighting with the sexy prisoner for so long, even a malicious backstab from Little J does more harm to the Deep Sea King than anything else. Genos actually has considerable attack power and poses a significant threat even to dragon-level monsters. The Deep Sea King was beaten to a state resembling a charred fish, burned on the outside yet tender on the inside, and the child who had just been crying in the shelter was already drooling. No matter how miserable the Deep Sea King was, it dashed outside, and Genos, knowing that this guy wanted to recover in the rain, was not foolish. He directly used his maximum power to block the way with his burning cannon. It must be said that at this moment, Little J's mind was very clear. However, the Deep Sea King did not know the cunning of humans, and Little J did not understand the cruelty of monsters. A fierce light flashed in the Deep Sea King's eyes, and it turned back to spit out a mouthful of venom, aimed not at Genos, but at a little girl in the crowd. Just after Genos finished firing the burning cannon, his body overheated and could not intercept the venom. The little girl's face was filled with fear and terror, and her life and beauty were about to vanish at that moment. Slap! A face corroded beyond recognition appeared before the little girl. Her eyes widened as she watched the big robot brother instantly block her with his body, allowing the acid to corrode him completely. Run! Genos's nearly scrapped body emitted its last voice, and the little girl's eyes instantly filled with tears, until she was carried away by her mother to escape. Her eyes were filled with the image of that terrifying, paralyzed big brother. He. Is this what they call a hero? So easy to use. The disheveled Deep Sea King kicked the discarded Genos out of the shelter. Bathed in the heavy rain, it slowly recovered from the wounds Genos had painstakingly inflicted, wearing an expression of enjoyment. So annoying, but finally dealt with. Once I kill you so-called heroes, won't humanity be at my mercy? It would never allow Genos to unleash the power of his core. As Genos tried to fire another burning cannon, the Deep Sea King stomped down, breaking his arm, leaving him with no energy even for self-detonation. Little J, as before, felt no fear in his heart, only regret. I couldn't protect everyone. Dr. Cosino, Teacher Lip, I'm sorry once again. The Deep Sea King, while enjoying Genos's futile struggles, absorbed the rainwater to recover its injuries, feeling quite happy. But as if sensing a spiritual connection between heroes, a figure on a bicycle slowly appeared in the pouring rain. Not tall, yet unexpectedly surprising everyone. The righteous cyclist, a C-class unlicensed knight, has arrived. The arrival of the unlicensed knight reignited a spark of hope in the despairing crowd. Even though everyone knew that the unlicensed knight was even weaker than most of the heroes who had fallen before. Perhaps this was the special charm of the unlicensed knight. He was weak, but he could always be trusted. Monster, let go of Genos-chan. Justice charge. The unlicensed knight shouted, then jumped off his bike, charging toward the Deep Sea King. He then swung his fist with all his might, striking the Deep Sea King, whose body was as hard as steel. Even though his hand bones ached unbearably, he dared not stop. Eat my justice fist. In the heavy rain, everyone looked on helplessly as the unlicensed knight made those meaningless attacks, only to be kicked away by the Deep Sea King. I thought you were some powerful character. But is this all? Boring, the Deep Sea King had no interest in such trash, turned around to deal with the metal-headed nuisance that had caused it some trouble. It intended to stomp out, but found it difficult to move, only to realize that the trash was covered in blood, tightly hugging its leg. What are you? The unlicensed knight spat out a mouthful of blood. Although I know I'm weak, I'm not your opponent at all. But I won't let you. Before he could finish, the Deep Sea King swiftly bent down and punched the unlicensed knight. Let go. I won. Then came a flurry of punches as rapid as the torrential rain, but the unlicensed knight's grip only tightened, as if he wanted to merge with the Deep Sea King's leg. Genos, with his split cheek, was filled with shock. He seemed to understand why his master, Lip, fought monsters to the death until losing consciousness and his body. Genos felt a deep pain, a pain he could still feel despite having no human heart. Stop holding on. Why did you come? You'll die. The well-mannered Genos cursed for the first time, staring at the indescribable pain. Watching that figure he thought couldn't even defeat a tiger-level monster being ravaged by the Deep Sea King, yet still smiling. I'm also a hero like S-Class Genos. Don't underestimate me. Is this what heroes are like? In Genos's incomplete, modified body, it seemed something innate was breaking free. Who will save him? Little Jay watched helplessly as the unlicensed knight was toyed with and trampled. Though a flame surged within him, he was temporarily powerless. What a troublesome thing. You should be dead by now. The Deep Sea King sensed that the hero under its foot was growing weaker, and its displeasure finally faded a bit. Let us finish you two off, you so-called heroes. The Deep Sea King kicked the unlicensed knight to Genos' side while spitting out a mouthful of acid, intending to turn them both into liquid. However, the acid did not corrode as the Deep Sea King expected. Instead, it fell onto another man descending from the sky, not even corroding his skin, flowing down like water and sizzling on the ground. Before the Deep Sea King could figure out what was happening, a large chunk of its body nearby was suddenly corroded, revealing a wound deep enough to see the fish bones. The Deep Sea King realized that this power was exactly like its own acid, enduring the intense pain in its arm. It looked at the man in a black trench coat, fluttering in the wind and rain. Who do you think you are? It hurts. The man did not answer, merely bending down to observe the two exhausted heroes on the ground. I'm late, Genos and the unlicensed knight. I'm sorry. The man carefully placed Genos and the unlicensed knight down, turned around to take out his phone, not raising his head. Let me first uninstall this trash navigation app. If it weren't for my cleverness, calling to order takeout in J City and locking onto the delivery guy's location to fly over, this wicked map would lead me around the Pacific Ocean. Seeing that this man didn't care about himself at all, the Deep Sea King felt an unprecedented humiliation. You trash. What right do you have to act like that, you bastard? It was furious, baring its sharp teeth and punching the man, but the man stood still. While the Deep Sea King was sent flying back as if struck hard, leaving the scene in stunned silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. How is this possible? The Deep Sea King's yellow eyes were filled with red veins. How could it be knocked down without a single move? No, this must be an act. He must be very weak, just holding on. The delivery guy is really good. Let's give him a 5-star review. Next time, Genos, let's order from this place. The man continued to look down at his phone, showing no intention of acknowledging it, just like an adult ignoring a jumping child. It posed no threat to him. The Deep Sea King had a face like a shark, looking as if he had seen a ghost. I clearly want to become the king of the world. I clearly want to rule the land. You are not worthy to block my path. He would never let his ambition fall here. He couldn't let this man in front of him stop him. Suddenly, a dark aura coiled around the Deep Sea King's broken scales like a python. And in the not-too-distant sea surface, monstrous waves even began to rise, showing a much stronger expressiveness than in the original work. Li Pu slightly turned his gaze, surprised to find an additional reward. It seems that only intense negative emotions can be infected by the original darkness. He smiled faintly. The progress of the side quest has increased again. That's nice. Deep Sea King, infected by original darkness. Charm, 1. 25 overall combat power. 402, dragon-level monster. Rank, D, before being corroded by the original darkness. No enhancement in the rain could reach dragon-level. Skills. Original darkness physique, orange. King of the Deep Sea, purple. Water affinity, purple. Fish scale armor, blue. The Deep Sea King had never felt so good. The comfortable feeling of rampage almost brought it to a climax. Since its birth, it had dominated the sea step by step, and its ambition kept expanding, continuously hunting the rulers of the sea and enlarging its territory. In the end, its gaze was no longer on the boring ocean. Land became its new prey. The sea can accommodate all, but it cannot contain its ambition. The Deep Sea King's dark face twisted into a strange arc, staring intently at Li Pu, its mouth almost stretching to the fish fins, laughing maniacally as it threw a punch. No one can stop me from ruling the land. You trash are under the power of this god. Boom! A huge hollow appeared in the chest of the Deep Sea King, and its incredulous expression froze forever. Blood splattered like a fountain, and a massive, chilling wind from the punch swept through everything nearby. Genos widened his eyes, along with everyone else present, watching the incredible scene. The rain howled back into the air, dark clouds were stripped away like weeds, and the sky was split open, creating a massive passage. With one punch, the storm ceased, and there were no gods in the four seas. You have killed a dragon-level, temporary, monster, gaining 11,000 hero points. Side quest progress, 410. Hey, this is a joke, right? Is that something a human can do? Someone murmured. Isn't that S-class hero, the One-Punch Man Lipu? It's not surprising that he has such strength, rumored to be the master of S-class Genos. But truly, he is a powerful hero who solves monsters with one punch. Some people knew Lipu's past achievements and were shocked while increasingly worshipping him. As expected of the master, always reassuringly strong and reliably defeating monsters. Genos tried to pull the corners of his shattered mouth, feeling inexplicably comfortable, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The people around him erupted in celebration, loudly shouting his name. Even the few mindless haters were directly silenced by the public and dared not speak. This is one of the benefits of fame. However, Lipu paid no mind to these mixed reviews. He had long known the result, and there was nothing to be proud of. The Deep Sea King was just a strong talker, its strength at most slightly above average, and, in the end, it was barely dragon-level lower tier. Moreover, without showing off, it was taken down by Lipu's serious punch, which could be called the shame of its kind and the disgrace of dragon level. But was it entirely its fault? Lipu, in full state, was almost crushing it in every aspect. At the beginning, with the counter-armor activated, Lipu even made the Deep Sea King fight itself half to death without breaking its defenses. Overall combat power, 2025, 750x, 100, 70, 1090. Lipu's panel has unknowingly exceeded the 2000 mark under several powerful enhancements, with the terrifying multipliers from index boosts. His true combat power is dozens or even hundreds of times greater than that of Sea King, which is over 400. This is why Lipu's serious punch was able to instantly take down Sea King and even change the weather in a small area. Sea King indeed performed impressively against various low-level and high-level bottom-tier heroes, but when faced with a true expert, he was quickly defeated. Although Lipu only has explosive combat power, he has nonetheless become a true one-punch man. At the headquarters of the Hero Association, the big shots were closely monitoring the situation. Thanks to the well-developed surveillance system near the J-City shelter, the association finally grasped most of the battle details, including how Sea King continuously defeated numerous low-level heroes and 2 S-level heroes. It also included the scene where the highly regarded One-Punch Man instantly killed a monster that was about to be promoted to dragon. That scene was comparable to a natural disaster. Even the small tsunami stirred up by the powerful monster calling itself Sea King was blown back into the sea by Lipu's punch. Such powerful combat strength truly shocked the high-ranking officials, and those who were previously dissatisfied with Lipu's rapid promotion to S-Level 9 now became his fans after seeing the actual footage. This One-Punch Man is so strong that he can be considered an excellent force among the S-level heroes of the association, one supervisor exclaimed. His body hides a god. He might even be stronger than a god, said a bespectacled senior executive quietly. No. The most important thing is that we can hardly command some of the S-level heroes, and most of the others only engage in hero activities within their own cities. Another longtime supervisor of the association even stood up, looked around, and said solemnly, "And One-Punch Man Lipu, his enthusiasm for hero activities is beyond imagination. Wherever monsters appear, regardless of their level, he almost always rushes to the scene, never picky, even competing to take down wolf-level monsters. This is the kind of talent we need in our association." Many people agreed with this statement, nodding in approval. I think we should increase our efforts to promote him and make him the new benchmark for our hero association. In this era where monsters are appearing more frequently, we need more heroes like him to join the association, suggested the same senior executive. I have no objections. This is the best thing for the association, someone else said. Exactly. Increase promotion, raise his ranking, let the public know about him. It's time to promote the values of the association. After some discussion among the high-ups, there were no objections. Lipu might soon become a new positive banner they promote. Lipu kept an eye on Sea King's corpse and called Doctor Genos to quickly recover it before Metal Knight or other organizations could. He then declined the mayor of J-City and a group of elite individuals' invitation to dinner, ensuring that Genos, the unlicensed hero, and Snakebite Fist were well taken care of to avoid unnecessary losses to the association's combat power. Looking at the jubilant crowd celebrating their survival, Lipu felt increasingly heavy-hearted, although there were basically no casualties among ordinary citizens this time. What about next time? A dark shadow gradually emerged in Lipu's heart. The cosmic overlord Boros. Next time, It won't be some rotten fish or shrimp. As the days went by, the association's full-scale promotion showed immediate results. Li Pu was promoted to the 7th rank of S-class, while King became the 8th. However, it was strange that King had recently been up to something unknown and had never appeared in public, which was also one of the reasons for his ranking being replaced. Lip has directly become a more famous star than the XX boy band and the XX dance group in many cities, especially in the cities where he once turned the tide. He is so popular that even products featuring his face on toilets sell better. With Lip's vigilance, he naturally noticed the unusual rise in his fame. However, he hasn't yet reached the next level of system reputation points, and he has indeed made significant contributions. Still, he doesn't believe that there isn't an association behind the push. Although Lip is somewhat resentful about the excessive promotion of items like toilets and remains cautious about the Hero Association's elevation of his status. It must be said that having a man with both good looks and strength like him makes the hero trend temporarily flourish. People are eager to hunt down monsters for hero activities, and in some areas, even wolf-class monsters dare not go out, clearly becoming a vulnerable group, which can be considered a great achievement for Lip. Regardless of the changing circumstances outside, Lip continues to train relentlessly every day, just to save a few more people from the impending dark matter Cosmopirate group. Teacher, I wanted Dr. Casino again to update my parts. This time, it was you who saved me again. After Genos arrived at Lip's place post-manufacture, he looked somewhat ashamed on the surface. But there was an undeniable joy that even his metal skin couldn't hide. Oh, you seem to have encountered something good? Lip had just finished a 10-kilometer run and completed 100 push-ups and sit-ups. Seeing Genos's increasingly strong momentum, he smiled at him. Yes, when I went for the modification, Dr. Casino was surprised and said that I was previously unable to bear a more powerful energy core and output power, but now I can. Genos said with a hint of pride. Li Pu's gaze suddenly became sharp. Oh, is that so? Let me take a look. Genos, limiter release state, charm, 11, surpassing most men and women. Overall combat power, 298, demon peak. Rank, E. After the limiter is released, the original bottleneck is broken. And this soul will move towards a higher level. Skills, high energy core, purple, metal skin, blue, bionic organs, blue. Limiter release, blue. Little Jet also broke his limiter like Wolf, and his talent is indeed impressive. The first limiter of Wolf was blue rank, and Little Jet is also blue rank. I just wonder if he can break through again in the future. Lip was amazed and secretly thought to himself. Genos felt a bit uneasy as Lip kept staring at him, even though he was the teacher. After hesitating for a while, he finally steeled his gaze and made his request. Although I am not yet the teacher's true disciple, the teacher has never taught me anything about how to become stronger. However, I can no longer endure the helplessness of waiting for the teacher to step in and save me every time. So please teach me, teacher. Li Pu looked at Genos, whose eyes were almost bursting with golden flames, and after a moment of silence, he finally nodded. Do you really want to know? I do. All right, attack me with all your strength. Upon hearing his teacher's permission, Genos let out a breath, took his stance, and clenched his fists. Teacher, I'm coming. Genos' performance had indeed greatly improved, even comparable to the original Deep Sea King in the rain. However, his opponent was Li Pu, who wanted to teach him a lesson. Machine gun blow. Ultimate incineration cannon. Genos launched his ultimate moves right away, and the enormous flames even threatened to engulf the entire waterfall in the back mountain. Then, he was covered in identical fist marks and identical high-temperature flames. Genos, the damage you're receiving now is the same as what I'm taking. Lip remained unscathed under the attack. But that's because he was wearing a special black cloak sent to him by Genos out of excitement after receiving the corpse of the original Dark Monster. This item is also blue-level equipment, but it doesn't have any special use. It's just durable and automatically resists wind, making it convenient for Lip to play it cool. In his pain, Genos found it hard to believe, just like when he faced the Deep Sea King. Teacher, what do you mean by not fighting back? You think you can just fend me off with this kind of defensive counterattack? He angrily continued to throw punches, shouting, I want to know how to become stronger. Lip looked at Genos' unwilling face, which oddly resembled the way he looked when he couldn't even defeat a tiger monster at the beginning. So powerless, so anxious. This caused a slight change in his usually calm mood, and thus, his teaching plan also underwent a small adjustment. Lip glanced at Genos, his lips silently moving. Before Genos could widen his eyes to see what he was saying, Lip had already vanished. Danger. In the next moment, the word death loomed large in Genos' mind. Boom! A massive wave of fist wind directly carved the mountain into a gorge, creating a gigantic passage hundreds of meters long. Genos' hair stood on end as he trembled and turned his head. The fierce wind still howled, causing even his dulled sense of physical pain to feel a sharp sting. He remained dazed for a long time, unable to focus his gaze, until Lip's fist moved again. Clap! Lipua's palm, aside from his own martial will, was almost unreserved. This palm directly sent Genos flying into the air, spinning several times before falling to the ground like a rag. Genos, I am very disappointed in you, Lipua said, then slowly turned and left. Lipu is not like the original Saitama, who merely intimidated Genos. He needs to give little Genos a bit of extra help. Wait, teacher, Genos struggles to get up from the ground. However, Lipu's pace shows no signs of slowing down. He continues walking as if he hasn't heard anything. I understand now, becoming stronger is not a smooth journey. I also have to experience death, right, teacher? Lip's pace slowed slightly as he turned his face slightly to the side, the sway of his trench coat obscuring his expression from Genos. And what else? You must also feel pain. So that's it. Teacher, I understand now. I understand how to become stronger. Genos struggled to get up, but could never rise. And in the end, he could only bow deeply to Lip. Lip's lips curled into a faint smile. This guy truly deserves to be the one who can unlock the limiter. He has some wisdom. The closer one gets to death, the better one can grasp the true meaning of survival. The more one understands pain, the more power one has to make the world feel that pain. Lip turned around and pulled up Genos, who had a face full of shame. Teacher, you have clearly been telling me, with your own efforts all along, to feel death, to feel pain, but not to think about self-destructing and perishing together with the enemy. Lipu's expression twitched, although it was different from what he had expected. Genos had still grasped something useful. Forget it. Also, the teacher's strength is truly unfathomable. Genos' eyes sparkled, and he felt even more willing to follow the teacher for a lifetime to learn. Lip, as long as you're happy. Not to mention that Lip and Genos are both thinking about how to become stronger, but something significant has happened at the association. Oh no, Lord Sitch, something is wrong. Lord Sitch, leisurely sipping his tea, almost spat it out upon hearing such an unprofessional report. With a dark expression, he quickly gestured for the fool to clarify. Lord Sitch, the Prophet Shibabawa passed away a few minutes ago. What? Even Sitch, who had seen many storms, couldn't maintain his composure at this moment, accidentally spilling his hot tea all over the shocked messenger. Regardless of the messenger's pain, Sitch urgently grabbed his collar and shook him violently. How could this happen? The association's protection for Granny Shibabawa was the most comprehensive, even with a medical team following her. How could this happen? Oh Lord, she choked on a throat lozenge, the messenger reported, suppressing his intense pain. Although Sitch wore a skeptical expression, the messenger faithfully delivered the bigger news. Before Granny Shibabawa died, she made a new prophecy. The earth is in trouble. How could this be? Although Sitch found it hard to accept, the association's personnel couldn't possibly lie about such matters. It is known that Granny Shibabawa's prophecies are extremely accurate. This is also why she was a key focus of the association's protection. Her accuracy is nearly 100%. Since her career began, almost all her prophecies have come true, except for those whose time had not yet come, which is why the association has been able to safely navigate through several major disasters. The death of Granny Shibabawa is a significant blow to the association, but Sitch could only suppress his deep sorrow and begin to contemplate the vague prophecy. The earth is in trouble. This is terrible. Granny has never said such a thing before about the greatest disasters. What should be done? Sitch paced back and forth, irritably touching his large nose, and finally sighed. At this point, we can only gather all the S-Class heroes to discuss this issue together, with the association's most urgent warning issued. Each S-Class hero was either curious, puzzled, or dismissive about the association's significant mobilization, but most decided to respond to the call, with only a small number unable to be contacted and unable to attend. Lip was also on the invitation list. Upon hearing that Shibabawapo had passed away, Lip's nerves immediately tensed up. He looked extremely serious as he said to Genos, Little Jia, we might have big trouble. Genos had rarely seen Lip this serious, and quickly asked, Do you think it's that tricky too? Yes, an unbeatable enemy is about to arrive. The guy I told you about, named Boros. Genos recalled the task Lip had given him when he promised to become his formal disciple and couldn't help but be moved. Even if he is that strong, I will still give it a try. Courage is commendable, Lipu said in a deep voice, but we still need to make sufficient preparations. Otherwise we might not have any chance at all. You hurry and notify the association in my name. Evacuate the citizens of City A by any means necessary. And be quick. Seeing Li Pu so resolute, Janos quickly flew to the headquarters to explain the situation to the association. Lip and the association are in a honeymoon period, and his influence is quite high. The association will still pay attention to him, which may help reduce some casualties. Lip let out a breath and gazed quietly at the clear blue sky, which was still devoid of anything. Come on, ruler of the universe. After Genos left, Lip called his master, asking him to obscurely contact some members of the Martial Arts Association, so that if there were changes in City A, more forces could be organized for rescue. Having done all the minor details he could, Lip no longer lingered and prepared to rush to the headquarters of the association in City A to confront one of the most powerful enemies in the true sense of one punch. Lip had already gotten used to Genos's powered legs. After all, it was a disciple's way of honoring his master, so he might as well make use of it. He was flying rapidly at high altitude, slightly nervous, when suddenly he felt a jolt in his heart. Although there were clearly no enemies in sight or perception, how sharp is a warrior's sixth sense? Just a slight sense of something being off made Lip instinctively activate his system detection, leading to the most unexpected event he had encountered so far. Blast, original dark deep erosion. Charm. 13. The charm of an old man. Difficult to resist, even after turning dark. Comprehensive combat power. Rank? Skills. Oh no, this is bad. Well, it's no surprise that it's a variable. It has actually grown to this extent in such a short time. A faint and elusive voice came from ahead, and suddenly a man appeared before Lip. Contrary to Lip's expectations, the man did not emanate the strange black aura like the previously dark infected monsters. Instead, there was only a small amount coiling around the surface, and, aside from being a bit darker, he looked no different from a normal person. This man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, with a face adorned with well-groomed stubble, and a robust body that contained immense energy that pricked Lip's senses. He was clad in white armor, with a cloak emblazoned with the word Blast, undoubtedly revealing his identity as an S-class who had been elusive even to the Hero Association. Blast. At this moment, Li Pu's expression was extremely serious, not to mention whether the reason for the lack of traces of the explosion was related to the previous dark infection. The current situation alone had already put Li Pu in an unprecedented crisis. Current overall combat power, 3,975, 750x, 100, 270, 70, 90, calculated rank. B. You have entered the ranks of the strongest in this world. But the truth of the world is not something you can explore at this time. As soon as Li Pu saw the explosion, he secretly stacked various buffs, which nearly made him feel a chill. Wow. Even a talent skill directly provided a 270 bonus, which is an enhancement that only comes after surpassing the third tier of the combat system. Li Pu was originally at D rank, yet he could actually fight 3 ranks higher, and at this moment, the explosion was actually at a rank. Earlier, the system prevented him from being too weak and facing an early demise by granting him a powerful talent at F, E, and D ranks, among which the E rank talent was the one Li Pu used most frequently in battle. Its characteristic of growing stronger against the strong and weaker against the weak was indeed good, but as the system description stated, under absolute rank suppression, this talent would at most allow him to die with dignity, leaving a complete corpse. However, the continuous influx of power within his body opened Li Pu's eyes. If previously he could destroy most of a city with one punch, now, at full strength, he could damage the continental shelf in a short period. This was a level of destructive power comparable to that of the terrifying tornado. Although his hard power might not be as strong, he could probably hold his own against Tornado in a few rounds of direct confrontation. But he was facing an A-rank, original dark deep infected explosion. Lip took a deep breath, allowing the turmoil in his heart to quickly settle, his expression returning to calmness. Even in defeat, one must lose with dignity. Valpa sensed the energy surging from Lip, and his state of mind showed almost no flaws. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What an excellent young hero. You actually hide such powerful strength. If you continue to grow, I might not be your opponent. Unfortunately, you encountered me at this moment, and the variables are destined to be contrary to my current path. So, I apologize, young hero." He shook his head and slightly raised his hand. Li Pu felt a chill run down his spine in an instant, and instinctively began to counter and assume a blocking stance. Pucci. Lip's body was directly split into 2 segments, leaving him severely injured. Lip didn't even know how the explosion had occurred. It was just a small trick in terms of space. Explosion looked at the small wound that had suddenly appeared on his waist and chuckled. "You actually managed to hurt me. You truly are the most unique one in this world. If it weren't for you, I would definitely consider you a successor to the association. Sai, let me give you a bit of dignity in your last moments. As he watched Lip continuously plummet, he raised 2 fingers, and instantly, Lip's thighs were obliterated, his lower body completely destroyed, and his upper body's heart was also annihilated, leaving only Lip's handsome face untouched. Goodbye. Explosion took one last look at Lip, who was now beyond saving, and vanished. Li Pu's upper body, having lost its heart, fell straight to the ground, stirring up layers of dust that completely covered him. Large patches of blood spread out, as if the man had truly been buried here, everything returning to nothingness. However, if someone were to examine closely, they would be surprised to find no trace of that man beneath the dust. Time rewinds to a moment ago, when Li Pu, upon receiving a sudden critical blow, unhesitatingly activated his bloodlock. Since he was only flying at a height of around 100 meters, he hit the ground in less than 5 seconds, still within the bloodlock duration, which was a preparation he had made long ago. What a mess. To have such a thing happen. Li Pu's pupils gradually dilated, yet he was held by some mysterious force, as if not allowing his consciousness to sink. He was indeed no match for the original dark explosion. A B-level could not even put up a decent resistance, only leaving 2 insignificant wounds for the explosion. After locking his blood, although Li Pu felt excruciating pain and his heart had completely vanished, his life was preserved, according to the characteristics of the bloodlock. As long as he did not suffer further harm, he would remain in a state of near death without dying. Having no heart was irrelevant, which is the tricky part of this skill. However, Li Pu knew that if the original dark explosion did not leave, he would truly be doomed. So he could only use the world transfer, which he had always regarded as his life-saving trump card. After landing and confirming that he was no longer in danger, Li Pu instantly activated the transfer. A flash of white light passed, and he vanished from the world of the punch. A new world was about to arrive. Ding, 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 ding. A towering machine god rose from the center of the imperial capital, and countless people stared blankly at this never-before-seen scene, which symbolized the empire's majesty. The National Defense Machine God's supreme throne, initially the strongest imperial artifact, was both the origin of imperial artifacts and the pinnacle of all imperial artifacts. Known as the Supreme Imperial Artifact, it was said to possess abilities rivaling that of deities, and only those with the bloodline of an emperor could wield it. It slowly stepped onto the largest road in the imperial capital, and unlike the original story, due to the battlefield being within the city, the young emperor did not initiate slaughter within the city, allowing more of the imperial capital to be preserved. Lip floated in the air with his arms crossed. At this moment, although he was still using the 5-sight universal observer to let outsiders see Tasmi's appearance, those with insight should have caught a glimpse of the truth behind the ability like the previous Sheila. However, these were minor details. Lip was more interested in just how powerful this National Guardian mecha was. System detected for me. Imperial Emperor X National Guardian Mecha, Supreme Artifact Charm. 10. A favorite among mech enthusiasts. Overall combat power. 2000. Fluctuating values. Combat power rank. C. The Supreme Artifact far exceeds other artifacts in performance, allowing an ordinary person without any combat training to possess the capability to destroy this country. The skill level of the operator greatly determines its combat power. Abilities: Biological Identification, purple; Matrix Defense, red; Matrix Beam, red; Purge Mode, red. This ability panel was quite enticing. No wonder it was the strongest artifact crafted by the first emperor of the Empire 1,000 years ago with all available manpower and resources. Just based on its basic attributes, it could elevate someone who had never fought before to the level of a top-tier dragon. If someone with even a bit of combat experience operated this thing, its combat power might surpass that of its death. The entire body was made of the hardest orichalcum in this world, with millions of runes intricately connected throughout. It had about 10 super dangerous cores as its energy source, with hundreds of spares, and was a supreme masterpiece combining biology and metal. With the 5-sight universal observer activated, Lip easily saw through the internal structure. Tears of envy flowed from his mouth. If the supreme artifact could be rated, it would either be the strongest within the red category or at an even higher tier. The original Tasmi, that explosive guy, was actually able to take down such a pay-to-win item. He truly had some incredible luck, evolving the demonic ghost's influence to a level that even the ancient Talon dragon couldn't match. It was likely that the first emperor, seeing his descendants so unworthy, losing even to a flying dragon, would jump out from his grave in anger. The young emperor, controlling the supreme artifact, stepped over the high city walls of the imperial capital as if they were stairs. Both imperial soldiers and members of the church and other troops were shaken, many of them fainting on the spot. You traitors and rebels, I will surely purge you all to set an example. For the first time, the young emperor felt the beauty of power, experiencing a particular thrill. As long as he had power, these people had to submit to him. He casually raised his hand, and a beam shot out, claiming the lives of hundreds in the chaos, many of whom were his supporting imperial soldiers. Yet the emperor felt nothing wrong. Instead, he became even more excited, his eyes and the National Guardian mecha gradually glowing red. Upon seeing the appearance of this supreme artifact, everyone in Night Raid, except for the still sobbing Akame sisters, widened their eyes in shock. Tasmi looked at the artifact in his hand, then at this thing across from him, feeling a bit melancholic. Are we really going to fight against this thing? Brand, the original owner of the demonic ghost's influence who now was still Tasmi's good older brother, patted his shoulder and comforted him. Boss Najinda reminded us before, this kind of task is sufficient to leave to Lord Lip. He is very enthusiastic about fighting strong opponents. Lord Lip is fine then. Although he really wanted to help, thinking about the power gap between himself and Lord Lip made Tasmi hesitate. Little Tasmi, you be strong like him too. I know you were recruited by Lord Lip, which shows you have great potential. Tasmi was suddenly hugged into a warm and soft place, almost unable to breathe. It turned out to be the big sister Leonai, who was playfully teasing Tasmi. She really liked this boy. We just need to go with the flow on the outskirts. I never expected everyone in Night Raid to survive until the end. After establishing a new country, I will definitely treat everyone to drinks, but you all must say something nice for me in front of the boss. Lubbock was playing with twisted threads, feeling quite good. Among Night Raid, he was the most cynical, yet he understood best how difficult it was to minimize bloodshed during a complete revolution. He now held great admiration for the man in the sky. Although Lip was somewhat reluctant to part with this expensive Gundam, he knew that the feudal symbol had to be toppled, so he no longer restrained his power and indulged in a bit of Tasmi's explosive thrill. Boom! With Lip's monstrous battle power of over 6,000, even the basic punch of the flowing rock-shattering fist seemed to produce subtle sounds of space tearing. The massive shockwave stripped nearby trees bare, and even the Imperial tool users struggled to stand, while the soldiers swayed unsteadily. This was merely the lightest impact. Dense ripples surged across the supreme Imperial tool at the center of the shockwave, and a matrix cloak flickered repeatedly, indicating it had already sustained the highest level of external damage. What is going on? The little emperor, awakened from the exhilarating feeling of mowing down enemies, realized that an entire chunk of super dangerous species core energy had been used up for defense. It should be noted that the Guardian Mech Supreme Throne had been on standby for 1,000 years without using up a whole chunk of super dangerous species core energy. He looked left and right, only to see a small figure floating in the air. Just one person could wield such power? Is this a joke? The little emperor felt offended. Who are you? Why are you opposing me? This is my world, and I have the absolute power of life and death. No matter who you are, all rebels should be executed. The little emperor, shedding his usual modest demeanor, directly began to boast to this tiny ant. The gem in the center of the mech's forehead suddenly shot out a beam of red light, solidifying into a stream of energy that accurately hit the small black dot. I have said it before, rebellion is why you still live. Just as the emperor was about to smugly announce his victory, the smoke cleared, and that black dot was still there, a hint of terror creeping into his heart. Lipu was also somewhat speechless. With over 6,000 combat power, the little emperor's combat power had only increased by less than a few hundred since the proficiency went up, so it would be strange for him to defeat himself. Your Majesty, the era has changed. Lip slowly scanned this incredible masterpiece. If the technology within could be transformed for civilian use, the productivity of society would be unimaginably advanced. In such a society, the imperial system would be unable to adapt, and the emperor would inevitably be overthrown. Let me abolish the imperial system. The teleportation was swift. Lip felt almost no sensation before he had already changed worlds. The system prompted, you have been randomly teleported to a world previously infected by darkness. As this teleportation is a reward for your mission, the difficulty of this world will be reduced to normal. The previous world was hell. Even this dog system acknowledges it? Hell difficulty. Lip, who found it quite tragic, couldn't help but laugh in anger. The dog system didn't know whether it wanted him to save the world or to kill him. Due to the bloodlock effect, his bodily injuries appeared extremely horrific, with no heart and no lower body. However, in reality, he was just like a character in a game, no matter how terrifying the external injuries looked. As long as there was a drop of blood left, he wouldn't die. Thus, Lip also realized that he actually had a semi-dataized body, which was an enormous advantage in the real world. Just like when he first crossed into the world of One Punch Man, he began by observing his surroundings. Lip found himself in a forest, surrounded by the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with no traces of human development. The atmosphere was also quite pleasant. Lip hardly sensed any industrial emissions at all. With his still lingering B-grade physical quality, his perception, powerful enough to approach the molecular level, was basically infallible. This indicated that the industrial development of this world was either not high or had reached an extremely advanced stage. He pondered whether the level of human civilization was not high. He then shook his head and struggled to prop himself up with his hands. He sensed that there were basically no large carnivorous animals in the surrounding area, so it was relatively safe. Therefore, he first focused on stabilizing his injuries. Feeling the peculiar movement of flesh at his heart and the slow growth of the bones in his legs, Lip simultaneously experienced a tremendous sense of fatigue. The cellular activity, orange, was indeed quite high, but recovering from such fatal injuries would likely take several days. During this time, if something slightly stronger came looking for him, Lip had no choice but to part with his beloved possessions and check his wallet. Current hero points, 55, 262 points. This is the time to use his savings. Lip gritted his teeth and opened the upgrade panel. The upgrade requirement for cell activity, orange, was 54,000 points, which was just within his capacity. However, he would be broke again after the exchange. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to think about the future. If Lip didn't exchange, he would have to bear an even greater risk. Lip didn't know if he liked to gamble. But one thing he was very clear about was that he didn't like losing. Upgrade. As the hero points quietly disappeared, an overwhelming surge of life energy flooded into his body. Lip felt as if every cell was a blazing furnace, and with each breath, he was continuously generating power. He was astonished to discover that his injuries were healing at an astonishing speed. The heart, which had only a bit of granulation tissue, almost fully healed in just a few breaths, and his legs were back to normal in just a few minutes. This was a recovery ability that could be described as bringing the dead back to life. Wow, is this the skill of the red level? No wonder those guys can become super strong just with a red level skill. Lip let out a sigh. Although he still needed some time to recuperate, his strength should be preserved, right? However, as his body recovered to a large extent and he had the energy to investigate his internal condition, his expression turned cold as ice. Now I understand why the original Dark Explosion dared to leave like that. It turns out that even if I miraculously survive, he still has a backup plan. Why are all the villains so smart? Li Pu's suddenly discovered a terrifying black mark hidden within him, and the aura contained within it made him feel an immense oppression. Negative status detected. Original Dark Mark. Original Dark Mark. Cast by a being that has been long infected and deeply modified by the original Dark. A death judgment occurs every 3 days. If the strength of the recipient is less than 1/3 of the casters, the judgment fails, and the recipient is forcibly killed. At the same time, the mark seals a portion of the recipient's vitality, reducing their strength. This mark can only slowly disappear over time. Every 3 days, he faces near death. Fortunately, the cooldown for the bloodlock is once a day. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape even in a different world. Li Pu lamented that the system's skills are always more powerful than any external skills he has encountered. However, even if Li Pu can basically avoid the near-death judgment, his strength has been significantly weakened by this damn mark. Due to the impact of the vitality seal, the energy within his body is severely restricted, and his overall combat power has decreased by 44, now calculated to be 515. 2. 920.56. Based on the mark's weakening speed, it will approximately disappear in about 3 years and 6 months. After obtaining the red skill, Lip's strength significantly increased but was directly suppressed. The mark will take a full 3 years and 6 months too, which means Lip will have to wait for this thing to disappear or be able to defeat the original Dark Explosion. Otherwise, returning would just mean handing over his head. Putting aside complex thoughts with the basic combat power of a dragon level, Lip decided to explore the surroundings to determine what kind of world this really was. He activated the shadow escape of the Sony egg and quietly made his way westward. After passing through dense forests, he encountered vast grasslands, still devoid of human traces, which made Lip doubt whether this was a world not dominated by humans. It wasn't until he crossed the grasslands and reached the edge of the prairie and desert that he finally saw signs of human habitation. It resembled an ancient town from Huagua, with numerous caravans, looking like a commercial distribution point. Lip had trekked for several days. With only his windbreaker and boxing gloves still in good condition, most of his other clothing was tattered, and even his pants were roughly made from animal fur. So when he approached a guy at the entrance of a town who looked like a guard, the other party immediately picked up his weapon. "Stop! What are you doing?" The guard looked suspiciously at the man before him, whose clothes were in rags, but had an extraordinary demeanor and handsome appearance, which was exactly what those officials liked. Lip sensed a slight malice, but he didn't care. He simply took out 2 glowing beads, which he had obtained from the stomachs of some beasts with barely ghost-level strength during his hunting in the past 2 days. When he found them, Lip was quite surprised, thinking that this world was truly dominated by beasts, until he saw humans today and dismissed that notion. "I'm a traveler, often wandering in the wild. May I ask where this is? What time is it? Why has no one crossed my path from the east?" The core of a level 1 dangerous species? Upon seeing the beads, the guard was immediately astonished, unable to close his legs. It's important to know that a level 1 dangerous species is already very powerful in this world, an existence that ordinary people cannot deal with at all. The value of its core is also extremely high. If sold in the imperial capital, it could fetch 500 gold coins, or even more. Greed inevitably appeared in the guard's eyes, and a restless hand was about to move. Lip only lightly activated his heroic aura upon seeing this, and in an instant, the guard were overwhelmed by Lip's powerful presence, feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, unable to move. He finally came to his senses and realized that the person in front of him was not someone he could provoke, and immediately changed to a flattering expression to explain to Lip, "My lord, this is a supply station on the western frontier of the empire. Further west is the front line, and the foreign tribes from the west have been extremely fierce in recent years. The imperial army has been retreating year after year, while the foreign tribes have been rampantly plundering the western frontier, causing the commoners below to be too afraid to live near the western border. It is now the year 1021 of the empire." Lip instantly grasped the keywords. Empire, western ethnic minorities, could this be? The pressure on the empire's borders was immense, so the minister ordered all border residents to either serve in labor or enlist in the military. Most people had fled cleanly, and the superior was also having a headache over the difficulty of conscription. "So, my lord, why are you here?" "Minister, this is the world of Akame Ga Kill." For sure, and according to Lip's now powerful memory recalling the plot, it was the year 1024 of the empire, and Tasmi had come to the imperial capital. So this was 3 years before the start of the plot. The combat power limit in the Akame Ga Kill world is not low, but compared to the One-Punch Man world, it is much lower. Super dangerous species, weaker ones might only be at the demon level, which Lip could easily eliminate. The powerful master of the imperial tool crosstail in the original work, a super dangerous species in the clouds, would probably be at the dragon level monster standard in One-Punch Man. Then there's the strongest human in Akame Ga Kill, Steph. Lip estimated that he was probably around C to B level, which was still somewhat inferior to Tornado at full power. Since the system said the difficulty of this world is just ordinary, theoretically, there should not be any existence that Lip cannot handle. So he was still confident about his journey in this world. Perhaps with his strength, he could change something in this world. However, it was hard to say. This world must also have the influence of the original Dark, and the plot might change significantly compared to the original. Nevertheless, for Lip, he had 3 years to develop in this world. He grew to his current level in just a few months in the One-Punch Man world. So even if the growth speed in this world slowed down a bit, he was confident that he could handle all challenges. Compared to the few weeks until the plot that threatened his life in the One-Punch Man world, Lip undoubtedly had more operational space this time. The guard had shared quite a bit of useful information, so Lip was generous, tossing out some beads. He watched as the guard stumbled to catch the beads, overjoyed, and said lightly, "I hope to meet the superior here, the one with the highest rank. I have been hunting dangerous species for a long time and have some materials in hand. Do you understand what I mean? No matter where, the power of money or treasures should never be underestimated." The guard, who had just been on high alert, immediately agreed after Lip's display of power. "I understand. This way, my lord." Following the guard into the big tent, Lip was surprised to find that there were no luxurious furnishings. Just a map with various military arrows hanging on the wall, a table and a chair, and a military cot. Lip was quite surprised. He thought he would see the most corrupt side of the empire right away. He focused his gaze on the man sitting in the main seat. The man was around 40 years old, with a particularly tall frame clad in light armor, although his face was unkempt. The murderous aura in his eyes was still very strong. Li Pue nodded slightly, thinking that such an officer was probably not yet corrupted, so there was no need to create unnecessary trouble, which was a good thing. I am Li Hua, a general of the Empire's Western Front. According to my subordinates, you are a traveler from afar. May I ask what brings you to our Empire's military post? Li Hua. Li Pu suddenly felt that this name was very familiar. After thinking for a moment, he finally remembered that this was one of the 3 beast warriors under his death in the original work. However, Li Hua was falsely accused and almost imprisoned because he later refused to bribe the officials of the imperial capital. It was his death who saved him, which made him loyal to her. In reality, he was truly loyal and was a real soldier of the Empire. Li Pu did not expect to encounter a familiar character right away. However, he managed to control his emotions well and casually said after a slight pause, "So, it's General Li Hua. I've long heard of your reputation for integrity, and seeing you today confirms it without a doubt." Li Pu then took out a few cores of first-level dangerous species and handed them to Li Hua. "Your Excellency, General, I know that the Imperial Army has been fighting against the Western alien races for years, and the front lines are tense with military expenses in deficit. Therefore, I hope to provide some support." Li Hua was quite surprised to see these cores. He had originally thought that this self-proclaimed traveler was a fraud, but unexpectedly, he indeed had some skills. First-level dangerous species. Li Hua wouldn't dare claim a 100 success rate in hunting them without using Imperial tools, and, as a general, he also could not leave his post to hunt. He took a look at the cores, which belonged to dangerous species from the forest, grassland, and desert, along with the pants made of what appeared to be super dangerous species fur, proving that this traveler was indeed not lying. After pondering for a moment, he still refused. "Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept this without knowing your intentions first, as it would compromise a soldier's integrity." Li Pu nodded slightly. Indeed, a man who still adheres to the military creed. Since Li Hua said so, Li Pu also gave him a way out. "I've seen the suffering of the people along the way and hope the war can end soon, so I want to join the army." "You? Join the army?" "I won't accept bribes," Li Hua said, a bit angry. "No need, I will start as a private," Li Pu said, which left Li Hua, who had just thought Li Pu wanted to take a shortcut, speechless. "Do you really want to start as a soldier?" he asked, still somewhat suspicious. Seeing this, Li Hua had nothing more to say. Since Li Pu insisted, he no longer tried to persuade him, waving his hand to let his subordinate sell a few pieces of the core to fund the military expenses. Then he looked at Li Pu, who appeared somewhat downcast, but had an unmatched appearance and undeniable charisma, shook his head and muttered, "What a strange person. Someone like you would be more popular in the imperial capital. Forget it, come over here, and I'll personally register you as a soldier." Lip smiled and said, "Do I like strange people? I actually do." Just like that, Lip gained an identity in this world by becoming a soldier. In fact, under the orders of the ministers, countless people at the border had their families torn apart and lives ruined. Therefore, he, as an undocumented immigrant, didn't need any special procedures to enlist, especially with Leva backing him up, allowing him to truly establish himself in this world. After Leva registered Lip's name, Lip's system panel had new activity, ding, detected possible changes in the world line, now releasing main quest, 13 Border Army. Quest content, eliminate over 300,000 original dark infected troops from the Western Ethnic Army and obtain the rank of general or higher in the Empire. Quest reward, a random special skill with no rating. Introduction, my hero, enemy of my foes. After seeing this main quest, Lip knew that he might have to stay in the western frontier of the Empire for a long time. However, he was just waiting for the original dark mark left by the explosion to be, and to cultivate to strengthen himself. Lip contemplated the information given by the task regarding the Western Foreign Ethnic Army infected by the original dark. No wonder the Empire in the original work was still able to dominate the Northern and Western Foreign ethnic groups despite its decay. Now, it was the border that was under pressure, as it turned out that the entire Western Foreign Ethnic Army had been infected by the original dark. Lip asked Li Hua about the affairs of the Western Foreign Ethnic groups, and Li Hua thought for a moment before answering. It's not a secret. The Western and Northern have suddenly undergone tremendous changes in recent years. It seems that some of their high-ranking officials first contracted a strange disease, turning completely black and becoming extremely aggressive. He paused, as if recalling something disgusting, his brows furrowing. Then, for some unknown reason, their army began to widely contract this strange disease. Although their rationality diminished significantly after infection, they became so brutal that they even spared no one from their own ranks. However, they did become much stronger. Our soldiers were no match for them. In the end, even the entire Western became soldiers. all infected by that strange disease and turned into monsters. Those who were unwilling were killed. The borderlands have become a living hell. Therefore, soldiers, when it's time to act, never have a heart of compassion. It will not only harm yourself, but also others. Li Hua's tone became much more severe with the last sentence. He had seen too many comrades die meaninglessly due to pity for these extremely aggressive monsters. Lip nodded, agreeing that Li Hua was not wrong. To save something, one must always lose something. Heroes are not heroes to everyone. Sometimes, killing is merely the best way to reduce killing. Thus, Lip joined Li Hua's troops, and after a period of rest, they set off for the front lines. Along the way, the desolate scenery became increasingly severe. No one could live well under the shadow of war, and all that could be seen were ruins and debris. They encountered some troops withdrawing from the battlefield, and on their faces, Lip could only see numbness and deep fear. Most of these people were conscripted, caught between the harsh policies of ministers fiercer than tigers and the brutality of foreign ethnic groups that resembled demons. In this world, tragedy was nothing more than common. Cheap commodity. Upon arriving at the border fortress, their unit had not even had time to rest before Li Hua shouted angrily for assembly. The call to arms rang out, and the young soldiers around him gripped their weapons tightly. This was already the 7th attack by the foreign ethnic group today. It was uncertain how many would die this time. Boys, don't be scared when you get on the battlefield. Li Hua comforted his troops while taking out his imperial artifact, quietly sighing. In truth, these soldiers were basically expendable in combat against foreign ethnic groups whose quality surpassed that of imperial soldiers by 2 or 3 times. If it weren't for someone like him wielding an imperial artifact to turn the tide, the situation would have collapsed long ago. Listening to the eerie roars of the several hundred foreign cavalry, Li Hua planned to take the lead. He was not like those lazy bastards who, despite having imperial artifacts, sent their soldiers to die. Bang! After a loud noise, the voices of the hundreds of foreign cavalry suddenly vanished eerily. Before Li Hua could make a move, he was horrified to find a massive furrow before him. The once mighty black-skinned monsters were now reduced to scattered limbs and flesh everywhere. All the enemies had been wiped out. Turning around, he noticed his hand gripping the imperial artifact trembled slightly. He had only seen such power in some of the strongest monsters within the imperial army. Lip gently retracted his fist, facing the astonished gazes of Riva and the surrounding soldiers and officers, and remarked subtly, It's a bit uncomfortable getting used to my greatly reduced strength. I even left behind some corpses. Riva. A stream of hero points flooded in. These former dark-infected beings were merely at the wolf level, GF level, in strength, and only yielded a few hero points at most. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and Lip never despised it. But the tasks in the 2 worlds are not interchangeable. Otherwise, the side quest of defeating 10 original dark-infected beings in the One-Punch world would have been completed long ago. In the world of Crimson Slashing, unlike in the One-Punch world where encountering original dark-infected monsters was rare, any encounter here was mostly with elite bosses that could take Lip's life. Wasn't it more enjoyable to defeat weaker enemies for points? However, killing so many monsters that were once human was still somewhat unsettling for Lip. It was inevitable for someone who was experiencing a large battlefield for the first time. The fact that Lip remained composed had already impressed Riva. Are you an imperial weapon user? What kind of imperial weapon are you using to have such immense power? Riva asked in surprise, not expecting this young man to be even stronger than he had imagined. Li Pu shook his head. He had already put away his gloves, and he hadn't even started using them yet. This punch was just a regular move from the Whirlwind Iron Fist. To reach this level relying solely on martial arts and physical strength is truly impressive. I even suspect you might be a special grade danger, disguised in human skin. Receiving a negative response from Olivier, he couldn't help but joke and reflect. As he looked at the man, he felt increasingly unable to see through him. So he shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore, turning around to command the army for the next offense. Lip's powerful performance greatly boosted the morale of the troops. Although he hardly took action during the subsequent attacks from the foreign tribes due to various considerations, only saving a few of his soldiers on the edge of the battlefield, the soldiers were still filled with fighting spirit, causing the foreign tribes a great deal of trouble. The foreign tribes, who had previously hunted the imperial soldiers rampantly, had now become the hunted, leaving behind a scene of corpses and shattered armor each time they attacked, which was quite tragic. However, even so, the tenacity of these primitive dark-infected individuals opened Lip's eyes. They would not scatter even with casualties reaching 70 to 80%. Such a formidable army would have been unstoppable if it weren't for the involvement of the imperial and ministerial wielders. It wasn't until nightfall when these ancient people, suffering from night blindness, could no longer see and fight, that both sides called a ceasefire. After a great victory today, the atmosphere in the camp was high. After arranging tight watch posts, Liwa also allowed a banquet in the camp, permitting all kinds of food and drink aside from alcohol. By the bonfire in the camp, many officers and soldiers were eating heartily, laughing and celebrating today's victory. Liwa joined in their banter and conversations. It must be said that this general truly knows how to govern. During war, orders are strictly followed, and after the battle, he mingles with everyone. Today, we owe it all to Lip. He is indeed a powerful man, exclaimed a young officer as he devoured his food. Yes, Lip is indeed strong. I fear that most of the Imperial wielders, including myself, would not be his match, Liwa agreed, then turned to look at Lip, who was gazing at the moon, seemingly lost in thought. I'm growing more and more curious about you. Do you come from that place, the Royal Fist Temple? No, I come from a very far place. Even farther than that. Li Pu looked at the perfect full moon today and said lightly, and it might not be possible to go back. The sentiment of loss was not felt only by Li Pu. Li Va also paused for a moment, as if recalling something, tightening his coat. Ah, you remind me of a young man under my command named Brant. He is one of my aides and very capable. I have always regarded him as my own child. However, we have a significant disagreement on whether military officials should intervene in politics. He believes they should, while I do not. We often argue over such matters. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, but perhaps I'm just too stubborn. I never interfere with the civil officials of the Empire. Although I'm not pleased with what they do, I know what a soldier should and should not do. I hope Brant can understand my concerns. After this battle, I will return to the Imperial capital to report. And Brant is working there as well. Perhaps by then he will recognize my perspective. Lip's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. The name Brand was indeed well known. He was the leader of Nitrate. He ended up in prison because his superior, Leva, refused to bribe and was subsequently framed while trying to navigate the situation. Disillusioned by the corruption of the Empire, he joined Nitrate. Little did he expect that he hadn't joined at this time, but he guessed that Leva would encounter Brand upon returning, getting caught up in the nonsense of being framed for refusing to bribe. Lip kept this matter in mind and replied, "If it were me, I would make a choice similar to Brand's, but I have a better method." Liwa nodded thoughtfully, then stared at Lip for a moment before suddenly smiling. "Looks like I misjudged you, young man. Someone like you will surely achieve great things. It won't be long before your rank surpasses mine." He draped his military coat over one shoulder and slowly walked towards the lively campfire in the distance. Pausing for a moment, he slightly turned to Lip and said, "I hope you can stay true to your beliefs. That's my only expectation of you." The sun at the Empire's border seemed harsher than in other places, with a brutal day that lasted from sunrise to sunset, almost always engaged in battle. Lip found it long, not to mention the ordinary soldiers, who were all listless. This was still a strong army under Liwa. The Imperial forces in other areas were even harder to imagine. The external threats to the Empire were evident. As for internal troubles, they were equally not to be underestimated. In almost every battle, Li Pu focuses on rescuing his comrades. He rarely takes action unless there are gaps in the defense. Despite this, he has achieved remarkable military feats, earning promotions almost every few days. After more than 3 months on the border, he has been in combat for 3 months. With the number of enemies he has killed nearing 10,000. Li Pu has already been promoted to a second lieutenant capable of independent command and has gained some reputation within the army. His reputation in the world of Zhanxi has opened up. Currently at 300 points, somewhat known, he has earned 300 hero points, 300 by 1-0. Many take pride in serving under him, and even the fearless and reckless native dark races in the area he defends are hesitant to invade. It could be said that if these irrational, low-level dark infectors were also counted in terms of reputation, Li Pu's standing would be extraordinarily high. Through day-to-day battles, he has also learned more about the enemy. The Western alien races have a citizen army, with only the old, weak women and children either hiding or being kept captive by these monsters, while the pure military force numbers an astonishing 1 million. They do not engage in production or farming. Their supply sources come from looting and exploiting their former compatriots who have been captured. Moreover, after personally capturing some enemy soldiers, Li Pu discovered an astonishing secret. There's a reason these soldiers are infected with the strange disease. After cleaning the battlefield, Lip, covered in the blood of his enemies, approached Liwa and said in a deep voice. He pointed to the faint whip marks on a wildly struggling captive. Barely noticeable unless looked at closely, these guys all have signs of such abuse on them. Clearly, the high-ranking officials of those foreign tribes expand their monstrous armies by capturing ordinary people, torturing them, and provoking the most brutal emotions within them. Allowing this kind of sickness to easily spread turning them into monsters as cruel as themselves, no longer human. Li Pu shook his head, feeling somewhat shocked, even himself. Those high-ranking officials were truly ruthless. It turned out that the concept of everyone is a soldier was implemented in this way. The ethnic minorities had once been victims, but now they had become the new perpetrators in this new wave. He sighed, looking up, wondering how many ordinary people from the ethnic minorities had yet to suffer, and who would become the next victim of the dark or ambitious forces. Li Hua was extremely surprised. They had seen these scars before, but mostly thought they were just left by war. Usually, no one paid special attention to this, and he never expected that these monsters were formed in such a manner. I need to go back and report to His Majesty the Emperor as soon as possible, he said seriously. This matter is quite significant. Those bureaucrats who have always been negligent should face the reality. But soon, his old face broke into a smile. Li Pu, I have good news for you. I have reported your achievements from these days to the military department in the imperial capital, and after General Bud's approval, you are now an acting deputy general. It won't be long before you are officially promoted. Lip's expression remained as calm as ever, and he simply nodded. His ambitions did not stop here. However, this made the old man feel somewhat awkward towards Li Hua, as becoming a general at such a young age was indeed impressive. Although it was during wartime, it still made the old fellow envious. I will be returning to report in a few days, so you should stay here and not move around easily, as the enemy's movements have been quite strange lately. I need you to pay close attention, Li Hua reminded him carefully. Then, he solemnly held out the military uniform, symbolizing the authority of a general with both hands, and handed it to Lip. Lip nodded and seriously took the general's uniform brought by Li Hua. From then on, he became a general guarding one part of the empire. As he donned the general's insignia, Lip couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart, as if reality and his past were intertwined. Ordinary person, hero, general. Once, when he watched anime, he saw the displaced border people and the imperial land trampled by iron hooves, and he had fantasized about the day he would become a general, not allowing outsiders to invade the territory. Li Hua encouraged Lip a few more times before turning to handle some handover affairs. Lip knew that he would be returning to the capital in 2 days to report on his duties, and he had already made some plans in his mind. Li Hua had helped him a lot when he first came to this world, so he owed him a favor. If Li Hua encountered any trivial matters upon his return, Lip would definitely help him out. However, just as Lip had recently become the acting general of the empire, something came up that required his attention. Please forgive me, Sir Acting General, for my ignorance. I didn't know you had been promoted. Allow me to continue reporting on military affairs. A subordinate rushed in to report, and upon seeing that Lip had been promoted, he was momentarily stunned but not overly surprised, as this was not the first or second time such things had happened. It's nothing. I'm just temporarily acting as the general. Military affairs are of utmost importance. Lip casually waved his hand. He treated his subordinates just like Li Hua, never putting on an officer's airs unless it was a matter of great importance. Lord Li Pu is still so easygoing. The soldier sighed in his heart and quickly reported the frontline situation. Our outpost has discovered a group of civilians being hunted by an alien army. All ordinary people of mixed heritage from the imperial border and alien races. Lip had long been aware of the brutal actions of these foreign tribes. Not to mention mixed-blood individuals, even the commoners of his own ethnic group were being ruthlessly exploited by those monsters. Thus, Lip attached it to his black cloak and, putting on his boxing gloves, slowly said to the messenger, I'm feeling a bit restless today. Relay my orders. The cavalry will set out, while the other troops will remain on guard. Yes, the soldier replied vigorously and went out to convey the message. We can't let the ordinary people on the border live in such uncertainty. While combating the foreign tribes, we must also restore order. Li Pu thought so and began to prepare for departure. Lip and his elite cavalry unit rode on special dangerous breeds of horses, galloping across the vast desert. After marching for dozens of kilometers, these mounts showed no signs of fatigue, which surprised Lip a bit. In the perilous desert, only these 5th-level dangerous breeds, equivalent to beasts, could move freely, which is a characteristic of the chopping red world. Many dangerous breeds have their own strengths, greatly enriching this world. Lip kept his troops on high alert along the way, and at this moment finally observed the distant oasis filled with swirling sand and dust, with faint sounds of shouting and cries for mercy coming from it. According to the scout's intelligence, the enemy and fleeing civilians were likely in this area. True to Lip's character, he first confirmed that there were no enemy ambushes nearby before leading his troops into a charge, with him at the forefront. This small force of several dozen from a different ethnic group was completely annihilated. His subordinates counted the number of civilians. Most had been killed, but fortunately, several hundred survived, almost entirely lacking any capacity for resistance. Merely ordinary people who had been oppressed by the foreign ethnic group and were now fleeing to the Empire's borders for survival. It was fortunate that Lip received the intelligence and arrived quickly, or these hundreds of people might have been brutally killed by the foreign ethnic group. However, even now, many of them were in a state of madness, clearly terrified out of their wits. Lip wanted to ask about the matters in the heartland of the foreign ethnic groups, but the remaining adults were all in a state of confusion, making it impossible to inquire. He shook his head in regret, planning to return to his camp and send these ordinary people back first. "Sir, could you please not send us back to the Empire?" A little girl from the crowd trembled as she stepped forward, covered in blood and dirt. She seemed to muster all her courage to address Lip, an officer of a completely different level than her. "Sir, we escaped from the Empire's border to this foreign land. We simply cannot endure the Empire's harsh rule. And as mixed-blood individuals, we can only face discrimination in the Empire. We can't survive there." Li Pu listened to the girl's trembling voice and turned around in surprise, his gaze locking onto her pink hair, and he suddenly realized. Indeed, if they were only to be placed within the Empire under those corrupt officials, it wouldn't be much better than being under the hands of foreign races. The mixed-blood girl saw the young and handsome general staring at her intently, and the courage she had finally mustered crumbled significantly, her voice turning into a whimper. "Please, I can do anything. Just let us go." Lip was taken aback for a moment, then sighed. Living in such a desperate world and still having the courage to do so was not easy for this child. It was truly commendable. He tried to soften his tone. "I understand. I will not send you under the jurisdiction of those imperial officials. You can temporarily reside near my camp after inspection and will be treated equally with the residents of the Empire." Over the past few months, Lip had saved quite a few border civilians of the Empire and knew that sending them under imperial rule was no better than sending them to their deaths. Thus, he allowed these poor souls, who had nowhere to go, to live near his camp. After all, the lords of the Empire did not dare to come to the border to collect their various oppressive taxes. "I swear in my capacity as the acting lieutenant of the Empire, you can live without harsh governance, and you can seek help from my troops if needed." "Really?" The girl widened her eyes, her small body trembling with excitement due to long-term malnutrition. "Yes, my name is Lip. You can call me that. My subordinates will help as much as they can." Lip patiently explained a few things to the mixed-race girl. "Lip, you are the Lord of the Divine Fist? That's great, we are saved." The girl's tears fell like scattered beads, and she turned back to her people, choking on her words. Soon, a small portion of those who had regained their senses hurriedly bowed deeply, constantly thanking Lip and expressing their willingness to follow him. Clearly, Lip's reputation was indeed resounding in this area. He had made the foreign tribes tremble in fear of his devastating fists while being very peaceful with his subordinates and ordinary civilians. Over time, he earned the title of the Divine Fist. Lip was quite amused. The fist of God was a bit too juvenile, but it was understandable in this world. Now that he had calmed the crowd, Lip planned to return, as Liwan needed to report back to the capital, and he wanted to help this benefactor. However, plans often change unexpectedly, much like taking a train. You prepare for delays, only to find out that the service has been canceled altogether. The girl rushed over again, and Lip thought she might have some issues returning. Just as he was about to explain again, what she said left Lip astonished. "Lord Lip, I know what kind of person you are, so I want to tell you a secret I know. Those monsters seem to be planning to kill or would transform all the people in their territory." Li Pu was indeed surprised this time. He asked with a somewhat serious expression, "How did you know this news?" The girl initially said with a hint of pride that she had been chosen by the high-ranking officials of a foreign ethnic group, who claimed she had the talent to be a wielder of imperial artifacts. However, she couldn't adapt to that artifact and was insulted and driven out. Then, she became somewhat self-deprecating. "However, my mental power and senses are indeed different from ordinary people. I overheard some snippets of conversation about a major transformation they planned to initiate, turning all commoners into monsters like them, or sacrificing them to that imperial artifact. Then, they intend to use that artifact and the monster army to break through the imperial defenses in one fell swoop." Lip's expression grew increasingly cold. These high-ranking members of the foreign tribes were indeed the first to be infected by the original darkness. Had their ambitions swollen to such an extent? He turned to the underdeveloped girl with the talent of an imperial tool user and said, "You did well. I will stop this immediately. What is your name?" The girl stared at Lip's sharply defined face, momentarily lost in thought. No one, whether from the foreign tribes or the Empire, had ever treated her, a mixed blood, this way. No one had ever asked her for her humble name. Clearing her somewhat choked throat, she said softly, "My name is Main, Lord Lip." Main, Lip gently replied, having already formed some guesses in his mind during the journey, and now it seemed he had received confirmation. "You will become an excellent Imperial tool user, little Main," Lip said with a smile. Main thought he was joking, and her small face puffed up in anger as she turned away. All right, what you said is very important. There is no time to waste. I must set off immediately." Lip immediately arranged for his subordinates to take the civilians back, while he himself would act alone, which would allow him to turn the Western aliens upside down. "No, you don't know the way to their base. I will accompany you," Main bit her lip, quickly walking out of the crowd, unwilling to return with her people. "Little girl, I won't stop you from making your own decision. Are you sure you're ready to face death?" Lip is not like the saintly male protagonists in anime. Most of the time, he calmly gives advice and then respects others' choices. "Well, since my parents have passed away, I'd rather eliminate all those bastards than be lonely." Main readily agrees without hesitation. Seeing this, Lip directly picks up the petite girl and sits her on a carefully selected level 4 dangerous horse. "Sir, are you really okay going alone with this foreigner?" Some soldiers express their concern for Lip, as they all know he is going to protect them from dying in vain, which is why they are wholeheartedly loyal to a general like him. "Evacuate now. That's an order. Return and guard well, if you don't want your families to end up like her people. By the way, Main is not a foreigner. She is a citizen born in the Empire." Li Pu raised his whip, and the horse let out a dangerous neigh before galloping away. His subordinates and the people of Main watched him ride off into the distance, each with their own feelings, but the one thing they all shared was admiration for this man. In the desert, there were no special landmarks to guide them, so Main could only estimate the general direction, while Li Pu accelerated to test the route. Throughout the long journey, Main, who held tightly onto the collar of his clothing, hardly spoke. Li Pu had no idea what she was thinking. Perhaps it was the tragic life she led, caught between the Empire and the foreign tribes. It wasn't until the moon quietly appeared on the horizon, with only the remnants of sunlight left, that Li Pu slowed down, and Main finally spoke up. But her words were completely different from what he had expected. "You, with your pure and noble imperial bloodline, can actually regard me, a lowly half-breed, in such a way?" Main quietly voiced her thoughts. Throughout the day, she had been staring blankly at Li Pu's black hair and eyes, astonished that someone of his noble status and pure imperial lineage would correct his subordinates for her sake, even if it was just for a minor mistake. At this point, Li Pu utterly understood hertots. It turned out that the imperial orthodoxy was defined by black hair and black or brown eyes. People with other hair colors or eye colors were considered to have impure bloodlines, which secretly created a hierarchy of status within the empire. Li Pu's appearance belongs to the highest noble class in the empire. Of course, the royal green bloodline is another matter. It is likely that his quick win of the soldier support and promotion is also due to his lineage. Main, people should not be judged by hair color or eye color. Therefore, you do not need to call me Lord Li Pu. You are not my subordinate, and there is no distinction of nobility between us. Li Pu slightly turned to her and said, "And you won't necessarily be disliked for being different like me. I really like your pink hair. It looks great." Mayan's face instantly turned red, and she began to stutter. "Really? Really? Lord Li Pu? Mr. Li Pu must be joking with me, right?" "Absolutely true." After Li Pu finished speaking, he felt the girl behind him hold him even tighter, her body trembling slightly, accompanied by soft sobs. Main, who had long been subjected to discrimination, suddenly faced such a huge turning point, and a rush of various emotions surged in her heart, pouring out like a flood. At that moment, she was just a girl yearning for respect. Lip didn't say anything more, just slowed down his pace, allowing the horse to rest while also giving the injured little beast behind him a chance to heal its wounds. Before long, when Lip turned his head slightly, he saw that the little head had already snuggled against his back, a smile with a bit of drool at the corner of its mouth, peacefully asleep. When Main woke up, she found that it was already bright outside, and she was wrapped in Lip's windbreaker, sleeping in a small oasis. The horse beside her was leisurely grazing, looking like it had rested for quite some time. Main's ears immediately turned a bit red. She had only felt the blockage in her heart release like a dam bursting, and, in her drowsy state, she had actually fallen asleep and dreamt that kind of dream. Thinking of this, Main's face burned even more. Although she had not developed much, she was already 13, and many girls her age in this world were already married. She naturally knew how inappropriate her dream from last night was. With this thought, Main secretly glanced around, her posture like that of a thief, as if she was afraid someone would notice her thoughts. "Oh, little Main is finally up. According to the route you pointed out, we've arrived. I've been scouting for a while, and ahead should be the stronghold of the foreign race, right?" What's wrong with you? Lip suddenly jumped out from somewhere, startling Maine, who couldn't even speak for a moment and took a while to nod. Mr. Lip, the place ahead is indeed where I was chosen as a backup Imperial Tool user last time. After taking a deep breath to calm herself, she finally managed to say, "Are you really going there yourself? It's very dangerous inside, with a lot of foreign soldiers guarding it, and there are even more terrifying things, like an Imperial Tool that should already have an owner." A look of fear appeared on Maine's face. That man-eating Imperial Tool, Blood Embrace, Crimson Count. Yes, it's indeed as dangerous as a ghost realm for ordinary people, so you need to stay here. Seeing the anger on Maine's face, Lip, who knew she was a bit of Tsundere, had to use his trump card. They definitely won't let go of you. You little one with potential as an Imperial Tool user. Bringing you along would be even more dangerous. Watching Maine's anger deflate like a balloon, Lip secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Using this tactic to scare a little kid was indeed unethical, but it worked well. Additionally, Lip was extremely interested in the Imperial Tool Maine mentioned, which seemed to be an Imperial Tool not present in the original work. Do you know more information about Blood Embrace? Crimson Count? That Imperial Tool? Maine recalled for a moment, her expression slightly pained. It's a very evil Imperial Tool. When I was captured to be a candidate for the Imperial Tool user, they made me walk into a small room where there was only a completely red staff immersed in a red pool with a pungent smell. By this point, Maine's face had turned pale, but she knew Lip would have to face this Imperial Tool. So she forced herself to continue despite feeling nauseous. Maine realized that it was all blood, but they forced me to touch that staff, and I felt a surge of malice coming at me. I could only hold on for a little while before instinctively dropping it. I thought I had failed and felt very disappointed. However, those foreign people were very happy because I was actually the first to touch that staff and not be turned into blood. After that, I was kicked out and watched as the next little girl walked in. By this point, Maine could no longer hold back and started to vomit. Lip stepped forward and patted her back. After helping her feel a little better, he gently comforted her with a few words. "It's okay, little Maine. This information is very useful. I will seek justice for those who died tragically and turn this Imperial artifact and this evil place into dust." As he spoke, Lip took out his gauntlets and put them on, slowly moving forward, his body transforming into a shadow and gradually fading away. Maine watched him leave and suddenly felt a bit panicked. "You really plan to destroy that Imperial artifact alone?" "No, sir, you will die. Watch closely, little girl." A shadow quietly slipped to the entrance of the giant cave of the foreign race, and before the sentry noticed, the shadow extended its clenched fist. Boom! A flash of light and a deafening sound sent Maine flying. She was dazed for a while, and when she stumbled to her feet and looked towards the entrance of the foreign race's lair, it was already in ruins. The cave, once resembling a ferocious beast, had completely vanished, leaving only a tunnel leading deeper inside. So powerful, Maine's eyes shone with astonishment. Such a man might really be able to end the evil foreign race that resembled her nightmare. However, the real arrangements of the foreign race were underground, where there might be dangers that Maine didn't even know about. If anything happened to Lip, she would fall back into that darkness again. Therefore, as she listened to the continuous booming sounds coming from underground, Maine bit her lip and staggered towards the tunnel. Lip planned to finish things quickly and had activated the blood-spraying technique and the 8 gates of Duanjia, charging forward in peak condition. Beneath the ground was an entirely different world, with an incredibly vast area filled with numerous prisons. At a glance, all he could see were people from the Empire or other ethnic groups, none of whom had yet been infected by the original darkness. The guards from the other ethnic groups were countless. This was indeed a stronghold for them, filled with their elite forces. In the name of Elder Zhonli, gather all original darkness warriors and stop this guy. An elder-looking figure from the other ethnic group began to command amidst the chaos. He seemed to have a far greater intellect than the surrounding members of his race and could control the ordinary original darkness infected individuals. However, Lip was still a bit away from this figure. He planned to capture him and see what was going on. The other ethnic groups he usually encountered were mostly mindless, monstrous beings with childlike intellects. Now, it appeared they understood how to coordinate their attacks, likely due to the presence of this intelligent, original darkness infected individual, reminiscent of situations in the One-Punch world. Just as he was about to unleash an energy ball to take out dozens of minor enemies and break through, the stones above suddenly opened up, and dozens of oddly shaped giants, oozing black gas and with inflated physiques, jumped out. Bang! Countless immense forces surged from all directions. Although Lip's physical condition allowed him to withstand attacks comparable to those of ghost-level monsters without feeling pain, he was still somewhat surprised that the other ethnic groups still had such powerful soldiers after all this time. What shocked him even more was that he actually received a notification from the system regarding the original darkness mark. Host has been marked by the original darkness mark. You will receive a death judgment every 3 days. Due to the caster's strength being far below that of the subject, the mark has been exempted. Dozens of such marks appeared, making Lip's scalp tingle. Fortunately, these guys were not as powerful as the explosive type infected beings. Otherwise, receiving so many judgments would undoubtedly mean death. Lip carefully examined the soldiers in front of him and found that the numerous scars on their bodies far exceeded those of ordinary soldiers. And there were certain special patterns hidden beneath their skin. It seemed that these foreign ethnic groups had indeed made considerable preparations to overthrow the empire. Such soldiers, if secretly sent to carry out executions, would probably only be beheaded, except for a few powerful weapon users. Lip secretly thought, and casually threw a punch at one of them. If these original Dark Envoys were only at the beginning of the ghost level, then they were far from enough. Bang! Contrary to Lip's expectations, the giant did not explode, but actually withstood his punch. However, he still spat out blood, and all the surrounding original Dark Envoys also began to spit blood. Was this a connection of life? Lipu was somewhat surprised. Good heavens! Given the characteristics of these guys, aside from the group damage Imperial tools like Isteth's Demon God Manifest and the Supreme Imperial tool, as well as Akame's Demon Blade, they were basically unbeatable. He never expected that the elder of the foreign race, Zheng Li, was even more shocked. How could this be? These divine messengers had been painstakingly tortured for years to perfectly fuse with the original dark body, and they even used lost secret techniques to connect their lives. Logically speaking, they should be able to fight even against tens of thousands of troops, yet they couldn't even kill such an intruding assassin. A fierce look appeared in Zheng Li's eyes. We cannot let our secret be exposed like this. We must eliminate this guy. He shouted orders. Use life liberation. Suddenly, these giants let out painful howls, and for some unknown reason, they all madly ran together. Lipu knew very well that he could not allow his opponent to unleash their full power at will. Fortunately, his martial arts had the advantage of having no cooldown. Boom! The air split fist. A massive white tornado engulfed all these people. Its power was far greater than a casual punch. Not to mention these guys with only ghost-level quality. Even a dragon-level opponent would only face instant death against this punch. As expected, these dozens of giants were indeed torn to pieces by the punch's wind. Just as Li Pu's expression relaxed slightly and he prepared to seize the high-ranking members of his foreign race, Zheng Li suddenly laughed. I recognize you, the goddess Fist, one of the youngest generals of the empire, who has killed nearly 10,000 of our low-level puppet soldiers. Truly a powerful man. If you keep charging like this, our great plan might really be thwarted. However, you won't have the chance to move forward any longer. With his arrogant words, the blood and fragments of the original Dark God Envoy that had been torn apart by Li Pu began to slowly wriggle, merging into a gigantic monster. You can consider it an honor to feel the weapon we are going to use to overturn the Empire and enslave you garbage. Amidst Zheng Li's laughter, the enormous monster lunged straight at Li Pu. In Li Pu's perception, although this monster's strength exploded after merging, it was still far from being enough to contend with him in his fully unleashed state. He easily dodged the monster's irrational attack and toyed with it using his perfected flowing rock-shattering fist. The monster's strength was completely redirected back to itself, and combined with Li Pu's own martial will, it soon fell apart again. However, Li Pu's vigilance did not diminish much, as the monster slowly began to reassemble all the scattered body parts. An indestructible monster? Li Pu was somewhat prepared for such a creature, and immediately dared not be careless. Activating the system detection, original dark infected entity, deep infection, charm, 003 overall combat power, 342, dragon shame monster, rank D in terms of defense and attack. It is completely at the bottom, but due to certain special attributes, it barely reaches D rank. Skills, original dark mark, orange, life fusion, orange, life core, no grade. Indeed, in terms of combat power, this thing is at most ghost level, but its undying characteristic barely allows it to reach dragon level. Lip looked at its panel, thought for a moment, and realized that its immortality was clearly linked to its last skill, life core. A core, huh? After a moment of thought, Lip made a decision. He directly used the shadow clone technique, unleashing countless punches that sliced through the monster, instantly dismembering it into numerous large and small pieces. However, upon closer observation, Lip discovered that it was still automatically regenerating clearly indicating that the so-called core was not within its body. Don't be deluded, Imperial Man. Although you are powerful enough to keep breaking it apart, it is immortal. Zhenli looked at the stitched monster as it lunged at Lip once again, feeling quite pleased. After all, the passage was only so wide, and Lip was completely blocked by this creature, leaving him unable to make any progress. Huh, do you think you are hiding well? Lip smiled gently. This thing indeed seems flawless, not even having a core inside. But this is also the biggest flaw. It means that this monster is not the real body at all. One could even say that this thing is just like human skin, merely the most superficial layer. Lip immediately expanded his perception, not to sense the entity itself, but to perceive the environment surrounding its body. Soon, Lip discovered that in many gaps in the walls, there were numerous filaments smaller than a hair, completely obscured by the massive flesh and blood monster. However, upon closer observation, he realized that the source of the monster's unrestrained energy and the actual controller were these inconspicuous filaments. This foreign race's secret weapon is far from the puppet being manipulated before him. Got you. Li Pu immediately gathered a highly compressed energy ball and shot it directly along the fine wires in the wall. Bang! The gap was expanded into a large hole, revealing a terrifyingly huge, fleshy heart. Inside that heart, Li Pu actually saw a scepter. It should be the blood embrace, the Scarlet Count. However, this imperial tool currently had no controller, or rather, its own consciousness was manipulating itself. Lip knew that some imperial artifact had their own consciousness, such as the demon god manifestation and the cursed spirit, which both possessed a certain level of self-awareness. Many imperial artifacts also chose their masters based on their own spiritual essence. It could be said that having self-awareness is an important condition for becoming an imperial artifact. However, Lip had never seen anything as outrageous as this before. On the side, Zhenli was initially shocked to see that Lip had directly uncovered the secret of the original Dark God envoy, but soon calmed down. Imperial person, I admit you are very clever to have directly found the source of life of the envoy. That's right. It is this artifact we obtained 500 years ago during the imperial turmoil, the blood embrace of the Crimson Count. The expression on Elder Zhenli's face gradually became frenzied as he spoke of this artifact. It is simply a gift from the gods. At first, none of our people could gain its recognition, so we simply used the great original Dark God's blessing to transform it into a divine artifact. He walked reverently towards the pulsating heart within the blood and flesh, and upon seeing this, Lip immediately unleashed a punch, instantly creating a large hole in his body. However, Zhenli's expression did not change at all. His face twisted instead. Haha, as a creation of the gods, as long as there is enough flesh and blood, it will never be defeated. And this base has thousands of soldiers and tens of thousands of civilians as its sustenance. Feel the invincibility of our divine artifact. Damn imperial people, we will ultimately rise above you. In the name of the Holy Clan Elder, I command. Restriction lifted. Saying this, the Elder directly leaned towards the heart, and he was actually consumed by the pulsating heart. Lip felt that the scepter seemed to glow even more brightly. This is troublesome. Li Pu's face showed a solemn expression. He originally thought he was just coming to take down an old nest of a foreign race along with a regular imperial artifact, but he didn't expect to encounter such a twisted original dark product. It seems the erosion of this world is deeper than he imagined. He saw the heart throb heavily, and Li Pu felt a jolt of energy throughout his body. It moved. Countless tiny strands of flesh spread like vines throughout the underground palace, invading all living and non-living things within sight with those almost invisible filaments. Whether it was the civilians in the prison, the soldiers rushing to kill Li Pu, or the massive blood pool beneath the heart, they were all penetrated by it, becoming its reserve nourishment. Li Pu's energy surged, and these strands of flesh couldn't harm him in the slightest. However, he had no way to deal with this monster that had tens of thousands of people as backup energy. Crimson Count of Blood Embrace, Half-Life Form. Originally Dark Extreme Infection, Charm, 0,001 Overall Combat Power, 2330 Dragon Level Monster, Rank, C. Incredibly powerful Half-Life Imperial Tool, possessing an extreme consciousness complex. The embodiment of chaos, skills, Original Dark Blessing, Red, Life Drain, Orange. Chaotic Collective Consciousness, Purple. Undying Body, Orange. Core of Life, no rank. I didn't expect the Western ethnic groups to play so big. Those high-level individuals are all like this guy. Have their brains been ruined by ambition? If this thing is released, who knows if the Empire will be destroyed? Li Pu casually shot out an energy ball, but as it got close to the heart, it was blocked by a thick wall made of numerous strands of flesh. This thing clearly had a significant sense of self-protection. In the morning, Li Pu was suddenly attacked by a torrential storm of blows that instantly shattered all the flesh walls. However, in no time, more flesh walls rose up, and even more monsters resembling the original dark divine messengers were generated. They howled and swarmed around Li Pu like ants. Lip can easily smash all these things, but for every one or two he breaks, it seems that his power is endless. At the same time, the civilians in the prison either have visibly withered faces, or the former dark soldiers have turned into skeletons, their flesh and blood completely drained. If Li Pu continues to fight like this, not only will his explosive state not last much longer, but he is also indirectly massacring these civilians and foreign soldiers. He must make a choice or come up with a better way to deal with this ambitious and mad creation. The cries around him rose and fell, accompanied by the writhing of flesh, creating a horrifying scene that would drive anyone insane. For a moment, this secret lair of the Western foreign races resembled a living hell of flesh and blood. If I keep attacking, I fear that until everyone here is dead, I won't be able to kill it, and I'll return to my previous suppressed state. Li Pu banged his way through the surrounding meat tendrils and tentacles. His current combat power was still enough to handle this enormous monster, but if he couldn't bear the strain of the injury threshold opening, or if his blood spray technique failed, he estimated he would surely perish under this creature, which had an unknown number of blood pools to draw from. Therefore, Li Pu only dodged. He wouldn't make any meaningless attacks until he thought of a solution, as that would only increase the burden on his body. Among the skills I currently possess, there aren't many that can deal with such a monster. Lipsy thought for a moment and realized that no matter what conventional skills he used, they probably wouldn't be very effective, as this monster had an incredibly thick hide. Except for the skill Iron Chain Link. This skill designates a target, equalizing the damage taken by himself and the damage taken by that target. And it might have a miraculous effect in terms of target selection. Li Pu immediately used this skill, focusing his mind on extracting the semi-biological Imperial tool from the massive blood heart. Then, a semi-transparent chain appeared between Li Pu and the blood embrace. Crimson Count. Li Pu felt a surge of hope. Perhaps he had succeeded. He tentatively allowed a former Dark God envoy to attack him, and the chain instantly emitted a glow of damage feedback, directly connecting to the Imperial tool itself, rather than the flesh kingdom derived from its abilities. Li Pu felt overjoyed. By attacking it this way, it couldn't absorb blood to restore its own flesh, because the flesh it derived from had not been attacked at all. So the damage was directly reflected back on its main body. Lip directly allows the surrounding omnipresent monsters and tentacle-like creatures to attack him, only protecting his own body from invasion while absorbing all other external attacks. However, even though the damage feedback from the chain appears, he seems completely unscathed. This leaves Lip in confusion. Could it be that physical attacks have no effect on his true form? Indeed, many Imperial tools possess indestructible characteristics, and only special methods like anti-Imperial tools can destroy them. Lipton felt a surge of pressure. His iron chain only had 3 minutes left. If he couldn't destroy this thing, he would have no means left. Just as he was anxiously thinking about how to launch an effective attack against it, an unexpected voice broke in. "Lord Lipton, are you okay?" Man had actually come in, leaning against the wall not far away, breathing heavily, even though Lipton had almost cleared the enemies in front of him. The huge underground cavern had collapsed in many places due to the shock waves from Lipton's attacks, making it difficult to pass through. It was truly not easy for Maine to find her way here. However, Lipton did not think her presence was a good thing, and he angrily shouted at Maine, "Didn't I tell you not to follow me?" The foreign race has turned that Imperial artifact into a final weapon. Right now, I find it difficult to destroy it, and its existence is extremely dangerous for all life. You need to leave quickly. Lord, I can help you. That Imperial artifact. Maine saw Lipton in a fierce battle and became anxious. Hearing Lipton's warning, she realized he was concerned for her, which stirred some indescribable feelings in her heart. Yet, it also strengthened her determination to go to Lipton's side to help him. Just then, a flesh spike suddenly lunged towards her petite body. If it hit, she would become part of the blood pool of that Imperial artifact. Fortunately, Lipton was quick on his feet, and an energy sphere accurately deflected the flesh spike. But it still startled Maine, intensifying her unusual feelings. Nevertheless, she continued to rush towards Lipton. "Mr. Lipton, I fear I only now know how to destroy that Imperial artifact." Lip originally thought that Maine was just here to deliver something, feeling somewhat speechless. However, He didn't expect that she had only touched this imperial tool once and would actually have a method to destroy it. Perhaps Main wasn't entirely reliable, but Lip had no other options and could only treat a dead horse as a live one. Otherwise, he would have to teleport back to the One-Punch world. He quickly unleashed a powerful punch, creating a massive shockwave that repelled all the enemies around him. Under his careful control, the direction Main was pushed was towards himself. As Main let out a somewhat helpless scream in the air, Lip precisely caught her body. Main didn't expect Lip to directly embrace her, and such direct physical contact caused her face to flush slightly. What method can harm it? Lip asked anxiously, having no other intentions. She understood the urgency of the situation and quickly replied to Lip. When I was captured last time and tried to become the master of this imperial tool, I found that the suitable candidates were all young girls, and they were all unmarried and had never had any improper relationships with men. Clearly, they want these pure, untainted girls. At this point, she secretly glanced at Lip, seeing that his expression was very serious, and continued blushingly. Therefore, I think it may only be interested in chase girls. I previously heard stories from the West about a special dangerous type of vampire that loves the blood of pure girls. So, I think destroying it might also be approached from this angle. Li Pu suddenly realized that it was indeed the case. Otherwise, the different ethnic groups would not have allowed only young girls to qualify. It was clear that Main's idea was very likely correct. Lip, after all, is a well-educated, white person, and he quickly understood the method. So we need to use the things it hates to destroy it, right? Main nodded repeatedly. Indeed, to defeat a conscious imperial tool, we can only approach it from this angle. Perhaps the blood of desecration is its fatal weapon. Li Pu immediately used the weapon on the ground to forcefully cut his own skin. Although it was a bit awkward at first when he couldn't make a cut, he finally managed to break through the skin's defenses and open a wound, causing blood to flow. He knew that this imperial artifact only desired to touch blood. So he injected a large amount of energy into the cells of the blood and then ingested it himself, causing the blood to explode within his body. This way, his own blood transformed into an external attack, meeting the requirements of the chain and capable of transmitting the same damage. Li Pu speculated that such a tricky move should be useful, but he didn't know the actual effect yet. He looked at the crimson count, wrapped in layers of flesh and blood, and it indeed seemed to have absorbed Li Pu's blood. Suddenly, Li Pu's mind sensed a surge of anger. Clearly, this imperial tool did not like this feeling. Li Pu was pleased, thinking it could be useful, and used the same trick again, feeding it his blood bomb through the iron chains. As a result, it only became angrier and, surprisingly, wasn't really hurt at all. Clearly, it couldn't be easily destroyed. My blood attack seemed only to disgust it, unable to inflict any real, effective damage. Lip was in a difficult position. Although this method had some effect, who knows what could truly destroy its blasphemous blood? Use mine, Mr. Lip, Main said calmly at that moment. What are you joking about? You haven't been with any men. Your blood is like a great tonic for it. Li Pu instinctively turned to refute Main, but to his surprise, the girl gently kissed his lips. And before Li Pu could react, she pulled away, as if a gentle breeze had passed. The cool and soft sensation from her lips surged through his nerves straight to his brain, causing Li Pu's body to stiffen. Even with his extensive experience, his usually sharp mind felt a bit dizzy, leaving him to stare blankly at the delicate face in front of him. Watching the girl who had left a mark on him, she smiled brightly and said, "Not now." Then, without hesitation, she took out a dagger from somewhere and cut her small hand, causing blood to flow like a spring. Li Pu was stunned, as his first experience after crossing over was actually with this girl. However, the time limit for the reverse armor was about to expire. No matter how much he wanted to say, he could only postpone it. Li Pu immediately infused a huge amount of energy into the crimson blood and then drank it. In that instant of explosion, he felt the scarlet count erupt with unprecedented anger and fear. It was equivalent to drinking this blood, and now it seemed that the once pure girl's now tainted blood was a poison more lethal than feces to it. It opened a gap. Effective! Lip exclaimed in surprise. This thing is really hard to deal with. It actually requires such conditions to destroy it. If it weren't for Main, I guess I would have had to choose to return to the punch world and gamble on an explosion without tracking the mark. Main's face gradually turned pale, but she silently squeezed out blood, allowing Lip to continuously inflict damage on the crimson count. With this attack that could truly harm the semi-biological imperial artifact corrupted by the original darkness, the blood-meat heart where the crimson count resided let out a huge wail. The original dark messengers under it went mad and launched a final assault on Lip, but under the absolute suppression of power, they couldn't even approach Lip and Little Main. Crack, crack. The cracks on the staff grew larger and larger until it completely shattered, accompanied by a sharp sound, as if a vampire's soul was screaming in unwillingness. As the staff was destroyed, in an instant, the blood-meat heart stopped beating, and the surrounding original Dark Messengers lost their controller, turning into withered corpses. Even their bones showing signs of abuse from their previous lives, triggering traces of original dark corruption. The secret weapon of the foreign race, the Crimson Count, and its blood-meat kingdom was thus resolved by Lip and Mane. From now on, the Western foreign races might still have a large army, but it would be difficult for them to spy on the territory of the Empire. Lip relieved the burden on his body from the 8 gates, gasping heavily. The high-intensity battle that required constant concentration was taking a toll on his body, which had been sealed and was now unable to withstand it. At this moment, he glanced at the girl, Mane, who could be said to have turned the tide of the entire battle. However, what surprised and frightened Lip was that she had already fainted. Upon sensing her physical condition, Lip immediately realized that this was a temporary shock caused by Mane's long-term malnutrition and significant blood loss. If she wasn't treated quickly, he feared the worst. Please, don't let anything happen to you, little Mane. Lip didn't even have time to take the fragments of the Imperial artifact as trophies. He hurriedly wrapped Mane in his trench coat, tore off his shirt for a simple bandage, and rushed towards the interior of the prison. During this time, all the enemy soldiers he encountered disintegrated into dust under the energy sphere without even getting a glimpse of Lip, clearly indicating that he was in a very bad mood. He kicked open the prison door, and the civilians who had just broken free from the control of the Flesh Kingdom were shocked to see this man rushing in. Having been in a state of fear for so long, they thought another monster had come, and chaos erupted. Li Pu didn't care about these people's thoughts. Nothing at the moment was even a fraction as important as this girl. He rarely felt anxious and shouted, "I am General Li Pu of the Empire. I am here to save you, but one of my subordinates is dying. Who here is a doctor?" Upon hearing Li Pu claim to be a general of the Empire, a commotion erupted. Some of the foreign civilians were still very frightened, while others became excited, as they had all heard of Li Pu's nickname, the Divine Fist. It wouldn't be surprising if such a man could break this hell. Seeing the chaos among the foreign civilians, Li Pu's heart sank. If there were no good doctors among these people, he would have to try to take Mane back to the Punch World and use modern technology to help her, and he was already prepared to bear the consequences. "Generally, I can give it a try." An old, thin man who had been hiding in the crowd stepped forward. He looked like an imperial person and was completely out of place among the surrounding foreigners. Lip looked at him and calmly asked, "Can you save her? Name your price, and I can even let you glimpse the secret of immortality." The old man shook his head with a smile and said, "Young man, don't be anxious. I don't care about that. The girl under your command is suffering from severe physical damage and excessive blood loss, but I am still confident." The old man was indeed respected by the surrounding ethnic groups, who all respectfully made way for him, indicating that he truly had some skills. Lip stared at him for a while before nodding for him to give it a try. The old man took out a wooden box from somewhere and pulled out some instruments that Lip couldn't understand, while calling on the surrounding foreign tribes to help set up a sliding bed. He skillfully took the little Mane from Lip's hands and brought her into the adjacent stone chamber. Li Pu was not at ease. He selected several reputable members of the alien race outside to manage the civilians first, explaining that a large army would come to settle them down. After receiving their promise, he followed them into the stone chamber and closed the door. Once inside, Li Pu was slightly shocked by the scene before him. The old man was indeed bold to step forward. He was taking out several blood bags preserved with ice and preparing to test the blood near the wound of Mane. It was clear that he actually knew how to perform a blood transfusion, which was quite impressive for a doctor in this quasi-ancient world. "Are you testing the blood type? Preparing for transfusion? Oh, young man, you have quite the insight. But the term blood type is indeed good. I will call it that when I write my book in the future, haha." The old man skillfully made preparations while slowly recounting some past events to Li Pu. "However, you, young general, may not know that it is normal for me. Many years ago, I was practicing medicine in the imperial capital. Due to my superb medical skills, I was nicknamed Divine Hand and saved many high-ranking officials and nobles. Therefore, although my status was coveted by others, I still lived quite well." He stroked his grizzled beard, and a hint of resentment appeared on his wrinkled face. Until that year, when the palace coup occurred, the reigning emperor and empress both suffered so-called accidents. As a renowned physician in the capital, I was naturally called to the palace immediately after the incident. But I arrived late. His Majesty the Emperor had already passed away. The palace attendants said the emperor died from hitting his head on a stone, and the empress, in a panic, also hit her head. Not to mention how clumsy their words were, Just from my examination, it was true that there were signs of a stone impact on the Emperor's head, but his heart had stopped beating much earlier, with a small rupture in the heart vessels. The face of the divine doctor darkened further. I could tell at a glance that it was a fatal injury left by a martial artist with extremely high skills, as if it were from a martial artist who was just a little below your level. The old man glanced at Li Pu, clearly having heard of his recent achievements. I had once received the Emperor's favor and naturally did not want to conclude the case as an accident. This angered those behind the scenes, as you can understand. I was still somewhat well known, and those high-ranking officials in the court protected me, but I could only escape the imperial capital, flee the empire, or else I would undoubtedly die. At this point, the old man's mouth twitched. Who knows that even outside the empire it would be the same? I diligently practiced medicine, yet I was captured by these monstrous aliens and nearly fed to that huge heart. Fortunately, you saved me. Otherwise, all my skills would have been lost. Under the old man's superb medical skills, even while speaking, Main's condition had greatly improved. With blood transfusion and treatment, her breathing had begun to stabilize and become smoother. Lip breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at Main's face, which was no longer so pale. He now had someone to care about. Thank you, sir. May I ask your surname and what kind of reward you desire? The reward has already been given. Saving me and these innocent people is enough. As for my name, the old man's expression darkened slightly. I have already died in that decaying country, so I have no name now. You may call me Nameless. A nameless divine doctor, another character not found in the original work. Since Li Pu arrived in the world of Jianqi, he has been moving further and further down a path different from the original work. It is unclear what kind of storm this butterfly will ultimately stir up. After Li Pu saw Mine and Well, he quietly left the room. Now he had to deal with the aftermath of this great battle. Lip first settled the rescued ethnic minority civilians, allowing those who originally held prestige to lead them orderly from the prison to rest and wait for his arrangements. This method was already the most efficient under such circumstances, and in a world where force reigned supreme, Lip was not worried about any disturbances. Secondly, Lip completely turned against the ambitious former dark ethnic soldiers, executing every single one of them still in the underground fortress without exception. After all, these monsters had already committed heinous crimes, and since they neither surrendered to him nor deserved his mercy, Lip felt it was better to eliminate them swiftly. After clearing out the enemies, Lip finally had the time to tally the spoils, aside from the blood-soaked remains of the Crimson Count, which were no longer usable. Most of the items were preserved. For instance, Lip discovered hundreds of thousands of gold coins in the Elder's exclusive room, piled up almost like a small mountain. Li Pu was speechless for a long time. The Empire's annual income on paper was only a few 100,000 gold coins, while a High Elder of the Western foreign races was wealthy enough to rival a nation. Who knows how much wealth the Empire had been plundered of by these foreign races over generations. In addition, there were a large number of treasures, many useful books, and clues about the whereabouts of Imperial artifacts, which Li Pu noted down one by one to take with him later. As for the belongings of the common people from those foreign races, Li Pu didn't touch them at all, allowing them to retrieve their own items. He also verified and returned dangerous livestock, such as the cattle and sheep bred by nomadic tribes, to these poor people. Of course, all of this might not mean much to Li Pu. The hero points he gained from this battle were the foundation of his livelihood. Current hero points, 120, 452 points. Indeed, Li Pu was quite arrogant now. Before the battle, he had around 30,000 hero points, as killing ordinary soldiers of the foreign races brought him very little benefit, averaging only a few points per kill. This time was different. Just the semi-biological Imperial artifact, the Crimson Count, brought him over 56,000 points. Other foreign soldiers, whether big or small, were basically elite, and although they were like ants to him, their scattered numbers allowed Li Pu's hero points to surpass the 100,000 mark for the first time. Additionally, rescuing so many normal civilians also greatly increased his world reputation. Now, his fame in the Crimson World had skyrocketed after previous events. Current reputation value, 10,048. Rising fame, your heroic deeds in this world have spread widely, and many people are talking about your legendary stories during their leisure time. Converted hero points, 20,096 points, 10,048 by 20. Under the combined influence of these factors, Li Pu had truly reaped a bountiful harvest this time, although a part of the credit went to Little Main. Indeed, these Western foreign races were my good brothers. It's quite difficult for me to harvest so many hero points in the one-punch world, because there are simply too few monsters. This entire army of monstrous foreign races is simply my blessing. Li Pu looked at his savings and couldn't help but feel delighted. He had decided that this brother from another ethnicity was worth it. In the future, they would need to communicate and get closer. To get back to the point, Li Pu had almost destroyed the entire underground base of the other ethnic group. Such a big commotion naturally couldn't be hidden from the scouts of the Imperial border troops. Soon, they discovered this destroyed stronghold of the other ethnicity, and Li Pu was able to smoothly establish contact with his subordinates. The soldiers under Lip's command were mostly inherited from Li Hua's original troops, well trained. After receiving a handwritten note from Lip himself and confirmation of the military password, they immediately dispatched a transport team. In just 2 days, they had basically cleared out everything from this den of evil belonging to a foreign race. After confirming that all the loot had been taken away and the civilians had been relocated, Lip took a deep breath and gathered his strength to unleash a powerful punch that shattered the already battered underground lair painstakingly built by the foreign tribe, turning it into ruins. After a violent tremor, it completely sank underground. Perhaps aside from the soldiers who were deeply shocked to witness Lip destroy this massive underground fortress today, only the Yellow Sands would remember the demise of this foreign stronghold. In the scorching summer, under the blazing desert sun, after Li Pu returned with the troops, he was busy with various matters. First, he used all the gold coins for military expenses, improving the living conditions in the army and helping with the construction of the border. As for submitting to the empire, so that those officials can indulge in luxury, impossible. Li Pu originally had nothing but military power, but now, thanks to the support of his good brother from other ethnic groups, he has everything: wealth, people, land, and military strength. Thus, he attempted to realize part of his vision and began to build a real city at the border. With immense prestige both in the military and among civilians, along with sufficient financial support, the construction of the city was put on the agenda, and even the civilians from the Western ethnic groups were eager to help, making it seem that this task would not be difficult to accomplish. He then went to visit the medical tent where little Maine was, and, after a few days of sleep, she finally woke up. Under the treatment of the unnamed divine doctor, she had recovered well. In fact, thanks to Li Pu's generous high-quality feeding, she had even gained a little weight. However, now, when Maine saw him, she was very shy, showing none of the resoluteness from that day. Each time Li Pu came to visit, she would bury her face in the blanket like a little girl playing ostrich, unaware that her exposed skin had already turned red. Seeing Maine's adorable appearance was quite amusing to him. She should really sort out her feelings, and anyway, Li Pu could afford to wait. For him, a natural progression of feelings was the best. He still had to stay in this world for several more years, and even if he left later, he was certain he could return to the worlds he had visited. He had no doubt about that. On this day, after visiting Little Ostrich, Maine, and finally settling all the issues related to the city construction and management, Li Pu stretched lazily, feeling exhausted from all these matters. Upon returning to the border army camp and settling everything down, he sighed in relief, lying down on the simple military bed of the former General Li Hua, ready to sleep for a day and night. He had dealt a heavy blow to the Western ethnic groups and certainly needed a good rest. Li Hua's bed. Li Pu suddenly jumped up, feeling frustrated as he thought to himself how he almost forgot about this old brother's matter. This time the situation was urgent, and there had been unexpected changes along the way. It had already been over a week since he met Maine, and Li Hua must have already returned to report back. He had to rush there immediately. With that in mind, he quickly dashed out of the tent. "Prepare the fastest and most dangerous horse for me." Li Pu hurriedly donned the general's cloak and fastened his gauntlets, giving a series of instructions to the messenger and his deputy. The foreign tribes had been scared out of their wits these days, not daring to send out a scout for several consecutive days. Therefore, Li Pu knew they were temporarily too frightened to attack. After leaving some contingencies to ensure the safety of the garrison, he rushed to set off. He had to reach the imperial capital as quickly as possible. Otherwise, regardless of whether his death saved Brother Li Hua or not, he would have to face imprisonment for a period of time. Lip has said that he must help out, so how could he go back on his word? Riding a fast horse, Lip sped eastward. When the horse got tired, he carried it and ran. After all, if it weren't for conserving energy, Lip could run much faster than this carefully selected level 4 dangerous horse. Li Hua, you better not suffer too much again, or I would feel sorry, Lip silently thought. As he headed to the imperial capital, he had no idea what kind of scene awaited him there. The imperial capital, a city that has endured thousands of years of changes, is magnificent and grand, representing the glorious achievements of the Empire civilization. Home to millions of commoners and the most powerful people in the Empire, Lip was adorned with the pattern of brilliance, and he passed through the checkpoints relatively smoothly. Even the dumbest officials in the empire knew that generals wielding military power were not to be trifled with. So Lip did not get to witness the enjoyable scene of slapping faces. Li Pu smoothly passed through the gates of the imperial capital. He glanced at the bustling scene of the capital and headed straight for the military headquarters. Upon arriving at the military department, the guard soldiers were quite rigid, asking Li Pu to show his identification. Only after verifying his identity were they allowed to enter, and it was clear at a glance that they were soldiers under someone's command. Lip was subsequently subjected to scrutiny all the way and took a long time to reach the room of the Grand General in the highest office of the military. He knocked on the door steadily, and a dignified voice came from inside. "Who is visiting?" "Lip, acting general of the Western Theater of the Empire." Li Pu walked into the office. Although this office was not lavishly decorated, it was adorned with portraits of great generals from various dynasties, as well as numerous medals. It was clear that the general before him placed immense importance on honor and the spirit of military officials. General Bud, a founding father favored by the emperor for generations, had every member of his family serving as imperial generals, passing down the title without exception and sharing the fate of the empire, making them some of the most powerful nobles in the empire. However, the Bud family had not wavered in their loyalty due to their high status. On the contrary, their interests were tightly bound with those of the empire and the emperor, sharing both losses and honors. Therefore, if the empire were to be overthrown, General Bud would undoubtedly be the first to oppose it, aside from the emperor. The Bud family's loyalty to the emperor was evident, and thus the current general adhered to the ancestral teachings. Military officials must not interfere in politics. Aside from military matters, they never meddled in the internal affairs of the palace or political struggles unless the royal family was on the verge of destruction. Otherwise, the Buds would turn a blind eye, refrain from involvement, and remain indifferent. It must be said that such a conservative approach had indeed allowed the Bud family to stand firm throughout the empire's thousand-year history. However, as the empire was on the brink of collapse, facing both internal strife and external threats, Bud's stubbornness became one of the catalysts for the empire's decay, allowing the ambitions of ministers to go unchecked, ruling with an iron fist. In the original work, the empire's downfall should not only be attributed to the ministers who oppressed the emperor and exploited the common people, but also to General Bud, who was well aware of the roots of the empire's decay and had the ability to address it, yet remained obstinately passive, allowing things to unfold as they would. It was only when he could no longer tolerate the situation that he considered eliminating Minister Onist after defeating the rebel army. But by then, it was too late. One could say that in the downfall of the empire, the so-called upright and loyal General Bud bore a responsibility that was not much less than that of the ministers. As a noble from a prestigious family, General Bud usually treated his subordinates well, but when it came to principles or styles, the flaws in Bud's character became painfully obvious. Li Pu, the deputy general recommended by Li Hua, Bud flipped through the files, compared various documents, and reviewed the battle reports sent by Pigeon from the Western Theater a few days ago before confirming Li Pu's identity, mildly surprised by his arrival. "You recently defeated the Western alien races, decimating thousands of elite enemy troops, destroying one of their strongholds, seizing a small amount of goods, and destroying the evil imperial devices transformed by the alien races." As Bud read the frontline battle report, he scrutinized Li Pu, sensing the powerful aura about him, and expressed his appreciation. "You, indeed, have done well. The recent battles on various fronts have generally been unfavorable, but you and the Northern Esthys have achieved great merit. According to the Empire's military regulations, I approve your promotion to full general and elevate you to guerrilla general." Lip was also sizing up the man in front of him. After a brief assessment, he found that General Bud's conventional combat power was indeed impressive. General Bud Charm, 7 overall combat power. 2021, comparable to a dragon-type monster or a super dangerous species. Rank, C. A powerful and well-rounded man who can easily defeat tens of thousands of troops along with several Imperial Artifact users. Equipment, Imperial Artifact Thunder God's Fury, Yadimir. Orange, Skills, Royal Guard Commander, Orange. Thunder Physique, Orange, Weapon Mastery, Purple. Seeing that Lip had not yet made a decision, Bud was willing to establish a good relationship and bring him under his command, further consolidating his position. However, his words were quite polite, indicating he had a way of managing those beneath him. According to regulations, positions above the rank of Deputy General in our empire require the Emperor's approval unless they are hereditary. If all goes well, I believe congratulations are in order soon, as you will become an important minister of the court and a major official. I remember you do not have an imperial artifact yet. You can choose a suitable one from the treasury, and you can report to the court every 3 years to perform well in front of His Majesty. Bud said with a smile, clearly thinking that Lip had come to the imperial capital for a promotion. Thank you for the promotion, General. But I am here to find my former superior, General Liwa. Lip replied respectfully. In fact, he did not particularly care about the promotion. The Empire had lost countless imperial artifacts, and there were only a few left in the treasury. The best demon god artifact had already been taken by the Rising Star, Esther's. As for the position of guerrilla general, it sounded good, and he would already be a third-rank military general in the Empire. Even a low-ranking civil official would have a status comparable to a fourth-rank deputy minister, enjoying decent speaking rights. However, this was the decaying imperial court. Not to mention that border generals were insignificant in the eyes of these bureaucrats. The very rule that required the emperor's approval was absurd. The young emperor was only in his teens, and everything was handled by the regent ministers. The so-called emperor's approval was merely dependent on whether the ministers were willing. Oh, Liwa? Bud's expression changed slightly at the mention of this name, showing some reluctance to discuss the matter. He had been reported by officials of the Imperial Prosecutor's Office for accepting bribes and was currently suspended from his position while under investigation in prison. This general has no authority to intervene in that matter. After all, military officials cannot overstep their bounds, Bud said, clearly weighing his loyal subordinates against his conservative interests. He had no choice but to abandon his subordinate. General Liwa was framed. There is injustice in this matter, and I hope the general will see clearly. Lip didn't expect that Liwa would be framed by those officials so quickly, and the charges were so ridiculous. Clearly, it was the officials who tried to extort bribes. But it turned into Liwa being accused of accepting bribes. I have made up my mind. I believe the prosecution will deliver a fair and just outcome. We military generals should not interfere in matters that do not concern us. Otherwise, how are we any different from rebels? You may leave now. Bud's tone was indifferent, and his stubborn side was evident. Lip stared at this man who understood the situation better than anyone else, but was unwilling to take even a single step. He said no more, turned straight away, and prepared to find a way to get Liwa out himself. Bud cherished his own interests and reputation, still deluding himself into thinking that the civil service system could improve on its own. Lip only felt it was sad and did not harbor much opinion against him personally. The Empire had long been in a state of irreversible decay, without some form of reform from the top down or bottom up. As long as the existing distorted interest system remained unchanged, it would inevitably collapse. Lip left the Imperial Military Department and headed directly to another power center of the Empire, the prosecutor's office. Along the way, he observed the surroundings. Countless glamorous nobles and high officials appeared at ease, some barreling through in golden carriages, others flaunting their large entourages, and some using whips to discipline the bought foreign slaves. In contrast, all Lip could see on the faces of the commoners was numbness and envy. The Empire had been powerful for too long, comfortable for too long, and thus class divisions had solidified for too long. Taking all this in, Lip arrived at the grand entrance of the prosecutor's office, which was lavishly decorated. The officials coming in and out were all plump and prosperous, clearly living well, and even the gatekeeper had a round face and a haughty demeanor, presenting a scene reminiscent of a wealthy household filled with wine and meat. Lipu was not surprised. Before coming here, he had already learned that this place was firmly under the control of the minister. Any official who disagreed with Minister Onist was either mysteriously missing or found guilty of corruption, rebellion, and a series of other charges, taken down by the righteous minister. It was understandable. Even the generals in the border military stronghold could be framed for not bribing. And the minister's henchmen had long turned this place into a profitable venture for themselves, rather than a place for upholding law and justice. How could the Empire not face destruction? Halt! What are you doing? The guard directly blocked Li Pu, and even when he saw Li Pu's insignia, he remained arrogantly dismissive. After all, a 7th-rank official in front of the Chancellor was far better than these miserable wretches. Deputy General of the Western Theater of the Empire, Li Pu. Lip took a look at the guard and noticed that his pockets were bulging. Clearly, he had a lot of high-ranking officials trying to curry favor with him, which had made him develop an attitude of looking down on everyone. However, Lip thought he could teach him a thing or two about respecting others. Just a few days ago, a general was thrown into prison by the lords. Who do you think you are? You poor military officers may have the final say at the border, but when you come to the imperial capital, if you're a dragon, you must curl up. If you're a tiger, you must lie down. Of course, if you behave, I might be willing to give you some convenience. The guard, however, seemed completely unfazed by this and even arrogantly pointed to his pocket. openly soliciting a bribe in a place like the prosecutor's office that represents justice and the rule of law, showing just how ridiculous it was. Li Pu shook his head with a smile. No need for you to do that. Let me make it easier for you. Releasing his extremely condensed aura, he casually exerted pressure on the fat pig. In an instant, the guard looked as if he had been targeted by a super dangerous creature from mythology. His expression went blank, saliva unconsciously dripping from his mouth, and below his pants was a damp patch. Clearly, he had relieved himself on the spot. Li Pu's aura has been changing with his will and experiences. The battles and hardships of the past 3 months have imbued his presence with a murderous intent and the momentum of a slaughterer of thousands, which no mere guards could withstand. Do you now understand what you need to do? Li Pu calmly withdrew the murderous aura he had accumulated from slaying countless monsters, so as not to intimidate the guard further and disrupt the decorum of the city. I see. It seems you are a hero of the border troops, and you are here to see that general ahead, right? I'll take you to meet the chief inspector. He is the one who adjudicates the inspection of that general. This has nothing to do with me. The overweight guard, trembling with respect, led Li Pu inside to find the inspector and then quickly slipped away to avoid experiencing that overwhelming feeling of imminent death and losing control of himself again. Lip arrived at the prosecutor's office and knocked heavily on the door, causing a commotion inside. A male secretary hurriedly rushed out, his clothes somewhat disheveled. Which bastard doesn't he know that the prosecutor's office can't be disturbed without my orders? No matter how big the case is, if I don't review it, just wait. A bald old man shouted angrily at the door. He was a trusted aide of a minister. Whoever the minister wanted him to bite, he would bite. Even those with higher official ranks than him, who treated him with respect and bribery. Just that poor general from the border, who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth, actually dared to ignore the rules of bribery. Now he was just waiting to be thrown into prison. Who do you think you are? Lip? A monster who can slaughter tens of thousands of alien monsters all by himself? How could you? The prosecutor was still cursing when he saw Lip's face and suddenly changed his expression. It was no wonder. Lip's recent achievements were too dazzling, and even these high-ranking officials in the imperial capital had heard about it. After all, this death wasn't this fierce when she first debuted. She only became the god of death in the empire after obtaining her imperial gear. Lip, on the other hand, could easily kill tens of thousands of those alien monsters without even having imperial gear. If he faced imperial soldiers, even tens of thousands of elite troops might not be his match. He could frame Li Hua at will, because there were other imperial gear users as strong as Li Hua, or even stronger, among his subordinates in the capital. With a powerful minister backing him, he had nothing to fear. And the intelligence department speculated that if he killed someone comparable to his death, Minister Onist would probably laugh and send his beautiful wives, whom he had never even touched, as compensation to this monster Lip. Although he was a minister's dog, he didn't want to be a dog that could be cooked after death. So it's General Lip, truly a young talent. Our prosecutor's office has always been the most just department in the empire. Whatever you need, we will do our best to satisfy you. This old man, worthy of being a good dog for Onist, had an extraordinary ability to assess the situation, instantly putting on a friendly smile, almost as if he wanted to lick Lip's shoes right there. However, Lip found it disgusting and had no idea what this old guy was thinking. He slightly released his aura to deter any inappropriate thoughts from the old man, causing the frail old prosecutor to nearly roll out from behind the desk. Oh, is that so, esteemed Angus prosecutor? I'm here this time because my former commander Li Hua has been framed. May I ask if you can investigate and bring the mastermind behind this delight? Li Pu said, watching the cold sweat trickle down the bald old man's face. Li Hua was the one who had instructed people to frame him and ordered his arrest. How could he investigate himself? The key was that he had made up his mind not to offend Li Pu. He had heard that even the ministers were planning to compete with General Bude for talent and win over this rising star in the military. Now, he could only treat the person like a master. Is there such a thing? I will definitely investigate thoroughly and never let go of anyone who dares to frame an imperial officer. I will give General Li Pu an explanation. Since he was your former superior, he must have been falsely accused. I will go discuss with the prison and release General Li Hua first. The bald old man looked righteous, and with that appearance, one might think he was a bald judge who upheld justice. I see that General Li Pu is young and promising. Although my salary is not high in life, is relatively frugal, there are some properties left by my ancestors. Today, seeing that they have a connection with the general, I might as well give them as a gift to a worthy person. The old man quickly took out a pile of gold bars and treasures from a hidden compartment in the cabinet, smiling as he handed them to Li Pu with both hands. Li Pu almost couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. Forget about the treasures. But the minting date on this gold bar clearly states it was from last year. Could it be that his ancestors were only born last year? Li Pu shook his head and succinctly said, I'm not interested in your ancestors' things. Just release the person immediately. Also, the prosecutor should be more cautious during the trial in the future. After all, there aren't many people knocking on the door to come in anymore. The general replied, What you said is true. We are public servants of the people, and we must naturally take responsibility. Lip did not linger and left straight away. Only then did the old chief prosecutor breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing into his chair, realizing that his back was already soaked. Today, the killing god Lip was indeed terrifying. His old bones could not withstand such a fright. He would have to have the male secretary comfort his little heart properly later. With the old chief prosecutor's full permission, the prison in the capital did not dare to be negligent at all. By the time Lip arrived, Liwa had already been released, along with his imperial equipment and military credentials, which had also been approved for return by that old dog. Liwa, who was originally a strong and handsome middle-aged man, now looked as if he had aged 20 years overnight, his hair and beard almost completely white, with an indescribable fatigue and weariness on his face. My lord Lip, you saved my life. Given the serious charges they fabricated against me, I should have spent the rest of my life in prison with those worthless scum. Upon seeing Lip, Liwa knelt down on one knee without hesitation. He understood how significant Lip's journey of thousands of miles to rescue him was for him. I have always said that you are so powerful that you will surely surpass my achievements and even become my superior. He pointed toward the direction of the prison, smiling bitterly. I have heard about your achievements at the border even while being imprisoned. It's truly shocking that you single-handedly shattered the nests of the foreign tribes. This is an achievement the Empire hasn't seen in a century. Your strength is undeniable. A look of confusion appeared on Liwa's face. He had been loyal to the country but was framed by others. His life and property were in jeopardy. After he was released, he heard that his subordinate Brand had also tried to rescue him, but to no avail. In a fit of anger, he had already left the army, and no one knew where he had gone. Was it really his fault? Did the system of this country need human intervention to change? Those thieves who framed me probably released me because of your strength, so my life is essentially given back to me by you. As a man, I must repay this kindness. I am willing to be your vanguard from now on. Please do not refuse a man who has already been lost once. I beg you. Liwa pressed his head firmly against the ground, blood faintly appearing. The collapse of his faith, his superior's conservatism, and the departure of his subordinates left this middle-aged man feeling utterly lost. Get up, General Liwa. You have regained your identity. You now hold the same rank as I do. Even if General Bud promised me the position of guerrilla commander, that has not happened yet. There is no need for such formality now. Lip helped Liwa up. The old brother had helped him a lot, so it was only right for him to come to the rescue. No, my lord, I have made up my mind. I will definitely repay your kindness in saving my life. Although Liwa was somewhat confused after suffering such a blow, his stubborn nature could not be changed. Sigh, I won't persuade you anymore. Just make up your own mind. Lip encountered another stubborn person, which gave him a bit of a headache. However, with Liwa around, many military affairs were easier to handle, which was beneficial to his plans, so Lip decided to go along with it. Liwa then straightened up and performed a military salute, and suddenly, as if recalling something, he hurriedly said to Lip, My lord, you are now officially a deputy general, according to imperial law. You must participate in the court meetings. A look of anger appeared on Liwa's face. Be very careful during the court meetings. Many people in the court are hypocrites, and many are lackeys of those unmentionable individuals. Even though I do not engage in political affairs or take sides, I'm still harmed by them. Lip was aware of this. Bede had also mentioned that he needed to attend the court meetings and that he would be rewarded with the opportunity to select an imperial item from the treasury that suited him. The unmentionable individuals naturally referred to Minister Wonister, who eliminated dissenters in the court. I understand you need to rest now. Go back and take a break. You can return to the border later. I worry that although the foreign tribes are frightened now, they will eventually come back. Liwa clasped his fists and then left, likely not wishing to stay in this corrupt imperial capital any longer. Lip saw that the purpose of this incident had been achieved, and Liwa had been rescued. He did not intend to stay long, and planned to go and request more manpower from General Bud before returning to the border to continue developing and accumulating strength. However, in the past 2 days, Lip had stirred up quite a bit of commotion in the imperial capital. From meeting General Bud and receiving rewards to the chief inspector personally ordering the clarification of Liwa's charges and his release, various forces had already begun to stir beneath the surface. Li Pu had just taken a few steps when several individuals in palace attire approached him, clearly eunuchs from the palace. General Li Pu, We have long admired your reputation. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. Now that you have finished your business, we have come to trouble you a bit." The leader among them was an old eunuch who seemed to hold a significant position. Yet he was very respectful and courteous to Li Pu, clearly having received instructions from someone of higher authority. His Majesty is very pleased to learn that General Li Pu, who has achieved extraordinary merits, has arrived in the capital. He has specially sent us to invite you into the palace for a meeting. In order to confer rewards upon you, we kindly ask you to move along with us." Li Pu understood the intention behind his arrival and immediately realized it was the work of the minister. He secretly marveled at how many eyes and ears the minister had, as well as how quickly his actions were. However, he was now a loyal subject of the empire, and it wasn't time to confront the minister directly. So he readily agreed. The old eunuch was very pleased and personally led Li Pu toward the imperial palace. Along the way, the prosperity and splendor of the capital became increasingly apparent, with every 5 steps a building and every 10 steps a pavilion, the corridors winding gracefully, and the eaves soaring high. The accumulation of the royal family over the past 1,000 years truly opened Li Pu's eyes. Upon entering a grand hall, the eunuch signaled for Li Pu to enter. Confirming that he could activate all his skills, Li Pu walked into the palace with ease. He heard the voice of a child, still innocent and unrefined, say, "This is Li Pu, my loyal minister, right? He is truly remarkable and worthy of being compared to Lord Estes, a talented minister who has made extraordinary contributions to the empire. I am very pleased. Is this right, minister?" On the high platform of the golden throne sat a child of only around 10 years old, feigning authority. The oversized imperial robe and crown seemed completely mismatched with him. After saying a few words, he subtly glanced at the tall figure standing nearby. Minister One-Stir, the most powerful person in the empire. He loomed over the entire nation like a dark cloud, exercising an almost dictatorial rule over this vast empire. The people were suffering, military preparedness was lax, heavy taxes were imposed, and the corruption of the empire, marked by factional strife, was almost entirely facilitated directly or indirectly by this large man. In the history of Huagua, infamous treacherous officials like Zhao Gao from the end of the Qin dynasty, Dong Zhuo from the end of the Han dynasty, and Qin Hui from the end of the Song dynasty can all be shadowed in One-Stir. "Ah, your majesty, your response couldn't be better. The late emperor in heaven would be pleased to know that you have so many talented people under your command and that the country is so prosperous," One-Stir said with a smile while devouring the tender beef brought by the maid. The young emperor appeared very pleased by the minister's words. "Thanks to you, minister, I can become a wise ruler like my father. Without you, my country wouldn't be governed so well. Your majesty is too kind. I have only made a trivial contribution. The main reason is that you have the insight to recognize talent and value capable ministers," the minister replied, satisfied with the young emperor's reaction. He then turned to Li Pu and discreetly assessed him. After sensing something, he nodded. General Li Pu has come a long way and must have faced great hardships, which deeply moves this old minister. "Your majesty, you should reward such a capable minister well. I was just an ordinary person from the mountains, who traveled the world throughout my life. Joining the army was merely out of interest upon seeing the suffering of the people at the border. How can I deserve such praise from you, a pillar of the nation?" Li Pu waved his hand gently, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. He sensed the strong energy fluctuations emanating from the minister, and then remembered that the minister was also a master of martial arts, hailing from the Royal Fist Temple. And even an average imperial weapon wielder would find it hard to defeat him. One-ist, charm, 3 equipment, imperial weapon Ireston, orange, overall combat power, 327, just entering D rank. Can easily defeat an average special grade dangerous creature barehanded. Abilities, Royal Fist secret transmission, orange, super strong muscle density, purple, political acumen, blue. This minister is proficient in martial arts, and it is likely that the previous emperor and other royal family members were all harmed by him, leaving only the young emperor to ensure the continuation of the imperial bloodline, making it easier for him to manipulate the country. The young emperor is merely a puppet in his hands. "Ha! Both of you ministers are the pillars of my empire, and today I shall reward you, Minister Li Pu," the young emperor said, and the minister brought him a piece of paper, which he immediately signed. "I hereby appoint you as a 3rd-rank guerrilla general, and there is no need to bow when you see me. You will hold full authority over the Western theater of war and can command all officials at the border. Later, I will have the general go to the treasury to choose any imperial weapon he likes. Treasures and servants are separate. I wonder if this reward satisfies you, minister?" Lip looked at the minister's still smiling face and then at the little emperor's hopeful expression, feeling quite surprised. The surprise lay in the fact that the benefits the minister had instructed the little emperor to give him were more than he had imagined. However, he certainly dared to accept the benefits, as the minister had a request of him now. "Thank you for your majesty's generous gift." The minister adjusted the gem-encrusted Ireston hat on his head, smiling as he handed the appointment letter to Lip. Old Minister congratulates General Lip on his promotion. With a talent like General Lip, the Empire's borders will naturally remain secure. The minister clapped his hands, and immediately a group of beautiful maidens walked up, each with different figures, along with several boxes of glimmering jewelry, worth quite a lot. "General Lip, these are a small token of the Emperor's appreciation. You may take them all. The old minister has also prepared a spacious room for you in the imperial capital." "That won't be necessary. I'm not interested in any of this." Li Pu rejected it outright. This sparked a glimmer of danger in the minister's eyes. If this guy did not care for wealth or beauty, could he be vying for power instead? "Let's hurry to see the imperial treasures. I'm quite curious about these national treasures. After all, I just destroyed an imperial treasure in the enemy's hands and know how powerful these weapons can be." Li Pu had long guessed that the minister was testing him, which is why he spoke in that manner. The dangerous glint in the minister's eyes finally dissipated. Considering that Li Pu had accepted the military position and had a fondness for imperial artifacts, he should be a martial enthusiast. Although he was somewhat similar to someone like Esther's, it was still a satisfactory outcome. Thus, the minister, feeling pleased, became even more amiable. "Haha, General Li Pu is truly a person of high integrity. I was too presumptuous. So let me take General Li Pu to the treasury to see the imperial artifacts. As for His Majesty, it's getting late, and you should rest well. As a ruler, you ought to enjoy yourself, haha." With a wave of his hand, the beautiful maidens took the young emperor away, and the young emperor did not feel that anything was amiss. Clearly, the minister had prepared well for the young emperor's education. A ruler who indulges in pleasure is a good emperor in the eyes of the ministers. "General Li Pu, this way please." Following the minister through a long corridor, passing through several hidden mechanisms and stone doors, they finally arrived at the imperial treasury. Li Pu looked around. This place could accommodate tens of thousands, and it was immensely vast, adorned with royal decorations. Compared to this, the caverns of the foreign tribes seemed like dog holes. Such a massive treasury must have been filled to the brim 1,000 years ago, reflecting the prosperity of the nation at that time. However, now, the wealth here barely fills a corner of the treasury. Li Pu noticed a wall with 47 compartments of varying shapes and sizes, most of which were now empty, with only a few items remaining. Suddenly, a sense of nostalgia washed over him, making him ponder how much of this vast emptiness had been embezzled by corrupt officials. It was probably countless, and no one in the Empire dared to count. "General Li Pu, please choose one for yourself." Generalist Death chose the strongest one, the demon god manifestation, and even though it was incredibly dangerous, she managed to control it. As the official closed the door to the secret chamber, he patiently waited for Li Pu to make his choice. Lip looked around and shook his head after feeling the surroundings. Most of the remaining imperial tools were either not very powerful or had too many restrictions. The powerful imperial tools had long been taken away by others. It was only because his death had risked her life to choose the most dangerous and powerful imperial tool and succeeded. Therefore, Lip made a request that surprised the minister somewhat. "I want the dimensional array, Shangri-La." "That imperial tool?" The minister hesitated for a moment. Although Lip's strength was quite impressive, and he was someone the minister needed to recruit, he had actually prepared to find a reason to give this imperial tool to his son, Sheila, who had a good affinity for it. However, at this moment, the minister could only put on a brave face. Even though he was already quite plump, as long as General Lip can gain his recognition, there should be no problem. The minister was initially a bit flustered, but after thinking about it, he remembered that his son had encountered a rare spatial rift during his childhood and survived, which allowed him to have a certain affinity with the dimensional array, Shangri-La. There was no way Lip could have such luck. Why would he be able to wield such a demanding imperial tool? With this thought, the minister regained his composure and planned to watch Lip fail, then persuade him to choose another imperial tool. Lip slowly reached for the dimensional array, Shangri-La, and suddenly a burst of green light surged. The spatial imperial artifact actually recognized Lip directly, even seeming to be extremely pleased, filled with a sense of intimacy. The minister was instantly astonished, his mouth agape, but he couldn't blame himself for such a loss of composure. Throughout the Empire's history, even the World Encyclopedia, Rongo did not record anyone having such a good affinity with the dimensional array, Shangri-La. Even his poor son, Sheila, after surviving a spatial rift, was only barely recognized by this imperial artifact, leading the minister to plan for Sheila to hunt some dangerous species with spatial attributes to better understand space before giving him this artifact. Unexpectedly, Lip intercepted the opportunity, and the minister couldn't say anything against it. No matter how frustrated the minister felt, Lip was quite pleased. He had guessed early on that this artifact would probably be very compatible with him, as he had originally broken through space to come to this world. With the system, he could be considered a traveler between different spaces, and no one was more suitable for this artifact than him. Haha, the minister is indeed generous, so I'll accept it. The minister didn't know how many alpaca-like dangerous species had run through his mind, but he was quite shrewd and quickly adjusted his emotions, continuing to smile at Lip, as expected of General Lip, to conquer such a demanding imperial artifact in one go. Since General Lip has already obtained what he desired, the old minister will not hide anything. He stared at Lip, a look of interest appearing on his plump face. General Lip, what do you think of General Bud and General Estes? By asking such a question, one has indicated that the focus of the day had arrived. Whether it was border positions, treasures, or imperial artifacts, they were merely things of little importance to the minister himself. Absolute control over the empire, eliminating those who posed a threat to his position, was what the minister pursued. Such ambition, if it weren't for onest already being in a position of power, experiencing some of the pleasure of wielding authority, Lip would estimate he could very well be directly corroded by the original darkness. Therefore, Lip thought for a moment, tired of pretending with this old man, and directly expressed his views. General Bud is too conservative, and General Estes only understands military matters. I believe they lack the ability to govern the country, including myself. Although Lip spoke the truth, the minister indeed enjoyed hearing it. After all, if Lip said they lack the ability to govern the country, who else could? The minister's vigilance lessened, and such a belittling of these powerful figures in the empire indicated that Lip did not intend to side with either party, making Lip indeed someone worth cultivating. This was a good thing for the minister. Thinking of this, the minister's earlier pain from having the crucial Shangri-La dimensional array taken away seemed to diminish considerably. The minister grabbed a piece of meat and began to chew, using it to mask his expression. La, General Bud and General Estes are both pillars of the empire. General Lip should be cautious with his words, cautious indeed. However, General Lip is indeed a person of true character. Old man Onest likes to associate with heroes like you. The minister took out a token from his pocket and cheerfully handed it to Lip. I feel that meeting a hero like you is rather overdue. How about this? I also know that you do not like wealth and beauty, so I can only give you something else. Lip took it decisively. After all, things belonging to the minister were like meat buns thrown to dogs when they reached him. This was a high-level token from the Empire's assassination organization. If General Lip had any political enemies or other needs, it might come in handy, and the specific contact method was also on it. Seeing that Lip accepted his goodwill, the minister's face instantly broke into a wrinkled smile. Lip also laughed heartily. The minister even granted him some authority over his assassination organization, making it easier for Lip to eliminate Onest when the time came. So the two of them walked out of the treasury's secret room like long-lost good friends, with the minister warmly seeing Lip off to the palace gates. Both got what they wanted. The minister gained a new powerful ally, while Lip not only acquired power but also more resources to eliminate the minister. Truly a win-win situation. Lip won twice, which is called a double win. After talking with the ministers, Lip excused himself to go to the restroom, leaving a mark inside the palace. A dimensional array, the mark of Shangri-La. Next time, no matter where he is in this world, he can teleport back through this mark, serving as a small hidden hand. However, what Lip most wanted to test was whether this imperial artifact could teleport to outside this world. If he left a mark in other worlds, that remains to be verified. Up to this point, Lip had completed most of his affairs in the imperial capital, so he prepared to return to the military headquarters to receive a new shoulder insignia and supplies before heading back to the northwest border. After all, that is the best place for him to earn points and his foundation in this world. You actually let them release Liwa directly. It seems you have been involved in quite a few political deals, young man. Upon seeing Bud again, this stubborn man had a very complex expression, not just surprise, but also some dissatisfaction, clearly believing that Lip should not break the rules even to save someone. General Bud, if you are willing to make a move, it would also be a simple matter, Li Pu said, taking his guerrilla general shoulder insignia and the supply troop transfer order from General Bud, who was somewhat annoyed but still adhered to the rules. Military officials must not interfere in politics, regardless of the reason. This is the iron law of our ancestors. Bud said solemnly. Even if Li Va was already disappointed in him, he would not change his ways. He has always avoided touching anything that does not belong to his domain, no matter how necessary it may be. Considering your contributions to the Empire, I won't say more about this matter. Show your commitment to the people of the Empire through your actions. Bud snorted and waved his hand for Li Pu to leave. Although he saw the potential in this young man, he would not easily agree with his ideology. I will. After Li Pu finished speaking, he no longer lingered. Regarding a person like Buddha, one can only say that a gentleman can deceive him with principles. Being too steadfast in one's own standards can lead to ministers exploiting his stubbornness to disrupt the court. And the Revolutionary Army will inevitably seek to eliminate him because of his obstinacy. On the way back to the northwestern border, Li Pu unexpectedly found that the guards at various checkpoints treated him courteously and with great respect, almost a stark contrast to the formalities he encountered when he first arrived. Initially, Li Pu thought it was due to his reputation spreading widely, but later realized that these people were deliberately flattering him, a testament to the minister's goodwill towards him. Li Pu could only smile at this. The more the officials tried to win him over, the more he applauded them. When the official gets backstabbed later, he will surely be delighted, right? He probably will. The journey west was long, and this time after Li Pu finished all his tasks. Li Va returned first to preside over the situation, so he was not in a hurry at all. He leisurely rode his horseback, during which he learned more about the local customs and the current state of the empire. The people of the empire were mostly simple and kind-hearted. Even when they were too poor to afford a meal, many families were willing to host Li Pu, who was dressed in coarse clothes, and offered him 2 or 3 bowls of thin porridge. As for the local officials, most of them were already corrupt, but compared to the chaos in the imperial capital, the corruption was a minor issue. Whenever Li Pu encountered a couple of bullies, he would directly punish them, as this was the power granted by the emperor to restrain officials, and he would use it without hesitation. The real reason for the people's suffering was the exploitation from the capital down to the local areas. With the low productivity of ancient society, sustaining a large prosperous city inevitably required draining the surrounding villages and small towns. Thus, the capital exploited the locals exploited the people, and in the end, officials at all levels lived well, while only the lower class suffered. Li Pu observed everything, and his thoughts were gradually taking shape in his mind. Lip walked along the way, observing the scenery around him. The natural landscapes ranged from dense forests and grasslands to barren wastelands, from scorching heat to severe cold. The scenery changed, but the suffering of the people remained the same. One day, Lip casually walked to a small town at the intersection of the western and northern borders of the empire. Here, it was already a world of ice and snow, a stark contrast to the relatively mild weather of the southern capital. He intended to make this his final stop, to have a taste of the local specialties before heading west back to his army. However, just as he sat down to enjoy a bowl of hot noodles in the freezing weather, an anxious voice rang out. Not good. The northern tribes are raiding again. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from afar. As the panicked shouts arose, the people in the small town began to flee or hide helplessly. In the distance, a group of northern tribesmen riding giant snow bears appeared. They brandished their weapons, cheering as they prepared to carry out their usual plundering of villages and looting of civilians. As long as they could finish the raid before that damned Estes found out, it would be a job well done. They did not want to end up as ice sculptures or die a miserable death under torture. The leader, wearing a beast's skull, laughed maniacally, urging his subordinates to kill all the living and take away their valuables. As these thugs were about to storm into the village, Lip merely glanced up slightly and continued to eat his noodles. The reason was simple. Only that leader among them was infected by the dark, unlike the western tribesmen who were so crazed. Therefore, these guys had more rational individuals among them, who understood how to avoid Estes' pursuit. Indeed, staying in the west was the right choice. Just look at how good the western tribesmen were, always sending me points every day, and then look at you all. Unacceptable. Li Pu saw a guy's curved sword about to strike him, and he couldn't help but murmur a couple of words in resignation. Ninjutsu, 100 Shadows Burial. Many of the foreign bandits were still fantasizing about how to spend the money they had stolen on indulgence, when suddenly, hundreds of dark shadows appeared before them. The shadows moved in perfect coordination, each targeting an individual, and with a single strike, they crushed both the person and their mount to pieces. There was hardly any blood spilled, as it was all dispersed by the shockwaves of the punches, vanishing into the heavens and the earth. In just a few seconds, this small foreign troop was almost completely wiped out, even the squad leader, who had become immensely strong after being infected by the original darkness and could contend with second-tier dangerous species, was obliterated by a single punch from one of the shadows. Then, those shadows vanished simultaneously, leaving behind a stretch of white snow with no signs of battle, and only one terrified foreign soldier remained. "Great sir, please don't kill me." This foreign soldier, witnessing all his companions being eliminated by the shadows, was so scared that he could hardly move. Seeing Li Pu leisurely eating noodles at the village entrance, he understood that he had run into a formidable opponent. Lip slurped the hot noodles with scallions and finished the bowl in just a few moments, nodding in satisfaction. The northern noodles were indeed quite good, with a unique flavor. He casually turned his head and focused on the only guy in front of him who lacked the murderous aura of someone who had killed. "What is the situation with the northern ethnic minorities now? Are there many monsters like your squad leader?" The young soldier, who was being stared at by Lip, felt his breath becoming difficult and said with great difficulty, "Reporting to you, my lord, since our prince came to power, we have been conscripting troops and attacking the imperial borders, but we have been defeated by his death countless times. Now we only dare to send small squads to raid, and I don't even know where he and the main forces are, my lord. Also, I haven't harmed anyone. I was forced to join them to raid." This young soldier paused eagerly, cautiously raised his head to take a glance, and confirmed that Lip had no intention of killing him before carefully continuing. "There aren't many divine awakeners like our squad leader in our entire clan. Only powerful warriors will undergo the ritual or awaken the powers granted by the gods themselves. Due to his death's suppression, not everyone will undergo divine awakening." He cautiously looked around to ensure no one else was alive, then swallowed hard and said, "Because divine awakeners become mindless monsters. These guys only kill and plunder. Originally, his death was nearby today, yet our squad leader couldn't resist his desires and insisted we come out to raid." Lip roughly understood the current situation. There are quite a few high-ranking members of the northern ethnic minorities who also believe in the original Dark God, which has provided an opportunity for the original Dark to grow. However, they also fear that their entire clan will become like the Western ethnic minorities, murderous and mad, and be wiped out by Esters in one fell swoop. In fact, only elite warriors would be infected by the extreme torture rituals they use to gain strength from the original Dark. One day it might be possible to take out these so-called elite infected individuals. They contribute a significant amount of hero points. Li Pu just killed these ordinary soldiers whose hands are stained with blood, and he didn't earn any hero points at all. Therefore, he has no interest in slaughtering normal people who have not been infected by the original darkness. He is only interested in monsters and original darkness infectees that can yield hero points. Did he say his death is nearby? Then that means... Lip was taken aback by the last sentence. Indeed, he immediately felt a bone-chilling cold rush towards him, as if it would freeze everything in the world. Then, a queen-like voice came. "Oh, what about the hundreds of enemies mentioned in the intel? I originally thought I would have new interrogation material, and someone came over excitedly. But now it's really disappointing." A young female general in a white military uniform, with an incredibly beautiful figure, stepped onto an ice pillar. This was his death. The strongest of the Empire, the Super S Queen. In the original work, Najinda, the leader of the Night Raid, frankly stated that without an elite army of over 50,000 and the collaboration of more than 10 Imperial tool users, including Chitos, the demon Sor Muramesa, there was no way to think about defeating her. She and General Bud were both pillars of the Empire, and although she had just started her career, she was already able to make the northern ethnic minorities flee in terror, making her truly terrifying. Isdef was born in the northern border region, the daughter of the leader of the Barutus tribe, who specialized in hunting dangerous species. From a young age, the philosophy of the survival of the fittest was deeply ingrained in her. After returning from a solo hunt to find her entire tribe wiped out by northern ethnic minorities, she became even more convinced that to survive, one must become strong. It can be said that her unique childhood experience led to a somewhat twisted but partly normal worldview. She was extremely cruel to her enemies, but very generous to her subordinates and the common people, always sharing the rewards granted by the emperor with her subordinates and dining with ordinary soldiers. The morale of her army was always extraordinarily high, and she could get along harmoniously with shopkeepers on the street, never accepting bribes, earning her many fans in the empire. It can be said that if it weren't for this twisted world, Isdef might have become a good leader of the Barutus tribe, pursuing her own happiness as a normal girl. She saw Lip slowly getting up and the foreign soldier in front of him who had fainted from fright, and she exclaimed, "Is it you who wiped them all out in such a short time? It does feel like it. I can sense the power about to burst forth from you. Are you an unknown strong one?" Isdeth fixed her gaze on the man in front of her. Although his power was extremely restrained, she could feel his energy fluctuations like the blazing sun. Probably, even her two beast warriors combined wouldn't be a match for this man. Interesting. Instead of those small fries, I've encountered such a strong one. This trip is not in vain. The Frost Queen slightly raised the corners of her mouth, her face carrying a hint of fervor and combat intent, exuding an inexplicable charm. Let's have a fight. I really like your talent. If you lose, you can be my subordinate. How troublesome. Li Pu was not wearing his own uniform, so Isdeth, who was at the northern border, did not recognize him. However, even if she had recognized him, it wouldn't have made a difference. A fight was inevitable. He put down the bowl of noodles in his hand, stood up reluctantly, and casually knocked out the alien soldier with a burst of energy. He raised his head and retorted to Isdeth, "You've got quite the attitude. But the stakes can't be one-sided. If I lose, I'll be your subordinate. But what about you if you lose?" Isdeth's face first flashed with disdain. But this man was not weak. Although he was disrespectful to her, she was willing to endure a little for his abilities. "I lose. Don't joke around, that's impossible." Isdeth scoffed. "The weak are meant to be dominated by the strong. If I lose, I will let you have your way with me. But if you lose, you will also have to submit to my will." Lips stretched slightly, and with two cracking sounds, his entire body trembled, various shameless buffs activated. And the immense energy fluctuations instantly made the surrounding snowfield shake. "My interests are not subject to others' control. Want me to be your subordinate? Then come and try." He currently had over 100,000 hero points, an unprecedented wealth that gave Lip considerable confidence. After some time of honing, the marks left by the explosion on him had diminished somewhat, and he had successfully opened the fifth gate through training, allowing for even more potential bursts in a short time. With all his abilities activated, his strength had further increased. Character: Lip. Gender: male. Lifespan after triggering conditions 76 412 stellar years. Age 19. Charm 14, an unattainable height for humans. Comprehensive combat power 2520 940 by 67x 190 12070. Original dark mark is continuously weakening. Combat power rank C, above dragon level, not far from dragon peak. Comparable to the super dangerous species in mythology in this world. Skills: cellular activation, red, tough skin, purple, firm will, orange, higher education, white, non-upgradable. Cooking, blue, forge body, purple, non-upgradable. Weakness, insight, blue, blood spitting technique, purple, non-upgradable. Flowing rock shattering fist, orange, whirlwind/iron fist, purple, ultimate fist path, no rank. Energy explosion bomb, purple, ninjutsu, shadow escape, purple, ninjutsu. 100 shadows burial, orange, iron chain link, modified, purple, 8 gates of Duanjia, modified, orange, non-upgradable. Items: red gloves, X2 blue. Training, comprehensive simulator, purple, unusable. Mobile phone, white, unusable. 19, 876, 388 yen, white, unusable. Dimensional array, Shangri-La, orange, black trenchcoat, blue. Hero points, 125. 130 points. This is Lip's current fortune. Esther looked at the man who suddenly unleashed much more power than she had anticipated. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her lips curled up even higher. "So you feel such a great threat for me? Truly incredible strength. How interesting. How interesting. Ha ha ha. Let's fight in a farther place. This area can't handle it." Lip glanced at the villagers peeking out and shivering nearby, pointing towards a distant snow mountain. "Good. That's exactly what I want. As long as I can fight against an opponent like you, I'm fine with anything." Esther readily agreed, knowing that even a little aftermath from their battle could cause losses many times greater than those caused by the bandits of other races. She even conjured an ice horse, signaling Lip to get on. Lip was not pretentious and immediately mounted her horse. The two quickly arrived at the back of the snow mountain, far from the village on the sunny side of the mountain. The sunlight reflected off the snow mountain was dazzling, highlighting Esther's silver hair, making her even more stunning while exuding an extremely deadly aura. "I won't hold back, so be careful." Esther drew her military knife, smiled slightly at Lip, and instantly, a massive amount of ice elements condensed, forming countless soldiers made of ice and snow from all directions. "It's been a long time since my martial arts have improved. I'll use you to practice." Upon seeing this, Lip slowly put on his gloves, and the aura around him gradually converged at his waist, eventually gathering into his fists. Isdeth was not weak, indeed very strong, and he knew that this would be another astonishing battle, which perfectly matched Lip's desire to become stronger. Isdeth's charm, 13, with bonuses for certain types of people, Overall combat power, 3082, the strongest human in this world. Comparable to the most powerful super dangerous species in 1,000 years. In the world of One-Punch Man. This would be a dragon-level combat power. Rank B, a power beyond the imagination of mortals. Capable of destroying ecosystems given enough time without obstruction abilities. Special type Imperial Tool Demon Manifestation. Essence of Demon, red. Combat Instinct, orange. Mastery of Hunting, orange. Firm Will, orange. Mastery of Interrogation, orange. Isteth's combat power is indeed at the pinnacle of the Crimson World. Even without considering her demon manifestation, Essence of Demon, which she controls with her tenacious will, her abnormal strength alone would be enough to defeat most Imperial Tool users. This was also Lip's first direct confrontation with a B-rank opponent. At this level, every movement is a natural disaster, and the powerful can even destroy the surface of a planet, which is truly exaggerated. General of Ice and Storm. Isteth's expression was cold as she ruthlessly unleashed a powerful move, but since it was a derived skill from her demon manifestation, the system did not label it. Suddenly, it seemed as if countless powerful Ice Knights surged towards Lip with a howling force. Each one could even rival the most elite warriors of other races. Flowing Water. Li Pu remained calm and composed, his boxing technique flowing like a babbling brook, piercing through the hard ice one by one. Oh, a martial artist? Let's try this. Estes rested her chin on her hand, her index fingers spinning with interest for a few circles, and instantly the ice cavalry transformed into ice archers, unleashing countless ice arrows towards Li Pu. Estes' combat intelligence was astonishing, as she quickly pinpointed the weaknesses of the martial artist to exploit. However, Li Pu had long since addressed his weaknesses, and now he was reaping the rewards. Li Pu Hua transformed into countless shadows, each resembling the real him, and each truly being him. In an instant, countless surging energy spheres appeared beside each Li Pu, shooting out and colliding with the icy rain of arrows. They exploded into countless tiny droplets, as if an incredibly rapid freezing rain had fallen. Both sides were merely going through the motions, as if two vast nations were at war. Words could hardly describe the overwhelming and terrifying attacks. What a powerful man, indeed. This only adds to his value of control. When Esther saw that simply overwhelming Li Pu with numbers wouldn't work, her interest grew even more. She immediately gripped her sword and flashed to Li Pu's side in an instant. Clang, 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 clang. Horizontal slashes, vertical cuts, diagonal thrusts, and reverse stabs. In less than half a second, Esther's unleashed a series of fierce strikes, which Li Pu blocked with his fists, but the areas under attack instantly froze. Oh, you want to freeze me? Lip snorted coldly, and being well prepared, he directly used the cellular activity, red, to control the energy released from the cellular furnace throughout his body. He instantly transformed himself into a massive heat source, melting all the ice in an instant. When it comes to battle intelligence, Lip has never been low. The skills on paper often have more applications. Those who do not understand the essence of adaptability in combat have long since perished. Only those who can perfectly utilize everything about themselves can strive for the strongest. Ha ha ha. Let's fight more fiercely. Esther's fully unleashed her power, and countless Ice Knights surrounded their queen, surging towards Lip like a tsunami. Lip would not back down either, pouring his will into every punch. Utilizing the double amplification gauntlets and the ninja technique 100 Shadows to unleash a devastating momentum. In an instant, the towering snow-capped mountains shook violently like model toys, and the terrifying shockwaves caused one massive avalanche after another, turning this desolate land into the epicenter of a natural disaster that would make ordinary people turn pale at the mere mention of it. Yes, that's right. Ha ha. How delightful, Esthesis laughed maniacally, her sky-blue hair dancing wildly in the wind, as the military knife in her hand guided the gathering of countless ice elements, charging towards Lip along with the Ice Knights. Lip used the immense energy within his body to form an unbreakable high-temperature barrier on his surface. However, even though Isteth's freezing techniques posed no threat to him, he was still at a disadvantage in this icy environment, so he could not afford to wait for Isteth to exhaust herself. He changed his seamless defensive style of the flowing rock-shattering fist and skillfully switched to the whirlwind-slashing iron fist. The destructive power of his fist, capable of cutting through gold and iron, directly penetrated the thick layer of ice that Isteth had used for defense. The overwhelming force pushed Isteth back several steps, but this was the only opportunity he would have to use both styles of fist techniques against her. Before the punch could land, Lip was already gone without a trace. His death had just been repelled, and at that moment, an absurd sense of danger suddenly arose in her heart. Instantly, she unleashed her full power, encasing herself in a massive ice sphere several meters in diameter. The opportunity had come. Li Pu activates weakness insight, focusing tightly on the unstable Asta at this moment. Boom! Air split fist. Li Pu was already poised to strike, unleashing a martial arts ultimate move that did not belong to this world, producing a tremendous sonic boom. The white spiral ripples surged forth, causing the ice layer, harder than steel, to crack inch by inch. Directly hitting his death, she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. What a powerful martial artist. Now, this is interesting. Ha ha ha. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled even more joyfully. Isdeth herself was extremely strong in close combat, but being forced to rely on the Ice Knight and endless ice elements for defense against this man was a first for her. Lip was adjusting his breathing. It was precisely because he had almost no weaknesses that he was able to battle fiercely against Isdeth, despite being slightly behind in strength. However, even though Lip had opened the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, greatly increasing his power, maintaining a high surface temperature to prevent his body from freezing while unleashing his full firepower made it nearly impossible for him to sustain this state for long. At most, he could fight for a few more hours before he would likely face defeat. Even if his death was at a slight disadvantage, she remained unrestrained. However, Lip also understood her alliance, and he quickly made a decision. I have even stronger moves, the Purgatory Wave, Dual Destruction Fist. You won't be able to withstand it. That's right, Lip was planning to play a big tactical trick. Lip let out a loud roar, causing Esther's pupils to constrict. As Lip vanished like a shadow, even if he might be deceiving her, she dared not take the gamble. I can only use that move. Under Esther's collar, a demonic mark began to glow faintly, signaling that the true power of her imperial tool was about to manifest. Moke Boat M.O. Esther's was already strong in her normal state, but what truly made her nearly invincible was this move. A twisted technique that could freeze time and space. It was an unbeatable finishing move. And perhaps this was why the system rated Esther's as B-class. Even if it could only be used once a day, and only for a short duration, it granted Esther's a terrifying single combat ability comparable to that of a god. Esther's turned her body slowly, and sure enough, Lip was hidden in the shadows behind her, only revealing his form due to the time-space freeze. Looking at Lip's youthful and exceptionally handsome face, Esther shook her head and sighed. What an excellent man. Too bad you lack an aggressive imperial tool, only having a pair of gauntlets that are more like subordinate-level equipment. Otherwise, I might not be able to win. This time, I'll just severely injure you. And you can be my adjutant later. Esther's slashed her military knife directly at Lip, while simultaneously condensing extremely cold ice blocks to counteract the high temperature on him, preparing to freeze Lip's entire body except for his head. Who would have thought that after successfully stabbing Lip in the lung and freezing him, Esther suddenly felt immense pain and an old sensation of frostbite. She looked down and saw that in the same spot, she was also bleeding profusely. The pain from where Lip had been frozen was now mirrored in her own body. She had been tricked. Esther's instantly understood. But her lungs felt as if they had been hit by a gust of wind, causing her significant harm. At that moment, the time for Mokeboat M.O. ended, and Lip regained his ability to move. Similarly, the pain and freezing had not done him any small amount of harm, but he smiled slightly. Knowing his goal had been achieved, he realized that with this ultimate move, Esther's was nearly impossible to defeat, so he simply used himself as bait, secretly activating the iron lock chain to connect himself and Esther's. This way, even if he was frozen and left to be slaughtered, Esther's would have no way to deal with him. And indeed, this proved effective. Esther's knew that Lip could reflect damage back to her, and there was truly nothing she could do. Her expression became somewhat displeased as she stopped the bleeding and flew away. Did I underestimate you? The damage reflected back to me is quite something. Is it some kind of secret technique or imperial tool? No matter what, the fact that you could withstand my move means you are qualified to be my true opponent. Esther's no longer took the initiative to attack, instead focusing solely on defense. Endless ice cavalry appeared once again, forming a great formation to trap Lip. Occasionally probing, she confirmed that the damage on Lip indeed reflected back onto her. But after a minute, she noticed that this effect had disappeared. Esther's revealed a smile again. It seems your ultimate move also has a time limit. Looks like it's my turn now. Esther's had already learned most of Lip's attack methods, so she began to manipulate countless ice elements from a distance to continue wearing him down planning to defeat him in a prolonged battle. What a troublesome woman. Lip's injuries had mostly recovered, but Esther's combat instincts were simply too strong. Despite his careful planning, he still couldn't defeat her. This left him with no choice but to resort to unethical means and spend money. You spent 15,000 hero points to upgrade Tough Skin, purple, to Tough Skin, orange. You spent 60,000 hero points to upgrade Tough Skin, orange, to Tough Skin, red. You currently have 70,130 hero points. Tough Skin, red, description, greatly enhances your surface defense and survivability, and grants immunity to most spells and elemental damage. It is one of the essential skills for a tank. Favored by tanks. That's right, Lip chose to upgrade this foundational skill that had accompanied him for so long. The main reason being that if Esther's insisted on attacking from a distance to wear him down, any attack he tried would be meaningless for now. Moreover, there weren't many useful offensive skills he could enhance. After all, his core was martial arts, which he had always improved on his own without using hero points for upgrades, fearing that it might lead to stagnation. If one day it had the words "cannot be upgraded," it would be disastrous. Now, enhancing this foundational ability yielded extremely significant results. Esther's, who could originally freeze his blood, now could not inflict any damage on him at all. As for the Ice Knights, they were merely like scratching him. Esther's was completely astonished. She found herself utterly helpless against his defense. Lip couldn't hit her, nor did he dare to get close. The remote manipulation attacks also lost their effect. This man's trump cards were more than she had imagined. She had a feeling he still hadn't revealed everything. Moreover, after fighting for so long, Esther's had also discovered some things. With her long hair flowing, Esther slowly descended, and countless ice knights gradually dissipated. The furious blizzards finally calmed down. She stared at Lip's face for a long while before suddenly bursting into laughter. This battle can be considered a draw in terms of the outcome. Neither side emerged victorious in this gamble. However, not being able to defeat you means I lost. General Lip from the Western Front, such a powerful and youthful man in the entire empire. Only you, as rumored, fit the bill. You've really kept me in the dark for a long time. But I enjoyed the fight. Lip was a bit surprised to hear his death admit that she was slightly inferior. This is indeed my fault for not informing you of my identity, but I think Generalist Death doesn't mind this, right? However, Lip suddenly thought that his ability exchange list should now include Isteth's abilities, and he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. If he could roll out the ability of the Imperial Arms Demon God, he would make a huge profit this time. Lost in such thoughts, Lip couldn't help but show a genuinely heartfelt smile. Isteth suddenly froze, staring blankly at Lip's sincere smile. Lip suddenly came to his senses, and his expression tightened. Oh no, it seems like I've done something I shouldn't have. Lip is currently facing a more difficult predicament than the fierce battle with Isteth just now. It seems he has caught Isteth's attention. If I remember correctly, you're 19 years old this year, right? And you registered your identity at the border of the Empire. Isteth smiled brightly, completely different from the Ice Queen in the recent battle. She flicked her slightly loose, sky-blue hair and took a gentle step forward, getting a little closer to Lip, who cautiously stepped back. I'm 20 this year. Just 1 year older than you. Isteth suddenly pulled out a small notebook from somewhere and began to write something on it. First, regardless of anything else, the most important thing is to value the possibilities of the future. I hope to train myself with the goal of becoming a general-level figure. This one is already satisfied. Second, have courage. Even if unarmed, you should be able to hunt dangerous species with me. The courage to fight me is also fully satisfied. Third, like me, you are not raised in the Imperial capital, but in the border areas. Satisfied. Fourth, younger than me, so it's easier for me to control you. Satisfied. Fifth, it's best to have a pure smile. Satisfied. Each item was checked off with a crooked handwriting, and with each tick, Isteth's writing became more forceful, until finally, her pen broke from excitement. Her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented glow, a light that instinctively made Lip feel uneasy. Ahem, Generalist Death, I still have official duties, so I'm afraid I have to leave first today. I'm very sorry. No, you can't leave. Isteth smiled, but Lip felt increasingly uneasy. After just battling with Isteth, he couldn't think of what was wrong. You have to date me. The shocking words came out of Isteth's mouth, accompanied by her intense and aggressive gaze, and in that moment, Lip suddenly remembered this matter. What a careless mistake. Li Pu had a fight with this woman, and the sudden contrast was too much for him to accept, causing his scalp to tingle and making him want to run away. It was originally just a spar, but unexpectedly he encountered someone who matched his desires so well. There was no turning back now. The demon god was showing its overwhelming power. Li Pu's expression turned somewhat grim as his death instantly unleashed an even greater mastery of ice and snow manipulation than before, directly transforming the snow mountain into a snow valley, trapping him within. In the blink of an eye, his death was able to move mountains and fill seas, and she unleashed such strength just to keep him. Stay obediently. Let's have a romance. Everything else doesn't matter. Those so-called ridiculous foreign races, as long as they stop hiding, I can easily suppress them with a wave of my hand. Isdeath gently removed her coat, her stunning figure fully revealed in the wind and snow, and she stared intently at Li Pu, her gaze growing more fervent. No, I need to think of a way. Lip Yuk didn't want to stay here with Isdeath as wild people. He still needed to earn points and go back to cultivate and become stronger. Isdeath, you cannot defeat me. By the terms of the bet, you are not qualified to dominate me. Therefore, I cannot stay. When you feel you have the strength to dominate me, we can have another battle. The winner takes all. How about that? Li Pu said in a deep voice, causing Isdeath, who had already fallen into a somewhat strange state, to regain some clarity. She listened quietly, but a blush appeared on her cheeks. So you also agree with the concept of survival of the fittest? That's awesome. Truly awesome. Could it be that you are my destined one? Taking a deep breath, Isdeath nodded. All right, I promise you. I will become stronger and then dominate you. Without reservation, she gently made way for Li Pu to leave the snow valley. Lipson let out a sigh and quickly walked outside. He had already deactivated the amplification mode. Now, aside from killing him, Isdeath could basically do whatever she wanted to him. However, at least he wasn't forcibly captured and trapped in this place. He needed to quickly enhance his own strength and then... Splash! Lip no longer possessed his previous formidable strength. He felt a darkness before his eyes, a fleeting warmth passed by, and he realized something. He turned his head to look at Isdeath, who appeared like a youthful maiden, shyly touching her lips and curiously asking, "So this is what love feels like? It's really nice." She looked at Lip with a charming smile and said, "Next time, please be sure to let me take charge." In the western border camp of the Empire, with the help of many civilians and the coordination of Leva, and with ample funding, the new city was already more than halfway completed, with only a little finishing work left. Soon, this border city, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people, would be completed. Leva had just finished directing the soldiers to rotate shifts and return to the tent, barely having time to rest when he noticed a familiar figure appear. He focused his gaze and immediately knelt on one knee, his white beard and hair beginning to tremble. "Lord Lip, you have returned. I have not failed in my duty and have completed most of the tasks you assigned." Lip's return made Liwa especially excited. After being saved by Lip, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to Lip, which shows his character. "Well, I understand now, thank you." Lip responded, but he rarely showed signs of fatigue. "I'll leave the affairs to you for the next few days. I need to rest well, both physically and mentally." Before he finished speaking, Lip fell into a deep sleep on the camp bed. Liwa was somewhat surprised. He knew very well the strength of Lord Lip, who could easily defeat 10 of him, yet someone had managed to exhaust him like this. In fact, the battle against the world's strongest had indeed worn Lip out. But the real reason he fell asleep so quickly was that his mind was a complete mess. It seemed that Lord Lip had encountered some difficult issues. Liwa shook his head, covered Lip with a blanket, and quietly walked out. Since Lord Lip was in trouble, as his subordinate, he felt it was even more important to alleviate his worries. He decided that tonight he would not sleep and would continue working overtime. Not long after, Isdeath also returned to the military camp. Many officers immediately came up to report and inquire about the general's whereabouts. However, Isdeath said nothing about it and merely murmured, "Only the powerful can control everything. I must control that man." This left her subordinates puzzled, thinking that General Isdeath had found a new target for amusement. In their minds, Isdeath was invincible, so they didn't think much of it. However, in the following period, Isdeath's performance left all the officers and soldiers astonished. She spent almost the entire day either training her abilities, turning mountains of ice into canyons, or fiercely attacking foreign races to practice her skills, or hunting the strongest and most dangerous species, without resting for a moment. Even the strongest of individuals continued to pursue strength for various reasons. Li Pu was deeply immersed in a deep sleep, while the cells in his body continuously burst forth with energy, repairing the physical deficits caused by his use of the 8 gates. Although he and Isdeath reached a stalemate in their fierce battle yesterday, it was clear that he was still lacking in hard power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to re-establish a battle agreement with Isdeath. He needed to focus on developing his strength. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the military tent door, and he gradually awakened, stretching lazily as the bones in his body cracked and popped after the adjustment. "General." Someone is here to see you. It's a doctor. Lipton recalled the nameless doctor he had saved before and wondered what brought him here at this time. What brings you here, old sir? An old doctor stroking his goat-like beard walked in. He seemed somewhat hesitant to speak, and after a moment of silence, he sighed and shook his head, saying, General, what happened to Maine? Wasn't she already much better before I left? Li Pu instinctively jumped up, and an invisible aura instantly filled the tent, putting immense pressure on those outside. Young man, don't be so agitated. She has recovered well, but after her recovery, she got out of bed and ran off, leaving only a letter for you, General. I can only relay this. After all, she is just my patient. The old man, unable to bear such overwhelming pressure at his age, coughed repeatedly, placed the letter on the table, and waved his hand to leave. Lipton realized and felt a bit embarrassed. However, knowing that Maine's well-being was important, he couldn't help but feel a little helpless after he took the letter, opened it, and read its contents. In the letter, Maine said she was doing well and was very grateful to Lip, but she didn't want to live under his care and protection forever. So she wanted to find a way to change the Empire in her own way. In the end, was she still going to get involved with the night raid? Sometimes, the butterfly effect can't break the inertia of the storyline. Lip knew that Maine had left, and she basically went to the night raid. He wasn't particularly upset about it. After all, Maine had helped him a lot, and he didn't owe her anything. It was her freedom to go wherever she wanted. Moreover, Maine hadn't faced much danger in the years leading up to the night raid, and it would actually help train the girl, so he chose not to interfere. With Maine gone, Lip felt more liberated at the border and could focus more on doing what he wanted to do. After reading, Lip put on his black trench coat, donned his military cap and boxing gloves. Both Maine and his staff had their own matters to attend to and were experiencing their respective growth trajectories. What about him? Lip chose to stay away from worldly affairs, focusing solely on killing enemies at the border and honing his skills. By settling down for a few years, he aimed to ensure that his future self would have the strength to make choices when facing everything. He walked towards the frontier, where the city in the Yellow Sands was still under construction. However, it would soon become a true metropolis, heralding peace along the northwestern border of the country. The monsters and hunters had arrived. 3 years had passed. This span of time, long or short, felt both ways. 3 years were long enough for a magnificent city to emerge in the desert, accommodating people of various ethnicities and cultures living in peace. Reasonable taxation and a secure trading environment made this new city famous in the surrounding areas, drawing people from afar. 3 years were also short enough that some people hadn't changed in appearance at all, still looking like youths, with time and sand leaving almost no marks on their faces. Li Pu, the current general of the Empire's Western campaign, is renowned alongside Estes for resisting the northern barbarian tribes. He is seen as a powerful symbol in the eyes of the people, a nightmare for enemies and monsters alike, and a highly respected guardian for the hundreds of thousands of residents in the new border city. Since acquiring the system, he has spent less than a year training in combat, yet he has been quietly honing his skills at the border for 3 full years. Apart from the invaders who sleep eternally in the Yellow Sands and Li Pu's most loyal subordinates, probably no one knows just how powerful he has become. Estes might be eager to find out, but her busy efforts to quell the numerous elite former Dark Warriors among the northern tribes have left her little time to seek out Li Pu, which has contributed to Li Pu's ability to develop steadily. Over the past 3 years, the number of original dark monsters that have perished at Li Pu's hands has reached hundreds of thousands. Even the best statisticians in the army cannot accurately count the enemies he has effortlessly dispatched with a single punch. In the first 2 years, these monsters dared to launch large-scale assaults on the Empire's borders and the new city, leaving behind tens of thousands of corpses each time, with over half of them having been eliminated merely by the wind of Li Pu's punches. Their leaders have been casually crushed by Li Pu in several invasions, with the first leader possessing peak ghost-level strength, who boasted about turning the Empire's general's head into a chamber pot, leaving in anything but peace. Subsequent leaders have been increasingly weaker and less daring. The current leader of the Western barbarian tribes, besides daring to utter a few threats, lacks even the courage to confront Li Pu. In the end, these guys no longer even behaved like they were infected by the original dark forces, daring not to appear within 100 kilometers of the Empire's borders, and they would flee in terror at the mere mention of Li Pu's name. Perhaps the Hu people are just as afraid to descend south and tend to their horses. General, the Empire's military department has sent word that His Majesty the Emperor has not only approved your title as General of the Western Campaign, but also wishes to confer upon you the title of Count. We would like to inquire about your opinion. A white-haired soldier wearing the insignia of a guerrilla general earnestly reported to the young man sitting quietly in meditation before him. He was Leva, who had been closely following Li Pu. Leva watched as Li Pu diligently engaged in his daily training, patiently waiting. Today, Li Pu's exercise was particularly prolonged. But after 3 years of witnessing this, Leva was no longer curious. Strength inevitably comes at a cost. Leva had always served as Li Pu's deputy general, managing various affairs with extreme proficiency. Apart from decision-making, he was responsible for everything else. Li Pu often acted as the stabilizing force, as most of his time was dedicated to enhancing his own abilities. At this moment, a wisp of blue and white steam emerged around Li Pu, in the ebb and flow. A certain technique that Leva could not perceive quietly unlocked. This was the 7th gate, the shock gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. As of today, Li Pu was able to sustain the activation of the shock gate for an extraordinarily long time. Although the damage incurred from activation was immense and would cause him some pain after deactivation, the enhancement effect was undeniably tremendous. Li Pu mastered the martial arts that took my Tada 20 years to learn in just 3 years, and by the later stage, he had been continuously adapting and was actually already extremely proficient. Lip closed the orifice, stood up gently, and looked at Li Hua, casually saying, "It's still the same as before. I can accept promotions based on military merit, but I don't want any other rewards." Li Hua handed over the insignia of the general of the Western expedition, and Lip took it, saying, "This is the highest rank one can achieve through military merit in the Empire, right?" "Yes, my lord." "Above this is the position of the Grand General, which can only be inherited by the family of the founding hero, General Bud. You and the Northern Expedition General, Estes, are already at the highest rank. It's been 3 years, and even the original dark mark from the explosion has faded away. It's about time." Li Pu felt a bit emotional as he opened the task panel that had been untouched for a long time. The time had come, and without hesitation, he clicked Submit. Main Quest 13, Border Army completed. Checking task progress, requirements. Eliminate more than 300,000 former dark-infected Western ethnic army, and obtain the rank of general or above in the Empire. Progress check complete. You have eliminated 307 former dark-infected ethnic soldiers, far exceeding the requirement. Saved a total of 701,036 civilians beyond the requirement. And obtained the rank of General of the Western Expedition, far exceeding the requirement. Your task evaluation is perfect. Rewards are being distributed based on your performance. You have received 130,000 hero points and gained a chance for a random world skill draw. Given your level of task completion, this skill will be at least orange grade. Drawing world. Drawn to a super high-risk world, Dragon Ball world. Drawing skill. According to system reward adjustments, you have obtained the Kamehameha, revised, red. Kamehameha, revised Goku's ultimate move in Dragon Ball, possessing the power to destroy planets. After system adjustment, its power will be determined by the user's charging time and inherent strength. Lip raised his eyebrows upon seeing this. The system really delivered this time, producing such a powerful skill. Although the damage from the charged attack after the adjustment might not even be as strong as his basic attack. As long as he could charge long enough, annihilating a planet would be no problem. After the rewards were distributed, the main Quest 23 choice was activated. He needed to choose to join either the Empire, the Revolutionary Army, or any faction, and assist that faction in gaining complete control over the Empire's territory. Reward: advanced knowledge and fusion of space and dimensions. Knowledge of space and dimensions? This is definitely something I want. Normal people might think that such knowledge-based rewards are not as good as the previous powerful skills or a large number of hero points. But Lip felt that this knowledge would bring him greater benefits. After all, as a man with higher education, Lip always believed that the value of knowledge is extremely high. Therefore, he considered it essential to complete this new main quest, but he had his own considerations regarding which faction to join. It had been 3 years, and it was time to make some real changes in this world. Lip sighed, reflecting that after drinking Dr. Kino's potion, he had gained a lifespan of 500 years. And for 3 years, his body showed no signs of aging. However, the continuous battles and self-refinement over the past 3 years had made him psychologically more mature. His understanding of heroism had deepened, having personally slain hundreds of thousands of Western ethnic minorities, even though they had long since degraded into monstrous beings. Lip still committed acts of slaughter. However, a hero is never a saint. As evidenced by the number of people Lip saved, his killings had paradoxically saved more lives and brought peace to the borders. A hero has a stance. He is a hero to some and an enemy to others. The one-punch world taught Lip the courage a hero should have when facing insurmountable foes or death, while the red-slashing world made him understand the heavy burdens that come with being a hero. In a moment of contemplation, Lip sighed softly and patted Leva on the shoulder, speaking in a calm voice. "Are there any enemies nearby?" "No, my lord," Leva replied. "Thanks to your almost mad offensives. There are no foreign ethnicities within 100 kilometers, not even a decent high-level dangerous species." Leva found it somewhat amusing. Lip had been almost daily hunting enemies and dangerous species for the past 3 years, making the security around the new border city even better than that of the imperial capital. "Is that so? Then let's return to the city." "Yes." Leva stood at attention, just about to command his subordinates to prepare for departure when suddenly a scout rushed in to report. A mysterious giant creature has appeared in the direction of the new city, suspected to be a mythological creature surpassing the superclass dangerous species, a super dangerous species. This instantly piqued Lip's interest, which had been calm until now. "Oh, that sounds interesting. I'll go take a look." "Leva, you all quickly return to defense." With that, Lip soared into the air. It seemed as if black feathered wings had manifested behind him, and he instantly broke through the sound barrier, transforming into a shadow and flying away. Leva and his loyal soldiers were amazed. Recently, Lip had demonstrated his flying ability, causing many soldiers to regard him as a deity, which further enhanced Lip's prestige and the loyalty of his subordinates. Fallen Angel's wings. Purple manifest the wings of a fallen angel, granting the ability to fly, and additionally increasing speed based on the number of creatures killed, with a current maximum flying speed of 6. 1 Mach. This was a skill contributed by a birdman from a distant western country, whom Lip had hired at great expense among various assassins he had slain over the years. The birdman claimed to be a follower of Satan, asserting that he was the embodiment of an angel on earth. When he came to kill Lip, he was incredibly arrogant and had decent strength, nearly matching Lip's disciple, Little Gia. However, when Lip accidentally activated his counterarmor to let the birdman showcase his strength, Lip only managed to scratch his skin, and the birdman ended up dying himself, which left Lip somewhat unsatisfied. Nevertheless, the birdman was still quite impressive for unlocking this flying skill, which even humans could master, and Lip directly exchanged for it. Surprisingly effective. Li Pu quickly arrived outside the new city, hovering in the air. Even so, he could feel the particles in the air trembling slightly. A gigantic monster, standing dozens of meters tall, was slowly walking towards the new city. It was entirely made of stone, with some parts even covered in moss. However, its massive body and the earth-shaking noise it made with each step declared its power. It was worth it to trade all the leftover useless souls of my clan with the Westerners for such a powerful, super dangerous species. Now I can rule the Empire alone, trampling all these pigs and that man to death. On top of the towering stone figure, a man from a Western ethnic group with pitch-black eyes laughed loudly. Li Pu recognized from a distance that this twisted pervert was the new leader of the Western ethnic group, the same guy who previously didn't even have the courage to confront Li Pu. With his keen hearing, Li Pu realized that this guy had probably sold off the remaining members of the Western ethnic group, trading their so-called souls with the Westerners for this massive super dangerous species. His ambitions, amplified by the original darkness, led this perverted leader to annihilate his own clan, even though the remaining tribesmen were all infected by the original darkness like him. Now, the remnants of the Western ethnic group were even under Li Pu's control, which was quite ironic. "Oh, you're the only one left? That's good. Save me the trouble of having to chase down a rat hiding like Estes. Too much hassle." Li Pu Fei approached the city wall, took out the tattered boxing gloves that had accompanied him in battles for years, even reinforced by his doctorate, and slowly spoke to the perverse man. At this moment, the previously nervous and fearful soldiers and the people in the city erupted in cheers. The general had never been defeated, and no one even knew how strong he truly was, as his opponents could never push him to his limits. "Yes, it's you, but I'm no longer afraid of you. This is an ancient super dangerous species awakened by the absorption of hundreds of thousands of dark souls. No matter how strong you are, you definitely can't defeat it. You're just a general of the Empire, while this is a creation of the gods." The perverse man was almost scared out of his wits upon seeing Li Pu Fei. This man had directly shattered the Western invader's grand dream, and even though he was filled with ambition, he would still be frightened into insomnia by that devastating power. In despair, he could only choose to sacrifice the remaining lowly tribesmen to the Westerners, using this super dangerous species to take revenge on the Empire and that man. The Westerners had assured him that it could rival the creations of 5 or more Imperial weapon users. Surely that monstrous man couldn't withstand 5 Imperial weapon users, right? Thinking of this, the leader of the foreign tribes forced himself to calm down and roared, "Golem, crush that man in this city for me." With the command, the thousands of stone blocks on the stone man suddenly emitted a strange glow, and an indescribable sense of oppression surged toward the new city. Golem introduction. A creature from Western mythology, said to be a creation cast into the world by an evil god, which appeared in ancient times and nearly destroyed several Western countries, later disappearing after being defeated by heroes. It has now been awakened by those with ill intentions through the sacrifice of 100,000 high-quality souls. Charm. 2 overall combat power. 1013. Super dangerous species or dragon-like creature. Rank. C. Can defeat most Imperial weapon users. Skills. Ancient bloodline. Orange. Unbreakable stone body. Orange. Soul infusion. Purple. This guy was also profited from by middlemen. If they really sacrificed hundreds of thousands of people, this creature would probably be much stronger than it is now. Lip looked at this unfortunate fellow who had been sold and was now helping others count money, and couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. However, this magical creature, along with the Western assassins he encountered before, gave Lip a deeper understanding of this world. The Empire is undoubtedly the most powerful nation in the world, but the West also possesses a certain level of strength. This is related to the worldview of the Zhanshi world, which is almost a microcosm of several ancient dynasties of the Hua nation. Therefore, at this moment, the West also has kingdoms and civilizations that, while weaker than the Empire, are still quite prosperous. However, those are matters to consider later. Lip now just wants to completely shatter the final dreams of these invading foreign races. The massive body of the golem was covered in magical patterns, and when the city defense army fired a cannon, it didn't even manage to break the skin. Ha ha! The stone skin defense of this golem can withstand even magma. What do you have to fight against me? The leader boasted arrogantly, his eyes full of mocking delight. Can such a monster really be defeated by humans? The ordinary people who had just settled here murmured, but the old residents and soldiers were completely unflustered as they all looked at that man with eager anticipation. Lip, standing just a few dozen meters away, casually threw a punch. Whirlwind. In front of Lip, a small whirlpool appeared with his fist, and then it grew larger, transforming into a massive whirlwind capable of destroying towns. The air currents between heaven and earth seemed to be intertwined with Lip's fist power, carrying the forces of nature forward. The enormous magic spirit stone was lifted into the air like a piece of sand caught in a tornado, unable to resist at all. Even the expression of the leader changed from disdain to astonishment. Well, my flowing rock-shattering fist has just passed that threshold. So let me send you on your way with the fist technique I learned at the very beginning. Li Pu's hand swayed like waves, blue ripples entwining around his arm, and a massive flow of water, existing between reality and illusion, surged forth like a swimming dragon, flowing water rock fragments. That illusory water flow, reminiscent of a dragon's roar, struck the golem monster, which had been wrapped in a previous whirlwind, with pinpoint accuracy. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, or perhaps it felt like millions of years had passed, as some people seemed to see the illusion of water droplets gradually wearing down a tough stone, ultimately piercing through it. It shouldn't be possible. Clearly, I've already sacrificed everything and ceased to be human. How could you, as a human, cause this enormous golem, known for its weight and defense, to dwindle away in Li Pu's seemingly natural disaster-like technique, along with that distorted leader who was so terrified he could barely speak, turning into nothingness? The people present were also silent, all shaken by Li Pu's unimaginable power. Just 2 moves, merely 2 moves, and a super dangerous species known for its defensive capabilities was reduced to nothing. You have killed a super dangerous species and an original Dark Infector. Due to having killed too many similar targets in this world, you receive 320 hero points after reward adjustments. Tisk, it's this again. If it weren't for the reduced rewards, I would really want to keep grinding along the border like this. Lip shrugged indifferently. One of the reasons he was preparing to come out of retirement was that he had farm points for too long, taking too much from the system, which had become anxious and no longer allowed him to continue being the sword god of Shirley Slope. He currently had a total of 210 hero points. That's right. This is the huge sum Lip had accumulated over 3 years. Although later on, due to a significant reduction in rewards, Lip only received a pitiful few points for defeating 10 enemies or low-level dangerous species, and the rewards for high-level enemies had also decreased. They were still more than those for low-level monsters. However, there was no doubt that Lip now possessed a large sum of wealth, which gave him the confidence to return to the Punch world and confront those more powerful beings. In addition, Lip had not missed a single day of training in 3 years, which was also why he could kill such powerful enemies as easily as swatting a fly without using any enhancements. His whirlwind/iron fist had reached orange level, and he was now able to infuse his will into his punches, unleashing tornado-like attacks. Moreover, the flowing rock-shattering fist had also taken that step. Lip had achieved red level through his own understanding, and this power was undeniably immense, capable of rivaling dragon-level monsters and dangerous species above special level. Solely through his fist techniques, he had taken that step and, in terms of pure skill, had reached the same realm as his master Bangu. However, compared to his master's precise control, his own path was one of overwhelming force. His path was to connect heaven and earth, resonating with the great powers of nature, allowing each of his moves to exceed his own strength. This is also why the old man Bangu was good at fighting humanoid monsters. Due to the finesse of his techniques, Lip excelled at battling giant monsters, as his moves were like a magnificent heavenly might commanding great power. But now, Lip's overall strength had long surpassed that of his master, and unless Bangu held back, it was very likely that a scene of teacher and disciple would be reversed. Bangu. After 3 years of continuous training, Li Pu's hard power has surpassed his previous self by an unknown margin. The character's current panel is as follows. Character, Li Pu. Gender, male. Lifespan, 76,412 stellar years. Age, 22. Charm, 14, a height difficult for humans to reach. Overall combat power, 2090. Original state, combat power rank, C, dragon level. Comparable to strong super dangerous species in mythology in this world. Skills, cell activity, red, tough skin, red, turtle school qigong modified, red, flowing rocks smash fist, red, whirlwind iron fist, orange, steadfast will, orange, ninjutsu, 100 shadows burial, orange, 8 gates of Duinjia, modified, orange, cannot be upgraded, fallen angel wings, purple, higher education, white cannot be upgraded, cooking, blue, body of tempering, purple, cannot be upgraded, weakness insight, blue, blood spurt technique, purple, cannot be upgraded, path of extreme fist, no rank, energy explosion bomb, purple, ninjutsu, shadow escape, purple, items, red gloves X2 blue, training, comprehensive simulator, purple, unusable, mobile phone, white, unusable, 19,876, 388 yen, white, unusable, dimensional array, Shangri-La, orange, black trenchcoat blue. Before the sounds of the array's revelry could be heard, Li Pu had already quietly slipped away. The threat from the Western foreign races has been resolved, but he has more pressing matters to attend to. The assassination organization seal, given by the minister, is subtly heating up in his pocket. The Imperial Assassination Organization is a specialized unit established by the Imperial Intelligence Agency to maintain the Empire's rule. The personnel come from pure-hearted children trained as weapons, selected from over 100 children through wilderness survival methods, with the top 7 performers becoming the elite assassination team, among which Qitong once served. In the past few years, Lip has hardly ever taken the initiative to use this thing. He only knows that the former leader of the assassination unit, Go's Eyes, had already died before he came to this world, which was when Qitong betrayed the Empire. Now, the assassination unit has basically become the lapdogs of the ministers, and he is too lazy to use them to avoid getting entangled with the ministers even more. Recently, there have been too many assassins from the Western ethnic groups, which caused Lip to have people dying tragically in front of him while he was sleeping. Lip's subconscious automatically activates his anti-armor, making his sleep very restless. He used the unit once to eliminate the assassins targeting him. At that time, only one knife-wielding assassin showed up, and with a veil on, he couldn't see what the person looked like. However, each has their own specialization, and the unit managed to clean up those pests, allowing Lip to finally have a good night's sleep. This time, it was the assassination unit that took the initiative to contact him, clearly under the instruction of some minister. Lip walked into his lord's chamber, where a figure cloaked in black was already waiting. Lip looked closely and realized that this was the same assassin with the knife from last time. They were acquaintances, after all, since the assassin had provided excellent pest control services last time. Lip had a good understanding of this person's abilities. So he sat down, ready to hear what the other party had to say. General Zhengxi, the minister has asked me to convey that he hopes you will lead troops to eliminate the revolutionary army in the south of the empire, especially since you have nearly annihilated the strongest imperial enemy, the Western ethnic group. A clear and melodious voice of a young girl came from beneath the assassin's mask. Surprising Lip. He glanced at the assassin's dagger and then at the assassin's petite figure and couldn't help but chuckle with his observational skills. Last time he was only thinking about getting a good night's sleep and didn't even recognize an acquaintance. Well, that's the minister's intention. However, I'm more curious if he could take off the black robe first? Lip casually asked. The assassin didn't expect Lip to ask such a question. However, the other party was a high-ranking official of the empire, one of the few people that the ministers most wanted to win over. Although she had been impervious to the minister's rewards and bribes, she was still a hot figure in today's world. She was taken aback for a moment, but still followed Lip's request to take off her black robe, revealing a head of lovely black hair, a charming face that didn't need makeup, and a pair of somewhat indifferent eyes. Is your name Black Eye? Upon hearing this, the young assassin's black eyes widened in surprise. How could the other party know her name? Li Pu glanced at the reaction and confirmed that he was right. He immediately took out the token and handwritten note given by the minister. I learned some information about your assassination unit from the minister, so I know your name. Heidong nodded slightly. Seeing the minister's order in the man's hand instantly elevated her perception of his power. Since the minister valued him so highly, his strength was probably not inferior to that of his death or General Bud. He was likely among the strongest in the empire. Tell the minister that I will go to suppress the revolutionary army. But there's one more thing for you to convey to him. Heidong nodded, feeling a bit more relaxed. Since this man agreed to the minister's request, this boring task could finally come to an end, and she could go back to enjoy her favorite cream-filled cookies. I currently need an assassin under my command. Your abilities seem quite good, so it's you. Go back and inform the minister that I will transfer you from the Imperial Assassination Unit to my unit. Huh. Heidong was immediately shocked and looked up at the man in disbelief, her heart suddenly filled with vigilance. Can I refuse? No, this is a military order. Lip smiled at Heidong, causing the latter to lower her head helplessly. However, Lip took out the minister's order, as she was still under her command, leaving Heidong with no room to refuse. After all, she had always been acting under the Empire's arrangements, with no choice of her own, right? Heidong could only angrily take the secret letter Lip wrote to the minister back to report, and before leaving, she secretly glared at Lip. Once she was gone, Lip's smile grew even brighter. She had saved Heidong in advance for a significant purpose, and it certainly wasn't due to any strange preferences of Lip's. As for agreeing to the minister's request to suppress the revolutionary army, Lip had already made up her mind. She would indeed lead troops to eliminate the revolutionary army, but she would only take Heidong with her. As for the purpose, to be honest, the revolutionary army in the world of Qihong didn't seem like a genuine bottom-up revolution to him. The upper echelons of the revolutionary army were mostly local tyrants and landlords suppressed by the minister. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the resources to recruit soldiers in this era. How could the poor afford a regular army? Perhaps there were indeed true revolutionaries like Najida, filled with ideals, and warriors like Yeshi who sacrificed their reputation for the revolution. However, there were also quite a few upper echelons who allied with foreign ethnic groups that had invaded the empire, promising them land. They were merely looking to profit from the revolution. Those in power establishing a so-called democratic nation would only create a fragmented country filled with countless feudal remnants. Don't you see, in the original work, Qihong had to bear the blame that the revolutionary army dared not shoulder, assassinating those other local tyrants who were eager to move. Such a shaky foundation of a country would not be better than the decaying empire now. The empire could still last 1,000 years, while replacing it with a compromised product filled with interest groups would likely lead to a quicker downfall. Lip did not want those revolutionary martyrs to die in vain for the speculative high-ranking officials, so he would purge the revolutionary army, but only those landlords and powerful figures among the high ranks, using their heads to appease the ministers. At the same time, he would let more suitable individuals take leadership roles in the revolutionary army and then launch a genuine revolution that would not compromise with external enemies. The Black Eyes rode back to the imperial capital on her imperial tool, the special-grade dangerous species collected by the Death March 8 room, to report back to Minister Onest, the actual leader of the assassination team. Haha, you did well. Lip has always been indifferent to money and beauty, making it hard for me to figure out how to entice such a guy, now that he is willing to purge these annoying rebels. It seems the general is indeed a loyal minister of the state. Minister Onest was very pleased after reading Lip's letter. He laughed several times and ate several pieces of fresh steak with a bit of blood on it that the maid had offered, which calmed his excited mood. General Bud, that old stubborn, was unwilling to confront the revolutionary army, saying he had the duty to protect the imperial capital, and the minister could not persuade him. As for General Estes, she was busy dealing with the northern ethnic groups, especially since they had killed her entire clan, so the minister could not command her either. Only Lip was willing to respond to his call, which made the minister, who wanted to completely gain control of the country, very happy. He had previously thought this guy was just a reckless warrior who couldn't be bought with anything. However, in the end, the minister furrowed his brow, looked at the black eyes below the palace, then glanced at the contents of the letter and seemed to have some thoughts. It turned out that he didn't dislike beauty, but rather preferred those underdeveloped assassination-type young girls. TSK, TSK, TSK. This general's tastes are indeed unique. It seems I should send him more girls selected from the assassination team. The half-kneeling black eyes listened, feeling very disgusted. She was treated like an object that could be casually given away by the minister. This filthy behavior made her very uncomfortable, and she almost wanted to get up and kill that bastard. However, the Empire's long-term brainwashing education had made her almost accept the order of superiority and inferiority, leaving her unable to resist, so she could only remain motionless, waiting humiliatingly for the minister's judgment. This guy Lip actually wants to control her drugs? Forget it. Just a female assassin. Lip is a smart man, so what if I give them to him? Upon hearing this, Black Eyes suddenly shivered. That man was actually going to ask the minister for the drugs that were related to the control of the assassination team for her. They had only met once. Was he being kind or malicious? The minister's expression changed when he saw that Lip actually wanted the drugs for controlling the assassins. But he was about to win Lip over, and this matter was not worth falling out over. So he ultimately decided to hand over the prescription and send someone else to deliver it to Lip. You are now General Lip's person. Understood? Understood. Black Eyes silently took her leave at the minister's gesture. Her steps were slow, and her head was always lowered, making it hard for people to see her expression. The minister's cruelty and snobbery left a small crack in her heart regarding her original belief in eternal loyalty to the Empire. Lip has reorganized for another 2 days in the city, carefully outlining the development direction of the new city. The new city is located on the northwestern border, right next to the only corridor for east-west communication. Building trade here is the best choice. The current focus should be on infrastructure development, while also strengthening the management of border markets. Border trade will be an important direction for the city's future development, and as much war material as possible should be collected. He conveyed his thoughts to his aide, Leva, point by point, and Leva diligently noted everything down. If they could truly follow Lip's development model, this new city would surely become one of the most prosperous cities in the world. Of course, Lip understood that specific affairs must be entrusted to experts. Coincidentally, his good brothers from different ethnic groups had sent him a considerable amount of wealth, and being willing to invest money could attract many talented individuals from various fields. The city's specific development still relies on these professionals. Lip only needs to act as the hands-off manager. I am preparing to campaign against the Revolutionary Army. This country may undergo significant changes. What do you think, Leva? Lipu calculated the time. The minister's secret envoy had already delivered the formula to control the assassination squad, and he estimated that Hadone would arrive soon. He was ready to set off. Leva knelt on one knee and said firmly, "My lord, you rescued me from prison. I have long seen through the hypocrisy of those in the imperial capital. Now, I am only loyal to you. I will always follow your fist." Leva's steadfast character destined him to never betray once he had chosen to follow someone. In the original work, the person he would fight to the death for was Estes. Now, it was Li Pu, who also valued him immensely. I understand. Lip packed all useful items and took out his imperial artifact, the Shangri-La Dimensional Array, leaving a mark here in the new city before preparing to leave. At the same time, he keenly sensed a shadow waiting outside the room and smiled. "Let us go. My first assassin under my command." The Black Eye did not respond, merely following silently behind Lip. Until they left the city, Lip walked in front and the Black Eye followed behind, not exchanging a single word. It was only when they reached the deserted Gobi Desert that the Black Eye quietly spoke, but with a hint of tremor in her voice. "General, now I am your subordinate. How will you deal with me? Or rather, how will you use me, this lowly assassin?" Lip was slightly taken aback by this sentence. He turned around but only saw her deep black eyes and her somewhat restrained expression, and he immediately understood something. That old minister probably made Black Eye think that I only wanted her for amusement. Li Pu felt somewhat helpless. Not everyone was like Minister Onist. His character had always been quite strong. He took out the prescription sent by the minister and gently tossed it to Hadone, who instinctively caught it. According to my agreement with the minister, he should have written the antidote prescription on it as well. This kind of medication with side effects should not be taken anymore. It's best to quit. Lip said. Haida saw the prescription and her eyes widened instantly. She could basically confirm the authenticity of this thing with just a quick glance. After all, she had been taking special medicine to maintain her physical strength for so many years. However, Haita did not feel particularly happy. Instead, she said softly, "I can't stop taking the medicine. Otherwise, I won't be able to exert even half of my strength from the 8 houses. My physical foundation is too poor. Stopping the medicine will only turn me back into that discarded waste." "You are not," Lip replied. "Haito. There's no need to rely on medicine to maintain your confidence in yourself." Lip rebutted her without hesitation, but this made Black Eye bite her lip tightly. All the resentment, fear, and helplessness she had accumulated over the years erupted at this moment. "No, there is no such drug. I will always be a waste that can't catch up with my sister. No one will want to waste. Without the drug, I don't even have the right to confront my sister and ask her why she betrayed me," she said angrily to Lip, expressing that she had always pursued strength enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with her sister, no longer looked down upon or considered worthless. "Do you think that just by taking the drug, everything will be solved? Then come and try it, and see how useful your proud drug really is." Lip slowly spoke, gazing at the girl before him. The inner turmoil of the girl with black eyes was undoubtedly chaotic. Her yearning for freedom was far overshadowed by fear, to the point where she willingly allowed herself to be controlled by drugs. At that moment, she resembled a small beast trying to appear fierce after being wounded, revealing long-suppressed true emotions. The girl with black eyes was unaware that her eyes had already reddened, and she solemnly drew her imperial tool. "Even if the general demands it, I will not easily give up the only value of my existence." She wanted to prove her worth, to demonstrate that only a self with sufficient strength is useful. Suddenly, a dark purple light emerged from the weapon in her hand, and a deep, shadowy power manifested around her. This imperial tool, known as the powerful 8 runes of the Dead Army, could manipulate those killed by its blade through curses, capable of controlling up to 8 corpses as puppets, with their states and actions identical to when they were alive. In the original work, the girl with black eyes could even briefly contend with the entire night raid using this ability. One could hardly say it was not powerful. At this moment, fierce battle intent ignited in her beautiful pupils. The strength she gained from drugs and her self-worth could not be casually denied by the man before her. 8 figures, varying in size, appeared, each possessing considerable strength. Natala, a character from the prequel Akame Ga Kill. Zero, who grew up alongside Akame and the girl with black eyes, both belonging to the assassination unit, and was very powerful, comparable to an average Imperial tool user. Doya, a female assassin from a northern ethnic group, skilled with dual pistols, always wearing a confident smile. Vor, a famous bodyguard in life, proficient in various defensive skills, used in battle to protect the girl with black eyes herself. Epman, a special grade dangerous species, though mindless, is a powerful and useful dangerous creature. Hunter, a survivor of a clan, killed after executing numerous schemes. Rog, a general of the Empire in life, previously a colleague of Najida, assassinated for planning to defect to the rebels. Diastagaru, a special grade dangerous species that served as material for Imperial tools, a giant monster with incredible destructive power. Discovered by the girl with black eyes while hibernating in a cave, the outcome goes without saying. Caesar Giant Frog, a large frog-like dangerous species, containing a powerful, dissolving liquid in its belly. In the original work, it was pierced from within by Maine after swallowing it. Unknown special grade, dangerous species. In the original work, the girl with black eyes teammate Lon died, and she used this position to turn Lon into a puppet to continue battling alongside her companions. Although the replacement had not yet occurred. After traversing, Lip's memory has been enhanced, and he can even recall these powerful supporting characters one by one. Indeed, the Black Eye's 8 rooms can be considered perverse. As long as the corpses have strong enough power, this Imperial tool's might is even greater than most Imperial tools. However, Lip has already reached the pinnacle of martial strength in this world. As long as his opponent's strength does not undergo a qualitative change, let alone the 8 rooms. Even 80 rooms would be meaningless to him. Facing these puppets, attacking in an orderly fashion under the command of Black Eyes, he shook his head and simply opened the shock gate among the 8 gates, unleashing an almost distorted power with a simple punch. Bang! The 8 puppets, regardless of size or strength, were sent flying by his punch, while Black Eyes only felt the wind of the punch and the brush of death past her ear under his control force. In her daze, she even saw the distant sand dunes being blown up like floating duckweed, swirling and gathering into an overwhelming sandstorm. This force, comparable to a natural disaster, swept away her ridiculous thoughts. I have lost. Black Eyes has lost, and lost completely. Her proud, powerful imperial tool, the dead army 8 rooms. Even after taking drugs to unleash its full strength, couldn't withstand a single punch from this man. She struggled to move, watching her partners lying on the ground. Wounded and scattered, tears streaming down her face, unable to utter a single word. As you can see, I do not need the strength you gain from drugs. Lips slowly walked over, looking at the curled up Black. Your value is certainly not just in combat. While taking drugs can increase your strength, as far as I know, it will also greatly reduce your lifespan. Without strength, I can do nothing. No one will want a useless Black Eye. The squatting Black Eye only felt endless confusion about herself, her hands tightly gripping the 8 room. In the dark and cruel assassination squad, those without strength can only die or be used as waste. No, you must understand that a person's value is never solely based on how much strength they have, but on many other aspects. Those seemingly useless things are what allow a person to become themselves. He shook his head, gently placing his hand on Black Eye's hair, trying to let her feel that he meant no harm. I pursue strength, but I also enjoy trying various cuisines, like cooking for myself, and I love having others join me for meals. Black Eye's body trembled slightly, her sobs stopping. Such a powerful person actually had these seemingly useless hobbies. I also like reading novels that I dare not show to others. My interest is to become a hero, and I usually love wearing a black trench coat because it's convenient for looking cool. Li Pu himself felt a bit embarrassed as he spoke, his voice lowering slightly. In my view, these trivial matters are the fundamental aspects of a person's value. Simply pursuing strength will ultimately lead to becoming a powerful puppet. Therefore, under my command, you don't have to adhere to the ways of the assassination squad anymore, understand? Your value here is certainly not measured by strength. Li Pu said seriously. He Tong slightly turned his head, staring at the man. There was no trace of deception on his face. It was clear that his previous words came from the heart. Even if I become useless, you won't abandon me? Lip did not speak. He just gently rubbed her head and picked up the prescription from the ground again, brushing off the dust, and solemnly handed it back to her. Puchi He Tong couldn't help but laugh a little, even though her eyes were full of tears. It couldn't hide her adorable expression. General, thank you, but the fact that you actually read scandalous novels really makes it hard for me to hold back. Li Pu was filled with black lines on his forehead. This guy completely didn't understand where the focus was. However, Black Eye's delicate little hand gently took the paper that had manipulated her for countless days and nights. This time, she didn't throw it away again, but lowered her head and said softly, If Lord Li Pu can accept me without strength, Black, I will obey your arrangements. Lip finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was still the superior of Black Eye, and Black Eye's obedience to superiors helped him overcome his dependence on drugs to gain strength. However, this change would need to be gradual. Black Eye had been instilled with many erroneous beliefs, and now they could only take it step by step. But Black Eye still had another problem. Lip was a bit confused. Is there still something wrong? Can you take the hand off my head? Or is this also one of your unfinished special interests? The black-eyed one asked quietly. Li Pu then realized that he had been staring at her for a bit too long, quickly withdrew his gaze, turned around, and cleared his throat a couple of times to ease the awkwardness. Ahem, sorry, my mistake. Let's keep going. Seeing Li Pu's dazed and clueless expression, He Tong tightened her grip on the prescription, the corner of her mouth curving up slightly. Would she be abandoned? To be more discreet, the two of them took a more winding path, taking a long time to detour before finally reaching the area where the Southern Revolutionary Army was active. Of course, this also had to do with Li Pu's directionally challenged nature. When they had circled around a village 8 times without finding a way out, He Tong took the map, flipped it over, and shot Li Pu a glare. How could this guy be so strong when he couldn't even tell the front from the back of a map? However, the more He Tong got to know Li Pu, the more she could sense the things he had mentioned before. It turned out that the incredibly powerful Li Pu was also an ordinary person with various flaws and peculiar hobbies. He never bossed He Tong around because of social status or strength. Was this what he considered valuable? He Tong thought silently, although it was very different from the values taught to her by the assassination unit and what she had come to understand herself. It surprisingly made her feel a sense of familiarity. He Tong, come over for some barbecue. Li Pu's days of getting lost were not in vain. He gathered all the ingredients and even found cumin, so he decisively set up a barbecue stall that everyone loves, planning to treat himself. When He Tong smelled the aroma, her eyes widened in surprise. What food could smell so good? She stealthily approached the source of the scent, her speed suddenly exceeding the limits of the naked eye. Thus, the biggest challenge Li Pu faced since he started cooking appeared. a row of freshly grilled skewers. He had just picked up a piece of chicken cartilage to taste, and all the other ingredients were devoured by someone in a whirlwind. With Li Pu's top-notch reflexes, he didn't even see how the food he worked hard to grill ended up in someone's stomach. He could only stare in shock. "Burp's so delicious, is there any more?" Haitong patted her slightly bulging belly in satisfaction. However, when she saw Li Pu's face, which was as black as the charcoal used for grilling, her expression turned a bit feverish. It seemed she had done something wrong. After thinking for a long time, Haitong seemed to make a big decision. Trembling, she pulled out a small snack bag from who knows where, with Haitong snacks written on it. After fiddling for a while, she managed to take out half a small cookie. "Here, have a piece of my favorite cream-filled cookie as compensation, okay?" Lip looked at the guy's stingy behavior, feeling both amused and exasperated. Forget it. Seeing this unfortunate kid is pitiful. Lord Lip won't hold it against her. A biscuit is just a biscuit. But just as Lip was about to naturally take the compensation for his hard work that was being occupied, the hand of the black-eyed girl that was about to reach out suddenly retracted with a whoosh. "No, I won't share this with anyone." Lip silently put on his boxing gloves without saying anything. It seems that the time for practice has arrived today. In the following days, a big bump appeared on Haidong's head for some unknown reason, making her look at someone with an annoyed expression every day. However, she no longer remained as silent and expressionless as she did at the beginning. Instead, she gradually returned to being a cute girl who would smile, show disdain with her little eyes, and fiercely protect her food, which made Lip nod secretly. Haidong's special medication also gradually came to a halt. The initial withdrawal symptoms were very strong, but Haidong gritted her teeth and managed to endure it all, overcoming the addictive substances that many found difficult to resist solely through her willpower. Perhaps, once the psychological dependence on the drugs was lifted, the remaining pain was completely trivial for a girl like her who had endured countless hardships. While taking small doses of the detoxifying antidote that Lip had bought for her, Haidong stared blankly into the distance, not knowing what she was thinking. "You don't need this so-called body-enhancing drug. You will still become strong and will not be abandoned. I promise." Li Pu saw the state of Haidong and quickly reminded her, but this is just a temporary fix. In the end, they still need to fulfill Haidong's long-standing wish. Haidong gently replied with an slowly swallowing the antidote. "Sister, will I see you again?" Lip and his team finally arrived in the southern part of the empire, which was said to be the area where the Revolutionary Army was most active. Along the way, the atmosphere around them was indeed different from other places, with graffiti of revolutionary slogans and propaganda posters on the streets and alleys. The locals on the streets were discussing among themselves, some showing signs of nervousness while others were extremely excited. Lip saw the different reactions of people and shook his head. The excited ones were mostly wealthy landlords, who must have made some kind of agreement with the higher-ups in the Revolutionary Army long ago. Once these people defect, they can likely use their resources to do even better in the new country, becoming even greater oppressors. It's the poor who are tense about the revolution, because once the fighting starts, these proletarians will either be driven to a state of destitution by the war or have to join the Revolutionary Army to fight for their lives. Moreover, in the end, they will gain nothing from the distribution of interests among the landlord class, and their descendants will remain poor in the new country. The empire has rotted, and the current Revolutionary Army isn't much better off either. Lipting booked 2 rooms in a hotel and instructed Haidong to gather intelligence on the Revolutionary Army. Haidong nodded, donned a black cloak, and quietly left. However, Lipting was cautious. Although he was easily recognizable and couldn't go out openly, he could send the experienced Haidong to investigate. This time, Haidong was going deep into the Revolutionary Army stronghold, and he would inevitably encounter powerful imperial artifacts that someone like him, who had only watched anime, wouldn't know about. So he had secretly placed a Shangri-La mark on Haidong while knocking him out, allowing for quick teleportation if needed. In a hidden permanent fort in the suburbs of the southern city of the empire, this was the command center of the Revolutionary Army's High Command. The Revolutionary Army initially started as a group of down-and-out nobles and a few landowners who were dissatisfied with the empire's distribution of interests. Later, some true altruists joined, which led to the newcomers facing significant exclusion and being unable to hold high positions. Even former General Najida, despite her high status, was only jokingly sent to lead the Revolutionary Army's infamous assassination organization, the Night Raid. Many soldiers wearing red scarves moved about in the Revolutionary Army's base. Only in one luxurious room did a few top leaders not wear the revolutionary red scarves. Instead, they wore hats adorned with crimson tassels, showcasing their status. They were currently toasting to the Revolutionary Army's rapid expansion exchanging cups and laughing heartily while envisioning their future power distribution in this vast nation. Lord Kiska, my prophetic artifact. The Gypsy Witch's Eye of the Future has just revealed some crucial fragments. A blonde, blue-eyed hooded woman suddenly rushed in, startling the high-ranking officials who were dining. However, Kiska, the Count, didn't appear too angry and waved for the artifact user to speak. This was quite normal, as these individuals might not be adept at governing a nation, but they still understood the importance of prioritizing issues. The Gypsy Witch's Eye of the Future was the most crucial reason the Revolutionary Army had been able to grow under their leadership, who were clueless about how to initiate an uprising. Without this prophetic artifact that could sense dangers and significant events in advance, the fledgling Revolutionary Army would have been eradicated countless times. The fact that the Revolutionary Army now had so many artifacts, even equipping each member of the assassination squad, was also due to the powerful abilities of the prophetic crystal ball. Therefore, Count Kiska placed great importance on the predictions from the crystal ball. Speak. What news has you so flustered? Isn't our Revolutionary Army thriving now? The mixed race witch bowed and replied, My lord. The Eye of the Future just warned me that the Revolutionary Army is about to face a catastrophic disaster. The artifact user had actually been cautious because what she saw in the future was a scene of almost all the high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army dead, and the crystal ball had given no warning to the Revolutionary Army itself. However, she didn't dare to say that, assuming these high-ranking officials were democratic individuals. Oh, tell me what's going on. Count Kiska was taken aback. The Revolutionary Army currently had over a dozen artifact users, although they were still not on par with the Empire. How could there suddenly be a catastrophic disaster? According to the prophecy, a black-robed female assassin would come to the base to scout. But the artifact user found it difficult to articulate. Yet she continued. A mass of incomprehensible blackness appeared, and then all the artifact users at headquarters fell, with personnel, few, almost entirely dead or injured. A mass of blackness, something that even the prophetic crystal ball cannot see? Yes. Even the artifacts could not illuminate the specific form of that disaster. As if the opponent's fate were completely outside this world, the prophetic artifact user said seriously. Count Kiska was alarmed. It was rare for the prophetic crystal ball to be unable to discern something. Such an occurrence had only happened once before, 3 years ago, when the crystal ball predicted a significant world event, turning completely black. At that time, the Revolutionary Army was baffled as to why there was no image for something that was evidently a world event. Now that this had happened again, directly affecting them, the high-ranking officials couldn't help but be shocked. Count Kiska pondered for a moment and immediately commanded, Summon all Revolutionary Army artifact users currently outside back to ensure our personal safety at all times. Also, urgently recall Najida in the Imperial capital and have her bring 2 artifact users with her. Having that clever woman around will ensure her safety even more. The artifact user nodded, albeit with some disdain for such a cowardly behavior, but still complied with the order and prepared to leave. Count Kiska snorted and crushed the goblet in his hand. No matter what you are, you cannot stop us who hold the righteous cause from ruling this country. Compared to the North's predominantly dry climate, the south of the empire was always humid and rainy, sometimes even pouring down suddenly, reflecting the unpredictable temper of the people. Today in this large southern city, heavy rain was pouring down, with massive droplets striking the tightly closed doors and nearly empty streets. Amidst the almost all-encompassing sound of the rain, a few discordant pattering sounds could be distinctly heard as 3 figures stepped into the street from the end. One of them walked at the front, a woman whose left eye was seemingly covered by fabric beneath her raincoat, yet she walked with a calm demeanor. The other 2 were a man and a woman. The man was tall and robust, towering over the other, and walked with a steady stride. The girl was petite, with a long object wrapped in cloth on her back, nearly as tall as her even when slung sideways, yet she still hopped along, occasionally curiously splashing in puddles and giggling. Maine, how many times have I told you we are on a mission, not here to play? This mission from headquarters is very important. They say we have an unbeatable enemy. The leading woman slightly turned, inadvertently letting her hood slip off, revealing her shiny short silver hair and charming face. Don't worry, boss, with you and Brother Brand at my side, the mission is totally fine. The girl laughed mischievously, and the tall man beside her also chuckled awkwardly. The one referred to as boss was none other than Najida, the leader of the night raid. After receiving the orders from headquarters, she, as a former soldier, promptly arranged the night raid's affairs, bringing along the melee and ranged artifact users, Maine and Brand. Hearing Maine's playful banter, she shook her head helplessly. Maine, although you have great talent for using artifacts, you really need to change that personality. Otherwise, which boy will be blind enough to like you? Upon hearing her boss's words, Main's little face instantly turned beet red, and she hurriedly defended herself. Boss, how can you say that about Main? Main is also someone who is wanted. The more they talked, the redder Main's face became, and she unconsciously turned her head away. Najita smiled slightly. Every time this child touched on such topics, she completely lost control of her feelings. It was likely that she had someone in her heart long ago, but everyone in Night Raid tacitly chose not to mention it. As a good older brother, Bran naturally wouldn't expose Main at this moment and share an awkward smile with the boss. However, he also began to miss the handsome brothers from his old unit. All right, you two, be serious. We are approaching the Revolutionary Army base, and this mission is very dangerous. Remember to take care of yourselves, understand? Okay, boss. No problem, boss. The two answered in unison, which made Najita unable to help but smile. Even in the midst of brutal war and assassination missions, the members of Night Raid still had their vitality. Hei Tong had been investigating for several days and found that locating the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army was still quite challenging. However, with the help of Rip's seemingly abnormal perception, they managed to lock onto a target after thorough checking. In fact, this was a trap set by the Revolutionary Army. The Empire had thought about exterminating them, but every time a crisis that threatened the headquarters arose, the Revolutionary Army had managed to avoid it in advance through predictions. This time, however, they were unclear about what danger lay ahead, so they could only fish for information and had no other options. After all, the unknown danger is always the most terrifying. Currently, Hei Tong quietly approached the seemingly ordinary building before her. Years of experience told her that this was a permanent defensive structure, so she seemed to have found the right target. Hei Tong breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that regardless of her strength, she still possessed many skills. Intelligence, cooking, and being adorable were indeed her values. In the headquarters, Count Kiska felt relieved when he saw Hei Tong appear. He looked at the nearby prophetic device user and asked, "Is this the girl from the prophecy?" Still unable to see the disaster behind her, the female diviner nodded, explaining that due to being observed, her fate was now completely blurred, and prophecies have significant limitations. Kiska pondered for a moment. There had been major crises before, but as long as he deployed enough forces in advance, they could safely evade them. Moreover, this time, he had recalled nearly all the device users, so there was no reason to retreat. He made a decisive decision. Although Najita hasn't arrived yet, it doesn't matter. Implement the capture immediately. I want to see what danger can be stronger than over 10 device users. No, this is wrong. Hei Tong had just been lost in her own world and had not noticed that it had become overly quiet around her. Suddenly, a sense of alertness arose in her heart, and she realized what was happening. However, her years of training kicked in, and she calmly began to turn and retreat. I need to leave here quickly and inform Lord Rip to make a decision. This place has become very dangerous. But the Revolutionary Army was already prepared. Even if Hei Tong showed no flaws, her arrival had long been predicted. An escape was impossible. A man holding a book-shaped device emerged from nowhere, muttering incantations. Suddenly, a massive light net descended from above, enveloping Hei Tong, who was trying to leave. Hei Tong was startled. A device user had appeared. This meant the enemy had definitely learned of her arrival in advance. This was terrible. She drew her weapon, the 8 rooms, intending to use its abilities for a desperate fight. Guaranteed hit bow ordinary arrow. Clang. An arrow whose trajectory was unclear struck the 8 rooms, sending it flying. Hei Tong found herself without a weapon, and her body was firmly restrained by a binding device, leaving her utterly powerless to resist. Useless. We have more than 10 device users this time. With just you, a single device user unable to exert your abilities, you might as well surrender, the man Norgo said indifferently. As the Revolutionary Army's ace, wielding the guaranteed hit bow, he couldn't understand why their leader had them all ambush a single person with such seriousness. Other device users also emerged, but for tactical reasons, most kept their distance, wearing expressions of confusion similar to Norgo's. Cooperate, and we will request our leader to spare you. Don't cling to delusions. You have no way out. Hei Tong's heart sank. Even if she took drugs to fully activate the 8 rooms under this ambush, her outcome would likely be the same. With her strength, she couldn't cope unless she achieved a qualitative change. However, she didn't want to and wouldn't surrender. She merely looked at the people before her with indifference, preparing to bite down on the poison capsule hidden in her teeth, ready to fulfill her last duty. She had not told anyone about the suicide poison. Originally, this tool for self-destruction was prepared for the general who had specifically called for her, but after some experiences, it was now prepared for Lord Rip. The two preparations were vastly different. One was born from despair after hearing the malicious speculations of ministers about a dark future, while the other stemmed from hope for a new life after experiencing almost dreamlike warmth. Perhaps by always following him, she could fully discover her so-called true value. That might be a very happy thing, but now it seemed impossible to feel that further. Lord Rip, it's a pleasure to meet you. Haitong must say goodbye to you, your sister, and friends. Unbeknownst to Haitong, who had quietly closed her eyes, she accepted this result, which she deemed not bad. Suddenly, a green light surged forth from Haitong's center. A man's figure gradually materialized, and when Haitong opened her eyes again, they were filled with surprise and vibrant colors. Even her small movements halted. The faces of the surrounding device users suddenly showed expressions of uncertainty. Their years of battle instinct told them that the man before them was a terror they had never encountered. He had pitch-black wings, a black coat that rustled in the air, and cold, deep eyes. An indescribable sense of oppression surged towards them like an avalanche, causing the 10 or so device users to feel as if they were suffocating in an ice cellar. Lieutenant General Rip from the Western Theater. Why is he here? In the headquarters, Count Kiska was horrified. The Revolutionary Army had gathered information about this man over the past 3 years, so they naturally recognized Rip's appearance. One man had almost annihilated the monstrous beings of the Western ethnic groups. Such a monster was memorable even for the Count, who usually didn't concern himself with specific matters. Could it be that the irresistible disaster mentioned in the prophecy refers to this man? Kiska broke out in a cold sweat. The prophetic device user beside him remained silent, her head lowered, her body slightly trembling. The gypsy witch's eye of the future was burning hot, continuously issuing warnings to her. If she dared to say it was this man, she would almost certainly die afterward. Thus, the prophetic user could only pretend not to know anything, which made Kiska furious. He kicked the prophetic user, causing her to bow her head even lower, and cursed as he ordered. It's just one imperial general. How could he possibly destroy our revolutionary army? No matter how strong he is, he can't match 10 device users working together. Gather the troops again. We must take him down. The leader spoke, and even though these imperial tools felt some trepidation, they could only brace themselves and move forward. You are the supreme commander of the Western Empire, General Lip? Norgo stood ready, his bow, the wing of precision, nearly drawn to full tension. Others also took out their own imperial tools, subtly forming encirclement. Soldiers continued to rush in from all directions, and at this moment, the vast revolutionary army was entirely mobilized by Lip alone. However, at the center of the vortex, Lip didn't even lift his head. He merely stared at the black-eyed girl and slowly said, "Spit out what's in your mouth. Don't think I haven't noticed until now." The girl's eyelashes drooped slightly as she gently expelled the poison hidden behind her teeth, which Lip crushed underfoot. He sighed, thinking that if it weren't for the humane design of the dimensional array Shangri-La, which allowed the user to sense the situation at the spatial marker to some extent, he would have arrived too late, and the black-eyed girl would have perished. However, it was still unclear whether the enemy could foresee the arrival of the black-eyed girl. Now Lip probably understood that the enemy possessed prophetic imperial tools, confirming that his earlier caution was warranted. Looking at Lip standing in front of her, the black-eyed girl choked back tears as they silently slid down her eyelids. "I just don't want to betray you," she said. "I know you wouldn't. There's no need to tell me in this way." Li Pu said lightly, "And if I hadn't arrived just now, then the Revolutionary Army wouldn't need to exist. I'm afraid I'd have to find another organization to reform." Lip touched her head, turned around, and faced the imperial weapon users of the Revolutionary Army with a blank expression, along with the dense mass of troops behind them. "However, I still have to take a small revenge for my subordinates now." Lip opened a refreshed exchange panel, and, since his opponent wanted to fight with numbers, he didn't mind joining in. The exchange list is as follows, and it shows a maximum of 5 items. Your recently battled creature skills will refresh after a period of time. Mastery of interrogation, orange, 28. 000 hero points description. Allows you to become a master with hundreds of special tools such as whips, candles, and heated irons. Capable of breaking down your opponent's defenses, both physically and mentally. Extract everything you want before the enemy's spirit collapses. Chaos Consciousness Collective, purple, 5. 300 hero points description. Can aggregate a large number of souls, significantly enhancing your mental power for a short period. The downside is that your personality count may become a bit excessive. Having enough to form a soccer team is basically not a problem. Indestructible Stone Body, orange, 23. 000 hero points description. Greatly strengthens your body using magical circuits. possessing excellent properties that surpass diamond hardness and marble's high temperature and high pressure resistance. Prerequisite: body composed of rock. Original dark physique, blue. 1. 500 hero points. Description: drains all potential from your body, unleashing power fueled by your most intense negative emotions. The skill's rank is related to the holder's original strength, not recommended for exchange. Prerequisite: accepting the original dark presence in your body. Demon God Manifestation. Essence of Evil. Special ability type: red. 120,000 hero points. Description: slash. One of the strongest imperial tools in the world. Forged from the blood of ancient super dangerous species from the far north and imperial secret arts, it grants the ability to wield ice and freezing powers, with effects and development varying by individual. Since this ability of Esthethas has appeared as a special type of imperial tool, I have no reason not to exchange for it. You spent 120,000 hero points to exchange for Demon God Manifestation. Essence of Evil. System correction in progress. Current hero points: 333, 210 points. A surge of wild and unrestrained immense power suddenly appeared within Lip's body, but was instantly suppressed by the system's power. As if a demon's unwilling wail lingered in his ears, Lip directly skipped the adaptation phase and mastered this powerful and unique imperial tool that has been difficult for many to control over the millennia. Now he can also be considered a dual imperial tool user. In the original work, only will achieve this feat with a slight perception. Lip understood the abilities he could temporarily use and immediately smiled. Although he could only use basic abilities and couldn't yet utilize the time-freezing Moke Bottomo, it was enough. He silently chanted, "Grand Molly knocks on the door, open," while activating the blood spray technique and the shock gate. Although the system indicated that the effects of explosive skills had been halved due to his overwhelming physical strength, Lip's combat power instantly soared to an incredible level. Comprehensive combat power: 5,439, 2,590x, 1007535. Combat power rank: B. In this world, you are everything. The power of ice clung to his fist as Lip unleashed a punch technique he had just created. The flowing water two-state transformation. In an instant, the world changed color. The torrential rain transformed into tiny ice fragments, and many people stared in a daze at the unbelievable change in the sky. Is this something a human can do? Charge, or there won't be another chance. Suppressing the fear within him, Nogo roared for his teammates to quickly surround that man. His Imperial Tool Bow also ready to unleash its power. Lip watched as several Imperial Artifact users charged towards him, along with a barrage of attacks, and casually threw out another punch. What else? Flowing water freezes for miles. Crack, crack. The punch's wind carried the cold ice, spreading out like flowing water. The area of several square kilometers centered around Lip was turned into an ice surface under the extreme cold storm above and below. Everything was completely frozen, and thousands of recently gathered revolutionary soldiers turned into ice pillars. The few close combat Imperial Artifact users at the forefront, needless to say, had already transformed into the most artistic ice sculptures. Under absolute strength, quantity lost all significance. The black-eyed figure behind Lip stared blankly at the scene, realizing that Lip had actually been holding back during their previous fight. A man so powerful was willing to fight for her and the entire revolutionary army. Cough, cough. Is this the power of a deity? Nogo was almost furious, half of his body already frozen. As the ace Imperial Gear user and the distant archer, even though his teammates in front blocked most of the punch's wind, he was still almost incapacitated by a casual punch from this man. 10 Imperial Gear users couldn't withstand even a single blow from him. In the base that had been smashed by a punch, the leader Kiska wasn't in much better shape. At a critical moment, he had used a nearby soldier to block the punch's wind damage, but now he was only left with a runny nose from the freezing. Still aware, but panicking, he hurriedly shouted into the communication device, urging Nogo to do whatever it takes to repel the enemy. Although Nogo was dissatisfied, he endured the pain and pulled back the seemingly impossible empty string with his right hand. I must use this move, the Spirit Arrow, which can only be used 9 times in a lifetime. This arrow will surely hit. Whoosh Nogo poured everything he had into one arrow, shooting it out just before he fell, striking Lip with unparalleled speed. Be careful. The black-eyed figure had already been disarmed by Nogo earlier and had been on guard against him. Seeing him use his Imperial Gear ability, without thinking, she lunged in front of Lip, wanting to block the arrow for him. Unexpectedly, Lip simply pushed his hand, and the black-eyed figure missed, watching helplessly as the arrow pierced Lip's heart. No, Warm blood splattered across the black-eyed girl's small face, leaving her stunned for a long time, her hands instinctively reaching to touch the blood on her face. Was it to protect herself again? The black-eyed girl looked blankly at the arrow lodged in Lip's heart, which had already exploded, leaving no chance of survival. Lord Lip did not abandon her, and kept his promise, while she couldn't even block an arrow. Am I going to lose my companions again? With murmured words, Black Eye couldn't help but recall everything from before, whether it was misunderstandings or the unforgettable days that followed. Tears streamed down her face, her brows and eyes filled with sorrow. Tears and blood mingled together. It was hard to tell whether the tears cleared the blood or the blood stained the tears. What are you thinking? Even if everyone in this world dies, I won't die. The seemingly carefree words came from in front of her, leaving Black Eye momentarily stunned. She felt a bit at a loss. Just moments ago, Lip had clearly suffered a fatal blow from the Imperial Artifact user, and even a recovery-type artifact user had no chance of survival. Yet this man. Li Pu lowered his head slightly to look at the arrow that had pierced through his chest, smiled, and pulled it out, revealing his hollow heart. In fact, he had experienced such injuries many times in the world of One-Punch Man, so he didn't feel much at all now. However, humans in the world of Zhang Qi mainly rely on Imperial tools and have developed less in terms of physical abilities, so it's understandable that they would be shocked. After Li Pu's cell activity reached the red level, his recovery ability underwent a tremendous transformation. As long as he still had a breath left, he could basically restore his injuries, and with the talent of locking health, he was completely invincible. A minor injury like just having his heart blown out was nothing. As soon as Li Pu pulled out the arrow, the granulation tissue was visibly growing rapidly, and he was far from being on the brink of death. "Are you still considered human, my lord?" Black Eye said with a haunting tone. With such recovery power, it's no wonder Li Pu wouldn't let her take it on. It would just waste her feelings, which is truly despicable. However, even though she had been slightly deceived, Black Eye felt an indescribable sensation in her heart, somewhat like the joy of suddenly regaining something important that had been lost. Perhaps he's already stopped being human. Haha. Lip smiled awkwardly for a moment, realizing that if the self-healing monsters he had defeated knew about his recovery abilities, they would probably jump out of their coffins. Even the recovery of the Beast King, transformed Lion King, was not this powerful. After all, Lip always prioritized survival abilities. And with the skills from the two tank templates of Cell Vitality and Tough Skin, he could cleanly earn a warrior point. It would be a miracle if he could die. Heikong didn't ask more questions and simply lowered her head silently. "My lord, please don't do this in the future." Making Heikong sad is also a kind of betrayal. Lip smiled again. "Let's go. I haven't counted the matter of you secretly bringing poison behind my back. Now let's go find the guy who ordered the ambush on us. I'm quite curious." I also reinforced the ice sculptures of the Imperial tools on the ground to ensure that these unfortunate souls won't wake up anytime soon. Li Pu walked forward leisurely, picking up the small follower Heidong of the 8 rooms, and they both made their way towards the once impregnable, now dilapidated Revolutionary Army headquarters. "It's so cold." Maine sneezed, trembling as she wrapped her underdeveloped petite body in her coat. It had just been pouring rain, and now suddenly it turned into hail. Could the south of the Empire really become a frozen wasteland? Najita and Brand were serious, with Brand jumping high to the last tall building near the outskirts, and his pupils narrowed as he looked out. "Boss, Little Maine, we have trouble. The Revolutionary Army headquarters has probably suffered a devastating blow. All I can see ahead are countless ice sculptures." Upon hearing this, Najita's single eye widened almost instantly. All frozen? Such power can only come from that woman. Who else could control such strength? "I must hurry there, even if there's no chance of winning." Her expression was extremely unnatural as she turned to the two. "Maine, Brand, this mission is cancelled. The headquarters has likely encountered an accident, and the opponent is very likely his death. Even if it's not, we cannot fight back at all. You two stay far away. I'll go talk to the opponent alone. If there's no signal, you must not come." She sighed again and paused before saying, "Although there are many issues within the Revolutionary Army that I want to change, if we really get wiped out, I don't know where this country's future lies. If anything happens to me, Brand, I'll leave a night raid to you." "Boss." Brand felt reluctant and almost rebelled against the order to go with her, but his military instincts stopped him. He couldn't let down the boss's efforts. In the end, Brand only held back the eager Maine and simply replied, "Got it, boss, don't worry. As long as our comrades in the Revolutionary Army do not give up on us, we cannot give up on our comrades either." Najita glanced deeply at the mature and steady Brand, feeling slightly relieved, and without reservation, she walked towards the icy wasteland ahead to explore the future of the Revolutionary Army. Inside the headquarters, in a lavishly decorated control room, Lip picked up the revolutionary leader who had stopped breathing in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. No need to pretend. I didn't use absolute zero when I froze you. The people I freeze won't die, so why make it so difficult? Count Jisker, realizing he could no longer feign death, opened his eyes and, suppressing his trembling body, spoke to Lip with a look of fear. Your Excellency, we have no enmity with you. Everything we have done is solely to fight against this corrupt nation. We have no reason to be hostile. Our revolutionary army welcomes all kinds of righteous and ambitious people. We have long wanted to invite someone as clean and capable as you to join us. I can promise you that as long as you join us, there will definitely be a place for you in the future new nation, and you won't have to suffer like this anymore guarding the borders for the Empire. Upon hearing this, Lip's smile widened even more. Oh, a place to stand? I've heard that the former general of the Empire, Nagita, has faced exclusion everywhere among you, and in the end could only become the commander of secret assassination squad. Is this the kind of open-mindedness you have for recruiting talent? Count Kiska was drenched in cold sweat, cursing inwardly. He and those big landlords, now turned into ice sculptures, had founded the Revolutionary Army solely for their own purposes. How could those who joined midway possibly be on equal footing with such esteemed individuals like them? The slogan of equality and democracy sounded great when needed, and it resonated well among the lower-class citizens of the Empire. However, if anyone truly believed it, they were either a fool or quite stupid. Despite his malicious curses in his heart, seeing that Lip remained indifferent to the proposal of joining, Kiska found himself with no way out. To survive, Kiska had no choice but to reluctantly betray his own people, smiling ingratiatingly as he said, my lord is joking. A hero like you is certainly different from that kind of woman. That said, as long as my lord is willing to spare me, I am willing to immediately disband the so-called Revolutionary Army and hand over all these people for your disposal. He looked at Lip, who still showed no reaction. His face calm. Thinking that Lip might still be unsatisfied, he glanced at the disdainful black-eyed individual beside Lip and, with a determined heart, continued. Including the organization night raid outside the Revolutionary Army, and the rebel leader Nagita can also be handed over to my lord in exchange for military merit. There are many excellent, beautiful girls among the Imperial gear users in Night Raid. I believe they would be of greater interest to you, my lord. When Lip heard this, he finally let him go. Kisker was overjoyed, thinking he had finally found a way to survive. However, Lip turned sideways and said with a hint of sarcasm to the back, Oh, I didn't expect you to come as well. Just in time to hear your leader's speech. Kisker looked in the direction Lip was speaking and was instantly shocked, unable to speak clearly. Why are you here at this time? Indeed, it was the worst possible timing for her to arrive. Nagita, whose single remaining, I was looking complexly at Lip and the Revolutionary Army leader beside him. What was even worse for Kisker was that she must have heard everything he just said. As soon as Nagita entered, Lip sensed her presence, but he remained silent, allowing her to hear what the high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army were really like. Now that the utility of Kisker was nearly exhausted, Lip casually pointed and knocked him out, signaling Hitomi to take him away for supervision. Hitomi nodded and took the pig-like Kisker out, after which Lip turned to face the complex-faced Nagita and spoke confidently. Nagita, former general of the Empire, defected during the campaign against the southwestern ethnic minorities due to differing ideologies, losing her left eye and an arm, right? In fact, his main objectives this time were twofold. One was to purge the opportunistic high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army, and the other was to reshape it. Now it seemed that both objectives could be achieved simultaneously. I didn't expect you, as the esteemed highest commander of the Western Empire, to infiltrate the enemy camp. With such strength, it really isn't a problem. Nagita steadied her mind and unwaveringly met Lip's gaze. He was deliberately revealing the ugly side of the high-ranking members to her, which certainly had ulterior motives. If you intend to use his words to persuade me to surrender, then you need not bother. She had her own thoughts about the internal issues of the Revolutionary Army, but she hadn't expected the high-ranking members to be so pathetic before the revolution had even succeeded. No, it should be said that they had merely revealed their true nature. However, even in the face of betrayal, her goal of changing the Empire would never waver. No, I don't want to persuade you to surrender. Li Pu shrugged, which caused a hint of doubt to appear in Ajita's originally determined gaze. So do you want to kill me and directly eliminate me as a traitor? Or to be honest, I hope you take control of the Revolutionary Army. Lip's words were astonishing, almost leaving Najida speechless. She looked at Lip with some confusion. First attacking the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, then capturing the high-ranking officials all at once. And now, he actually wanted her. Someone who could be said to be a person that the Imperial Army must eliminate, to take control of the Revolutionary Army? Are you preparing to make me a puppet? To earn military merit for you? That's impossible. Li Pu smiled helplessly. Najida didn't grasp his meaning, and he could only blame himself for always taking down other strongholds. What I mean is, I don't oppose your ideology. I just can't stand those speculative former high-ranking officials. They are not revolutionizing for the benefit of the people. Lip's voice deepened. I have seen too many people displaced at the borders of the Empire. Many would rather face the brutality of foreign races than live under the Empire's rule, which shows that harsh governance is more fearsome than a tiger. As a general, I am not responsible to the Empire, the ministers, or the Emperor, but to the people. Najida's single I stared at Lip for a long time. With her ability to read people's hearts, she could find no evidence of deceit in him, so she nodded symbolically. From intelligence perspective, you truly can be considered one of the few upright individuals in the Empire, willing to accept refugees, care for your subordinates, and rein in corrupt officials while repelling invaders. She smiled politely. I just didn't expect that you are not like his death, who completely considers things from the Empire's standpoint, but rather shares similarities with me. I'm certainly different from his death. She needs the Empire to create enemies for her. Last time, it was the southwestern foreign races. Now, it's the northern ones. Without war, it would be too boring for her, the strongest of them all. Lip said calmly, but I knew well that war is just a means to peace, and not even a necessary one. Then why don't you join the Revolutionary Army? If you're willing to join, Najida, seeing that someone like Lip can be persuaded, immediately started to persuade him. No, not now. If I declare my joining, it will inevitably provoke a great war. With the ministers prepared, such a reckless war would only lead countless innocent people to their deaths. Revolution requires bloodshed, but it shouldn't shed too much blood. Lip shook his head. Najida had just encountered a major change, and her thinking hadn't adjusted yet. She didn't realize how much influence he had now on the Revolutionary Army. It was far better to proceed gradually. Najida also calmed down. Indeed, I was too abrupt. If your excellency were to join directly, the wicked ministers would definitely become alert. And for the revolution to succeed, it would inevitably lead to a nationwide war, with the people suffering the most. It is best for both of us to be allies at this point. By the time Najida said this, she had already begun to trust Lip 7 out of 10. After all, he had no need to lie to her, and she truly had no value to exploit for him. So she even found a pair of chairs and invited Lip to sit down and talk, even taking out a pack of cigarettes to offer him, which Lip politely declined. She wasn't upset, instead smiling and smoking herself, revealing a bit of her cleverness in her calm demeanor. Let me lead the Revolutionary Army. I presume your excellency has some demands. May I know what your conditions are? Since Najida had learned that Lip had no ill intentions towards her and the Revolutionary Army, she directly asked about his plans. It's very simple. The Revolutionary Army must not compromise with landlords and nobles, must not collude with foreign forces, and must not establish any sect as the state religion. As for the remaining ideological aspects, you should be clearer than I am, so I 1T overstep. Is that all? That's it. Najida was quite surprised. She thought Lip would at least demand some power or the like, but unexpectedly, it was just some simple ideological requirements. I can do that, but I hope you can cooperate with the Revolutionary Army to overthrow this already rotten empire. Yes, that is exactly my intention. Li Pu is still playing a big game, and the Revolutionary Army is just a part of the plan. If his preparations can be completed, the sacrifices of the revolution can be minimized. Lip and Najida talked for a long time about specific matters regarding communication and requests. Then they formally shook hands, representing the preliminary agreement between both parties. At this point, Najida finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had originally thought she was doomed, but unexpectedly, everything turned out fine, and she could truly realize her ideals and ambitions. I still have to take the bodies of you few scumbag high-ranking officials away. After all, the minister asked me to eliminate the Revolutionary Army, so I have to make a show of it. Lip gently wiped his gloves, feeling good as he had basically achieved his goal for the day. Najida was also in a good mood. She lit another cigarette, naturally agreeing to her ally's request. After all, those who casually betray their companions were not worthy of her sympathy. However, when she saw the ice sculptures of several big landlords in the corner of the room, she suddenly recalled another important matter. Aren't you a martial artist? How could you have his death skills? Oh, is it the power of ice? Lip raised an eyebrow. This ability was indeed very recognizable. It was not surprising that Najida, who had been chased out of the shadows by his death, recognized it. After years of warfare, with the foreign tribes exhausted, he could only hunt dangerous species. Coincidentally, while hunting in the northern lands, he encountered a super dangerous species. After killing it and drinking its blood, he obtained this ability. Najida nodded thoughtfully. She knew that his death's imperial weapon, the demon manifestation of the demon essence, was derived from the blood of a certain super dangerous species. She didn't expect Lip to encounter one as well. Based on the intelligence, it was indeed possible. Anyway, she couldn't have imagined the existence of a system. Lip's skills were almost all scavenged from his opponents. Then she was further enlightened. No wonder you let me take charge with peace of mind. This plan is indeed good. Freezing all Imperial weapon users and soldiers means that no information can leak out, and thus our alliance today has a very high level of confidentiality. Lip looked at Najida, who surprisingly saw through his plan, smiled, and casually explained, "Yes, that's right. The ice sealing the Revolutionary Army's Imperial tools and soldiers will be lifted in a day. At that time, you can publicly declare that I was severely injured by the bow of certain death, and, after killing only the high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army, I left due to my injuries. This way, you could take the stage with legitimacy." The two exchanged smiles. If it weren't for the righteous nature of their discussion, outsiders would see it as two major villains conspiring. "I have two companions with me. I'll call them over to clean up the mess. You should leave quickly as well. I still appreciate that you didn't harm too many of these ordinary revolutionary soldiers and Imperial tool users." Najida sincerely thanked Lip and then took out a firework to signal her night raid companions. Lipu nodded and led a few landlords outside to meet with Haitong. The short-haired girl with black hair felt a bit dissatisfied after seeing Lipu talk with that mature woman for so long. She snorted coldly, thinking that this guy actually knew to come out and look for her. "Haitong, you can handle these high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army. They are all traitors who have betrayed and sold out their companions. You can deal with them as you see fit, and just show the heads to the minister in the end." Lip didn't mind Haitong's little temper. She was just being tsundere, after all, and he had seen it before. Upon hearing this, Haitong immediately became happy and finally responded to Lip. "All right, Haitong hates people who abandon their companions the most, even more than those who oppose the Empire. Although they are enemies, the ones she despises the most are those who betray their companions." At this moment, being able to personally deal with such scum undoubtedly provided her with some release from her long-standing obsession over her sister's departure. Lip thawed several high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army who were guilty of deserving death, and Haitong summoned a super dangerous species through the 8 houses, dragging a few people away. Soon, a series of screams erupted, and those opportunists who exploited the revolution finally received the punishment they deserved, which could somewhat comfort the revolutionary warriors who died for their own interests rather than for the true interests of the people. After seeing the fireworks signaling the boss's message, Najida's subordinates also arrived, but Lip was momentarily stunned upon seeing them, and they were also frozen in place. He didn't expect that the ones who came were all people related to him, either directly or indirectly, and they didn't expect it either. "May long time no see. Lord Lip, WH, what are you doing here?" Although 3 years later, she was no longer the frail, pink-haired girl from back then. Main's panicked demeanor was just like it was 3 years ago. She instinctively wanted to hide behind, but in an instant, Lip appeared and grabbed her by the scruff of her neck, giving her a hard knock on the head. "Ouch, that hurts. How could you do this to Main?" Main covered her head, her face flushed red, the embarrassment spreading to her slightly swaying twin tails. Does this guy have any idea how strong he is? After 3 years of silent wandering, leaving only a piece of paper, you really have some skills, huh? Lip remained indifferent to the girl's protests that he had lifted, and even gave her another heavy bounce. "Oh, don't bounce me anymore. Was it Main's fault?" Lip watched as the girl reluctantly covered her head and admitted her mistake. Only then did he let her go. Immediately, Main dashed over to the boss who had just come out, not daring to even peek her head out. "Do you know her?" Najida asked in surprise, looking at the blushing Main hiding behind her. This child had never behaved like this in the past 3 years. "Well, 3 years ago, I saved Main while fighting against the foreign tribes, and she helped me a lot, but then she left without a word, only leaving me a letter, which was quite frustrating." Lip said. The last sentence made Main, who had already been too afraid to show herself, almost want to merge herself with the boss. And this one here should be Brant. Brant, who had been on guard, was suddenly startled. This man in front of him was someone he had never met before, only heard of. "How does he know about me?" "After saving Leva, he talked about you and always expressed regret that your departure was one of the biggest blows he suffered. So that's how it is, General. Were you saved by him?" Since I realized the true nature of the Empire, I left the army, and now I can be considered a member of the Revolutionary Army. Hearing the story of his old superior being saved, Brant couldn't help but feel a bit melancholy. If it weren't for Leva being falsely accused, he might have already become a lieutenant or even a general in the Empire with his abilities. It's just that the world is unpredictable. All right, if I tell you that this irresistible disaster is His Excellency Lip, I believe both of you will be quite surprised. Listening to the two of them having a past with Lip, Najida also learned that Lip indeed has good character, and she felt more at ease, even making a little joke at the expense of the two who were unaware. The result was that Brant was quite surprised, while Maine showed almost no change in expression. She even said softly, "It's not surprising that Lord Lip has such abilities." Najida raised her eyebrows. It seems Maine understands this powerful man even better than she imagined. However, now that His Excellency Lip is our ally, he has harmed only the biggest pests of the Revolutionary Army, and he will not harm ordinary people or the Imperial equipment users. The ice on him will soon melt away. Brant finally exhaled. He really didn't want to clash with his former superior. Maine, on the other hand, wore an expression as if she had seen through everything long ago. All right, I can't stay for long. The restructuring of the Revolutionary Army will be left to Najida, and the current action plan for the night raid should not change. We must not let the ministers notice any more anomalies. Lip waved his hand, and I was about to return. If he stayed here too long, he feared unnecessary changes would arise. Is Lord Lip leaving? At this moment, the long-hidden Maine finally stepped out, her expression somewhat complicated. In fact, during her 3 years away, she had quite a few regrets, as it was indeed a bit unfair to leave when her heart was in turmoil. Perhaps now she was a bit more mature than 3 years ago, having gained new companions and a mission, but some things hidden in her heart had not dissipated. Instead, they had become clearer. At this point, Black Eye had returned, carrying a blood-stained sack and humming a cheerful tune. Upon seeing the group, he paused slightly and immediately showed some hostility. "You're all on a bounty list, huh? Although there are no orders, I still want to take you down. Black Eye, they are not enemies. Let's go." Lip simply ordered to leave, and as an assassin, the command from her superior was her will. Therefore, she did not hesitate at all and summoned Eichmann to quietly wait for Lip to come up. However, she still cast a slightly displeased glance at the barren, pink-haired girl who inexplicably triggered her hostility. Logically, since the commander had already said she was not an enemy, her killing intent should have automatically faded. Maine, for some reason, also felt a strange urge to fight against this newly appeared short-haired, barren girl. She just watched Lip climb onto the massive, super dangerous creature and let out a slightly displeased hum. "If you're leaving, then just leave. Why bring a little sidekick?" Lip didn't say anything further, wrapping his trench coat around himself. He felt at ease handing Maine over to Najida. After all, he had hinted at it before, and Najida would surely pay more attention to Maine. Therefore, Lip didn't have to request it in front of Maine to avoid making her blush again. The gorilla ape thumped its chest and steadily carried Lip and Hadon away, leaving the 3 people behind and the snowy Revolutionary Army base in the background. This time, Lip's visit to the Revolutionary Army would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the world, but for now, everything was still under Lip's control. Click. A few hours after Lip left, the Emperor's armament users of the Revolutionary Army had already thawed from the ice. Many of them were still haunted by the terrifying blow that had knocked them unconscious, and they shivered again. Cough, where's that man? Norgo, who had used the Demigod Bow's ultimate move and was now weak, looked at his companions and asked in confusion. It seemed that his arrow should have achieved great success. Otherwise, the Revolutionary Army should have been annihilated by now. That man was severely injured by you, and when he saw us arriving, he hurriedly left. However, the leader and a few high-ranking members still couldn't escape his poisonous hands. Several armament users looked in surprise at Najida, who was slowly walking over. It seemed that she had indeed saved everyone in the Revolutionary Army and miraculously driven the opponent away in the end. So it was Najida. That makes sense. However, with the leader in peril, the Revolutionary Army cannot be leaderless. We must stabilize the situation quickly, Norgo said in a deep voice, and the people around him nodded in agreement. Why not elect Najida as the new leader? After all, among us, she has the highest prestige and achievements, and she ultimately drove away that terrifying man. She is indeed worthy of the leader position. Many armament users nodded in agreement, as they all knew Najida's character. If not for the pressure from above, with her abilities, she should have already held a significant position. Thus, just as Lip and Najida had planned, she naturally became the leader of the Revolutionary Army after the votes were cast. With the support of the armament users and Brandy's assistance, Nagita quickly took control of the Revolutionary Army. She thoroughly revised the previous unreasonable revolutionary agenda while using her mature skills to turn Lip's earlier attack into her political capital. Her grasp on the Revolutionary Army far surpassed that of the previous noble leader. One could only say that expertise in one's field truly matters. Under Nagita's direct leadership, the Revolutionary Army would likely become even stronger than before and more in line with Lip's vision of revolution. Boss, since you've taken control of the Revolutionary Army, should we establish stable contact with Lord Lip? May knocked on Nagita's door. Several days had passed since Lip left, and the girl was becoming restless. After some inner struggle, she seemed to have come up with many ideas. Nagita, who was busy with official duties, smiled. She understood Lip's hints and knew that Main loved to be active. Suggesting this idea likely meant she wanted to sneak over to see Lip. However, having Main by her side was best for now. Sending her out would still be quite dangerous. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Indeed, we should establish good communication with our allies before taking further action. Our Revolutionary Army should also send an armament user who can adapt to life beside Lord Lip and can disguise themselves well." Main's face immediately lit up. Who better than her, who understood Lip? Disguising an identity wouldn't be difficult for her, so sneaking out to find Lip would definitely work. Well, let's send out the headquarters armament user who can transform into the owner of the Free Gaia Foundation. She has a lot of experience in adapting and disguising. Main's little face immediately fell. Meanwhile, with Lip and the Black Eyes leaving the Revolutionary Army's base, the original timeline experienced another massive shift, and the gears of the red-slashing world seemed to slowly turn again in unseen places. In a certain mountain village within the Empire, it was an extremely impoverished place. The people barely survived under heavy taxes through hard labor, and in hopes of favorable weather in the coming year. The village worshipped the country's largest sect, the Peaceful Way. One day, 3 young boys from the village waved goodbye to their friends and family, smiling as they prepared to leave. "I, Tasmi, swear to make a name for myself out there, so everyone in the village can live a good life. Right, Shayu Yeas?" A boy dressed in tattered linen, yet brimming with youthful confidence, shouted, causing many elders in the village to cover their mouths and laugh. "Tasmi, you don't need to promote it like that. We will definitely achieve something." Shayu rolled her eyes, while Tasmi's good friend Yeas laughed heartily, patting Tasmi on the shoulder in agreement. "Take this. No matter when, don't take it off. Everyone in the village will bless you, Tasmi." The old village chief cheerfully handed Tasmi a small handmade wooden carving. Though rough, it was filled with the villagers' good wishes. Tasmi solemnly accepted it and then turned to leave with his 2 companions. They were heading to the most prosperous imperial capital of the country. Surely, Tasmi would become a significant figure, and a good life was right in front of him. Days later, on the road near the imperial capital, Tasmi walked with a sword slung over his shoulder, looking somewhat indignant. "What's going on?" Shayu and Yeas ran off after encountering a few mountain bandits, leaving me, this route challenge person, completely lost. Tasmi stared intently at the map, trying hard to figure out what was drawn on it. Finally, heaven did not disappoint those who work hard. He discovered that he had been holding the map upside down. How infuriating. I cursed the person who invented maps to choke on their water. Tasmi's face was filled with anger, as if he wanted to write refund on his forehead. I've already wasted several days. Those 2 must be living well in the imperial capital by now. With his childhood friends gone, Tasmi optimistically thought they were already enjoying a good life. Capable people should be able to make a name for themselves in the imperial capital. Suddenly, a merchant's cart came driving from the front, and the ground began to shake violently, revealing a gigantic dragon-like monster. It was a first-level dangerous species, the Earth Dragon. This is bad. How could there be such a strong, dangerous species near the imperial capital? We're done for. The people in the cart panicked, their faces ashen. Having escaped the blood-sucking officials of the Empire for years, they never expected to die at the hands of dangerous species in the end. "Hey, don't be afraid. I'm very strong," Tasmi shouted, but unfortunately, the people in the cart looked at him as if he were a dead man, so Tasmi didn't bother to say more. With a flash of cold light, the sword at Tasmi's waist moved instantly. Swish, 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 swish. A flurry of blades flashed, and the once invincible Earth Dragon was instantly dismembered, countless wounds spraying blood. A first-level dangerous species that usually required hundreds of people to challenge was thus resolved. The merchants who fell out of the cart stared blankly at Tasmi, who sheathed his sword with style, not expecting such a young man from the countryside to possess such impressive strength. "Thank you, young man. Your skills are quite impressive." The elderly merchant stepped forward to thank him and gave Tasmi a small pouch of coins as a reward, which made the inexperienced Tasmi feel a bit embarrassed. You look like you're heading to the imperial capital. I'd advise you that it's not a place for someone like you. Even normal people like us find it hard to survive there. Tasmi listened to the old merchant's earnest advice and dismissed it in his eyes. The imperial capital was the best place in the country. How could it be so unbearable? Just as he was about to politely retort, he suddenly sensed something and quickly turned around, drawing his sword. Another dangerous creature was approaching, and it was even stronger than the last one. Tasmi looked sternly at the giant gorilla that had appeared before him. This was definitely a special-grade dangerous species, and he wasn't completely confident in taking it down. Why are there two people sitting on that special-grade dangerous creature? Tasmi was shocked. Someone could actually control a special-grade dangerous species. He considered himself the strongest in his village, and it was hard to imagine that. The man and woman before him must be exceptionally powerful experts. He wondered how many moves he could last against them. Tasmi thought to himself, what a coincidence. Li Pu stared in surprise at the country boy in front of him. The handsome face illuminated by the sunlight instantly reminded him that this was the male protagonist of Zhanqi, Tasmi, who came from a poor rural area and wanted to make a name for himself. Is the plot about to begin? But the changes I made have already been significant. Li Pu thought to himself, waving his hand to stop the black-eyed ape man, and slowly walked towards the boy. Good, so strong. Tasmi swallowed hard. The man approaching him exuded an aura of danger that almost enveloped him completely. Just the pressure alone was enough to render Tasmi's proud swordsmanship ineffective. Hello. Dragon-slaying boy Lip kindly said to Tasmi, but for some reason, Tasmi cautiously took a step back. I am a general of the Empire, and I see great potential in you. Would you be willing to join my ranks? As long as you perform well. I'm not stingy with promotions, but you must start as a soldier. That is my principle. Tasmi felt somewhat doubtful. The man before him indeed wore a general's insignia, which he had seen before when the Imperial Army went out on campaigns, so it should be fine. The treatment seemed decent as well. However, Tasmi was quite confident in himself now. Upon hearing that he would have to start as a soldier, he hesitated as he aspired to be someone of higher status. Being a soldier didn't quite align with his expectations. Thus, after a moment of hesitation in the face of the sudden offer, Tasmi ultimately declined. I'm sorry. Although I appreciate your kind offer, I would like to first look for a job that I truly desire. Lip nodded nonchalantly. He didn't have the protagonist's halo, and it was indeed unrealistic to try to persuade Tasmi to join him on their first meeting. Well, that's fine. I will keep my promise, after all. You haven't seen the true nature of this world. However, there's one thing I must remind you. Be wary of the nobles. No matter how kind, generous, or benevolent they may appear, it's important to remember this for both you and your friends. Lip is also preparing to head towards the capital, but he meaningfully reminded Tasmi with just a word, leaving it up to him whether to listen or not. Although he knows the plot, it doesn't mean Lip has to babysit Tasmi. After all, this is only their first meeting, and Lip has already done his best. If Tasmi wakes up quickly, then his friends should still have a chance. Tasmi nodded, somewhat understanding. What a strong person said carried weight, and he secretly noted it down. Well then, let's not rush it. We'll meet again later. Lip jumped onto the back of the highly dangerous creature, listening to Heidong's complaints about the delay. He smiled slightly. The story was beginning, and it seemed that he would have to stay in the capital for a few more days this time, which was quite interesting. Returning to the capital after 3 years, Lip did not feel any significant changes. The noble lords were still arrogant and domineering. The imperial officials remained corrupt, and the common people were still numb and indifferent. However, the wanted posters plastered all over the streets indicated that the capital had not been stable lately, with countless undercurrents swirling around this ancient city that had lasted for thousands of years. A wanted poster fluttered by in the wind, and Lip casually grabbed it. It only depicted a shadow with twin ponytails, with the words "Unknown Knight, Assassin" written on it. Should he just report Ma-in and exchange it for money? Lip thought for a moment with a wicked sense of humor, but decided against it, fearing that if he were to rescue the person, it would end up demolishing the entire imperial capital. Heikong, do you want to come with me to find a minister? Heikong immediately shook his head vigorously, a look of disgust clearly visible on his face. It's more interesting to eat some snacks than to find that disgusting guy, so I'm not going. Li Pu nodded and said to Heitong, just play by yourself. You've worked hard enough, so let's consider this a break for you in the capital. He casually found a guard and asked him to notify that he wanted to see the minister. After years on the battlefield, Rip has achieved countless military exploits and has become a well-known figure in the imperial capital, comparable to his death. The guards did not dare to be negligent and quickly went to report. Soon, a white-haired man with a cross-shaped scar on his face approached, sizing up Rip with a somewhat arrogant demeanor. Upon seeing Rip's handsome young face, he inwardly thought with a hint of disdain, is this really the supreme commander of the Western theater? He doesn't seem impressive at all, just a rookie. Then he recalled that his father had given the imperial weapon, which he had reserved for himself, to this person, and his heart twisted with resentment, almost overflowing. However, his expression did not change. He still forced a smile as he invited Rip to the palace to meet the ministers. Thanks to Rip having already concealed his aura, he was also observing this minister's son. Soon, he felt something was off, though he couldn't quite pinpoint it. So, he decided to run a system scan. Name, Shira Charm. 1 overall combat power. 2 O2 combat rank. E. Compared to special grade dangerous species in this world abilities. Imperial Fist secret transmission. Purple. Martial arts mastery. Purple. Severe torture. Purple. So, he was the minister's son, that notorious second-generation heir. It seems I have taken his original imperial weapon. This guy is probably not favored by the minister right now. Lip laughed and threw the sack behind him to him, then walked briskly into the hall where the ministers were. Shilla instinctively caught it, and, when he opened it, he was stunned to find the severed heads of the high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army, the current thorn in the Empire's side. As the son of a minister, he had some understanding of the situation. Could this man really be? Shilla gritted his teeth and hurried to catch up. His father had been very dissatisfied with him lately, sending him to handle trivial matters like receiving guests. If he couldn't even do this well, his fate would not be better than that of his father's enemies. Entering the splendid hall, he saw lines of palace maids dancing gracefully, performing beautiful musical pieces, while attendants moved like clouds, bringing forth exquisite dishes. At the main seat, there was only one person, the powerful minister oneist, who was eating heartily without a care for anyone else. Upon seeing Lip arrive, he immediately smiled broadly, his face wrinkling with joy. Oh my, isn't this General Lip? I am truly gratified. Congratulations on your significant victory against the rebels and the killing of their leader. Seeing the sack that his son Shilla brought in, the minister felt even more certain, and his smile grew wider. General Lip is truly the pillar of our nation. I can hardly keep up with you. I hear that if it weren't for the serious injury you suffered from the bow, you would have already wiped out all those rebels. What a pity. However, without these high-ranking members, the rebels are likely to be leaderless and no longer a threat. Haha, I have great respect for you. So let me toast to you, General. Lip looked at the minister raising his cup, lost in thought. This old fellow had inquired so thoroughly. It seemed the military had already been infiltrated like a sieve. If it weren't for Lip freezing everyone in place, the minister would probably have known about his plans. However, the fact that he was unaware that the Revolutionary Army had soon been taken over by Nadezhda indicated that she must have already rooted out the spies upon gaining power. She truly was impressive. With this in mind, Lip readily clinked his cup with the ministers, then downed the drink provided by the minister. And at the moment it entered his mouth, he condensed energy filaments within his body, directly evaporating it all. After drinking, the minister appeared even happier and continuously asked Lip what kind of reward he desired, assuring him that he would not be stingy. Lip thought for a moment and replied, I want control over the entire Imperial Assassination Squad. The minister's eyes flickered. The Assassination Squad was an important tool for him to eliminate rivals. Last time, he only received a little girl, which wasn't enough. Did he want more this time? You have many capable people under you, Minister. You wouldn't mind this small matter, would you? Ha ha ha, General, you're joking. If it's your request, there's naturally no problem. After all, you're already one of the highest-ranking military officials in the Empire. And it's only right to have some special forces under your command. How about this? I'll take the liberty of giving the entire assassination squad to the general. The young male and female assassins inside have been brainwashed to be obedient, ensuring that the general will be satisfied. The minister revealed an ambiguous smile. Lip was already so strong that he wasn't afraid of assassination. Giving him the assassination squad wouldn't hurt him. After all, he still had many skilled individuals under his command. The key was to win Lip over. The last message from the spies of the Revolutionary Army indicated that Lip alone could defeat more than 10 Revolutionary Army Imperial Tool users, along with a vast army. He had no reason not to win over a man who frequently showed goodwill and plotted to subvert towards him. Lip nodded slowly, and the minister immediately enthusiastically invited Lip to stay a few more days in the capital. Recently, the nocturnal raids by bandits have been rampant, and the capital's garrison is suffering greatly. General Bude insists on adhering to the so-called ancestral teachings, neglecting military actions, which has allowed these thieves to run rampant in the capital. resulting in the tragic deaths of many honest officials. It is necessary for General Lip to take command for a while. The minister said hypocritically, not forgetting to criticize General Butte a few times. However, this aligned perfectly with Lip's intentions, as he was just looking to make some arrangements in the capital, so he readily agreed. After Lip left, Sheila watched as the minister happily stroked his beard, feeling somewhat displeased. Father, although that person has considerable strength, he is ultimately an outsider. Why do you keep making heavy promises to win him over? Minister One's expression immediately darkened, and he slapped Sheila across the face. You fool. Do you know how long it takes for him to take down 10 Imperial Tools users? With just one move, only one move. The scouts said he was seriously injured. But I estimate he isn't injured at all. Even if I gave you, you fool, 20 Imperial Tools, how long could you last against that man? Sheila's face turned red from the scolding, and she didn't dare to speak, but her resentment grew deeper in her heart. The minister snorted. The power of the Anning Dao is astonishingly great. The revolutionary rebels still remain, and that old fool Button refuses to submit to me. While this death is just a battle maniac who only cares about starting wars regardless of who is in charge. If it weren't for my diligent governance, the empire would have been finished long ago. Sheila sneered inwardly. She knew that the minister's concerns were indeed serious. But didn't she know what kind of character her father had? She buried a thought deep in her heart and respectfully said, Then, Father, since only you can lead this country well and solve these problems, why not ascend to the throne? The minister raised an eyebrow and carefully examined his obedient son Sheila before slowly responding. It's not the right time yet. The bloodline of the empire's emperor cannot be cut off. Otherwise, that supreme imperial tool cannot be activated. At the very least, we need to lure out the biggest enemy and let the emperor become a noble sacrifice, so I can justifiably uphold the world and ascend to that position. Looking at her father, who was clearly moved despite his rebuttal, Sheila revealed a meaningful smile and slowly withdrew. Thanks to successfully following Lip, Tasmi arrived in the imperial capital a few days earlier than expected. He tried various jobs, but either he was rejected as a country bumpkin or he himself was unwilling to do them. After a day, without finding a satisfactory job, he even lost his wallet, which seemed to have been stolen, leaving Tasmi quite frustrated and helpless. In his poverty, he squatted on the street with nowhere to go, sighing. Fortunately, a beautiful noblewoman passing by saw him and, feeling pity for him, generously offered to take him in. Tasmi felt like Lady Luck was smiling upon him. This rich young lady named Alia was simply gentle and kind, providing him with food and even offering him a place to stay. Her noble parents were also very friendly towards him. Tasmi was almost drowning in this tenderness, and everything in the imperial capital suddenly felt so wonderful. He even imagined a scenario where a poor boy fell in love with a rich girl, gained the approval of her parents, and ultimately turned his life around to become someone of importance. A bright future seemed to be right before him. That night, after patting his full belly with satisfaction, Tasmi stretched and lay sprawled on the comfortable big bed, suddenly recalling the various hardships he faced during the day, and shook his head. Thank goodness for the kind and lovely noble lady taking me in, or I would really have starved. But when he further recalled the powerful person who had left a deep impression on him, he became somewhat alert. Right. That general told me to be careful of nobles and said it would be beneficial for me and my companions. Does that mean I might encounter bad nobles? Alia certainly didn't seem like that kind of person, right? Tasmi shook his head, wrapping his head in the velvet pillow to dismiss this absurd thought. However, the words of that man became increasingly clear. Forget it, I'll just secretly investigate this family. If there really is no problem, I can apologize to them tomorrow. In the end, Tasmi couldn't resist, threw aside the soft pillow and blanket, reached for his cold sword, and carefully peeked out of the window. Seeing that the guards were not in the guest room area, he jumped down. In the vast estate, Tasmi curiously explored in the darkness. Although he felt some guilt towards his family, he still had to confirm things, especially since the elders in the village had told him to be cautious outside. Soon, Tasmi noticed something was off. The entire estate was almost completely dark, except for the distant flickering light of torches near the warehouse. He quietly approached, and soon discovered that almost all the guards were stationed there. What were they doing? Unable to contain his curiosity, Tasmi stealthily made his way to the warehouse's weakest defense. Using his superior skills, he climbed onto the roof without drawing anyone's attention and looked inside through the skylight. Instantly, Tasmi's eyes widened in horror. Inside, there were countless torture devices, piles of bones dressed in tattered clothes, and the young Lady Alia, who had just been so charming, was now holding a branding iron. The gentle demeanor she had during the day was completely gone, replaced by a grotesquely twisted expression. She slowly approached two struggling figures, revealing a sickly smile as if she were admiring her toys. TSK, 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 playing for a couple of days, and you two country bumpkins are still so fiery. Looks like you can last a few more days, but today another country bumpkin has arrived, just in time for me to have some entertainment. The red branding iron in her hand waved through the air as if she were contemplating which part of the battered bodies of the man and woman before her to start playing with. Tasmi was almost losing his last shred of sanity. The figures bound by chains below, being humiliated and tortured, were his most cherished friends, Shiyu and Yaes. He finally understood what Lip meant by being careful of nobles. These people, no, they could no longer be called people, were monsters in human skin, having long lost their conscience. Their crimes unforgivable. At that moment, even Alia's seemingly kind parents walked in, shedding their facade of good breeding. The two of them picked up torture instruments and smiled at their daughter. Daughter, you have fun things and don't call your parents? The only value these country bumpkins have is to provide a bit of entertainment for us noble people. The two nobles, with their hypocritical demeanor, showed not even a hint of guilt in their words and actions, sending chills down Tasmi's spine, making him wonder how many such things they had done before. As he watched them prepare to act inhumanely, the last thread in Tasmi's heart snapped. With a swift motion, the once laughing noble couple was instantly bisected, their expressions frozen on their faces. Is this how you treat Shiyu and Yaes? Are you still human? Tasmi shouted in rage, his blood-stained sword aimed at the surviving noble woman Alia, but the kindness she had shown during the day made him hesitate to strike. So he turned to save his companions first. Alia, seeing the sudden turn of events, screamed, "There's an assassin! There's an assassin! What are you useless guards doing?" Just as Tasmi cut the chains binding his two companions and was about to remove the cloth covering their faces, he was surrounded by incoming assassins. "Surrender, you lowly peasant! How dare you kill a noble? You have no place in the imperial capital. If you do not repent, you will face a severe punishment, and your pitiful rural hometown will also suffer the consequences." The guards shouted as they rushed forward, trying to capture Tasmi. Upon seeing them, Tasmi realized these people were equally beyond redemption, not knowing how many lives they had helped this noble family destroy. The countless bones on the ground were also partly their doing. Facing the incoming blades, he roared and killed them all with a sword in each hand. He was no weakling. It was no surprise that after participating in so much filth, they ended up with such a fate. A guard clutched his neck, which was spraying blood, muttering before death. Their souls had long since rotted while following this family in doing evil. Tasmi, slightly panting, fixed his blood-red gaze on the only remaining noble lady, Elia. He glanced at his disfigured companion and the countless victims, then shouted angrily at the trembling Elia. Why? Why are you doing this? Aren't you a good person? Seeing that her people were almost all slaughtered by this peasant, Elia fell to the ground in fright. Her big eyes filled with tears, whimpering, "It's not me. My parents forced me to do this. You have to believe me. Tasmi, I actually like you." Upon hearing the last sentence, Tasmi hesitated with the sword in his hand. His kind nature made him unwilling to believe that pure evil truly existed. What if he was wrong about her? What if she was really just being coerced? In that moment, Tasmi made the biggest mistake of his life, which also became a turning point for him. This slight hesitation allowed a strange glimmer to flash in Elia's eyes as she suddenly vanished from Tasmi's sight. Crack! Before he could comprehend what was happening, a stream of crimson blood splashed onto Tasmi's face. It was his own blood. Tasmi looked down in disbelief. The noble lady, who had just been so delicate, had plunged her slender hand into his chest. His weapon was kicked away in an instant, leaving him utterly defenseless. Hey. It turns out to be a naive, foolish country pig, with your lowly bloodline. Do you think you deserve my affection? Elia's face, no longer tear-streaked, twisted into a malicious grin, her once beautiful features enveloped in dark energy. Her eyes turned pitch black, and her physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people, revealing she was not as weak as she appeared. The village chief had warned him, be careful of those with dark energy. They had been consumed by their inner desires and emotions, turning into monsters. Tasmi felt only regret. The earlier sense of luck was gone. He now understood the consequences of his foolishness, which he could not bear. This seemingly delicate lady had already transformed into a monster. The lives of so many and her acting had merely been to lower Tasmi's guard for a lethal strike. Am I going to die? Shiyu Yaes, I'm really sorry for you and everyone in the village. Tasmi closed his eyes, letting the strength in his body drain away little by little. You destroyed the environment I relied on for pleasure, and now I must expose myself. Your sin, you country bumpkin, is unforgivable. Elia, infected by her twisted heart, was engulfed in darkness. Without the protection of her noble status, she could not survive. This was unacceptable to her. At that moment, she decided not to let Tasmi die quickly. She wanted to tear him apart. She picked up Tasmi's sword, preparing to slowly cut open his body and that of his two lowly companions, making them suffer slowly in agony. However, before she could strike, her enhanced arm suddenly froze, and she looked down to find it covered in a thick layer of ice. The dragon-slaying boy, we meet again. It's a pity you still haven't fully absorbed my words. If you believe in nobility, your death will come sooner. A familiar voice echoed, and Tasmi opened his eyes, shocked to find Elia paralyzed in fear, while a man in a black coat slowly walked in. It's you. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Rip, the current commander of the Western War Zone of the Empire. From the looks of it, young man, you haven't heeded my earlier advice at all. He shook his head, casually completely encasing Elia in ice, and used ice to seal Tasmi's wound, the cold sting bringing him back to clarity. He glanced at his two companions, who had fainted during the battle, and then at his own grim state, forcing a bitter smile. You actually came here. Fortunately, you did, or my companions and I might. The more Tasmi thought, the more frightened he became. With your blatant demeanor, I could sense the fluctuations of your battle from several kilometers away. Lip said lightly, you're still a bit weak, both in mentality and strength. Even an ordinary person who has been transformed into a former dark monster for a long time can kill you. Hearing these merciless words, Tasmi lowered his head in shame. Rip kicked the frozen Arya at his feet, her terrified and resentful face frozen in the ice. Rolling to Tasmi's feet. Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to stand out and protect the village that raised you? Tasmi was somewhat confused, but he nodded in agreement. Then make the decision with your own hands. Use your sword to kill this monster that is no longer human. Tasmi trembled at Rip's words, but still picked up his sword, and the ice binding the noble Lady Arya was mostly lifted, only restraining her hands and feet. Tasmi, no. Didn't you like me? Arya cried out in despair, and Tasmi's sword slowly descended, but stopped in that moment. Was this how his first crush after leaving the village had to end? Tasmi bit down hard on his tongue. He was never meant to be with the noble lady before him. So why pity this demon that tormented the innocent? In the next life, be a good person. No, please. With a swift motion, the sword came down mercilessly, and a beautiful head flew off, signaling the end of unspeakable crimes. Blood sprayed, with a few drops even splattering on Tasmi's closed eyes. But for some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of relief, feeling much lighter. Tasmi turned and deeply bowed to Rip. Your Excellency, I am truly grateful to you, but now that I have killed a noble family, I don't know where to go, and my two companions. Lip smiled and picked up a torch from the ground, illuminating Tasmi's somewhat confused face. I said you could come under my command. This promise is always valid. Tasmi raised his head in disbelief, wondering if the other party was still willing to take him in after all this time. I really don't know how. Lip threw the torch away and watched as Tasmi clumsily caught it before turning to leave. All right, no need for so much nonsense. Bring your companions, clean up the traces. I can sense that the security team is probably on their way. If you don't hurry, I don't want to have to fish you out of a cell. Hearing such seemingly cold words, Tasmi felt a strange warmth in his heart. He quickly began to clean up the battlefield, while secretly making a decision in his mind. Report. Captain, the earlier detected fight took place in this manner. The scene has been significantly damaged. For now, we only know that this noble family and their guards are all dead, and a large number of corpses have been found in their warehouse, seemingly tortured to death. A member of the Imperial Capital security team stood at attention and reported to their captain, a man with a scar over his left eye, who was currently frowning. He was the infamous captain of the security team, Oka the Demon of the Imperial Capital. However, he was not in a good mood at the moment, because he had previously learned that this family was up to no good. But the fees he was called for made him choose to turn a blind eye. Now his mood was poor, not because innocent people were tortured to death by this family, but because their demise meant a reduction in his income. Master, this villain is truly unforgivable. If I catch him, I will make him taste my absolute justice execution. Right, little bye? A cute girl holding a puppy said almost in a coquettish manner while grooming its fur. She was also a member of the security team, Oka's disciple, Sayuri Ubiquitas. Having lost her parents at a young age, she grew up under her master's teachings, adhering to a twisted sense of justice, believing that justice should never compromise with evil, and always meting out the death penalty to any criminal. She was also a powerful Imperial artifact user, possessing the Imperial Beast transformation of the 100-armed giant, which appeared as an adorable puppy but was nearly indestructible in battle. Let's withdraw. This matter is beyond our control. Oka's pupils constricted as he saw something and immediately waved for the security team members to leave. Why, Master? Shouldn't we eradicate evil completely? Sayuri asked, somewhat confused, believing that eliminating evil should mean total eradication. Are you not listening to your master's words? Oka said in a deep voice, and Sayuri had no choice but to pout in grievance and prepare to leave with her teammates. Oka turned around to take one last look and murmured, besides bloodstains on the ground, there are also wet patches of water and small pieces of ice. As far as I know, there are only 2 powerful individuals in the Empire with ice abilities, and I can't afford to provoke either of them. Moreover, the other traces of the fight have been cleaned up, but this was deliberately left behind, clearly a warning. My foolish disciple still doesn't realize that some people's existence can define justice itself. Shaking his head, Oka dared not pursue the matter further. He personally threw a torch into a pile of oil in the corner of the warehouse, and soon this place, harboring countless evils, was completely engulfed in flames. Tasmi carried Sayuri on his back and dragged Yaez, following Lip as they left. Soon, they arrive at a large manor gifted to Lip by a minister, even larger than the previous noble manor, which had originally been equipped with servants and guards, but all of them were refused by Lip. Lip turned around, thought for a moment, and said lightly, "This place is relatively safe. No one dares to come and investigate. You can stay here for now. However, I don't think anyone will find out about this." Tasmi nodded in gratitude, but when he saw that Lip had no intention of staying and was about to leave, he became somewhat puzzled. "Isn't this your property? Why don't you stay? I'm going back to the military headquarters to sleep. I have my office and a military cot there, and I feel more at ease sleeping there." Lip's footsteps paused for a moment as he thought about the various distortions of this world, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Almost everyone will forget their original intentions to varying degrees due to various temptations. I'm not a saint, and I don't think I will be an exception. However, for me, from beginning to end, power or wealth and lust are nothing more than temptations. Tasmi, who could not see Lip's expression in the darkness, waved his hand, and Lip walked straight away. Early the next morning, Lip found a carefree black eye. By the time he found her, she had already cleared out all the food in the pastry shop, and it was still Lip, whose face was as dark as a pot bottom, who paid for her. "Ow, why are you hitting me?" Black Eye covered the large bump on her head and glared at Lip with wide eyes. Lip rummaged through his emaciated wallet, feeling a wave of sadness wash over him. He knocked Black Eye again and said, "I'll just let you out for one day, and I've already lost a year's salary. If I let you out for a few more days, I'll have to sell all my imperial treasures to pay off the debt." Hiss! Black Eye winced in pain and turned her head away, pouting and refusing to speak. "All right, this time I have a task for you. The minister has fully handed over the Empire's assassination organization to me, and now the entire assassination squad is under my command. I plan to appoint you as the commander of the assassination squad." Huh. Black Eye was momentarily taken aback. She's being promoted just like that? And it's the squad she has always been a part of? She thought about her deceased comrades. They would be very happy to know this. Is this for real? Lip nodded, finally easing a bit of his earlier frustration about raising this money-losing burden. "That's right. You should have quite a few partners in there. If you go, they will be more convinced, and you can also change the Empire's previous cruel system, especially the drug control. I leave all of this to you." Haydon lowered her head and said something in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, so quiet that even Lip had to strain his ears to hear. "Thank you on their behalf, Lord Lip." Lip couldn't help but smile, seeing how much Haydon valued her companions. Now, allowing her to personally untie a part of her past knots would help improve her somewhat twisted personality. Of course, it wasn't just about promoting you. There were also tasks for you to do to prevent you from wandering off and eating everywhere. Haydon playfully stuck out her tongue this time, looking quite adorable. The Eastern Peace Sect has already amassed an incredibly large number of followers within the Empire's sphere of influence, and its leader possesses an almost mesmerizing ability to sway people's hearts, which has contributed to its current scale. Lip took out the master control token of the assassination squad and said in a deep voice, "They are inciting the people, and it is estimated that an armed uprising will happen soon. This is not good for the people of the Empire. According to reliable intelligence, memories, the assistant of the sect leader of Anning Dao is Berlick, a lackey of the minister. I need you to assassinate him and uncover his identity," forcing the minister himself to take action against Anning Dao. Hei Tong nodded, indicating she understood, and immediately took the token handed to her by Lip to carry out the task. However, she had already realized from their interactions over the past few days that Lip and Minister Onist might not be as sympathetic to each other as they appeared. The minister had likely misjudged Lip this time. She even knew beforehand that Lip did not completely side with the Empire, as he had not eradicated the revolutionary army opposing the Empire. But what did that matter? Firstly, Lip was her superior, and the education of the Empire taught her to obey. At the same time, Lip was also her companion who had helped her a lot. Haitong harbored a deep obsession with her sister Qitong, not mainly because she betrayed the Empire, but because she believed her sister had abandoned her companions and left alone. That was the reason for Haitong's hatred towards her sister. Sister, if you knew the new officer would be such a person, would you still have betrayed us? Haitong silently thought to herself, her black robe covering her small face. And then she turned and left. Lip went to meet the Imperial assassination team with Black Eye, and was also preparing to find Tatsumi. After a day of recuperation, Tatsumi used some medicine from the manor's storage to treat his two companions, who were covered in wounds but, fortunately, still alive. When Lip arrived, although the two were still very weak, they were able to speak. Sir, we heard from Tatsumi about your help. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, none of us would be alive, said Shayu. The Imperial City is truly not a place for humans, Shayu continued. We almost died at the hands of that seemingly kind, noble lady. Yeaz shook his head and said bitterly. While the two were still relieved to have survived and feeling fearful, when Lip asked about their future plans, they exchanged bitter smiles. Although they had been rescued, the demons from that family had already left indelible damage on their bodies, making it difficult for them to practice martial arts in the future. Therefore, they requested to return to their hometown and live a peaceful life for the rest of their days. Lip let out a sigh, expressing respect for the choices of the two. On the other side, Tasmi turned his head and clenched his fists. Are all the bastards like this in the Imperial capital? My previous dream is just a joke. I don't know how many kind people like Sayu and Yeaz will suffer and die under this decaying empire. My lord, I want to change this country. Lip looked at Tasmi with some surprise. Even though his intervention had only left his two companions seriously injured instead of dead, had Tasmi still awakened his fighting spirit? He patted Tasmi on the shoulder and said, This country really needs to change. In that case, Tasmi, I hope to assign you to an organization where you will surely learn more. Tasmi nodded, feeling a fiery determination inside him. This empire was filled with evil, and if he could change it, Tasmi was willing to give everything he had. Lip couldn't help but laugh at Tasmi's agreement. Was he really going to infiltrate the Night Raid and the Revolutionary Army? Or was he still the capable Tasmi from the original work? He planned to follow the address that Najinda gave him to find the members of Night Raid, recommending Tasmi while also getting a glimpse of the main cast who were mostly dead in the original story. At that moment, Haidong returned, her short black hair gently swaying in the wind, and she sweetly called out. General Li Pu was slightly surprised. Wasn't this guy supposed to be heading to the assassination organization, leaving for Anning Road? Haitong took out her snack bag, as usual, and started eating it in small bites. She said, I just remembered that there is something very important I haven't told General, so I came back. She gestured for Li Pu to follow her outside. Li Pu slowly followed her to the side. When Haitong noticed Li Pu staring at her for a while, she saw his gaze on her snack bag and quickly hid it behind her back, disdainfully saying, I want to share my snacks with you. Not even with an adult. Lip's corners lifted in a smirk. Stop pretending. Owner of the ever-changing Gaia Foundation. Your acting and disguise are quite good, almost flawless. Haitong was taken aback, almost drawing the 8 rooms at his waist. General? What are you talking about? Lip shook his head gently. Chelsea should be the name, right? To perfectly mimic the appearance and fluctuations of the Imperial artifact, it's no wonder she's an assassin with a nearly 100 success rate. You were almost correct. But there's one thing. Black Eyes usually doesn't make any demands of me, not even suggesting that I go out with her, because I am her superior. You haven't observed long enough for complete detail. If it were a bit longer, perhaps I would have been deceived as well. Black Eyes' eyes instantly turned into crescent moons as she gently clapped her hands. Her figure shifted, and a pink-haired girl with headphones, who was just as good-looking as Black Eyes, suddenly appeared. The man that Commander Najida instructed me to follow is indeed impressive, powerful enough to freeze everyone in the Revolutionary Army, including me, while also being able to view problems in detail. No wonder the commander said you alone could overturn this country. She gave a slight bow. Revolutionary Army Headquarters Imperial Artifact User, shape-shifting Gaia Chelsea, at your service. Did Najida send you? Well, I'm quite interested in this task. After all, you were the one who froze me when I was hiding, so I thought I'd come over and tease you, but I got caught. Chelsea playfully blinked and took out a lollipop to start licking it. Li Pucci thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. He took off the unique badge that represented his identity and handed it to her. Just in time, I need an excellent impersonator like you. The character you just played is one of my subordinates. She is now preparing to go to the Eastern Anning Dao to carry out an assassination mission, targeting Berlick, the second in command of Anning Dao and a lackey of the minister. Take my token and find her. If you can cooperate well with her after killing Berlick, you can replace him and give orders. Then we will have a better chance of inciting a conflict between the minister and the dogs of Anning Dao. After Lip explained the situation to this newly arrived subordinate, Chelsea cheerfully agreed, saying, "Oh my, it's a piece of cake, you can rest assured." Lip was deep in thought as he sized up the petite yet dangerous Chelsea. This guy was indeed the ace assassin of the Revolutionary Army, though perhaps a bit too confident. "I am now giving you an order that must be executed, and you must complete it." Chelsea raised an eyebrow. "Oh? According to my investigation, you are not someone who issues orders recklessly." Before she could finish, Lip stated his command. "Remember to deal with the enemy decisively, and also protect yourself." Chelsea fell silent for a moment, then smiled again. "Understood. I didn't expect that a general of the Empire, a man as powerful as a monster, would also unexpectedly care about others." She nodded to indicate that she would follow Lip's orders, and then, right in front of him, deliberately transformed into his likeness and waved goodbye as she left. What a wicked sense of humor. Lip shook his head helplessly. This guy has good abilities, but he's just too arrogant. In the original story, he got counter-killed because he didn't finish off the black-eyed opponent. And this time he deliberately let these two former enemies cooperate, which should be quite interesting. He also sent the new girl to make things difficult for the ministers. Lip led Tasmi outside the imperial capital. After passing through a dense forest, Lip arrived near the location given by Nagetta. Tasmi was very curious along the way, not knowing where Lip was going to take him for further training. "One more step forward, and your head will be separated from your body," Lipu said, which startled Tasmi, causing him to shudder and almost stop in his tracks. He focused his gaze and discovered it was a thin thread, almost invisible to the naked eye, and couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Is it the ever-changing intertwined tail? The Imperial tool is indeed impressive, but its hiding skills are still lacking. Lip turned to a certain spot, and immediately several figures jumped out. "Ha-ha!" As expected of the ally that the boss instructed to treat with caution. Such observational skills are something that even I, a lower-ranked person like Barrack, cannot match. A young man with green hair was the first to laugh and walk out, accompanied by Brand, the night raid leader that Lip had met before, and another person with purple hair and eyes, a girl named Hill. "You have traveled a long way. What brings you here?" Brand nodded slightly and directly asked Lip about his intentions. After all, since Nagetta became the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Night Raid had been entrusted to the mature and steady Brand in Akame. With Akame currently on a mission, he naturally became the spokesperson. "Brand, this is just right. I encounter a young man from the countryside who has just experienced the darkness of the imperial capital and is now eager to change this country. I want you to take him under your wing. He has great potential." Lip casually spoke, and the eyes of several people turned to the still, somewhat shaken Tasmi. "Can he do it?" Rabuk did not comment, as the requirements for a night raid were quite high, and the tasks were difficult. If Tasmi's abilities were insufficient, it would only harm himself. Brand and Hill nodded. Hill was simply a natural airhead, while Brand appreciated Lip's recommendation and felt a certain endearing quality in Tasmi. "I can accept this. I think this young man has great potential. After we take him back, we will spend some time together, and we will know if this kid is suitable for us," Brand concluded. Rabuk no longer insisted, as the Night Raid team was still very united. "I just want to become a member of the capital's most wanted assassin group." Night Raid? Tasmi expressed his doubts about life. However, he had already witnessed the crimes of the capital, and since it was Lip who brought him here, the people in front of him did not seem like bad people. Therefore, he was only slightly surprised and accepted this fact. Lip nodded in satisfaction. Tasmi had found his place. He would grow much faster in the Night Raid than he would by his side, because he was inherently talented. Only in danger could he quickly develop into a true commander. There was one more thing. You need to be prepared. The Eastern Peace sect and the ministers will likely start fighting among themselves soon, and that will present us with the best opportunity. So during this time, I'll leave it to the Night Raid to eliminate the unstable factors in the imperial capital and try to attract the minister's attention. Brand nodded. They had planned to do just that, to clear out the wicked thugs who acted with impunity under the protection of the ministers in the imperial capital. "Your Excellency, would you like to visit our Night Raid castle? There are still some companions I haven't introduced you to." "No, I have other matters to attend to. Next time." Lip rejected his proposal. Now, going directly to the night raids, Lair himself was too risky and unnecessary. At this stage, he could not openly confront the ministers, lest they deceive the young emperor into producing the imperial arms to fight him. Even if he could defeat General Bud and possibly his death, along with the imperial arms and other wielders, the imperial capital would likely be reduced to ruins, causing suffering for the people. When all conditions are ripe, the imperial capital might not even be significantly damaged, allowing Lip to transform the entire country. Thus, although he already possessed strength that surpassed the world, to clear this world without any losses, Lip decided to employ the dirtiest tactics. Not to mention how Tatsumi slowly integrated with everyone in the night raid. After arranging all the characters from the original work, Lip planned to continue his layout. If we were to talk about what is most valuable in Akame GA Kill, it would naturally be the various girls crossed out and the imperial arms. After the plot began, Lip would also start plotting for the few imperial arms he desired the most, the perfected hand of God and the all-seeing observer. Lip's mouth curled up. These two imperial artifacts, along with the Shangri-La dimensional array I have, are the most useful imperial artifacts for me in this world. I must obtain them. The perfecter of the divine hand can be considered a scientific research auxiliary divine equipment, and Lip plans to take it back to the One-Punch world to use with Dr. Kinos, with whom he has been collaborating. He expects to gain quite a few good things from the Doctor. The Universal Observer is also a divine artifact. The stronger the user, the more it feels like cheating to use it. Its user, the Executioner Zank, is indeed wasting it. Compared to Lip's own system's detection function, which can see through an enemy's abilities, the Observer sees through an enemy's psychology. One is hardware and the other is software, complementing each other. With this divine artifact, Lip would dare to directly confront even A-rank strong opponents. As for the previous Revolutionary Army's prophetic artifact, the Gypsy Witch's Eye of the Future, although it is good, it is useless for Lip. He had previously asked Najita, who told him that every time it tried to detect his future, it would go black screen. Although, as a traveler, it is understandable that his fate cannot be predicted, it is indeed a pity for Lip. His future will depend solely on himself. Among the several divine artifacts Lip wants, the perfecter of the divine hand is currently with Dr. Fashion, and Lip has no reason to take it for now. However, as for the Universal Observer, calculating the time, Zank will soon be in action, so Lip patiently waits. He continues to train, meditate, and develop his various abilities every day in the Imperial capital, ensuring that his true combat power is always higher than his paper combat power, which has always been his winning formula. The minister is also somewhat concerned about Lip's movements. However, his spies only dare to observe from a distance, not daring to get too close for fear of being discovered, so they can only see what Lip wants them to see. Seeing Lip, who is nearly at the pinnacle of power, still honing his skills daily, surprised Onest. However, since he is his ally, the minister is happy about it. One day, after completing a 150-kilometer warm-up run at the training ground, Lip was about to reward himself with 10,000 sets of push-ups when he suddenly overheard the soldiers watching his training discussing something sensitive that made him alert. Have you heard? The Imperial Capital's prison warden's artifact was stolen, apparently by an executioner named Zank. That's right, the entire Imperial Capital is in a state of panic. That guy is a psychopathic killer. Regardless of gender, age, or social status, if anyone encounters that murderer at night, it's only death awaiting them. Even members of the security team have been killed by him. Fortunately, we have experts like General Lip and General Bud in our military camp to deter him. Otherwise, we ordinary soldiers would definitely not be a match for that artifact-wielding killer. Has it finally arrived? Lip stopped training, slowly got up, and exhaled a long breath of white air. I hope this guy is a bit more interesting. Li Puxin's thoughts shifted, transforming into a shadow and directly escaping, merging into the spreading darkness. After a moment of reflection on current events, the soldiers were surprised to find that Li Pu had already vanished. Tasmi, having undergone several days of education and love, had already bonded with the members of Night Raid. Even the gang leader, Leona, who had previously stolen his wallet, had now become a good companion. There was just one thing. Big Brother Brant treated him very well and took good care of him, but the way he looked at him always made Tasmi feel a little uncomfortable. Once again, Tasmi escaped from Big Brother Brant's overly enthusiastic embrace. Today was his first day on a mission. He was being taken by the current leader of Night Raid, Akame, and Tasmi was determined to perform well no matter what. Tasmi, today's enemy, is the Executioner Zank, a murderer from the Imperial capital. The black-haired, red-eyed beauty calmly told the somewhat excited newcomer Tasmi. She was carefully cleaning her sword. first putting on thick gloves, then wrapping it in a layer of cloth, confirming that there were no exposed areas before she began to polish it meticulously. Tasmi, seeing this scene, was very curious and unconsciously wanted to reach out and touch it. Is the maintenance of this sword really so troublesome? Stay away from me. Akame glared at Tasmi and said coldly, instantly startling the curious Tasmi, who wanted to get closer. Why, big sister? Akame turned her head, seemingly aware that she was being a bit too harsh on the newcomer Tasmi. Her tone softened slightly. This is the Imperial tool, the fatal demon sword Muramasa. Any human flesh that touches it will suffer an unresolvable curse and die. Her voice carried a hint of confusion. I don't want to see any more companions die under this sword. The souls that have perished beneath its blade are already too many. Tasmi felt a bit ashamed, although he had experienced some things. They were far from the darkness that Akame had witnessed and personally severed. In fact, Akame was a person with a passionate heart, just covering herself with a cold exterior. She had lost many things and did not want to lose more. After patiently maintaining the demon sword Muramasa, she took Tasmi with her, preparing to engage in a game of hunter and prey in the thick night. Zank, the executioner of the Empire, originally worked diligently, loyally executing the law after the judge's verdict. He loved music and had a normal life. Until Minister Onesta came to power, theoretically, he should have had nothing to do with such a small role, no matter who was at the top. He only needed to loyally do his job and earn a living. However, things changed. He gradually noticed that his workload increased, going from one execution a month to once every 3 weeks, then every 2 weeks, and eventually to once a week, and then daily. Until the prison was filled with prisoners, until the death sentences exceeded those with fixed-term imprisonment, until the execution platform could no longer be cleaned of blood, Zank grew tired. He had been repeating the same action of beheading from morning to night without rest. He beheaded various heads, many of which belonged to high-ranking officials he could never aspire to, sent to the guillotine for various reasons by ministers. More were civilians, sentenced to death for unknown crimes. The judges wouldn't say, and Zank was too tired to inquire. Gradually, Zank felt something was wrong. He could no longer sleep peacefully during the few hours of rest each day. His mind was filled with the sorrowful cries, wails, and curses of the dead whose heads he had cut off with his own hands. The warden gave him a pair of headphones, hoping it would help him feel better. And it did help a lot, because he could no longer hear the sounds of the outside world, only the voices of countless dead echoing in his mind. So he realized he no longer needed to sleep. He could no longer endure even a moment of this. He began to kill continuously throughout the day until the prison was completely emptied by his hand. He stole the warden's imperial tool and went outside to continue killing. Those who did not understand him might wonder why. With the whispers of the dead surrounding him, he would continue. Because only when he killed someone new, watching the terrified expression on their face, could Zank escape slightly from the whispers of the dead and gain a moment of breath. Even though it was like drinking poison to quench thirst. The imperial capital was shrouded in hazy night, resembling a dark forest. Those who died by my hand are speaking again. Only killing can relieve me. How delightful. How delightful. At the highest tower in the imperial capital, Zank the beheader gazed over the entire capital as usual, his face filled with fatigue yet exhilaration. Zank, come join us. You are destined to be like us. Why not come down and join us? Countless moans came from all directions, as if the gates of hell had been opened. Zank casually adjusted his headphones. He had long grown accustomed to this. He had already accepted the idea of going to hell, but it was not for these weaklings to point fingers at him. Under the far side effect of the omniscient observer, he clearly saw a figure appearing on the empty street, which was unusual. Seeing this, Zank revealed a pained yet delighted smile, and the curved blade in his hand trembled excitedly. Tonight, a guest has come to offer a gift. How delightful, truly delightful. Tasmi cautiously strolled along the cold and quiet street, looking around but never spotting the so-called murderer. He couldn't help but sigh. It really isn't that easy to come across him. I should go to the bathroom first. After taking care of business, Tasmi finally felt a lot more comfortable, exhaling a long breath. But when he turned around, he saw a surprising scene. Shayu, didn't you go back home? How come you're here? In front of him stood his childhood friend, her injuries almost healed, looking at him with tear-filled eyes. Tasmi, I can't bear to part with you. It was as if Tasmi heard Shayu's confession from deep within his soul. Before he could come to his senses, Shayu ran off, and he hurriedly chased after her. Shayu, wait for me. When he caught up to her in a more remote, deserted square, Tasmi was panting, having no idea how Shayu had such stamina. He hugged her, a smile spreading across his face. Shayu, you healed so quickly. I'm so happy. But in that embrace, Tasmi suddenly felt something was off. Why was Shayo's body so strong? Impressive, impressive. Even I think you've seen something good in your mind. He widened his eyes and looked up to see Shayo had transformed into a strangely smiling uncle. Tasmi stumbled back several steps, his voice trembling. You are not Shayo. You are that perverted murderer. Tasmi noticed the glasses-like object on the man's head spinning rapidly and guessed that this must be his imperial tool, which had likely caused him to hallucinate and make a grave mistake. Bingo! You should call me Zank the Beheader with the most passionate voice. As for this thing on my head, it is indeed my imperial tool, called the Five-Sight Universal Observer. Just now, I used the illusion sight, which allows people to see what they most desire. Obediently walking to my side for me to slaughter Tasmi, drew his weapon. And the guy in front of him was simply unforgivable, actually using his emotions. He directly unleashed his signature move, the star pentagram slash. Zank's smile grew wider as he slightly moved aside, and every strike from Tasmi completely missed. The series of slashes were merely superficial. The real killing move was a reverse thrust. Zank gently deflected the hidden gun Tasmi had concealed with the sword hidden in his sleeve. So, you were hiding a direct strike to the throat behind? Not a bad idea. But I know all about it. Tasmi's pupils constricted. His final hidden killing move also missed. With a splat, a large amount of blood gushed out from beneath him, and he knelt on the ground, his sword slowly dropping. Wow, so strong. The enemies I faced before were completely on a different level. Zank gently shook his head, his smile becoming even more arrogant. What a pity, what a pity. This is the insight vision. All your thoughts have long been seen through by me. Struggling is just futile. However, I really appreciate a young man like you who is so full of justice. How about I make your head a decoration? A glimmer of cold light fell. But Zank was slightly surprised to find that his sleeve sword was blocked by a suddenly appeared long knife. A black-haired beauty suddenly pulled Tasmi up and, before he could say anything, kicked him away from her and turned to coldly stare at Zank. Zank's heart sank. He realized that insight vision hadn't hurt her thoughts at all. This woman could actually achieve a state of selflessness? A powerful opponent. I'm so excited. You're on a completely different level from that kid just now. You must be the ace assassin of Night Raid, Akame. That weapon in your hand must be the infamous demon sword in Urusame, right? The imperial tool that kills upon contact is truly delightful. So much nonsense. Zank laughed without reason. And this time he directly attacked, his dual blades slashing relentlessly, dancing wantonly in front of the deadly Murasame. Akame's defenses were impeccable, in the state of selflessness. She was even stronger than usual. Several times, she almost struck Zank, but he narrowly dodged each time. As Zank's offensive paused, he looked down to see several large holes ripped in his clothes, while Akame's outfit was completely unharmed. Even he felt his smile gradually fade. Is it possible to suppress me to this degree with just swordsmanship? It seems I can only use that move now. Through the minute changes in muscle, I can briefly predict future attacks with future sight. He could see all of Akame's possible future movements. It didn't matter that he couldn't peer into her heart. He directly charged forward, and another flurry of blades and swords ensued. This time, Akame was actually hit several times, her fair and delicate thigh already stained crimson. Being able to predict the opponent's movements and psychology indeed gives one a significant advantage in battle. Not even a scratch? Your weapon is cheating too. The two faced each other from a distance, equally matched under various conditions. However, Akame's weapon was superior. Zank basically couldn't inflict fatal damage. Continuing this way would only be disadvantageous for him. Tasmi watched from the side, already stunned. Is this the battle between Imperial tool users? I'm completely not on the same level as them. You are strong. I will turn you into a work of art, Akame. Zank smiled strangely. Illusion sight. And then a petite girl in a sailor uniform appeared before him. Akame immediately froze, even lowering her demon sword slightly. Akame, what do you see? Wake up. Tasmi, who had already been knocked out, was getting anxious. She saw the figure of her most beloved person, and she must be completely unable to resist. Just die under my sword. Transforming into the appearance of her beloved, Zank viciously slashed down from the air, aiming to cleave the seemingly irresistible Akame in two. Just because it's my most beloved person, I want to let her be liberated early. As Akame swung her sword down, Zank's face suddenly stiffened. He couldn't fathom why things were unfolding like this. With a crack, tiny fissures appeared on the sleeve sword. His weapon was about to break. Akame gasped heavily. If she destroyed Zank's weapon this time, he would surely die next. Can you really bring yourself to hurt your most beloved person? There's no other way. Zank directly discarded his dual blades, and now it was Akame's turn to be stunned. Isn't this exposing him to Murasame? but she was immediately startled. Zhang's eyes were completely pitch black, dark energy emanating from him. Boom! The Zhang who had vanished in an instant reappeared behind Akame. After fighting for so long, she never expected Zhang still harbored such terrifying power. She wanted to turn around and slash, but an unbeatable force grasped her arm tightly, rendering her unable to move, the sword pressing against her neck. Hey, Akame, can you hear my voice? This voice comes from underground during the silence. What? Akame's slender neck was tightly choked, almost unable to breathe, while Tasmi beside her was filled with rage but powerless to help. The moans of those who have been killed echoed from hell. Each of them hated me, urging me to hurry and join them. I usually just talk endlessly to brush things off until I can no longer control myself. Overtaken by an unprecedented power. This is a power granted by the gods. It tells me that as long as I keep killing, those whispers can be suppressed. As a killer who has taken countless lives, you must also have such confusion, right? How did you resolve it? Is this the original dark infection? Akame suddenly remembered what this boss had told her. Only those enveloped by the most intense negative emotions would be infected and become monsters with power, but no substance. However, such monsters are easily defeated by her technique. I haven't heard of it. What? Akame smiled slightly. Such a question held no meaning for her. I only kill those who deserve to die, so I've never heard it. Zhang's face seemed to be shrouded in an even thicker shadow. How is this possible? Then go die. Become the next cursed soul below, cursing me. He forcefully clenched his overly inflated arms, and the demon sword was about to slash down on the closed-eyed Akame. No, Tasmi shouted in despair. Is fate about to end? If the black-eyed one kills me, so be it. In a daze, Akame seemed to see her sister. They were together, carefree, playing in a new country, eating together, reconciling. No longer the pair who had to kill each other. Sister, I miss you so much. Decapitating Zhang, her strength was considerable. Crack, crack. A thick layer of ice suddenly appeared around Zhang, completely freezing his muscular arms. Qitong suddenly opened her eyes, and with a swift kick, she took advantage of Zhang's immobility to flip over and escape her bindings. However, the demon blade was still firmly grasped by Zhang's frozen hands, and her arms had been crushed by Zhang, leaving her temporarily unable to fight. It was then that Zhang realized there was someone else at the scene. This made him even more furious after suppressing the emotions brewing within him. Another one? Why can you also achieve a state of no self? A man slowly emerged from the shadows. He looked at the dark, swirling figure of Zhang and couldn't help but smile. I'm just doing what I've always done. I didn't want to watch her boring fight, so I meditated for a while. Zhang was immediately left speechless. Can one really avoid just by meditating? He then carefully observed the newcomer, revealing a look of surprise. An imperial general? How did you end up here? I haven't even killed anyone in the military camp. I just had a bit too much to eat tonight and came out for a walk. I didn't expect to run into you. Lip shrugged, helplessly, looking innocent. It's Lord Lip. Now everything is fine. Tasmi shouted excitedly nearby, his anxious heart finally at ease. Nonsense. You clearly covet me. To prevent this guy from talking nonsense, Lip decided to kindly freeze his mouth as well. It must be said that many times, Isteth's ability is truly useful. Zhang was furious. His body had long been modified by the original darkness, and all his potential had been fully tapped. Now he could subdue a Taiga user with his bare hands. No matter how strong Lip was, could he be stronger than someone with the omnipotent observer of the five senses? He tore apart the ice block and kicked the cursed blade Muramesa far away. After all, forcibly wielding a Taigu that didn't belong to him would soon lead to backlash. In an instant, he charged at Lip with ghostly speed. Future Sight and Insight both observed the trajectory of his attack. Zhang, who was advancing at high speed, opened his mouth but stopped abruptly. Was that punch without any feints? What was worse, his Taiga told him that no matter where he dodged, it would be useless. How is this possible? Ah! I still have illusionary sight. Zhang roared recklessly, sending a wave of inexplicable fluctuations towards Lip, only to have it crushed directly by his mental will. The illusionary sight had no effect at all? What kind of insane willpower is this? Zhang couldn't believe it. His Taigu had never warned him like this in such a frantic manner, but he could no longer retreat. A huge wind swept through the entire imperial capital, causing many residents to panic and not even close their windows, as if a once-in-a-century typhoon had suddenly struck. No one would have thought that this scene, resembling the arrival of a storm, was merely a fist that had yet to be swung. On the ground in front of Li Pu, Zhang knelt on both knees, the darkness in his eyes driven away by fear. In front of his trembling forehead was an ordinary fist. I have lost. Zank had no intention of continuing to fight. Just moments ago, his mind seemed filled with the word death in large letters. And even the voices that had been echoing in his ears were completely extinguished by this stopped punch, as if the gates of hell had been smashed open by a single blow. He had thought it would be somewhat interesting, but this was it. It was even worse than Janos. Lip shook his head in disappointment. In fact, his current strength was too overpowered. Just having any red-level ability would be enough to crush a formidable Imperial tool user like Zank, but he possessed them all, truly a rogue. Zank tremblingly removed the Imperial tool, the Universal Observer, and threw it in front of him. His once proud Imperial tool was utterly useless in the face of this man's absolute strength, not to mention the meager physical strength he possessed. Before you kill me, this sinful person, I have one last question. Please, you must answer me. Zank no longer showed that twisted smile, but transformed back into the tortured executioner. Confusion and longing etched on his face. You are a general of the Empire, right? Clearly, like me, you have killed many people. Why are you not affected by those voices? It's very simple. Lip said, how many people have you killed? Hundreds? Or thousands? Can't remember. Too many. I've killed hundreds of thousands. Looking at the astonished Zank, Lip casually continued, and then millions of innocent people gained a right to live because of their deaths, and possibly even more were saved indirectly. Zank, that is why I can't hear those voices at all. Everything I do is in line with my own will. And you? No matter how many people you behead, you can never convince yourself that the source of those voices is anything but yourself. The one who wants to kill you the most is yourself. For myself? Zank stared blankly at his own hands, the hands of an executioner. Once, he was willing to do this disgraceful job because killing those heinous criminals would save countless people, and at that time, he had never heard any voices. When did beheading start to disturb his inner peace? He couldn't remember. Lip said no more, simply transforming his fist into a palm, and lightly brushed across Zank's neck with his energy, instantly creating a thin line of blood, leading to Zank's beheading by the executioner, ultimately dying by execution. In his final moments, Zank showed no resentment. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted into a normal, slight arc. The voice has indeed vanished. You have killed an original Dark Infected, earning 24,762 hero points. After glancing at Zank, who appeared to die like an ordinary person, Lip gently shook his head. Zank had killed many innocent people, but he was not the only one responsible for their deaths. With a flick of his toes, the Universal Observer came into Lip's hands. He examined the Imperial artifact briefly before putting it away. It was wise to inspect the loot later. Tasmi, who had been lying on the ground watching the two battles, got up and, as usual, sealed Tasmi's wounds, causing him to hiss and shout in the cold. You've grown during the night raid, but it's still not enough. Lip glanced at Tasmi's panel, noticing that his stats had increased significantly, as expected of a protagonist template. However, his emotional state seemed unchanged, which left Lip speechless. It's no wonder that in the original story, Tasmi went berserk and defeated the highest Imperial weapon, only to die from the inertia of the supreme Imperial weapon falling. Seeing Tasmi's face turn red and him not daring to speak, Lip could only hope that this guy would learn a bit more from his experiences. Meanwhile, Akashimo had endured excruciating pain to realign his bones and retrieve the demon sword Murakumo, immediately thanking the ally who had arrived. No need for thanks, but I will be taking this Imperial weapon with me. Lip waved his hand casually. Although Chi Tong was good-looking with her long black hair, they didn't know each other well, so Lip had no reason to hand over his spoils. Chi Tong understood this. After all, it was Lip who had saved her and killed the Zank after it was infected by darkness, so this distribution was only natural. Lip nodded in satisfaction, feeling that Chi Tong was quite perceptive. However, he soon fell into deep thought. The situation with Chi Tong and Hei Tong was still quite a headache. Although he had made significant changes to the plot, completely avoiding the tragedy of the two sisters still required effort. Chi Tong noticed Lip's contemplative expression and felt strangely connected to it. Just then, she suddenly looked into the distance, and the demon blade at her waist subtly unsheathed. The Imperial Capital's guard was coming. Last time, when they dealt with the oil merchant, Oko of the Oni had inexplicably shut himself in and hadn't been able to finish him off. Lip snapped back from his thoughts and glanced at the approaching security team, waving his hand and saying, "Oh, that guy who colludes with merchants and extorts money is here, just in time for you to take an Imperial artifact." Indeed, Lip noticed that the embodiment of absolute justice, the Imperial artifact user Sairu, was also in this team. Wasn't this just delivering an Imperial artifact to him? Anyway, Tazumi was right next to him, Since someone had to take the blame tonight, it was decided that Tazumi would be on the front page and on the wanted list tomorrow. Tazumi. Report, sir. There are extremely strong battle fluctuations ahead. The members of the security team saluted Oka, which made Oka frown. After he sensed something was off in the Imperial capital last time, he had been holed up in the security office for several days without going out. He didn't even help one of his biggest partners, the oil merchant, who was assassinated, because it was said that the night raid had put him on their kill list. So this time, he thought he might as well let his subordinates slack off and just go through the motions. However, considering that the night raid's assassination organization had become increasingly rampant recently, making the ministers somewhat dissatisfied with him, Oka gritted his teeth. In the Empire, one could do anything, but they must not anger the ministers. After all, he still had the Imperial artifact user Sairu on his side. If they couldn't win, they could always run. When he arrived at the remote square with Sairu and dozens of team members, he saw only 2 people in the square. Oka focused and saw that one of the female assassins was on the wanted list, while he didn't recognize the other. With only 2 opponents, he felt relieved. Ha! You night raid scoundrels are out again at night to commit crimes. Now you'll obediently face justice. Oka, with his scarred eyes, laughed and waved his hands, signaling his subordinates to surround Tazumi and Akame. Sairu, meanwhile, petted the small dog in her arms and said almost indulgently, Xiaobai, it seems you'll have snacks again. By Geo. In an instant, the beast transformed into the 100-armed giant displayed its true power. A giant creature, several meters tall and with a fierce appearance, suddenly appeared, roaring at everyone and revealing its dozens of long fangs. I announce that for you heinous criminals, the death penalty will be carried out. Sairu's face had become crazed at some point, causing the team members who usually interacted with her normally to instinctively feel fear and distance themselves. Xiaobai, eat them. The enormous creature charged at Akame and Tazumi, its gaping maw ready to swallow them whole. Let me accumulate a bit more combat experience first, Tazumi silently muttered. The temporarily healed injuries allowed him to rejoin the battle, so he wielded his broadsword and went to clash with the beast. Both he and Akame moved simultaneously, attacking the Imperial artifact. The giant beast's massive claws struck the ground, sending countless dust into the air. Tazumi narrowly dodged this attack, executing a spinning slash that could easily tear apart a first-level dangerous species, the Earth Dragon. Got it. Just as Tazumi triumphantly flipped over the shattered giant beast, he discovered that Akame had also cut through the abdomen of this artifact, but was stepping back with a serious expression. Ha ha! Ignorant scoundrels! Xiaobai is invincible. You'd better obediently become its snacks, Sairu laughed maniacally. The moment Tazumi turned around, he saw the huge claw, perfectly intact, coming down again. Bang, bang, bang. Tazumi's position was hit repeatedly by the ferocious strikes, creating several large holes in the ground. Cough, cough, cough. What kind of Imperial artifact is this? The slash had no effect? Tazumi, momentarily careless, received more injuries and was now coughing blood. Next, Xiaobai's relentless offensive, along with the harassment from the surrounding security team members, overwhelmed Tazumi. Akame fared slightly better, skillfully blocking most of Sairu's attacks. Oka initially watched with great interest as his subordinates besieged the 2 night raid assassins, but after seeing no progress for so long, he became impatient. Sairu, use that move. Otherwise, things might change. Sairu's mechanically modified arm was already sparking from fighting, and upon hearing her master's words, she hesitated slightly. Master. That move will leave Xiaobai unable to use it for a long time and will cause great harm to Xiaobai. Oka, somewhat impatient, replied, This is for justice. Although Sairu felt reluctant to slay all these evil scoundrels, she could only make Xiaobai endure not eating bad people for a few months. Xiaobai, go berserk. The originally several-meter-tall beast, which had been unscathed after being slashed hundreds of times, suddenly swelled rapidly, its eyes turning blood red, its power and speed visibly increasing. Seeing the already battered Tazumi, his mindset collapsed. As a civilian player, how could he compete with these wealthy players wielding Imperial artifacts who could go berserk? He instantly wore a bitter expression. My lord, you've been watching the show for so long, and I've been beaten up like this. Aren't you coming out? Tazumi's complaints seemed to trigger some sort of spell, and the surrounding darkness was instantly filled with shadowy figures. Isn't this your training? Also, it's mostly Akame doing the fighting. You're just getting hit. A teasing voice came, making Oka freeze. That voice is Ninjutsu, 100 Shadows Burial. Countless shadowy figures surged from the darkness, and in an instant, all members of the security team were knocked down. As for Oka, he was directly turned to dust by a casual punch from Lip. The battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. What had seemed like hunters, the Imperial Capital security team, had become prey at this moment. All the members were either dead or unconscious, with only Sairu, at the moment of being attacked, having the beast abandon the delicious Tazumi before wrapping itself around its master, although it was instantly blasted apart, revealing the core of the biological Imperial artifact that Tazumi and Akame hadn't seen after scraping for a long time. Sairu was fortunate to survive due to its loyal protection of its master. It actually took my hit voluntarily, although its power was greatly dispersed. It seems the Empire's biological artifact technology is quite impressive. Lip was quite surprised. Such a powerful bioempire device, intelligent and practical, was indeed jaw-dropping compared to the Empire's average medieval technology level. This was artificial intelligence that modern society could not even compare to. Who are you? How dare you kill my master and treat Xiaobai this way? It's unforgivable. Seeing Xiaobai almost destroyed and the remains of his master, Saria let out a piercing scream. A black aura slowly wrapped around him. I will execute you. A familiar chill came over him. Sariu, who prided himself on absolute justice, was dramatically infected by the original darkness that only those with extreme negativity could be affected by at that moment. His mechanically modified body unleashed firepower towards Lip, and under her frantic urging, disregarding her own limits, Xiaobai instantly transformed from the core, becoming a fierce giant beast again, pouncing towards Lip. Could absolute justice actually give rise to original darkness? Lip gently shook his head. The bullets from Sai Lu couldn't even pierce his skin. He didn't even look at the massive beast's gaping mouth that was about to engulf him. With a casual punch, he unleashed flowing water breaking through defenses that felt like paper to Lip. The flowing rock-shattering fist aimed directly for the round biological core within the beast. The enormous beast's body seemed to freeze in place, vanishing in an instant, leaving only Lip pinching the core he had extracted with 2 fingers. Little by lost? I'm going to lose? No, that's impossible. Darkness can never triumph over justice. Sai Lu initially wore a face of disbelief, but it quickly turned to rage. Countless dark energies floated out from her body as she charged at Lip like a madwoman. My master's mechanically modified body still has one last trick to deal with scum like you. I will perish alongside evil. A flickering red light was faintly visible within Sai Lu, clearly indicating her intent to self-destruct in a massive explosion to take down her enemies. Sai Lu's suicidal attack only made Lip sigh. Sigh, if only you could have been born in a less twisted world. He waved his hand lightly, and the overwhelming ice element instantly coalesced, turning Sai Lu into an ice block. This time, he used absolute zero. At least, this would let you die with a little less pain. When Lip lightly waved her hand, the ice blocks formed by Sai Lu turned into the smallest ice crystals, allowing her to leave with some dignity. That was the most Lip could do. You killed an original dark infected person and gained 10,048 hero points. Li Pu waited quietly for a moment before turning the Imperial artifact, the 100-armed giant, over to Chi Tong and calmly said, "This Imperial artifact is for the Revolutionary Army. I don't need it much. I hope you can find someone with a sense of justice to use it." Chi Tong took the artifact and tilted her head slightly. Looking at Li Pu, "Are you actually feeling sentimental?" Although she's still a child, the blood on her hands is no less than that of the demon Oka. Many ordinary people, having committed minor offenses, were all executed by her. You don't need to feel guilty about it. Not at all. I just feel that this world needs to change even faster. Lip tightened his black coat and pointed at the still unconscious security team member on the ground. You should have accurate intelligence. Leave those security team members with decent character, and deal with those who are irredeemable. Remember to give a stab to the ones with a conscience as well. Make it look more tragic, so the minister won't vent his anger on us. Chi Tong's eyes flickered. Mr. Lip seems to be a very gentle person. Tasmi, on the side, couldn't help but nod in agreement. This lord saved him, gave him a new life and purpose. He truly was that kind of person. Lip did not refute, but simply merged into the darkness. Remember to let Tasmi take the blame. I will personally put him on the wanted list tomorrow. Otherwise it will be hard to fool the minister. Tasmi, who had just been nodding vigorously, suddenly stiffened. Was Lord Lip really gentle? Why didn't he feel it at all? The next morning, explosive news shook the Imperial capital. The security team was attacked by assassins during the night, and Captain Oka and the Imperial tool user Seilu were all killed in battle. The villain who allegedly wiped out the security team in an instant was called Tasmi, who had previously hidden most of his strength. The unconscious security team members who woke up said that it was General Lip who arrived later, scared off the thieves, and saved them. The minister was also furious upon hearing this, but because the security team had indeed suffered heavy casualties, he had no way to punish them and could only praise Lip for arriving in time. Otherwise, not a single survivor would have been left. As for the imperial tool of the security team, the minister tacitly did not mention it, thinking that Lip had taken it away. This shows the benefits of being in a high position. Many sensitive resources and items are basically beyond anyone's scrutiny regarding their whereabouts. Lip personally posted the wanted notice for Tasmi and declared that whoever could capture him would receive his exclusive guidance on becoming stronger. As soon as these words were spoken, the streets were filled with people wanting to catch Tasmi, as everyone knew General Lip was one of the most powerful men in the country. Upon hearing this, Tasmi nearly fainted in the bathroom. With the elimination of the Imperial Capital's security team, the minister's power was further diminished. Lip returned to his residence in a good mood, took out the 5-sight all-seeing observer, and placed it on his head. Instantly, a sense of probing emerged from the eye. Lip understood that this was the adaptation stage of the Imperial tool. Without hesitation, he used his incredibly strong willpower to cover it, directly expelling that sense of probing. The observer instantly wilted and obediently settled down. Lip's original Imperial tool, the dimensional array Shangri-La, expressed some dissatisfaction and exerted a pressure, but it was easily suppressed by Lip. Is that it? Wasn't it said that dual Imperial tools were very difficult? Why does it feel so easy to handle? Rip muttered as he adjusted the 5-vision Universal Observer. This thing was a very useful auxiliary Imperial tool, complementing Rip's system detection perfectly. The enemy wouldn't just have their trump cards exposed, their very underpants would be seen through. Although the physical burden had indeed increased several times for Rip, it was just like carrying a bag. He couldn't say it was tiring at all. In the original story, there had only been Will as a dual Imperial tool user for 1,000 years, and calling him lucky would not be an exaggeration. As for his death, Rip estimated that she could also use dual Imperial tools, but she just looked down on it. Lip can easily handle the dual Emperors, and considering the demon manifestation that the system helped him deal with, it can even be barely counted as the use of 3 Emperor tools. The reason for this is merely the base attributes provided by his remarkably abnormal passive skills, which ordinary people in the Crimson World cannot achieve unless they want to be instantly turned into a human stick. After playing with the 5-sight Universal Observer for a while, Lip attached it to the inside of his coat. He usually doesn't need to use it. There's no necessity, and he would only take it out in suitable situations or against strong enemies. Moreover, the most important point is that wearing it all the time is somewhat ugly, which goes against Lip's true nature. Also, after this mission, Tasmi should grow quite a bit, and Lip is genuinely curious about the protagonist's growth curve. Therefore, he would let the opponent heavily injure Tasmi first and observe his data. The result is that Tasmi's overall combat power, originally around 150, turned into 175 after battling Oka the Demon and the security team, a growth speed that left Lip somewhat astonished. If it weren't for Lip having the advantage of being able to see that Tasmi's skill bar did not contain the protagonist's Halo skill, he might have considered beating Tasmi up himself to grind for skills. Upon reaching the training ground, Lip planned to continue training himself, striving to accumulate a bit more strength in the time of the Crimson World so that he would have sufficient power to deal with the endless high-level disasters when he returned to the Punch World. Lord Lip, good news from the border. Generalist Death has defeated the Northern Barbarian Army and captured the Northern Prince Numasika alive. It is said that Lordess Death has become significantly stronger, and the Northern Barbarians, who attempted to transform everyone into divine warriors for a counterattack, ended up having all 400,000 monsters killed by Lordess Death. A soldier saluted and reported to Lip with great excitement. It makes sense. The Northern Barbarians have always been known for their cunning. Even the most optimistic people believed that it would take over a year to conquer them, but they didn't expect Generalist Death to finish it so quickly. Lipu was taken aback. He thought that in this timeline, the northern foreign tribes would be forced to convert their original Dark Warriors, and, at the very least, they could delay his death for a while. He didn't expect it to be resolved so quickly. It seems that 3 years ago, he had provoked his death a bit, which made her stronger again. This guy would definitely have to return to the Imperial capital for a debriefing soon. He didn't know what level he could reach. Lip thought to himself that he would quickly resign and slip away before his death arrived. Although he was very confident in his own strength and enjoyed fighting, being entangled with his death still made him feel a bit uneasy. My lord, there is one more thing. This battle report is from a month ago, as there was quite a disturbance in Anning Dao, which delayed the news on the way. Generalist Death should have returned to the Imperial capital by now. Li Pu's footsteps froze. Great. Now there's no need to walk. He might as well prepare for a fight with his death. Earlier, inside the palace, Minister Onest and the young emperor were sitting on a high platform. Below them stood his death, who had just returned to the imperial capital. Generalist Death had resolved another major issue for our empire. It truly shows the flourishing martial virtue, and I am very pleased. This time, I must reward Generalist Death properly. Don't you think so, Minister? The young emperor on the platform feigned authority. Even when it came to rewards, he still sought the minister's opinion. One still wore his usual smiling expression. Your Majesty is absolutely right. I could not agree more. Does Generalist Death have any particular reward in mind? 3 years had passed, and the young emperor had grown a bit, but he had become even more obedient to the ministers. Hearing the minister's agreement, he nodded. Is Death. You can ask for anything you want, titles, treasures, handsome men. I and the ministers can grant them to you. Both the minister and the young emperor were quite curious about what such a battle-crazed person as his Death would want as a reward, especially the minister. He felt that while his Death was somewhat manageable, she was still too stubborn and never listened to his commands, unlike Li Pu, who was more cooperative. His Death took off her military cap, revealing her long sky-blue hair, took a sip of her own wine, thought for a moment, then crossed her arms and said, I want to fall in love. The minister and emperor, who were listening seriously, almost fell over. You achieved such a great feat by exterminating the northern tribes, and you want such a reward? Does Generalist Death already have a candidate in mind? What kind of man do you want? As long as it's feasible, we will surely select someone for you. The minister and the young emperor regained their composure. If it's just about love, then let it be. Although it was a bit odd, how could it be difficult for those who held the power of the entire country? It's a joke. Any kind of man could be directly captured. Death nodded in satisfaction. This minister was still somewhat competent, capable of ensuring she got a man she herself couldn't even handle. So, she cleared her throat and stated a name that made the piece of meat the minister was chewing almost fall from his mouth. Since you say so, I shall not be polite. I want to date Li Pu. The minister froze for quite a while before stuffing the piece of roasted meat that was about to fall into his mouth and sighed. Generalist Death, I cannot fulfill this request of yours. Death raised an eyebrow. Onest, you just confidently said that the men in the country are at my disposal. Death, please do not make it difficult for the minister. I cannot promise Li Pu to you either. The young emperor felt overwhelmed. How could he and the minister dare to do such a thing? Even the rewards they usually gave to Li Pu, he didn't want at all. So this kind of reward was even less likely. If that's the case, then I shall take my leave. Death showed a hint of displeasure, put on her military cap, and stood up to leave, leaving the minister and the young emperor exchanging glances. This is Death, really. How could she make such an unreasonable request? Isn't that making things difficult for His Majesty? The minister said unhappily. He originally wanted to let Death join in the encirclement and suppression, to have her mobilize the best Imperial gear users from various troops to form a new inspection team. But now that she was so ungrateful, he could only hand this team over to Li Pu and let this woman experience some frustration. The minister's words were quite reasonable. I will listen to you. The young emperor agreed wholeheartedly and then asked the minister about another matter. I heard that there's a risk of rebellion in the eastern Anning Road recently. I do not understand why such a thing would happen. My country clearly has everyone well fed and clothed, so why are there so many rebels? Your Majesty, you are overthinking it. Those are just the words of petty people trying to create panic. Such people are the real threat to the country. I suggest that Your Majesty execute them all. The young emperor nodded, somewhat understanding. Indeed, you are still loyal, minister. These guys often impeach you, and I will never tolerate those who turn black and white upside down. The corner of the minister's mouth curled slightly. The second in command of Anning Road is his person. Whether there is a rebellion or not is up to him to decide. That Berlick should already be causing trouble, and when the time comes, he just needs to take the young emperor and that old button out to suppress the rebellion. He could manipulate things as he pleased while staying in the imperial capital. Death angrily exited her base, and her 2 beast warriors had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Death's displeasure, they were somewhat surprised. My lord, what happened? Did the emperor and minister not reward you? Death snorted. These high-ranking people can't even handle a small matter. I have to do it myself. Follow me to that guy's base. Neo and Daidos exchanged glances and quickly followed Death. Lip sat quietly in the empty training ground. Since Death was in the imperial capital, there was no need to leave. It would be better to just have a showdown, saving her from constantly thinking about him. You're here, Death said, her sky-blue long hair casually cascading in the air as it had 3 years ago. She sat on her icy throne, propping her chin on her round, snow-white thighs. Seeing Lip had arrived early to wait for her, She couldn't help but laugh. I was planning to find you, but I didn't expect you to be here waiting for me. How interesting such a man. I must dominate you and make you obediently fall in love with me. Below the throne, Neo and Daidos were panting. They too had seen the man sitting upright, exuding an aura that made them feel alarmed. What a strong presence. Too bad he asked not a woman. Otherwise, such a beautiful face would be wonderful to keep, Neo said, taking out the military music dream screamer, somewhat entranced. A man like this must provide a lot of experience points. Daidos also took down his two imperial weapons, the great axes Belvark, from his back. Lip did not take it seriously at all. These two beast warriors had committed many evils, and he would directly take care of them when the opportunity arose. Especially that faux girl Neo, who, beneath her perverse personality, enjoyed cutting off the faces of her enemies as collectibles, not knowing how many young girls she had killed. The one behind, Daidos, still had experience points. He really felt embarrassed to even mention it, although Esther's was very good to her subordinates. She was too indulgent and usually did not manage them at all, leading to a mix of good and bad under her rule. Indeed, such a person was more suited to being a battle maniac, not a manager. You all stay out of this. This is my agreement with this man. 3 years ago, we fought to a standstill, and now let's determine who dominates whom. Esther's lips curled with confidence as she lightly tossed off her coat and unsheathed her military knife in a swift motion. I've been improving over these 3 years. It's all thanks to the motivation you provided. Let me see just how strong you are now, little Lip. Esther's charm, 14, mature woman style. With bonuses for M-types, overall combat power, 50-12, the strongest human in this world, comparable to the strongest super dangerous species in the history of this world. And in the One-Punch Man world, she would have dragon-level combat power. Rank B, a power beyond what mortals can imagine. Capable of destroying the ecosystem if uninterrupted for enough time. Abilities, special type Imperial Tool Demon God Manifestation. Essence of Evil, red. Her combat instinct, red. Hunting Mastery, red. Steadfast Will, red. Interrogation Mastery, orange. Goodness. No wonder Esther's could rampage and kill a significantly stronger northern ethnic group. Her speed of becoming stronger is already at a protagonist level. Lip felt it was outrageous after just a glance. He had only managed to get a few red skills after so many system qualifications and skill upgrades. Yet his death had upgraded all of her several orange-level skills from 3 years ago to red. How much obsession must she have had? However, fortunately, Lip was not made of clay. He had become much stronger over time. He was confident that he could defeat his opponent without even having to use his hero point reserves. Lipu stood up, his hands clasped behind his back. He had already made preparations. His boxing gloves were on, and he temporarily didn't want to use the 5-vision omniscient observer. However, he had fully activated the blood spray technique and the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the shock gate. Although the enhancement of these low-level skills was halved due to his strong physical prowess, they were still incredibly powerful due to the massive base. Let the battle that ended without a conclusion 3 years ago finally determine a victor this time. Lip Charm, 14 overall combat power, 6048, 2880x, 1007535, combat power rank. B. In this world, you have almost no rivals. Come on. Let me see what level you have reached. Dance of the Ice. An unprecedented move was suddenly shouted from Esther's mouth. Lip raised an eyebrow. This woman had once again developed a new variation of the demon god manifestation, truly a terrifying ability to learn in battle. A massive blizzard instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. But Lip felt a bit puzzled, as such an attack was utterly ineffective against him. He directly used his usual shadow escape, preparing to take the initiative. I see you. Esteth smiled slightly, clasped her hands, and an ice block instantly appeared, inside which was Lip, who had already slipped into the shadows. Lipu effortlessly broke free, but still revealed his figure and could no longer approach. His expression suddenly became somewhat playful. As expected, it's impressive. The blizzard, like a domain, actually hides countless tiny ice elements. Extending your perception into it makes any attempt to hide completely meaningless. The enemy can only confront you head-on. Isteth blinked her eyes, as if to acknowledge this. He sighed. No wonder the northern tribes are so cowardly. They are easily annihilated by you. Lip stood still, looking at Isteth, who seemed to have him figured out, and smiled slightly. But it's not just you who's gotten stronger. Do you want to know why I've been keeping my hands behind my back? A small glimmer of light appeared behind Lip, but due to the angle, the people in front of him couldn't see it clearly. Isteth sensed it, and her battle instincts suddenly exploded in her mind like a malfunctioning device. causing a lot of cold sweat to form on her back. Her expression turned serious. "What is that?" Li Pu clasped his hands together, forming a flower bud shape, and slowly pushed forward. Only then did Ace to see the full appearance of that thing. A small energy ball, radiating an incredibly terrifying aura. "I've been waiting for you for quite a while, and I've gathered enough power during this time. Now its might should be sufficient." Lip also blinked in response and uttered a few words. "Turtle School Qigong. Not good. Lordess Death is in danger." Neo and Daidos were surprised to see a look of astonishment appear on Lordess Death's face for the first time. The danger they could sense, Death naturally knew as well. She could feel that taking this attack directly would surely lead to her death. Mokobotomo. Time and space instantly froze, and Death immediately escaped from a large area in front of Lip, the deadly feeling finally subsiding, allowing her to breathe heavily. Just after their initial confrontation, she was forced to use her ultimate move. "Truly, he is the man I have my eyes on." Death smiled slightly, intending to freeze the space around Lip at high speed to restrict him, but she found that this time the time-space freeze seemed unusually short. Crack! A crisp sound seemed to ring out. The glowing sphere in Li Pu's hand was still expanding, and the immense energy beam slightly distorted space-time. Her ultimate move was about to break. "This is bad, how could it be?" The small glowing sphere instantly transformed into a surging beam of blue energy, breaking through the surrounding blizzard. The spot where she had just been was even pierced through the clouds, and the energy shot off into deep space, heading who knows where, as if any obstructing object would be completely annihilated. Sunlight streamed down through the newly created gap in the clouds, illuminating the somewhat pale faces of Estes and her subordinates. Li Pu unleashed the energy wave that had been building up for several hours and immediately felt a little over half of his body as energy drained. However, seeing the near-instantaneous position of his death, he couldn't help but smile. The effect is quite good. It directly forced this woman to use her ultimate move, which she only does once a day. I wonder when I will be able to learn this technique. Despite Li Pu seriously practicing the ability of demon god manifestation, he still couldn't understand how to freeze time and space. After all, his talent was focused on martial arts, and his progress in boxing was rapid. But developing other abilities was naturally much slower. 3 years without seeing you. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Now you have the value of conquest. Iceblade. Death advanced instead of retreating, excitedly drawing her military knife, the massive icy snow blade extending dozens of meters long. With all the snow and ice radiating an aura of extreme cold, clearly indicating that even a slight touch would result in absolute zero freezing. Is this another newly developed move? Li Pu could feel that even if he were to touch that ice blade, he would not be able to break free for a while. And he couldn't help but nod secretly. The compatibility between his death and the demon god manifestation was truly off the charts. His own ability to manifest the demon god could hardly be used under his death as control, which shows there is still a gap in terms of manipulation. So, Li Pu did not hesitate and threw out a punch, carrying the might of heaven and earth. Flowing water, 2 forms, transformation. Suddenly, the vast blizzard in the world was instantly transformed into rainwater under this punch. This move was one Li Pu had used before, but back then he combined his punch intent with ice abilities to turn rain into snow. Now he was just reversing it, breaking Death's domain. Immediately, countless ice mists appeared on Death's ice blade, and the water vapor in the air instantly condensed into small droplets, exchanging heat with Death's extreme cold ice. Can even the most basic principles of life be applied in such a high-level battle? What a terrifying man. Neo watched the battle, which seemed to shake the heavens and earth, murmuring to himself. He made up his mind, quietly pulling on Daidos, preparing to take out the Imperial equipment to assist in the battle. Death looked at the move that was about to fail with surprise. But if she continued to be pressured and attacked, it would be dangerous. Taking advantage of her ability, not having completely failed, she directly swung the dozens of meters long ice blade. Behind Lip, dark wings resembling those of a fallen angel manifested, allowing him to fly into the air and evade the attack. He then countered with several massive red and blue punches, forcing Death to dodge again. Otherwise, even a glancing blow would leave her severely injured. Each of his strikes could create massive craters dozens of meters wide in the ground, and his ordinary attacks were even more terrifying than those of Imperial weapons. She couldn't fathom how he trained to achieve such power. Death's expression was severe, tinged with bitterness. The abilities Lip was showcasing now were far beyond her expectations. With such strength, it was unlikely there was anyone else in this world who could match him. Lip is ready to press the advantage, and Isdeath has no chance of winning. He activates the weakness insight on Isdeath and the explosive energy of the enhanced void splitter, which has been strengthened countless times compared to a few years ago, gathers instantly at his waist. Isdeath has almost used all her skills and has no way out at this moment, only managing to condense countless layers of ice in an attempt to block. She has become so much stronger, yet in the end, she is being crushed by Lip, leaving her feeling mixed emotions. "My lord, this won't do. We'll help you." At that moment, a strange flute sound comes from behind Lip, accompanied by two huge axes attacking. The two beastmen under Isdeath's command actually disregard her orders and launch a surprise attack. Isdeath's expression instantly darkens. She has been looking forward to a one-on-one battle with Lip for a long time. She had considered these two useful and treated them very well, yet they disturb her at such a critical moment. Even if she were to lose, this would be an absolute humiliation. Lip noticed it, but he didn't care at all. He simply activated the iron lock to restrain the axe wielder and directly used his almost tangible willpower to ignore the sound of the flute. Immediately, Neo was astonished to find that her flute music was completely ineffective. This was supposed to be enhanced by Imperial tools, yet it couldn't affect this man in the slightest. On the other side, Ditas fared even worse. The two large axes swept through Lip's body without leaving a scratch, and Ditas seemed to have experienced a bisecting blow, directly and frustratingly splitting into two halves, as if he had died at the hands of his own Imperial tool. Li Pu's mind moved, and with a slight deviation, the air-splitting punch he unleashed veered mostly towards his death, with a small portion aimed at Niwu. No, Niwu, who had tortured and killed countless people, suddenly showed the same fear as those who had died at his hands. He immediately activated his secret technique, the final move of the military music dream, the Phantom Man Summon. After this move, I will have a defense comparable to that of a special grade dangerous species. It should be. Bang! Before he could finish his words, he was reduced to dust by just a brush of the punch's wind. Any defense became a joke under absolute strength suppression. You killed a normal Imperial tool user and gained 396 hero points. You killed a normal Imperial tool user and gained 777 hero points. Cough, cough. How could this be? Isdeath, in a situation where her domain was broken, had no way to withstand the blow head-on. Countless layers of defensive ice were shattered, revealing the injured Ice Queen, who could barely speak at that moment. Isdeath was the type who would never admit defeat as long as she had a breath left. At this moment, she could no longer move at all. The internal injuries from Li Pu's highly penetrating strike were far more severe than the external ones. She couldn't even lift her hand to manipulate any ice elements. She had been completely overwhelmed. Lip slowly walked over through the stormy weather, squatting down to gaze into Isdeath's somewhat bewildered eyes. "In this match, I have won." Isdeath remained silent. Seeing this, Lip silently manipulated the demon to manifest, creating a small ice shelter so that Isdeath wouldn't be soaked while feeling weak and helpless. From his elevated position, he looked at Isdeath's stubborn expression and sighed. "Let's put it this way, I'm stronger than you. Shouldn't it be my turn to dominate you now?" Isdeath, who just felt lost after her first defeat in life, finally found focus upon hearing these words. She stared at Lip for a while before lowering her head. "I lost to you. It is only natural for the strong to dominate the weak." She finally gathered some strength, took off her hat, letting her blood-stained long hair cascade down again, and smiled freely. "From now on, I, Isdeath, will be at the mercy of Lord Lip." Lip was somewhat surprised to see Isdeath actually admit defeat. However, given Isdeath's personality, it made sense. In her view, the strong are to be respected, and the weak should be at the mercy of the strong. However, Lip completely disagreed with her way of thinking, so he just waved his hand casually and said, I understand, but as for being controlled, let's forget about that. Just don't bother me so crazily in the future." Isdeath slowly propped herself up with half her body. Upon hearing Lip's words, she merely smiled slightly and said, "I can be your subordinate." Li Pu raised an eyebrow. "Our positions in the Empire are equal, so you can't be my subordinate, and besides, your subordinates just died at my hands." Isdeath gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said slowly, "The two of them were not strong enough, yet they insisted on breaking the rules to join. I have nothing to say about their deaths. As for becoming your subordinate, I'm willing to lower my military rank, as long as I can serve as your adjutant." As she spoke, a different light quietly flickered in Isdeath's eyes. In this world, only the man in front of her had made her consider the idea of being beneath someone for the first time with his strength. Her desire to experience love had not yet been forgotten. Lip was truly taken aback. Astes actually agreed to lower her status to become his subordinate, making him feel that this woman might have ulterior motives. However, Lip was confident that this guy was no longer a match for him after his explosive growth and strength, and he could completely control the situation. Moreover, if Astes came under his command, it would essentially mean he had swayed her loyalty. After all, she was not loyal to the Empire itself, but merely to a tool that could provide her with the thrill of battle. With another top-tier fighter on his side, Lip found it even easier to liberate this country, and the casualties of the Revolutionary Army were likely to be much reduced. Lip pondered for a moment and realized that agreeing to his death didn't seem too bad, so he reluctantly conceded. Becoming my subordinate is fine, but you must unconditionally execute all my orders from now on. Of course, if you're unwilling, you can leave at any time. I won't stop you. Isdeth nodded with a bright smile, as this kind of statement suited her strange preferences perfectly. What I mean is all orders. Do you understand? Lip looked at her with a somewhat confused expression, so he simply blinked, trying to give Isdeth a hint. Isdeth curled her lips. Of course I know. You can do whatever you want with me if you defeat me. You're already the strongest. I will naturally obey the commands of the strongest person in this world. Lip was exasperated, as his intentions had once again been misunderstood by this arrogant fellow. However, it was somewhat accurate, given Isdeth's character. Being stronger than her would suffice, without any extra insurance. Fine, interpret however you like, as long as you can deliver. As for the position, don't request to lower it yourself. That would shock the ministers. You can leave here for now. Understood, Lord Lip. Isdeth nodded slightly. Although she was not as physically extraordinary as Lip, she had recovered quite a bit at this moment. After giving Lip a glance, she waved her hand and started doing the dirty work, clearing the traces at the scene. It is worth mentioning that before leaving, although she had taken away her two subordinates who were less skilled and had perished, Isdeth did not take their imperial weapons, leaving them for Lip as a sort of trophy for the victor. Additionally, she thoughtfully wrote a report, detailing that the huge commotion today was a military exercise and that the casualties were accidental, and so on. Now, Lip wouldn't have to worry about how to explain this to the ministers. Isdeth had already taken care of it, and that report was far more detailed and aesthetically pleasing than anything he could have written. Lipu looked a bit surprised at the graceful figure leaving amidst the swirling snow. This guy, Isdeth, although he was quite arrogant before, unexpectedly became obedient and sensible after being defeated. It seems that accepting Isdeth isn't such a bad idea after all. Lip murmured to himself, but soon shook his head, dismissing his dangerous thoughts and reminding himself that this was all for the sake of saving the world. Saving the world was the priority. Yes, that's it. However, immediately after, he received another surprising piece of news. The minister ordered him to form a special task force to counter the night raids and allowed him to select elite Imperial Arms users from various divisions. Isn't this just the establishment of the hunters from the original work? Moreover, the minister's words were laced with veiled mockery towards Isdeth, suggesting that she actually wanted to control Lip with ridiculous romantic reasons, which was truly arrogant. The implication was clear. He wanted Lip to suppress Isdeth more, creating a rift between the two of them. The minister was indeed playing a clever game. However, he might not know that Lip had already won Isdeth over. She certainly wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts about him. No matter how much the minister tried to sow discord, it would be of no use, and he would only be unwittingly gifting Lip another elite force. The hunters, indeed. Lip laughed. Now he held the two major trump cards of Night Raid and the Hunters, as well as the Empire's assassination unit. Behind him were the Revolutionary Army and Isdeth with her troops, while in front of him was the identity of an Imperial general. He was set to change the world, and to be honest, there was no possibility of losing. The only thing to be wary of was the original darkness invading this world, which would negatively erode the original timeline, something he had already experienced. The opponents he needed to defeat included local warlords, Anning Dao, General Bud, ministers, Wild Hounds, and the Supreme Emperor. Li Pu silently counted the remaining obstacles in his heart. Even as the advantages grew, he never acted recklessly, just like a game of chess. Even if the opponent had only one pawn left, he would first capture it before delivering checkmate. A transfer order brought me, a member of the Imperial Navy, to the Imperial capital. I don't know which big shot made the call, but this is a great opportunity for me, a country bumpkin, to show my worth. I must make good friends with my comrades, starting with the local specialty fish from my hometown. A young man in a naval uniform walked into the meeting room, carrying a bulging sack, looking around with great curiosity. This guy is named Will, a captain in the Imperial Navy, a holder of a noble battle vehicle. hailing from a fishing village on the eastern coast. This was his first time in the imperial capital, the center of imperial power, and he felt quite timid. Seeing that there were no comrades around, he let out a sigh of relief and found a spot to sit down. As he turned around, he saw a masked man. A huge gas mask covered the man's face, making one momentarily think it was a model until the terrifying mask turned towards him, staring directly at him. "Ah, a ghost. I'm so sorry I scared you. My name is Boris, and I'm a lieutenant colonel from the burning unit. It's nice to meet you," Boris said apologetically. Despite wearing a strange mask, he described himself as shy and mentioned that he had been married for 6 years, with a beautiful wife and a lovely daughter. And he was very skilled at cooking. His battle vehicle was summoned from the inferno, and Will, who had almost crawled under the table, only then realized that this was a teammate. He smiled awkwardly to cover up the fact that he had just been quite frightened. At this time, more team members walked in, and everyone realized that the elite battle vehicle wielders from various units had been summoned, seemingly to form a new unit. The newcomers included Randy, the holder of the battle vehicle Endless Flight, who was originally a teacher in a rural area at the Empire's border. After returning from an outing, he discovered that his students had been brutally murdered, but local officials hid the incident to maintain their reputation, which he could no longer endure. Unlike the Revolutionary Army, he chose to climb to a high position to change the Empire from within, thus joining this special selection. Dr. Fashion, the holder of the Divine Hand of God Perfectionist battle vehicle, a genius scientist with homosexual tendencies, whose dream was to create equipment similar to battle vehicles. The body modifications of Selu were one of his achievements, and the drugs developed by the assassination unit, where Hadon was located, also came from him. He joined this new unit in pursuit of Fashion. After chatting for a while, they had a basic understanding of each other. "By the way, there are still a few empty seats here, and our boss hasn't shown up yet. I wonder what kind of man he is," Will joked. Dr. Fashion first smiled without speaking, then, seeing that everyone seemed unaware, proudly pushed up his glasses. "This time, a real power commander of the Empire will lead this unit. Just thinking about following such a man feels fashionable." Oh, Will, Randy, and Boris were somewhat curious. One of the highest commanders of the Empire? Just then, the door quietly opened. A faint yet extreme sense of danger arose in Will's heart, instantly putting him on high alert. Years of experience in the Navy made him realize something. Will shouted, "There's trouble," and immediately activated his noble battle vehicle. Bang! A shadow zipped past. And before Will's battle-hardened body even realized what it was, he was sent flying, landing heavily on his face. Dr. Fashion seemed to have anticipated this, using the divine hand of God to create dazzling defenses, but the shadow casually tossed him into the wall, making it look somewhat comical. Randy and Boris were similar. Before they could fight back, they were both knocked out of action by a single punch from that shadow. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" Will grunted as he struggled to get up, enduring the pain of hitting his face on the ground. It must be said that Will had some skills. He had a special talent for taking hits. Even though he was heavily targeted at the beginning, he was still the first to stand up. The shadow that had knocked everyone down slowly stopped at the front of the meeting room. Upon hearing Will's words, he smiled, turned around, and revealed a face that left Will gaping. "Hello, I'm the commander of this unit, General Li Pu of the Empire. This newly formed unit is called Hunters, a special mobile unit directly under my command. As for what just happened, that was a small test, but clearly you all failed. Lili Plutoni." Will was somewhat incredulous, stammering in his speech. This man was a legendary figure widely spoken of in the military, rumored to be the strongest in the Empire. Lip sat in a main seat, unbuttoned his black trench coat, poured himself a cup of tea, drank it in one go, and shook his head. "Although your strength is relatively good compared to ordinary people, it is still too weak when facing the various enemies we will encounter in the future." The members of the hunting squads generally had low combat power, mostly in the range of 1 to 200, with none reaching 300. Most of the protagonists in the night raid were similar, but due to the special abilities of their imperial tools, it was acceptable that some individuals had lower overall combat power. This included Black Eye. If she didn't take drugs, she couldn't fully unleash all the puppets of the dead army's 8th house, and her combat power wouldn't surpass the 300 mark. For Lip, 300 overall combat power was a threshold. Only those who exceeded 300 could reach the minimum standard of dragon level. Opponents below this level didn't even qualify to exchange a few blows with him. In the world of Killing the Red, the vast majority of Imperial tool users and dangerous species were far from reaching the level of dragon-level monsters. Among them, the more outstanding ones could occupy a place in the demon level, while the weaker ones, or those without offensive capabilities, were likely just entering the demon level or even the tiger level. However, The disparity in strength would become significant once the 300 combat power threshold was crossed. According to the system's rankings, D level corresponds to 300, 1000. C level corresponds to 1000 to 3000. And Lip himself couldn't see the end of B level, but it was certain that there were even more unimaginable powers above that. In the world of killing the red, there were very few who could barely reach D level, the minimum standard for dragon level, and even fewer who could attain C or B in the system's rating. Currently, the only ones who slightly caught Lip's eye in terms of conventional combat power were General Bud, his death, and the Supreme Imperial Tool, which posed a certain threat. As for the protagonist's plot kills, that was another matter. Additionally, there was the so-called divine creation from the West, the Golem, which was also quite powerful. Lip estimated that his third ring task in the main storyline might be related to this god or the truth of the world. After thinking for a while, Lip was not very interested in the hunters themselves. He mainly aimed to recruit more subordinates to reduce the power of his ministers. He glanced at the supported Porus and Lawn, the slowly descending Dr. Fashion from a wall, and the already sitting and acting cute Will, then said solemnly, "Your main task is to eliminate those criminals who harm civilians. I already have a list. You just need to carry it out." Saying this, Lip took out a piece of paper, and when a few of them took a look, they saw the names of Wild Hounds, Night Raid, and some officials and local warlords written on it. Sir, we all know that Night Raid is an assassin organization entrenched in the imperial capital. But what about the Wild Hounds and these remaining officials and local nobles? Will said solemnly, he didn't expect there to be so many targets. The usually quiet teacher Lon suddenly spoke up at this moment, his previously calm voice revealing a hint of hatred. "I've heard of the Wild Hounds. They're a group of beasts that specifically hunt civilians. I used to teach in a rural area, and the children were lovely until I had to go out for a while. When I returned, they had all been murdered. I inquired multiple times and found out that it was done by people from an organization called the Wild Hounds. And local officials even dared not report it for fear of having their achievement stained. Therefore, I volunteered to join the hunters, hoping to change this country and seek justice for such matters." As he spoke, Lan's eyes even reddened. It was hard to imagine that such a mild-mannered man, who had spent the first half of his life teaching, would join the military just hoping to change this decaying country. Lip nodded. Lan was a character he admired, somewhat similar to him, hoping to change the country from the top down by holding a high position in the empire. Someone like him could be entrusted with important responsibilities in the new nation. However, Lip took it a step further. He simultaneously supported both top-down and bottom-up reforms, as such reforms would face minimal resistance and align with the interests of the most people. Yet, achieving this was nearly impossible without someone like Lip, who possessed the strength and had no ambition for power, because most people cannot betray their own class. Thus, Lip, an outsider with no roots, was the best choice to initiate change. Boros nodded upon hearing this and recounted the inhumane acts committed by local nobles to cover up their crimes while on missions with the burning troops. Dr. Fashion, on the other hand, was indifferent to the goals. What intrigued him more was Lip himself. Such a powerful specimen was simply too fashionable for someone like him, who pursued biological perfection. Seeing that everyone generally agreed, Lip nodded and instructed them to start taking action directly, as the hunters had little impact on the overall situation, and only Dr. Fashion held some additional value. Now that they understood the plan, they could disperse. They should handle their targets as they saw fit without needing to consult him. After saying this, Lip casually left, feeling quite comfortable as a hands-off leader. Will Boros and Lon exchanged glances. Their new boss had a laid-back personality, though he seemed to not take them seriously. They then discussed how to eliminate the most dangerous targets, deciding that the night raid would be placed last, as they had killed the fewest people, far less than the nobles, corrupt officials, and wild hounds who had caused much more harm. Only Dr. Fashion watched Lip's departing figure, deep in thought. After arranging the hunters, Lip planned to focus on the developments of the Anning sect. The Anning sect, an emerging cult rooted in the eastern part of the empire, has already gained immense influence. Under the tyranny of the corrupt empire, people naturally seek spiritual solace, and the significance of the cult arises accordingly. However, if the Anning sect becomes restless and attempts to rebel, a terrifying army of faith could emerge in an instant, which would pose a significant challenge even for Lip. A few days ago, Haedong and Kyrxi sent secret letters informing Lip that, despite a minor setback, they had successfully captured Berlik, the minister's henchman. It is worth mentioning that Berlik had already hinted at the possibility of rebellion in his correspondence with the minister. Lip secretly nodded, as the minister was indeed not very stable, so he didn't mind helping the minister make a decision. He found his death, who was surprisingly handling official business at a lower desk in his office, which left Lip speechless. What brings you here? Lord Lip, I see you're busy with official matters. So I thought I'd help lighten your load, Isteth said with a slight smile, gently tying her hair back. Now it was Lip who felt a bit embarrassed. He was busy dealing with the minister every day, while basic official duties were either managed by Leva at the border or by Isteth in the imperial capital. He was receiving his imperial salary without any clarity. Isteth's transformation truly left Lip a bit unaccustomed. She had previously seemed like a sadistic queen, but now she was so gentle and capable, it felt like she had become a different person. Ahem, sorry. I'm here to ask you to do something. Lip lowered his voice, and Ning said there would be a rebellion soon, and the ministers were hesitating whether to act on this reason. What I need to do is send the minister a false signal, forcing him to reveal his true self, and then eliminate him along with the resistance to saving this country, to ensure the minister feels no hesitation in rebelling. You and I cannot stay too close to the imperial capital. I will pretend to go to the western border, and you will pretend to return to the northern border for some reason. This way, the minister will think we won't be back for a while, and he will have no worries and can scheme for power. After listening carefully to Lip, Isteth nodded, indicating that she understood. She then stood up, approached Lip, and blinked her long eyelashes twice. I will obey all your orders, so you intend to overthrow this decaying country, right? Lip made a sound of agreement. Since Esther's was considered one of their own, there was nothing he couldn't say. In the new country, can I continue to be your subordinate? As long as I can follow you, it doesn't matter what happens. Esther's moved in a little closer, and Lip could even see his own reflection in her pupils. Cough, 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 no problem. You go to the northern border, and I will mark your belongings with the Shangri-La dimensional array. Once the war starts, I'll directly teleport to you and bring you back. Lipu dared not look any longer, turning his head to leave a mark on Isteth's sword with his imperial tool. Isteth quietly watched Lipu's awkward movements, not knowing what she was thinking. I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. After completing all of this, Lip directly activated the imperial tool Shangri-La dimensional array. The huge teleportation array immediately enveloped his figure and slowly disappeared. Isteth gently stroked the blade that Lip had just touched with her index finger and smiled. Although strong enough, it's unexpected that he is quite an interesting man. She also put on her military hat, and when she looked up again, her gaze had returned to that of the confident and proud Ice Queen. Let's go back to the northern border and hunt a few weak super dangerous species for fun. And by the way, prepare a little gift for the adults. In the western border of the Empire, within the huge new border city, Liwa was tirelessly handling various affairs day and night. After Lip left, both the army and the city were under the management of this steady person, and everything was still orderly. However, he had recently noticed that his hair was falling out a bit too much, which puzzled Liwa, as he was only in his 40s at the prime of his life. At that moment, a burst of green light appeared, and a figure slowly walked out from it. It was Lip, who had set up the teleportation point long ago. Sir, what brings you here? Liwa quickly bowed and greeted him, but Lip gently stopped him. He casually spoke to this older brother he had known for a long time. A great change will happen in the Empire soon. I will walk around here for a couple of circles, creating the illusion that I am still in the West. This way, those guys in the Imperial capital will fully reveal their ambitions. Lip laughed, and Liwa instantly understood. He was also a bit excited. Are you going to take action against those lawless, idle officials in the Imperial capital? That's great. Those in power have persecuted countless people and are the main culprits for this country's downfall. Liwa said fiercely, ever since the loyal and honorable had been falsely accused. He had lost faith in this country and was now solely devoted to following Lip, fulfilling his duties as an aide. Lip nodded, reminding Liwa to stay alert at all times. Once there was any change in the Imperial capital, he would immediately stabilize the rear, using the elite troops from the border to maintain the situation, minimizing the pain of the Empire's revolution and preventing external forces like Western countries from intervening. Thus, Lip timed his arrival, pretending to be busy and showing up in many places in the new city. With the illusion function of the all-seeing observer, many important figures could see him every day, believing he had always been there. With the arrival of Lip, the legendary figure from the border, people were excited. Compared to the previous bureaucratic governance of the Empire, Lip as a commander was much better, and it could be said that he saved many of them. Even if Lip himself was not skilled in governance, as long as he did not impose heavy taxes and extortions, he was already better than 99 of the officials under the ministers. Moreover, Lip never overstepped in areas he did not understand, fully delegating authority to knowledgeable subordinates, which greatly enhanced his reputation. The commotion caused by this was not surprising to the spies planted by the ministers, and this was exactly what Lip wanted. In the imperial capital, in a luxurious mansion unmatched in the world, in the minister's study. When a minister received the news that both Lip and his death had left the imperial capital, and that the Hunter Corps had begun to eliminate criminals, he was a bit stunned. However, he suddenly recalled the confidential report from Berlick, who was fiercely loyal to him, stating that a rebellion could be incited at any time. At that moment, his heart was filled with joy. Destiny is on my side. Destiny is on my side. One is paced back and forth, happily eating a medium-rare steak, still bearing traces of blood, specially supplied from the border. Lipu and Estes left at the same time. That old stubborn bud won't take action until he has completely torn off the mask, and he is now not far from that position. The minister thought about it and revealed a greedy smile. But then, with his shrewdness, he still felt some doubts, always sensing that something was off. One is called over his useless son to ask for his opinion. Soon, a person in black armor, whose face was hard to see, hurried into the minister's study. Sira, I heard you just returned from the Western Kingdom. Now that Lipu and Estes are both gone, what do you think? Father, this is great news. A mask slowly came off, revealing Sira's face with a fork-shaped scar, slightly weathered. However, for some reason, the minister always felt that his son looked a bit darker and thinner. Perhaps it was because he got tanned in the Western Kingdom. The minister didn't think too much about it. The immediate concern was whether his plans could succeed. Sira clasped his hands and knelt on one knee, bowing his head respectfully to the minister. With those two absent, it means the border troops will basically not take sides. Now, apart from that old thing, bud, no one in the imperial capital can balance you. We can completely plan something big during this time. Oh, then according to your opinion, what should I do? The minister looked at this son who resembled him with great interest. Originally, his imperial artifact was taken by Lipu, but now it seemed he had found a new reliance, and he spoke with even more confidence than before. A faint smile crossed Sira's lips, but he did not dare to raise his head. Anningdao can be used by us. If we can incite a rebellion in Anningdao and have the officials in between not resist, Anningdao will surely reach the suburbs of the imperial capital. That old thing, Bud, will have to go to battle. And the supreme imperial artifact, and that emperor can also be eliminated at the same time. After all, the rebels in Anningdao are just too powerful. Upon hearing this, the minister's eyes brightened, and he laughed heartily, as expected of my son, thinking along the same lines as me. I know you have gathered a group called the Wild Hounds, right? This time, just become a rebel in Anningdao, along with the 4 demons of the Imperial Fist Temple that I will send over, and give our dear General Bud and the young emperor a good lesson. Ha. Sira nodded continuously, looking quite excited. He tried to lower his trembling voice and tentatively asked, Then, Father, if this succeeds? The minister waved his fat hand casually. If I reach that position, you will be the next emperor. Sira looked extremely excited, repeatedly bowing his head lower, with a more disdainful smile at the corners of his mouth. Father is brilliant. The minister waved his hand in satisfaction, telling Sira to prepare well. He then sent a letter to his pawn in Anningdao, Berlick, asking him to prepare for a rebellion. This subordinate had recently made him very satisfied, always reporting good news, making the minister feel very confident. The minister also notified the Imperial Fist Temple. Having come from a humble background, the Imperial Fist Temple valued his talent and cultivated him to rise. Now that the minister was about to rebel, the temple would naturally support him vigorously. The Imperial Fist Temple had recognized the first emperor 1,000 years ago during the establishment of the empire, gaining merits, but was ruthlessly rejected when trying to become the state religion, only receiving the title of Imperial Fist. Therefore, for 1,000 years, the Imperial Fist Temple could only endure and develop, secretly accumulating strength. Now that there was an opportunity, they were naturally willing to take a gamble. The abbot entrusted the 4 demons, who were on par with Imperial artifact users, completely to the minister, and the elite disciples of the sect were also placed into the minister's residence, bolstering his forces and increasing his confidence. However, having been in politics for many years, the minister still maintained a basic sense of caution. He couldn't let his interests cloud his judgment. Even though spies reported daily that Lipu and Estes were busy and wouldn't be back for a while, the minister knew that Lipu had a space imperial artifact. He circled around, thinking carefully. Lipu probably wouldn't betray him. After all, he had previously ordered Lipu to kill the revolutionary army. Although he couldn't kill everyone due to the attack from imperial artifact users, he still managed to eliminate the high-ranking members of the revolutionary army, which was enough to prove his loyalty. Moreover, the most important point was that the minister couldn't imagine Lipu, who held a high position, betraying his class. This seemed impossible to him. The minister secretly nodded. With this, the overall plan should have no problems. If necessary, he could even have Li Pu teleport to help him. Once he became emperor, he would naturally promise Li Pu a position just below him, above all others. After accumulating for so many years, am I finally going to see results? Heaven has not treated me poorly. The minister felt a sense of accomplishment. After using all means for half his life, he was finally catching a glimpse of that position. Meanwhile, Li Pu had quietly left the new city in the west, letting the spies in the city live in the illusions imposed by his omniscient observer every day. He teleported again, this time arriving at the Revolutionary Army's base. Revolutionary Army. Leader's office. Long time no see. Lord Li Pu. Nagita stepped forward to shake hands with Li Pu, feeling quite good. During this time, the minister thought the Revolutionary Army had collapsed and didn't target them much. In fact, Nagita's methods were very skillful. Assassination had its way, and revolution had its rules. After becoming the leader, she didn't stir up trouble, quietly accumulating wealth, using the gypsy witch's eye of the future to find several imperial artifacts. And the power of the Revolutionary Army was steadily rising. Just from Li Pu's perception, there were several more imperial artifact users compared to last time, and the logistics preparations in the base were also orderly, making him sigh that choosing Nagita as the leader was definitely better than doing it himself. Long time no see. I'm here this time because the timing is almost right. Nagita was not surprised by Li Pu's words. With a smile, she invited Li Pu to sit down and enjoy tea while lighting a cigarette. I understand what you mean, Lord Li Pu. Anning Dao is making significant moves, and our intelligence department has also noticed. After Li Pu detailed his plan to her, Nagita couldn't help but applaud. What a dog-eat-dog situation, letting the minister's ambitions expose themselves. Eliminating Bud to replace the emperor, he will then declare himself a false emperor, and then we can suddenly launch a revolution, which will be justified and can gather the hearts of the people. The casualties for the Revolutionary Army and the people will also be much less. Nagita clapped in admiration. This man was not only powerful, but also had a set of strategies. The most important thing was that he prioritized the losses to the national power due to the revolution, genuinely considering the rebirth after the revolution, rather than destroying the country completely, which was quite rare. Lip instructed Nagita to secretly arrange troops while Anning Dao openly declared war. The Revolutionary Army had already laid the groundwork across the country. Once the ministers were in chaos, the Revolutionary Army and its own forces could swiftly stabilize the situation. This was another instance of Lip's strategy of using a visible approach to mask a hidden one, reminiscent of the tactics of Sun Tzu and Wu Zixu he had studied in his past life. Nagita immediately set to work with her abilities. The Revolutionary Army had a good chance of successfully attacking the imperial capital, especially with this approach. Lip nodded, planning to cool down before teleporting to Heidong's place. He intended to personally witness this good show in a Ningdo. Nagita, seeing Lip about to leave in a hurry, smiled and stopped him. Don't be in such a rush to leave. Someone has been thinking about you day and night for a long time. Why not take her with you? Your Excellency Lip. Outside the door, a pink figure immediately flew away like the wind. Lip glanced slightly outside the door. He had already noticed the little girl, but he just didn't say anything. Originally, he intended to let Maine be raised in Nagita's care, which was quite safe. After all, Lip had his own selfish motives. However, since Nagita spoke up, he had no choice but to sigh. It's not impossible, but if Maine leaves, who will act as your guard? I think it's better to keep her with you. No, Your Excellency Lip, the headquarters has assigned me a new imperial tool, the lightning-fast Susanoo, to act as my guard. You can rest assured. Nagita's smile became increasingly meaningful as she waved her hand, and a tall, handsome man with 2 horns and a calm expression stepped out, standing quietly behind Nagita. The Susanoo is quite excellent. He had been asleep for hundreds of years and only woke up after encountering me. He can cook dozens of different cuisines, has top-notch combat abilities, and most importantly, he won't disturb me while I work. So, he is much better than some little girl. Nagita pulled out a lighter and comfortably lit another cigarette. Your Excellency Lip, you really don't need to worry about me or Maine. She can handle herself now, and besides, with you by her side, I am very reassured. Let her go and see this grand occasion. Additionally, I have let Knight Raid participate in this battle against the Church, fully entrusted to Your Excellency Lip for command. This time, our revolution is sure to succeed, right? Nagita had left Lip speechless. What else could he do? He could only nod and reluctantly agree, inwardly lamenting that he still had to keep an eye on Maine, as Lip went out to prepare to bring Maine along. Najida squinted her eyes and flicked the ash from her cigarette. In fact, there was something she hadn't told Lip. That is, after she became the leader and gained the command power of the prophetic imperial tool. Although she knew that it was impossible to predict such a major event as whether the revolution would succeed, she had the prophetic imperial tool use the gypsy witch's eye of the future to make a simple prediction about the fate of the Night Raid members, which was still possible. Only then did she learn that many of the Night Raid members' fate lines had undergone significant changes, and nearly all of them were positive. For example, regarding Maine, the prophecy revealed that she would originally die in some future segment, but now the prophecy vaguely indicated that Maine would continue to live. The prophetic imperial tool user told Najida that the source of the change could not be detected. The wise Najida immediately thought of a certain individual whose fate was completely a black hole and couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Thank you, Lip, for giving more children like Maine the chance to live. Najida silently thought to herself. In fact, she had a lot in common with Akame, such as not being someone who is good at expressing her emotions. Outside the leader's office, although Maine had run far away with Lip's abilities, as long as she hadn't instantly run hundreds of kilometers, finding her was a piece of cake. He directly pulled Maine out from hiding in a certain cabinet, giving the little girl quite a scare. She couldn't help but puff out her cheeks, pouting and mumbling. "What are you doing, stupid Lip? Why are you pulling me out?" Lip was amused. No wonder even Najida didn't want this guy around. His personality was really a bit annoying. He lightly tapped Maine on the head, making him recognize the reality of being caught. "Who was it that was eavesdropping on our conversation just now, huh?" "Najida asked me to take you away to avoid giving her trouble, and I'm not even happy about it." Upon hearing the last part, Maine was initially delighted, but then his eyes widened. "Who's causing trouble? That's not true. But are you really going to take Maine away?" Lip looked at her eager expression and thought that staying by Najida's side must have been stifling for Maine, so taking her away wasn't entirely a bad thing. He nodded. Maine suddenly quieted down and obediently lowered her head. "All right, following an idiot and Lord Lip isn't a problem. Lip, let it go this time because the guy changes words in time." After Maine tidied up a bit, as soon as the teleportation cooldown was up, he took Maine's hand and left the long-dormant behemoth of the Revolutionary Army amidst an even stronger burst of light. In the eastern part of the Empire, in the center of the Anning Dao sphere of influence, inside a secret room, Li Pu was teleported to the mark point set by Haitong. It was his first time bringing someone with him, so it was a bit unstable. For example, just now, Maine might have stumbled into his arms due to the spatial fluctuations, and now her face was flushed with embarrassment, not daring to hold Li Pu's hand any longer because Haitong was right in front of them, meticulously polishing her weapons. At that moment, seeing Li Pu's figure, she was about to express her surprise, but when she noticed that the pink-haired girl she had encountered last time was also there, her little face inexplicably turned from sunny to cloudy. She said in a calm tone, "Lord Li Pu, you finally arrived. I thought you were the only one coming, so I only prepared one bento. I really feel bad for this Miss Maine." As soon as these words were spoken, Maine immediately looked up. Although she didn't say a word, her gaze was extremely sharp as she stared at the black-haired girl, seemingly recognizing her from last time. Not noticing the faint tension in the air, Li Pu found it quite normal and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You've worked hard during these days in a Ning Dao. Hey Tong, as for the bento, I'm not hungry. Let Maine have it." Lip, after all, is the leader of these two, and both women responded with sound, so he didn't pay much attention to it, and casually let them get to know each other a bit. After all, they all worked under him, so they could be considered comrades. As for Lip himself, he glanced around. This place should be the power center of Anning Road. It seemed that Haidong and Kyrxi had done a great job. Next, he needed to find Berlik and have her immediately respond to the minister's call with a pretense of compliance and start heading to the imperial capital. Lip briefly inquired about Berlik's office before leaving the secret room, leaving Haidong and Maine to have a good exchange. As the man in the black trench coat exited, the previously subtle tension in the room suddenly thickened to a suffocating degree. The two beautiful girls stared at each other silently. Haidong showed no intention of offering her bento to Maine, and Maine had no desire to eat it. They continued to gaze at each other for a long time, and finally, Haidong slowly spoke. "Being able to come with Lord Lip, you must be highly valued and have some exceptional qualities. Why don't we spar a bit? Without using imperial tools, how about it, little girl?" Maine coldly replied with a smirk. "Sure. Although I use a ranged imperial tool. I've learned quite a bit of combat skills over the years to keep up with the foolish Lip, so this suits me just fine, little sister." Haidong set down her imperial tool and loosened her collar. Maine shook out her meticulously tied twin tails, stretched her limbs, and the two girls moved towards each other in perfect harmony. in the places that Lip did not notice. An epic battle slowly began to unfold before the War of the Sections. Lip strolled leisurely through the vast church, greeted by numerous passing clergy members who acknowledged him. This was clearly the result of the all-seeing observer's power, under Lip's strong mental influence. The illusion made these people regard Lip as a high-ranking individual they didn't know well, but perceived to be of great importance. One must admit that this imperial artifact is one of the most practical ones, with very useful functions. The X-ray vision allowed Lip to clearly see the structure of the building, and he quickly found the deputy leader's office mentioned by Black Eye. He pushed the door open to find Berlick, who was writing a letter. As soon as Lip entered, he temporarily lifted the disguise of the all-seeing observer to avoid an awkward conversation about the cult's affairs. Lord Lip, you've finally come. I've been so bored these past few days, having to play my role diligently. I've even pretended to be involved in corruption and power trading. Berlick was initially surprised, then smiled and stood up to invite Lip to sit down, while he went behind Lip to close the doors and windows properly. When he sat back down in front of Lip, the somewhat lewd middle-aged man had transformed into a sweet-looking girl, the holder of the Gaia Foundation, Chelsea. She smiled brightly, crossed her legs, and pulled out a lollipop to lick. Lord Lip, I followed your instructions and quietly dealt with Berlick alongside that unfriendly female assassin. You all did very well. It was the most crucial part of my plan. Lip does not hold back his praise. In terms of disguise, Chelsea is indeed impressive, managing to deceive the entire cult and even ministers. She is a natural performer combined with her acquired imperial artifact, which has elevated her disguise ability to a red level. She is the highest-ranked non-combat skill user that Lip has ever seen. For these past few days, I have been following your orders, constantly urging the ministers. He has already dispatched elite troops to act as soldiers for Anningdao, allowing me to represent Anningdao and declare war on the Empire immediately. Chelsea pulled out a box of candy from the table to treat her superior, but Lip ruthlessly declined. She didn't mind and shrugged. The minister told me to utilize all resources to defeat General Bude and the Emperor, coordinating both internally and externally. Under the pressure of Anningdao and the Emperor's bloodline being severed, he would be able to ascend the throne. Chelsea pouted before she obtained the imperial artifact. She was just a maid in a noble family and despised those power-hungry aristocrats the most. Lip couldn't help but smile at Chelsea's words. The minister's choice was not beyond his expectations. In fact, it was largely based on the minister's trust in himself that led to the usurpation decision. He immediately said to Chelsea, well, if heaven wants to destroy it, it must first make it mad. The minister is digging his own grave, and we can just help him carry the coffin. You continue to disguise yourself as Berlick and just do everything according to the minister's requirements. Chelsea nodded, indicating her understanding, and immediately transformed back into Berlick, continuing to write letters for the minister and preparing to issue orders for the followers to head towards the imperial capital. Lip looked at Chelsea's handwriting and couldn't help but admire it. The way she wrote was almost identical to the letters from Berlick a few months ago, and even his enhanced vision couldn't detect any clues. However, Lip was also curious about the situation with the Anning Taoist leader. He felt that major decisions in the sect were all controlled by Berlick. Berlick's expression was completely different from Chelsea's just now. She spoke with the solemnity of a true leader of the sect. The leader? He never concerns himself with specific secular affairs, only with matters of faith. All affairs and secular power are entrusted to me. I personally think he's a decent person, but Miss Black, I doesn't see it that way. She believes all threats must be eliminated. Berlick said helplessly, that's why I say she's not lovable. She's too stubborn. She's clearly a cute girl most of the time. Is there a separation between religious and secular power? Lipero was deep in thought. Anning, the Taoist leader, was quite interesting. He seemed to be just a simple believer. However, this also made it convenient for Berlick to give orders, as the leader was either busy writing scriptures or leading believers in prayer every day. Additionally, Chelsea and Haidong in this timeline still had minor conflicts, which left Lipero speechless. These two were indeed rivals. In the anime, Chelsea tried to kill Haidong, but ended up being killed instead, earning her the title of Sister Chelsea. Fortunately, they were now both under his command, so they wouldn't end up fighting. I see. I will go meet this leader now. You just need to play your role well. Berlick nodded and began to make arrangements again. Lip was quite satisfied to see another worker under him working so hard, and after all, Chelsea was a girl. Even if she had a hair loss issue, she would surely be better than Liwa. Those who are capable should work harder, and having more hair naturally means more work. Chelsea, who was working earnestly, Lip brought the all-seeing observer and planned to meet the leader of the Anningdao. Although this character had little screen time in the original work and did not participate in power struggles, Lip still felt that this person was worth meeting. He first returned to the secret room prepared by Hadone, intending to take Main with him, using his current high-level identity backed by Berlick to get familiar with the surroundings, which would also make it easier to take advantage of the upcoming battle between the cults. However, as soon as he entered the room, Lip was astonished to see that Hadone's eyes were swollen and there were many scratch marks on her sailor outfit. Main, on the other hand, had disheveled hair, and for some reason, her Lolita-style dress was torn in several places. Nevertheless, both of them were sitting obediently and appeared to be chatting amicably. When he inquired a bit, the two spoke in unison, saying that a formidable and dangerous rat had intruded, and they had been thrown into disarray for a moment, which led to their current predicament. Lip didn't think much of it. It's normal for girls to have their own secrets, and who knows, that mouse might be named Jerry. He called for Main to tidy herself up before they went out together. However, just before leaving, Main gave Black Eyes a meaningful glance. And Black Eyes wasn't backing down either, widening her eyes in return, her lips silently moving. Main understood. This time, Lord Lip arrived early. Next time, we will continue. As they walked towards the leader's room with Main, Berlick handed Lip 2 high-level identification badges. Coupled with his illusion, it could be said that the path of tranquility was accessible to both him and Main everywhere. Moreover, even if the minister's subordinates showed up, Lip could act nonchalant and blend in with them. During the ensuing battle, Lip could even switch back and forth between the two sides, racking up hero points, which was quite delightful. They easily found the leader, who was a cultured and charismatic young man. Upon seeing Lip, he smiled and said, "You must be the newly appointed inspectors by Deputy Leader Berlick. I'm very pleased to see new people embracing the teachings of the path of tranquility. May you live a healthy and prosperous life." Lip and Main both had a good impression of the Master for being so kind. But the next thing the Master said nearly made Lip drop his jaw. "Oh, you too? It turns out you are a match made in heaven. How wonderful, even with Lip's big heart." He almost stumbled upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Main didn't even dare to lift her head, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and her small fist clenched tightly. This guy, Li Pu wondered why this cult leader neither had a prophetic artifact nor charged any fees. It suddenly started acting as a marriage broker. He quickly checked this guy's background. Cult leader in Ning Charm, 13, with a significant bonus for followers, overall combat power, 301 combat power rank. D, 1 foot in the dragon level. Comparable to the threshold of super dangerous species or extremely powerful special dangerous species. Abilities: dangerous blood, orange; human affinity, purple; devout faith, orange; imprecise prophecy, blue. He didn't expect this guy to actually have quite good strength. Li Pu didn't realize until he took a look, and was shocked to find that the leader of the Anning sect was actually so powerful, surpassing most of the Imperial tool users. Li Pu carefully examined and realized that it should be the credit of the blood of danger. As the name suggests, the leader of the Ning Taoist sect possesses the bloodline of a dangerous species. Who would have thought that the leader of the Ning sect was actually a descendant of an extremely powerful super dangerous species and a human, inheriting a part of that super dangerous species' abilities, one of which is the human affinity, a deadly tool for preaching. No wonder Li Pu had long activated means or insight, and the Anning Taoist leader truly meant what he said earlier, but the authenticity of it still needs to be examined. After all, his skill is called imprecise prophecy. Moreover, this guy really doesn't want to get involved in disputes. He just wants to peacefully promote the teachings of Anning Dao. He also doesn't want to care about the impending war, being a purely Zen-like leader. Understanding all this, Li Pu couldn't help but laugh. This guy is indeed quite a character. If a new nation is established, it would be very suitable for him to send someone to manage the secular affairs of Anning Dao while he continues to be the spiritual leader of the sect. Thus, Li Pu and the leader had a pleasant conversation. The leader's down-to-earth viewpoints made it hard for Li Pu to dislike him. And many of Li Pu's dialectical views on the sect also brightened the leader's eyes, making them feel like they had found a kindred spirit. However, poor Main, whose face was completely flushed with embarrassment, didn't dare to look at the leader who would say such things. Nor did she want to look at the idiot who showed no reaction. So the poor Main had to stand obediently, trying to turn herself into a small statue with no presence. "Your Excellency, it's a pleasure to chat with you. If there's a chance in the future, we can chat again and be friends." Lipman smiled as he shook hands with the leader, who nodded in acknowledgement, clearly in a good mood today. "Well, I feel the same way. I've gained a lot today. The 2 new inspectors must have tasks to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer. I still hold the same opinion of you both, wishing you peace and joy." The leader also smiled and made a gesture of farewell for peace before returning to compile his texts. Seeing this, Li Pu raised his evaluation of the leader even more. He had just realized that the leader already knew quite a bit of the inside story, yet he still managed to keep himself grounded and focused on his own tasks. He was a truly intelligent person, knowing what to do and what not to do. After bidding farewell to the leader, Li Pu returned to Berlik, with Mane following closely behind, just like when she had just been rescued from the hands of the Western barbarian raiders by Li Pu. Lord Li Pu, everything is ready. The cult soldiers are fully equipped and prepared to go. I have instructed them to occupy only the city governments along the way, without disturbing ordinary people. Berlik reported in an orderly manner, which greatly satisfied Li Pu. With Chelsea's talent, the new country could be well utilized, achieving 996 efficiency. At this moment, Chelsea was still unaware of the tragic situation she would face after the success of the revolution, and was still faithfully reporting. The 4 Rakshasa demons sent by the minister have already infiltrated the ranks. It seems there is also an organization called the Wild Hounds that is plundering under the guise of our peace road. Our own imperial tools are still fewer than those sent by the minister. Berlik smiled. The minister was truly a master of internal strife. He wondered just how stubborn General Bud had to be to keep the minister around this long. However, considering the minister had been of great help, he decided not to mention it. Chelsea, you're doing very well. The great battle is about to begin, and I have great confidence in you. I entrust you with the command of all the troops, including this guy next to me, as well as Haydome, paying no mind to Maine's fierce glare. Li Pu suddenly felt at ease. With Chelsea, a competent tool, coordinating everything, he could finally take the opportunity to benefit from the chaos of the great battle. Chelsea was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. She had thought that once Li Pu arrived, he would seize military power for himself. She did not expect him to hand everything over to her, a mere ordinary imperial tool user with no combat power. What kind of trust and grace was this? In her past life, the nobles she had encountered had all been unable to resist the temptations brought by power and its accessories. Even the high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army could not avoid it. She once believed that the nobility was the most untrustworthy group in the world until she met Najida and now Li Pu. Chelsea quickly composed herself and smiled normally. If you're going to let me take on so many responsibilities, you must give me extra overtime pay later. Li Pu waved his hand grandly. No problem. After this battle, you'll be the greatest contributor. Within my capacity, I can give you whatever you want. Chelsea's eyes sparkled with cunning. My lord, you said it. Li Pu was in a good mood and started humming a tune. Mane wanted to run over and argue with him, but Li Pu easily shook her off, keeping her far away. Now, he could let Mane stay in the rear, perfect. Lip has both strength and status, allowing him to act as a carefree manager. Compared to worrying about the overall battle situation every day, he finds the thrill of direct combat much more interesting. There are plenty of such opportunities coming up. In the year 1024 of the Empire, autumn, the Anning Dao officially declared war on the Empire. Although the leader and the emperor of the Empire did not make any statements, both the deputy leader Berlik and Minister Onist declared war on the same day, showing a remarkable sense of cooperation. For some unknown reason, the once immensely powerful imperial army collapsed upon encountering the church, with countless cities falling one after another at an alarming speed, revealing the empire's fade of strength. In just a few days, the church's army swept through, advancing from the eastern part of the empire to the west with little to no resistance. Reaching the outskirts of the imperial capital, with a towering symbol of imperial authority was clearly visible 30 miles away. Due to logistical reasons and some mutual understanding between both sides, the church's troops halted their advance, seemingly planning to engage in a decisive battle in the suburbs. It was at this moment that General Bud decided to fulfill his long-standing duty, leading the Imperial Guard to defend the capital and confront these rebels. Dozens of Imperial artifact users and countless elite warriors from the Crimson World were eagerly awaiting the upcoming fierce clash. From this point on, the great battle of the church truly began. Since the rebellion began in Anning Dao, all 13 cities along the way have been conquered. The governors of the eastern 3 counties have all bowed their heads in submission, and the rebel army has camped just 30 miles outside the gates of the capital. In the vast palace, after the messenger fulfilled his duty, he trembled with his head lowered. The 2 people in front of him remained silent, causing him immense anxiety. The rapid deterioration of the imperial situation was unimaginable to anyone. The imperial artifact users in Anning Dao seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and there were actually double-digit numbers of them. The local imperial forces were no match, and coupled with years of corruption and lax city defenses, The casualties inflicted on the church's troops by the Imperial Army were even less than those caused by a single high-level dangerous species that appeared on the road. The silence lingered for a long time until the person in the main seat sighed softly. "You may leave now. I still have matters to discuss with Minister Onist." The soldier hurriedly crawled out, fearing that staying any longer would lead to severe punishment from these two individuals he could not afford to offend. On the throne sat a youthful emperor, yet his body had been drained by indulgence, his expression haggard as he stared blankly at the endless splendor of the capital, murmuring, "Is it my fault, Minister? Why are there so many people opposing me? Why are there so many experts from just Anningdao? What have I done to them that is so wrong?" One has stood behind the emperor, looking down from a height that did not belong to him, a secretive and sinister smile spreading across his lips. "Your Majesty, those lowly peasants do not appreciate your favor and dare to use our 15 tax system as a reason for rebellion. It is truly laughable. Taking 50% from their 10% income to support those who toil day and night for the country is something we are unwilling to do. Clearly, these peasants could keep half of their income. They are greedy and shameless," the minister passionately declared, secretly calculating the numbers in his mind. This year's national output, half of which is taxed, though many will never be able to pay it off in their lifetime, still leaves him with a fortune, and during the chaos, he has profited immensely from selling grain, now possessing wealth equivalent to 10 state treasuries, which greatly satisfied him. As for inciting internal strife, profiting from national calamity, and committing regicide to usurp the throne, once he ascends, he can rewrite history and shift all blame to the incompetent emperor of the previous dynasty. And regarding Anningdao, there must be ill-intentioned individuals secretly sending many imperial artifact users to cause chaos. These people are truly despicable, and now the ministers in court are all ruthless. Either they flee or feign illness to avoid you. "Your Majesty, only this old minister remains by your side," the minister falsely lamented, having dispatched his own 4 Rakshasa demons and 6 wild hounds with a total of 10 imperial artifact-level forces. He still had to take credit for the rapid progress of Anningdao. "Alas, Minister, what can I do? General Bud has already led the Imperial Guard, preparing to fight the enemy to the death. But with so many Imperial artifact users on the other side, if he cannot hold on, he won't, Your Majesty. Rest assured, you are the Son of Heaven. You will naturally turn misfortune into blessing. These mere rebels are not worth worrying about. I have already notified the 2 Imperial commanders at the border. Once they arrive, the situation will be immediately stabilized. Indeed, you are reliable, Onist. I am truly fortunate to have your assistance." The late emperor would surely smile down from the afterlife. The young emperor felt immense gratitude for Onist's comforting words, having never encountered such a situation and having a loyal ally like Onist. However, with the country in such a state, he felt he had let down his father and ancestors. The minister patiently advised the emperor, secretly reveling in his good fortune. Esther's would take at least half a month to return, and Lip would quickly relay the news. He had already sent a secret letter, and since he had treated Lip well, Lip would surely stand on his side. Alone, Bud would inevitably fail, and by then, the emperor would have to activate the highest imperial artifact himself, removing the last shred of the minister's apprehension. Once the emperor and Anningdao, along with his own pawns, had fought to exhaustion, he would proclaim to the world, detailing the emperor's crimes and restoring a bright and prosperous realm. "Your Majesty, just wait and see. The result will soon be at hand." In the quiet night, the once vibrant and bustling capital seemed to have been muted, with even the sounds of animals absent, and the area outside the capital was shrouded in endless darkness. Yet everyone knew that countless church troops, refugees who had joined midway, and imperial artifact users with ulterior motives were hidden within that darkness. Ivan, a noble of the 1,000-year empire, favored by the emperor for generations. Today, as rebels invade the capital, in this moment of crisis, I must fulfill my duty to protect the royal family. General Bud, clad in family armor passed down for hundreds of years, slowly scanned the wall filled with numerous medals, knowing that he could not let the glory and brilliance of his ancestors be buried by his hands. "Imperial Guard, heed my command. The enemy surrounds the capital without attacking, clearly waiting for supplies. Tonight is the only opportunity. Follow me to charge against the enemy and protect the capital. Kill." Lightning appeared in Bud's hand, then enveloped his entire body, illuminating a row of fervent, loyal guards before him. The fate of the Empire and their group was intertwined. Those who reaped the benefits would always defend their hard-won possessions. "March with me." With a flick of his long cloak, Bud and his Imperial Guard silently emerged, welcoming a night where it would be either their death or his survival in battle. Outside the capital, in a tree. Lip picked up a branch and lay comfortably in the branches. He was no longer an imperial general or an honorable commander of the Revolutionary Army, but just a soldier of the peacekeeping force under the alias Sazami. In recent days, he had been wearing the Universal Observer and was content to be a small soldier in the cult army, occasionally following the cult army that only attacked the Lord's mansion to take down a few notorious imperial officials. Life was much more enjoyable than the days of constant scheming. He found himself missing the days of training in the One-Punch world, while casually munching on a snack that Black I had secretly given him. Lip looked at the ordinary people around him, who were both excited and fearful about the upcoming battle, and felt a bit emotional. Although once this battle was over, the Empire would basically stabilize, and he had made a number of arrangements to reduce casualties, the brutality of war was still inevitable, especially later, when dissatisfied refugees spontaneously joined the cult army, becoming the main force, which Lip had not anticipated. In fact, whether it was the Revolutionary Army or the cult, as long as someone took the lead, the people's anger would naturally tear apart this decaying dynasty. This was the trend of the times, the will of heaven. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Tonight, Bud would be struck by a storm of attacks with wild hounds, the 4 demons, hunters, night raiders, and all the elite forces coming. Li Pukin smiled. Through the observer, he could easily see that almost all the forces were coincidentally gathering tonight, just waiting for a spark to ignite. Tonight was quite lively. I just hope to earn some hero points, Lip casually asked the soldier under the tree. Do you have any matches? The nervous soldier was startled for a moment, but seeing it was a small request from his own people, he relaxed. Yes, but be careful. If you make a big noise, we can't help you. Of course, I think I can handle it myself. Lip nodded, took a match, infused it with a bit of his own power, and threw it up fiercely. A huge firelight illuminated the dark world, also lighting up all those who were already restless. Let the battle begin. Sparks crossed the sky, igniting the night and the entire battlefield. Kill, punish the wicked, eliminate the ministers. Those who dare to rebel against the Empire must be exterminated. General Bud's troops failed to launch a surprise attack and were instead exposed by the sudden firelight that appeared out of nowhere. With a roar, Bud charged into close combat. He, the old man, Bud, finally showed up. It was worth our while working for this so-called Ning Dao. The leader of the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa, G, spoke in a hoarse voice that matched his thin, elongated body, making the ordinary soldiers around him feel somewhat uncomfortable. TCH, let us finish this quickly and wrap it up. Killing is just a job. As for the revival of the Royal Fist Temple, that depends on the ministers and the new emperor. The scantily clad, healthily tanned beauty, Matu, murmured, while Suzu and Jutian, who had also been waiting for a long time, nodded in approval. The 4 ghosts of Rakshasa, as the 4 elite fighters chosen from the Royal Fist Temple, were now private executioners for the ministers. They were at the pinnacle of strength among those without imperial weapons, except for a certain man, and could match imperial weapon users with their bare hands. All 4 possessed the ability to manipulate their bodies freely and could identify those from the world of slaughter. They had made significant contributions alongside the wild hounds in the fight against the Empire. Now that the target assigned by the ministers had finally appeared, the 4 had to perform well. Seeing that the chaotic battle was about to begin, General Bud activated his imperial weapon, the Thunder God's Wrath Adimala, intending to clear out these rebellious traitors who dared to defy the royal family. Like an incarnation of lightning, countless tiny silver threads surrounded him, elevating the supreme commander of the Empire into the air. Sinners will be judged, he said emotionlessly, as countless bolts of lightning gathered in his hands, illuminating the entire sky. Oh, you old man dare to speak of judgment? Half of these rebels are caused by your garbage military leadership, right? An arm suddenly flew towards Bud, interrupting his spell that could sweep half the battlefield. Bud snorted coldly. Had the opponent finally shown their true power? A thunderbolt as thick as a tree trunk struck that warped arm. Although the arm was clearly inhuman, it still recoiled under Bud's powerful lightning. G looked at his somewhat darkened arm and grinned wickedly. As expected of the general, though your thoughts are no different from moldy trash, your strength is still impressive. If the 4 of us work together, we won't disgrace you. Bud, seeing this elongated monster confident, immediately became alert, weaving a dense web of lightning to cover himself tightly. A swift figure armed with a dagger had quietly circled to Bud's back. Seeing that Bud was on guard, she stopped just a few centimeters behind him, complaining. Hey, why did you expose us? We were almost able to complete this task. Killing and going back would have been just fine. Bud sneered. How dare a mere rebel speak so arrogantly? With a thought, The spherical lightning in his left hand instantly shot backward. As long as the opponent was still human, they would surely turn into a charred mass. As he expected, the spherical lightning struck the scantily clad, tanned beauty behind him. However, the overwhelming energy contained in the sphere slid off her body in an instant. A strike that could turn someone to charcoal caused no damage at all. The girl, Matu, patted her undulating chest in fright and said, "You scared me. That was terrifying. If I couldn't control my bodily fluids to secrete insulating oil droplets, I would have been done for." As she spoke, countless oily liquids secreted from her body, appearing incredible. Can you perfectly control your own body? This is the secret transmission of body training from the Royal Fist Temple. You actually are. Bud's expression became serious. He sensed a certain conspiracy in the air, but at this moment, the arrow was already on the bowstring. This world is hell, and you're deceived by illusions. Only death can liberate your soul and reveal the true reality. I will let you, this lost lamb, find peace. Royal Fist Temple's 100 Cracks Fist. The burly man with a full beard, Zhu Tian, did not wait for Bud to finish and launched a fierce attack from the side. Countless shadows of fists transformed into flowing light, striking Bud's body. Even with armor to resist, the pure physical strength of the attacker made him grunt. At the same time, amidst the gaps in the lightning defense, several sharp nails silently pierced through. The last of the four ghosts of Rakshasa, Suzu, seized the opportunity to go straight for Bud's head. Receiving damage is such a wonderful thing. You should experience this supreme art too. Suzu, who often left herself covered in scars, revealed a blissful smile as she saw Bud's neck about to be pierced. As a top M, her most admired person was Death, and she was currently enjoying it. A bunch of lackeys dares to resist my magnificent might? Bud's wild, yellow hair stood on end under the stimulation of the lightning. And the true power of the Thunder God's wrath Adimala, one of the strongest attacking imperial weapons, was unleashed. The Thunder God descends, the final judgment. Zzz. Countless charges in the sky were rapidly drawn, while the opposite charges on the ground also gathered quickly. Under the manipulation of the imperial weapon, a giant capacitor spanning heaven and earth was created. Suzu's nails turned to powder in an instant, her scream both painful and exhilarating as she was sent flying. The oil on Matu became a joke under the immense potential difference. Zhu Tian's beard turned to ash, and only Ji, who had attacked first, managed to distance himself. But he was not unscathed. The immense power between heaven and earth far exceeded Bud's own strength. If not for him being able to slightly guide it with the imperial weapon, these four attackers coming from all directions would have been more than just thrown around. However, Bud's strength had already reached the pinnacle of the world, comparable to a mid-tier dragon level. And even the later stages of that were not something a few little executioners from the Royal Fist Temple could touch. Under my command, there is room for negotiation on other charges, but any act of rebellion against the Empire cannot be tolerated. Bud said lightly, raising his hand to kill several downed figures suspected to be from the Royal Fist Temple. Sigh, these guys sent by the ministers are really unreliable. I have to handle this myself, General Bud. In Bud's eyes, a young man he didn't recognize actually approached him directly, ignoring the vast lightning pool he had just constructed. Unlike the ordinary soldiers who had kept their distance, Bud frowned. In his perception, this person should not exist at all, but that was clearly impossible. There was only one explanation. He was more dangerous than the combined 4 elite fighters just now. Who are you? The young man, with his hands behind his back, thought for a moment and casually replied, My name is Tasmi, but you can also call me Zazami. He paused for a moment, slowly taking his hands from behind his back, and said, General Bud, I have no choice but to execute you, even though you have never done anything wrong in your duties. However, the duty you uphold is itself a mistake. A blue flame burst forth uncontrollably from the young man's flower-like gesture. What is this? The blue energy beam, trailing a long tail of flame, instantly shattered the sky, full of thunderclouds. The domain created by the furious Emperor Thunder God Admile looked so vulnerable. Yet it had just defeated the 4 demons that non-imperial weapon users could not withstand. General Bud's armor shattered and scattered, a large hollow appearing in his chest. The immense energy had vaporized all his blood, leaving not a single drop to flow out. At that moment, a look of horror appeared on his face. How could I? Lip gathered energy for a moment and unleashed the Kamehameha, modified, delivering an unstoppable output. He watched as the man's life force slowly faded away inside. If Bud were just an ordinary soldier, There would be nothing wrong with adhering to his duties. However, when he found himself in that position, inaction itself was an immense sin. Bound to the royal family, the noble Bud's fate was inevitably destined to perish along with the decaying empire. You killed the highest commander of the empire, gaining 332 hero points and 1 additional world point. Still, it cannot be a one-size-fits-all approach. Otherwise, I will be no different from them. Li Pu planned to conduct the statistics after the Nagito War concluded. He would still favor descendants of imperial remnants like Bud. Despite being hostile, had no criminal record, and would not impose collective punishment. After all, the imperial artifacts were now in the hands of the new nation. Watching this man, whom he had seen a few times, fall to the ground, any previous unpleasantness he had with General Bud, stemming from saving Li Hua and the original work where Bud caused my Yin's death, vanished with his death. Lip picked up Bud's divine tool, the Thunder God's Wrath, and curiously looked at the system's newly added world points. World points could be obtained by killing important plot characters in the world with a certain probability of enhancing your bonds with various worlds. Current world points. 1. Unlocking the first layer effect. Increase luck by 1 point. The next layer unlocks at 3 points. Hidden attribute unlocked. Luck, current, 7. The normal value is 5. Important characters? It feels a bit like seizing their fortune. Although I don't know how the system calculates it specifically, Bud's status and influence are indeed sufficient to be considered an important character in the Crimson World. Moreover, the new attribute surprised Lip. It was luck. That's good, as I usually have quite a bit of good luck, though I occasionally run into small misfortunes. It must have been the effect of my previous 6 points of luck. It seems that in the future, I can look for high status and influential plot characters to farm points. Lip thought for a moment. He used to lack strength, but now he was strong enough, so earning world points should be much faster. Now, let's take care of these 4 guys as well. It's a good opportunity to make some extra money. Lip turned around and looked ambiguously at the Rakshasa 4 ghosts who had just crawled up from the electric shock, causing them all to shiver. This man named Zazami is terrifying. Matu was the first to react, his eyes trembling constantly. The greasy special bodily fluid had now turned into a cold sweat. The 4 of them, who couldn't defeat General Bud, were taken down by the man in front of them with just 1 strike. That's right, I can feel it. This man has the ability of the world of slaughter. But he doesn't seem like one, which is strange. The long-limbed creature, Spines, also looked at the young man in front of him with a serious expression. His perception is very strange. This man in front of him has undoubtedly sent countless opponents to their doom, yet he doesn't resemble a being from the world of slaughter. How odd, how odd. Battling such a strong opponent would surely add many scars. Hi-hee! The deer laughed foolishly, her disease flaring up again at an inappropriate time. Never mind that. After that terrifying blow, he must be exhausted. Watch me free his pitiful soul from this false world. The brute, Zhu Tian, even with his beard turned to ash from the electric shock, still remained incredibly arrogant, planning to directly attack the weak man in front of him. Indeed, that strike took quite a toll on me. Li Pushin nodded in agreement, and Zhu Tian's fist became even faster, like a meteor shower with countless fist shadows flying towards Li Pu, making him feel like a solitary boat in the vast ocean. The total energy of his body was probably already a lot of 5, and that's not how you throw a punch. What? Zhu Tian paused, thinking he had misheard, but as he watched his opponent move slowly with a terrifying presence that made his heart race, a strong sense of unreality surged within him. It seemed that what the other party said was not a lie. Zhu Tian still found it hard to believe that the blow capable of defeating General Bud was only a 5. What a joke. But the fact was that Li Pu was not joking with him. Whirlwind Iron Fist. Puchi Kachak. Zhu Tian's expression froze, as countless fist shadows, along with himself, were cut through like tofu by the invisible fist wind without any obstruction. You have killed a Rakshasa, 4 ghosts, and gained 4,124 hero points. Zhu Tian was caught off guard by the live demonstration, and the others shouted for retreat. He immediately used the secret technique of the Royal Fist Temple, burning his hard-earned cultivation to escape. Matu and Ling Zhu also realized the situation was dire and used their secret techniques to run away, especially Ling Zhu. She just liked to be tormented, not to seek death. This person's strength was too terrifying, without hundreds of thousands of troops to wear down his stamina, and more than 10 Imperial Gear users risking their lives. It would be impossible to even hinder his steps. Hey, we were originally on the same side. Why are we running? Li Pu felt quite helpless. After all, everyone had been together in Anning Road for a while, and there was no sense of camaraderie at all. He merely wanted to borrow their hero points for a bit. There was no other way. Li Pu could only show that he wasn't particularly fast, with a maximum flying speed of only 6.1 Mach. It took him a full 3 minutes to eliminate the 3 body cultivation experts who had fled in different directions, which was truly embarrassing. You have killed a Rakshasa, 4 ghosts, and earned 397 hero points. You have killed a Rakshasa, 4 ghosts, and earned 880 hero points. You have killed a Rakshasa, 4 ghosts, and earned 738 hero points. Rakshasa, 4 ghosts. Times have changed. Now they are Rakshasa dead ghosts. Li Pu finally seized the opportunity to vent about the system, and he felt much more relaxed. On the other side, with Butte's fall, the battle was almost entirely tilted in favor of the cult army. The Imperial Guards, leaderless, were naturally retreating step by step, and they were about to retreat into the Imperial capital. It's likely that the young emperor would be restless, and the ministers should also take action. Li Pu smiled. He hoped the minister appreciated his help. After all, they were in the same boat. Li Pufei looked out over the entire battlefield from a great height, where faint traces of thunder elements and energy ripples remained. In the vision of the omniscient observer, he was surprised to see that the hunter and the wild hounds were actually locked in combat, which he found somewhat amusing. Just in time, he decided to resolve all these lingering issues in one go. The black stream of light swiftly traversed the war-torn outskirts of the imperial capital, heading straight for a place where the commotion was far greater than other battlefields. Boris held on for a moment. Lon was currently dueling with that bastard named Champ, clad in the luxurious version of the Azura Incarnation Noble War Chariot, the demon-like what was akin to a war god, showcasing the strength expected of the Empire's most elite navy. He was simultaneously fending off the combined assaults of the 2 Imperial tool users. Cosmia and Moonlight Dance's wind blade flame hard, and surprisingly, he was not at a disadvantage against their joint attack. Boris grunted, summoning the Purgatory to call forth Libigand, which unleashed an endless torrent of orange flames, fiercely battling the minister's son, Shira. For some reason, he felt an intense hatred towards this person. Strangely, Shira was effortlessly dodging Boris's attacks, solely using his physical abilities while appearing somewhat distracted. Among the hunters, except for Dr. Fashion who was missing, everyone was engaged in battle. And upon hearing that the most heinously evil wild hound was on the battlefield, they hurried over even faster. Lon spotted the fast-throwing bastard Champ and instantly turned red with rage. After a long investigation, he immediately recognized him as the killer of the beloved children he had lost as a teacher. Children are lovely angels, so they cannot grow into filthy adults. I just wanted to freeze that beauty in that moment. What wrong have I done? The comically absurd clown Champ, while grinning grotesquely, twisted his body and used his imperial tool, fast-throwing chaos, to launch 6 different balls, performing flashy maneuvers while giggling. You damn bastard. Lan's eyes were bloodshot, indicating that his refined glasses had shattered in the fierce battle. The bloodstains on his body increased, and his determination to kill this demon who had deprived him of all his beauty grew stronger. 1,000-mile flight, Motisma's ultimate skill, wing return. This time, Champ shot all 6 balls, and Lon finally found an opportunity, bursting forth like a beast. He could no longer endure, even if it meant perishing together with this fiend. Countless wings shot from Lan's body like sharp arrows. Even though this left Motisma completely defenseless, Lon was struck solidly and immediately exploded into a cloud of smoke. Are you F-King insane? Why are you fighting me to the death over a few already dead children? The clown Champ was dumbfounded, completely unable to comprehend, and in his frustration, he cursed, but Lon's wings were already aimed at him, and he had no way to stop Lon's desperate strike, instantly turning him into a pincushion. Someone save me. The clown Champ desperately covered his bleeding neck, pleading for help from the leader of the wild hounds, Shira. Useless trash. Incompetent and counterproductive. Whatever, I was originally going to use you to fulfill my father's great wish. So I might as well spare a bit of magic essence for you. Shira, who had been watching the show with disinterest, now had a face full of murderous intent, clearly indicating that this magic essence was also very important to him, seemingly a secret from his trip to the Western Kingdom. He pointed a finger, and a small black light orb flew into Champ's chest. Suddenly, Shira's expression froze, revealing a look of surprise. Here, this is bad. Then, to the astonishment of everyone present, Shira simply vanished without a trace, without any warning. As soon as the magic essence entered his body, the clown Champ's complexion turned rosy, and all the wounds on his body were enveloped in a faint black mist, his fat red nose curling up in a smile. Hee hee, I've never felt this good before. I feel like I could take on 10 opponents now. I want more children. Champ caressed his body, which was now more than twice as strong, lost in ecstasy, and a subtle change began to occur within him. His comically green bean-shaped eyes proudly glanced at Lon, who had just been blasted into a cloud of dust by his Imperial tool. With that glance, his head fell off. You have killed an original Dark Imperial tool user, gaining 7,663 hero points. TSK, TSK, TSK. Why is the clown not staying in the circus to make big money, but instead running out to be a real clown? Slowly walking out, Li Pu smiled and shook his head while glancing at the spot where Shira had disappeared. The place where Shira had fled actually had spatial fluctuations, which surprised him, as he had already intercepted Shangri-La. Also, the magic essence on Shira was not simple. It was actually an original dark seed that could directly infect people, although the probability of someone like the clown champ automatically getting infected was not small either. Lord Li Pu, I am incompetent and made you see a joke. Meanwhile, the heavily injured Lon was completely unharmed in the smoke. But the 6 balls from the fast-throwing chaos were surprisingly caught by Li Pu with his hand, which shocked him even more, as this was an attack-type Imperial tool. Lon deeply bowed to Li Pu. From the perspective behind the omniscient observer, Li Pu could clearly see that a man like Lon, who had always been steadfast, quietly shed tears. I thank you on behalf of those children. Li Pu didn't say anything, just waved his hand. In this world, he had witnessed countless darker and more horrific evils. Some could be physically eliminated by him, while others could not. He casually unleashed the ice-sealing combo punch, with Frost carrying a deadly punch wind sweeping across the battlefield, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. The witch Cosmia from the Western Kingdom, who enjoyed playing with men, and the brutal pirate Moonlight Dance, who once dominated the southern islands of the Empire, turned into ice fragments before they could even hum a note, scattering with the wind. Only Will, who had just thought that being a delay tactic for 2 Imperial weapon users was impressive, was left in a daze. He might be contemplating that he might not really be a navy, but rather a water force. You have killed an Imperial weapon user and gained 762 hero points. You have killed an Imperial weapon user and gained 238 hero points. Lippikai couldn't be bothered to say more than a couple of words to these small fries whose combat power could only crush regular armies. Right now, all he could see were those moving hero points, as opportunities to earn points would be few and far between later on. Seeing that Boris, Weil, and Lon, the wielders of Imperial tools, had all been released despite suffering some injuries, Lippikai nodded slightly. These individuals had decent character. He directly told them that their main task in the upcoming battle was to protect the civilians of the Imperial capital, and they didn't need to get involved in anything else. In fact, during this time, they had all begun to speculate about certain matters, but at this moment, they all nodded in agreement. While even volunteered to help Lippikai gather all the scattered Imperial tools, eager to assist the boss. After all, this commander was indeed incredibly reliable, and his actions suited their temperament, so the members of the hunting team tacitly accepted certain things, as long as they followed their hearts. That was enough. What about Heidong? Lip casually asked. When he looked before, several people were over here, and before the battle, Heidong was temporarily assigned as the vice captain of the hunters by him, so logically speaking, she should also be here. Oh, is that so, boss? The Wild Hounds have 2 more people than us. Jiang Shui is rapidly absorbing Dotia with the help of blood collection, and Will, seeing that he finally has a bit of use, quickly continued to act cute and curry favor with Lip, hoping for a raise and promotion soon. Vice Captain Heidong was previously fighting with these 2, but later some people from the night raid also came, and it seems like Vice Captain Heidong got mixed up in a brawl with them. What? Lipton was taken aback. How could he have forgotten that this night raid was led by Akame to participate in the church war? This was bad. He had planned to gradually help Akane and Kuriko reconcile. After all, with him around, they would be on the same side in the future. But now, by coincidence, they had encountered each other early, which was quite a headache for Lipton. He grabbed Will and said, "Why didn't you say anything sooner?" Will, upon seeing the members of the night raid, became frantic. "My subordinates couldn't stop her. And you didn't ask before. I was actually worried too." Will was on the verge of tears. The commander, who had been so easy to talk to before, suddenly seemed so anxious. Anyway, it must be that his communication skills were lacking. The leader could never be at fault, right? Li Pu's expressionless face showed determination as his wings spread wide at full speed, creating a massive sonic boom cloud that caused even the physically strong Imperial tool users like Will to experience pain in their eardrums. When they looked up again, Li Pu had already vanished in the direction marked by countless sword scars. There were 2 sisters who, at a very young age, were abandoned by their impoverished parents, becoming orphans who could only rely on each other. They had shivered through sudden summer rainstorms and huddled together in the endless blizzards of winter, desperately using each other's body heat to stay warm and avoid freezing to death. Famine and the continuous wars made the two little girls realize how precious food was, resulting in one developing a gluttonous habit and the other becoming overly protective of their food, simply out of fear of starving to death. Later, due to their exceptional survival skills, after enduring countless hardships, the sisters caught the attention of an imperial assassination organization, which took them in as new blood. After undergoing inhumane selection processes, the sisters miraculously survived, believing they could continue to rely on each other forever. However, the Empire was ultimately cold and ruthless, only nurturing the best assassins while treating others as expendable, easily discarded and replaced, which cut off the sisters' hope. The elder sister was stronger and entered the elite group, while the younger sister could only join the reserve group, relying on drugs to enhance her abilities to avoid being discarded as inferior. The elder sister experienced many assassination missions and witnessed the Empire's cruelty, darkness, and mercilessness, gradually developing her own consciousness. During an assassination attempt on the defector, General Najida, the elder sister was persuaded and decided to overthrow the Empire, the root cause of the tragic fate of orphans like them. She killed the commander of the Imperial Assassination Unit that had controlled her and her comrades, obtaining the demon sword. However, when she broke through layers of obstacles and found her sister to leave together, she was rejected. "Sister, can you leave like this? What about those dead comrades?" The younger sister trembled as she drew her sword against her beloved sister, tears falling like broken pearls, each drop clearly audible. The elder sister couldn't respond to her sister's threat. She knew that only by overthrowing the Empire could more comrades be saved from dying, and more tragedies like theirs be avoided. Therefore, she couldn't bring herself to harm her defenseless sister, who was not her opponent, and left alone, betraying the Empire and leaving her behind. The elder sister, with complex emotions in her crimson eyes, looked at the tearful girl in front of her, the figure from her memories matching perfectly like the last piece of a puzzle. From the moment she betrayed the Empire, it seemed destined that such a day would come. Whenever the crimson-eyed sister dreamt at midnight, this scene appeared countless times, and now it had come to pass. After several rounds of combat with the black-eyed sister, while Tasmi, Leonai, and others dealt with the remaining two members of the Wild Hounds, the crimson-eyed sister intentionally led the black-eyed sister to an abandoned church, where their fate might be decided. "Black-eyed sister, we've come to this point. Do you still believe that by killing me, you can gain redemption?" Moonlight illuminated half of the crimson-eyed sister's face, devoid of any emotion, peculiarly calm. "Yes, sister, I will set you free. Let's fight." The black-eyed sister lightly shook her head. The army of the dead's 8th room glimmered slightly, and this time only one puppet emerged, a new type of super dangerous species. This was Li Pu's way of unbinding the previous human corpses and substituting them with several different super dangerous species he had casually killed. The crimson-eyed sister was somewhat surprised. Although the black-eyed sister's strength seemed to have decreased significantly, her body was much better than during her time in the assassination unit. She had thought her sister's vitality would soon be completely drained. "Black-eyed sister, you didn't stay in the Imperial Assassination Unit?" The black-eyed sister looked confused by her sister's meaning, but shook her head. "I was taken away by someone from the minister, and later he made me take over the assassination unit. He forced me to stop taking those drugs, but even so, I'm still strong enough to kill you, sister." The demon sword in the crimson-eyed sister's hand lowered slightly. Her sister was putting on a brave front. She had never been able to defeat her from childhood to now. However, in terms of conviction, both sisters were equally stubborn. "Then come on, if you still believe that, black-eyed sister, I will help you find an easy way out." The two of them flicked their thumbs, drawing their imperial tools, the cold blades intertwining, transforming into fleeting light. The crimson-eyed sister's skills and strength still surpassed her sister's, suppressing her. Although the super dangerous species that someone had casually crushed caused significant trouble for the crimson-eyed sister, she managed to restrict this mindless creature using her unparalleled combat experience by surrounding the black-eyed sister. Is this not enough? As expected of an elder sister, a cloud of dust rose as the two sisters exchanged blows for hundreds of rounds. The poor super dangerous species puppet spent 90 of its time preventing itself from hitting the black-eyed sister and protecting her, yet the dominating crimson-eyed sister gradually resolved the puppet. Regardless of emotions or conflicts, the seeds once sown would inevitably bloom and bear fruit, providing answers. Both sisters understood that fate was approaching. Black-eyed sister, my sister. Yes, I love you the most. Sister, the crimson-eyed and black-eyed sisters faced each other from a distance, their blades aimed at each other's hearts. The next strike will be the final blow. Huh. Eek. At the same time, they raised their blades. The crimson-eyed sister lunged forward while the black-eyed sister tilted slightly, unreservedly stabbing toward each other. The crimson-eyed sister's blade was longer and faster, undoubtedly poised to pierce the black-eyed sister's heart. The black-eyed sister certainly knew this, which was why she smiled gently, her smile radiant. In the crimson-eyed sister's pupils, only the pure smile that had haunted her for years remained. Ultimately, only one sister would survive. The blade was merely 20 centimeters from her sister's heart. She could not possibly survive. Thud! The blade pierced flesh, and the blood gushing out warmed the crimson-eyed sister's face. She closed her eyes. I'm sorry, black-eyed sister. Sister. The crimson-eyed sister opened her eyes in shock once more. The fatal strike of Muramasa had not struck her sister, but rather Li Pu. Even though he flew at the fastest speed and merged into the shadows, he was slightly late because he was busy earning hero points. At this moment, the knife was already at the heart of Haitong, and he had no time to push the two away. He could only stand in the middle of the sister's knives. So now he had two knives in his chest. Li Pu, why? Haitong's gaze instantly lost focus. Why was it the person she trusted the most who blocked this knife? Her other hand trembled as it reached toward the two knife wounds on this man's body. She knew better than anyone what her sister's knife was capable of. Even a superficial cut could be fatal. Watching Li Pu calmly pull out the two knives, the incantations slowly appearing on his body, Haitong could no longer suppress herself. It was clearly her who was supposed to die. Bastard! Bastard! Big bastard! Why did you interfere in my sister's matters? What right do you have to die for me? Haitong rushed forward, shouting in anger, her tears intermingling and slowly flowing down Li Pu's chest. Haitong also couldn't believe it. She felt the same heart-wrenching pain. It turned out that Li Pu had wanted to take Haitong away before. No wonder her body had improved so much. The sisters were actually on the same side, and this man had done so much for them. But now, cough, 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 I'm not dead yet. Lip looked at the two sisters, Black Eye, who was crying uncontrollably in his arms, and Red Eye, who was dazed beside them, feeling quite awkward. These two were fighting fiercely, and he still had to endure a stab from Red Eye, and hissing, there was also a stab from Black Eye. Damn it, you didn't die? Black Eye lifted her head, her red eyes filled with disbelief. The curse had clearly spread from his heart to his entire body. Li Pu felt the strangest, near-death sensation of all time, as if his soul was being dragged away and his body was withering. Even though his cellular activity, red, was functioning, he couldn't withstand this cursed attack for even a few seconds. At the critical moment, it was still the divine talent of blood-locking that saved his life. And as long as he was not attacked again, the special effect would keep him in a near-death state, effectively countering the deadly curse of the demon Sword Muramasa. One can only say that blood-locking is eternally divine. The curse had already moved to Li Pu's handsome, unparalleled face. It had only added a touch of demonic beauty to him. The cursed poison writhed, but it seemed to be disturbed by something, unable to take this man's life. Did he actually survive? Red Eye stared at Li Pu in astonishment. Since the demon Sword Muramasa became a blade, no one had ever survived under its supposedly unsolvable curse that spread all over the body. Even the Sword Master had to be extremely cautious before fully unleashing the sword's power. Yet Li Pu seemed to disregard the death sentence. And after the cursed poison failed to kill him, it slowly retreated and vanished. Black Eye finally reacted at this moment, stepping back in panic, her face flushed. Just a moment ago, she thought he was about to pass away and unconsciously rushed towards him, ignoring the complicated feelings of the two sisters at that moment. Li Pu slowly recounted all his previous plans, his relationship with the Revolutionary Army Alliance, and revealed the fact that the ministers were about to usurp power while the empire was essentially on the brink of collapse. Red Eye was fine, having known this long ago, while Black Eye looked up in shock. Have you also betrayed the empire? Li Pu shook his head. No, I didn't side with the empire from the beginning, nor did I side with any other factions. I only stand with the people. Whichever side can provide more benefits for the people, I will stand with them. Just like the higher-ups of the Revolutionary Army were not all truly for the revolution, I will naturally exclude them, just like the ministers. And now that you, Haitong, know this, how will you choose? Li Pu was facing Haitong, and the height difference, which was a head taller, made it difficult for him to see Haitong's expression clearly. Is that so? You are my superior, my savior, and also my partner. Haitong said softly, I cannot resist your orders. as you know. Lip smiled, realizing that his efforts were not in vain. He thought Black Eye would jump up and give him a flurry of attacks. In fact, Black Eye's personality determined everything. She only cared about her companions. Her sense of belonging to the Empire was entirely built on her relationships with them. As long as Lip could sever all her ties to the Empire, Black Eye would naturally be able to escape the constraints she had imposed on herself. Well, you and your sister are in the same camp now. As your commander, I order you to chat with her for a while. Black Eye widened her eyes, staring intently at Lip, realizing that her long-held wish was finally coming true. Fighting side by side with her sister again, she and her sister no longer needed to seek redemption through death, nor would they have to turn their blades against each other. She could embrace her sister, and they could become the inseparable sisters they once were. This was truly wonderful. The world, in Black Eye's eyes, had never been as clear and gentle as it was now. She looked at her sister, and her sister looked back at her. The red and black gazes intertwined, transforming into the most precious memories of their childhood. The wounds on Li Pu's body had almost healed completely. He patted off the dust from his hurried arrival and watched as the two sisters finally put down their cold weapons and embraced each other, crying uncontrollably. He smacked his lips and thought, although I got stabbed twice, the outcome isn't bad. I just don't know if these two sisters will end up eating me poor. I can barely afford to support one black-eyed girl. Forget it. I'll just call that bastard Nagita to pay the bill. It was her who kicked the ball to me last time. Having made up his mind, Li Pu felt quite satisfied. Convincing this pair of doomed sisters was overall a stroke of good luck. He used his 5-sight universal observer to glance at a slightly distant location, where Night Raid was engaged in battle with others. This time, aside from Ai's daughter Hill guarding the home, everyone else was present. Tatsumi, armed with a weapon provided by the Revolutionary Army, along with the Beast King, Lioness Rayona, and his brother Brand, as well as Rabak, were methodically surrounding and eliminating the remaining 2 members of the Wild Hunting Dogs. In situations like this, having more people to fight is definitely the right way to go. In the original story, it was always one-on-one, then a desperate one-for-one exchange. Although Imperial tools can choose new masters, and Night Raid can reinforce their numbers, the sacrifices of excellent warriors and their lives can never be brought back. Nagita should have already sent troops to occupy various locations. The flames of revolution should have ignited throughout the entire region, and the Revolutionary Army's control should far exceed that in the original story. Although Li Pu felt a bit regretful about not being able to secure the last 2 kills, he found solace in the fact that almost all of the Revolutionary Army's fighting forces had been preserved, and that local warlords and external forces had little opportunity to take advantage of a new country. Then came a tremendous sound, echoing as if it resonated throughout the entire world. All the thousands of participants in this great battle looked up, their faces filled with astonishment. It was a colossal final weapon, a massive mech towering dozens of meters high, beyond imagination. The guardian god of the nation, the Supreme Emperor's divine tool. This imperial tool that had slumbered for 1,000 years was once again descending upon the world. The final battle is about to begin. The windbreaker of Lip slowly fluttered, and the final moment that would determine the fate of millions was approaching quickly. Previously, in the center of the imperial capital, inside the Supreme Palace, the young emperor sat silently on his chair. Behind him were strong ministers. One bad news after another came from countless sources, as if the uprising forces had sprung up overnight across the land. For some unknown reason, the border's Aista was ignoring the imperial capital's pleas for help, and the western kingdoms were temporarily hesitant but restless. These messages hit the emperor's heart like a heavy hammer, making the stability of the nation seem like it was about to topple overnight. All along, the ministers had told him that their country was peaceful and the people were well fed, that the ministers would not make mistakes. So where did the fault lie? Father, ancestors, am I really not a good emperor? The emperor caressed the cold dragon throne, feeling a deep loneliness burying him like an avalanche. Outside, the rebels did not call him your majesty, only the lone man. A figure stumbled in. It was the son of Minister Onest. The emperor had heard of this person, who was said to be a virtuous gentleman. Something terrible has happened, said Shira, with a face full of terror. General Bude has died in battle. The battlefield outside the imperial capital is already out of control. What? The emperor jumped down from his chair, unable to hide his panic. Even when he was very young, his father had told him that the Bude family was the most steadfast supporter of the empire, more trustworthy than anyone else. Therefore, even though the ministers occasionally complained about General Bude, the emperor had always relied on this man, who, although stubborn, was indeed loyal to the royal family. Now, Bude has fallen as well, and the young emperor was thrown into confusion. What should he do? Minister Onist, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke up. With tears in his old eyes, he knelt on one knee and sincerely advised, "Your Majesty, the rebels are too brutal. The situation has reached an irretrievable point. Only by showing them some might can you demonstrate your imperial authority." The young emperor turned around and said incredulously, "Do we have to use that? But my father said it would cause great suffering to the people, and no emperor has used it for 1,000 years. The minister cried even harder, "Your Majesty, the deaths of some lowly people are far less important than the nation and the state. You must use it to eliminate all the rebels, and only then can the world be at peace. The only bloodline of your royal family is the key to activating the supreme imperial tool. I will transfer its usage rights to you. The Son of Heaven guards the national gates, and the king dies for the state. Your Majesty, do not hesitate any longer." All right then. The young emperor, under the respectful guidance of the minister, saw for the first time the supreme imperial tool that was supposed to be under his control, the guardian machine's supreme throne. After the minister respectfully exited, he was left alone in the cold control room. He stared at the console, speechless for a long time. The foundation laid by his ancestors and the Empire's 1,000 years of glory felt like an immense pressure, making it hard for him to breathe. After a long while, he dripped his royal blood. This design from his ancestors made it difficult for outsiders to seize the royal power, unless the emperor himself was to bring about his own doom. He pressed a button, and red light began to burst forth from the eyes of the guardian machine, heralding the return of supreme masterpiece of an era. The young emperor gently caressed the crown on his head, murmuring, "The Son of Heaven guards the national gates, and the king dies for the state. I am the legitimate heir of the empire. It is a power granted to me by heaven to shepherd the people. You have no right to judge me. Clear the mode." Countless spells began to rotate, and the supreme imperial tool transformed into a dragon form, simultaneously unleashing numerous attacks. A rain of bullets enveloped Lip, but they were all instantly shattered by hundreds of afterimages that he created. The young emperor was furious. How dare someone openly provoke him? The guardian machine supreme throne perfectly replicated the emperor's will, and a network of interwoven rays shot towards Lip from its mouth, which was several meters in diameter. The destructive power of these rays was indeed impressive, barely piercing through Lip's tough exterior, but they still had to hit him first. And his agility was many times greater than that of the dragonized Tasmi in the original story. Like a streak of light, Lip danced through countless matrix rays, and a massive blue fist shadow formed in his hand, striking heavily against the face of the guardian machine. The several dozen-meter-tall supreme imperial tool actually staggered backward, and the energy system began to sound alarms urgently again. Boom! The wall shattered by the machine god collapsed rapidly, burying many imperial guards who were unable to escape. As the ground was plowed open, creating massive chasms hundreds of meters wide, with countless cracks spreading all around. This scene deeply shocked everyone's soul. I'm the emperor of the empire, destined by heaven. How could I possibly fail? The sense of humiliation, more so a feeling of fear, stimulated every corner of the young emperor's body. His attention was completely consumed by this terrifying man before him, making it hard for him to breathe. "I will kill you." In the corner of the control room, a small, inconspicuous black sphere that had been thrown in when Shira brought the young emperor into the control room suddenly melted away as the young emperor's emotions erupted. It seemed to have a mind of its own, wrapping around the emperor's face, injecting countless strange substances into his body and linking them to the nerves of the imperial tool. The young emperor felt his life draining away, merging with the machine beneath him. Someone was manipulating everything, but the emperor had no time to think before he was completely engulfed in darkness. Half-biological imperial tool dark infection hybrid detected. Target is one of the important plot characters of this world. Please eliminate the opponent as soon as possible to prevent uncontrollable changes. In an instant, countless black threads surged up the massive body of the guardian machine, with horns, spikes, and chaotic ripples appearing on this supreme imperial tool, and a violent aura began to rise. Li Pu clearly sensed that the emperor's presence had vanished, merging with this supreme imperial artifact. The power of the object in front was surging, with combat strength rising from 2,500 to 3,000, then to 3,500, and finally stopping around 5,000. How could such a thing appear? Even if the young emperor was infected, it should only be himself. Li Pu was quite surprised. He had only seen this half-biological creature once before, which was the secret weapon of a foreign race, known as the Blood Embrace Crimson Count. It was a monster implanted with the original darkness, and its strength could be described as terrifying. I'm afraid that behind this final battle, there are others lurking, intending to manipulate something. I will kill you, you non-human, non-imperial monster. The system shows it as the supreme being, yet can emit a low, hoarse roar that shatters glass within a radius of several miles. Does it think that becoming something neither human nor ghost makes it powerful? Li Pu let out a cold snort and unleashed the void-shattering fist, enveloping it in a massive high-speed airflow that instantly shattered its significantly strengthened surface defenses. The newly grown spikes fell off in a clatter, and the supreme being hissed in pain. The giant monster lip has slaughtered countless beings, and it won't miss this one. How could mere ants comprehend the true power of a god? This semi-biological entity seems to have awakened a mixed consciousness, and with the imperial artifact as its dominant form. Lip can sense that its combat instincts are far beyond what a mere little emperor can compare to. He is likely about to witness the terrifying depth of the empire, the domain of kings. A voice reminiscent of hellish demons echoes, and Lip surprisingly feels a hint of vigilance, marking the first time in recent memory. Rumbling, with a loud crash, Li Pu was as if caught by an invisible giant hand, falling from the sky and hitting the ground heavily. Instantly, a bottomless pit appeared on the ground, and countless soil and stones could not stop Li Pu's body in the slightest. I was created by the first emperor 1,000 years ago and have used this move to instantly bury hundreds of thousands of troops. You are merely a human warrior. How can you withstand the lethal pressure that could crush even 100,000 people? The imperial weapon itself, infused with the emperor's awakened consciousness, unexpectedly unleashed an unprecedented move. This is an immensely powerful gravitational field. The surface of Lip's body was too hard, and the blood inside was being squeezed out by hundreds of times the gravity seeping through the surface. And this gravity was still increasing. The ultimate skill left by Emperor Qin, who knows how many unworthy descendants have buried it in the ages, is the art of linking the empire's earth veins. The pressure on you will increase proportionally with how many territories still pledge loyalty to the empire. Its newly grown fangs seemed to smile slightly, as the memories stored in the biological structure of the Supreme Emperor informed it that this human strongman had only one ending. Oh, really? The Empire's territory, let me think. The Imperial capital should be the last piece, right? Li Pu was already soaked in blood, but upon hearing this, he silently smiled. The pressure, hundreds of times the force of gravity, could no longer rise. At this level, it couldn't possibly kill Li Pu. His previous training in gravity allowed him to quickly adapt again and slowly get back on his feet. How could this be the territory of the first emperor? In the chaotic thoughts of the Supreme Being, the memories of the young emperor finally surfaced, informing it that the empire's territory had almost completely been occupied by the uprising forces, which left it in disbelief. No, I shall kill you to vent my anger. It howled out a massive sound wave, raising its claws. Just as it was about to strike down heavily, its body was suddenly bent under the pressure, its knees crashing down on the ground, almost unable to move. Iron chains, you like to play with gravity. Let's see how it feels. The same proportional heavy pressure was instantly applied to the enormous Supreme Being as it was to Lip, with the same gravity multiplier. It could not perform better than Lip. Countless orichalcum were flattened, and biological tissue sprayed blood incessantly like a sponge. Lip has completely adapted to such immense pressure, his incredibly resilient bones creaking as he moves. He throws punch after punch at an excruciatingly slow pace, each strike more powerful and more ferocious than the last. One punch, two punches, three punches. The cloak of the Supreme Being is torn to shreds, the already vulnerable waist is directly smashed, and the massive head is deformed under the shadows of fists that cover the entire sky. The Supreme Imperial Artifact, even if its consciousness is awakened from the darkness and returns to the world, still cannot match him. The Empire will not perish. The dark energy slowly drifts away, and as the pressure dissipates, Lip regains control of his body, standing alone amidst the ruins of the Imperial artifact that looks as if it has been struck by a meteor. You have killed the half-biological Imperial artifact fusion and received part of the reward, 110,384 hero points. Has that Emperor been defeated? How could there be a human so powerful? Lip gently looked around, and everyone around him suddenly fell silent. Although his cloak and hood obscured his profile during the battle, the divine strength he exhibited was forever etched in their hearts. Lip let out a soft breath. The Supreme has been resolved. It was truly astonishing that such a supreme Imperial artifact could be subdued by a mere human. The minister squinted at the extraordinary scene before him. His son, Shira, had just informed him that this person was Lip, the one who had defeated Bud with a single strike. However, what Shira did not tell the minister was that Lip had also eliminated all of the minister's men. This good son of the minister had concealed quite a bit. Lip was quite impressive, understanding how to disguise his identity as a rebel to take down the emperor. Very well, the imperial legitimacy has been obliterated by rebels. Someone must step up to take charge, right? Besides myself, this regent minister, who is more qualified to claim the throne? Onest leaned his beard and said with a grin, now that I have the future General Lip supporting me, it will be a piece of cake for me to ascend the throne. Ha ha ha. The minister was very satisfied. Indeed, allies were the most reliable. Decades of ambition were about to be fulfilled in one day. Growing increasingly joyful, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Someone, bring me the emperor's crown and yellow robe. Today, I shall ascend the throne. Hearing the minister's words, Shira on the side respectfully bowed, though for some reason, his armor seemed to wriggle slightly, oddly reminiscent of the supreme being outside. Long live my father, my emperor for thousands of years. Shira obediently knelt down, awaiting orders as if his father were about to become the founding emperor of the next millennium empire. Father, I will prepare for you right away. Step back. I need to think about how to reward Lip. He slowly withdrew to a place where Onest could not see him, where someone had been waiting for a long time. Mr. Shira, are you satisfied with the little gadget I made using the original dark seed you provided? Shira looked at the man before him, whose face was filled with elegance, but was as crazy as he was at heart, and couldn't help but grin. Dr. Fashion, I am very satisfied. You will not regret your choice. The divine will soon descend from the fallen nation, and we will all receive supreme rewards. Before Shira stood Dr. Fashion, who had not participated in the hunter operation. For some reason, he had reached an agreement with Shira to create a biological version of the original dark seed. In front of him, he gentlemanly bowed and smiled. Of course, as long as after the success. You hand over that powerful man who does not belong to this world for me to study. Just once will do. His hands couldn't help but rub together, as if he had already touched that piece of art. A powerful being from another world. TSK, TSK, TSK. How fashionable. I really want to see the secret behind your immense power. Lip looked at it with some confusion. Logically speaking, the reward for such a level of enemy should be quite good, but it clearly felt a bit lacking. At the very least, Lip was sure that if he could take down someone like himself for hero points, it would start at several 100,000. However, at that moment, a messenger ran over, panting, to tell him that Berlick was asking whether he agreed to the minister's order to cease hostilities in Anningdao, as he was about to hold his coronation ceremony. Interesting, the previous emperor had just died, and this loyal subject was about to ascend the throne. Let him be. It was just right to take him down at the peak of Onest pride. Once the minister was dead, Anningdao would immediately announce its willingness to disband the troops and let the revolutionary army take over. Lip naturally had no objections. He just needed to accompany the minister to the end of the show. The culprits responsible for the current state of the empire, Bud and the false emperor, had already been executed. This was all arranged by Lord Onest, who could not bear to see the common people fall into tyranny. Now that the false emperor is dead, a new emperor must be established. Lord Onest supports the state and benefits the people, so he should rightfully take the throne. A huge broadcast echoed through the hidden chambers of the palace, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Then came Onest's signature sly laughter. Under my influence, the deputy leader Berlick has agreed to cease hostilities. In the future, I will lead this country back to greatness. Unlike the false emperor who waged war and slaughtered the innocent, Onest appeared on the slowly rising platform, surrounded by the skilled protectors of the Royal Fist Temple. He was wearing a dragon robe that had just been hastily made a couple of days ago, looking like a tightly wrapped rice dumpling, and the robe seemed a bit ill-fitting due to the minister's indulgent feasting in recent days. As the surrounding church troops and imperial army slowly lowered their weapons, everything seemed to be as the minister, no, Emperor Onest said. Everything was under his control. Lip also descended from the sky, and several eunuchs respectfully approached him, inviting him inside. With the invitation from Emperor Onest, there was no reason for him to refuse. Lip walked closer to the newly arranged imperial city, feeling quite curious. The officials had temporarily summoned some people to act as commoners by the roadside, who were now listlessly shouting "Long live." Meanwhile, the household around were all staying behind closed doors, clearly frightened by the current scene. A casual glance revealed that many of his subordinates from the hunting and night raid teams had secretly slipped into the imperial city. These guys were quite clever and would soon be able to capture the Oneist group in the Imperial capital all at once. However, as Lip entered the Grand Hall, he almost burst into laughter upon seeing the official's bulky body stuffed into a clearly ill-fitting dragon robe. The surrounding civil and military officials all lowered their heads, undoubtedly too afraid to laugh, as opposing the current official did not seem wise in their eyes. General Lip was so happy. Surely it was because he had eliminated the false emperor. With such great merit, I must reward him generously. Come here. I want to elevate Lip to the Grand General of the Empire, a hereditary duke position without replacement. Oneist casually adjusted the delicate golden crown resting atop his hand. Feeling quite pleased, and with a wave of his hand, he was ready to bestow great rewards upon this meritorious official, Lip. Lipu was somewhat eccentric. It seemed that Sheila had not informed the ministers that she had also sent his subordinates, the 4 demons, into reincarnation. There was also one more person, a capable confidant whom I had tasked with enduring hardships to eliminate the false emperor and his faction, Bud. He is the deputy leader of the Aning Dao, Berlik. Today, on the day I ascend to the throne, both of you ministers shall be present. Following this, Berlik slowly appeared, and the ministers waved their hands, promising many rewards, which surprised Lipu, since he had responded to the ministers. Ma-in should also be accompanying him. Very well, since the civil and military officials have taken their positions. I shall, by the will of heaven, ascend the throne. Emperor Oneist laughed heartily, took a few steps to the center of the high platform, sat down on the dragon throne, and signaled for the coronation ceremony to begin. The civil and military officials bowed in unison, shouting, "Long live our emperor! Long live! Long live for 10,000 years!" Lip and Berlik, due to their status as heroes, were granted special privileges by Emperor Oneist, of course. Lip had no intention of taking advantage of this. "Your Majesty, since time is of the essence, let me crown you." Berlik slightly bowed, and Oneist was naturally very pleased to see a hero personally crowning him, which reflected his ability to command his subordinates. "All right, please remove the jeweled headpiece so that I may crown you." Upon hearing this, Oneist hesitated for a moment, but still removed the Ireston from his head, and Berlik naturally prepared to place the crown on Oneist's head. However, at that moment, Oneist sighed softly. "Why are you disguised, Berlik?" The jeweled headpiece in the minister's hand suddenly cracked, and Berlik's figure instantly transformed into a beautiful girl. In shock, her silver needle also became visible, revealing that the deputy leader, who had been following the minister's plan, was actually an assassin. "There's an assassin! There's an assassin!" Amidst the sharp cries, the effects of the Imperial device were disrupted by the anti-Imperial device, and Chelsea, slightly flustered, gripped her silver needle, ready to strike at the minister who was within arm's reach to eliminate this source of evil. Not bad to have silently acted for so long, but Berlik underestimates me too much. Oneist viciously twisted his hand, and the top assassin Chelsea, skilled in close combat, was immediately immobilized, leaving her quite surprised. In fact, the minister was one of the most accomplished disciples of the Imperial Fist Temple, and despite appearing to be all muscle, his actual strength was not much inferior to that of some combat-oriented Imperial device users. The minister kicked Chelsea away, and with a flick of his wrist, a diamond-studded pistol appeared. "Anyone who dares to obstruct my great undertaking must die." Bang, 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 bang. Gunfire erupted, and Chelsea, struggling to get up from the ground, was surprised to find that she had not been shot at all. "You were careless, Chelsea. This fat pig is also an old fox. You got too close." Lip casually tossed aside the smoking broken armor and the wounded characteristic bullet. And, "Oh, Lip, you're actually in cahoots with this rebel? Don't you care about the wealth and power they can offer? What they can give, I cannot." At this moment, Ernest's surprise became evident. Lip had actually betrayed him, and everything before was just an act. He had thought he understood human nature very well. The masters of the Imperial Fist Temple had already subtly surrounded them, while the civil and military officials were either panicking or pretending to be indignant, claiming they would never coexist with this rebel, but in reality, they were honestly retreating a few steps. "I was never on the same boat as you, Ernest. What I want, you cannot provide. Only your death is beneficial to me." Lipu elegantly put on his boxing gloves, and the rising momentum instantly shocked all the elite masters around him. "Therefore, I can only use your head as a means to comfort the world." Barry. Lip unleashed a punch without reservation. The sound of sonic boom, accompanied by a cyclone capable of tearing everything apart, surged towards the terrified, plump face of the minister. This punch was for all beings. With Lip's strength, even if Oneist were 10 times stronger, there would be no chance of escape. He was indeed terrified to the extreme. Even the hem of the newly changed royal robe was sticky with an unknown liquid. No, don't kill me. I can give you the throne. The force of the punch roared like a dragon, ready to crush him into nothingness in an instant. But suddenly a black cage enveloped the entire front half of the great hall, and Lip's punch seemed to have fallen into another world, silently disappearing. Lip frowned slightly. The level of power was so high that he could hardly perceive it. Ha ha, truly splendid, the strongest man in the world. A masked figure appeared, smiling faintly. But for Onist, it was like seeing a savior. Sira, my dear son, I didn't expect you to achieve such a level in your pursuit of power in the West. It was worth the effort I put into raising you. Very well, you have done well in saving me. I can give you anything you want. Watching Sira approach step by step, Lip was still trapped in his thoughts and felt quite pleased. Yes, my father. Sira looked at the grotesque Onist, and his palm gently raised. I want your life. With a thrust, a knife instantly pierced through Onist, blood gushing out like a fountain. Only fury remained in Onist's eyes. Unfilial son, you dare. Another punch from Sira left Onist's mouth twisted, unable to utter a clear word. Sira threw him onto the throne like a dead pig and pressed a hidden mechanism, strange runes appearing around Onist, greedily absorbing his blood. Is this your ritual to summon a god? How fashionable to kill your father. Another man operating a device slowly walked out. Lip realized it was Dr. Fashion. By this point, he finally understood the whole situation. Sira and Dr. Fashion were collaborating, with the former plotting and the latter providing technology, using this battle to complete their plan. Good heavens, he had been thinking about how to persuade Dr. Fashion, but unexpectedly this guy was too crazy, actually collaborating with the enemy Sira and becoming a traitor. What is patricide? This is a necessary sacrifice made by my father for a greater cause, Sira said lightly. Countless black threads spreading from his hand, connecting the struggling Onist to a certain place outside the city, forming a strange resonance. I need to hurry. This man is truly terrifying. A part of God's power can no longer control him for long. Finally, Sira was satisfied. He lifted the mask from his face, revealing not a human face, but a strange, enormous eye. The moment Lip saw that eye, he felt an endless malice rushing towards him. A spell, seemingly imbued with mysterious power, came from Sira's mouth, and for some reason, Lip could understand it. The garments of the old dynasty emperor can make the past reappear. From the black threads connected to the outside of the city, a few pieces of clothing floated in. They were the dragon robes of the last emperor of the empire. Now the emperor's flesh and blood can make reality occur. One of Onist's legs was precisely severed, causing him to scream again. The soul of the next emperor can bring forth the future. A faint shadow drifted from Sira's body, and when the three items merged into one, endless darkness emerged from the void, transforming into a faceless, formless monster with only one eye. My servant brings me forth, with the luck of this greatest mortal nation. I'm very pleased. After completely transforming this world, I shall reward you all. The soul of Sira, trapped within that monster, laughed wildly. It was worth his effort to scour the texts in the West, combining them with the recent records of the original Dark God sect, finally summoning this supreme deity. Dr. Fashion, on the side, was also quite interested. The arrival of a deity in this world existed only in legends. Li Pu stared at the monster that seemed like a black hole in perception, a myriad of warnings rising in his heart. He immediately detected original Dark Avatar, projection descended, charm, 0 overall combat power. Due to interference from its main body S power, the projection's strength cannot be estimated combat power rank. Due to interference from its main body S power, the projection cannot be estimated abilities. Due to interference from the main body S power, damn, I thought the difficulty of this ordinary world was supposed to be normal. How could such a thing appear? Li Pu was taken aback. Although he had just escaped from his previous cage, facing such a high-dimensional monster made it seem irrelevant. Oh, a human filled with youthful vigor? Just right. I lack a puppet guardian in this realm. I shall proclaim my true intentions and choose you. With a movement of its eyes, it completely ignored Chelsea and the other experts, locking its gaze firmly on Li Pu. With just a look, Li Pu was subjected to countless judgments. You are suffering original darkness's gaze. Your willpower is insufficient, and your strength will be temporarily reduced by 80. His body felt heavy, as the power he had painstakingly cultivated slowly leaked away like gas, diminishing his ability to resist. You are suffering original darkness's corruption. Your willpower is insufficient. and your body is about to be transformed. Countless dark entities surged into his body like insects, just as the projection of the original darkness God had said, aiming to transform him into the perfect puppet. You are suffering original darkness's assimilation. You will completely lose your self-awareness. Your true heart is pure, but does not meet the conditions for assimilation, and you retain some awareness. Such a powerful, true heart. Even if the mental will is insufficient to withstand my might, it is still difficult to assimilate. The enormous projection pondered. Its main body could assimilate countless worlds every second. Although the projection's power had been weakened to a fraction of its original, it was still rare for the assimilation of a reasonably strong human to fail. It doesn't matter. As long as it focuses on converting this quite powerful human, there will be little resistance to assimilation in this world. At this moment, Li Pu's body and mind seemed to be trapped in a quagmire, with only a faint glimmer of consciousness desperately struggling. But it was merely a bit of instinctual unwillingness and resilience. He couldn't even think or access the system. No, don't hurt him. A sharp cry came from outside, and a massive laser shot out, heading straight for the dark projection. The first to arrive was Maine, who was acting alongside Chelsea. Her ponytail swung angrily, and the overwhelming sense of danger and pain almost unleashed all her mental power, firing this blow with the romantic artillery pumpkin cannon. Under this mental power-infused shot, the projection, which had just withstood Li Pu's devastating physical attack without causing a ripple, was surprisingly struck, creating waves. The Phantom was somewhat taken aback. The strength of this furious female human was negligible to it. Yet somehow, the mental attack amplified hundreds of times by that weapon was indeed quite astonishing. Although it didn't cause pain or discomfort, it interrupted its transformation. Damn, boring human emotions. It rolled its eyes, and a beam of black light instantly hit the exhausted Maine. Her pink hair rapidly turned white, with vitality quickly draining from her body. Li Pu instantly regained more of his thinking ability. He glanced at the Maine who had saved him and felt nothing in his heart, neither joy nor sorrow. She had saved him once again, and he felt he owed her for this lifetime. So, let's get rid of this thing first. You spend 80,000 hero points to upgrade Resolute Will Orange to Resolute Will Red. A powerful mental will surged from Li Pu, and the attention of the enormous projection instantly shifted back to him. This person's willpower had actually increased several times in an instant, and its control was diminishing. Not enough. The accumulation I've made over the years in Jiangxi is precisely for the purpose of getting rid of things like you when the time comes. Keep it coming. You spend 500,000 hero points to upgrade Resolute Will Red to Resolute Will Gold, remaining 23,741 hero points. The original Dark Gaze has become ineffective due to your overwhelming willpower. The original Dark Corruption has become ineffective. The original Dark Assimilation has become ineffective. Throughout the imperial capital, a soaring willpower suddenly spread. How is this possible? The mental power has actually increased nearly 100-fold in an instant. Who are you? Li Pu instantly became incredibly powerful, and his will was simply astonishing to the original Dark Incarnation. You don't need to know so much, just obediently let me take you away. Lip coldly said that the enhancement brought by the first gold-level skill was astounding. He could feel that his physical body could not keep up with the intensity of his spirit for the first time, even though his body was already abnormally strong. Now, by fully concentrating his mental power, he could cause slight distortions in space, dispelling all the effects imposed by the original shadow projection through will judgment. It's my turn now. You like to play tricks on the mental level, right? Li Puxin's thoughts stirred, and in the realm of the mind, he threw a punch that far exceeded the power of his fist in reality. With the enhancement of his mental strength, he struck the one-eyed monster, causing it to explode with a thunderous sound, only to reassemble in the spiritual world, but it was clearly much dimmer than before. Has my incarnation already become insufficient? It whispered. Immediately, countless threads flew out from its body, instantly weaving into a massive web that enveloped the entire imperial capital. Under the darker aspects of human nature, the movements of the original Dark Incarnation were greatly amplified. Mortal, your strength is commendable, but human nature is the most powerful thing. I may not be able to assimilate the entire world, but slaughtering all the humans in the city is still quite simple. I only need to use the dark network that permeates human hearts to implant a seed and slightly amplify the existing thoughts. What do you think will happen? Hey. The one-eyed monster seemed to chuckle. There are many powerful forces in the world, but the manipulation of human nature keeps it almost invincible and increasingly powerful. Do you choose to eliminate me, this temporary projection, to vent your frustration, or will you trade your own life for the lives of 1 million people in this city? I can guarantee that as long as you become my puppet, I will retract my influence in this world. It said leisurely, as if it were certain that someone like Lipushin could not ignore the lives of ordinary people. I have given you a chance. It all depends on how you choose. Lip looked at the dark web enveloping the entire imperial capital. These were the darkness in people's hearts. When there was no guidance, they were unstable, but once there was, this place would turn into a hell on earth. He lowered his head, as if resigned, his hands hanging down. What is your choice? The one-eyed figure stared intently at Lip, seemingly eager to see how he would struggle. I choose to eliminate you and preserve this world. In an instant, a green light flashed. The original dark projection had not yet figured out what it was when a cold female voice rang out. Mokeboat. Creaking sounds echoed as time and space were instantly frozen. It was this death. She stepped out from the dimensional array of Shangri-La. Lip had just utilized its ability to transmit a small amount of information to Lettuce Death, who had been waiting, know about the developments in the imperial capital, and directly activated the previous contingency plan to bring her over. She was indeed clever and understood Lip's intention. As soon as she appeared, she froze time and space, rendering the original dark projection immobile. Well, you finally summoned me over, huh? This man is really something. He doesn't even make good use of a subordinate like me. Isdeath first complained a bit, and then gently stroked Lip's face, indulging herself for a moment, before reluctantly releasing the time-space freeze on Lip. After all, he also had the ability of the demon god manifesting the essence of demons, so it was easy to undo. Li Pu saw the surrounding time freeze, laughed heartily, and gave Isdeath a grateful look, seizing the opportunity to repeatedly crush the spiritual entity of the original dark avatar. In this way, its threat was naturally a joke. Crack! As the time and space freeze ended, the original dark projection was on the verge of shattering, completely incapable of doing anything. The laws of time and space. A terrifying ability to be controlled by a human, truly marvelous. The huge single eye gradually shrank, all the threads on its body snapped, and as a pure spiritual entity, it had no possibility of continuing to exist. However, as long as the darkness in the human heart does not disappear, I will not be destroyed. We may meet again. Human warrior, I will remember you. You have destroyed a projection avatar of the original dark entity and gained the favor of the world's will. You have obtained 100,000 hero points and 4 world points. 1 point is provided for the remnants of the Little Emperor's fate. Current world points, 5. Unlocked the 3rd layer effect. Increases luck by 3 points. The next layer unlocks at 7 points. Current luck, 9. Normal value is 5. The vortex from another dimension slowly disappeared. The dense darkness receded as if it had encountered light, until it completely vanished, leaving behind a few pieces of the Little Emperor's clothing. One of One's severed legs rolled to the side, right next to its former owner, Oneist, who was already unconscious on the altar, resembling a roasted fat pig. Shira's soul also returned to the body that Dr. Fashion had just preserved, and at this moment, his eyes were filled with endless horror. Why you? How could you defeat a deity? To actually counterkill a god in the spiritual world, even if it was just a Sybil projection, was a power beyond Shira's imagination. He had lost his imperial tool, betrayed his father, traded his soul with an evil god, and still failed. The plan was good, but it encountered me. Be careful in your next life. Lip said. He merely flicked his fingers, and a wave of energy pierced through Sheila's head. Immediately, this cunning and patient villain, resembling a wolf, was frozen into an ice sculpture by Esther's, shattered into pieces, dead beyond recovery. It was a spectacular performance. Even I did not anticipate that a grand god battling a mere mortal would yield such a result. Truly fashionable. Dr. Fashion, witnessing this scene, although his eyes widened, was not the least bit panicked about the failure of the projection of the former god of darkness. Instead, he clapped and laughed heartily. He knew he could not escape death, so he simply drank a bottle of strange potion, causing his body to enlarge at an incredible speed. At the same time, the doctor waved his hand, and many bizarrely modified beings rushed out from hidden corners. I want to study you so badly, Mr. Lip, that it has come to this unfortunate state. Although my research isn't complete, this danger type number 1 is still quite a fashionable product. Let's entertain you with it alongside these infantry. His enlarged body quickly burst through the palace, and amidst the ongoing battles, those in the Great Hall either died or fled. which didn't have much impact. Lip glanced at it briefly. The overall combat power of this guy had not even broken 1,000, merely at the level of Dragon's Shame. He was immediately disappointed, which made Dr. Fashion, who was eager to showcase his best work, quite unhappy. Wasn't such a transformation fashionable enough? Mr. Lip, this is the only way for a mere mortal like me to approach the extraordinary talents like yours. Its huge mouth roared angrily, and its body was covered in strange tumors, completely losing its human appearance. I know a mad scientist who is somewhat similar to you. His name is Fok Gao, and the potions he created could give rise to flesh monsters hundreds of meters tall. Your size is not even qualified. WH what? On the side, Isdef kindly froze the shocked and confused Dr. Fashion, while Lip delivered a punch that exploded the mutated head of this mad scientist from the world of Slash and Red. The surrounding minions were all killed by the punch's wind, raising not even a ripple. In the end, Dr. Fashion was still limited by the development of his world. Not only was he paranoid and insane in conducting experiments on transformations, but the things he researched were far from being as powerful as those created by the scientists of the One-Punch world. You have killed a mutated Emperor Gear user and several transformed beings, gaining 9792 hero points. As the dust settled, picking up the Emperor Gear divine hand left behind by Dr. Fashion, in the vast hall, only the injured Chelsea, Lip, and his death remained, along with numerous corpses from the chaos. Oh, and there was also the half-dead oneist, whom Lip planned to deal with properly later, as he was the greatest contributor to bringing the Empire to where it was today. As for now, he needed to hurry and find Maine, no matter what the cost. He could not owe this girl. Lip checked Chelsea's injuries. They weren't severe, so he instructed her to bandage herself. At the same time, he urged Esther's and Chelsea to maintain control over the capital situation. Lip then spread his wings and flew out of the dilapidated palace without delay, leaving the two women with faces full of resentment. With the previous guardian machine god being defeated in the palace, which represented supreme power, on the brink of collapse after continuous battles, everyone knew that the empire was undergoing a change. Countless cries of violence echoed throughout the city as members of the night raid and the hunters took action, annihilating the last ministers and supporters of Oberst in the capital. Under the swift and high-respected suppression of Esther's, the capital's forces quickly accepted leadership. After receiving instructions from Berlick, the church's forces also joined the revolutionary army, accepting its command while retaining their faith. Just as individuals decay, nations will eventually face destruction. Even the once thriving capital, which had prospered for 1,000 years, was merely a corrupt hell on earth before this. Yet finally, the feudal royal authority was about to completely fall, and this nation would once again rise from the blood and fire of revolution. Main Lip gently picked up the girl who, in his eyes, had grown quite a bit taller, but still remained petite and was completely unconscious. Her once pink hair had turned completely silver. If he hadn't interrupted the dark projection spell, Mayan's life force would have likely been drained away. He had previously lamented that there were no white-haired Lolas in this world, but now that there was one, he couldn't feel any happiness at all. Mayan, age, 16 years, lifespan, 78 to 61, stellar years, 3 months and 6 days remaining. Only 3 months and 6 days left? There is still a chance. I will make you better. In this world, the inability to extend a person's lifespan doesn't mean it's impossible in other worlds. The first thing that came to Lip's mind was the immortality number 1 developed by Dr. Kinos in the One-Punch Man world. It has a powerful effect that can greatly increase the number of times human stem cells can divide. Lip's own vitality had increased several times, and his lifespan had reached over 500 years, so treating Mayan shouldn't be a problem. He tied the windbreaker he had worn throughout his battles around Mayan and slowly lifted her onto his back. He forcefully used his significantly increased mental power to activate the dimensional array Shangri-La. Losing a bit of mental energy was a small matter. Ensuring Mayan was settled was the priority. Most of the hidden dangers in the imperial capital had already been resolved, with only a few small issues remaining. It would be strange if Najida and the others couldn't handle them. He had already buried the most powerful obstacles one by one and broken through them. Half a year later, having returned Mayan to the Western New City and entrusted her to the nameless old doctor for care, Lip built a small hut outside her hospital room and quietly practiced for a long time. Throughout the entire winter, without wearing his windbreaker, he was always covered in snowflakes while training outdoors, with white frost on his eyebrows. Yet his eyes remained calmly closed as he focused his mind. Mayan mainly suffered from the deprivation of life force and trauma to her consciousness. Her body was well taken care of by the nameless doctor and the nurse he had hired, and there were no major issues. However, due to his own psychological reasons, Lip remained outside the door, quietly waiting for her to wake up. During this time, he organized himself and stabilized the surge of mental power brought on by his steadfast will, becoming increasingly reserved and profound. Additionally, there were occasional visits from people sent by the Leva faction who respectfully informed him of the progress of the Revolutionary Army, under Nagita's leadership as the commander-in-chief. Since the main enemies had basically been slaughtered by Lip, the Revolutionary Army had occupied the vast majority of the country with very little cost. Thanks to Lip's arrangements, both the western and northern border troops agreed to accept the leadership of the new nation, with almost no internal strife. The most difficult battle in the imperial capital had also come to an end, with the revolutionary faction suffering 102 casualties among ordinary soldiers, while the imperial weapons users suffered 0 deaths, 3 serious injuries, including Maine, and over 10 minor injuries, thus gaining complete control. On the same day the imperial capital was fully occupied, the last remaining high-ranking civil official, the Attorney General, announced that the imperial regime no longer existed in legal terms. Accompanied by the Revolutionary Army's highest commander Nagita leading the troops into the imperial capital, the empire officially perished. In its place was the representative people's government that Lip and Nagita had previously agreed upon. The temporary parliament had already been initially established, with Nagita serving as the first speaker. The representatives were directly elected by the people, and both representatives and the speaker would be elected every 4 years. As for Lip himself, Nagita hoped to appoint him as the founding Grand Marshal, commanding the new nation's 3 armies, with powers exceeding that of the Grand General of the former empire. Lip lightly refused and told Nagita that military power cannot be too independent. It must always be under the control of the parliament and determined by the will of the people. In the end, Nagita respected his opinion and awarded him the title of Honorary Marshal, which would forever remain on the new country's honor roll. After the revolution succeeded, those who participated in the night raid found good places to settle down. Brother Brand quietly withdrew from the military, handing over the cursed armor to Tasmi, and opened a gym in the imperial city, happily exercising his good physique every day. According to him, Tasmi, you are a man of great potential. The cursed armor is now yours. There's no demon left for me to defeat in the world, and I can live a stable life as an ordinary person. However, a man's passion will not diminish because of that. The sisters Akatsuki and Kuratsuki opened a barbecue restaurant, seemingly to fulfill their childhood dream, with endless barbecue to eat every day. However, they quickly faced bankruptcy due to their own gluttony, and Nagita had to use her allowance to help them through the tough times, as it was rumored that they were about to run out of food. Rabuk became the secretary of the new speaker Nagita, and like the old tool, Chelsea, he became Nagita's right-hand man. However, it was unclear what he and his beautiful boss Nagita were working on late into the night. You might say that in the early days of the country, many things were still in disarray, which could be understood, but Tool Chelsea worked a strict 9-to-5 schedule without overtime, and since she was governing a country, why was there such a big difference in work intensity? A girl Zil and big sister Leona opened an orphanage together. Coming from an orphan background themselves, they tirelessly cared for the children every day, hoping they could have a bright future. Among the hunters, Lon became a civil servant and also worked a 9-to-5 schedule like Chelsea. He often returned to his hometown to pay tribute to the lovely children he had taught when he was still a teacher, and he was keen on drafting laws related to child protection. After the government subsidized him, the founding father Polis happily left the military to accompany his beautiful wife and lovely daughter, who was appointed as a rear admiral in the Navy, which could also be seen as a reward for his loyalty to Lip. However, after returning to the Navy, he was always troubled by the fact that, despite his good conditions, he could never find a wife. Eventually, he realized that, unlike in the imperial city, where there were many beautiful ladies, the Navy was mostly filled with men like him. From then on, Will regretted returning to be a rear admiral. Tasmi, who also stayed in the military, faithfully took over his brother's cursed armor and received the rank of colonel under General Riva to begin his training. His growth rate was astonishing, and Nagita marveled at Lip's keen judgment, believing that Tasmi was the most likely candidate to become the next imperial marshal. As for his death, after handing over military power, she met her old acquaintance Nagita, and the two talked for a long time. Starting as ideological opposites, they unexpectedly became colleagues again, which was quite poignant. Nagita had long since let go of past grievances, Isdef did not care much about the tension between them. She only recognized the stronger Lip. And since Lip was allied with little Nagiata, she naturally was too. However, after hearing that Lip had closed himself off at the border, Isdef also played Lip's game of being hands-off, transferring military power in the north to the diligent Riva, while she herself ran to stay close to Lip and accompany him in seclusion. This made Riva, now a reformed army major general, effectively command the largest army in the country. Try the new soup I made today, Isdef, dressed in home clothes, gently lifted her hair and blew warm air over the steaming soup for Lip, who was practicing as usual, revealing a happy smile. If her former subordinates saw this scene, they would surely be shocked. Lipu has seen a lot during this time, so he was not surprised at all. He calmly took a sip and tasted the feeling of rotten grass roots in it. Not bad, a lot of improvement with a bit more practice. You might catch up to me soon, but tonight let me cook. I will do my best. Ice Disu's beautiful eyebrows curved into a crescent moon as she propped her chin up, eagerly watching Li Pu slowly finish this bowl of her proud creation. Your Excellency, Li Pu. Miss Main has woken up. Lipton immediately put down the soup, which only had a few strands of grass floating at the bottom of the bowl, and rushed into the room where the old doctor had just come out. Ignoring the old divine doctor, who was left neglected in the wind, I bitterly went to drink tea alone. Struck by the powerful spiritual force of the original dark projection, Main had been asleep for half a year and finally woke up. My head hurts, where am I? Main only felt that she had a very long dream, in which countless various monsters came towards her. The romantic pumpkin cannon had long been shattered, and she could not resist at all until someone shattered all those monsters with one punch, allowing her to escape unharmed. Main, the great battle is over. The revolution has succeeded, and the projection of the original dark in this world has been repeatedly dealt with by me. I still have accounts to settle with it in the future. Li Pu looked at the girl's face, which was finally a bit rosy, contrasting sharply with her silver-white hair, and felt an inexplicable pang of heartache. He gently picked up the warm water and towel prepared nearby and carefully wiped the face of the recently awakened Main. Little Main was momentarily at a loss, shyly allowing him to do so. Main, you lost 60 years of vitality just for taking that blow for me. Do you think it was worth it? Lip stared into her pupils and said seriously. Main was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, looked in the mirror, and saw that the tips of her hair had already turned completely silver white. Although her face still bore the charm of a lovely young girl in her 20s, her vitality had almost faded away by more than half. She lowered her head slightly and asked softly, how much longer can I live? Lip said directly, 3 months. But I have a way. No need to say more, I understand. Main gently stopped Lip's words with her index finger. How could there possibly be a method to reverse lifespan in this world? She was Main, and she didn't need anyone to comfort her. With a charming smile, Main barely grasped one of Lip's hands, making him instinctively interlock his fingers. A soft, icy sensation suddenly came over her. 3 months is enough for me since I met you. Since you saved me for the first time, my life has changed. Her eyes sparkled even more, reminiscent of the malnourished little girl Lip had encountered years ago, who had a light in her eyes. Main gathered all her strength and slowly leaned closer to Lip, whispering in his ear, in my original life, overthrowing that oppressive world was my only goal. But now there's one more. It was as if she had mustered all the courage from her short life to express all her heartfelt feelings. I like you, Lord Lip, in every sense of the word, more than I like shopping and strolling around. So, my remaining wish is to be able to stay by Lord Lip's side forever after the revolution succeeds. For me, 3 months is enough. Main slowly took off the hair, tie holding her ponytail, letting her silver hair cascade down like a waterfall. She slightly twisted her hair and delicately tied the hair tie around Lip's hand. At least for these 3 months. Lord Lip will be with me and won't put me in a safe place without permission, right? Lip could no longer speak, merely gazing silently at the silly yet adorable girl. He chose not to continue explaining. The length of life, under certain feelings, was insignificant. Well, I will always be with you, Main. She smiled like a blooming flower, finally not scolding Lip as a big liar or a bad guy this time. When she gently leaned in this time, Lip responded in kind, their lips naturally intertwining, moving like ripples. Li Pu's extraordinary perception seemed to ripple for the first time in the truly clear blue sky, and a calm happiness gently brushed against his soul, until he became deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. A vast and powerful spiritual force instantly enveloped the small house, and no one could glimpse what was happening inside. After a long while, lips parted. Main smiled brightly, quite pleased, with the vigor of youth still evident. She placed her hands on her hips and said, 3 years ago was the first time, so this should be the second time, right? Oomph, I knew you weren't honest. And this time you actually didn't reject me. Liputsai no longer cared about how the little girl was arrogantly babbling. He stroked the pink hair tie on his wrist and said in a relatively pleasant mood, all right, let's not think too much about one patient. Tonight, I'll cook personally to show you, in his death, what real skills are. As soon as Main heard this, she immediately exploded. His death? That terrifying old woman is also coming? No way. How did she end up here? Lip found it quite funny that the little girl was so petty. He patiently explained, a lot of the soft food you've had in the past 6 months was made by her own hands. Although she might have mostly done it to improve her cooking skills, it still helped you a lot. And by the way, this death is only a little older than me. So if she's an old woman, then doesn't that make me an uncle? Originally angry, Main instantly deflated upon hearing that his death had also helped her. Hanging her head and saying, oh, so that's how it is. Then I was wrong. But Lord Lip does indeed seem like a very bad Uncle. Lip's face darkened, and he instinctively wanted to hit her on the head, but this time he lowered his hand before raising it. May knew why Lip didn't hit her this time, and with a smile, she said, after some time, when I'm feeling better, I still want to go see the companions and bosses from a night raid. They must all be living well now. That afternoon, Lip flew several hundred kilometers and finally found a super dangerous rabbit species, scared out of its wits. In a crevice dozens of meters deep, its kind had been captured by the man in front of him for their delicious meat, except for the very weak ones. Without any suspense, Lip knocked out this super dangerous rabbit species, which could rival the dragon's shame, with a single blow and flew back to camp, humming a little tune while carrying its several hundred tons of weight, to prepare a memorable dinner for Main, who had just awakened and needed a good meal. Lip also went to a dormant volcano several hundred kilometers away. He used all his strength to smash the weak part of the crust, which had reached several kilometers deep. The magma that surged from the upper mantle revived the volcano. Lip took off his clothes and soaked in a bath while bringing out some good lava fire seeds to use as charcoal for tonight's barbecue. Next, he casually spent 45,000 hero points to upgrade his cooking skill from blue to orange and began to handle the ingredients with ease. It was said that a strong wind swept through, spreading the aroma from Lip's barbecue grill throughout the entire western New City. Many people couldn't eat their meals that night, feeling that the rough food was tasteless, and some couldn't sleep all night, fixated on that inexplicable delicious smell. Wow, this is so good. I want more. Main, who had been on liquid food for so long, was almost moved to tears when she finally ate such good food. However, Lip strictly limited her portions, not allowing her to eat too much at once, and didn't give her too many seasonings, relying entirely on the natural flavor of the ingredients to satisfy her appetite. On the side, Isdeth was more reserved, but she still showed that she found the complete pieces of rabbit meat incredibly delicious. Lord Lip's cooking skills are indeed impressive, even better than mine by a little bit. Lipra lifted Isdeth's panel, but couldn't find even a word like cooking white. He couldn't help but feel a cold sweat for her thoughts. Although his ability to endure pain was ridiculously strong, it would be better for him to take a more hands-on approach when it came to meals in the future. After eating and drinking to her fill, Isdeth glanced at the still-devouring Main and the watching Lipra, and some guesses formed in her mind. However, she was always very confident in herself. There was plenty of time ahead, so she could take it slow. Her conditions were undoubtedly good, especially her cooking skills. She was sure she could first conquer this man's stomach, and then his heart. Isdeth thought proudly, planning to go back and study her self-created world's best recipe. Main, I will accompany you to have fun for a while, then we'll go see some acquaintances, and after that, I want to take you to a place. I'll listen to Lord Lipra. The long-haired, snow-white Main wiped her mouth and nodded obediently. Lip nodded, resting here, cooking every day, and spending time with Ma'in and Isdeth was not bad. However, he eventually wanted to take a look at others and return to the world of martial arts. He estimated in his heart that although Ma'in had woken up and life had become more interesting with his self-discipline, he could only enjoy this non-cultivation life for 3 days at most. 3 days, no more than 3 days, and he, Lip, would surely be able to calmly step out of this gentle paradise and continue his steady cultivation, facing the upcoming challenges. So he kept his promise to Ma'in, staying by her side and enjoying a peaceful life together. On the first day, he didn't leave Ma'in's room the whole morning. In the afternoon, he washed his face with clean water and took Ma'in out to stroll through the beautiful scenery of the West, and he didn't leave her room until bedtime. The second day was similar to the first. On the third day, Lip came out of the room again, washed his face with clean water, and subconsciously sighed, wondering why he hadn't had time to cultivate these past few days. Istef, who occasionally came to find him, was puzzled these days as to why Lip, the exercise fanatic, was no longer cultivating. Looking at his radiant self in the mirror, he lamented, "Lip, oh Lip, as a savior of the world, how can you fall so low? I can't stay any longer. I must cultivate." On the fourth day, Lip indeed showed self-discipline and seriously began to continue his cultivation. The first day was the first day with Mayin. Half a month later, if it weren't for Najida inviting Lip to attend the founding ceremony of the new country, he might have continued living this leisurely life. However, as a founding figure of the new country, Lip had to show some respect and attend. Li Pu, along with the fully recovered Main, whose complexion looked even better than before if not for her hair color, and the dashing Istef, who had once again donned her military uniform after a long time, activated the Shangri-La Dimensional Array to head towards the new capital of the former empire. As soon as they landed, Najida, dressed in a suit and accompanied by her secretary Rabuk, approached with a beaming smile. "Long time no see, our founding marshal. You ran off right after the battle, so this is the first time I've seen you since the empire's fall." Lip knew that this guy was blaming him for being a hands-off manager. He was not embarrassed at all and casually waved his hand, saying, as the saying goes, "A sage governs by letting others take charge. I am no sage, so I naturally need to learn more." Najida rolled her eyes. This guy really had no self-awareness. Although he had made tremendous contributions to the new country, everyone was doing the same. Who would govern the country? Don't worry, Li Walon. And Chelsea are the ones who truly have the talent to govern the country. It wouldn't make a difference whether I'm here or not. And if my prestige is too heavy and I completely control the military power, it wouldn't be good for the parliament either. So let's not mention this matter again. Lip said calmly that, in fact, the latter was the main reason. It was best for the position of the all-powerful marshal to remain vacant. Civil and military officials should not dominate alone and must restrain each other. Otherwise, it would repeat the mistakes of the empire. After hearing this, Najida pondered. It was indeed the case. However, while this approach was good for a newborn country and Lip's character was absolutely trustworthy, she still felt that Lip had some element of laziness in him. The founding ceremony had nothing particularly special about it, except perhaps for Najida's announcement of the abolition of the imperial system and the execution of war criminal Ernest by dismemberment, which elicited expressions of disbelief and wild joy from the people. During the execution, seeing Ernest being brought up, tightly bound and about to be dismembered, Main felt uncomfortable and took her friend Istef, whom she had befriended by insincerely praising her culinary skills, to go shopping in the streets. Although she deeply hated Ernest for causing countless innocent people to be displaced and knew he deserved his punishment. Indeed, dismemberment was far from enough to atone for his countless heinous crimes. She was naturally unwilling to witness such a scene and thus left. Istef, on the other hand, was indifferent. To her, it was just a small spectacle. After following Lip, she had become very zen and lived more like a girl her age, pursuing happiness while still maintaining her practice and regularly challenging Lip. As the execution began, the executioner confirmed Ernest's identity and read out his crimes one by one. Criminal Ernest, guilty of the following crimes. First, abuse of power 1,001 times, plotting to become a dictator. After court and jury hearings, approved by the Supreme Council multiple times, execution by dismemberment is now to commence. In the central square of the capital, the entire execution process was made public. Over tens of thousands of residents came to witness the execution, many of whom had family members killed by ministers, some whose interests were usurped, and some whose entire families perished under the minister's harsh rule. Ernest wailed in despair, as the specially designed small knives wielded by specialized military executioners inflicted extreme pain upon him, causing him to weep and plead for mercy. Normally, one would feel some compassion upon witnessing such a brutal scene, but among the tens of thousands who came to watch, not a single gaze was devoid of deep-seated hatred and the expression of pain being relieved. Killing him still feels like letting this dictator off easy, tyrant. Not killing him would fail to comfort the countless innocent lives lost. He didn't spare even those children. Why should we spare him? Heaven has opened its eyes. The Revolutionary Army has finally overthrown this rotten country, finally bringing the culprit to justice. It's just a pity that justice came too late. Some vented their pent-up anger with curses, while others cried from the countless past sufferings. Najida and Lip calmly observed this scene. The people's emotions had been bottled up for too long, and it was inevitable that there would be an outlet. Ernest was that outlet. Allowing people to vent before his death could ease some tensions in the new country and promote smoother development. This was perhaps the greatest value Ernest provided to the country in his life. Finally, after several hours, the physically strong Ernest endured 3,650 cuts. His face filled with terror, and having lost control of his bodily functions, he fulfilled the requirements of dismemberment. The executioner plunged a knife into his forehead. The greatest traitor in the history of the Empire finally breathed his last, ending his life of crime. It is said that after the execution platform was lowered, Ernest's corpse was fiercely grabbed by tens of thousands of cheering, red-eyed people, all eager to devour the flesh of this demon, but they were barely stopped by the guards. However, Ernest's body had long since been unrecognizable. The wheel of karma turns, and there are always consequences. Ernest brought this upon himself, and it was simply retribution. Nagita and Lip had already left to discuss national affairs at the council building. Lip briefly mentioned his opinions on developing technology and improving productivity, as well as the corresponding system, and then refrained from saying more, leaving it to the professionals while providing a direction. Nagita and the others also felt greatly benefited. It can be foreseen that the new country, with a solid foundation, concepts that align with its national conditions, and under deterrence and supervision, can develop well for a long time, allowing more people to live happy lives. He did not attend the subsequent internal government meetings, but instead went to find some people he still wanted to meet. Lip first went to see Boris and Lon, as well as Will, who had successfully been promoted and given a raise. They all expressed that they were very happy living in the new country. As the honorary marshal, the hunters were still under his command, and their organization had not been disbanded. They were always willing to serve as Lip's subordinates. Tasmi was leading the troops to eliminate the remaining outdated nobles who intended to seize power in the country, so Lip was unable to meet this rapidly growing young man. The elimination of feudal remnants was an agreement made by Lip and Nagita, and it was also an essential path for the new country to achieve long-term stability. The Night Raiders warmly greeted this new country's legend. Many of these former assassins chose to pursue the simplest professions, living happily as ordinary people for the rest of their lives, and enjoying the true rewards of their contributions. Unlike in the original story, where their achievements were buried even after death. It is worth mentioning that the barbecue shop run by Heidong and Chitong went bankrupt due to a high debt ratio, and despite Nagita's private assistance. It was not surprising that it closed down. Now the two of them were wandering around, pitifully avoiding their creditors. When Lip caught them, these two starving guys were actually discussing whether to sell their imperial artifacts, which was infuriating to hear. Heidong, Chitong. Long time no see Lipit specifically let the two sisters cultivate their relationship for a while. It seems that their bond has improved, but why do they inexplicably start wandering off when they're together? Ugh, can the adults please stop laughing? It's all because the elder sister ate too much meat. I barely ate it all. Chitong's face darkened. This annoying little sister. She immediately pinched her younger sister, Heitong's face, causing the latter to scream in pain. Clearly, you ate more, and now you blame me. Well, now it's all messed up, and the shop is closed down. Lip maintained an awkward, yet polite smile as he rubbed his forehead and separated the two sisters who were pushing each other. All right. Nagita has already told me that the allowance of a dignified head of state has almost been consumed by the two of you. It's obvious you are colluding together. Black Eye playfully stuck out her tongue, with her hands behind her back. Oh, we've only been assassins. We have no idea how to run a business. Red Eye nodded and sighed. We only know how to wield swords, then bury, and then bury again. That's how we spent the first half of our lives. Lip looked at the two sisters, pausing in silence. He had almost forgotten that they had been trained as assassins since childhood. They were actually just two girls with no life experience, much like his death. In the original story, Akame was forced to continue being a killer in the shadows due to the instability of the new nation, eliminating those restless forces out of despair, and because it was the only thing she knew how to do. I have some money from the stability benefits of the new city I manage at the border, so helping you two pay off your debts shouldn't be a problem. Before he could finish speaking, Kuro shouted in excitement, while Akame held back a bit, but couldn't help but blush. It was somewhat embarrassing to have their benefactor step in to help them. However, you both still need to learn some new skills beyond killing, of course. Aside from that talent for eating, Li Pu's tone changed, causing the two sisters, who were hoping to sneak a bit of grilled meat, to droop their heads. Lip told them to let the government official Lon take care of them both and educate them a bit. After all, Lon was a professional teacher before, so teaching two ignorant girls would be quite easy. All right, I'm ready to leave. I might be gone for a while, Li Pu said faintly. After meeting the sisters with black and red pupils, he was about to leave, departing from the world of Jianxi, where he had lived for a very long time, and returning to the place where his journey began. Lord Li Pu, are you leaving? Black pupils vaguely sensed something. Last time, after the battle in the imperial capital ended, Li Pu's departure was to take care of that pink-haired girl. Although she felt a bit displeased, saving people was the right thing to do. However, this time, his departure made black pupils feel a sense of unease. You'll come back, right? Lip was a bit surprised. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Heikong smiled gently. I knew it. Lord Lip is the best. Heikong rushed up and hugged him, causing all of Lip's muscles to tense up instantly, becoming stiff, while her soft short hair brushed against his chin, making it ticklish. Thank you for everything you have done for me and my sister. I have always remembered it. I like you the most. Lord Lip, just when Lip didn't know where to place his hands, another warm and soft, yet more elastic body jumped up from the other side. Now Lip's hands helplessly dropped, level with the black long hair. Me too without you. My sister and I would eventually make mistakes that could never be corrected. That knife you took for Heikong truly changed our fate. When Akikong and Heikong looked at him simultaneously, Lip saw their relief and joy in their clear pupils. This time, he gently wrapped his arms around them, giving the two sisters a hug in response. And, Lord Lip, if you die one day, I will definitely make you into a doll to always be by my side. I can't lose you. Oh dear, you bad guy. You hurt Heikong again. Li Pu, with a dark face, hit Heitong lightly, causing a noticeable bump to appear. Heitong, holding its little head in pain, squatted on the ground, while Chitong next to it covered its mouth and laughed. If I hear you say such things again, I'll hit you every time I see you. Li Pu spread his dark wings, gently touched Heitong's head as a form of compensation, and then flew straight up into the sky. Heitong stopped causing trouble, stood up, slightly clenched her palms, and stared blankly in the direction Li Pu had left. Sister, he understands what I mean, right? Chitong took her sister's hand, fingers interlocked. Lord Li Pu knows. He's not like you, a little child who only knows how to sulk and express herself in such childish ways. I will study hard and strive to surpass that pink-haired one. Heitong leaned slightly against her sister, and the two sisters quietly leaned together. But before that, let's go have some snacks. Okay, Najida and the others had finished all the meetings. With the official birth of the new country's constitution, and his achievements recorded in the World Chronicle along with the new nation, Li Pu felt the system vibrate again after a long time. Your reputation in this world has reached the highest level. Legendary arrival. Legendary arrival. For the past 1,000 years, no one would know you. For the next 1,000 years, no one will not know you. Your deeds and strength will be accompanied by countless epics, forever passed down. Reward: 300,000 hero points, 100,000 base reputation X reputation coefficient 3, 1 world point. The reputation system really came through in the end. It was worth it for me to work hard to stir things up. Lip was very satisfied. 300,000 points could be considered an enormous sum. It seemed he was not far from the next gold level skill. Main quest 23. Choice has been completed. You need to choose to join the Empire, the Revolutionary Army, or any faction, and assist that faction in gaining full control of the Empire's territory. Checking. Verification complete. Your task evaluation is perfect. Rewards are being distributed. Advanced knowledge of space and dimensions, red. Original reward was orange level, has been successfully imparted. Main quest 33 will open after a period of time in this world. As a massive stream of information flooded into his mind, Lip was astonished to discover that this knowledge was incredibly powerful. Although he had high expectations, when he actually received it, he realized he had underestimated it. This included the application of crossing dimensions, the laws of space, and even methods for creating small independent spaces, which are the essential storage spaces for traversers. He struck it big. Li Pu couldn't suppress his joy. The value of this knowledge was even more precious to him than the previous hero points. This thing was truly priceless. It seemed that luck, this hidden attribute, had favored him. He would have to work hard to improve it in the future. Lip arrived at the agreed location, and Main and Esther's also came back with a bunch of new clothes, including swimsuits among the bags. Najida arrived with another assistant, Chelsea, who had been looking at Lip with a resentful expression, as her hair had been falling out recently. Najida glanced at Lip and said softly, "Are you leaving?" "Yes, soon." Lip has completed all the missions of this stage, and for various reasons, he has to leave. "Well, a man from another world wishes you well." Najida bowed slightly, shook hands with Lip, and said with a smile. Lip was not surprised that Najida almost knew his background. When the prophecy of the Emperor's future eye, which was a gypsy, which proved to be of no effect on him, this meticulous woman should have had some suspicions from that moment on. Lord Lip is leaving this world. Why is that? You promised to stay with Main. Main's focus was solely on Lip's departure. She was instantly stunned, dropping everything she was holding, and rushed over to tightly grasp his arm, unwilling to let go, fearing that he might suddenly vanish. I won't be gone for too long. I'll probably be back in about a month. Lip softly comforted Main, saying that thanks to the recent spatial knowledge, he could now calculate the time intervals for traveling back and forth after the system provided the world coordinates. There was a distortion of time between the two worlds. When he stayed in one world, time in the other world was frozen. However, there would be a time flow loss during the crossing, and due to the different paths taken, the time loss for returning to the One-Punch world was about 3 days, while coming back took about a month. This greatly relieved Lip, who knew that Main had 3 months left to live, as it meant he would have enough time to return to the Red World to help Main extend her life. Well, okay, Main still felt a bit down. Lip touched her unbound silver hair and the pink hair tie on his wrist. Death then smiled lightly. I will continue to improve my cooking skills. By the time you come back, I will definitely be able to cook well. Of course, I will also work hard on my training. The next time I see you, if you can't beat me, you'll have to obediently be under my command. Lip responded to his death with a smile. This girl actually has a pretty good personality, but you have to be stronger than her all the time, otherwise, she probably wouldn't have taken up cooking. She left. Remember to come back. Li Pu waved goodbye to everyone, checked that he had everything with him, including 2 pieces of divine equipment, the 5U Universal Observer and the perfect divine hand. He then walked into a prepared secret room, which could isolate external perception. Even now, he could not afford to be careless. He had to eliminate potential dangers, especially during the journey across worlds. System, return to the One-Punch world. Confirming command. Executing return operation. 54321, start world crossing. In the suburbs of City Z, on a huge pile of earth, a rabbit was hopping around, leisurely nibbling on the grass that had been turned over for some unknown reason. Swish! A bright light appeared, and a hand suddenly reached out from within, scaring the rabbit so much that it rolled its eyes back and fainted. Phew, this teleportation really doesn't even change the location at all. Lip spat out the grass roots from his mouth, pushed with both hands, and the huge mound of earth collapsed, revealing him fully armed. With a thought, all the dust on him instantly vanished. After nearly 4 years in the Crimson World, he was finally back. To be honest, he still missed Old Bang and the others a bit. After all, it was the first world he had experienced, and Lip had a special feeling for it. So his mood was quite good at the moment. He looked at the little rabbit and felt it was a kind of fate. So he decided not to make it today's dinner. Instead, he set it aside and gently cut his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto its forehead. Don't underestimate this drop of blood. After Lip's physical and mental strength reached a certain level, any hint of his aura was enough to intimidate the top predators in nature. This rabbit was fortunate to have gained a golden ticket for survival. It had been 3 days since the original Dark Explosion assassination attempt on me. I had spent 3 years erasing his mark, and for the time being, he wouldn't be able to find me. I remembered that I was supposed to head to the Hero Association at the start. Li Pu pondered for a moment. Although a long time had passed for him, only 3 days had actually gone by in the One-Punch world. However, the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirate crew was about to arrive, so he had to hurry. He was really looking forward to the battle with the Cosmic Overlord Boros when he returned. With this in mind, Li Pu slowly gathered a cyclone in one hand and spread his wings, breaking the sound barrier as he rushed toward City A. This time, he didn't have to dismantle Genos's powered legs for transportation. In City A, in the highest level conference room of the Hero Association building, several figures were already seated around a long table emitting a faint blue glow. Their auras were increasingly powerful, belonging to the pinnacle of strength in this world. The 18 sexy prisoners of S-Class were staring intently at Genos. The S-Class 17 Genos was anxiously looking at a few empty seats. Particularly number 7. Why hasn't my teacher arrived yet? He left several days before me. What Genos didn't know was that during the days he waited for Li Pu had experienced quite a bit in another world. S-Class 16 Metal Bat casually remarked, I don't care if it's a dragon or a ghost that comes. With one swing, bam, I'll take it down. S-Class 15 Tank Top Master was pondering how to unleash even greater power with his tank top. S-Class 14, Flashy Flash, remained silent. S-Class 13, Dogman, hated gatherings like this because his sensitive sense of smell was hard to control. He could always smell when others farted, which was quite unpleasant. S-Class 12, Platinum Sperm, S-Class 11, Pig God, S-Class 10, Drive Knight, and S-Class 9, Zombie Man were all present. Yet S-Class 8 King, S-Class 7 Li Pu, and S-Class 6 Metal Knight were absent, leaving a large empty space that felt eerie. Still unable to reach the absent S-Class heroes. S-Class 5 Child Emperor curiously asked while licking a lollipop. S-Class 4 Atomic Samurai let out an annoyed Che. S-Class 2 Silver Fong, who set out with Genos after Li Pu, also remained silent, deep in thought. Why did they suddenly call us here today? Silver Fong asked in a deep voice. Who knows? I was supposed to deal with a dragon-level disaster called the Dinosaur King or something, but I was suddenly called back by Z City. It's been a long wait, Tornado said, bored, resting her chin on her hand and crossing her legs. I heard that big lizard is out of control. Now it's really proud, having claimed a lot of territory in the glacier area. The metallic doors suddenly opened, and a white-haired man in a suit entered. I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. I didn't expect that 4 S-Class heroes would be unreachable. Z City's signature large nose twitched as he said seriously, in that case, let me get straight to the point. The purpose of calling all of you top heroes today is to ask for your help in defending the Earth. However, even superhuman S-Class members could die in this disaster. Get to the point quickly. I skipped my sister's precious piano recital to attend this damn meeting. If what you say isn't substantial, I'll tear down this headquarters. Metal Bat openly expressed his dissatisfaction, and Tornado, annoyed by this boastful guy, immediately started arguing. The reason for gathering everyone was that Grandma Shibabawa had passed away, leaving behind one last prophecy before her death. What? That great prophet with a 100 accuracy rate has died and left behind an urgent message? Many heroes showed shocked expressions. All of Grandma's previous prophecies had come true, indicating that this situation was indeed very urgent. Z City gently took out a piece of notepaper from his pocket, placing it on the high-tech conference table. The text was instantly uploaded and presented in holographic projection for everyone to see. Earth, a great disaster, is imminent. Everyone was momentarily stunned by the content. What? I still have a tutoring class to attend. If this is some kind of joke, I'm leaving. Child Emperor's expression fell, clearly dissatisfied. Child Emperor, a genius boy, can't even assess such a crisis? As expected, children are just children, Z City said slowly, looking at the agitated Child Emperor. There have been many dragon-level disasters in the past, all of which were accurately predicted, and they all claimed a significant number of lives. Z City's expression turned solemn, and his eyes widened. But never before has Grandma described a disaster as being catastrophic. This disaster, which will occur within 6 months, may surpass dragon level. But saying within 6 months doesn't tell us which day it will be. Dogman curiously interjected. That's true. But how should we formulate a countermeasure? Flashy Flash finally spoke up. Che, a vague disaster that we don't even know when it will come? I think we should just disperse. I still want to attend my sister's piano recital. Boom. Before Metal Bat could finish his sentence, a deafening sound that seemed to cover the entire sky suddenly erupted. After a violent tremor, many staff members were knocked to the ground. The power completely disappeared, and all communication with the outside world was severed. The headquarters of the association was severely impacted, with multiple functions damaged and the backup power system being activated. This feels like an attack. What? Even the Hero Association headquarters has been attacked? Quick, let's go check it out. The door was forcefully opened, and the first to rush out, Platinum Sperm, suddenly found the sky dark. Looking up, he was stunned and speechless for a long time. The others, once they emerged, were similarly shocked, standing there in awe. A massive black-purple battleship spanned the sky, covering the entire City A, stretching for countless kilometers at a glance. Just moments ago, it had just landed. City A obliterated. City A's gone? Tank Top Master was dumbfounded. The most prosperous city on this planet had vanished with just one strike? Is this the world-ending disaster mentioned in the prophecy? How could it come so quickly? No, we can't confirm that yet. It seems this thing is just a vehicle, Flashy Flash remarked, stroking his chin. The destruction rate in City A is 99.8. Thankfully, we took Mr. Li Pu's advice and evacuated most of the crowd in advance. But even so, the casualties are still significant. This disaster has been confirmed as dragon level, or perhaps even God level. Z City took a deep breath and quickly instructed his senior officials to arrange for heroes to carry out rescue operations and assess the losses. The Underworld King and Deep Sea King have both perished. Only I, the demon-level monster Sky King, and the sole ruler of the world, a winged, oddly faced humanoid, was laughing heartily as it flew toward the ground, accompanied by many smaller bird-like creatures. A cold gleam flashed by, and this Sky King was sliced in half like an apple, beginning to fall freely with a smug expression on his face. Behind him, a bizarre, massive black shadow slowly retracted its bloodied arm. Killing, cleansed this planet of its living beings. I think it's good. I will also conquer them. Our top priority as 5 is still to protect the spaceship and not let the adult down. Above the corpse of the Birdman, a large, mud-like 5-headed creature coldly watched the Sky King fall, slowly descending to the ground. Or rather they were alien beings. One of the 3 highest-ranking fighters of the cosmic dark matter pirates, Maluzigalu. It gradually landed, intending to slaughter the remaining creatures, just like it had done hundreds of times before. Clang! Its muscular body was suddenly severed in 2. Originally, it had only followed its master, the Atomic Warrior, to City A to attend an S-class meeting, but unexpectedly encountered such an alien being. Are those on the spaceship your companions? The visitor was the second-ranked A-class, fully armored and armed Atomic Warrior's eldest disciple, Ki Steel. In an instant, the severed body restored itself, and Maluzigalu looked at the little dwarf before it, narrowing its eyes. Kill him? Just as I wished. Smack! Its rapidly extending arm transformed into a massive hammer, directly crushing Ki Steel's helmet into iron shards. Indeed, the killing intent was palpable. If it weren't for my strong vigilance, that strike would have. Maluzigalu was somewhat surprised, but the little bug in front of it was still far from its opponent. Generally aggressive creatures tend to be very vigilant, but being aggressive doesn't mean being powerful. Smack! Ki Steel hadn't even reacted when he felt a piercing pain. He looked down and saw that his left hand had completely vanished, revealing a look of terror on his face. How could this monster's attack power be so strong, and its recovery ability even more so, to the point of being perverse? It's over. Countless limbs transformed into slender spikes, ready to turn this guy into fragments. But behind it, a dense cold light flashed, and Maluzigalu was sliced into a multitude of small, smooth, rectangular pieces. A knife slowly sheathed, and an old man holding a toothpick approached with a disdainful expression. Looking at Ki Steel, but his face turned to shock. Ki, your left hand. Master, be careful. This monster is very strong. Swordsmanship has no effect on it. Ki Steel shouted anxiously, covering his severed left arm. Ki, your path of swordsmanship has not yet reached its end. Stop the bleeding first. Master is. The Atomic Warrior gently drew his sword again, facing the monster that had completely restored itself in an instant. No matter what you are, if Ki's sword path stops here, then you must be shattered into pieces to pay for it. Clang, 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 clang. Every heavy blow from the 5 aliens was shattered by the Atomic Warrior, dismembering Maluzigalu repeatedly, as if slicing fruit. I'm here to have a go at you. Boom! A blue punch wind sent Maluzigalu's massive body flying. Take this. The metal baseball bat swung like a professional player, instantly exploding one head. For those lovely boys who have died, I will eliminate you without mercy. Angel form. The sexy prisoner wasted no time and tore off her clothes in front of everyone, incorporating moves she learned from the Deep Sea King into her killing intent with every punch. Countless punches directly battered the opponent into tatters with her flesh and blood. How powerful! Is this what an S-class hero is? The enemy that I couldn't even take a single hit from was almost overwhelming me. Ki Steel looked in disbelief at the unparalleled lethality of every S-class hero. As an A-class second, he always thought the gap between him and S-class wasn't too far. How could there be beings on this planet that could stop me? No, I need a call for support from the spaceship. Maluzigalu's 5 heads had gloomy expressions. Any one of these people could be matched against it, and although they were on the same level, it was confident in its recovery ability to defeat any one of them. It just didn't expect these creatures to behave so dishonorably, teaming up to fight it, who had been alive for hundreds of years. It was truly detestable. On top of the Hero Association building, the Atomics were battling a dragon-level monster suspected to have come from the spaceship. Our immediate priority is still to think about how to go up and clear the enemies inside. The Child Emperor stopped mentioning going to tutoring classes. Perhaps he just learned that the school was reducing burdens and students should do more of what they like outside of class. So he finally looked like an S-class hero, seriously analyzing the current situation. Nearby, Alloy Blacklight, Genos, and Tornado also looked at the massive spaceship. We need to fly up to fight the enemies above. This is easy. Genos and Miss Tornado both have flight abilities and can transport the S-class heroes up. Alloy Blacklight smiled and said, but he didn't know what dangers awaited above. In any case, we need to intercept the spaceship's attacks to avoid causing more damage to the heroes on the ground. Leave this to me. You small fries, just watch from the side. According to the Child Emperor's energy wave detection, the spaceship's next charge was about to be completed, and Tornado pouted and flew straight into the sky. Maluzagalu would also encounter opponents it couldn't deal with. Melegancio ordered to fire at the high-ranking fighter Maluzagalu and the enemies surrounding it. In the control room of the cosmic dark matter pirates, an energetic alien resembling Squidward watched this scene, waved his hand, and planned to flatten City A again. Boom, 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 boom. Countless artillery shells far exceeding human civilization specifications were instantly fired, and Melegancio narrowed its eyes, thinking that even if this planet had some strong beings, a base amount of ammunition would be enough to turn them all to ashes. What is that? Practicing martial arts and swordsmanship, Bangu and the atomic uncle, with sharper senses, simultaneously noticed the spaceship firing instantly and were startled. The spaceship's attack was definitely among the top in dragon-level disaster damage. Even they couldn't survive a direct hit from a barrage. The association really raised you for nothing. Every time, it's my lady who has to step in. You should hurry and train more in C-Class. A green light flashed, and those massive supersonic shells suddenly seemed to be paused in midair. The tight-fitting outfit outlined her curves. And Tornado, with her arms crossed, spoke imperiously, then casually raised her hands. You can have these scraps back. Tens of thousands of shells instantly returned at an even faster speed. The battleship of the cosmic dark matter pirates exploded like it was covered in countless firecrackers. How is this possible? There are such powerful psychics on any random planet. Melegancio was glad it didn't have a chin. Otherwise, it would have dropped off by now, flailing its many tentacles in anger. Melegancio, what is going on? A plain voice came, causing Squidward to shudder. Sir, the battleship is under attack from an unknown telekinetic master, but the damage is minimal. The main issue is that Maruzagaluo below is in a tough fight. It's normal for a planet with a considerable population to have some strong beings, so send Jegerbaz out as well to eliminate these surface life forms. We'll deal with that prophesied person when they appear. Yes, Lord Boros. Wait, that's not right. They're already coming for us. Below, Tornado observed several S-Class heroes struggling to defeat an alien dragon-level monster, and she became somewhat impatient. With a flick of her finger, she used telekinesis to compress Maruzagaluo into a meat patty. No, wait, how could there be a rare telekinetic user, and such a powerful one at that? Maruzvo was fighting these muscle-bound men, managing to take on 4 at once, just finding them troublesome. But once Tornado joined in, it lost its composure. The immense pressure flattened its body to an extreme thinness, trapping even its 5 core energy orbs, rendering it unable to move. The pressure grew even greater, shattering the surrounding ground tiles, and Maruzagaluo's body burst open like a watermelon amid its screams. Snap! The orbs could not withstand the heavy pressure of telekinesis and shattered, and its terrified 5 faces turned into a puddle of liquid. In the original story, it took 4 S-Class heroes solely focused on physical attacks a long time to kill Maruzagaluo, but was now defeated in an instant. The 4 heroes exchanged glances. Atomic Samurai looked somewhat surprised. Bang's face was as calm as water, while Metal Bat angrily shouted at the flying Tornado. Hey, you up there? What do you mean by stealing my prey? Tornado held back the urge to crush Metal Bat, maintaining her composure for her sister's sake, and with a dark expression. She moved her fingers, encasing all heroes without flight abilities in a telekinetic shield, making them float. Please refrain from complaining. This time King, Mr. Lip, and Metal Knight, as well as Blast, are not here. Miss Tornado is also acting for the greater good. We need to quickly destroy the enemy's lair. Super Alloy Darkshine, who is also in the shield, hurriedly stepped out to smooth things over. The hero association was like this. No one would back down, each doing their own thing, resulting in their combat power being scattered. Not to mention those heroes who were trying hard. Others like Drive Knight and Police Dogman didn't even participate in the fight. Some went to rescue people, while others simply went on strike. I detected a more powerful energy fluctuation, even higher than the peak energy output of the spaceship. How could this be? As we were about to reach this massive alien spaceship, Child Emperor's energy detector had new findings. A minuscule energy source was briefly higher than the entire spaceship. Whatever it is, we have a total of 8 S-Class heroes. We can take it down. Tornado was unconcerned, using her powerful telekinesis to carve a large hole in the spaceship's surface. What is the shortest distance between 2 points? Tornado provided the answer. She glanced at the coordinates on Child Emperor's device, sending a telekinetic wave that instantly shattered the interstellar battleship grade hull, and with a wave of her hand, the 8 of them flew straight toward it. Boros had just tested his armor and accidentally released a bit of true aura. Unlike the other 2 combatants who were on high alert, his single eye remained indifferent. Having fought in the universe for decades, or even centuries, his subordinates had changed numerous times, slaughtering countless planets with intelligent life, and he had encountered many powerful beings who could defeat the three major generals, without exception. They were the strongest beings of that planet or even surrounding star systems. But they all died, unable to withstand Boros's fully or partially unleashed power, crushed to death. Gradually, no intelligent life dared to challenge him. In the star domain under his jurisdiction, whenever the flag of the cosmic dark matter pirates appeared, entire planets would bow and submit to avoid being slaughtered. It had been too long, far too long. In his long life, Boros gradually lost all passion. He began to feel bored and lonely, as no one could fight him, not even when he suppressed his energy. So he sought out a renowned prophet within a star system, looking for an existence that could defeat him. The prophet surprised him by saying that on this planet, which had yet to enter the interstellar age, there was a powerful being who could match him. The excitement that had lain dormant in Boros for so long was rekindled at that moment. Without a second thought, he ordered a course to this remote planet. This journey took 20 years. However, Boros didn't care. For him, the chance to fight intensely for 2 minutes made the long 20-year wait worth it. Bang! The wall of the control room was violently breached. Several figures, along with a petite silhouette, entered. They had arrived. Boros's eyes immediately activated a scan, and the results left him slightly disappointed. Only one energy source could barely match me in armor. The others could only be regarded as regular indigenous strong beings. Is this the lair of that alien dragon-level monster? Atomic Samurai assessed the surroundings and the three leading aliens standing in the middle. So, all we need to do is take care of this octopus head, this crocodile head, and this explosive head, right? Metalbat scoffed. These aliens don't look that strong. Mere natives, do not be presumptuous. I am a universe's #1 telekinetic master, Marigan Shupu. This one is the supreme being of the acid path, Jegrabas, and our boss. Lord Boros is not something you can imagine. Squidward was enraged, unleashing a 100-fold gravity field, while Jegrabas spat out an acid far exceeding all of Blue Planet's acids, heading straight for the native creature's face. Just moments ago, Metal Bat had been boasting, but he was now pinned to the ground, unable to rise, as that strong acid instantly corroded his specially made superalloy bat. At that moment, Tornado's telekinetic shield was desperately placed around him, and with a sizzling sound of corrosion, he barely saved his life. These two were solid dragon-level monsters, and not weak among dragon-level beings. Metalbat nearly paid for his carelessness with his life. Had Tornado not reacted instantly, Metalbat likely wouldn't have even accumulated enough rage to die. You dare to call yourself the universe's #1 in telekinesis? Tornado's face was frosty. No one had ever been able to compete with her in superpowers, and this octopus was no exception. Everyone, let's team up. We have 8, while the alien leaders only have 3. Super Alloy Darkshine swung his arms and charged forward, with Sexy Prisoner, Genos, Atomic Samurai, and Bang also stepping up, intending to surround and beat these not-so-weak aliens, just like before. Only Child Emperor gazed at the wildly fluctuating energy detection device, his expression growing increasingly terrified. Not good. The energy fluctuation detector is about to explode. The next moment, the 6 rushing S-Class heroes were all sent flying back, as a figure in armor had captured Tornado by the neck without anyone noticing. It's so boring. Tornado, with her petite body, struggles desperately. But her limited psychic power can only weaken a portion of her opponent's strength, just enough to avoid being choked to death. How could such a powerful creature exist with energy comparable to a planetary core? The boy emperor hurriedly pulled out his bag, which could be compared to Doraemon's pocket, and countless various weapons emerged, ready to launch an attack on the absurdly strong monster before him. Boros glanced at him indifferently, an immature life form. Your genes are quite good, but it's a pity you'll die here without even reproducing. Perhaps your descendants could be stronger. He slightly loosened his control over Tornado, flicked his fingers, and the blushing boy emperor, along with his highly destructive toys, flew out like a rag, leaving their marks on the wall like the swaying heroes. Tornado seized the opportunity, disregarding the aftereffects of overusing her powers, and unleashed her full strength, creating a massive shockwave that briefly pushed Boros back. Allowing her to float back into the air, her eyes filled with intense seriousness and fierce fighting spirit. Boros was a little surprised. Being able to break free from his armored state was quite impressive. He waved his hand to signal Meligand and Jerrybass not to attack. Indeed, your psychic power is impressive. I underestimated you before. You're slightly stronger than Melyagand, able to break free from my armored self, making you a rare, strong being in the universe. Tornado coldly stared at this creature, whose size was far smaller than the weak dragon-level disaster she had seen before, yet the sense of oppression he exerted was unprecedented. Now, the entire association's high-level combat power was instantly suppressed by him, and only she had the qualification to contend with him. If she were to fall as well, Tornado didn't want to think about such things. Long ago, someone had told her not to expect anyone to come to her aid in times of crisis. The only one she could rely on was herself. That armor of yours should be the source of your power. As long as I shatter it, I can win. Full psychic release. The howling airflow swirled throughout the spaceship like a swimming dragon. Some S-class heroes, who had just stood up, were also shocked by this scene. Was the Association's ultimate weapon finally going to unleash its full power? Crack! Boros, shielding his eyes with one arm, felt immense pulling force. Even Melyagand, who claimed to be the universe's #1 psychic master, couldn't stop the psychic eruption from the opponent. Tornado's eyes narrowed, the green light shining to its peak. A trickle of blood flowing from her petite nose. She gathered all her strength. With a pull from a void, Boros's armor suddenly exploded. Did I win? In such a storm, Genos could barely stand, struggling to look at the violent flow of energy before him. With Tornado exerting her full power, the opponent should. You actually knocked off the armor that limits my power. Not bad. You deserve to be killed seriously. What? Tornado's pupils instantly constricted. In her vision, which exceeded ordinary humans by more than 10 times, her opponent almost instantaneously collapsed into a black dot, followed by a massive fist striking her directly in the face. Boom! The temporary protective shields shattered like foam, and Tornado was merely buffeted by the residual wave, shattering countless walls, her clothes torn to shreds, and her psychic power rebounded instantly, causing her already overloaded brain to feel as if it were being pierced with needles. I'll fight him. The super alloy black light charged like a bull towards Boros. But Boros casually threw a punch, and the black light let out a muffled groan as it was caught, followed by a strongman lock, buying him a precious moment. The already prepared Bang and Atomic, one on each side, attacked with all their might, along with the sexy prisoner and Genos launching a frontal assault, flowing rock-shattering fist, atomic slash, angel barrage, machine gun fist. In an instant, Boros's body was riddled with holes, and the combined power of 5 not weak S-class heroes caused him to suffer a small loss. With half his head shaved off and limbs flying off, Boros smiled strangely. Our race grows up in environments 1,000 times harsher than your planet. As long as each clan member can survive, they possess abundant energy and unparalleled combat power, and I am one of the best among them. As long as there is energy left, I am invincible. The broken Boros almost restored his limbs in just a few blinks. His extreme power and speed, once unleashed, sent the black light and sexy prisoner crashing through the sound barrier, while Atomic and Bang were kicked like balls, exploding the battleship's cockpit. Genos was pulled apart by him, severed into 2 sections, with electric sparks crackling out. TSK, TSK, TSK. Some have only powerful bodies without much real skill. Some are obsessed with technique, forgetting about the body. And then there's this, fixated on external things, forgetting that the body itself holds the greatest treasure, with blue light flickering. The single eye on his chest looked down at Genos' neck beneath his feet. Boros shook his head, preparing to send these beings, who were on completely different levels than him, to reincarnation. At that moment, however, Boros found himself unable to step down. Looking up, the strongest guy was laboriously squeezing out her psychic power to resist the now liberated version of himself. Absolutely not allowed. Slap, almost appearing in a flash. Boros slammed her heavily back down to the ground. Tornado spat out a mouthful of blood, and her usually disaster-like psychic power could only barely ensure she wouldn't be killed by the enemy before her. Exploding them is no longer an option. The sky is falling, and the tall guy has to hold it. This disaster should be borne by me, the strongest. This time, indeed, no one will come to help me. Tornado closed her eyes. As the world's most powerful psychic, she still had one last trump card to buy time for the escape of the other S-class heroes. Lord Boros. Another enemy has entered the spaceship. While enjoying the sight of Lord Boros crushing those unruly natives, Melyagand suddenly noticed another life form flying in at high speed, with the surrounding space detection instruments slightly distorting. Another strong one from this planet, if they are only at their level. Before he finished speaking, a figure with outstretched wings appeared on the battlefield. When the broken Genos saw that figure, Even his vocal system, which was almost destroyed, suddenly became excited. The teacher has finally arrived. Jerry Bass and Meliagand hurried to stop him, not allowing this newcomer to disturb Lord Boros's enjoyment. Am I a bit late? If that's the case, let's fight directly. The rapidly approaching Lip looked around at the chaotic ground, where the S-class heroes of the association were scattered, and for them, Boros was a dimensional strike. Lip slowly descended, and with several hours of accumulated energy, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave that twisted the surrounding space. Roaring out like a giant dragon, the massive blue energy beam, as thick as a horizontal tower, turned the blocking Gregoribas into ashes. The Merrigan Shippo, whose body was only half grazed by the beam, instantly transformed from an octopus with 8 tentacles to one with 4. His true target was the cosmic overlord Boros, who was slowly turning his head. Standing atop the whirlwind, he was instantly sent flying by this unparalleled strike, propelled by the surging blue energy waves, breaking through the 15,000-meter long cosmic battleship, shattering countless clouds, and tearing through the violently frictive atmosphere, heading straight for the moon. You killed a dragon-level monster and gained 25,578 hero points. The Kamehameha wave, which had been accumulated for so long, was indeed powerful enough to instantly take down a dragon-level monster, but unfortunately, it couldn't destroy the moon yet. He still needed to continue enhancing his strength. Watching Boros fly towards the moon, Lip smiled slightly and began to adjust his breathing to elevate his physical condition to its best, ready to face the impending fierce battle with the cosmic overlord. One strike sent Lord Boros flying. "Where are you?" Merrigan Shippo, left with only 4 tentacles, was shocked to the core, while Gregoribas was directly killed, and he himself was severely injured, and that was just a graze. Many nearby S-class heroes also dropped their jaws in astonishment. Most had only heard of Lip, the one-hit man, and never expected him to be even stronger in person than the rumor suggested. Such strength was indeed unparalleled among the S-class. It feels like Mr. Lip could take on more than 10 dragon-level monsters by himself. I, Super Alloy Darkshine, still need more training. I need to make my muscles even stronger. Truly worthy of being the teacher. If there are monsters in this world that even the teacher can't deal with, then no one can. Genos's eyes were filled with admiration. The teacher always managed to resolve disasters at critical moments. Tornado leaned against the wall and slowly stood up, her gaze slightly dazed. After 18 years, had someone come to save her again? Blast, Uncle. This is not what you said back then. Lip, you negligent guy. Why did you only arrive now? I was originally going to harshly reprimand you with Sitch, but seeing that you played a bitter role, I won't hold it against you this time. Tornado intended to casually thank him, but the words turned into her usual Sundra attitude. Really troublesome personality. You all deal with that octopus and the remaining aliens. The cosmic overlord is not so easy to defeat. There's still a fierce battle ahead. Upon hearing Lip's words as he adjusted his breathing, several S-class heroes exchanged glances and, after hesitating for a moment, went to clear the surrounding spaceship minions. Genos, on the other hand, found a place to self-repair first, as he had thought he could challenge Boros, but was torn to shreds in one encounter. The opponent's strength indeed far exceeded their imagination. Staying behind would likely just hinder them. However, Bang, the old man, gave Lip a meaningful glance before leaving. He could feel that in just a few days, Lip's martial intent had made substantial breakthroughs, and his level was now comparable to his own, which was truly gratifying. Tornado, with her verbally aggressive yet righteous nature, approached Merrigan Shippo, both psychics not in good condition, but when they fought, the momentum was overwhelming, instilling fear. On the moon, in the massive circular crater created by the impact of the blue energy wave, explosive energy flickered like electric arcs. Boros's charred body almost instantaneously recovered under his concentrated will. He gazed at the blue planet, gripping tightly with his claws, grinning. To think I was struck to this planet's moon in one blow, could you be the one foretold in the prophecy? But it certainly feels promising. It's worth a fight. Come, meteor explosion. Boom! The massive energy scorched the lunar surface, leaving behind high-temperature dust like lava, while Boros, the one responsible for this, transformed into a streak of orange-red starlight, streaking off into the distance. Almost done. The vacuum cannot do anything to Boros. Lipu slightly replenished the stamina consumed from his rapid flight, opened his eyes, and emitted a captivating brilliance. From being the weakest ordinary person to growing to a level where he could battle against the universe's overlords today is truly a legend. He spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Grandmolly, open the door!" After returning from the Crimson World, Li Pu's combat power had reached a level that would terrify even the strongest in this world. The 8th gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, modified, was open to the 7th gate. Equipped with the Doctor's gauntlets and the Universal Observer, he was ready to face the super-strong beings in this universe with all his might. Character: Li Pu. Gender: male. Lifespan: 76,412 stellar years. Age: 22. Charm: 14, an unattainable height for humans. Luck: 9. Your chances of winning a lottery are about the same as flipping a coin. Overall combat power: 8295, 3950x, 1003575. Combat power rank: B, above dragon level. Dragon level opponents will be instantaneously killed by you. The long journey of becoming stronger brings you closer to God level. Swish! It was as if a meteor was falling. The orange flames streaked across the sky like lightning, creating a large pit where the spaceship landed. The floating hair of Boros, now dyed pink, remained unharmed as he stood up, grinning widely, and said, "You're really strong, so please delight me to the fullest." Li Pu's eyebrows twitched, and his fists were already raised. "Let us fight." The 5 Vision Universal drew countless future actions of Boros, and the system revealed all of his abilities. Li Pu had long been planning for this battle. Currently detecting that the opponent is a key plot character in this world, the host must pay attention. Cosmic Overlord Boros, energy release state. Age: 220 years. Charm: 11, unmatched strongman. Overall combat power: 8521. Energy release state. Combat power rank: B, above dragon. Abilities: cell activation. Gold. Energy superconductor. Red. Meteor burst. Red. Star crushing roar cannon. Gold. Meteor explosion. Red. Boom 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 boom. In just a few seconds under energy release, Boros and Li Pu exchanged hundreds of moves. Boros' strength was on par with a greatly enhanced Li Pu, and his speed was slightly faster than Li Pu's. However, Li Pu's master-level flowing rock-shattering fist made up for it. With an astonishing physique, excellent technique, and strong willpower aided by technology, you are indeed very strong. The dozens of wounds on Boros' body, brutally cut open by Li Pu's fist, instantly healed once again, and he smiled even more happily. Lip's gloves, after experiencing the entire world of chopping red, only showed slight cracks, but in front of this opponent, they directly burst open a large hole, revealing the white bones corroded by high-density energy during the clash, which also grew granulations. Strong like a monster, come again. Boros' single eye on his chest instantly unleashed a destructive wave of light. This is energy that would turn ordinary beings to ashes with just a touch. And you won't be an exception either. Lip directly activates the Iron Chain, modified, but must first deplete Boros' energy. Otherwise, he cannot defeat this terrifying monster with cellular activity. Gold. Haha, taste your own attack. The ultimate beam tears a large hole in Lip's body. Even Boros, with his tough skin and thick flesh, red, cannot withstand such an attack and can only trade injuries. Boros' single eye instantly shatters. The opponent's abilities are truly diverse. But he, who is nearly invincible in all aspects, is not afraid at all. The light radiation from the energy is so intense that Lip cannot see anything at all and can only rely on the 5-sight omnipotent observer, this imperial tool, to look around, only to find that the equally injured Boros has vanished in an instant. I'm behind you. Particle shockwave, transforming energy into ultimate impact. This technique completely crushes the opponent as it strikes fiercely at this man. The hem of Li Pu's trenchcoat was by extreme heat, and the rapid air friction ignited a towering fire on top of the spacecraft. The oxygen was almost consumed in the auxiliary combustion, and the surrounding area was filled with a raging wind due to the sudden change in air pressure. Bang, 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 bang. Lip's body crashed through dozens of alloy giant pillars before finally coming to a stop. His spine shattered, and a large amount of flesh and blood was directly vaporized. However, the effect of the iron chains allowed Lip to catch his breath despite being suppressed. At this moment, Boros also experienced a similarly tragic situation. After all, Boros' defensive capabilities were still somewhat lacking compared to his attack, speed, and recovery. The attack threshold is quite high. I need to think of a way. You cannot resist me. Even if you are a prodigy, your skills and strength are indeed on par with mine, but your wounds heal slower than mine. Your stamina is decreasing, yet as long as I have energy, all injuries can be recovered in the blink of an eye. Boros' flesh seemed to swell as it quickly healed, while Lip, although also healing quickly, had just barely healed his spine and was just able to move. Oh really? Li Pu knew that if he continued to drag things out, he would surely be worn down bit by Boros. who could almost be reborn from his own blood. He smiled slightly. Such recovery ability is indeed impressive, but unfortunately I have it too. System, upgrade me. You spent 480,000 hero points to upgrade cellular activity, red, to cellular activity, gold. Remaining hero points, 17,423 points. An incredible change occurred within you. The telomeres of your cells significantly increased, extending your lifespan to 1,491 stellar years. The mitochondrial structure underwent explosive optimization, greatly enhancing your explosive power and endurance. Boom! A massive wave of energy spread out, startling Boros, who suddenly realized that the opponent's body appeared as hot and dazzling as the sun in his energy vision. How is this possible? Clearly, you have survived on such a prosperous planet, unlike the harsh environment of my home planet. So how do you possess cellular activity at the level of the universe's strongest like me? Persistence and effort, along with a little bit of help. Lip's body seemed to be reversing time, with newly formed bones, flesh, and even skin, along with an extremely strong keratin layer for defense, all identical to before. In terms of recovery ability, he was almost at the level of blood rebirth. Lip lightly nodded, feeling very comfortable in his heart. It's true that it's expensive, but it's also true that it's powerful. The system always extorts him, causing his wallet to fluctuate greatly, but using this kind of strength growth to face strong enemies. Thus, fighting to earn more battles is the best way to utilize this system. Boros no longer cared about these things. His fighting spirit was rising even higher. The stronger the opponent, the more he wanted to unleash all his combat abilities. Let's compare then. Boros's body gradually turned pink, and Lip could sense that his power and speed were still increasing, making him marvel at the powerful racial talent. This form would bring me a huge burden like anaerobic exercise, leading to a sharp decrease in lifespan. I originally wanted to use it to end the battle early. Smash! Meteor burst. Air explosion fist. One punch against another. The enormous shockwave that broke through everything extinguished the flames, covering an area of about 10 square kilometers. Converting the energy within into fuel for his body, he would crush you at a speed that exceeded biological limits. Boros's body was completely pink, and the concentrated blue energy turned into black ripples flowing on his body. He transformed into a beam of light, clashing with Lip above the spaceship, causing the heavens and earth to shake. Countless tall towers were directly crushed with a gentle collision, and more than half of the spaceship's combatants died in the aftermath. Even the S-class heroes had to protect themselves with all their might to avoid being hit by the shockwaves of either side's attacks, risking immediate death. Is Teacher Lip really human? With such combat power, I might never reach it even if I follow my whole life, but this is what I aspire to. In Genos' eyes, two nearly line-like black dots and soaring flames were reflected, due to the speed being too fast. Even with his mechanical eye's frame rate set to the highest, those two people still only appeared as countless afterimages in his vision. If the energy within these two could be used for power generation, I estimate that all of humanity could immediately use clean energy. From Child Emperor's perspective, it was quite peculiar. He had already started studying it with great interest. Please don't lose. As Meligan Shupu had her two legs removed, Tornado glanced at the battle in the sky with a slight frown, silently chanting for some unknown reason. This battle, in which she could not participate, was related to the lives of many people and even the survival of humanity. Gasping for the thinning air, Lip's clothes were completely destroyed. The boxing gloves and trench coat were not suited for battles of this level and had almost been ruined. I really don't know how Baldy and Cape Guy managed to keep their clothes intact in such situations. If his clothes had a manufacturer, Lip would definitely abandon Dr. Genos to buy them. Truly a worthy opponent. This is exhilarating. Boros was also adjusting his breath. In his pink state, he regained the upper hand. Even though Lip seemed able to see through some of his attacks, and his defenses were impeccable, he could still suppress Lip. But it came at the cost of a significant reduction in his lifespan every minute. Lip snorted coldly. His berserk state, under such an ultimate battle, far from reach the duration displayed by the system, also due to the excessive burden, but did not reduce his lifespan. He activated the illusion function of the 5-sight universal observer, wanting to see if it would be useful and stop to observe Boros's movements. Now, in Boros's eyes, he would appear as the person he values the most, and he could take the opportunity to weaken him a bit. Boros glanced at Lip, standing still, feeling somewhat puzzled. But who cares? This was the only man in decades who could match him in strength, so he would just take him down. Thus, Lip was sent flying by a punch close to the speed of light. Why did the illusion not work again? Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Lip emerged from the countless alloys he had shattered. He really suffered a big loss this time. Logically speaking, Boros should have no idea about the abilities of the Imperial tool, so how could he break through it? Why did you just stand there motionless? Did you think I wasn't using enough strength? No worries, as the creature I admire the most. I will use all my strength, even if it costs me my lifespan. For this man, I am willing to burn my life. Is the person Boros cares about the most right now me? Lipu looked in shock at the shadow of Boros disappearing, feeling that something was amiss. This was a careless move that could lead to a complete loss. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, his neck had already been twisted into a big circle by Boros. Lip's neck was briefly broken, and as he looked at Boros, who was excitedly preparing to deliver a fatal blow, he was instantly speechless, thinking to himself how unlucky he was to encounter such a madman who had been waiting for this battle for 20 years. He was about to trigger his death's passive ability, which was obviously not acceptable, especially since Boros still had his trump card left. So Lip decisively unleashed his own hidden move. For you, I even took a bit more time to finally learn this technique. At the gaping wound in his chest, a mark suddenly appeared. Mokobota Montak, the surrounding flames, the energy flowing from Boros that was almost tangible, and Lip's flowing blood all froze at that moment. Lip's eyes widened in shock. For the battle against Boros, he had endured his death as meals for a long time and tortured his will countless times before mastering this ultimate technique of freezing time and space. When the world was pressed on pause, a long blue phantom appeared before Lip, and Boros's palm contained immense energy, ready to obliterate him completely. Lip cracked his broken neck back into place with a loud snap, and in an instant his bones healed. His physical abilities were now not much inferior to Boros. Turning over, he launched a flurry of punches, using the frenzied whirlwind iron fist combined with weakness insight, unleashing tens of thousands of punches in a second, shattering Boros's enhanced body into pieces, and then delivered a punch that directly crushed Boros's head. He barely managed to regain some ground. Unfortunately, he was still not skilled enough. This move lasted shorter than Esther's. As the blue phantom of Boros disappeared during his advance, the brief time-space freeze ended, but the effect was quite significant. Lip knew that the real battle had just begun. Boros's body suddenly exploded, only to instantly gather an immense momentum and piece itself back together. Even so, can't I defeat you? Boros's pink body deepened in color again, the black ripples faintly visible, indicating a drastic decrease in energy and a further increase in physical capabilities. An opponent like you is truly worth defeating. Meteor burst. His eyes flickered between black and red, a demonic aura enveloping Boros as he completely unleashed all his physical strength, blending energy, life, and will, all to defeat this once-in-a-century opponent before him. Boros, Meteor Burst form, Charm, 12, Ultimate form. Determination to fight, age, 220 stellar years, lifespan rapidly decreasing, overall combat power, 9999. This is the limit achievable solely through biological strength. At full power, this creature will completely destroy the planet's surface, expected to recover in 30 million years. Combat rank, BA, for some unknown reason. A certain restraint causes this creature's combat power to reach the standard but prevents it from breaking through the rank. Yet it is infinitely close to a rank or so-called God-level disaster ability. So this is the Cosmic Overlord, burning everything, betting everything to fight. Boros's will felt as dazzling as a star. Unsurprisingly, Boros's willpower, though not as strong as Lip's, was not far behind, all earned through countless battles and training. Clang, 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 clang. In a near-light speed state, it was as if in an instant, Boros tore through Lip's left arm, struck his abdomen hard, and shattered his thigh bone. Finally, with a punch that exploded at point-blank range, Lip was sent flying through the starship like a bullet, the hundreds of cubic kilometers of the ship tilting from the impact, sending shockwaves echoing throughout the ruins of City A. Hey, what's going on up there? This massive thing is about to be sunk. On the ground, the vest-wearing rescuers, including Vestige, Poison Sting, Lightning Max, and the unlicensed rider, were all dumbfounded. Who was fighting up there? Regardless, we should focus on our duties first. No matter how powerful the enemy, they will be dealt with by the strongest in the association. The unlicensed rider recalled the unforgettable scene when the Deep Sea King was defeated, smiled at the others, and then rode off on his bicycle to rescue people. Li Pu quickly healed his wounds and wiped the blood off his face, revealing the same carefree smile. I can feel your desire, Boros. Let this battle be even more intense. Boros roared as the red and black light shot towards him again. For him, killing his destined opponent was the greatest honor. Seeing this, Lip laughed heartily and pointed directly at his own heart without hesitation. Without the awareness of rushing toward death, how can I defeat you? The last gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the Death Gate, opened for me. It was as if a forbidden magic box had been opened, and an incredibly powerful and overwhelming blood energy surrounded Lip, his eyes shimmering with red light, his heart pounding hundreds of times per minute, thumping loudly. All his power was unleashed at that moment. This was his most serious response to Boros. Host, Lip Comprehensive Combat Power, 9999. The sweat and blood you freely shed are proof that youth never fades. Your strength has reached the biological limit. Combat Power Rank. BA, some kind of confinement has allowed your combat power to reach the standard, but you cannot break through the current rank. It is undeniable that among purely biological entities, you have almost no rivals. Boom! Like a violent collision between celestial bodies. The surrounding space warped under the intense energy interference. Every clash between Lip, who opened the Death Gate, and Boros, who exploded like a meteor, created enormous cyclones in the sky comparable to tornadoes. The high temperature and pressure, like a natural disaster, swept everything away, with oxygen nearly depleted in the combustion, and many areas even briefly turned into a vacuum. Within a radius of several kilometers where they battled, even microorganisms could not survive. With such strength, I, Boros, acknowledge you. What is your name? Lip. Boros felt an immense joy. A dull life could not compare to this moment of burning. In my 200 years of conquering the universe, among all the beings I have encountered, I am willing to call you the strongest. Except for his pink hair, Boros had turned completely black from his eye sockets to his feet as he gradually compressed the immense energy within his body, channeling it all to this man. Lip knew that the moment of decision was approaching. The forces of both sides were not endless in their intense clash, even without considering the losses. Come on, Boros. You and I will determine the victor. Night Kai. At this moment, with a certain will from the 8 gates perfectly resonating with him, Lip naturally unleashed the ultimate technique of the 8 gates, manifesting a blood-red giant dragon filled with murderous intent around him. Bang! This overwhelming, murderous strike was something Boros could not withstand, even with a meteor burst. With one kick, Boros turned into a sky full of blood, his eyeballs spinning unconsciously in the air. Then, his strong will broke through its shackles, attaching itself to all the flesh and blood, and his eyeballs immediately turned back, locking onto that man. In a thousandth of a millisecond, all the flesh and blood instantly revived. Boros, now entirely black, slowly raised his single eye, a red light falling on Lip. Lip, you will be defeated by me. Star-crushing roar cannon, draining all energy to unleash a strike capable of destroying the surface of this planet, annihilating the entire planet along with this man. All the light in the world seemed to converge in front of Boros at that moment. Feeling this unprecedented strike, Lip transformed his heart into the purest energy, his physique strong enough to unleash one more attack. Lipu's heart was very calm. The door to death had opened. His heart drained all the strength from his body, elevating his combat power to an unimaginable height. He had reached the moment of the final strike. Lipu slowly floated in the air, his hand moving gently as if he were learning the flowing water rock-shattering fist for the first time. Under such life-and-death pressure, he finally touched something. Flowing water, rock-shattering fist. Flowing water does not rot, thus it gives rise to life. Rocks turn to ash, thus they signify death. Life and death are always opposites yet unified, just as one cannot truly understand life without having witnessed death and decay. Is the essence of the flowing water rock shattering fist the cycle of life and death? Lip wandered on the boundary between life and death, and the last layer of paper was suddenly broken through. A shattering sound seemed to echo within the body that was burning everything, and in the midst of it, Lip felt that his soon-to-be-consumed body had become much lighter. You have integrated the true meaning of the laws of life and death into your understanding of martial arts. Advancing the flowing rock-shattering fist, red, to the flowing rock-shattering fist, gold. You will be able to carry a portion of the power of the laws while using this ability, and your body and mind have undergone a certain baptism, granting you access to some higher information. Give me death. Bang! The blue fist wind collided violently with the immense black energy in the air, scattering countless energy currents reminiscent of annihilation. Lipu's punch, devoid of any flashy techniques and lacking the imposing grandeur of Boros, seemed to devour all energy like an annihilation, as if they had never existed. In an instant, the star-crushing roar cannon, capable of obliterating an entire planet's surface, vanished like melting ice and snow. Boros had already transformed into his meteoric burst form when he was struck by the immense punch's wind, countless forces of laws crashing against his lower body. No matter how powerful the energy level, it could not withstand the erasure from the very root of the concept. Bang! The rampant power evaporated all the clouds in the sky into vapor, rendering them invisible. On the other side of the ocean, in a city far away, the rose grass trembled slightly in what was supposed to be a windless clear night. From above Blue Planet, the atmosphere of the entire planet appeared to be parted down the middle, slowly drifting apart. Many satellites, under the intense electromagnetic interference, could see nothing clearly and could not transmit anything. This caused widespread panic in many cities. Decayed dust fell as the spaceship, whose value could not even be compared to the entire Blue Planet, had its main energy source and power core shattered in the battle, and it was about to crash. On top of the ruins, Boros, with shattered eyes and his lower chest turned to ashes, converted the last bit of life into energy, sustaining his throat to continue working. Did I lose? Lip was covered in blood, and the backlash from the death door and energy counteraction had burned his internal organs clean. The blood lock had quietly activated. His willpower drove him to pierce his body with a steel bar, standing straight and holding on to his last strength, watching as Boros was about to take his final bow on the ground. Still conscious, huh? You really are impressive, Boros. You deserve the title of Universe Overlord, but unfortunately, we are enemies. As predicted, this was a truly equal battle. Yes, I fought very happily, Boros. I did too. This 220-year life has only these few minutes that hold real significance for me. Thank you, Lip. Actually, just now, a voice told me that as long as I accept my inner desires, I could break free from my shackles and reach a higher realm. But I refused. Boros had reached the end of his strength, yet he appeared increasingly calm. That kind of power is not the kind of power I want. At least for me, that kind of victory is not as valuable as this, a regret-free defeat, and then death. Take me with you. The original darkness approached Boros, but was unhesitatingly rejected by this true battle maniac. Otherwise, Lip would have been completely unable to match Boros after being transformed by the original darkness, and could only hide in another space using the ultimate essence of the Shangri-La dimensional array. Lip slowly raised his nearly exhausted arm and released a meaningless, ordinary freezing spell after such a battle. He wanted to send this respectable opponent off. The last remnants of Boros transformed into sparkling starlight within the dazzling ice crystals, his energy returning to the universe to nurture new existence. With his vision blurring, Lip slowly closed his eyes, succumbing to the intense pain throughout his body. Thank you too, Boros. You're the first person I've seen who can reject the desire for life without living like a monster. You have defeated the cosmic overlord Boros, who is a key character in this world's plot. You gained 700,000 hero points and 3 world points. Current hero points, 717,428. Your current world points are 8. Unlocking the 4th layer effect, increasing luck. The next layer requires 9 points to unlock. Luck, 10. The goddess of luck is smiling. His raised hand fell again as Lip allowed his body to enter a deep sleep state. The members of the Hero Association were nearby. With such a commotion, they would soon come to take him away. He held on a bit longer until he saw Tornado hurriedly flying out of the spaceship with an octopus head. Then he smiled and quietly lowered his head. What about Miss Tornado? And how is my disciple? Old Bongu knocked out dozens of spaceship combatants with ease, binding them with black light by his side, and glanced up at the spaceship, speaking in a deep voice. Inside the collapsing spaceship, the S-Class heroes were naturally dealing with the minor threats. Although they didn't know how the battle above was going, the massive commotion had disappeared, suggesting it was over. They just didn't know who had won. We don't know. Teacher Lip is definitely fine. That woman Tornado and that big octopus just disappeared in the fight. But now the spaceship is about to crash. We should hurry and find a way out. Genos skillfully dismantled his mechanical legs and arms, distributing them to the heroes, pairing them up to prepare for escape from the spaceship. I hope everything is okay. At that disaster level, even my sword would hardly be a match. Could it be a god-level monster? Atomic Sarai pondered while chopping the falling metal sheets into shavings, while the previously proud and hot-tempered metal bat remained silent. The guy who was instantly taken down by S-Class Rank 7 Lip could incapacitate him with a single spray of acid. How strong must their leader be to knock all S-Class heroes away in one blow? Everyone escaped the spaceship with the alien captives through the large hole they came from. When they looked back, the enormous starship had collapsed among the ruins of City A. This disaster, far exceeding Dragon level, seemed to have come to an end. After this unexpectedly severe disaster, the once great City A was now a site of devastation. Even though the Association had issued evacuation notices in advance, many stubborn people remained. Under the invasion of the alien warship, most became victims of ignorance and self-sacrifice. The search and rescue operation continued. The unlicensed rider hadn't slept for several days, struggling to find paths for bicycles through the rubble, rescuing hundreds of survivors. Good job, unlicensed. This should be the last batch. The Vestige Master used the power granted by his vest to lift the rubble of a building, clearing a resting point and laughing heartily. The unlicensed rider felt somewhat embarrassed. As a C-class hero, he was exceptionally well-liked among heroes. The S-class heroes who boarded the spaceship had also put down the alien captives, but before they could catch their breath, an untimely voice appeared. What are you S-class doing? The great City A, the headquarters of the Hero Association, has been turned into this state. It's truly laughable. A handsome man dressed in designer clothes approached. He was the currently second-ranked A-class hero, Master Sweetheart. Hey, you didn't even participate in the battle. Why does an A-class have to criticize? You have no idea what kind of existence the enemy was. Metalbat instantly exploded with anger. It was understandable that he couldn't defeat a monster far exceeding Dragon level due to his own lack of strength. But why did this guy have the right to jump out and criticize them, the S-class? Enough. Stop justifying yourselves. I was just in City Y for a concert, and the fans in City A suffered heavy casualties. I just arrived. S-class heroes are declining because of talents like you. Master Sweetheart's expression darkened, showing no respect for the S-class. This is why I want to stay at rank A, to prevent such riffraff from mixing in with the truly outstanding heroes of S-class. And you, facing monsters yet failing to eliminate them completely, are you still heroes? You will become traitors to humanity. With a flicker, he swiftly killed all the alien captives who had been captured for intelligence extraction, exploding them into a mist of blood. His strength was indeed remarkable. Many S-class heroes hadn't even seen clearly before these weak and defenseless aliens were taken down. What are you doing? Heroes must be flawless, with no stains whatsoever. Remember this, or I will impeach those unworthy of being S-class to the Association. Master Sweetheart said lightly, his gaze sweeping over the heroes present, especially those at the bottom of the S-class. Perhaps aware that he would inevitably make enemies with them, he left without looking back, seemingly heading to the Hero Association to prepare for the reconstruction of City A. How could someone like him become a hero? Genos stared at the departing figure, speaking in a deep voice. Genos, don't judge a person from the outside. Masked hero ideology is indeed somewhat extreme, but he has contributed a lot to the Association. Bongu said leisurely. The true human heart is not so easy to see through completely. At Tornado's suburban villa, this was the residence allocated to Tornado and Fubuki by the Association. Since the hospital in City A had also been completely destroyed, it would take longer to get to the nearest hospital, so Tornado hurriedly flew here. Moreover, Lip had actually completely healed during the time he was floating, even after having drained his body beforehand. Although he hadn't awakened yet, Tornado estimated that this man would wake up soon, so she took out her treasured special high-nutrition milk to give this annoying guy a little energy. Soon, with this little bit of energy as a source, Lip's cells greedily absorbed it, beginning to operate autonomously, like countless small suns, absorbing and transforming. The terrifying efficiency made Lip quickly regain consciousness. He looked around the several thousand square meters of the villa, puzzled. Didn't I get taken away by Tornado? Shouldn't this be some kind of recovery place? You idiot. City A has been mostly destroyed. Where could there be a place for you to lie down? I could only bring you to my house to find some of my treasured nutritional supplements. Tornado, now dressed in new clothes, said irritably, then shot a glance at Lip, her face turning slightly red. You jerk, hurry up and think of a way to change your clothes. You're exposing too much. Li Pu then remembered his battle with Boros, and how his once handy equipment had deteriorated rapidly, leaving him almost as ragged as a beggar. Fortunately, the hair ribbon and some other important items that Maine had given him were properly stored away in advance, so they weren't damaged. He glanced at the wardrobe and awkwardly asked, Ahem, thank you, Miss Tornado, for bringing me here, but do you have anything I can wear? No. Tornado was so angry that she almost used her telekinesis. But thinking about this hidden powerhouse with such world-destroying combat strength, she decided to put her hands down. Wrap yourself in a blanket for now. I'll have the association send over a set of clothes. Li Pu wrapped himself in a blanket. Feeling a bit embarrassed as he curled up, he didn't expect to almost fall in front of Boros, but instead, he nearly collapsed from shame. Lord Boros was surprisingly still alive, despite being a so-called master of psychic energy known as Melyugan Shopu, which was the octopus-headed creature. At that moment, it suddenly spoke, and to everyone's surprise, it was still alive. After battling Tornado and losing most of its body, it sensed that Boros's energy had dissipated into the universe, and it looked at the guy wrapped in a blanket drinking milk with great fear. Hey, you octopus head, how can you brag about such poor psychic powers? Tornado impatiently flattened and rolled it up, causing Melyugan Shopu to scream in agony. In fact, it was still quite powerful and had fought back against Tornado, but it had already lost half its life after being grazed by Li Pu earlier. How lucky, this octopus is still not dead. Lip laughed slyly, thinking that Squidward had already died in Tornado's hands. He would still feel very regretful. After all, it was an extra income that he wouldn't want to miss out on. Miss Tornado, can I handle this octopus? As you wish. Hey, is this really good for me? No. Lip flicked his finger gently, and a force of death instantly pierced through the octopus, which was quite powerful even among dragon-level beings. Its head split in half and then slowly vanished, leaving Tornado amazed. You have killed a dragon-level monster and gained 890 hero points, which can't compare to Boros in terms of strength and significance, but it's still a pleasant surprise. Li Pu happily retracted his seemingly harmless index finger and began to contemplate what to do upon returning to the world of One-Punch Man. This time, he was determined to conquer this hellishly difficult world. The Cosmic Dark Matter Pirate crew was done for, and my biggest opponents next should be the Monster Association and Explosion. Li Pu still remembers the white figure that appeared silently, which was 4 ranks above him at that time. This meant that the explosive or original Dark Explosion had reached an A rank in the system, making it a true god-level disaster. However, for some unknown reason, the other party had not appeared in the public eye for a long time. The only time they did appear was when Li Pu was on his way to the association headquarters alone, claiming to be a variable and intending to eliminate him. Under the opponent's suspected spatial law-like abilities, even with the influence of talent, Li Pu's combat power soared to the initial B rank, yet he was still killed instantly. He only survived by relying on blood-locking and world traversing. Li Pu was forced to stay in the Zhanqi world for 3 years, solely because he was marked with an instant death debuff by the original explosion in order to eliminate potential threats. During those 3 years, Li Pu had to rely on his health-locking ability to survive every time he was judged, and the pain he endured is hard to express. However, with his willpower, he managed to pull through. By the way, when the explosion ambushed me, he specifically targeted me when I was flying alone in the wilderness. And considering that he hadn't shown up in the world for a long time, it is evident that he must have some reason for generally being unable to appear in front of the native inhabitants of the One-Punch world. Li Pu looked at the Tornado in front of him, who was sneakily drinking milk, lost in thought. When he was at the dojo, he had the company of Master Bongu, Genos, and Sharenko. The fact that original Dark Explosion chose not to attack him when he was weaker, but instead made this choice, revealed some clues. Although he didn't know if Explosion was aware that he was still alive. One thing was certain, original Dark Explosion did not want anyone other than him to see him, and all of this might be related to that variable. It seemed that he would have to stay with others for a while, at least until he was confident enough to confront original Dark Explosion. With this in mind, Li Pu, who had already regained quite a bit of energy, felt that staying with Tornado wasn't so bad after all. However, he wondered what Tornado would feel if she knew that the uncle who once saved her had now possibly become a different person. The clothes were quickly delivered by the association, and the staff kindly attached an S-Class rank 3 tag to Li Pu, which left him quite astonished. According to the association's inquiries with several S-Class heroes, it was confirmed that he played a major role in this disaster, thus granting him a promotion in ranking. The association's staff member smiled as she explained to Li Pu. Additionally, the former S-Class rank 3, Master Silverfong Bongu, has stated that you, Sir Li Pu, are now ready to go into battle. He voluntarily stepped back to give you the position, and the other S-Class heroes who participated in this battle have no objections. That old man really is, Lip murmured, thanking the staff of the association before finally being able to stop using a blanket to cover himself. Sometimes, being too powerful can also be a burden, as everything around becomes incredibly fragile. This is also the reason why Lip chose not to use weapons and relied on his fists. If a weapon were to break due to not being able to keep up with his strength, his combat power will be directly lost. Unlike now, the original blue-level gauntlets no longer provided the massive boost they once did, and damage during battle didn't affect him much. Now, for a gauntlet to simply double his strength, it would need to be at least red-level equipment, which is on par with the most powerful Imperial tools in the world of chopping red. And such items are still rare and hard to come by. Lip can finally face the tornado normally. This guy is floating in the air, looking quite displeased at Lip. Why would Silver Fang recognize a rookie like you? The association even placed you in the 3rd position of S rank, just 1 rank below me, who works diligently every day. Chi is simply being ridiculous. Li Publinked. Could the tornado be stunned by Boros? Although he couldn't even detect her information when he first met her, wasn't it time to get a handle on her now? Tornado gender. Female. Li Pu couldn't even see this at first. Charm. 13. Who could resist starting at 3 years? Age. 28 overall combat power. 70-13 combat rank. B skills. Telekinesis gold. Super physique gold. Meteor fall red. To be honest, without being in top condition, Li Pu normally couldn't defeat this woman. However, it also indicated that the tornado, who could defeat Orochi in the original work, truly had the power of the strongest weapon. But against Boros, who could unleash energy, she could only be beaten. At least this time he saved her from Boros, so why was she burning the bridge after crossing it? Tornado suddenly fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, huffed, and said that if Li Pu needed anything, he should do it himself, then floated away without mentioning how Li Pu had quickly reached the 3rd rank in S-class. Lip didn't care about her and took the opportunity to carefully study the spatial knowledge, red, imparted by the system. He had already been amazed by the power of this knowledge system on his way here. Although with his current level of understanding, he couldn't replicate the impressive world traversal of the system. He had already made some progress in small-scale spatial movement and storage space, especially with the ready-made spatial equipment of the Shangri-La Dimensional Array and his understanding of spatial knowledge. Lip could now control the alternate space contained within, allowing him to temporarily store some items, such as Main's hair tie and the perfector of the Divine Hand. Lip was also considering creating his own storage space, and he could gradually look for the necessary materials. As for spatial movement, Lip only had a theoretical foundation, and his practical skills were completely lacking. Achieving the kind of spatial manipulation that looked effortless, like in an explosion, was even more difficult. He decided to take it step by step. Li Pu thought to himself, and found 2 blank pages from Tornado's comic book, started to study seriously, writing a bunch of space coordinate formulas that looked extremely complicated, which would probably leave Tornado bewildered. After an unknown amount of time, Li Pu had already messed up the blank spaces of Tornado's little pencil and comic book, becoming more immersed in the sea of knowledge. Suddenly, a sound came from the doorway. Sister, I've finished disaster relief in City A with the Blizzards team. It's been many days, and we finally got it done. A slender woman in high heels walked in, stretching comfortably. When she looked up, she was surprised to find Li Pu sitting on the sofa and was momentarily speechless. Why, Wu? How could you be here, sister? At this moment, Rip was completely absorbed in knowledge about space and had no time to pay attention to her. Fubuki cautiously bypassed Rip, who was constantly writing and drawing, occasionally deep in thought. Just then, Tornado heard her sister's voice and floated down from upstairs, crossing her arms and saying, "It's me who brought this guy back." Fubuki's eyes widened in surprise. "Sister, you actually brought him back? Don't think too much. He's just here to recuperate. Once he's healed, I'll kick him out," Tornado said fiercely, then quickly disappeared. Fubuki awkwardly sat down on the sofa and brewed a cup of tea to sip slowly. Finally, she understood that this was how to define the distance after space had folded. Lip was very happy. He was quite confident that he could create a small space storage device, but he still needed to search for materials. Compared to Dr. Kino's, who collected and researched everything, he was sure to have what he needed, so Lip would definitely have to pay him a visit later. In a good mood, Lip saw Blowing Snow and greeted her with a smile. "Hey, how are you?" Blowing Snow immediately blushed and lowered her head, responding, "Hello. I heard you defeated a monster that even my sister couldn't defeat. Is that true?" Lip thought for a moment and said lightly, "I wouldn't say I was defeated. It was a closely matched battle. However, I did help your sister a little, which is why she brought me back when I was seriously injured." Saying this, Lip walked straight to the kitchen. "Actually, I've recovered quickly and can leave now, but to repay your sister's care, I'll cook a meal before I go." "Huh, mister, Lip is going to cook?" Fubuki recalled the hot pot they had at the dojo and felt a bit tempted. Neither she nor her sister could really cook anything that was more than barely edible. Soon, a refreshing aroma wafted out, and Fubuki skillfully arranged the table and chairs. Sitting obediently in her seat, waiting for the feast, Tornado peeked out from somewhere, mumbling, "What is this guy doing? Why does it smell so good?" Fubuki covered her mouth with a smile, signaling her sister to come down. Tornado glanced at the kitchen, sitting down with some doubt. Can someone this strong really cook? Yes. Mr. Lip's cooking skills have always been impressive. At this moment, Lip brought out several home-cooked dishes made from the ingredients stocked in the villa, gesturing for them to try. Tornado took a bit with a let's-see attitude, while Fubuki was already eagerly piling the food into her bowl, making Tornado feel quite disdainful. Then she started to snatch food too. Fubuki, how can you do this, putting all this unappetizing stuff in your bowl? Let me handle it. Fubuki watched her sister clear the dishes in front of her and then stared at her bowl, instantly feeling alert. Without caring about table manners, she took a big bite. Her cheeks puffed out like a hamster hoarding food. Sister, lying is not a good habit. This dish is much better than last time. Tornado, seeing there wasn't too much food left, got anxious and used her powerful psychokinesis to pull the last bit of food into her bowl. Fubuki also wanted to use psychokinesis to snatch the food, but with her sister being so inconsiderate, she could only stare in frustration at her sister, who was eating without regard for sisterly bonds. Lip found it quite amusing to watch the two sisters fighting over food. So he packed up his things and decided it was time to leave. All right, thank you again, Miss Tornado, for bringing me down from the spaceship. If there is nothing else, I'll be on my way. You can't leave. Tornado immediately raised her head, with 2 grains of rice still stuck to the corner of her mouth, and said anxiously, You still need to make me food, cough, cough. Your injury isn't healed yet. What if you go out and get killed by some wolf-level monster? That would be quite embarrassing for an S-rank third. Lipu was filled with black lines on his forehead. Even in a near-death state, the wolf-level monster posed no threat to him. This guy was indeed still thinking about his culinary skills reaching the red level, right? I have already called Genos over, so there's no need for Miss Tornado to worry. Can I come over for a meal next time, Mr. Lipu? Compared to her sister, Hellish Blizzard felt quite embarrassed to make this request. Seeing Lipu nod, she happily continued to work hard. Genos, who received Lipu's message earlier, quickly arrived at Tornado's villa. Seeing his teacher, Lipu, safe and sound, he was naturally very happy. However, the powerful woman, Tornado, was still there, making him a bit uneasy. Lipu patted his shoulder, signaling him to follow. Go ahead, go ahead. It would be best if you died at the hands of some monster. No one will come to save you then. Tornado snorted coldly, watching Lipu spread his wings and ultimately leave. Lipu flew directly with Genos to the evolution house. Little Genos told him that a city was already being rebuilt after the recent super disaster, and the Metal Knight had sent out supersized engineering robots to dismantle and utilize the alien spaceship. He wouldn't be able to obtain anything useful from it. In the biting cold wind high up in the sky, Lipu casually said, the technology of the spaceship is all in the hands of the fighters and commanders, and they have mostly been killed or injured. Even if the Metal Knight gets some remnants of the technology, it would be nearly impossible to reverse engineer it with the current level of technology. However, you should still pay more attention to this person, especially for you, little Genos. Genos nodded thoughtfully. The driving knight had also mentioned before that the Metal Knight was his enemy. Lipu has decided to always bring Genos along when traveling. As his disciple, Genos is very diligent and selfless, and he can largely ensure that the explosions he doesn't want to appear in front of the public won't happen for the time being. He is truly an outstanding tool. Lipu flew at full speed, reaching over Mach 6, and even Xiao Jie struggled to keep up. A normal person would have been torn apart by friction at this 6 times the speed of sound, but Lipu felt quite comfortable. They quickly arrived at Lipu's happy house of evolution. As soon as Lipu landed, he noticed that the structure of the evolution house was riddled with holes, clearly having suffered a severe attack. Teacher, there's a strong residual energy reaction here. It feels like a dragon-level disaster occurred. Genos said seriously. Recently, the frequency of high-level disasters had skyrocketed, almost like riding a rocket. In the past, when he was out doing good deeds, encountering ghost-level monsters was quite rare. Fortunately, under the teacher's guidance, he had already gained insights and had replaced many parts at Dr. Casino's, and he believed he had made significant improvements now. Let's go in and take a look. Lip directly slipped into the shadows and quickly entered the underground part of the Evolution Home's core, with Genos closely following. Upon entering, Lip saw his old friend, the armored gorilla, lying pitifully on the ground surrounded by signs of a fight and bloodstains. Lip hurried over to check, discovering that this guy was quite lucky. He had just fainted and still had a breath left. Wake up, what happened? Lip directly punched the armored gorilla in the face, and the energy contained in that punch was considerable. However, the armored gorilla's head didn't explode immediately. Instead, After Lip infused it with life energy, it recovered significantly, and its consciousness came back, which could be described as a medical miracle. Oh my God, Lord Lip, you're finally here. We were attacked by that monster association. They sent a terrifying monster called Elder Centipede and a Firebird monster. The armored gorilla seemed to grasp at a lifeline, saying through tears and snot, "They're here to look for someone. It's that hungry wolf. The doctor's firepower can't defeat Elder Centipede at all, and the strongest rhinoceros beetle is also no match." It was taken away along with Hungry Wolf. Fortunately, their target seems to be just capturing people. The doctor was also injured and can only hide in the safety room on the lowest level, too scared to come out. You can go find him. Lip nodded, indicating that he understood, and then curiously asked, "Since that's the case, it's normal for you to be defeated, but why didn't you get captured or killed?" The armored gorilla awkwardly scratched its head and said, "I'm just a cook in the basin now, grilling takoyaki every day. They didn't take me seriously, which is how I escaped a disaster." Lipton felt a bit awkward at that moment, and he was somewhat apologetic for turning his gorilla brother into a cook. He didn't expect that this identity would save its life. Li Pu calmed the agitated armored gorilla and asked it to point to the bottom lane so he could find the doctor. Along the way, there were huge, dark openings everywhere, and countless structures had been destroyed. Indeed, the entire evolution house looked as if it had been stirred up by an enormous worm, a sight too terrible to behold, especially the place where the starving wolf had been held, which was almost completely destroyed. It was clear that the attackers were specifically targeting the starving wolf. Li Pu found a huge, sunken doorway and knocked on it, but there was no response inside. The doctor should be inside, right? The armored gorilla scratched his head in confusion. After all, the other side wasn't here to capture the doctor, so logically, the doctor should be fine. "Master, let me handle this," Genos volunteered, pulling out his newly installed firepower component. The output level of his incineration cannon was on a completely different level than before. Boom! Flames that seemed to want to incinerate everything and a loud noise erupted simultaneously, filling the entire underground passage with thick smoke. However, when they focused their eyes, they saw that the door remained completely unmoved, evidently indicating a very high level of protection. It was likely the same reason that Elder Centipede had retreated. Li Pu shook his head and lightly punched the door, which crumbled into a pile of dust as if eroded by millions of years of flowing water, leaving both Genos and the armored gorilla in shock. "Let's go see what's going on." Upon entering, they found Dr. Kinos covered in blood, one of his hands already gone, lying on an experimental bed with a syringe inserted into his right arm, seemingly self-administered. Doctor, what happened to you?" The armored gorilla rushed over in a panic to check on the doctor's condition. After all, the doctor was just an ordinary person. At that time, his body might have been seriously injured just from being affected by a powerful monster like the Centipede Elder, not to mention the clone bodies that were supposed to fight. Lip went up to check and found that the doctor must have injected himself with a drug that broke the limiter in a desperate attempt to save his life after sustaining serious injuries. Unfortunately, the doctor's initial level of life was too low. Breaking the limiter with the drug only allowed him to make a single breakthrough, barely granting him an extraordinary physique to survive, but his arm would definitely not grow back. Lip continued to apply the same method, injecting a bit of life force into the doctor to help him suppress his injuries faster and to allow his arm to regrow granulation tissue, miraculously recovering slowly. "Am I alive?" Dr. Kinos finally woke up from his coma due to excessive blood loss, remembering the terrifying figure that had caused chaos in the evolution house. And couldn't he help but shiver? My arm. As a scientist, his dexterous arms were indispensable to him. He had thought he would lose it forever. It was astonishingly starting to recover slowly, which left Kinos wide-eyed. "Doctor, are you all right?" When Kinos looked up, he saw Lip had arrived, and he was overjoyed. "It's Lord Lip. Thank you very much for your rescue of my evolution house, and on behalf of my arm, I thank you as well." Li Pu waved his hand to indicate it was nothing, and then asked his most concerned question, "Doctor, how severe is the loss at the evolution home this time? Why were both the hungry wolf and the Azura horned beetle captured?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Kinos' expression darkened. "The infrastructure damage rate is 80. Almost all the clones perished in battle, and I personally suffered from the aftershock, losing my arm to a falling sharp steel bar. Fortunately, important items and experimental data were stored separately in a place as secure as this room. The Anomaly Association seems to have had a premeditated plan. It's clear they targeted certain traits of the hungry wolf and the horned beetle. My conventional weapons were completely ineffective against that centipede, and the Azura horned beetle was no match for it either. After being knocked out by it, The hungry wolf and the horned beetle were airlifted away by that red bird. Li Pu pondered for a moment. It was indeed tricky that the Monster Association chose to strike when they faced great difficulties in City A, and the association was unable to exert control. It was not hard to guess the purpose of capturing Hungry Wolf and the Stag Beetle. Both had exceptional potential. If they were to absorb monster cells, they would undoubtedly become extremely powerful combatants. Doctor, I will follow up on this matter. The Monster Association is also something the Hero Association needs to eliminate in the future. The trouble with Hungry Wolf being captured is significant. These guys have no respect for my research. Once I fully understand the secrets of the limiter, I will make these monsters pay. Dr. Genos was furious, but upon looking at his arm, he noticed it was almost fully healed, which immediately shifted his attention. What kind of power is this? It can actually grant me, who has almost no self-healing ability, such recovery. It's just a principle. Doctor, I brought you something that should help you. Lip took out the already prepared Divine Hand Perfector and handed it to Dr. Genos. This imperial tool, which can amplify the precision and stability of hand movements by hundreds of times, is considered a scientific artifact. As expected, when Kino saw this device, he was captivated. With his intelligence, he quickly understood its function and was overjoyed. God, where did you find such an instrument? It's simply a miracle, Kinos said with great enthusiasm. With this, I am confident I can incorporate more mechanical and biological circuits into those previous products of the same volume, and the research efficiency will be greatly improved. Truly, it's a blessing. Lip looked very satisfied with Kinos, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up as he said something that made the doctor's body stiffen. Doctor, my trench coat and boxing gloves accidentally got damaged. What do you think? Dr. Kinos fixed his gaze on Lip, looking as if he wanted to swallow him whole. 3 days, give me 3 days. With this instrument, I can produce products 10 times better than those previous trash. But I have one condition. We must eliminate those bastards from the Oddities Association. This time, Dr. Kinos was also investing heavily, planning to work nonstop for 24 hours to help Lip create equipment that could withstand higher intensity battles. With the perfection of the Divine Hand and the doctor's own biomechanical expertise, the equipment is certainly something to look forward to. Li Pu noticed that Dr. Kinos' eyes were bloodshot, realizing that the damage to his equipment had raised the doctor's blood pressure. He smiled awkwardly and, feeling guilty, asked Xiao Jie to help the armored gorilla clean up the inside of the evolution house. Only then did Dr. Kinos calm down a bit, picking up a bottle of reserved nutrient solution and taking a sip. Although you always put me in difficult situations, we have had a pleasant collaboration all along. I will naturally help you create the best things. If you have any other requests, feel free to ask. I, Dr. Kinos, am not a stingy person. Upon hearing such good news, Li Pu's eyes lit up, and he took out a long list. Since you say so, Doctor, I won't be polite. I've been researching a device recently and need some special materials. I believe you must have them or know where to get them. Here they are, a total of 131 items. I'm sure you'll be generous. With a snap, the glass cup in the doctor's hand was crushed, shards of glass scattered everywhere. The now pale-faced Genos regretted wanting to slap himself hard. Why did he have to act like a big shot? The centipede elder came to rob him openly, and this guy came to rob him secretly. Today was destined to be the darkest day in the history of the evolution home. Li Pu looked at the doctor's face as if he had been stabbed with a knife. He found some peculiar materials in a safe, most of which emitted strange spatial fluctuations. He never expected that such things actually existed in this world. According to the doctor, most of these materials were mutated from strange beings, and such unique resources in nature were indeed very rare. Li Pu graciously accepted the materials willingly provided by the doctor for his grand plan. Now, he could start making real storage devices. After sending off the doctor, who was preparing to work overtime to rush the equipment, Li Pu began his own attempts. He ground the horn of a certain space-type monster into fragments and mixed it into a special silver liquid. Then he took out a prepared ring and, using it as a pen, engraved delicate and intricate spatial runes. Before long, a faint silver light appeared. The ring flickered for a moment, and then became obscure and unnoticeable again. Li Pu looked at his first work with great satisfaction. His extremely precise technique allowed him to avoid having to find the best carving tools as mentioned in the knowledge. Gently worn, the rune design of the red level knowledge allowed this storage ring to automatically match the user's brainwave patterns without the need for blood, making it more reliable. The creator could also secretly leave a backdoor to regain control at any time, making it a high-end product. Storage ring. Blue contains a 3x3x3 space, capable of holding inanimate objects with excellent performance. Achieving this level on the first attempt is quite good, but improvement still requires effort. Li Pu leisurely grabbed another portion of the decades-long possessions of the doctor and continued to conduct experiments without mercy. In Z City, in the No Man's Land underground, in the Monster Association, in the bottomless cave, countless shadows whispered to each other, like a feast from hell. Is the task completed? A grotesque figure with a bloated body and a gigantic single, I slowly asked. Behind it loomed a tall shadow that covered most of the cave. The centipede elder, just back from a mission, nodded slowly and gestured behind him. The ghost-level cadre, the Phoenix man, who went with him. Then threw the unconscious hungry wolf and the Azura rhinoceros beetle into the cave. Countless pairs of eyes, filled with various thoughts, gathered on them. Big Cyclops. Are these two what you call potential? They don't look like much. A ghost-level cadre sneered, clearly holding contempt for these two beings who weren't even considered monsters. Useless trash. Ignorant to the extreme. So foolish and worthless, you have no value anymore, Big Snake. Big Cyclops said in a deep voice. And before the ghost-level monster could speak, a massive spike suddenly shot out, piercing through the monster. No matter how the monster struggled, the spike was slowly retracted towards a huge, densely packed mouth full of sharp teeth. Why? I bled for the association. I contributed to the association. Why kill me? Crunch. The ghost-level monster was chewed into pieces, and for a moment, the entire cave fell silent. All eyes settled down, not daring to look at the unfortunate soul in the mouth of the monster king Big Snake. Big Cyclops looked around, and, seeing no monster daring to voice dissent, was very satisfied with establishing authority this time. In this place full of monsters, strength and sufficient ruthlessness are the only standards of authority. He waved his hand to have the hungry wolf and the rhinoceros beetle in front of him awakened. Big Cyclops casually pulled out several pulsating, bizarrely red and purple items and threw them on the ground. Where am I? Hungry Wolf rubbed his dizzy head. He had been living well in that doctor's research institute, where he was well-fed and well-treated. Although he wasn't very free, he was just occasionally drawn for blood, and other living conditions were quite superior. That damn guy had intimidated him to the point where he barely thought about escaping. The Azura rhinoceros beetle, on the other hand, appeared both excited and fearful. Although it had consumed the Azura potion, which prevented it from losing its mind when unleashing power, it ultimately yearned for slaughter. In front of it stood a monster so powerful that it instinctively felt fear, and it smelled the scent of slaughtering everything. Oh, hello there, I am Big Cyclops, a cadre of the Monster Association. We specially sent out the senior cadre centipede elder and Phoenix man to invite you both to join our talented Monster Association. Big Cyclops smiled. Now, as long as you two eat the monster cells in front of you, not only will you become stronger, but you will also directly become cadres of my Monster Association. This seems like a suitable deal. The monster cells on the ground, pulsating like hearts, became more active with Big Cyclops' words, seemingly eager to be consumed. I, the Azura rhinoceros beetle, have long wanted to break free from control and kill without restraint. This is just what I want, ha ha ha. The Azura rhinoceros beetle unhesitatingly grabbed the largest one and directly consumed it. In an instant, its already bloated body became even uglier, growing countless long fangs and spikes, and its strength evidently increased once again. Big Cyclops watched the perceptive Azura rhinoceros beetle with great satisfaction. This newly transformed monster's strength was probably not far from that of a senior cadre. Quite impressive. How do you feel? It's wonderful. The Azura rhinoceros beetle spread its wings, and a violent aura instantly enveloped the entire cave. Big Cyclops then instructed several cadres to take the spirited rhinoceros beetle to find a place to rest. If it could not be controlled, it could first kill 2 weak monsters to whet its appetite. This fellow should still be considered decent combat power. One has already turned to the light. So what about Mr. Hungry Wolf? Big Cyclops turned to stare intently at Hungry Wolf, as this individual was actually his main target. TCH, what a piece of trash. My goal is to become the strongest monster, not to become like you. Hungry Wolf disdainfully turned his head away. He found the monster's cells disgusting. This person is too arrogant. Kill him, let Big Snake eat him. Countless monsters were furious. This guy refused to eat the monster cells awarded by the association and even looked down on them in return. If you do not submit, you must die. Even the seemingly occupying all shadows, Big Snake, slowly extended its spikes again. With its strength, this so-called hungry wolf could only obediently await death. Wait, Big Cyclops, seemingly deep in thought, stopped Big Snake. He looked at Hungry Wolf seriously for a while. then suddenly burst into laughter. Your so-called perfect monster is just suppressed by some hero with no hope of revenge whatsoever? If that is the case, the title hero hunter is truly laughable. Hungry Wolf. He waved his hand, opening a path, and disdainfully said to Hungry Wolf, "You pitiful creature. The Monster Association does not deign to kill you. Now get out, and then be suppressed by the heroes. Hero hunter." Hungry Wolf got up, looking grimly at the group of malevolent monsters in front of him. Although what that one-eyed monster said was harsh, it was indeed a fact, fallen under that man's hand. How can I take revenge on the heroes? No matter what, he had to make those hypocritical heroes pay the price. He turned and walked away, slowly wrapping bandages around his hands. The ruthless intent in his heart resurfaced, and a thread of darkness suddenly split into two strands, rooting itself again. Just let him go? After Hungry Wolf left, a hero spoke in a booming voice. Being a martial artist himself, he saw a terrifying quality in that man that made him wary. Well, we need to help him a bit, let him grow amidst the chaos. At that time, he will naturally become an asset to my Monster Association. Big Cyclops leisurely picked up the monster cells that Hungry Wolf had not consumed, looking at the beams of light coming through the passage, and squinted his single eye. It's time to launch an attack on the Hero Association. We have waited for this day for a long time. In the extreme northern no man's land, a series of loud crashes came from the surface, like giant objects falling again and again. Thud! Debris fell from the peaks, as if it were free, and a colossal creature hundreds of meters tall coughed up blood repeatedly. "I am the Ancient King. Why do you lowly beings bully me?" The figure floating in mid-air spoke slowly. "You are too weak, and weakness brings fear." A head of golden hair swayed gently, and the 3 claw marks on his face were faintly visible. This person was none other than King, who had not appeared at the hero meeting in City A. "I hate fear, so you can die." He gently squeezed his hands, and a red-black vortex appeared in his palm. Purgatory unmatched explosive heat wave cannon. No, no, sizzle. The scorching energy evaporated the flesh of the Ancient King, who was humanized by fear, leaving behind only a massive skeleton. Perhaps during the next glacial movement, it will be buried in sedimentary rock and become a new fossil after hundreds of millions of years. Calling it weak is such an unpleasant feeling. King looked indifferently at the monster that had reached the dragon level but was powerless under his hands. Apart from the slightly denser black mist surrounding him, his facial expression was not very relaxed, because he knew why he avoided the Hero Association. That substance gave him an extremely precise sense of danger, which made him sensitive. If he stayed in the association, he would experience fear again because of something, so he left. Just that simple. It has been almost 3 years since then. Touching the terrifying scar on his face, King suddenly recalled the day that changed his life. He had lived a mediocre life for over 20 years, with his biggest hobby being playing action and romance games. King had wanted to be a slacker who just lived off food until one day, a tiger-level monster attacked him. King had always been much more timid than others. Whenever danger approached, his heart would race several times faster than others, making a loud noise like a roaring engine. That time was no exception. He was in tears, begging for mercy, hoping someone would come to save him. But no hero stepped up, and no one came to rescue him. The monster ruthlessly mocked his weakness and grabbed him, about to strangle him to death. King did not want to die. He really did not want to die. So when his fear of being weak reached a peak that ordinary people could not comprehend, it suddenly transformed at that moment. "I hate my weak self." An unprecedented power surged from the darkness, and King began to break free from his weakness. In a daze, King felt something awaken in his heart. When he came to his senses, the monster was already dead in his hands, its eyes filled with terror. This gave King an unparalleled thrill for the first time. He enjoyed the feeling of eliminating weak monsters and burying their fears. His strength grew rapidly, killing those weaker than himself, gaining pleasure and resources for growth from their fear. King's growth speed far exceeded expectations. He naturally became an S-class hero, and due to his precise judgment of those weaker than him, he never missed, leading people to mistakenly believe he was invincible, earning him the title of the strongest man on the surface. Since then, he continued to do this, extinguishing the weak, extinguishing fear, and enjoying it. His identity as a hero was a cover for his inner self, so he never killed weaker humans. However, the appearance of a man gave him a primal sense of crisis. The third S-class, Lipu. King silently repeated this name, his throat becoming a bit hoarse again. The first time he heard of this person, he felt an inexplicable fear, as if this person could see through him. He felt baselessly that this person would bring a huge upheaval, an existence he must eliminate. King did not know whether eliminating such factors was his own will or the will of the existence that granted him power. But he knew he had to act quickly because the fear he hated most was continuously strengthening within him, even as he gained more power. It was time to go. I will eliminate all things that make me fearful until I become the strongest. Lip rubbed his nose and muttered, "It's really strange to still be sneezing at this stage." Could it be that Main was thinking of him? This made him unconsciously touch the hair tie on his wrist. He had used up most of the materials, and the success rate was still quite high. During the days when Lip was tirelessly working on new equipment, he enjoyed a leisurely life using the materials provided by the doctor, even eating and living off them. He was quite comfortable. Lip managed to create a total of 10 storage devices, mainly limited by materials, as technology and ability were not an issue. Most of them were blue-grade storage spaces, with capacities ranging from a few cubic meters to several dozen cubic meters. Once, due to a stroke of luck, he created a purple-grade storage space, which surprised him greatly. Storage watch. Purple and unremarkable-looking watch that actually has a massive storage space of 10 times 10 times 10 featuring extremely hard and stable characteristics that can negate damage from spatial layers. For Lip, the hardness attribute was far more useful than any attribute that merely looked impressive. He was most afraid of battles being too intense, resulting in heavy losses even if he won. Therefore, he planned to keep this space watch for himself, which happened to be an antique watch from 100 years ago collected by Dr. Kinos. It had a very classy vibe. The other storage devices could be given as gifts or used as bargaining chips, but mainly they would help him familiarize himself with spatial knowledge and preparation for more applications. After organizing his thoughts, Lip packed all the space equipment into the watch on his wrist, forming a nested set, and then went to check on the doctor's progress. Not bad. The device called God's Hand Perfectionist was even more powerful than he had imagined, with all its functions perfectly executed. The doctor, with dark circles under his eyes, laughed heartily, appearing to care little about the days of relentless overtime. He handed Lip the device, which looked just like the previous one on the outside. But upon closer inspection, the patterns far exceeded those of the previous equipment. You have obtained the explosive gauntlets, orange, and the shadow cloak, orange. Lip glanced at the attributes and was immediately very satisfied. Firstly, the toughness of the equipment had been significantly improved. According to the doctor, even a fission reaction couldn't directly destroy them, which was undoubtedly great news for Lip, who was not worried about being brought to the brink of death, but was very concerned about his clothes being damaged. Secondly, their appearance was outstanding. The doctor thoughtfully took the time to contact a famous designer for help, and as a result, Lip's set of equipment was exquisitely detailed. After all, being strong is temporary, but being stylish is for a lifetime. Finally, there were the functionalities. The gauntlets couldn't provide a stronger boost to Lip's current strength, which was unrealistic. Who knew how powerful he could be now? However, their ability to conduct power was far superior to before, meaning their armor-piercing capability had greatly increased, making it easier for Lip to channel his flowing energy into his enemies' bodies. The trench coat also had enhanced protective functions. The doctor had added many extremely precise structures, allowing the coat to automatically shake off dust and bloodstains, giving it self-cleaning capabilities. Additionally, it could absorb high-threshold kinetic energy and convert it into the gauntlets, increasing Lip's punching power, making it a decent piece of equipment that combined offense and defense. "Well, thank you for your hard work, Dr. Kinos," Lip said. "I've got everything sorted on my end, so I'll reluctantly give you a storage bag." Dr. Kinos curiously took the storage bag Lip handed him, tested it, and established a mental connection. He was instantly surprised. "You are becoming increasingly inscrutable. Those materials I tried that were useless could actually be made into such a magical item. It's almost impossible to achieve this without a complete new knowledge chain behind it." Dr. Kinos truly had a discerning eye. Lip smiled without saying a word, greeted him, and prepared to leave, taking the immortality serum number 1 that he had left with the doctor and placing it in his watch. "Xiao Jia, let's go." In the kitchen outside, Lip found Genos, who was learning to make takoyaki with the armored gorilla. They surprisingly got along well during their time together, perhaps because they had both undergone mechanical modifications. "Teacher, do you like eating takoyaki?" Lip took a glance at the slippery object and coughed. "I think I still prefer the ingredients on land." The armored gorilla tearfully bid farewell to Lip and the others. This time, the evolution house was severely damaged, and it would surely return to the doctor's sight. It would let the doctor know that it is the doctor's little cotton-padded jacket. "Teacher, City Z and City Y have been attacked by a dragon-level monster. The association has assigned the code name, King of the Underworld. During the flight, Genos was checking the latest news while reporting to Lip. Huh, such good news, right after stepping out? Li Pu, encountering such a dragon-level cutie, naturally welcomed it with open arms and immediately flew to the junction of Z City and Y City. In the name of the Underworld, let your souls fall into eternal rest. The King of the Underworld, appearing at the junction of Z City and Y City, defeated all the arriving heroes in just 3 minutes, causing massive destruction to both cities. At this moment, it was casually walking towards the city center, and with just a swing of its trident, it could send tens of thousands of souls back to the peaceful underworld, free from the suffering of the mortal world. The King of the Underworld's huge nose twitched, feeling a strange smell nearby. Damn, eat my absolute incineration cannon. Boom. The sky-high sparks engulfed the King of the Underworld, and it looked down to see a small robot narrowly taking a little girl away from under its feet, shouting angrily at it. It felt nothing, and the trident in its hand began to gather dark energy. With the next strike, it would destroy this city. Mere ants dare to challenge the authority of the underworld? You will suffer divine punishment. Bang! Before the dozens of meters tall King of the Underworld could react, it exploded into countless fragments, dying without even a sound. Countless people could only watch this extraordinary scene in a daze. You have killed a dragon-level monster, earning 347 hero points. Not good. I got knocked out by a punch again. Li Pu covered his face with both hands. He was still planning to help Genos severely injure this hellish pig for some good training, but who knew it would be taken down so easily? Teacher, your power is too great to be used on such small fry. Leave these kinds of monsters for Genos to handle, so you don't end up using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Genos landed and placed the little girl in a safe spot, then spoke seriously to Li Pu, as he also hoped to become stronger. Li Pu waved his hand, signaling Genos to prepare to return to their residence in Z City. At that moment, an explosion occurred in the distance, catching Li Pu's attention. Mr. King, I am G4. I have long admired your reputation, and I must fight you today to collect your data. A metallic robot spoke in a cold, emotionless electronic voice to the blonde man with his hands in his pockets. I'm not interested in fighting you. I'm looking for someone, King said, turning to leave. The robot showed no fear, not considering him a target on its list of monsters to kill. If you leave now, I will kill someone in 10 minutes. King did not look back. He did not engage in hero activities for the weak, just like the ordinary person he used to be. G4 watched King walk away to it. It was normal for the man, known as the strongest on the surface, to not attack, as long as it threatened the lives of ordinary people. A true hero would surely return to rescue them. A modified body is not meant to be used like this. Machine gun fist. Boom, 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 boom. A large cloud of dust dispersed as G4 activated its energy shield, electronically locking onto the other robot. S-Class Hero Genos? You're not my target. Step aside. I have come only for King. You evil robot do not deserve to exist in this world. Genos recalled the cyborg that destroyed his hometown and killed his entire family. His expression suddenly turning cold, his engine revving up, he chased after it. Meanwhile, King had walked a short distance when he suddenly stopped, touching his cheek and saying, "It's getting closer. I didn't expect you to come to me before I could find you." As Class 3, Li Pu. The black trench coat slowly descended, Li Pu's feet touching the ground as a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. "King, by the way, I haven't seen you before, and I'm quite curious about you. So, I assume you already know my background, the one who brings me increasing fear, to the point that I must come and settle this myself." King adopted a sharp gaze, devoid of joy or sorrow, the sound of his footsteps echoing clearly around them. "Without Saitama, you actually turn out to be King, originally a heavily infected entity. King, originally a heavily infected entity. Charm. 9. The strongest man on the surface. Overall combat power. 55 combat power rank. B. The strongest man on the surface. Perhaps it's true. Abilities. Emperor Engine. Gold. Original Dark Physique. Red. Purgatory Unmatched Overheat Wave Cannon. Red. Fierce Strike. Red. Weak Strike. Red. King. I didn't expect you to become an S-Class hero for this reason," Li Pu said in a deep voice. "Without Saitama, no one went to save King back then. He should have died, yet he survived because he triggered an emotion strong enough to resonate with the original Dark Infection, and truly became a super strong being. One must say that the world is unpredictable. I also hate my past weakness, so I am very satisfied with the current situation. Therefore, a man like you who could discover this should not exist," King said casually, his gaze firmly locked on Li Pu. The deep infection of the original dark did not cause him to lose his rationality. Instead, he continued to be manipulated by extreme emotions and desires while retaining his reason. That voice grew louder, and Li Pu was surprised to find his mind shaken as if struck by a 1,000-pound hammer. Fortunately, his willpower was as strong as a monster. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand even the first wave of King's mental attack. Let's have a decisive battle. If you lose, the title of the strongest on the surface will be given to you. King slowly raised his hand, and the next moment he moved. Weakness is the original sin. Bang! As the label of weakness was branded by King, Li Pu's body felt as if it had been cursed by the original dark incarnation, immediately experiencing a decline in function. However, since Li Pu's original strength was already quite strong, he couldn't be weakened much. Fear is also the original sin. A tremendous sense of fear arose in his heart, but Li Pu remained unchanged. It was just an illusion. Even though his whole body was numb, he still mobilized his strength with ease. King, are you talking about yourself? Lip looked at King without showing any weakness. The intense emotions that seemed to be ingrained in his bones during the battle pierced his perception like needles. No wonder he was so thoroughly infected. Lip planned to unleash his ultimate move to take him down in an instant. Mo keyboard Mo, flowing ice-sealing fist. Swish! The uninhabited area within hundreds of meters was instantly frozen into a region approaching absolute zero, and King's body was also within it. With just a gentle wave of his hand, everything would dissipate like ice crystals. Boom, 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 boom. Huh? Li Pu was somewhat puzzled. He had clearly frozen time and space completely, so why was there still sound? Was this the Emperor's engine? Crack, crack. Time and space, even the ice blocks, began to shatter with that peculiar sound. The freezing of time and space was ineffective for the first time. The Emperor's engine could shatter everything. King gently tapped the position of his heart, and everything around him shattered with a thudding sound. Indeed, gold-level skills were not easy to handle. Lip really didn't expect King to be this strong. No wonder he is called the strongest man on Earth. There's only a wrong name, not a wrong nickname. I draw strength from weakness and fear. The things that were once used to mock me have now become my greatest abilities. King raised his hand, and a huge black flame appeared in his palm. Purgatory dual explosive wave cannon. This was originally just a joke made by others, but after that power descended, it became reality. Now please have a taste. Lip let out a cold snort, neither dodging nor avoiding, as he activated the iron lock chain. He wanted to see what King could use to fight him, given that even Boros's collapsing star roar cannon couldn't kill him. The extreme heat and radiation engulfed Lip, and indeed, the power was considerable, burning through his outer layer. This left Lip somewhat satisfied, though it wasn't as exhilarating as Boros's attack. King, on the other hand, was instantly vaporized, leaving only a massive black heart that continued to beat eerily. The vaporized tissues were drawn back by the heart, reconstituting King's form. But the recovery was slow. Is the Emperor engine this powerful? Lipton was extremely interested in this ability. In a sense, it was a very comprehensive power, capable of both defense and offense. He activated the surprise gate, and a hint of crimson ignited all over his body. Lipton was quite serious and intended to send King away with a single strike. The rock shattered into ashes. As King had just raised his humanoid form, it dissipated like gravel in the wind of the punch, and even the heart couldn't escape this fate. The reborn Emperor engine ultimately could not withstand the ultimate power that controlled life and death. Lip hesitated for a moment. As far as he knew, although King was originally infected by the dark, he had not ruthlessly killed ordinary people. He only took down monsters as sustenance. He did not intend to kill all those infected by the dark. He simply wanted to do something beneficial for the world. King had only a small portion of his heart left. Lip effortlessly controlled his punch strength, dissipating it between heaven and earth, quietly watching him. King's body took a long time to reassemble, and it was clear that without the Emperor engine, he would not be able to come back to life. Even now, he was already severely weakened and could no longer pose a threat. Why don't you kill me? I think that after I gained this power, we have become destined enemies in some way. The dark energy was almost completely dispersed, and King coughed a few times, feeling weak once again. King, although you engage in heroic activities solely to become stronger, you are objectively still a true hero. Lip turned his head, realizing that King still had some use. For the sake of the future plan, he decided not to eliminate him completely. King silently watched Lip's back. He had come to confront Lip, only to find that he was no match for him. There were hardly anyone on the entire planet who could instill fear in him. I'm still too weak. Facing you feels like an ordinary person facing a monster with no power to fight back. Weakness is not a sin. Arrogance is. King, you must remember this. A gentleman discusses actions, not intentions. In terms of intentions, there are no gentlemen in the world. Whether in the original story or in this timeline, King is neither a good person nor a bad person. It is simply his nature. I understand your words, and I will think them over carefully. However, it seems that the title of the strongest on the surface no longer belongs to me. King stood up, his hand still trembling. He gave Lip a slight nod and turned to leave. The undefeated man, King, ultimately faced a crushing defeat. Li Pu glanced at King. When he fought against the explosives later, he had a feeling that King would be of great use, so he decided to hold off for now, especially since his growth rate was far greater than King's, and he wasn't worried at all. He turned around, ready to find Genos. The appearance of G4 and King indicated that a major chaos was about to unfold. Li Pu walked straight back to the place where G4 and Xiao Jie had fought. The ground was scarred with deep, charred marks, resembling a natural disaster to an ordinary person, but to Li Pu, it was just like children playing house. Before long, after Genos paid the price of one arm and half his body, he finally defeated G4, but only by dismantling the flood control dam to distract G4, which forced Li Pu to freeze the opening to help Xiao Jie clean up afterward. G4's combat power was almost on par with a ghost-level threat, and it wasn't easy for Xiao Jie to win. Li Pu still gave him plenty of recognition. Well done, Xiao Jie. You should be able to defeat the Mosquito Girl now. Teacher, if I have to struggle so much just to defeat a mere ghost-level disaster, I will still be powerless against dragon-level disasters in the future. Genos shamefully put back the wires that were exposed on the side of his face, reflecting on himself. This time he found compatible parts from G4, planning to have Dr. Kusunoki install them when he returned to enhance himself. Yes, finding the most suitable path for your own growth is indeed the right approach. Li Pu absent-mindedly tapped his fingers to temporarily repair the terrain with ice while opening the system. He was now very interested in the Emperor engine. After all, it was a power that could affect both time and space. The exchange list is as follows. Showing a maximum of 5 items. The skills of the creatures you recently battled will refresh over time, and, generally, a creature can only refresh 1 skill or item at most. Acidic Physique, Red, 45,000 Hero Points Description. A significant transformation of internal organs, gaining the ability to produce and manufacture extremely strong acidic substances. It can corrode most materials and organisms in nature through oxidation, reduction, and various forms of combination. Shape-shifting body, Red, 43,000 Hero Points Description. An extremely powerful body control ability that allows the body to change into various shapes without any damage to adapt to needs, and can stretch or shrink from 100 to 6,800, with effects of hardening and softening, which may look quite strange externally. Star-crushing roar cannon, gold, 800,000 Hero Points Description. Releases all energy from within the body, unleashing a massive shockwave capable of destroying a planet's surface, creating a global dust cloud on planets with atmospheric components, making stellar radiation almost unable to reach the planet's surface, exterminating most of the life on that planet. Generally not used on individual creatures. Energy Superconductor, Red, 60,000 Hero Points Description. This ability evolved from the dominant race on a planet with extremely harsh ecological conditions. Its population is sparse, but each individual can absorb and store a large amount of energy during their growth, which can be transformed and released almost without loss through special conduction pathways, significantly enhancing the strength and efficiency of energy-based techniques. Emperor Engine, Gold, 600,000 Hero Points Description. Once just a joke from others, due to the intervention of special powers, the heart underwent a mutation, becoming a container capable of bearing immense power and tenacious life. It comprehensively enhances all attributes of the owner and possesses king-like might, capable of intimidating all tangible and intangible entities. The exchange list that had been awaited for a long time refreshed this time with great offerings. Most of them were good items. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Li Pu's recent opponents were all quite strong. If he had only been battling weaklings, who knows what kind of ghostly abilities would have been in the exchange list. The star-crushing roar cannon also appeared, but unfortunately, it was too expensive and not cost-effective for him. The star-crushing roar cannon has almost no wind-up time. Its lethality is max, and its skill effects are extraordinary. Definitely a trump card. However, Li Pu did not need to destroy planets and all living beings Such a move aimed at annihilating everything was not suitable for him. Of course, the main reason was still that it was too damn expensive. The Emperor Engine and Energy Superconductor are both excellent passive skills. And the most important thing is that they can enhance every move of mine. Li Pu prefers these two skills. He has quite a few active combat skills, but the reason he is as strong as the monsters is still due to his passive abilities supporting his base attributes, making his basic attacks as powerful as other people's ultimate skills, with the impact of a casual punch being astonishing. These two skills are undoubtedly a better choice for him. He is not very interested in the others. You spent 60,000 hero points to acquire a new ability. Energy Conductor, red. You spent 600,000 hero points to acquire a new ability. Emperor Engine, gold. Current remaining hero points, 113,741 points. Dong 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 dong. Li Pu looked down and saw that under the perspective of the all-seeing observer, his heart began to emit a crystalline golden hue, capable of radiating a sound that reached the level of spiritual resonance, gradually strengthening his body. Although the enhancement was not significant given his current physical strength, it was still a tangible boost. He felt that the Emperor Engine could briefly break through the constraints of time and space. No Wonder King could escape from my frozen time and space ultimate move. Such a domineering attribute, truly worthy of his signature skill. Lip was very satisfied, and the energy conversion efficiency in his body had also improved accordingly. Many of the energy emission methods that Boros could use were now available to him as well. Host, Lip Comprehensive Combat Power, 6,771, Original State, Combat Power Rank, B, above Dragon. Having made good progress, Lip hummed a little tune again, patted Genos on the head, and said with a smile, "Let's go, little Genos. After you finish replacing your parts, come back to the dojo with me. I didn't get a chance to greet Old Bang last time. Also, pay attention to the world's trends. Something big might happen soon." "Yes, Master." In City A, at the newly renovated headquarters of the Hero Association. After the last dragon-level disaster in City A, the number of monster attack incidents not only did not decrease, but actually increased. Shichi crossed his arms and appeared deep in thought. The association's personnel were already stretched thin, and the endless stream of monsters around the world further made him realize the association's current predicament. Ultimately, the core strength of the association was too weak. Many martial arts practitioners were unwilling to join the Hero Association, believing that we were too mundane. Among those who did join, many were mixed and did not obey discipline. A senior official said seriously that the Hero Association indeed showed various flaws during such times. Insufficient manpower, a chaotic intelligence system, discrimination among heroes of different ranks, cliques forming, being too self-centered, and not listening to commands. Now it seemed that they could only widely appeal to society for help, and it was essential to recruit more heroes who could combat disasters. Even those wanted criminals could be utilized to some extent for their power. Understood. When Li Pu and Genos returned to the dojo, it was already evening. The main reason was that Genos had gone to replace some parts, and Li Pu took the opportunity to familiarize himself with his new abilities. "Old man Bang." I'm back. Li Pu walked into the dojo, thinking about relaxing his muscles and having a good rest. To his surprise, he only saw the old man Bongu slowly sipping tea, his back illuminated by a few rays of sunset sneaking into the venue, looking particularly lonely. Where's Kalanzi?" Li Pu asked with some confusion. "Shouldn't my senior brother Kalanzi usually be with Master at this time?" Bangu slowly replied, "I sent him out of the dojo first. The hungry wolf has begun his hunting activities once again. He probably escaped from the place where you previously detained him. This time, I have a bad feeling, so I've resorted to this desperate measure." Li Pu waved his hand seriously, and Genos understood and went to serve tea. He himself slowly sat down, revealing a hint of power from within. "I understand, Master. The hungry wolf has indeed escaped, and it's possible that there is some assistance from an organization behind his actions, the Monster Association." Bongu nodded slowly. "The association is overwhelmed by the recent surge in monster attacks. My rebellious disciple, the hungry wolf, is likely taking advantage of the chaos, and no one can stop him. I have already called on Oni-chan Bongpu, who also plans to dismiss his weaker disciples and join me in dealing with the hungry wolf. Excuse me, Mr. Bongu, with your strength, why can't you handle just one hungry wolf?" The steaming tea was brought up, and Genos curiously asked. It was surprising that this senior, with his strength and reputation in the martial arts world, would treat a former disciple who betrayed him as such a formidable enemy. "I might still be able to fight him, but if I continue to let him run rampant, no one will be able to stop him. except for certain individuals with similar qualifications. He lowered his voice, inadvertently glancing at the man in front of him, who emitted a dangerous aura that even this old man at the pinnacle of martial arts found shocking. Bongu said something that surprised Genos. It was hard to imagine that this senior, who had killed dragon-level monsters like slaughtering dogs, would utter such discouraging words. Is the hungry wolf really that strong? Then I, Genos, must go meet him. Little Jia, don't act rashly for now. Although you'll become much stronger. I don't know what would happen if you were to engage the hungry wolf. Lip thought for a moment and slightly reassured little Jia. Once the hungry wolf started hunting heroes, his strength would change dramatically. It's very likely that Genos is just a resource for him to become stronger. The primary issue is still dealing with the monster association. Although Hungry Wolf talks about killing, he never truly takes lives, so Lip isn't particularly worried. It's just that the heroes he hunts are quite unfortunate and will have to suffer a beating. I remember that Shirenko was going to participate in this martial arts tournament, but he was temporarily expelled by you. Does that mean our dojo won't have anyone to participate? Bang stared meaningfully at Lip, his expression seeming to relax a bit, and he smiled as he said, well, you're also one of my proud disciples of the flowing rock-shattering fist, so you can take Shirenko's place to participate. Li Puting was surprised. Given how much the old man valued the situation with the hungry wolf, he actually let him go to the martial arts tournament. It seemed he wasn't too afraid of the hungry wolf hunting him. All right, I'll try my best to win the championship for the dojo, but that's just a side thing. The main reason I'm going is that the Monster Association will definitely take some action at the tournament, and I'll just handle that. Lip is not pretentious. He remembers that during this martial arts tournament, there was someone named Water Dragon who had quite decent martial arts skills and could be worth learning from. Meanwhile, he quietly waits for the Monster Association to take action completely. In City A, at the headquarters of the Hero Association, due to the recent frequent monster incidents, the association has decided to recruit certain powerful villains today. The general situation is as follows. The Hero Association, still severely understaffed, has made a move that many do not understand, recruiting powerful criminals as assistants. The audience consists of various people, most of whom have fierce expressions. Some disdain working for the Hero Association, while others hope to use this opportunity to clear their names and pave the way for future crimes. The so-called Righteous Hero Association is actually going to recruit scum to bolster itself? Among the crowd, a man with a defiant appearance stepped forward. He had silver hair like wolf ears, and as soon as he appeared, all eyes were drawn to him. Hero Hunter Hungry Wolf? I heard he defeated an A-class hero. Is he the human monster? Even more outrageous than me, a B-class wanted criminal. No matter what he is, this kid really deserves a beating. I want to kill him. Hungry Wolf looked around at the malicious criminals and a few indifferent A-class heroes and smiled slightly. Iryu, in the blink of an eye, all the criminals around him were taken down. A few A-class heroes sensed something was wrong and immediately took action, trying to suppress him with their powerful abilities. Heroes, the ones I despise the most, are basically a bunch of hypocritical petty people. Hungry Wolf said lightly, and even though he was using the unnamed style he summarized from his hunting experience, these A-class heroes seemed like children, unable to fight back against him. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, Hungry Wolf knocked all of them down. Although he had some injuries, he remained the victor. A hint of red appeared in his left eye, and a touch of black edged his right eye as he spat out a mouthful of clotted blood, disdainfully addressing the terrified, yet powerless association staff. What a pity. If there were no S-class heroes here, I wouldn't even bother hunting these trash. Once the venue fell silent, Hungry Wolf let out a cold snort and walked out of the association building. He still had hunting to do until he became the perfect monster in his mind. He continued to roam around City A like a vicious wolf with only its green eyes lurking in the darkness. At a time when almost every city was experiencing monster disasters, the S-class heroes were almost completely withdrawn, allowing Hungry Wolf to rampage freely. Otherwise, with his current strength, some S-class heroes could still restrain and even capture him. It must be said that the intentions of the Monster Association are profound. Thus, Hungry Wolf successively hunted down 13 C-class heroes, 7 B-class heroes, and 4 A-class heroes, until he even defeated the Vest Lord after using his Waterflow Rock Smash Fist, which was not his usual technique. This was also the first S-class hero he defeated. The name Hungry Wolf truly entered the eyes of the high-ranking members of the association and those powerful individuals. On this day, with the sun shining brightly, Genos and Lip were on their way to the martial arts tournament when they encountered Sonic, who was determined to challenge Lip again. Keek, S-class hero Lip. Although I wasn't your opponent before, with my new ultimate ninjutsu developed this time, I'm sure I can defeat you. As soon as Sonic saw Lip, his eyes sparkled with a strange and excited light, leaving Lip speechless. This kid is still not giving up, and even dares to come looking for him? He slightly released his abnormal willpower at the gold level, causing Sonic to feel a chill. As a ninja, his acute perception nearly made him choke. Cough, cough, cough. Actually, I'm here to find your disciple. Let me dismantle that metal head of your disciple first, then I'll come for your life. Oh, then you could be a sharpening stone for Genos. You two can fight. I'm not interested. Lip yawned out of boredom. With a casual glance, he could see almost all the information about the two individuals. Their attributes were similar, and it seemed they had both undergone enhancements. It looked like they would be evenly matched, so he couldn't be bothered. Yes, teacher, I will definitely not let that rat in the shadows disturb you again, Genos said seriously. Immediately, flames erupted from his back, and a mechanical arm shot out, releasing overloaded steam as it reached toward Sonic. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and a massive spark seemed to appear in an instant. Bang! Sonic and Genos began a fierce exchange of attacks, with various waves of energy scattering around. Lip, feeling quite bored, constructed an ice fortress to prevent excessive damage to public property. He then leisurely walked toward the martial arts tournament venue. For him, competing in matches was almost like a picnic. He was only considering how to deal with the Monster Association and his next encounter with Geru. All participants registered for the martial arts tournament, please enter the venue, as the draw is about to begin. The two-time champion of the martial arts tournament, the Dark Hell Killing Technique, Explosion Mountain, and the four-time champion, Mr. Water Dragon of the Underworld Body Fist, will have a bye in the first round as C contestants. Bell-ringing Fist Lingling will face off against C-style Empty Hand Max. In charge True Punch Zax will battle against Flowing Rock Smash Fist Lip. Lip slowly walked onto the stage, facing his opponent Zax, who had failed to pass the first round for 7 consecutive times and looked visibly nervous. I heard that you are a powerful hero of S-Class Rank 3. But I won't give up. Please give me your guidance. Lip waved his hand, casually took out a piece of candy from the hidden compartment beneath his watch, unwrapped it, and ate it. The referee signaled to start, and with a loud shout, Zax used their faction's ultimate move, the charge. In Li Pu's mind, he mobilized the surrounding airflow with a mixture of various abilities, directly striking out with the method of the flowing water rock-shattering fist, sending the person flying out of the arena without any excess. He was even unwrapping the next candy wrapper. The audience was silent. Although Li Pu was already considered a powerful S-Class hero, no one knew just how strong he truly was. The martial arts tournament would likely reveal the answer. The heir of the flowing water rock-shattering fist wins. In the next round, the Hell Killing Technique, Lord Exploding Mountain, will face off against Li Pu's flowing water rock-shattering fist. Huh? The Lord Exploding Mountain of the 18th Divine Stage? Li Pu became interested upon hearing this. Isn't this the most talked about Baoshan? He had to take a good look. This lord here is the former champion of the martial arts tournament, known for ruthlessly trampling opponents in the most brutal ways. A man with a striking presence walked over, his eyes filled with mockery. When he strikes, it's either death or injury. Completely annihilating his opponents is his ultimate pursuit. Baoshan probably doesn't pay much attention to the records of the Hero Association. Otherwise, a normal person wouldn't say such things. However, even if he learned about Li Pu's achievements, this arrogant scum would likely not care at all. Oh, why don't you tell me what moves you have? Lip took a look at Baoshan, who seemed very weak. In his human form, he would likely struggle against an average ghost-level monster. His signature moves include the Ghost Cry lower kick that can kill those who block it, the Bear Kill mid kick that tears through flesh, the Azura right punch that explodes everything, and the strongest move specifically designed to split open the skull, the Hell Burial Handblade. Boom! Before Baoshan could finish his sentence, he was smashed against the edge of the arena like a rag, leaving a human-shaped pit in the wall, one that wouldn't budge at all. Li Pu lazily listened to him babble, sending him off with a plain and unremarkable kick. Using the flowing rock-shattering fist on such a guy was a disgrace. In this round, our flowing rock-shattering fist heir, Mr. Li Pu, defeated the former champion. The Dark Hell Killing Technique, Baoshan, with absolute superiority. The surroundings were still silent, although Baoshan's opponents were either dead or severely injured, and he had a terrible reputation. He had won the championship of the martial arts conference twice. The result was that before people even realized what had happened, he was already sent flying. Other martial arts heroes from the Hero Association also participated in this competition, which was actually quite exciting. However, the other defending champion, Water Dragon, also performed exceptionally well. He consecutively defeated the A-level Snakebite Fist, Snek, and the A-level Lightning Max. However, when Water Dragon defeated these opponents, their expressions turned strange upon learning who Water Dragon would face next, leaving him quite puzzled. Lip calculated the time. The members of the Oddities Association should be arriving soon. He would need to figure out how to deal with them then. So, with a casual kick, he sent the seemingly insane top contender, Joe's, flying out of the arena, following in the footsteps of Old Man Baoshan. Without any suspense, he reached the finals of the martial arts tournament. The host wiped the sweat off his forehead from being stunned earlier and earnestly introduced. Next up, we have the 4-time consecutive champion of the martial arts tournament, Water Dragon. Facing off against Mr. Lip, the new contender in this tournament and the powerful successor of the flowing rock-shattering fist. Let's wait and see. Hello, I'm Water Dragon, the soon-to-be 5-time champion of the martial arts tournament. I'm here to win the prize money, so I can continue my leisurely travels and enjoy life. Water Dragon said confidently. He had fought against many A-rank heroes from the Hero Association, and while their strength was decent, they were all easily defeated by his single move. This made him somewhat dismissive of professional heroes. It's all for the prize money, Lip thought for a moment. He came purely for the outing and to bring back a trophy for the dojo. As for money, ever since the association assessed the damage in City A, and with Lip sinking the battleship and killing that incredibly terrifying alien, his contributions to human civilization had resulted in a significant financial recovery. The number of zeros in his account had become countless, mainly consisting of funds for rebuilding the buildings in City A, which is quite terrifying in this real estate bubble society. It didn't matter. He was just bringing back a trophy for the old man. Lip waved his hand, making Shui Long raise an eyebrow. Oh, it seems you are quite confident in yourself. He looked Lip up and down, but couldn't discern anything deep, so he could only tentatively assume he was not bad. I heard you were also a hero. I just fought with 2 A-class heroes, and they were really weak to the point of being ridiculous. If being a hero is considered a profession, it should be quite easy, right? Li Pu's wrist twitched slightly. Generally speaking, even a dragon-level monster wouldn't be able to withstand his punch. He wondered how the Water Dragon would fare. The Water Dragon thought that the man in front of him, who seemed even more suave than he was just warming up, so he didn't take it seriously. He smiled and continued, "What are you getting stronger for? From your gaze, it's clear that you're not the type to pursue fame and fortune. I'm doing it to live freely and care freely, because being strong enough allows me to do whatever I want. I'm doing it to save something." The Water Dragon was taken aback for a moment. Then a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. "What a shame. It seems we're not on the same path. Forget it. It's rare to come across a decent opponent. So let me enjoy myself and take the championship." As he spoke, the Water Dragon suddenly broke through the sound barrier, his foot exploding through the air, and he shot towards Li Pu, intending to toy with his opponent to prove his own strength. Bang! Li Pu's elbow firmly blocked the attack, which could have easily killed a ghostly monster. Without even needing to test, it was clear that Shui Long's strength had reached a solid S rank. How could he have perfectly blocked it? Shui Long's eyes were filled with disbelief. Although it was just a probing attack, previously, even a rank heroes couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Oh wow! The fighter Li Pu, who had previously defeated all his opponents with 1 punch, actually managed to block the attack of 4-time martial arts tournament champion Shui Long. This match is going to be very exciting. Shui Long, not believing in evil, continued to use only his legs, wildly striking around Li Pu's body, intending to scare his opponent with his lightning-fast attacks. Bang, 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 bang. Lip made no further moves. But Water Dragon found that the air around him felt like an impenetrable wall, preventing him from advancing even an inch, as if an invisible cyclone was guarding Lip. Thump, thump, thump. A heartbeat-like sound surged into Water Dragon's body, almost shattering his well-trained and robust physique. This made the arrogant Water Dragon widen his eyes. His opponent hadn't even made a move yet. Water Dragon's eyes turned red. This sound was something he, despite his martial prowess, could not withstand. He couldn't play around any longer. Losing would bring him no joy. The momentum around Water Dragon surged higher and higher. His robe shattered, and the bands on his arms, meant to contain his power, broke apart. "Don't underestimate me." Hell body, shaking tiger fist. He stomped on the ground, shattering the stone slab, unleashing one of his ultimate moves from his right fist. Water Dragon aimed to severely injure the man who instilled a sense of fear in him. Is your martial arts just for being frivolous, for picking up girls and showing off? If that's the case, you'd better not get any stronger and not give me more reasons to earn hero points. Li Pu said, casually launching a punch surrounded by a blue halo. In this punch, he didn't use any other abilities, only the purest essence of the flowing rock-shattering fist. Boom! The seemingly heavy power of the water dragon collided with the punch that felt completely devoid of strength, spinning directly and returning all the force back to itself. He completely shattered the stone wall of the arena, his head deeply embedded in the ground under the flood-like surging force. The audience around erupted with incredible cheers, causing the still, conscious water dragon to feel an overwhelming sense of shame and a burning discomfort. The genius martial artist water dragon, who had never suffered defeat in his life, was thoroughly and utterly defeated without any chance to fight back this time. Oh my God! The four-time champion of the martial arts tournament, who had never been defeated, the mind-body fist water dragon contestant, was decisively taken down by our inheritor of the flowing rock-shattering fist, Li Pu. The champion of this martial arts tournament has emerged, and it is Li. Bang, 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 bang. The heavy footsteps echoed throughout the arena as an incredibly tall figure covered in spikes crashed through the arena's wall and walked in slowly. It was a monster. Countless screams erupted as people couldn't believe it. This was a martial arts tournament filled with strong fighters. How could a monster come to attack? My name is Hero, a cadre of the Monster Association, disaster level, dragon. Suddenly, the venue was filled with chaos. Ordinary people scrambling to escape. The giant monster, who called himself Hero, paid no mind. He was here to bolster the combat power of the Monster Association, and these ordinary people were of no use. To all the participants of the martial arts tournament present, your potential is excellent, but unfortunately, the human body limits you. However, if you consume the monster cells from our Monster Association, you can gain even greater strength and further hope. His compound eyes turned to all the martial artists waiting at the podium to watch the excitement, a fierce aura enveloping each of them. He casually tossed a bag, revealing numerous monster cells that were still pulsating strangely. Behind him, the ghost-level monster, Three Feathers Crow, sealed off all the exits of the arena, ensuring that no one could escape. Hero, the champion of the first martial arts tournament, it is said that he was the strongest of the younger generation at that time, with power that could rival Water Dragon. Yet he has become a monster. A-Class Hero Lightning Max and Snakebite Fist Snake are also martial artists, and they immediately looked at this monster in disbelief. If he really is Hero, then his strength after becoming a monster would only be greater than before, and he probably wouldn't be weak among dragon-level beings. Li Pu quietly watched this guy, while the water dragon was still getting up. Haojia probably hadn't received the latest news and didn't know he was also participating in the martial arts tournament. After all, he came here on short notice. Previously, it was Kalanzi who represented the dojo to compete. Becoming a monster can make one stronger? Is there such a good thing? Under the terrifying atmosphere, a few people looked pleasantly surprised and ran straight to Haojia without hesitation, even though they attracted the obvious disdainful gazes of those around them. They didn't care at all. Among them, Xiao Zhe, after consuming the monster cells, immediately turned red all over and let out a long howl, making Haojia nod slightly. Not bad, as the ghost level standard still counts as combat power. Ha 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 ha, this lord is going to become the strongest. Eating just one is not enough. Similarly impatient, Bao Shan pushed others aside and greedily grabbed all the monster cells and swallowed them in one go. His body inflated like a balloon, almost ready to burst. But in the end, he surprisingly stabilized. Truly a greedy guy, eating too much usually doesn't do any good, and one could explode and die. But he really hit the jackpot. It seems he has become a dragon-level combat power like me. Bao Shan, even you too? Someone murmured below. Even the champion of the martial arts tournament would actually associate with monsters? The crowd was in turmoil, but the water dragon remained unfazed and even slightly tidied his hair while looking around. Miss, if I can drive them away, will you go on a date with me? At this moment, he was still in a mood to joke with a nearby etiquette lady who looked terrified, causing her to shyly nod. The displeasure of just being defeated by this man. Let us vent on you guys. The water dragon once again raised his long black hair, smiling confidently, then dashed straight into the pile of monsters, almost taking one down with each move, annihilating those martial artists who had just transformed into monsters in the collision. Bang! The ghost-level monster Xiao Zhe moved in an instant, pushing back the smiling and recklessly attacking water dragon several steps. I have already become a monster. I want to build a world where only high-level beings can survive, and you, water dragon, clearly do not qualify. Xiao Zhe grinned ferociously. Even when he was human, his genes were the strongest through layers of selection, let alone after becoming a monster. If that's the case by my standards, you also do not deserve to exist in this world. The water dragon did not hesitate to unleash his proud dark body fist, rapidly engaging in a counterattack against the monsterized Xiao Zhe at a speed invisible to the naked eye of the onlookers. Taste this, water dragon. A massive energy orb formed on Xiao Zhe's horn and directly knocked the water dragon flying. Ah! The water dragon, relying on his strong physique, took the hit head-on. He then sent the energy ball soaring into the sky, exploding into a mass of remnants and rolling clouds. How is this possible? The strongest genes I possess. The monsterized Xiao Zhe looked incredulously at the sky, but the water dragon had already reached him. Dark body, empty dragon fist. Bang! Xiao Zhe's horn was shattered. And after one hit after another, this ghost-level monster that Haojia thought was decent was directly killed on the spot. Generally speaking, only S-rank heroes and a few powerful A-ranks can single-handedly kill ghost-level monsters. You are quite good material. If you join my monster association now, you might still have a way to live. Haojia said lightly. The water dragon had decent aptitude. It was almost inevitable that he would become a dragon-level disaster after consuming the monster cells. The water dragon wiped a bit of blood off his face, glanced at Li Pu, who was still lost in thought, thinking that he must look pretty cool now. He casually threw the monster cells at Haojia's face. Becoming stronger sounds good, but I don't want to turn into an ugly monster. Dark body shock tiger fist. Slap. Unsurprisingly, the water dragon was caught by Haojia, whose strength far exceeded his, and thrown to the ground. Haojia stepped on the water dragon. Are you so arrogant just because you got the title of martial arts tournament champion? Since you don't want to become a monster, then die. My few disciples are over there, the black feather crows. Because their willpower was too weak, they became mindless after monsterization. You can serve as a good bait. Then, Haojia kicked the already broken water dragon towards those black feather crow monsters who could only be considered newly into ghost level. His body couldn't move. The water dragon had decent combat power, but he was human. The decline in stamina, the pain in his body, and the fear of his will made him afraid to move even in front of these weak crow monsters. Water dragon, we are here to help you. Suddenly, two refreshed figures appeared in front of him. An A-rank hero Snake who had already pulled out his Python battlesuit, and an A-rank hero Max wearing lightning boots. We are completely different when we become heroes, Water Dragon. The Water Dragon stared blankly at these two who hadn't run away like ordinary people, nor consumed monster cells like some ambitious martial artists, filled with complex emotions. Okay, thank you. Boom, boom, boom. The three martial artists teamed up and instantly defeated all the ghostly crow monsters. All right, we should escape. That Haojia is not someone we can deal with. Even if you are heroes, it won't work. After all, you are even more. We will hold him back. You hurry and go. The two A-rank heroes did not retreat a step and stood firmly in front of Haojia. The water dragon looked puzzled, but still crazily fled backwards. They are really foolish. Why don't they run away? Just rush out, just rush out. Water dragon, where do you think you're running? A huge black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the water dragon, radiating a mocking smile. Slap, slap, slap. Three heavy sounds echoed. Whether it was Snake and Max charging towards Haojia or the water dragon fleeing backwards, they all collapsed on the ground. Water dragon, while I was watching the finals, I understood that no matter how hard I train, I will never catch up to you and that man. So I chose to become a monster. After all, the joy of becoming stronger is to trample on those weaker than me. Ha ha ha. All right, you guy, after dealing with them, prepare to return with me to the base. There shouldn't be any more humans to pay attention to on the list you gave me a week ago. I plan to report back first. Haojia said lightly to Bao Shan. The figures from a week ago that Daijianjian had given him were basically dealt with, so now he could leave. TCH, who do you think you are? Daring to command me? Bao Shan? I'm going to let you know. Bang! Haojia delivered a heavy punch directly to Bao Shan's face, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Including me, there are several monsters in the Monster Association that are stronger than you. Don't think too highly of yourself, newbie. It's really terrifying. With this punch, the Great Mountain Grandpa almost collapsed. Next to him, the eyeball messenger sent by Big Jiong saw that the situation was good for the hero. So he didn't pay attention to who else was in the arena and hurriedly notified the hero to go back. All right, hero, stop playing. If a few more S-Class come, even you'll have to put in some effort to deal with them. Hurry back to the Monster Association. We still have plans to implement. The hero nodded helplessly, retracted his fist, and intended to leave. The Great Mountain also eased his trembling body and looked at the terrified water dragon and the motionless Li Pu, who seemed stunned. He smiled again. Well, it doesn't matter if I'm not the strongest. As long as I can have fun trampling the weak, that's enough. Now let me enjoy playing with you. Finally, Li Pu, who had been motionless, opened his mouth. Just now, he had deliberately restrained his aura to make himself appear as just an ordinary, yet handsome martial artist. With the face-saving water dragon stepping up, the hero, not knowing he had come, naturally followed the original plan, allowing Li Pu to comfortably watch these battles. The strength of human martial artists is still in dealing with humans. If the techniques aren't modified, it's almost difficult to be effective against monsters, just like with the water dragon. Li Pu clenched his fist. His flowing rock-shattering fist was used to strike large creatures every day, and after understanding it himself, he found it much easier to fight against monsters compared to those who learned human martial arts from water dragon. Moreover, human martial artists had a really poor recovery ability. Once their vital points were interrupted, such as bones, their combat power would drop rapidly. He, who could regenerate from blood, obviously did not have this weakness. Although these guys weren't very strong, they still had research value, and he was quite satisfied. Li Pu reconsolidated an overwhelming momentum. Whether it was the terrified Baoshan in front of him, the wide-eyed water dragon, the surrounding martial artists, or the heroes who turned around in astonishment, they all felt an unparalleled sense of oppression. This kind of momentum is not right. There is an S-class hero here, and the powerful one among the S-class, like a monster, is reminiscent of the style of the Monster Association that I really dislike. It's better to get rid of it sooner. Boom! The air-burst fist. In almost an instant, an enormous passage that seemed endless swept everything away. The body of the dragon-level god, Baoshan, at the 108th level, shattered like paper and scattered everywhere, while the elite monster martial artist, standing several meters tall, burst open like a balloon. What kind of power is this? Under one punch, everything in front of that man was obliterated. You have killed a dragon-level shame monster, gaining 86 hero points. You have killed a dragon-level upper monster, gaining 472 hero points. It seems like I might have used a bit too much force. Lip scratched his head. Ever since the fierce battle with Boros, his damage had almost always been released in an overflowing manner. Is this truly what it means to be a powerful hero? The water dragon wiped his dirty hands across his eyes. During the fight, this man definitely hadn't shown even 1/10 of his strength. When that terrifying hero, who made him just want to run away, was still a human martial artist, it made no sense for him to be much weaker than himself. After transforming into a monster, he became an extraordinary powerhouse, unimaginably strong for an ordinary person. Yet such a powerful dragon-level monster was only. Cough, cough, cough. All right, please pay attention to the situation in the arena over there. The association should be coming to handle it soon. Remember to tell them to mail my championship trophy to the dojo. The water dragon barely lifted his broken hind leg, making his body appear a bit taller than before. No longer humiliatingly lying on the ground. I'm listening to you. There's one more thing I want to ask you, Brother Lip. Lip glanced at him in surprise and unleashed a surge of life energy to help this guy recover faster. Can someone like me really become a hero? Of course. I started preparing to become a hero when I was still an ordinary person, but that's just a path I used to carry out my will. I understand now. Even though I don't know if I can overcome my fears, I have a goal to strive for. Lip's ears twitched as various sounds of chaos erupted around him, and the sights in the distance were filled with scenes of raging war. It seemed that the Monster Association had mobilized en masse. There was one more thing. Brother Lip, can I be your disciple? Don't even think about it. The Swordsmanship Exchange Sanctuary, the Sword Saint Conference. The belly cutter, with a sinister grin, took out monster cells. Several old Sword Saints who had come to participate in the Sword Saint Conference changed their expressions. After becoming a monster, my sword-drawing slash can slice all of you into pieces simultaneously. The Atomic Samurai, who originally came to rally the old Sword Saints against the Hungry Wolf, frowned. The former belly cutter was once a Sword Saint-level figure with unique insights into swordsmanship, but now he had fallen to such a state. Was it really just because he had hit a bottleneck in his training in recent years? Belly cutter, you have fallen. Enough nonsense. Atomic, prepare to die. Swish, 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 swish. A cold light flickered, and sword shadows flew. The belly cutter slowly turned into a pile of dust, dissipating into the air, while the Atomic Samurai stood up, slowly sheathing his sword with a crisp sound. Pushing open the door to the Sword Saint Conference, the Atomic Samurai had a sullen expression. His 3A-class disciples were still waiting outside. The target has changed. Forget about the hero hunter for now. The current target is the Monster Association. A massive mechanical device slowly carried the nearly half-destroyed Genos, who had once again been defeated, still suffering a heavy loss at the hands of that martial artist monster. To defeat such a terrifying monster, It would likely require several S-class heroes, including the two strongest weapons, Tornado of Terror, along with the help of his teacher. Genos was not enough against the powerful monsters among the dragon level. He and Sonic fought fiercely, but the hero who went towards the arena almost defeated both Sonic and him with a single punch. The hero's powerful martial arts allowed his strength to be fully exerted, and Genos' attacks couldn't even land a hit. He was nearly completely crushed. Fortunately, that guy seemed to have some mission, so he stopped pursuing Genos when he saw him fly away. In fact, little Genos didn't realize that while the hero was indeed a strong presence among the dragon level, to the current Lip, he was really no different from the dragon level, demon level, tiger level, or wolf level monsters. Meanwhile, the defeated Sonic was also fleeing in a sorry state. That monster was far too terrifying, better left for those so-called heroes to deal with. Swish! A poster with Lip's sharply defined face was pinned to a tree with a shuriken, and the furious Sonic was venting, "Damn, damn, damn. Can't even defeat that man's disciple in a short time? That monster is just as suffocatingly powerful." A gust of wind blew by, and Sonic's body hair stood on end as a bad feeling arose. You're the 44th issue of the End, the only surviving graduate, Sonic the Speedster, right? Ninja Village people? Behind him, two unpredictable figures had appeared at some point, their skin twisting in a way that made Sonic's eyes widen. They seemed to be connected to that earlier monster. "We are graduates of the 37th batch of Gold, Wind of Speed's Winder and Flame of Destruction's Fred. We are now executives of the Monster Association, and we have come to introduce you to join the Monster Association and gain powers beyond your imagination. We are also here for that annoying flash of the Hero Association." Saying this, they threw a monster cell at the already sweating Sonic, grinning ominously, and disappeared in an instant. "Can I gain powers that surpass my current self?" Sonic picked up the still-moving monster cell from the ground, muttering to himself as his expression gradually turned dangerous. "Indeed, that man is an existence I can never catch up in no matter how hard I train. If I just eat this, I should be able to defeat that man." Sonic made up his mind, but this thing was too disgusting, so he planned to cook it before eating. "This kind of meat looks like it shouldn't be eaten raw. It's better to cook it. That should be fine." Later, after Sonic ate the cooked monster cell, he only had a stomachache. Aside from that, there were no other significant changes. Meanwhile, Hungry Wolf defeated more heroes along the way, but unexpectedly suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the S-class hero, K9. The opponent only used strength and speed to achieve a crushing victory over Hungry Wolf. "Are you human or monster?" That was the only sentence K9 said to Hungry Wolf, who could clearly feel that the opponent was holding back. Otherwise, his fate would not be better than those piles of monster corpses. Injured, he hit himself during the monster attacks, planning to find his secret base to recuperate. He could feel his strength slowly surging from his body. Not only that, a wave of monster attacks had erupted all over the world, with the Monster Association systematically attacking various places and systematically absorbing human elites from all walks of life. Clearly, the Monster Association had been lying in wait for a long time and was ready to take action. Li Pu was slowly walking through the unmanned area of Z City, with Shui Long following closely behind him. With his help, Shui Long's bones had almost healed, and he was unwilling to leave. This actually aligned with Li Pu's interests, as he was heading to the unmanned area of Z City, where there would be a long stretch of road without any human presence. This meant he would be in a state of observing himself without any native life forms. If an ambush occurred, he wouldn't be able to handle it for the time being, so he allowed Shui Long to follow him. After all, this arrogant guy was likely his fan now. "Bro, when did you start your hero activities?" "A few months ago, well, based on this world's time." Although Shui Long didn't understand what he meant by based on this world's time, it didn't hinder his surprise. "A few months? You said you were almost an ordinary person before you became a hero." Li Pu nodded. "Just now, a ghost-level monster that was only 10 meters tall ran over, and he casually punched it into a pit, contributing a bit to the infrastructure of City Z. You have killed a ghost-level monster and gained 4,762 hero points." Shui Long felt the purest essence of the punch, and there was a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. In his view, Li Pu probably had martial arts qualifications that far exceeded his own, allowing him to grow so quickly, powerful to a degree he couldn't comprehend. Actually, Shui Long, becoming stronger mainly relies on hard work and a heart with absolute goals. Breaking through limits in the challenge of oneself is the only way to grow stronger in this world. Lip thought for a moment and told Water Dragon that the true path to becoming the strongest in this world lay ahead, hoping he could comprehend it on his own. Water Dragon felt a bit embarrassed. While hard work was definitely important, if one relied solely on effort, it could be said that even his relatively unserious 20 years were far more useful than Lip's few months of seriousness. Ultimately, it seemed that talent was more reliable. All right, ahead was the no man's land of Z City, the root cause of the chaos around the world, a stronghold for people acting recklessly. Li Pu looked ahead at the large groups of wild monsters attracted by the announcement from the Monster Association, his brow furrowed. The Monster Association has indeed calculated well, finding various ways to weaken the Hero Association and human society while significantly bolstering their own ranks. You must have heard what the dragon-level monster hero said. There's several other executives as strong as him, or even stronger, and a leader. Water Dragon said with concern that among the countless monsters rushing to join them, there are some that are on the same level as the transformed Joes. As a monster association that has been biding its time for years, their true strength should be even more formidable. Lip waved his hand indifferently, once again unleashing a massive punch that created a wind tunnel, as if it were an abyss or a canyon. You killed a tiger-level monster and gained 562 hero points. You killed a wolf-level monster and gained 38 hero points. You killed a ghost-level monster and gained 2,231 hero points. Countless messages flooded the screen, and Lip nodded in satisfaction, regardless of the disaster level. They all transformed into hero points to supplement his meager household expenses. So that move, wasn't it your ultimate technique? Lip retracted his fist and asked in confusion. Is it the explosive air split fist? Shouldn't it be easy to perform now? Water Dragon looked at his own fists, then at Lip's fists, which were even more handsome and crystal clear than his own, and fell into deep thought. Clearly, they were both practicing martial arts. I plan to take them all out in one go. I don't want to waste effort attacking from the front. Lip lightly tapped the ground with his foot, and the Water Dragon couldn't understand what he was trying to do. As the sound waves of the vibrations traveled, the most basic information was conveyed from the subtle structures of the soil and steel bars. Lip's superhuman perception accurately distinguished the structures below, which were inaudible to humans. 500 meters below, a metal structure appeared again, and the sound traveled through the metal at a speed significantly higher than that in the soil, reaching several kilometers per second. Lip calmly explained the concept of the Water Dragon, something that had never been heard of before, and then stepped down again to measure the size of this underground structure as a control group. Is it really around 10 kilometers long and wide? That's quite large. The history of the Monster Association is probably not much different from that of the Hero Association. Otherwise, how could there be such a vast underground facility? With just a couple of stomps, Lip obtained information about the Monster Association's lair that the Hero Association had been unable to gather for who knows how long. The S-Class reconnaissance and analytical heroes of the association, like the Child Emperor, Drive Knight, and Metal Knight, hadn't managed to acquire as much information as he had. All right, Water Dragon, you help me guard. I plan to gather strength for a few hours and try to blow the Monster Association sky high in one strike. The Water Dragon nodded in surprise, completely removing the bandages from his injured areas. It's hard to imagine that he had previously been in such a state of complete skeletal fracture, but now he had fully recovered. The only thing that hadn't healed was a broken front tooth, which for some reason was still leaking air. He wasn't sure if it was intentional, leaving him with a lesson. Hopefully, the cute little ones from the Monster Association can provide me with more hero points. Li Pu was in a great mood, immediately spreading his arms in a flower-like shape. He thought it unnecessary to fight with other monsters, so he gathered his energy for the Kamehameha, ready to blow the Monster Association to the sky in a daze. The hungry wolf returned to an abandoned cabin, but the continuous injuries were starting to take their toll on him. Just as he was resting and recovering, a few kids discovered him hiding in the cabin, but that was their secret base. The kids hesitated for a moment and then encouraged the shyest one among them to go and drive the intruder away. Hey, Snotty, you go call that guy out. Don't let him stay in our secret cabin. But I'm really scared. You want to be a hero like this? Don't make us laugh to death. Hurry up, or you'll be in trouble. Amid the malicious taunts, Snotty had no choice but to step forward, hesitantly entering and waking the recovering hungry wolf in fear. Sorry, but could you please leave our secret cabin? Aren't you the little brat who borrowed my hero guide before? The hungry wolf was surprised to find that this kid was the same boy he had chatted with while hunting A-class heroes in the park, and it was quite amusing. However, just as he was about to open the door to send the kid out, countless sharp sensations erupted all over his body, making his hair stand on end. I'm surrounded. A large group of heroes had probably locked onto him, completely surrounding the shabby cabin. And regardless of whether he could fight them off, this kid would definitely die. Don't go out yet. There's a situation. Also, can you show me the hero guide you had before? Snotty looked at the strange uncle with confusion, but still took out his most treasured hero guide, which contained various heroes' moves and characteristics. Thanks, kid. The hungry wolf took the guide, aligned his fingers, and instantly made a small hole in the wall with a precise strike. Then began counting the heroes outside based on the guide. 4 A-class heroes, 4 B-class heroes, 4 in front, 2 on the sides, and 2 behind. I'm completely surrounded. The heroes inside shouted, "Hero Hunter, we've found you. Stop struggling meaninglessly and come back with us to the association headquarters for questioning. Reveal your motives and the whereabouts of your accomplices." A-class hero Death Gatling shouted, as the roles of hunter and prey had reversed today. "Don't attack this cabin. I'll come out." The hungry wolf slowly pushed open the cabin door, hoping the heroes wouldn't attack the cabin with the kid still inside. The reason he didn't voice this was that he didn't want the heroes to think of him as a hypocrite. "Oh, why do you value this abandoned house so much?" "Because after hunting you, I want to continue sleeping, you bastards." The hungry wolf revealed a sharp smile. Leaping onto the roof like a wolf, limbs on the ground, his eyes beginning to show an excited faint red glow and dark haze. "After hunting you, I'll reach 100 kills." In an instant, the hungry wolf pounced. But these people had come well prepared to hunt the injured hungry wolf, anticipating his moves. In an instant, bullets, arrows, claws, and swords flew toward him. Even when he was at his peak, he would have dealt with these guys effortlessly. But now injured and having been schemed against, it was naturally difficult for him to gain any advantage. "Bullets hitting me will reduce my mobility, and the arrowheads are poisoned, which will numb my nerves." The hungry wolf realized that if this continued, he would undoubtedly be defeated. His sharp gaze locked onto the seemingly weakest opponent, B-class hero Glasses. "I'll use you as a shield." He flew to grab Glasses, but the opponent had anticipated this, dodging the hungry wolf's attack while having other heroes push him back. "We've long prepared for your habits. No one will underestimate you, hungry wolf. You can't win against us." Another barrage of bullets and arrows came, wounds accumulating and stamina draining. The hungry wolf didn't want to suffer such a humiliating defeat. He still wanted to become the perfect monster and knock those damned hypocritical heroes off their pedestals. "Huh, you think this can defeat me? Foolish." Bang! As the hungry wolf reached for the archer, a shooter on the other side fired a bullet just in time, forcing the injured hungry wolf back every time. But this time it didn't work. Flowing rock-shattering fist. Boom! One punch knocked down the opponent, and even though he got shot in the back, the hungry wolf revealed an incredibly ecstatic smile. "The encirclement has broken. Now, it's my turn." "Oh no, he wants to exchange injuries to break our plan." "No, it's already broken." The hungry wolf directly picked up the hero's body, and no one dared to attack him, allowing him to take down several more people in an instant. "You all will become my evolution fuel." "Not so fast. Let your sins turn to ashes along with this place." Death Gatling, who had been holding the line, couldn't shoot at the hungry wolf who was entangled with the other heroes because his firepower was the strongest. Now that the hungry wolf had knocked down his companions, he could finally unleash his full firepower. Death Barrage. Not good, that kid is still inside. The hungry wolf was positioned almost directly in front of the cabin. Once he retreated, someone would die because of him. I can only block it. Let us see which is stronger, the bullets or my fists. Flowing rock-shattering fist. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless metal bullets tore through the hungry wolf's defenses. He had already accelerated the flowing rock-shattering fist to its maximum. But under the modified Gatling's super high firing rate of thousands of rounds per minute, the bullets he could block were essentially all being stopped by his bloodied flesh. "Oh, the barrel is overheating." Death Gatling unleashed all his ammunition. Logically, even a ghost-level monster's body shouldn't be able to withstand this, but the hungry wolf, clearly still human, somehow endured, leaving him feeling a deep sense of absurdity and fear. Bullets? They're nothing. His hands were bloodied and mangled, and everything behind him except for that kid was destroyed, but the hungry wolf felt no pain. The thrill of the hunt and his power were inexplicably growing stronger. "After I hunt you, I think I'll be able to advance further." The hungry wolf crouched down, squinting. As long as he could take down the last hero who had come to hunt him, he could feel his transformation was near. "So you're the hero hunter, hungry wolf? Truly a wicked guy. Since my teacher didn't finish you off, let me be the one to end you." A massive, unimaginable fireball descended from the sky, and the hungry wolf suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis. He flipped over, dodging an attack stronger than all the A and B-class heroes combined. S-class hero, Devil Cyborg. Genos, that man as apprentice? Almost all the parts have been replaced, and Genos, whose strength has grown exponentially in some way, has a stern expression, with emotionless golden pupils flowing with ruthlessness. Ultimate machine gun fist. In an instant, Genos, moving like a flash of lightning, engaged in a counterattack against the unprepared wolf. Not counting the true essence of martial arts, Genos, having invested heavily over and over again, has completely surpassed Wolf in both punching speed and power. What kind of tinkin are you? I'll hunt you down too. Wolf's left, I was nearly completely turned red, and a power called adaptation quietly emerged during his evolution. Bang! They exchanged blows again, and dozens of trees around them fell. Death Gatling, who had already dropped his weapon to pull his unconscious comrades aside, was blown off balance by the shockwave. A-class and B-class heroes are definitely decisive forces in small disasters, but in the recent frequent real disasters, A-class is just a slightly larger burden. In the hero association, those who truly have the ability to resist various disasters are probably still those S-class heroes. Genos, stop! An old voice appeared from behind, and Genos instinctively halted his attack. The silver-toothed old senior has arrived? The old man Bang, with gray hair and a bent waist, stared intently at the injured man, whose eyes were no longer the familiar child he once knew. After all, the hero hunter Wolf was once my disciple. The situation has turned out this way, and I cannot be absolved of responsibility, so I will personally clean up the mess. Synopsis: where does the world of One Punch Man go after losing Master Saitama? With the invasion of the otherworldly beings corrupted by the original darkness, how will the Empire deal with internal and external troubles? How can the Crimson-Eyed heroes save them? The already vicious pirates have become even more brutal, and the calamities of the celestial dragons have intensified in the pirate world. Where is the way out? Only by breaking through the darkness with power can all of this be resolved. Perhaps some flashy maneuvers are also needed. The storm of One Punch has calmed, and there are no gods across the seas.